while the entire family was celebrating the birth of the destined protagonist. Only you are silently packing your bags, getting ready to flee, just because you came through the book. Obtain the life choice system. Option 1, become the fated ultimate villain. Option 2, become the beloved friend and kin of the fated protagonist. Option 3, cherish life. Stay away from the protagonist and awaken a wonderful life system. Recalling the original ending, close friends and family members sacrificing their lives to fill the pit. Fated villain, not even bones remain. Even the protagonist himself withered away in exhaustion and loneliness, dying in solitude. So you resolutely chose to run away from home, to become an unrelated passerby. Ding, the wonderful life system has been activated. The newbie gift pack has been issued. Congratulations on obtaining the supernatural power, shrinking the earth to an inch. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Since you've already awakened, it's time to leave. You think to yourself. First, find an inconspicuous sect to settle down in. Then come back to pick up the parents and leave this troublesome place. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a golden giant sword dozens of meters wide was flying through the air. A man and a woman stood atop the sword. The man's name was Feng Zhang, the master of the Lingxi Sword Pavilion during the Eastern Zhou dynasty. The woman's name was Leng Xiao, her white robes purer than snow. Her countenance was cold and aloof, as if untouched by the mortal world. Junior sister. This time, the senior brother has found you an extraordinary disciple. Feng Zhang grinned and said, did you see the strange phenomenon ahead? All spirits bow in worship, born the Supreme One. Not a single person in the entire Eastern Zhou could compare to him. Leng Xiao responded with just a faint upon hearing this. Showed no surprise. Feng Zhang sighed softly at the sight and said, Junior sister, your talent is undoubtedly the foremost in my Spirit Edge Pavilion. But to break through to the pinnacle of enlightenment, the most crucial step is the mortal world's tribulation. Being too aloof is not good for you. However, Leng Xiao was unimpressed after hearing it and said, Senior brother, everything can be cut down with a single sword. The karma of mortal love is no exception. All talk and no action. Feng Zhang shook his head and then said, this newborn baby of the Mo family has a connection with my sword pavilion, take him as your disciple. It would be a good way to temper your cold nature. Take it if you must. Leng Xiao was neither resistant nor delighted. She had only the way of the sword in her heart, with no interest in teaching disciples. Just give him any secret manual and let him figure it out on his own. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out in Leng Xiao's mind. Ding, activation conditions have been met. The strongest master-disciple system is officially activated. Upon hearing this, Leng Xiao's eyes instantly turned icy. Who dares disturb my peace of mind? Frosty sword energy erupted violently, startling Feng Zhang. Junior sister, even if you're unwilling to take a disciple, there's no need to resort to violence. Leng Xiao was puzzled. Senior brother, didn't you hear that sound just now? What sound is that? Feng Zhang frowned and extended his divine sense around him. No abnormalities were detected. Leng Xiao was very puzzled. I clearly heard a sound just now. Wait, that's not right. It wasn't that I heard it, but as if it emanated from within my own body. Suddenly, the voice rang out again. Ding, system task issued. Go to Dakian Maha's school to accept Moyu as your disciple. Mission accomplished. Reward, insight into the Tai Su sword intent. Again. Leng Xiao quickly turned her gaze towards Feng Zhang. He still showed no reaction. It seems only I can hear it. What is a system? Taking on an apprentice grants you the legendary Taishu sword intent? Is this reasonable? Leng Xiao's icy heart. For the first time, there was a slight ripple. Playing tricks. Let's see what this is all about for now. Senior brother, what's the name of that child from the Mahist family? Feng Zhang's eyes lit up. I don't know either, just born. The name probably hasn't been decided yet, but it's definitely surnamed Mo. Leng Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she kept murmuring to herself. Mo Yu, that's him. And now, within the Mo family's compound, inside and out, it's packed with people. Everyone wants to catch a glimpse of the Mahist Supreme Master's elegance. You emerge from the vast sea of people. Finally found my parents. They were squeezed into the very last row at the outermost edge. Father Moping and Mother Wan Hua Hua. They have all just entered the open Meridian Realm. An insignificant presence within the Mahist school. Only the core direct lineage members are qualified to stand in the inner courtyard. Xiao Yu, where have you been? Come on, come on. Wang Huahua spotted you at first glance and kept waving. You stepped forward with a gentle smile. Father Moping spoke with deep emotion. My daughter, the Mo family has produced a natural-born supreme being. If one day you could also be in the spotlight like this, we will be content. Father said. You responded in agreement. But deep down, I didn't think so at all. Wang Huahua's beautiful eyes widened as she scolded. Good boy. Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. We're just here to watch the fun. Not envious of any so-called supreme being at all. Don't feel pressured. It's good to marry a wife safely and peacefully. You smiled and got straight to the point. Mother and father. The child has grown up and wants to go out and explore the world. Wander the world? Great! Moping nodded in approval, as a man should venture far and wide. I support you. Wang Huahua rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. What's so good about it? After a few months without seeing your son, you're the one I talk about the most. Hurry up and explain, mother. It's time for the child to go out and gain some experience. Maybe I'll even bring back a daughter-in-law for you. At the mention of a daughter-in-law, Wang Huahua's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, gaining experience is good, gain plenty of experience. Remember to choose someone gentle and refined. Got it. You curl your lips, secretly pleased in your heart. At this moment, a terrifying sword energy suddenly descended from the sky. The Mo family experts were so startled they instantly levitated into the air, standing ready for battle. You tilt your chin up, staring unblinkingly at the wonder in the sky. It's just so incredibly cool. Flying on a sword. In the past, you wouldn't even dare to think about this. Must get one. Ha ha ha. It turns out to be two esteemed seniors from the Lingxi Sword Pavilion arriving. The head of the Mo family, Mo Shan, apologizes for not welcoming you properly. Fong Zhang on the flying sword spoke calmly. Where is the child? Mo Shan hurriedly bowed respectfully. Esteemed elder. The child is inside the house. Please come this way. As soon as the words were spoken, the sword shadows in the sky flashed and vanished. Husband, what's the background of these two individuals? Even the family head treats them with such reverence? Wang Huahua asked curiously. Look at this attire and grand display. It should be a senior expert from the Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Lingxi Sword Pavilion? Wang Huahua instinctively covered her mouth. The strongest power of the Eastern Zhou dynasty. The one hailed as the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Your eyes narrow slightly upon hearing this Lingxi Sword Pavilion? If I remember correctly, Modeo's master is Lung Xiao, an elder of the Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Once in 10,000 years sword prodigy. It's just a pity that they died so tragically. You didn't dwell on it too much. After all, I'm just an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. Absolutely no connection to the Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Mom and Dad, let's go home and prepare the luggage first. Are we leaving so soon? Wang Huahua was a bit reluctant. Mom will go with you. Seeing this, moping followed suit. As for the Supreme Sword Pavilion, it actually has nothing to do with you. Just watching for fun. In the elegant hall of the inner courtyard, the eyes of the Mo family's direct descendants brimmed with anticipation. The Lingxi Sword Pavilion personally coming to recruit disciples was an immense honor for the Mo family. After all, 100 Mo families could not compare to a single blade from Lingxi Sword Pavilion. At that moment, Fong Zhang held an infant in his arms, rosy-cheeked and pearly-toothed, with an aura of Taoist grace enveloping its form. A faint golden mist drifted from its chest. Truly a born supreme being. A gleam of excitement flashed in Fong Zhang's eyes. Junior sister, come see your future disciple. Lang Xiao stepped forward, but instead of looking at the infant, she turned to Mo Shan and asked, what is this child's name? Mo Shan's heart surged with joy. He never imagined the one who would take his child as a disciple would be none other than Cold Frost Sword Immortal, Lang Xiao. Renowned as the peerless prodigy of the sword arts in this age, a being poised to attain the path of the emperor. In response to the Sword Immortal's inquiry, my son's surname is Mo, and his given name is Dao. This name signifies our wish for him to remain undistracted, pursuing the great way with single-minded devotion. Mo Dao? Cold Xiao's eyes flickered with emotion. Could it be, not him? Junior sister, what's wrong? Fong Zhang asked curiously. Lung Xiao shook her head. Does the Mo family have any other naturally born supreme beings? At these words, the Mo family members all froze in surprise. Fong Zhang also looked surprised. Junior sister, naturally born supreme beings are rare throughout history. How could two appear at the same time? No, Lung Xiao murmured. Then is there a young prodigy named Mou within the Mo family? Mo Shan opened his mouth, feeling that this Frostblade immortal seemed utterly disinterested in the topic of natural geniuses. But he dared not show any hint of displeasure. Among the Mo family's direct descendants, is there one named Mou? No, Master Mo. Fong Zhang's eyes brimmed with confusion. His junior sister seemed rather peculiar today. Junior sister, why are you seeking this Mou? I wish to take him as my disciple. Junior sister, the disciple you should be taking is Mo Dao. Senior brother, please take this child as your disciple. I can't manage teaching two disciples all by myself. The crowd held their breath, doubting their own ears. Just who is this Mou? That he could command such attention from the Sword Immortal? And why pass over a natural-born supreme talent to take him instead? Could he be an undiscovered genius living in seclusion? Speculation swirled through the crowd, even Fong Zhang was utterly intrigued. No wonder junior sister has been so indifferent about taking disciples. She'd already chosen her disciple long ago. With her aloof nature, any young disciple who catches her eye must be a peerless genius, one in a million. He might even surpass a natural-born supreme talent. In an instant, Fong Zhang began to feel anticipation. Mo Shan shared that same anticipation. MOU, could it be that our MO clan truly harbors such a hidden prodigy? Someone, go investigate. Find out who among our MO clan is named MOU. Search even beyond the third generation.
Before long, a middle-aged man rushed in breathlessly.
Master, there truly is one named MOU.
Long Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered. He is a member of the MO family's 16th generation collateral line, the son of MO Ping. He is 19 years old this year. Before the middle-aged man could finish, a chill swept over him.
Lang Xiao had appeared beside him without warning. Lead the way. Mo Shan and the rest of the Mo family were filled with curiosity.
Thus, the group set off in a grand procession toward MOU's residence.
Yawn. MOU, who was packing his things, seemed to sense something and couldn't help but sneeze. Chapter 3, The Peerless Sword Immortal, Disarrayed.
Xiaoyu, always stay safe while traveling, Wang Huahua urged repeatedly, fearing MOU might encounter danger.
Our family doesn't have much talent for cultivation.
When you're out there, don't get into fights with others.
Run if you can. If you can't outrun them, reveal your identity as a member of the Mo family. At least in the Great Chen dynasty, that still carries some weight.
Even though you're from a branch family, you still bear the Mo name.
Borrowing a bit of prestige won't hurt. Mother, rest assured. I know my limits, MOU replied casually. Besides, I just learned a divine ability. No one should be able to catch me. Wang Huahua couldn't help but smile.
You're only at mid-stage body tempering.
You can't even fly on a sword yet. What divine technique are you talking about?
I know you're just trying to reassure me, but you mustn't act like this outside. I heard a band of desperados has appeared in the northern Great Qian recently.
They target lone cultivators, draining their cultivation to seek treasures. If they actually believe you have divine abilities, it could be extremely dangerous. MOU nodded with a smile, acknowledging her words. Wang Huahua tried to say more, but Mo Ping gently pulled her aside. He's grown up now. Let him see things for himself. No need to nag him all the time.
Still, your mother is right. Try to avoid heading north.
I understand, mother and father. MOU bowed respectfully. Father, mother, I'm setting off now. Go.
Wang Huahua fought back the tears welling in her eyes, refusing to let them fall.
Yet the moment MOU stepped through the gate, a booming voice echoed through the air. Is Mo Ping present? Mo Ping and Wang Huahua exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. That sounds like the head of the household? The head of the Mo family seeking him out personally must mean it's a matter of utmost importance. But what significant affair could possibly involve him? Moments later, Mo Shan descended into the courtyard.
Accompanying him were Lang Xiao, Fong Zhang, and a group of direct descendants from the Mo family.
Such a grand display? Mo Ping was puzzled. Greetings, patriarch. What might you require of me? Mo Shan grinned. Nothing much, really. Just heard you have a child named MOU. Is he here now? MOU's heart skipped a beat. Is this about me? Mo Ping paused slightly, then beckoned to MOU.
Come pay your respects to the family head.
Following Mo Ping's gesture, countless divine senses descended upon MOU.
Yet, every pair of eyes revealed nothing but disappointment. 19 years old, mid-stage body tempering. Truly, they were a dime a dozen as ordinary as could be. Fong Zhang was astonished. He whispered telepathically, Junior sister, is this the disciple you intend to take? I suppose so? Lang Xiao was uncertain too. With such mediocre aptitude, he'd likely peak at the gathering spirit realm in this lifetime.
Why then did that mysterious voice insist she take him as a disciple? Ding! MOU detected.
Host, please take him as your disciple immediately. The voice in her mind sounded again.
It seemed he was the one. MOU felt the gazes of the crowd and was utterly puzzled. MOU, I greet the family head. Ha ha, what a handsome lad. Truly worthy of being a descendant of the Mo family, ha ha ha. Mo Shan couldn't immediately discern anything special about MOU. However, since Lang Xiao held him in such high regard, he must be extraordinary. MOU, it's not me seeking you out this time, it's the Sword Immortal who has come for you. The Sword Immortal? Lang Xiao stepped forward slowly. That robe. Isn't that Lingxi sword sect we just saw? Then she must be Mo Dao's future master, the peerless Sword Immortal, Lang Xiao. MOU instinctively took a step back.
Lang Xiao frowned, suddenly sensing an unwelcome feeling.
What are you standing there for? Pay your respects to the Sword Immortal. Mo Shan whispered gently.
Ahem, this junior greets the senior. MOU snapped back to reality, clearing his throat twice, his mind filled with confusion. Why would a venerable sword pavilion elder, a Dao-seeking powerhouse, seek out a lowly body-tempering cultivator like me? Shouldn't you take Mo Dao as your disciple and focus on cultivating him? No need for formalities, Lang Xiao said coolly. MOU, I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? That's more like it. Taking disciples is what you should be doing. Wait, hold on. Who are you taking on? Senior, did you just say me? MOU stared wide-eyed, pointing at himself in disbelief. Of course it's you.
Beside them, the direct descendants of the Mo family cast eager glances. Fists clenched tightly. Damn it, I'd give anything to take his place. Becoming a disciple of the Sword Immortal was an opportunity of a lifetime. Mo Ping and Wang Huahua were equally astonished, frozen in shock just like Mou. Wait, is this even right? Lang Xiao taking me as her disciple? What kind of joke is this? An unparalleled Sword Immortal taking a good-for-nothing under her wing? Wait, could she have discovered my identity as a time traveler? Mou instantly grew wary. No way, I absolutely cannot become her disciple. Regardless of Lang Xiao's motives, the mere thought of becoming a fellow disciple of the protagonist Mo Dao filled Mou with utter reluctance. After all, Lingxi Sword Pavilion had ultimately been wiped out. From the venerable elders to the lowliest disciples, not a single soul survived. Such an extremely high-risk identity was absolutely out of the question. Senior. I'm 19 this year and only at mid-stage body tempering. I doubt I meet Lingxi Sword Pavilion's standards for discipleship? I take you as my disciple, and no one will dare question it. Lang Xiao declared with unwavering certainty. Mou frowned. Senior, across the eastern continent indeed, the entire Sanyu continent, the Lingxi Sword Pavilion stands as a peerless sect. How could such a place, which nurtures countless geniuses, tolerate a disciple whose cultivation progresses so slowly? It would tarnish Lingxi Sword Pavilion's reputation and that of every sect in the eastern continent. Even if you wish to take me as a disciple, I cannot permit myself to engage in such conduct. This disciple. I absolutely cannot accept. Fang Jing scrutinized Mou before transmitting his voice. Junior sister, this lad has a point. While our Lingxi Sword Pavilion disciples may not be peerless, they should still rank among the foremost. His cultivation is too weak. Disciples of his age within the pavilion have long since entered the opening veins realm years ago. Lang Xiao gave Mou a reassuring look. If I say you're worthy, then you are. When I take on a disciple, even the Sword Pavilion master has no right to interfere. Fang Zheng froze for a moment before finally waving his hand in resignation. All right. As you wish. The Mo family members were utterly astonished. They couldn't fathom what kind of magic Mou possessed that could make Lang Xiao disregard the Lingxi Sword Pavilion's authority just to take him as a disciple. Instantly, the envious gazes grew even more intense. Mo Shan's eyes brimmed with delight. With his son Mo Dao already there, the Mo family now boasted 2 disciples of Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Now, they were among the most prestigious in all of Deqian. Talent? That was beside the point. The mere title of Sword Immortal Disciple was enough to strike fear into countless hearts. Only Mou stared at Lang Xiao, utterly perplexed. She didn't seem to be joking at all, she genuinely intended to take him as her disciple. He felt a bit helpless. Well, if that's the case, he might as well be blunt. Senior Lang, I know my own limitations. I wouldn't want to burden you. I humbly request you seek a more suitable disciple. The words hung heavy in the air, freezing everyone in place. Lang Xiao stared at him for a long moment, her eyes filled with confusion and disarray. You refuse? Mou nodded slowly. I do not. Chapter 4, Lang Xiao wants to exploit a bug. Why? For the first time in her life, Lang Xiao felt genuinely puzzled. Those who wished to become her disciples could circle Lingxi Sword Pavilion several times over, yet this ordinary youth had refused. She could tell Mou wasn't lying, it was a genuine reluctance. Mou bowed slightly. Senior, becoming your disciple would inevitably invite challenges from others. This junior values his life and has no desire to engage in combat. A perfectly reasonable explanation, yet the gaze of the Mo family's direct descendants toward Mou had changed. Such a precious opportunity, squandered so carelessly? It was nothing short of squandering divine providence. Ding! Detected strong resistance from Mou toward the host. Please proceed with caution. Resistance? Lang Xiao's expression remained unchanged. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. With that, she vanished in a flash. Among those present, only Fang Zheng glimpsed something that shouldn't have been there in Lang Xiao's hastily retreating figure. A flicker of anger. The Mo family members, seeing this, also departed one after another. The once bustling courtyard suddenly fell silent. Finally gone, Mou exhaled heavily. Why did the plot change? Did the butterfly effect kick in? Regardless, we must leave immediately. Mou pondered inwardly. Mo Dao had just been born. According to the original storyline, Lang Xiao would stay at the Mo residence for several years, likely taking Mo Dao back to Lingxi Sword Pavilion only when he was 3 or 4. Mo Ping and Wang Huahua finally caught up, their expressions turning anxious. Won't that elder from Lingxi Sword Pavilion come looking for trouble? Mou smiled. The elder must have mistaken me for someone else. With her transcendent cultivation, she wouldn't bother with me. True enough, Wang Huahua nodded, knowing her child well. Mou's cultivation talent was inherited from both parents, it was destined to be mediocre at best. How could she possibly catch the eye of a legendary Sword Immortal? Impossible. Impossible. Father, Mother, I'm leaving now. Today's events will surely spread. We'll inevitably face endless questioning. It's best to step away for a while.
Wang Huahua smoothed her sleeves. Sigh, getting tangled up with these big shots always brings a string of troubles.
Better to stay far away. My mother truly understands me. Mou's lips curved upward.
I'll return to see you both after a few years of wandering. Then he would bring his parents away, leaving this trouble-ridden place of endless strife behind for good. Bidding farewell to his parents, Mou set out on his journey, heading north. The human realm was divided into the eastern continent, southern frontier, western ling, northern pole, and the most powerful central domain. In the future, Mo Dao would conquer the eastern continent, pacify the southern frontier, subdue the western mountains, and finally seize the central continent. The only place he had yet to visit was the northern pole.
That was Mou's destination.
To stay away from the protagonist and cherish life, one must first keep a safe distance. Not far from the Mo residence, atop an inconspicuous mountain peak, a figure clad in snow-white robes stood, ethereal and still.
Resistance. Have I somehow offended him?
Snowflakes drifted around Long Xiao, coalescing into a flawless, crystalline ice mirror. The face reflected within was naturally flawless, a cold beauty without blemish. Only those eyes, seemingly calm as still water yet sharp as blades, deterred anyone from drawing near. Perhaps he was startled. Lang Xiao murmured to herself, to be so highly valued despite mediocre talent, it's only natural to be startled for a moment.
But since this MOU refuses, we'll simply find another MOU.
After all, the system only specified taking a disciple named MOU.
There were likely millions sharing that name across the vast expanse of the Great Qian dynasty. Ding.
Host detected attempting to cut corners.
Mission updated. Host must recruit MOU, a descendant of the MO clan in Great Qian, as disciple. Can this system read my thoughts?
Lang Xiao was startled and quickly composed herself.
Since it's the MO family of Great Qian, then have Mo Dao change his name. Or perhaps select any MO family member at random. She was certain the entire clan would be more than willing. To avoid detection by the system, Lang Xiao's thoughts flashed by in an instant, with astonishing speed. Yet, the moment her thoughts concluded, a ding sounded once more.
Detected host attempting to exploit system glitch. Task updated. Task updated, take MOU, a member of the MO family of Great Qian, as your disciple. Portrait as follows. Portrait.jpg.
Lang Xiao.
She suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to draw her sword.
The portrait was lifelike, an exact replica of the ordinary-looking youth from moments ago. There's still a way.
Just explain the situation to MOU and offer him substantial rewards. He'll surely agree.
Warning. Warning. Do not reveal the system's existence, or you will be terminated by the system. Crash. A terrifying bolt of divine thunder crashed down from the heavens, striking the ground at Lang Xiao's feet. Lang Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She could sense the immense terror contained within that thunder.
This so-called system might be far more powerful than she had ever imagined. The presence of such an entity within her body stirred unease, causing her to abandon the idea of taking MOU as a disciple.
I should return to the sect and consult the ancestor.
As for taking disciples, that can wait.
Ding. Detecting negative intent to take disciples.
Attempting to guide host. Just as Lang Xiao prepared to leave, her body froze in place, leaving her rooted to the spot.
Just now.
A flash of sword intent had streaked through her mind. Ethereal and elusive, like flowers in a mirror, or the moon reflected in water. In that instant, Lang Xiao attained sudden enlightenment, as if transported to an elusive, hazy realm.
Like shattered void, yet like a newly born world.
Within that sword intent lay the complete way of space.
Piercing illusion, piercing emptiness, piercing destruction. Could this be the great void sword intent?
After thousands of years of sword cultivation, this was the first time she had ever sensed such profound sword intent. In a mere instant, the bottleneck that had plagued her for 1,000 years shattered.
Ding. Guidance complete. Host, strive diligently. Completing the disciple recruitment quest will grant you the complete Taishu sword intent.
The epiphany abruptly ended, leaving Lang Xiao's mind seething with 1,000 ants gnawing at her thoughts.
This was truly an irresistible temptation. This disciple, I must take her. When it came to obsession with the sword path, Lang Xiao was second to none. Precisely because of this, the moment the system revealed the Taishu sword intent, Lang Xiao could never abandon it. By any means necessary, she would take MOU as her disciple. Junior sister, you've broken through? Lang Xiao turned to see Fang Zhang's expression, a mix of delight and astonishment. I've gained some insight. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. Little sister, you truly live up to being Lingxi Sword Pavilion's foremost prodigy. To approach the pinnacle of Dao seeking before 3,000 years, who throughout history has ever achieved such a feat? Fang Zhang roared with hearty laughter. Junior sister, you've just broken through. You need to consolidate your cultivation. Senior brother will guard your meditation. Lang Xiao shook her head. Senior brother, I have urgent matters to attend to. I cannot delay. The matters concerning the Mo family, I entrust them to you, senior brother. With that, Lang Xiao vanished without a trace. Feng Zheng froze, utterly bewildered.
When she had departed moments ago, Lang Xiao had left a strand of her divine consciousness within Mou. Now, that divine sense was rapidly receding at an astonishing speed. Such speed was absolutely beyond the capability of a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. Her sudden appearance had likely put Mou in danger. Worry gripped Lang Xiao's heart.
Mou absolutely could not meet with misfortune.
Without a moment's hesitation, she headed toward the direction the divine sense was fleeing. But when she found Mou, Lang Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Not only was Mou unharmed, but he had vanished right from under her nose.
Chapter 5, Shrinking the Earth to an Inch, Escaping Instantly. This shrinking the Earth to an inch is truly useful. Mou's face lit up with delight.
He was now tens of thousands of miles away from the Mo family estate, yet it had taken him less than half a day.
Anything Xiaomei brings out is bound to be top-notch.
To catch up to the host, one must possess at least Nirvana Realm cultivation or employ secret arts and divine abilities.
Even at mid-stage body tempering cultivation, the host can now traverse 10,000 li daily.
As cultivation deepens, traversing 1,000,000 li in a single step won't be impossible.
Speaking of cultivation, Mou felt no urgency.
After all, he knew all the dangerous, impassable regions like the back of his hand and would never go near them. He planned to head first to the Arctic, join a small sect with few rules and greater freedom, and then focus on advancing his cultivation.
The higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan.
Otherwise, one would kick the bucket in 100 years or so, wasting the entire journey of reincarnation.
Growl, growl. Before he knew it, Mou felt peckish. Xiaomei, where can I find the finest wine and cuisine nearby? Ding. 300 li north lies the city of Fanyi. Within its walls stands the Rainflower Pavilion, De Qian's premier establishment. Its 3 delicacies of rare birds are renowned as earthly delights. 20 li to the east lies the Jade Floating Cottage, where their jade floating brew rich and fragrant is hailed as the finest wine in Great Qian. And there's more. Xiaomei rattled off over a dozen delicacies, making Mou's mouth water. Since he was here, he intended to sample them all.
With a whoosh, Mou activated his earth shrinking technique and vanished once more. In the shadows, Lang Xiao watched with growing alarm. Since she'd begun following Mou, he'd already used this divine ability dozens of times. Mid-stage body tempering, traversing 1,000 miles in a single bound.
Lang Xiao asked herself honestly she couldn't possibly achieve that at her current cultivation level.
Even cultivators at the opening vein stage could only fly a few miles in a single breath using sword flight.
However, this was not the primary source of Lang Xiao's astonishment.
As far as she knew, forbidden techniques like the Blood Shadow Art, along with the Central Domain's Immortal Hearing Valley's teleportation technique Crane Hearing 1,000 li, could also cover 1,000 li in a single step. Yet they all shared a common flaw: immense energy consumption.
Mou was different.
He had used it dozens of times without showing any signs of fatigue, his breath remaining perfectly steady.
This defied all logic.
Either his constitution was extraordinary, or the divine technique he wielded possessed restorative properties.
Lang Xiao shook her head, unable to fathom it.
Her gaze followed the direction Mou vanished. A flash of white robes appeared as she pursued him forward.
Fanyi City, Great Qian Empire.
Before the city gates, a vast procession of cultivators formed a long queue. Mou felt curious and inquired around, learning that a major incident had recently occurred in Fanyi City. Several days prior, a cultivator had stolen the Mu clan's most treasured artifact, the Heaven Illusion Pearl, one of the city's 2 great clans. Enraged, the Mu family sealed the city gates, imposing strict inspections on all cultivators entering or leaving. Of course, this did not apply to the great powers. The head of the Mu family possessed cultivation at the penetrating Void Realm, matching the strength of the Mo family. With 1 or 2 Nirvana ancestors stationed within their household, they were considered a second-tier power in the eastern continent. Yet within Fanyi City itself, they were among the foremost powers, effectively the local stronghold. Within the city, only the Su family, also rooted in Fanyi City for thousands of years, could rival them. The Mu family, the Su family, Fanyi City, and the illusory Heaven Pearl, none of these elements appear in the original storyline.
Mou carefully recalled the events before finally relaxing. He wouldn't get entangled in any strange karmic entanglements here. As for characters unrelated to the plot, he wouldn't tolerate them.
Anyone who provoked him had better be prepared to face the consequences.
With that thought, Mou's lips curved upward as he walked toward the city.
The Mu family's investigation primarily targeted high-level cultivators.
Mou, however, was only at the mid-stage of body tempering.
The Mu family elders merely swept him with their divine sense and paid him no further attention. Lang Xiao followed closely behind Mou, unnoticed by any of the city's powerful cultivators.
What is he doing here? Could it be for that phantom Heaven Pearl? If I were to seize it for him, would he cease his resistance and accept me as his master? Lang Xiao pondered these thoughts to herself, then watched Mou walk into the Rainflower Pavilion.
Waiter, bring the dishes. Mou took a seat by the window upstairs, where the expansive view offered an unobstructed panorama of the surrounding landscape. 3 delicacies of rare birds, jade floating brew, 100 flowers pastry. One delicacy after another was placed on the table, making one's mouth water.
Host, Xiaomei wants to eat too. Can systems like yours even eat?
Other systems can't, but as the beautiful life system, Xiaomei can. As long as the host permits empathy, I can synchronize the host's sensations.
Wait, there are other systems? You felt a pang of suspicion. Host, you've forgotten weren't there choices at the beginning? Oh, that's what it meant. You realized. Then activate empathy. Host is so kind. Xiaomei adores you. Finally, I get to eat human food.
This system even knows how to suck up.
You couldn't help but smile as she began to savor the taste.
So delicious. Host, my happiness value keeps rising.
The person and the system ate with great delight. Long Xiao fell silent.
At first, she thought Mou had some ulterior motive, but now it seemed he'd just come to eat.
I overthought it. With his low cultivation, he probably wouldn't covet the illusory heaven bead.
Before the thought could fully form, Long Xiao's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed.
Thief, don't you dare run.
A blue-clad figure shot skyward from the city, weaving swiftly between the buildings. Behind him, over a dozen pursuers closed in relentlessly. Wave after wave of array patterns converged from all directions, relentlessly bombarding the blue-clad figure. Yet the man seemed to possess foresight, evading each strike with astonishing precision and speed.
You savored the delicacies while watching the spectacle unfold.
His position was perfectly safe, still a considerable distance from the blue-clad figure. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the pursuing crowd. Elder!
It's him!
He stole our clan's most precious treasure. Instantly, the cloudy eyes of the Mu family elder at the city gate cleared. A Pictongyu realm aura erupted from him as he charged toward the blue-clad figure at breakneck speed. The blue-clad figure abruptly halted, then abruptly changed direction, charging toward the Rainflower Pavilion.
Why is he heading this way?
Mou frowned, preparing to activate his teleportation technique to escape. The blue-clad man sped past, brushing right by him.
Their eyes met.
Within the man's gaze lay faint blue whirlpools, a single glance enough to make one feel dazed.
Ding! Someone attempted to use mind control on the host. Xiaomei has successfully blocked it. Mou frowned, suddenly feeling a weight in his hand.
A jade box, intricately carved, flew into his hand from nowhere, as if it had been glued there.
The illusion heaven bead is in that kid's hands. He has accomplices. Instantly, the Mu family's elite warriors surged toward Mou.
Mou's expression shifted slightly as he let out a soft snort.
You despicable scoundrel, trying to shift the blame onto others? I'll make sure you walk away empty-handed. His figure flickered, shrinking the distance to an inch. Mou vanished from his original spot. Where is he? The masters looked bewildered. He was clearly here just a moment ago. The one in blue is still there. Quick, chase him.
In the distance, the blue-clad man was equally stunned.
Damn it! He's just a minor cultivator. How could he block my mind control technique?
Before he could finish his thought, the Mu family elder had already closed the distance to within a few zhang.
Bandit! Prepare to die.
The blue-clad man's face paled. He chanted mysterious incantations mid-air before dissolving into a wisp of blue smoke.
Damn it!
The Mu family elder's eyebrows shot up, his hair whipping wildly as fury consumed him.
They won't escape. Seal the city. No one leaves.
In the next instant, golden shields rose around Fanyi City, sealing off the space.
In the shadows, Lung Xiao pondered silently, if I help him in his hour of need, might he remember my life-saving favor and ask to become my disciple?
But she quickly shook her head. Taking advantage of someone's vulnerability tarnishes the sword heart.
In a secluded alley within the city, Mou gazed at the exquisite jade box in his hand and opened it. Inside lay a sapphire blue, perfectly round jade bead, shrouded in mystical mist, utterly enigmatic. Chapter 6, Deceiving Heaven's Secrets, Stealing Without Trace. Could this be the illusion heaven bead? Mou barely touched the jade bead. The next instant, a brilliant azure light shot skyward, instantly capturing the attention of the entire city of Fanyi. It is the illusion heaven pearl. There! Chase it! The Mu clan elder roared, charging directly toward the dazzling blue radiance. At the same time, Mou was already completely engulfed by the blue light.
The bead in his hand shattered instantly, scattering into fragments.
It was fake after all. Mou showed no surprise. Wonder who that blue-clad fellow is.
Soon, several powerful auras closed in rapidly.
Mou shrank the ground to an inch and vanished once more. Elder, no one's here.
The Mu family elder stared at the jade box on the ground, his expression darkening.
What kind of divine ability allows someone to vanish without a trace? Could he be a disciple from some major sect? Elder, trouble. What's all the panic about?
So many illusion heaven pearls.
The Mu family elder froze, his divine sense spreading out. To his shock, hundreds of identical azure lights shot skyward from every corner of the entire Fanya city. Each point carried the aura of an illusion heaven pearl. How is this possible? The Mu family elder stared in utter disbelief.
In the northern corner of the city, the blue-robed man tossed the jade bead in his hand, a blade of grass still clenched between his teeth.
Oomph, a bunch of fools. Trying to chase me? Go ahead and search one by one.
But soon, his brow furrowed.
Now the city's sealed off and I can't get out.
And those bastards, they promised to help me escape, but they went back on their word.
Damn it!
Anger flashed across the blue-robed man's face as he momentarily lost his bearings. Just as he was at a loss, a figure clad in snow-white robes suddenly materialized before him, its chill locking him in place.
The blue-clad man's body trembled violently. The aura emanating from the woman before him was heart-stopping, leaving him utterly incapable of mustering any thought of resistance. Weren't the Mu and Su family's Nirvana stage elders supposed to be the strongest in Fanyi City? When had such a terrifying woman emerged? What is your relationship with the thief Saint Tai Bai?
Her voice was calm, tinged with a hint of coldness. The blue-clad man dared not make a single move. An existence like this could kill him with a mere thought.
In response to the senior's inquiry, this junior is Dao Wuhan.
I once had the fortune to receive 3 treatises on the art of thievery from a white-haired elder, though I do not know that elder's name.
Dao Wuhan felt a tremor of awe within his heart.
The thief Saint Tai Bai, a Taoist master of the Tao-seeking realm who created the heavenly mechanics thief arts, reputed to steal the secrets of the heavens.
Could that white-haired elder have been none other than the thief saint?
The woman before him showed no courtesy or respect toward the thief saint.
You wish to leave the city? Dao Wuhan paused, then nodded. Truth be told, I've been betrayed. Now I'm barely able to protect myself. Go find him. He can get you out. An image materialized before him, a portrait of a handsome youth. It's him. Dao Wuhan's expression shifted slightly. The figure in the portrait was none other than the chi-refining cultivator encountered at the Rainflower Pavilion. His name is Mou, the white-clad woman stated calmly. Dao Wuhan was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what the woman before him was really up to. However, it was clear that saving him was merely incidental. Her primary objective was this youth named Mou. May I ask what this junior can do for you, senior? The white-robed woman's eyes grew cold, radiating a chill. Then, she pointed a finger at Dao Wuhan's forehead. At the Rainflower Pavilion, Mou dined leisurely. Host, aren't we running? Run? I've only eaten half of this. What if that elder catches up? He's 4 major realms above you. If he attacks with full force, you might not even get a chance to use shrink the earth to an inch. Mou appeared utterly relaxed. There's a saying about blind spots under the lamp. Besides, they're busy searching for those beams now, they won't have time to worry about us. Host, what should we do next? Wait. Wait for whom? The one who wants us to take the fall, of course. Well, speak of the devil. A blue figure flashed by, appearing seated opposite Mou before anyone noticed. So you're here, senior. What should I call you? Why don't you seem surprised at all? Dao Wuhan looked puzzled. Mou's lips curved upward. Not surprised. Because if you want to leave, you have to find me. Nonsense. I'm a venerable grand cultivator of the penetrating void realm. Why would I need help from a mere tempering body realm cultivator? Then what are you doing here? Go ahead and run off by yourself. Mou silently took a sip of his jade floating brew. Rainflower Pavilion, jade floating brew, you're quite the spendthrift, aren't you? Dao Wuhan helped himself to a cup without hesitation. Just moderately wealthy. But you guessed right, I do need help with that bizarre movement technique of yours. Host, this guy's so rude. What weird footwork. That's shrinking the earth to an inch. Shrinking the earth to an inch. A true peerless divine technique, okay? Xiao Mei felt a surge of indignation. Still, I'm curious, how did you know I was coming? Dao Wuhan's eyes held confusion. Mou shrugged. Before I answer that, you'll have to tell me your name first. Dao Wuhan. Dao Wuhan. Dao Wuhan. Mou searched his mind. No. That's a relief. After multiple confirmations, Dao Wuhan was unrelated to the plot. When I first arrived in Fanhua City, the entire area was sealed off. Only the city gates remained open, with cultivators entering and exiting being screened. Yet, they only assigned a single Tongyu realm elder to handle this. Don't you think that's a bit too few? Dao Wuhan's eyes lit up. And? Mou smiled. It seemed meticulously guarded yet left an opening. Appeared heavily fortified, yet only one high-level cultivator was present. Clearly a trap set by the Mu family, waiting for you to walk right into it. Dao Wuhan glanced at Mou with surprise. Though his cultivation and talent were average, his mind was remarkably sharp. He too sensed something amiss, which was why he hadn't charged out recklessly. But you're only at mid-stage body tempering. Are you truly capable of escaping? Mou shot Dao Wuhan a skeptical look. This wasn't a question Dao Wuhan should be asking. If he'd come seeking help, it meant he'd already confirmed Mou's divine ability could aid his escape from the Mu family's pursuit. Otherwise, there'd be no need to risk revealing himself. But now, his reaction felt off. Unless. Looks like someone sent you to find me. You didn't want to come yourself or perhaps never intended to. Dao Wuhan froze.
Mou set down his wine cup, his conviction solidifying as he scrutinized Dao Wuhan.
Speak. Who sent you? Of course, you don't have to say anything provided you're confident you can evade the Mu family's pursuit. Dao Wuhan. He felt like he was being held hostage. You brat, threatening me? Think I can't kill you with a single strike? Ahem. Meet me here in half a day.
Before Dao Wuhan could react, Mou cleared his throat and bellowed, "The illusion heaven pearl is here." The voice boomed, echoing throughout the entire city. Instantly, countless divine senses converged on this location.
What are you doing?
But Mou had already vanished before his eyes.
Dao Wuhan's face fell. Damn it! Traitor! Surrender the illusion heaven pearl! The shouts of condemnation echoed relentlessly. Dao Wuhan cursed under his breath as he fled. Half a day later, at the same spot in the Rainflower Pavilion, Dao Wuhan sat across from Mou, looking utterly bedraggled and bearing fresh wounds. Not bad. You've got some speed, Mou remarked with a faint smile. You're ruthless, Dao Wuhan muttered weakly. My sister sent me to find you. She said you could get me out of here. Your sister? What's her name? Dao Ishui. Dao Ishui. Dao Ishui.
Mou murmured the name several times, confirming she didn't appear in the storyline before finally relaxing.
Hand it over. Mou extended his hand. What? Dao Wuhan asked blankly.
The Phantom Heaven Pearl, Mou snapped impatiently.
Or did you expect me to work for free? Chapter 7, Killing the Donkey After Using It. The Illusion Heaven Pearl. Dao Wuhan's mouth twitched slightly. This kid really dared to ask for an exorbitant price. No way.
I can agree to all other terms, but not the Illusion Heaven Pearl.
Mou raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Dao Wuhan as he pressed. Why? Could it be that this Phantom Heaven Pearl matters more to you than your own life? Dao Wuhan gritted his teeth. This concerns the life of my Dao companion.
If you insist on the Phantom Heaven bead, then Dao will take his leave.
With that, he rose to leave. Mou's lips curved upward. I never said I wouldn't return it. Why the rush? Dao Wuhan froze, slowly turning his head. I'm just curious. Let me study it for a day. I'll return it once I'm done. Really?
You're a great cultivator at the Tongyu realm.
I can't beat you. Why are you so nervous? Mou poured a cup of wine and gestured for Dao Wuhan to sit down. Dao Wuhan snapped to attention. You brat, are you testing me? Just wanted to understand your motive for stealing the illusory heaven pearl. After all, I'm new here and don't know much about Fan Yi City yet. Oomph. Cunning little brat. After pondering for a long while, Dao Wuhan sighed and handed Mou an exquisitely crafted jade box. Slowly opening the box, Mou held the azure jade bead in his palm. Xiao Mei, analyze it. Got it, host. Leave it to me. After several breaths, the playful lowly voice sounded again. Ding. Host, this Phantom Heaven bead is an ancient spirit treasure. Its exterior is imbued with a special resonance restriction and engraved with an ancient spirit infusing array. Activation requires spirit infusion at a suitable location. The resonance restriction can unlock ancient secret realms bearing identical restrictions. In other words, this illusory heaven bead is the key to somewhere. Yes, host. Beyond that, the illusory heaven pearl contains immense spatial energy. Infusing it with sufficient spiritual power will unlock the illusory heaven realm within. The illusory heaven realm? Many ancient spiritual treasures contain internal spaces. Cultivating within them can yield twice the results with half the effort, and one might even discover cultivation resources and ancient texts left behind by primordial cultivators. How much spiritual energy is required to activate it? Host, the ancient era differs vastly from the present world. To fully activate it now would require nearly depleting the entire spiritual energy of a peak Dao-seeking cultivator. Mou understood. No wonder this treasure ended up in the hands of the mediocre Mu family. In the present day, the illusory heaven pearl was merely a flashy yet ineffective ordinary artifact. As for some ancient secret realm? He certainly wouldn't be going there. Here, take it back. Mou placed the illusion heaven pearl back into the jade box and returned it to Dao Wuhan. You figured it out in such a short time? Dao Wuhan's pupils dilated slightly, a look of disbelief on his face. He had possessed the Phantom Heaven bead for days yet remained utterly baffled by its function, knowing only that it was profoundly mysterious. As for the Mu family, generations had studied it without uncovering its secrets. Yet Mou had examined it for merely a few dozen breaths before losing interest. Could he have truly uncovered some secret? It can't be deciphered, Mou sighed. I suppose it holds no use for me either. Upon hearing this, Dao Wuhan felt a weight lift from his heart. That's more like it. How could a cultivator at the tempering realm possibly unravel its mysteries? If someone truly uncovered the function of the illusory heaven pearl, it would likely disturb the Mu family's ancient ancestor from seclusion. Senior Daoist Dao, I've examined the illusory heaven pearl. Now we must discuss our escape. Surely you have a way to break through this city's ceiling barrier? Dao Wuhan nodded. My sister is already outside the city.
Working together from the inside and outside, she will open a breach in the city's ceiling formation at the eastern gate.
We will depart from there. MOU was taken aback. Your sister is that powerful? Capable of single-handedly disrupting the city's ceiling formation?
Breaking a major formation requires at least peak Nirvana Realm cultivation. That surpasses even the patriarchs of the Mu and Su families.
Why resort to theft when they could simply storm in, seize what they want, and flee?
The patriarchs wouldn't stand a chance chasing them. However, Dao Wuhan shook his head. Ishuwei possesses an array-breaking artifact, but it's only powerful enough to create a single breach.
I see. MOU nodded slowly, then asked, when will she make her move? Dao Wuhan's expression darkened. There's one more thing I need to retrieve. I can't leave just yet. What is it?
The Su family's most treasured artifact, the Supreme Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng.
So the illusion Heaven Pearl was what the Su family sent you to steal? MOU inquired curiously. Dao Wuhan nodded.
I went to them seeking medicine, and they demanded the illusory Heaven Pearl in exchange. But when I actually stole the illusory Heaven Pearl and went to them, the Su family denied everything and shut the door in my face.
MOU looked at Dao Wuhan with pity. This guy had been sold out by the Su family. Looks like the Su family even sent skilled assassins to secretly hunt you down.
While the Mu family mobilized their forces, the Su family took advantage of the chaos to make their move. They really played their cards well. MOU narrowed his eyes.
Dao Wuhan remained silent, effectively acknowledging the truth. That Taiyu Shuling ginseng must have been hidden away by the Su family too. Dao Wuhan's eyes darkened. His Dao companion couldn't hold on much longer. If they didn't get the spiritual medicine soon, she would ultimately perish. You're a cultivator at the penetrating void realm, yet you've been gloomy all day? MOU's eyebrows twitched. There is a way to obtain the Taiyu Snow Spirit Ginseng.
Dao Wuhan snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with fervor. If you can help me obtain that spirit herb, whatever you ask of me in the future, I, Dao Wuhan, will do it without hesitation.
MOU nodded slowly, offering no refusal.
That Dao Wuhan could steal the illusory Heaven Pearl from the heavily guarded Mu family meant he possessed extraordinary skills.
To go to such lengths for a partner showed true loyalty. In MOU's estimation, Dao Wuhan might prove useful to him in the future. Moreover, he had already inquired about the Mu and Su families. Relying on their formidable strength, they monopolized spirit veins, trafficked female cultivators, and suppressed other factions. Some minor sects had even been wiped out entirely.
Facing such aristocratic families, MOU's thoughts grew even more resolute. Senior thief flatters me, MOU smiled faintly.
If the Su family wishes to stand idly by and reap the benefits, we'll flood their waters and capsize their boat. Divert the disaster eastward, switch the beams and pillars, then we'll be the ones fishing in troubled waters.
On the Rainflower Pavilion, MOU began discussing the operational plan with Dao Wuhan. In the shadows, Lin Xiao grew increasingly uneasy as she listened.
This kid looks ordinary enough, but he's full of tricks.
One master of thievery, the other a genius of escape.
With these two joining forces, the treasures of both the Mu and Su families would likely be plundered clean. After about half an hour, Dao Wuhan's eyes lit up. Brother MO, you truly have remarkable skills.
He no longer carried himself as a senior with profound cultivation, instead treating MOU as an equal.
Brother Dao, if you're ready, we can begin. Dao Wuhan's lips curved upward. I've been itching to get started.
Chapter 8, the Mu family's young lady comes of age.
Cousin Su Sanin greets third uncle Sanping.
No need for formalities, cousin. We're all sons of the Su family, no need for such stiffness.
The two strikingly similar youths exchanged glances, then burst into sudden laughter. Ah, brilliant.
Brother Mo's insight is truly unparalleled.
In less than half a day, you've mastered this ethereal illusion technique to perfection. It's utterly convincing.
The man named Su Sanin shimmered with radiant light, transforming back into the blue-clad figure, the thief without trace. Across from him, Su Sanping raised his eyebrows.
With a flick of his sleeves, he transformed back into the handsome youth, none other than MOU. This ethereal illusion technique is truly wondrous. Not only can it alter one's aura, but it seems to conceal a portion of the heaven's secrets as well? Dao Wuhan looked astonished. I never imagined Brother Mo could discern even that.
Truth be told, I too was once a young master from a prominent family. But my clan provoked a force they shouldn't have, leading to our clan's annihilation.
I was cast out onto the streets, utterly alone.
Later, I encountered a white-haired elder who imparted to me the 3 treatises on heavenly mechanics thievery. This ethereal illusion body technique is precisely one of the methods recorded within.
You felt a pang of surprise.
A fallen noble family, then encountering a peerless master. This sounds suspiciously like the protagonist's journey. He double-checked the plotline several times, confirming that Thief Wu Han did not appear in the story, before finally relaxing.
Dao Wuhan's expression turned serious.
Though the ethereal phantom body technique is powerful, it can still be seen through by those with formidable divine senses, like the Mu clan's Nirvana ancestor. We must remain vigilant. Brother Dao, rest assured. What we're doing won't stir those old fools. The Mu Clan Spirit Mine, one of the two largest spirit mines in Fanyi City, bustled with cultivators laboring tirelessly. Men and women alike, clad in varied attire. Yet one thing united them all, each wore a golden band encircling their forehead. Hauling ore, chiseling stone, digging earth, they handled every dirty, grueling task. Nearby, several Mu Clan cultivators wielded ruined whips, lashing the ground while shouting commands like no slacking, and move faster. The Mu family wields immense power in Fanyi City, routinely enslaving rootless cultivators. Those exiled here are merely the tip of the iceberg, explained Dao Wuhan. If we get caught, this is almost certainly what awaits us. Don't worry, Brother Dao. As long as their Nirvana ancestor remains secluded, they'll never catch us, Mo declared with radiant confidence. Brother Mo, your teleportation skills are truly divine. Dao Wuhan marveled. In the shadows, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed, a chill stirring within her. A mere third-rate clan dares to enslave so many wandering cultivators, acting like demonic cultivators. It seems the moral climate in Great Xian has grown rather twisted. As the foremost righteous sect in the eastern continent, Lingxi Sword Pavilion held the demonic path in utter contempt. As an elder of the Sword Pavilion, Ling Xiao would certainly not stand idly by. Get moving, every one of you. A figure emerged from the mine shaft, clad in crimson brocade robes and wielding a leather whip, her figure exuding allure. A hint of irritation flashed across her face, clearly dissatisfied with the pace of the spirit ore mining. Brother Mo, this is Mu Ling, the eldest daughter of the Mu family patriarch. She's just 20 and recently reached the opening veins realm. Dao Wuhan's eyes lit up. Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Dao. You're welcome. With that, Dao Wuhan soared into the air, bellowing, Ha! The Mu family's spirit ore is indeed abundant. I happen to be short on spirit stones, I'll just take some from here. Who dares? How audacious. From the direction of the mine shaft, two beams of light shot upward simultaneously, encircling Dao Wuhan from front and rear. Both were cultivators at the penetrating void realm. At that moment, Dao Wuhan had transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man, unrecognizable to anyone. My friend, this is the Mu family's mining vein. You've come to the wrong place. Dao Wuhan raised his eyebrows. Of course not. I'm here to rob your Mu family. Without another word, he launched a direct assault forward. Tongyu, Nirvana, and Dao Quest, these were the three major realms preceding the Emperor Realm. Most Nirvana and Dao Quest cultivators secluded themselves in meditation, detached from worldly affairs. The most commonly encountered high-tier cultivators in daily life were those at the penetrating the void realm. High-level cultivators battling was a rare sight, and the divine abilities they displayed were truly spectacular. Mo, you found a clean rock to sit on, then pulled out some melon and fruit. He began eating with relish while watching the scene unfold. Long Xiao. Throughout their journey, she had never once seen Mo cultivate. He was either eating or playing, not behaving like a cultivator at all. Now, faced with the rare spectacle of high-level cultivators battling something he should be deeply contemplating, he was instead munching on snacks. If his talent was ordinary, he should strive even harder. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a surge of frustration, like watching a piece of iron that just wouldn't temper. Once she took him as her disciple, she'd teach him properly. Wonder when I'll break through to the Tongyu realm? Mou's eyes lit up slightly. You know what? This flashy stuff is actually pretty cool. Ding. Host, rest assured. As long as your thoughts are clear and your fulfillment value is sufficient, you can manifest any divine power you desire. Mou nodded in satisfaction. Lethality was secondary. When it comes to spells, the most important thing is to be cool. Of course, being both stylish and powerful was even better. The aerial battle raged back and forth, but Dao Wuhan held back his full strength. He continuously adjusted his position, drawing closer to the spirit ore. Then, seizing a moment when the two Mu family elders alternated their assault, a burst of green smoke suddenly erupted from Dao Wuhan, enveloping the entire spirit ore. Everyone's vision instantly blurred. Ah! Thud! A crisp knocking sound echoed, accompanied by a woman's startled cry. Dao Wuhan flashed to Mou's side, his shoulder bearing a red-clad woman none other than Mu Ling, knocked unconscious. Brother Mo, we've got her. Let's go. Mou, already prepared, placed his hand on Dao Wuhan's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished into thin air. As the smoke cleared, the two elders of the Mu family stood utterly bewildered. No! The young miss has been abducted. Instantly, their expressions darkened. Damn it, we've been tricked. Chase after them. Ling Xiao's finger flickered lightly, sending countless sword energies like fine needles hurtling toward the spirit ore. The golden bands binding all the scattered cultivators shattered simultaneously. The enslaved wandering cultivators, newly liberated, rose up in revolt, charging toward the surrounding Mu family disciples. Chaos erupted throughout the mining district. Chaos. Total chaos. Who dares oppose my Mu family? I'll skin you alive. The two elders, bound to quell the disturbance, could not leave and could only vent their fury verbally. Inside an old, dilapidated house, Mu Ling was bound to a pillar with spirit binding ropes coiled around her body. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. It hurts. The sharp pain at the back of her head made her gasp repeatedly. Where am I? Surveying her surroundings and the ropes binding her, she finally realized. She had been captured. Who could it be? Who dares to kidnap me so brazenly? Don't they fear my father's wrath? Mu Ling bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushing visibly as the spiritual energy within her body grew chaotic. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. She struggled relentlessly, trying to break free from the spirit-binding ropes, but the cords seemed to possess a will of their own. The harder she struggled, the tighter they bound her. Mu Ling tried countless methods, all to no avail. Soon, panic seized her. Her breathing grew erratic, her body trembling uncontrollably. She's the legitimate daughter of the Mu family, yet she seems rather dim-witted, Dao Wuhan couldn't help but mutter from the adjacent room. Getting her to escape on her own is probably impossible now. Mu chuckled. Since she can't figure it out, we'll just give her a little help when the time comes. It's about time. Time to make an appearance, third brother Sanin. Chapter 9, sold straight to the Union sect. Bang! The door swung open as Mu and Dao Wuhan stepped inside, their faces concealed by masks. Mu Ling kept her eyes tightly shut, her head drooping, feigning unconsciousness. However, Mu could sense that when the two entered, Mu Ling's breathing visibly faltered, clearly not the reaction of someone unconscious. Seems like this Mu family girl hasn't woken up yet, Dao Wuhan spoke in Su Sanin's voice. Mu replied in a low voice, whether she wakes or not is irrelevant. The ancestor has already discovered the secret to unlocking the illusion Heaven Pearl. We only need to extract her heart's blood. After nourishing it for 49 days, we'll activate the secret technique. The illusion Heaven Pearl will open, and then this Fan Yi city will be ours to command. Dao Wuhan laughed heartily. My cousin speaks wisely. As long as the girl stays alive, it's enough. Mu snapped sharply, how many times have I told you? Don't use casual nicknames during missions. Is that so hard to understand? Dao Wuhan abruptly covered his mouth, then nudged Mu Ling. Finding no response, he exhaled in relief. Big brother is right. I was reckless. Thankfully, this girl hasn't woken up. At that moment, Mu Ling's heart pounded violently, yet she dared not make a sound. The kidnappers and the thieves who stole the Phantom Heaven Pearl are the same group. And they've even found a way to activate it. As the legitimate daughter of the Mu family, she knew well how mysterious the Phantom Heaven Pearl was. Generations of Mu family ancestors had studied it, yet none had uncovered its secrets. They only knew that the Phantom Heaven Pearl held immense secrets. But now, someone claimed to have cracked its secrets? How could she not be shocked? Mu Ling's resolve hardened. She must escape and deliver this news to her father. Big bro, that Mu family girl is a real looker. I've been lusting after her for ages. Every time I see her, I get so worked up I can barely stand it. How about letting your little bro have some fun with her this time? Dao Wuhan spoke in a flippant tone, his voice sounding every bit like a thug's. Mu silently gave him a mental thumbs up. I warn you, don't overstep. If the patriarch finds out, neither of us will escape punishment. Hurry up and extract her heart's blood. Business comes first. Mu Ling's heart raced with fear. Damn bastard. How dare he covet my body? Wait, based on their conversation, these two must know me. And they meet regularly. Who? Who could it be? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Mu Ling as she felt her vital heart essence draining away. Damn it! She dared not make a sound until their movements ceased. Seems she really hasn't woken up, Mu murmured. I'll take the blood to the patriarch first. You stay here and watch over her. The formation in the room isn't fully set yet. We absolutely can't let her escape. Dao Wuhan patted his chest. Leave it to me, big brother. Mu walked straight out and entered the adjacent room, peering inside. Dao Wuhan had already begun making his move according to the plan. Damn it! What is he doing? Mu Ling's body stiffened as a broad palm gently cupped her jaw. Heh heh, you little minx. I've wanted you for ages. Today, I finally get my wish. Dao Wuhan's hands roamed over her body, making Mu Ling's heart pound violently. Host, he doesn't seem to be acting at all. Mu couldn't help but smile. Perhaps he's playing himself. In the shadows, Lang Xiao closed her eyes. Damn, this spirit-binding rope is such a pain. Dao Wuhan spat, then loosened it halfway. Ha! Much easier now. Once I'm done playing with you, I'll sell you to the Union sect. You've been strutting around all high and mighty, I'll make sure you taste what it's like to be a man. Mu. Lang Xiao. Host, he's so cruel. Mu Ling's body trembled violently, wishing she could cleave this bastard before her in two with a single stroke. Ha! You're awake? You scoundrel, die. Mu Ling hesitated not a moment, her fingers forming a sword as she thrust toward the center of Dao Wuhan's forehead. No! Dao Wuhan tried to dodge, but Mu Ling's speed left him no chance. In an instant, Dao Wuhan lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Mu Ling slumped down, sweat soaking through her clothes. She had just used the Mu family's secret technique, which drained her immensely. Still, she dared not linger. Having freed herself from half the spirit binding rope, Mu Ling struggled to shift her body and finally extricated herself from the remaining half. Scanning the room, she spotted an opening in the formation near the window. They really didn't have time to finish setting it up. Mu Ling felt a wave of dread wash over her. Had she awakened even a moment later, once the formation was complete, she might truly have been trapped inside. Let me see who you truly are. Mu Ling stepped forward and tore off Dao Wuhan's mask. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Su Sanan. It's him? Damn it, the Su family did this. No wonder father couldn't catch the thief who stole the illusion Heaven Pearl after searching for so many days. When it came to who in Fanyi City could shelter those wanted by the Mu family, none other than the Su family. In that moment, Mu Ling's mind clicked into place, piecing together the chain of events. Damn scoundrel, meet your end. Mu Ling channeled her spiritual energy into a long blade, striking at the third leg of the thief, Wuhan. That woman is ruthless. You hurriedly made a noise. The patriarch commands bring her to the main hall. The voice was quiet, yet it halted Mu Ling's attack, preventing her from causing further trouble. Oomph. I'll skin you alive someday. Mu Ling's figure flickered as she dashed toward the gap in the spell array by the window. Yu flung open the door and cried out in alarm, she's escaped. Someone, chase after her. Mu Ling sneered coldly, Humph. Think you can catch me? Dream on. In the next instant, she drew a talisman from her robe, igniting it with her own blood essence. Her speed surged tenfold, and she vanished into the sky. She's gone. Upon hearing this, Dao Wuhan slowly opened his eyes. That little vixen sure packs a punch. Brother do you think the head of the Mu family will believe Mu Ling? You smiled. Whether he believes it or not, the Mu family won't let this opportunity slip. The Mu and Su families have long-standing grudges. Add the temptation of unlocking the secrets of the illusory Heaven Pearl, truth or lies, the Mu family will act. Dao Wuhan stretched lazily. Brother speaks wisely. What should we do next? Mu's lips curved upward. Naturally, we'll keep stoking the fire. But there's one more issue: the Su brothers, Su Sanan and Su Sanping. They absolutely cannot be allowed to return to Fanyi City. Dao Wuhan smiled faintly. Rest assured, brother With my sister stationed outside the city, they won't be able to show their faces. You nodded slightly. Then, let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Within days, a major incident erupted in Fanyi City. The head of the Mu family, accompanied by a group of Mu family elders, raised 2 spirit mines belonging to the Su family to the ground. They also declared that the Su family must return the Phantom Heaven Pearl stolen from the Mu family, or else they would fight the Su family to the death. The Su family, refusing to back down, dispatched elite fighters to attack the Mu family, inflicting heavy losses upon them. The conflict between the two families erupted completely, leaving no possibility for reconciliation. As for Mu and Dao Wuhan, they spent these days shuttling back and forth between the two great clans. By day, he was a masked elder of the Su family; by night, he was a guest scholar of the Mu family. Amidst this relentless turmoil, the entire city of Fanya descended into utter chaos. 3 days later, in a private room of the Rainflower Pavilion, the communication jade slip on Dao Wuhan's person finally lit up. Chapter 10, countering with their own strategy, striking east while feigning west. In the eastern part of Fanyeching, within a magnificent mansion, the head of the Su family wore a look of deep concern. Has the Mu family lost their minds? Waging war against us at such a cost? Head of the family, there's something fishy about this, an elder interjected. According to intelligence from our mole within the Mu family, their eldest daughter, Mu Ling, was kidnapped a few days ago. After escaping, she immediately accused our Su family of the abduction. Mu Changjing flew into a rage and had our spirit mine razed to the ground. But I've questioned everyone thoroughly these past days. No one went to kidnap Mu Ling. This must be a deliberate frame-up. The Su family head spoke gravely. Who do you think it is? Recently, the only one who has a grudge against our Su family and is also connected to the Phantom Heaven Pearl is Dao Wuhan. It's him. The Su family head's eyes flashed with realization. When Dao Wuhan came begging for the Taiyu Snow Spirit Ginseng, the Su family had no intention of giving it to him. Instead, they sent him to steal the illusory Heaven Pearl, hoping to cause trouble for the Mu family. Instead, not only did Dao Wuhan steal it, but he also came knocking with the Phantom Heaven Pearl to exchange for the Taiyu Snow Spirit Ginseng. Could the Su family possibly give it to him? They could only deny the debt. Yet they coveted the Phantom Heaven Pearl intensely, having heard it held immense secrets. Thus, they secretly dispatched assassins to hunt down Dao Wuhan, seize the Heavenly Illusion Pearl, and ensure no witnesses remained. But unexpectedly, Dao Wuhan possessed not only astonishing thieving skills but also unparalleled mastery of disguise. Not only did he escape unscathed, but he also dragged the Su family into the mess. Master, with Dao Wuhan's cultivation at the initial stage of the Tongyu realm, it's utterly impossible for him to move freely within the Mu family's stronghold without assistance. The Su family head narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting he has a powerful backer? Precisely, head of the Su family. Moreover, this person's strength is undeniably formidable. Even a peak Tongyu realm elder from the Mu family couldn't lay a finger on them. This individual is likely at least a peak Tongyu realm cultivator themselves. Silence fell over the entire Su household. After a long pause, the Su family head spoke. What do you suggest we do? Head of the family, I have a plan. Since Thief Without Trace desires the Taiyu Snow Spirit Ginseng, we should give it to him. Impossible. The Su family head frowned. This is our family's most precious treasure. We absolutely cannot give it to outsiders. Head, hear me out. We use the Taiyu Snow Spirit Ginseng as bait to lure out Dao Wuhan and the powerful figure behind him. Then we secretly notify the Mu family, claiming the Su family intends to trade the illusory Heaven Pearl. Once they've fought each other to exhaustion, then At these words, the Su family patriarch's face broke into a meaningful smile. Let the clam and the snipe fight while the fisherman profits, truly the style of an old fox like you. Ha 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 ha. Meet at the Northern City Temple at midnight tonight. The Su family has summoned me. Dao Wuhan frowned at the message on the jade slip. A bunch of untrustworthy scoundrels. Did they mention the Taiyu Snow Spirit Ginseng? Mou asked. Dao Wuhan shook his head. Mou smiled. Agree to it. Why? Dao Wuhan was puzzled. This is almost certainly a trap. How skilled are you at unlocking locks and breaking formations, brother Dao? Mou didn't answer directly but countered with a question. To be honest, brother Mo, one of the 3 treatises on heavenly mechanics thievery is dedicated to array breaking techniques. Unless it's an exceptionally rare formation, I can dismantle it single-handedly. Dao Wuhan raised his eyebrows, brimming with confidence. Then it's settled. At midnight tonight, we'll retrieve that Taiyu Snow Spirit Ginseng. Tonight? Dao Wuhan's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Mo, are you suggesting we turn their plan against them, feint east, strike west? Mou nodded. Let them set their traps while we steal our treasure. Our paths won't cross, a win-win for all. The two exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. In the shadows, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake her head. This guy really has no fear of death. Sigh. Midnight, at the Temple of Blessings. Members of the Mu and Su families lay in wait, each lurking in separate corners. Master, the intelligence was accurate. The Su family has ambushed a large number of experts over there. Almost all their Tongyu realm cultivators have arrived. The Mu family head's face darkened. Thank goodness for that anonymous messenger. Otherwise, we would have been caught off guard this time. All hands prepare. Flank the Su family from behind and strike with full force, leave not a single one alive. Soon, deafening battle cries erupted from the direction of the Zhu temple. The battle must have already begun. Before the Su residence, Mou's lips curved upward. Brother Dao, it's time for us to depart. As he spoke, the ethereal illusion technique shimmered with light. Mou and Dao Wuhan transformed, taking on the appearances of the Su family's first and second elders. Elders, why have you returned? A Su family servant approached to inquire. Mou replied in a solemn tone, the Mu family is well prepared. We have been ordered by the family head to retrieve magical artifacts from the treasury to confront the enemy. Do you have the family head's written order? Of course we do. Dao Wuhan reached into his sleeve, then swiftly flicked it forward. White mist drifted into the servant's nostrils and mouth. His eyes immediately glazed over, and he became incoherent. Lead us to the treasury. Yes. Led by the servant, the two entered the Su family treasury unimpeded, passing through without encountering any resistance. Brother thief, it's up to you now, Mou whispered telepathically. Dao Wuhan's lips curved upward as he began examining the vault's protective barriers. Mou kept a constant watch on their surroundings and the time, ready for any contingency. The ethereal phantom body technique was profoundly mysterious. As long as that overconfident Nirvana stage elder of the Su family didn't show up, it would be difficult for the two to be exposed. Moreover, according to intelligence Mou had gathered, the Su family patriarch's seclusion site was a secluded paradise, not within the city of Fanyi. It couldn't possibly be that unlucky for the Su family's ancestor to have returned to the city today. After roughly half an hour, the treasure vault's restrictions were finally breached, if only temporarily. It worked. Quick, let's go in. Two figures flashed and vanished into the treasury, its doors slowly closing behind them. My goodness, no wonder they're one of Nightfall City's two great families. This treasury is far richer than I imagined. Thief Without Trace couldn't help but marvel. As he spoke, he began moving items while searching for the Taiyu Snow Spirit Ginseng. As for Mou, he surveyed the surroundings with a critical eye, unimpressed by the commonplace items. Xiaomei, quickly find out what the most valuable item in this vault is. Understood, host. Before long, Xiaomei's voice sounded again. Host, at the deepest part of the treasure vault lies a set of pitch-black armor. It is a battle suit left over from the ancient era. If fully restored, it could withstand a full power strike from a Dao-seeking realm cultivator. Mou's eyes lit up. This was a genuine lifesaver. Without a moment's hesitation, he set off toward the deepest recesses. At the same time, deep underground in the Su family's secluded retreat, a pair of nearly dried-up eyes slowly opened. What vermin dares trespass into the Su family treasury? You seek your own demise. An ancient voice echoed through the underground chambers as the blue Taoist robe billowed, radiating boundless spiritual energy. All around, blue 9-star lamps flickered to life one after another. Linked together, they formed a vast spirit-gathering array. The figure in the robe rose, floating silently into the air, instantly locking onto the thief, Wu Hen, within the vault. As for Mou, with his mid-stage tempering cultivation, he was completely ignored. Dao Wuhen's heart lurched violently. Cold sweat poured from his back as he stammered. Brother Mo, our luck seems to be running out. Chapter 11, The Ancestor of Nirvana, Such Terrifying Might. The Tongyu Realm and the Nirvana Realm, though seemingly separated by but one tier, were in truth worlds apart. As the name implies, the Nirvana Realm requires one to be placed in a life or death situation before rebirth. Only by embracing death can one achieve rebirth. Among all cultivation realms, Nirvana is the most perilous and unstable. But when it comes to raw power, before reaching the realm of penetrating the mysteries, one might still defeat foes of higher realms. But after attaining Nirvana, each step ascends to the heavens. There is absolutely no possibility of defeating foes of higher realms. Dao Wuhen trembled at the touch of that terrifying divine sense. The Su family's ancestor is here. Mou's expression changed instantly. Go! Without hesitation, Mou swept his sleeves. He gathered every visible treasure into his possession. Then, carrying Dao Wuhen, he activated his teleportation technique, vanishing instantly. What? It's spatial magic. No wonder he could move freely in the city at just the tempered body realm. The Su family patriarch was utterly astonished, unable to believe it. A chilling smile spread across his wrinkled face. Haha, this technique suits me perfectly. If I can obtain it intact, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. The shrink the earth to an inch technique was astonishing, yet it still fell short in the face of the vast chasm between their cultivation realms. Nirvana cultivators possessed immense spiritual awareness, easily encompassing an entire city. After the Su family patriarch awoke, every move Mou made was under his control. This divine ability is indeed formidable, reaching the edge of the city's protective array in an instant. The Su family patriarch's eyes flashed with delight. With a flick of his divine sense, he appeared behind Mou and his companion in the blink of an eye. Mou and Dao Wuhen froze instantly. Turning to look, they saw a face as withered as a corpse, grinning at them in a way that sent shivers down their spines. Young friends, you came as guests to the Su family. Why such a rush to leave? Mou's brow furrowed slightly as he whispered telepathically, Brother Dao, this old monster doesn't seem eager to kill us. Looks like he's after something we're carrying. Everyone, stop fighting. Get over here. The Shu family patriarch's voice was not loud, yet every person facing the ancestral temple trembled at his command. Ancestor. The Mu family members' expressions shifted erratically. Go! Before long, members of both the Su and Mu families from patriarchs to direct descendants gathered upon the city walls. Greetings, patriarch. Ancestor, when did you emerge from seclusion? The Su family head bowed respectfully. Oomph. A bunch of fools, played like puppets by a mere child. The Su family patriarch's expression darkened. The treasury was nearly emptied, yet you, the head of the family, remained utterly oblivious. Damn it! With that, the Su patriarch reached out and seized the head of the Su family head in his hand. Ah! Patriarch! No! Before long, the head of the Su family's face collapsed, his vital energy drained dry, leaving him a desiccated corpse. The crowd shuddered, and the Su family members, their eyes filled with terror, fell to their knees. Ancestor, spare us! Killing without regard for blood ties. Mou's heart sank heavily. Young friends, have you seen enough? A piercing gaze fell upon Mou and Dao Wuhen. In the shadows, Lang Xia watched silently, making no move to intervene. This so-called patriarch of the Su family was nothing but an insect in her eyes, easily crushed at any moment. But he wanted Mou to taste the cruelty of the cultivation world. The law of the jungle remained unchanging. When he faces life-threatening peril and nears despair, he will grasp the frailty of his own power. Then, when I strike them down with a single sword, he will be utterly captivated and willingly become my disciple. Cold Xiao calculated thus. Mou scanned his surroundings, his mind racing for an escape plan. Young friends, why the silence? The Su family patriarch gazed at them with a warm smile, the earlier killing intent completely vanished. What would you like to hear, elder? Mou stepped forward with a faint smile. Who is this brat? Merely at the tempering realm, yet he dares speak to an elder with such insolence? The Su family patriarch narrowed his eyes. Mou's audacity had surpassed his expectations. To possess such formidable abilities at such a young age, showing no fear even before a Nirvana Realm cultivator. Clearly, this youth's background was no ordinary affair. Who is your master? This junior currently has no master. Oh? The patriarch of the Su family swept his gaze over Mou, confirming she had not lied. Then I am willing to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? At these words, the crowd fell silent, their jaws dropping in astonishment. That brat stole our Su family's treasure vault, and the patriarch actually wants to take him as a disciple? On what grounds?
One after another, divine senses swept over Mou, revealing ordinary talent and an ordinary cultivation realm. Weren't cultivators like this a dime a dozen in Fanyi City? Willing? Of course I'm willing. Mou deliberately lifted the corners of his mouth. Who wouldn't want to be the disciple of a Nirvana-level powerhouse? Long Xiao froze. He actually agreed? Wasn't that what he said before? Rejecting me, a sword immortal seeking the Tao, to instead take some lowly insect as his master?
Instantly, her eyes turned cold as she appraised the Su family patriarch, then pronounced his death sentence.
Ha! Come to my side.
Once you perform the initiation rites, you shall be a disciple of the Su family. Mou hesitated. Elder, my friend has a family member gravely injured and urgently needs the Taiyu snow spirit ginseng.
I wonder if
the Su family patriarch cut him off. It's merely a spiritual herb.
Take it.
The Su family member's expressions shifted, filled with reluctance. But with their own patriarch having spoken, absolutely no one dared to object. Furthermore, the Mu family's illusion heaven pearl, one of the medicine's catalysts, is also in our possession.
Should the Mu family pursue you later, it could.
Poof. With this one here, no one from the Mu family dares to move. A chill spread through the air, freezing the Mu family members stiff as if plunged into an ice cave.
A single word spoken would be met with instant annihilation. Oomph. Su'er, you have the audacity to threaten my Mu family. Another terrifying aura of Nirvana Realm descended from the heavens.
The Mu family members' faces lit up with joy as they knelt to greet the arrival.
Ancestor.
An elder with snow-white hair and a youthful face stepped through the air, arriving before them in a single stride.
Mu Laosan, you bastard, you're still alive. Su family patriarch's expression darkened. Oomph. How could I die when you're still alive?
Judging by your half-human, half-ghost appearance, your lifespan must be nearly exhausted.
The Mu family patriarch sneered contemptuously. What?
Have you set your sights on this child's body, intending to possess it? Mou felt a divine sense sweep over him, completely unguarded.
Ha! Such an ordinary little child actually caught your eye? The Mu family patriarch seemed somewhat surprised. Oomph.
Mu third, mind your own business. This boy has already agreed to become my disciple.
The Mu family elder's eyes flickered with suspicion before he suddenly spoke. As it happens, I too am seeking an heir. Boy, why not become my disciple instead? I guarantee the benefits will be double what that old fossil offers. Really? Mou feigned delight. You can't go back on your word, senior. Everyone. Long Xiao clenched her jaw. He agreed so readily. Could it be that I'm no match for these two ants?
Unconsciously, her thoughts grew chaotic, a thread of indignation rising within her.
The Su family elder gave me the Taiyu snow spirit ginseng. What might you offer me, senior? Mou smiled. Taiyu snow spirit ginseng? The Mu family patriarch was taken aback.
He probed Mou repeatedly, yet still found nothing.
Just then, a Mu family member interjected. Ancestor, this youth possesses an unparalleled spatial divine ability. Even at the body-tempering realm, he can traverse 1,000 miles in a single step. What?
The Mu family patriarch froze, his eyes locked on Mou, burning with intensity.
Chapter 12, Cold Xiao's worldly tribulation approaches. Spatial divine ability. At the tempered body realm, one could traverse 1,000 miles in a single stride. Without a doubt. This divine ability contains the laws of the Tao. And the laws of the Tao are precisely the essential prerequisite for breaking through to the Tao-seeking realm. Even though the Mu family patriarch was still an unknown distance from the Tao-seeking realm, he couldn't help but feel restless. No wonder that Su'er was willing to part with even the Taiyu snow spirit ginseng. Thankfully, this old man remained vigilant. Otherwise, this opportunity would have been squandered. The Mu family patriarch fixed his gaze on Mou.
Young friend, whatever you desire, this old man can provide.
Even the illusory heaven pearl? Of course. But I am but one person. How could I possibly serve as disciple to both of you elders simultaneously? Oomph. Then the strongest shall decide. Tension instantly thickened. The clash between the two venerable elders seemed imminent.
Please hold your horses, both seniors.
Mou hurriedly interceded.
I have a solution that satisfies both parties.
Both of you are great masters of Fanyi City.
It would be my profound honor to become your disciple, but having to choose only one is truly regrettable.
Mou feigned hesitation.
If neither of you objects, this junior would be honored to take both of you as masters.
Everyone?
Cold Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered, her breathing unconsciously quickening.
If Fang Zhang were here, he would undoubtedly wear an expression of utter astonishment. Lang Xiao was genuinely furious. She couldn't understand. Why would Mou choose to apprentice under these two insignificant people rather than accept her? Was she that terrifying? The foremost prodigy of Lingxi Sword Pavilion. He grasped the essence of the sword path in less than 3,000 years. Awarded the title of Sword Immortal upon first stepping onto the path of cultivation. Hailed as one of the few in this age most likely to reach the Emperor realm. Possessing any one of these achievements would be enough to dominate a realm. She possesses them all. Yet now, she is surpassed by two mere ants? No, they weren't even ants, they were mere vermin. Cold Xiao's emotions surged violently, causing the icy sword intent to spill out uncontrollably. Whoa, why did it suddenly get so cold? The crowd unconsciously rubbed their hands together, shivering. The hearts of the two venerable elders clenched violently, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Killing intent. Where did this killing intent come from? So terrifying, utterly impossible to resist. A golden opportunity. Though they didn't know what had happened, this was indeed a perfect opportunity. The Muansu families trembled in fear, their two patriarchs visibly shaken, too preoccupied to consider anything else. Brother Dao, let's go. Mou grabbed Dao Wuhan and vanished from the spot. No! They're escaping. The Muansu families cried out in alarm. But Mu Laosan and Su Lar dared not make a single move. They could feel the raw, unmistakable intent to kill radiating from him. If they so much as twitched, they knew they'd be left with no place to bury their remains. Elder. We have no idea how we offended you. Please tell us, and we'll give everything we have to make amends. The two were truly panicked. Crack. The bottleneck within Lung Xiao's body shattered completely. Within her divine consciousness, 7 colored lights surged forth, gradually coalescing into a cluster of light. Orange, purple, gray, black, crimson, white, and yellow. The 7 colored light clusters drifted ceaselessly, each occupying one of the 7 regions of divine consciousness. Now, the crimson cluster burned with exceptional intensity, asserting dominance. A surge of anger welled up from within her heart. The more Leng Xiao looked at these people, the more she despised them. Pests. A voice rang out, cold yet brimming with murderous intent. The frosty sword intent transformed into a blizzard that swept across the sky. The members of the Muansu families instantly froze into ice sculptures, unable to move an inch. 2 elders trembled violently, they hadn't been frozen. But this was far from good news. Crash! The sound of shattering rock echoed, accompanied by agonized screams. Before Mu Laosan could react, Su Lar across from him was kicked flying, crashing heavily into the city wall. A gaping hole instantly appeared in the seemingly impenetrable wall. Elder, spare me. Ah! The agonized screams echoed once more. Another gap appeared in the city wall. Disciples I couldn't even accept myself, and yet you agreed to take them as your masters? 2 worthless insects. What right do you have to be his masters? Anyone familiar with Lang Xiao would have noticed something terribly off about her state right now. But Mu Laosan and Su Lar had never seen Lang Xiao before, nor had the cultivators drawn by the commotion who gathered to watch. Behind the figure clad in snow-white robes, a torrent of rage boiled over, coalescing into a furious phantom. Spare us. Neither Mu Laosan nor Su Lar had died. Or rather, Lang Xiao hadn't struck with lethal force. She merely sought to vent to unleash the fury raging within her heart. You vermin! Bang bang bang! Before long, the walls of Fanyi City crumbled completely under the relentless human assault. Lang Xiao then turned her attention to the surrounding buildings. Ants! Bugs! Bang bang bang! Next came the ground. Bang 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 bang! It all happened in an instant. What had been a bustling, vibrant neighborhood was reduced to ruins. The surrounding cultivators fell silent, fleeing at breakneck speed. Mu Laosan and Su Lar lay beaten and bruised, their faces swollen like pig heads, eyes vacant and lifeless, long since unconscious. Lang Xiao's gaze turned icy cold, the rage in her heart subsiding considerably. Die! In the next instant, sword chi swirled around her, instantly severing both men's heads. Simultaneously, their divine souls shattered. A shared thought arose in everyone's minds. This woman is terrifying. Finally, perhaps because the two were dead, the fury in Lang Xiao's eyes faded, returning to her usual cold detachment. Within her divine sense, the crimson light cluster also fell silent. The 7-colored light cluster. This is the tribulation of the mortal world. After calming down, Lang Xiao finally turned her gaze inward and understood. Ever since that fleeting glimpse of the Taishu sword intent, the bottleneck within her body had begun to loosen. And that fleeting surge of anger had just shattered the barrier completely. Now, she had broken through to the mid-stage of the Tao-seeking realm, stepping onto the pinnacle of Tao-seeking. Yet, the tribulation of worldly affairs followed in its wake. The so-called tribulation of the mortal world is a test of one's Tao heart. To reach the Emperor realm, enduring the trials of the mortal world is an unavoidable path. The tribulations of the mundane world take many forms, their difficulty tied to the cultivator's path. The more one has experienced, the richer their insights become, and the simpler the tribulation of worldly affairs. Failure to overcome them breeds inner demons, leading to corruption within the mortal world. Thus, cultivators from various sects typically enter the world periodically to experience the mundane realm, thereby reducing the difficulty of future trials. But Lang Xiao was different. She had devoted herself to rigorous cultivation at Lingxi Sword Pavilion since childhood, focusing solely on mastering the sword path. She held no interest whatsoever in other trivial matters. This meant she had never experienced the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the mortal world.
Once she reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, the tribulation she would face would be incredibly difficult. At this moment, Lung Xiao gazed at the 7 colored light clusters within her sea of consciousness, her face clouded with worry. This was one of the most arduous trials within the worldly afflictions.
The 7 emotions tribulation.
The 7 colored light clusters represented the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. During the tribulation of worldly desires, these 7 emotions would take turns controlling her consciousness. At that time, she would be influenced by these emotions, leading her to act in ways beyond comprehension. Even her cultivation level will fluctuate wildly, appearing and disappearing at will. The crimson cluster that had just seized her divine consciousness represented anger.
In the past, Lung Xiao would have instantly decided to strike down Mu Laosan and Su Lar with a single thought.
But under the influence of anger, she deliberately tormented them for a long time.
To vent the rage in her heart.
This wasn't like her, yet she did it. I thought it would take another 20 years, yet it came so swiftly. Lang Xiao murmured softly, and it had to be at this very moment.
After deep contemplation, Lang Xiao finally forced herself to suppress the turmoil within her heart. Regardless, I must take Mou as my disciple first. With that, Lang Xiao vanished in a flash, heading toward Mou's location. Chapter 13, 7 days have passed, happiness points reward unlocked. In an inconspicuous corner of Nightfall City, Mou and Dao Wuhan remained constantly vigilant. But soon, news of the recent events spread throughout the entire city. The two exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of disbelief in the other's eyes. A mysterious powerhouse killed the patriarchs of both the Mu and Su families? Dao Wuhan's voice carried disbelief.
And it seems this powerhouse harbors deep resentment toward both families, as if they've returned for revenge.
Regardless, it's good news for us, Mou sighed in relief. We were planning to stall those 2 old fools while waiting for an opportunity.
Never expected that venerable predecessor to strike suddenly, giving us a chance to escape. If we ever have the chance to meet him in the future, we must thank him in person.
Upon hearing this, Lung Xiao's lips curled slightly. A question formed in her mind: if I went out to meet him now, would he agree to become my disciple? A mechanical voice echoed in Lang Xiao's mind. Ding. System calculating host's success rate for accepting disciple. Ding. Calculation complete. Success probability, 0. Ding. Host, please follow the system's disciple recruitment plan.
Do not act on your own initiative, and do not entertain any illusions.
Lang Xiao.
She suddenly felt the suppressed anger stirring once more.
Stay calm. Calm down. Calm down.
She repeated the phrase 3 times in her mind, once more suppressing the tumult within her heart. Lang Xiao sighed, glancing at the youth nearby and abandoning her plan to intervene directly.
Then we'll take it step by step. East of the city.
Brother Mo, my sister is waiting for us outside. Outside the city walls, a flash of light erupted. A delicate-featured woman wielding a magical artifact transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the protective city array. The array was maintained by Mu clan cultivators, who were now in a state of panic, utterly unable to tend to the defensive barrier. Before long, a breach appeared in the light barrier. Mou and his companion flashed out, arriving outside the city walls.
Brother. The delicate woman stepped forward. Though she called him brother, her gaze involuntarily lingered on Mou. Their gazes met, and a wave of familiarity washed over Mou. Those eyes, had he seen them somewhere before? Cold, indifferent, as if nothing mattered. This is my sister, Dao Shui. And this must be fellow Daoist Mo? Dao Shui's eyes crinkled slightly. Thank you for saving my brother. Miss Dao, you flatter me. Brother Dao and I merely assisted each other. This place is no longer safe. We should depart first and discuss matters later. Mou responded with a smile. Then, he led the Dao siblings away from the bustling city of Fanyi, all the way to a hidden cave. Here, they shouldn't be able to follow us. With that, Mou swept his sleeve, and a snow-white, jade-like spirit ginseng rose into the air. The jade snow spirit ginseng. Dao Wuhan's heart surged with excitement.
His eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the floating root.
Brother Mo, no need for thanks for such a great favor. Should you ever need anything in the future, I, Dao Wuhan, will not hesitate to help. Dao Wuhan was overjoyed. He had finally obtained the Taiyu Snow Spirit Ginseng, which could save his Dao companion. He then produced a storage pouch. These treasures were obtained from the Su family's treasury, along with treasures from the Mu family's treasury. Additionally, there is this Phantom Heaven Pearl. These are but tokens of my gratitude. Please accept them, Brother Mo. Mou was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Dao Wuhan to present all these treasures to him. It seemed that his Dao companion truly held immense importance to him. Still, this was rather generous. From the moment he first encountered Dao Wuhan, the man had never behaved like a thief. Unselfish, loyal to his bonds, unafraid of life or death. Could such a man truly be a thief? Brother Mo, please accept it, Dao Shui said softly, noticing Mou's hesitation. Mou looked pensive. Then there was Dao Shui, who gave off an air of mystery.
He always sensed a peculiar quality in the way she looked at him. But there was no reason to refuse these precious immortal treasures, spiritual herbs, and miraculous elixirs before him.
Take them, it settles our accounts.
This way, no karmic debt remains.
Then I'd be rude to refuse. Mo pondered for a moment before finally accepting them.
Dao Yishui watched, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Brother Dao, Miss Dao, matters are settled.
It's time for us to part ways. Dao Wuhan froze. Brother Mo, you're leaving already? I have urgent matters to attend to.
Brother Dao, you should hurry to rescue your Dao companion as well.
Farewell.
With that, Mo instantly vanished using his earth shrinking technique, heading straight for the North Pole.
Without the slightest delay. He's off in a hurry.
Dao Yishui stared at Mo's retreating figure, murmuring to himself.
Ding.
Host, according to the disciple recruitment plan, we have completed the first step. Dao Yishui has successfully met Mou for the first time.
Dao Yishui nodded slowly, then transformed. Transforming into Long Xiao, clad in snow-white robes.
Immediately, she extended a finger and gently tapped it against Dao Wuhan's forehead.
A white glow appeared between Dao Wuhan's eyebrows before fading away. Where am I? Dao Wuhan shook his head repeatedly, his memory hazy. He only remembered encountering a terrifying white-robed elder before everything went blank. You're awake.
Long Xiao spoke calmly.
You're the elder? What exactly happened?
Dao Wuhan stared at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him, momentarily dazed.
Glancing down at his hand, he gasped in shock. This is the Taiyu Shuling Ginseng. When did you get this? Long Xiao's voice was cold. The memories of these past few days will gradually return.
From this day forward, you have a younger sister named Dao Yishui.
If Mou comes looking for you, you know what to say.
Her words carried a chill. Dao Wuhan shuddered, his mind still hazy, but he nodded in vague understanding.
This junior understands. Long Xiao gave a slight nod before hurrying after Mou. Dao Wuhan stared at the spiritual medicine in his hand, shaking his head.
At least my life is spared, and Ninger's injuries have a solution now.
With that, he vanished in a flash. Lang Xiao extended her divine sense outward and soon located Mou.
To take Mou as her disciple, she adopted the system's suggestion.
Approach Mou under the guise of Dao Yishui and seize the opportunity to take him as her disciple.
To this end, she used the Great Transformation technique to control a portion of Dao Wuhan's mind, making the name Dao Yishui appear plausible in Mou's presence.
Though she didn't know why.
She could clearly see that Mou harbored an exceptionally deep wariness toward strangers.
Far more so than the average person. This was the only way to reasonably draw near Mou.
A radiant glow flickered around Long Xiao. Before long, the delicate figure of Dao Yishui reappeared.
Ding! A chance encounter is better than a planned meeting. Next step, host, devise a way to create a chance encounter with Mou. What are my chances of successfully taking him as a disciple under the guise of Dao Yishui? Ding! System calculation, 0% chance. Long Xiao. Still 0. Then I'll proceed according to the system's method.
Meanwhile, Mou lay leisurely on a boulder, admiring the beautiful moonlight.
The cultivation world is truly thrilling and wonderful. Come to think of it, it's been nearly 7 days since I left home.
As Mou mused aloud, a playful lowly voice chimed in her mind.
Ding! Host, the 7th day is nearly upon us. The fulfillment value reward will be distributed shortly. Are you as excited as Xiao Mei, host? Mou's eyes lit up instantly. Before long, the familiar voice sounded again. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing 7 days of a wonderful life.
Your happiness score is currently being evaluated.
Chapter 14, The Most Handsome Sword, The 7 Passions of Desire.
Ding! Reviewing the host's experiences. Major happiness value events.
1. Blissful life system activated, bliss value +++.
2. Ling Xiao seeks to take the host as disciple, bliss value. 3. Savored fine cuisine and wine, bliss value ++.
4. Punishing villains and thwarting the Mu and Su families while acquiring numerous treasures, happiness value +++. A series of voices echoed in Mou's mind.
Ding! Fulfillment value assessment complete. Congratulations, host. 7-day average fulfillment value, 82. Assessment level, level 5. Assessment, 99% of a wonderful life. No need to dwell on those insignificant regrets. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a level 5 beautiful life assessment.
Ding! Reward, Divine Sword 10,000 Phenomena. Ding!
Rewarded with the sword writing divine ability 10,000 Phenomena return to truth. As the voice faded, the divine sword 10,000 Phenomena landed in his hand.
At first glance, Mou was instantly captivated. This sword was truly magnificent. Its slender, ethereal form resembled a green phoenix spreading its wings, or an immortal guiding the way. Its blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, its edge shrouded in a faint, ever-shifting aura of pure energy. Wherever the aura touched, it melted like spring snow, returning all things to emptiness.
Upon the spine, purple mist rose like a dragon or serpent, winding along the blade and radiating an ancient Taoist aura. With a gentle swing, the surrounding clear and purple mists intertwined, forming an iridescent stream of light.
It even has special effects. How cool would it be to fly on this sword? Moyu's lips curved upward in satisfaction with the 10,000 Phenomena Sword.
Lang Xiao swept her divine sense over it, then lingered on the 10,000 Phenomena Sword for a long moment.
What kind of sword is this? Not only is it radiating Tao essence, but so breathtakingly beautiful.
The last few words Ling Xiao kept silently to herself. She had spent her entire life pursuing the way of the sword, wielding only the finest blades. Yet, compared to the sword in Moyu's grasp, they pale in comparison.
They couldn't hold a candle to it. I wish I could just touch it. A thought surfaced in Lang Xiao's mind.
Simultaneously, the yellow cluster of light within her consciousness kept expanding, enveloping her entire mind.
That was desire. The desire within the 7 emotions tribulation. She wanted to touch that sword. She wanted to wield that sword. She wanted that sword. Lang Xiao, what are you thinking? That is Moyu's sword.
The last shred of reason within her body fought relentlessly. Spiritual energy surged as Lang Xiao relentlessly suppressed her desire. Meanwhile, Moyu fondled the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword with unwavering fascination.
Host, do you like the reward Xiao Mei prepared? The playful lowly voice couldn't wait to ask. I like it very much. He. Xiao Mei's creations are always top-notch.
Host, the 10,000 Phenomena Divine Sword isn't just for show. Activate the sword writing divine technique 10,000 Phenomena return to truth, and the sword in your hand can freely grow larger or smaller.
Not only that, it can freely transform into the form of any object. When writing the sword, it can also shift its light and shadow at your command.
Really?
Moyu's lips curved upward as he activated Return to Essence. Golden Dragon, manifest.
The next moment, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. The 10,000 phenomena in his hand were enveloped in purple chi. A 5-clawed golden dragon stood proudly, raising its head to roar at the heavens.
Love it! Love it! Moyu was thrilled.
Riding this out for a spin would be so cool. On the other side, Lang Xiao gaped, staring blankly at the golden dragon's silhouette. Very few things in this world could surprise her. But the 5-clawed golden dragon before her was clearly one of them.
The blade has awakened its spirit. This is unbelievable. I want it so badly.
No, Lang Xiao, he is your future disciple.
You absolutely cannot take what he cherishes.
Lang Xiao closed her eyes, refusing to look any longer. She summoned every ounce of strength to suppress the desire within her. Yet, the trials of worldly desires are hard to overcome. The most difficult of all, the 7 emotions tribulation, was even worse. Forcibly suppressing it would only backfire.
Suddenly, Cold Xiao's desires erupted within her, raging wildly. Her limbs and body instinctively reached toward Moyu. No, toward the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword. No! Lang Xiao understood this in her heart.
If she allowed this desire to grow unchecked, she would not only seize the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword but might even kill Moyu outright. But the 7 emotions and 6 desires arise from the heart.
They cannot be suppressed. Forcibly suppressing them would only breed inner demons, backfiring completely. As desire threatened to overwhelm her, Lang Xiao acted decisively, thrusting the icy sword chi straight into her brow. Instantly, boundless frost surged within Lang Xiao's consciousness. Sealing the divine with the sword, she froze her own consciousness. Only a sliver of consciousness remained. The yellow cluster of light that had occupied her consciousness finally dimmed. Lang Xiao's vital energy grew increasingly feeble.
With her sea of consciousness sealed and her recent excessive exertion,
her cultivation plummeted.
Plunging straight from the peak of the Tao-seeking realm to the penetrating void realm.
A full 2 major realms.
Fortunately, the desire within her heart had dissipated. Within the 7 emotions tribulation, the 7 emotions constantly shift.
Before the next tribulation arrives, the seal must not be broken. Lang Xiao kept reminding herself. It's time to go find him.
But just as she was about to stand up, Lang Xiao suddenly felt her legs go weak.
What's happening?
All around her, pale green mist steadily closed in.
Lang Xiao's expression turned cold.
Someone had poisoned her.
Whoever you are, show yourself.
Hiss. Hiss. Chilling whispers echoed from all directions. Shadows gradually enveloped her form. Cold Xiao spun around abruptly. Behind her, a colossal creature covered in scales came into view.
It was a green dragon python. A blue dragon python at the peak of its nirvana stage.
It was now repeatedly flickering its tongue, the sound intertwining with the creeping friction against the ground.
Lang Xiao's expression darkened. Why now of all times?
Had this been earlier, such a minor demon in the nirvana stage wouldn't have even registered in Lang Xiao's eyes.
A mere thought could have slain 1,000 or 800. But now was different.
She was now incredibly weak.
Moreover, the poisonous gas had already infiltrated her body.
Poison had reached her very core. Lang Xiao understood that the azure serpent must have struck when her desires were at their peak. Only then was she too preoccupied to notice her surroundings. Who would have thought that upon my arrival in Great Qian, such an opportunity would present itself? The azure serpent spoke in human speech, its black stone-like eyes gleaming with excitement. The mortal trials of the human race are truly wondrous to weaken a cultivator seeking the Tao to such a pitiful state. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Meeting me is simply your misfortune. Once I devour you and break through to the Tao-seeking realm, I shall return here to erect a monument in your honor and express my deepest gratitude. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The azure serpent's body twitched incessantly, clearly unable to contain its impatience. You're asking for death. Cold Xiao's eyes glowed with icy coldness, filled with murderous intent. The azure serpent's body abruptly halted. There was no trace of fear emanating from Lang Xiao. This hesitated it. Blackstone's eyes darted back and forth, as if deliberating. Human, you're trying to intimidate me. I refuse to believe you have the strength to resist with such potent poison coursing through your veins and your cultivation weakened. Then come and try. Lang Xiao narrowed her eyes, her cheeks veiled in a frosty chill. The azure serpent hesitated. Human cultivators who have attained the Tao all master the laws of the Tao. Each is unfathomably deep. We cannot risk it. Besides, the task entrusted by the princess remains unfinished. Though devouring a corpse is inferior to refining a living being, it still offers sufficient insight. With that thought, the green dragon python retreated, its tail swaying incessantly. Scales began to fall from its body. The moment they touched the ground, they transformed into giant serpents, slithering rapidly toward Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao's expression darkened. Dishonorable. This sovereign must preserve a useful body to fulfill my mission, so I shall not fight you to the death. The azure serpent waited patiently, biding its time until Lang Xiao exhausted her last ounce of strength. One by one, the giant serpents slithered closer. Lang Xiao slowly raised her head, gazing toward Mou's location, murmuring softly. What a pity. We were never destined to be master and disciple. As the words faded, a frosty chill emanated from her body. So what if it's the 7 emotions tribulation? Today, I shall sever these 7 emotions and 6 desires. A radiant glow blossomed between Lang Xiao's brows. She was prepared to fight to the death. Meanwhile, Mou seemed to sense something. He looked toward Lang Xiao's direction, a flicker of unease stirring within him. Chapter 15, Lang Xiao's life-threatening crisis. Sword intent raged. Lang Xiao raised her hand. The frosty sword energy solidified from formless to tangible. In an instant, it pierced the vital points of every giant serpent. The azure serpent's black stone eyes darkened. So you still have reserves. Hiss. Its massive body vanished. But the venomous mist around them grew thicker and thicker. Cough, cough. Lang Xiao, having lost her target, coughed violently, black blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Break the seal? The thought flashed through her mind, only to be forcibly suppressed. Releasing it now would make dealing with this azure dragon python a mere trifle. But the suppressed desire would erupt violently. Then, there was a 99% chance she would be consumed by it. At best, it would breed inner demons, turning her into a puppet controlled by desire. At worst, her foundations would be damaged, making further cultivation progress impossible. But, without breaking the seal, she was no match for this azure serpent. For a moment, Lang Xiao found herself in a dilemma. Hiss. The azure serpent moved cautiously, spewing only endless streams of venom. The venom of a Nirvana peak dragon serpent corrodes flesh and devours spiritual energy. Even cultivators at the Tao-seeking stage would avoid it at all costs. And now, with Lang Xiao already severely weakened, this serpent venom would only make matters worse. After a lifetime of cultivation, must I truly stop here? Lang Xiao gritted her teeth. The poisonous mist is spreading. Given his temperament, he should have fled long ago, right? Perhaps it's for the best. At least I won't accidentally harm him if my desires take control. It's just a pity I can't take him as my disciple now. Over the past few days, Lang Xiao's perception of Mou had undergone a gradual shift. At first, she had dismissed him as an ordinary, unremarkable cultivator. But that spatial ability had startled her. Later, Mou's every move in Fan Yi City surprised her as well. She understood that though Mou appeared ordinary, he possessed unimaginable fortitude and destiny. Deep down, she genuinely considered taking him as her disciple. Even without the system or the Taishu sword intent. She still wanted to take Mou as her disciple. She wanted to pour everything she had into cultivating Mou, to see just how far he could go. I truly wish to take him as my disciple. Lang Xiao gave a self-deprecating smile. But even without me as his master, he'll likely become the world's greatest swordsman someday, right? Shaking her head lightly, she pushed the thought aside. A blinding light erupted from his brow as the icy sword she shot skyward. The azure serpent's expression changed drastically. Damn it, this woman is going all out. A peak Nirvana stage great demon could dominate any territory, whether in the 10,000 mountains of the demon race or the human realm. Yet before a Tao-seeking cultivator, it was utterly insignificant. Even if Lang Xiao was now utterly weakened, as long as her cultivation returned to the Tao-seeking realm, the Azure Dragon Serpent wouldn't entertain the slightest thought of engaging her in battle.
Lang Xiao's cultivation level continued to rise. Peak Tongyu, early Nirvana, until reaching the pinnacle of Nirvana. The Azure Dragon Serpent felt fear welling up within it, its body shrouded in demonic energy. The moment even a trace of the Tao-seeking realm's aura surfaced on Lang Xiao, it would flee without a second thought. Yet, at the critical moment when Lang Xiao's cultivation was about to reach the Tao-seeking realm, a burst of yellow light erupted violently within her sea of consciousness. Boom! Lang Xiao's body trembled violently. Her sea of consciousness exploded, obliterating everything. Put! Blood spurted from her mouth. Cold Xiao, utterly drained of strength, collapsed heavily to the ground. Her face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Her eyes struggled to open a sliver. The backlash of desire was far, far stronger than Lang Xiao had anticipated. Ancestor. Senior brother. They were absolutely right. My nature truly makes it difficult to pass the tribulation of the mortal world. Lang Xiao murmured to herself, her voice gradually fading away. Her cultivation plummeted at an alarming rate. Her spiritual energy poured out, forcibly reduced to the tempering realm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Truly, heaven favors me. The Azure Serpent slithered excitedly, flickering its tongue. She failed. She couldn't withstand the backlash of the red dust tribulation. Now it's my turn to feast. Its massive body surged forward. Its gaping maw opened wide, viscous saliva dripping onto the ground, corroding deep hits into the earth. Devour her. Devouring her would allow it to break through to the Tao-seeking realm. The Azure Serpent was exhilarated. It could hardly wait. But at that very moment, a terrifying bolt of heavenly thunder erupted. The green serpent trembled violently. This was the Tao's law. The aura of the Tao. Well, well. Who'd have thought there'd be a demon beast undergoing nirvana right here? Who's there? Through the haze, Lang Xiao struggled to open her eyes. Her gaze fell upon the handsome youth suspended in midair. His feet rested upon a five-clawed golden dragon, his body clad in dazzling golden robes. His hair fluttered in the wind, a confident smile gracing his face. Behind him, thunder roared across the sky, unstoppable. Why him? He's facing a peak Nirvana stage demon. What is he doing here? Cold Xiao's heart raced with panic, yet she found herself utterly unable to speak. The figure in the sky was none other than Mou. At that moment, Mou appeared calm and composed on the surface, but inside, he was repeatedly confirming his thoughts. Xiaomei, are you sure you can intimidate that snake? Ding. Host, rest assured. The 10,000 phenomena returned to truth can mimic the aura of any realm. Combined with the five-clawed golden dragon and peerless heavenly thunder conjured by the 10,000 phenomena transformation, that serpent is surely terrified out of its wits. Mou scanned the scene. The Azure Serpent's body trembled violently, its black stone eyes darting about frantically, clearly preparing to flee. I am here contemplating the ways of thunder. How dare you, you vermin, defile my vision? Mou roared in fury, his voice echoing with the thunderous roar of the golden dragon beneath his feet. Elder. This lowly demon was merely passing by. I never intended to disturb your cultivation. The green dragon python trembled in fear. Get out of here. Or do you want me to send you to the afterlife? The green serpent, as if granted a pardon, transformed into a streak of light and fled at breakneck speed. Mou watched, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief before hurrying to Lang Xiao's side. Miss Dao, are you all right? Cough, cough. Hurry, hurry away. Lang Xiao murmured anxiously, it will soon realize. Hurry away. Hold on. I'll get you out of here right now. Mou scooped Lang Xiao into his arms. Then, using the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, they vanished. Not long ago, Mou sensed a toxic mist swirling ahead. He stepped forward to investigate and saw a green dragon python about to swallow someone whole. The victim was none other than Dao Shui, whom he had parted ways with just moments before. Mou knew he was no match for the green dragon python, so he and Xiaomei devised this plan. Using the Dao essence of the 10,000 phenomena sword to mimic the aura of a Dao-seeking cultivator. Unexpectedly, this tactic proved surprisingly effective. The moment they appeared, the demonic serpent fled. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon Serpent raced for 10,000 miles before its massive body abruptly halted. Something's wrong? I clearly comprehended the thunder arts, yet there are no traces of destruction by thunder around me. And with thunder filling the sky, how could I possibly have missed such a commotion? Damn it! I've been tricked. The Azure Serpent instantly realized what had happened. That brat must have used some magical artifact to disguise himself as a Dao-seeking cultivator. At this realization, the panic vanished from the Azure Serpent's eyes. Hiss, what an audacious brat. I wonder if his guts taste delicious enough? Hiss. Green mist swirled around the Azure Dragon Python, transforming it into a sinister, green-haired demonic man who fixed his gaze intently on the direction from which it had come.
The game of chase and evade, this one delights in it most. As the eerie voice faded, the azure serpent spread its divine sense. Its form vanished like a ghostly apparition, streaking toward MOU's location. Chapter 16, smells so good, I want to take a bite. Go east. MOU's faint whimpers came in broken, weak gasps from within her embrace. Lang Xiao tried to lift her hand to point the way for MOU, but she couldn't manage it. She was simply too weak now. Leaning against MOU's shoulder, she could only squint at his flawlessly handsome cheek. Thief girl, you're very weak now. Don't speak for the moment, MOU urged softly. Thief girl, that's so harsh. Just call me Ishue. Alright, Miss Ishue. Save your strength, I can't treat your injuries yet. MOU held Lang Xiao tightly as he continuously cast the technique to shorten the distance. From the moment they arrived until now, he had already used it hundreds of times. He had traveled tens of thousands of miles. But MOU still couldn't shake his unease. That azure serpent was at the peak of nirvana, its cultivation terrifying beyond measure. There was no guarantee he wouldn't be caught. MOU didn't know why Dao Ishue had appeared there, nor why she had provoked that terrifying great demon. Though they had only met once, she still considered her a friend. Moreover, Dao Ishue always carried a faint sense of familiarity. As if they had met before. A vague premonition stirred within MOU. If he didn't save her now, he might regret it for the rest of his life. It was an intuition, or perhaps a distant future foretelling the present. Only by saving her could his thoughts become clear. Do you have any elixirs? A voice as faint as a thread of air sounded once more. MOU suddenly remembered among the treasures brought from the Muansu family vaults, there were indeed many pills. Taking them might help. Miss Ishue, wait for me a moment. MOU's thoughts raced. Xiaomei, what elixirs do I have that could heal her? Host, her injuries are too severe. No pill can heal her. However, host, you possess a snow vein pill that can temporarily alleviate her injuries and ease her suffering. With a sweep of her divine sense, MOU flipped her palm, revealing a pure white pill resting in her hand. Faint golden patterns shimmered across its surface. Miss Ishue, open your mouth. Lang Xiao's pale lips parted slowly as MOU slipped the pill inside. Yet Lang Xiao was now utterly drained. She lacked even the strength to swallow. The pill slipped from her mouth and fell back into MOU's hand. Miss Ishue, forgive me. Seeing this, MOU stirred the spiritual energy in his palm, catalyzing the potency of the snow vein pill. Then, he gently placed his palm against Lang Xiao's lower abdomen, the location of her dantian Shihai. The snow vein pill dissolved into strands of white mist, seeping into Lang Xiao's body. Before long, a faint flush finally appeared on her pallid, bloodless cheeks. Cough cough. Thank you. Miss Ishue, are you feeling better? Much better. Lang Xiao's breathing steadied considerably. How long have we been running? About 2/4 of an hour. Cough cough. Lang Xiao frowned, suddenly agitated. It's catching up. MOU was somewhat surprised. Can Miss Ishue sense that great demon? It was well known that demonic beings at the peak of nirvana could conceal their demonic aura almost perfectly. Unless one's cultivation far surpassed theirs, detection was utterly impossible. Lang Xiao shifted her jaw slightly, as if shaking her head or unwilling to answer. I possess a secret technique, one I've never taught anyone else. It can mask one's aura. Listen carefully. Miss Ishue, you're very weak now. Don't exhaust yourself. Rest assured, I absolutely won't let that demon catch you. Mo Yan's words carried unwavering confidence. Listen carefully. Cough, cough, cough. Lang Xiao's reaction was rather violent. Alright, Miss Ishue, I'm listening. Don't get worked up. This technique is called Freezing Breath Shadow. The fragmented essence of the technique echoed in MOU's ear. To ensure MOU could hear clearly, Lang Xiao deliberately asked him to move closer, placing his ear just before her lips. The posture carried a hint of intimacy. Warm breath continuously escaped from her mouth, brushing against his earlobe, while a faint fragrance wafted from her nose. For a moment, MOU felt dazed, his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily. Host, focus. Xiaomei's timely reminder snapped MOU back to reality. Calm your mind. Calm down. Calm your mind. After silently repeating the command 3 times, MOU began to carefully absorb the essence of Professor Lang Xiao's technique. Freezing breath, shadow stillness. She slowed her own breath, movements, heartbeat, and even the flow of blood throughout her body to the absolute minimum. As if frozen in ice, utterly silent and still. Like a lifeless object, imperceptible to others. What an exquisite technique! MOU couldn't help but marvel. Transforming one's spiritual energy into ice to seal off all traces of presence, it's utterly undetectable unless you're face to face. The creator of this technique must be a true genius. Lang Xiao pressed her lips together slightly, a hint of satisfaction in her heart. You practice diligently. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. MOU smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Miss Ishue, I've already mastered it. In the next instant, a layer of frost rose from beneath his feet. Rising from below, it enveloped both of them completely within mere breaths.
Mou and Lang Xiao vanished from the wilderness in an instant. He's mastered it. Lang Xiao's heart surged with astonishment.
This spell was her own creation, and she knew its intricate complexity well. In fact, she had already prepared a backup plan in case Mou failed to master it. But, in a mere 20 breaths, Mou had mastered the ice-clad shadow technique. This speed far exceeded all expectations. Even she herself would likely have been unable to achieve it. Lang Xiao felt utterly astonished.
No wonder.
No wonder that entity called the system insisted she take Mou as her disciple.
With ordinary talent, yet possessing divine insight.
Perhaps his mediocre talent was merely because heaven envied him. Even the heavens themselves were jealous of him. Lang Xiao pondered this.
Missy Shui, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Mou asked, puzzled. I followed the spell exactly as instructed. No, you did exceptionally well.
I must take him as my disciple.
Lang Xiao's heart was filled with unwavering resolve. She wanted Mou to become her disciple. She wanted. Oh no!
Lang Xiao had forgotten that the desire within her body had not yet subsided. Now, the yearning in her heart reignited it once more. Within her sea of consciousness, the yellow light cluster grew increasingly dazzling. And Lang Xiao was utterly powerless to suppress it.
I want him to be my disciple. I want him.
Unconsciously, Lang Xiao's embrace tightens.
Missy Shui, what's wrong? Mou's breathing was slightly hurried. Lang Xiao leaned against Mou's shoulder, her arms wrapped around his neck. Mou could even feel her slightly heavy breathing. His scent, it smells so good. Desire flooded Lang Xiao's consciousness. Of all the 7 emotions, desire was the most tormenting.
Lang Xiao drew closer and closer, murmuring softly.
So good. I want to. Take a bite. Smack. Mou felt a gentle nibble on his neck. It felt damp and warm. The faint sting felt almost unreal. Mou froze. Had he been bitten? And by the woman in his arms? Missy Shui, you can't bite there. Lang Xiao seemed oblivious, pecking a few more times. Such a pleasant scent.
Finally, seemingly drained of energy, she leaned against Mou's shoulder, murmuring contentedly before drifting off to sleep. Looks like her injuries were too severe, causing hallucinations. We need to find a place to settle down.
We can't delay any longer. Mou's expression grew grave as he continuously cast the Shrink the Earth technique.
Yet their peril was far from over. At the same time, the azure serpent transformed into a green-haired humanoid form, floating in midair, its eyes filled with confusion.
The aura vanished? Looks like they used some secret technique.
Hiss.
Too bad.
That woman has been poisoned by this lord.
Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, you won't escape my grasp.
With that, the azure dragon serpent's hair fluttered wildly. A shimmering green light emanated from its body, coalescing into tiny green snakes that slithered outward.
The direction the little green snake headed was the east. Toward the very location where Mou and Lang Xiao now stood. Chapter 17, You Are Mou.
At the junction of the northern and eastern borders of the Great Qian Empire, not far from the boundary between the two regions. After mastering the ice-sealing shadow technique, Mou and Lang Xiao's movements became even more elusive. Lang Xiao regained consciousness several times during their journey, guiding Mou along the way. But each time she awoke, her mouth wouldn't stay honest. This made Mou suspect for a time that she was actually a cat in disguise. Before long, he arrived before a mountain cast from black gold. Not far away stood a gate, its doors wide open, revealing utter darkness within.
Missy Shui, is this the place you mentioned?
Lang Xiao slowly opened her eyes, her gaze soft and gentle, with barely a trace of rationality remaining.
Yes. The ancient remnant, the dragon's prison cave. Now, do as I say. Mou nodded slowly. He retrieved the medicinal pill and administered it to Lang Xiao, then laid her against the massive rock, positioning her as comfortably as possible. Though its effects were limited, it barely allowed her to speak normally. Lang Xiao spoke weakly. At the entrance of the dragon trapping cave, construct a formation using spirit stones. Qian 3. Jin 4.
Upon hearing this, Mou retrieved a large sack of high-grade spirit stones and meticulously constructed the formation according to Lang Xiao's directions.
Ordinary spirit stones will suffice. The formation requires thousands of spirit stones. No problem, I've got money. Mou chuckled, pulling out several more bags. Lang Xiao was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Mou to be so wealthy. Several thousand high-grade spirit stones equaled the entire assets of a minor sect. However, an array constructed with high-grade spirit stones proved far more effective. Under Lang Xiao's guidance, Mou meticulously and intently arranged the formation. Leaning against a boulder, Lang Xiao gazed at Mou's figure, her mind drifting slightly. Though her mind had been clouded by desire moments ago, her memories remained intact. She had embraced him, then bitten him. And she still craved the scent emanating from his body.
These thoughts caused a faint blush to spread across Ling Xiao's cheeks. The proud and aloof Sword Immortal felt a flicker of shyness for the very first time. Thankfully, he only thought I was poisoned and hallucinating. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered slightly as her gaze lingered on Mou for a long while. After roughly half an hour, the formation was complete. To her astonishment, every position matched her instructions perfectly, without the slightest deviation. You have studied formations. Mou shook his head. No, this is my first time. Is there anything that needs adjusting? No. Ling Xiao's jaw twitched slightly, her heart racing with astonishment. This was the Lingxi Sword Pavilion's Grand Gue confinement formation, incredibly complex. Even within the Sword Pavilion, only a handful could properly deploy it. Ordinary disciples, even with the array diagram in hand, would make countless mistakes. Yet Mou had set it up flawlessly just by listening to her verbal instructions. Though she had simplified certain elements to save time, the core of the formation remained unchanged. This signified that in the art of array formation, Mou was a genius among geniuses. Ling Xiao stared intently at Mou. What kind of monstrously gifted talent did he possess? Missy Shui? Mou felt a bit puzzled. Since earlier, she had stopped speaking and had been staring at him the entire time. Help me, up. Ling Xiao reached out her hand. Mou stepped forward and lifted Ling Xiao into his arms. Ling Xiao instinctively wrapped her arms around his back, resting her cheek against his chest. As if to conserve her strength. Give me your sword. 10,000 phenomena? Mou was slightly surprised. Missy Shui, can you still wield a sword? I can. Mou didn't hesitate, handing the 10,000 phenomena divine sword to Ling Xiao. The moment it touched her hand, its warm sensation brought Ling Xiao a wave of comfort. The sword seemed to possess a life of its own. The innate pure energy swirled around Ling Xiao's body, then slowly seeped into her. To her astonishment, the restless yellow light clusters within Ling Xiao's consciousness began to fade steadily. The primordial pure energy seemed to perfectly suppress that desire. A flicker of joy passed through Ling Xiao's eyes. Within mere breaths, she felt her cultivation slowly recovering. Holding her long sword, Ling Xiao swung it toward the formation. A blade of frost, invisible to the naked eye, sank into the formation. Then the Great Gu confinement array was fully activated. This place is called the Dragon Trapping Cave. Legend says it was once where true dragons were imprisoned. Lure that azure serpent into the cave, only then will we be safe. Mou heard this and his eyes darted about. Luring the snake into the cave, ha! I have a plan. Missy Shui, I'm afraid you'll have to endure a little inconvenience. Ling Xiao looked puzzled. Speaking, Mou directly pulled out a ribbon and tightly bound Ling Xiao to his own body. They were pressed together, face to face, able to feel each other's breath. Mou also caught a whiff of her intoxicatingly sweet scent and felt the softness of her skin. He couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. You, what are you doing? Ling Xiao grew flustered, her heartbeat accelerating involuntarily. Only this way will the serpent not detect us. Miss Shui, rest assured. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. Until we're safe, I, Mou, swear I won't make a single improper move toward Miss Shui. But doesn't this count as improper behavior? Ling Xiao shot Mou a slightly reproachful glance, but she didn't resist. She let Mou have his way. Frozen in time, their presence vanished completely. Not long after. The green-haired, demonic-looking man, the transformed azure serpent, appeared before the dragon trapping cave, surrounded by swirling green mist and writhing snakes. Ha! This should be the place, right? Where are they? That woman's been poisoned by the serpent. She won't be able to clear it from her system anytime soon. She must be here. Looks like she's hiding. Oomph. Playing these petty tricks before me? You're courting death. With that, the azure serpent formed a seal with its hands. Green light flared in its eyes as it scanned the surroundings. Finally, within the dragon's prison cave, it detected a figure shrouded in serpentine venom. Ha 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 ha. Found you. The azure serpent python started to advance, but halted abruptly. Something strange seems to be afoot in this cave. How could it conceal their aura? Its divine sense swept the area countless times. Ultimately, the allure of the Tao overpowered all else within its heart. Oomph. One is lowly in cultivation, the other gravely wounded. How could they possibly turn the tables on this sovereign? The azure dragon serpent hesitated no longer, rising to fly into the cavern. The dragon trapping cave was a labyrinth of winding passages, utterly bewildering. More crucially, though it appeared to be within the mountain. In truth, the entire mountain was carved from a single block of black gold. Indestructible. The azure dragon serpent frowned. But soon, its frown smoothed out. The jubilant green mist snakes informed it that its target lay just ahead. The azure serpent rejoiced and shot forward at lightning speed. Finally, atop a rock formation, it spotted two figures, a man and a woman. I've finally found you. Mou's expression darkened as he immediately shielded Ling Xiao with his body. TSK, you do have some nerve. The green dragon python snapped its fingers, and a green glow flared around them. The light illuminated the two figures' faces.
MOU's expression grew grave.
However, the azure dragon serpent halted its movements, fixing its gaze intently on MOU's face.
Its eyes betrayed utter disbelief. It's actually you. What's your name? The sudden question left MOU bewildered. MOU. The two simple words sent a tremor through the azure serpent's massive body. Ha ha ha. It's like searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. MOU. You are MOU. Ha ha ha. Boy, come quietly with me to the demon clan.
The voice echoed through the cavern as the azure serpent stretched its massive claws toward MOU.
Chapter 18, An Invitation from the Demon Clan Princess?
A green glow illuminated the entire cavern. The green dragon serpent's emerald hair fluttered wildly as a look of sheer delight spread across its face. It was even more exhilarated than when it had encountered Lang Xiao at the peak of her power.
A terrifying giant hand reached straight toward MOU. However, MOU's eyes showed not a trace of panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth curved upward. Before the giant hand could touch MOU and Lang Xiao, their figures dissolved into a wisp of mist and vanished. Oh no! Fallen for it again.
Qing Jiamon's face paled as he rushed toward the cave entrance.
Too late. The moment he reached the entrance, MOU activated the formation.
Instantly, sword chi swirled before the dragon trapping cave, forming an impenetrable barrier.
The azure dragon serpent roared with fury. It revealed its true form and violently rammed the sword energy barrier. But to no avail. Save your energy, you little worm with moss growing on your head, MOU clapped his hands.
This formation consumed a full 6,000 high-grade spirit stones.
You won't break it anytime soon. The azure serpent's eyes flickered as it resumed human form. That you could evade my divine sense is truly beyond belief. Oh, you mean that? MOU's lips curved upward as he activated the 10,000 Phenomena Return to Truth technique. Pure energy surged along the 10,000 Phenomena sword, coalescing into countless figures. In an instant, dozens of MOU materialized in unison, their voices echoing as one. Cuckold, have you learned your lesson now? The azure serpent god's divine sense swept over them. Every MOU's aura was identical, indistinguishable from the real. Truly astonishing. In all my years of cultivation, I've never encountered such a treasure.
That's because your horizons are too narrow.
MOU spoke calmly, his gaze growing sharp. Now, tell me, how do you know me? And why did you want to take me to the demon clan?
At these words, the azure serpent's lips curved into a meaningful smile.
Naturally, I'm following orders from a high-ranking figure in the demon clan to bring you back. Which great figure? MOU's mind was filled with question marks.
He had lived his entire life within the MO family compound.
He hadn't even seen a demon, let alone a demonic clan leader. What important figure would specifically request to see me?
The azure serpent spoke with reverence. The one who wishes to see you is none other than our most esteemed princess of the demon clan.
If you know what's good for you, open the formation and come with me to the demon clan. Otherwise, humph.
When Her Highness the Princess arrives in person, you won't get off lightly. Cold Xiao, watching MOU from the side, looked at him with some surprise.
Could he possibly have ties to the demon clan? As for MOU, his eyes flickered as he asked earnestly, which princess of the demon clan is your princess?
Qing Jiamong snorted coldly, there is only one among us demons who holds the title of princess.
Don't you know that? MOU nearly leapt to his feet.
He scrambled back several paces to stand beside Lang Xiao, then shouted.
You cuckold. Your name isn't by any chance Huan Qing?
The azure dragon serpent looked utterly astonished.
You know me? Holy crap, you really are. MOU was utterly shocked. Are all of you out of your minds? What the hell do you all want with me? You're all nuts. Huan Qing was utterly taken aback by MOU's reaction. Lang Xiao was also puzzled, unable to fathom why MOU would react this way. Missy Shui, let's go. Stay away from these people.
Without another word, MOU took Lang Xiao and vanished.
Huan Qing's eyes darkened, unable to fathom MOU's intentions.
Then, he took out a jade spirit tablet as black as ink and placed it on a high altar. He then prostrated himself on the ground, chanting, Huan Qing, I seek an audience with the heavenly demon lord. Before long, faintness began to rise from the jade tablet. Within the mist, a nine-tailed specter coalesced.
What is it?
The voice was melodious yet tinged with languor. Lord Celestial Demon, I have found the MOU mentioned by the princess.
What did you say?
The jade token trembled violently. Lord Celestial Demon, based on the portrait provided by the princess, I can confirm with absolute certainty that it is him. Bring him back immediately, the phantom commanded.
Huan Qing hesitated. Lord, that boy is cunning. I'm trapped. Oh? What is his cultivation level?
The phantom voice sounded puzzled.
Body tempering, mid-stage. Useless.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, Huan Qing felt a surge of murderous intent erupt from the jade token.
And my lord, there's also a cultivator undergoing the red dust tribulation beside him. The jade token fell silent once more. A Tao-seeking cultivator, the Phantom murmured. Tao-seeking and Nirvana are worlds apart. I suppose I can't blame you.
Moreover, surviving at the hands of a Tao-seeking cultivator shows you have some skill. Huan Qing fell silent.
He dared not mention that Lang Xiao was gravely wounded and utterly weakened.
Otherwise, given the heavenly demon lord's temper, he would have no chance of survival. His subordinates, great demons at the Nirvana stage, couldn't capture someone at the tempered body stage. To admit it would be to lose all face. Huan Qing dared not utter a single word. Where is he? The phantom voice demanded.
Human territory, northern border of the Great Xian in eastern continent.
Huan Qing is currently trapped within a cave forged from black gold.
Please, Lord, come to my rescue.
Wait, the phantom said casually before fading away. Huan Qing lay motionless for a long while, waiting until he was certain not a trace remained before daring to rise. Meanwhile, Mou swiftly carried Lung Xiao away. The pure energy of the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword flowed into Lung Xiao's body, significantly reducing the lustful desires within her consciousness. Her cultivation and injuries were slowly recovering. Now, she had regained partial mobility and only needed Mou's light support to walk.
You know the demonic princess? Lang Xiao finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Mou shook his head firmly, his expression flatly dismissive. I don't know her. And I have absolutely no desire to meet her. Then why did the demonic princess send the Nirvana great demon to find you? I wish I knew, Mou sighed softly.
Miss Ishue, as a friend, I must warn you, stay far away from them.
Why?
Because it will bring misfortune.
Mou said no more, wanting only to distance herself quickly. The demon clan princess, Tu Yao Yao. She's the legitimate female lead in the story. The true consort of the male lead, Mo Dao. Was this something he could even see? In the future, Tu Yao Yao would not only pour forth the entire demon clan's destiny, but also sacrifice the newly awakened divine phoenix spirit within her. All to help Mo Dao attain the status of great emperor.
But soon after, the entire demon clan disintegrated, annihilated by the demonic race, nearly vanishing from the Tsanyu continent.
He couldn't even bear to hear the name of such a love-struck fool. Lang Xiao was one thing, but now there was another Tu Yao Yao. Mou couldn't understand. What on earth was going on? Why was he getting dragged into all this?
All he wanted was to cultivate peacefully and enjoy a good life.
What's the meaning of sending people to find me? Mou felt utterly speechless inside. No, I have to get out of here fast.
Huan Qing is a subordinate of Tu Yao Yao's master, the nine-tailed celestial fiend. That nine-tailed celestial fiend possesses terrifying cultivation and vast supernatural powers. Below the Emperor realm, almost no one can match her. At this moment, even Lang Xiao probably couldn't stand up to her.
If we don't leave, we'll just be waiting to be captured. She absolutely mustn't be here. Mou's face clouded with worry.
Beside him, Lang Xiao watched Mou's troubled expression and couldn't help but tighten her lips. Seems even he has his limits.
System, do you know why he's troubled? If I help him resolve his worries, will he agree to take me as his master? Lang Xiao felt a flicker of hope.
The thought barely formed before the mechanical voice responded as expected.
Chapter 19, The 10,000 Mountains, Tu Yao Yao in a bad mood. Ding. Warning. Warning. Host, under no circumstances reveal your identity now.
Especially avoid mentioning anything about taking disciples to Mou in the near future.
Host, please immediately.
The system issued 3 consecutive warnings, leaving Lung Xiao momentarily stunned.
Is it that serious? Ding.
According to system simulations, if the host reveals their identity, they will be permanently rejected by Mou, and the probability of being accepted as a disciple will forever be less than 0.
Lang Xiao.
She instantly abandoned all the thoughts swirling in her mind.
The 10,000 mountains stretched endlessly.
Deep within their heart lies a palace of unparalleled opulence. The Demon Emperor's Palace. The sacred sanctuary of all demonic tribes. It is also the residence of the Demon Emperor. Surrounding the Demon Emperor's palace, 10 distinct palaces stand in 10 different directions.
These are the residences of the 10 celestial demons under the Demon Emperor.
They are the 10 mightiest demons beneath the Demon Emperor, overseeing all affairs of the demonic race. Among these 10 celestial demons, the most formidable is the nine-tailed celestial demon, who resides in the Qingqiu Palace at the northern position. At this moment, within Qingqiu Palace, a beautiful woman clad in green robes lowered her eyes, murmuring to herself.
Mou, I shall see what form you truly take. Someone come.
Outside the door, a humanoid green fox bowed its head and approached the woman with small, hurried steps.
Your Highness, what are your orders? How is Yao Yao feeling?
Your Highness, the princess is still sulking and refuses to eat.
Understood. You may withdraw. Yes, Your Highness.
After Qinghu departed, the elegantly dressed woman in green sighed softly.
That girl, I wonder whose temper she inherited.
As the words faded, a haze of smoke rose around them.
When the mist finally cleared, the room was already empty.
Meanwhile, within a lavish yet elegantly appointed hall of Qingqiu Palace, a cold jade bed nearly 10 meters wide stood. In the center of the bed, a petite young girl sat curled up, her head buried between her knees, looking deeply unhappy. She was clad in brocade and silk, her hair adorned with exquisite treasures of every shape and form. Any single piece, if displayed outside, would be enough to spark fierce competition among cultivators. After sitting in silence for a long while, she slowly raised her head. Her porcelain doll-like face was exquisitely lovely, without a single flaw. Her dazzling eyes shone like precious gems, and her long lashes fluttered lightly, adding a touch of ethereal charm. Yet, a hint of sorrow lingered within those eyes. Her lips and delicate nose were perfectly proportioned, her features harmoniously balanced as if by the golden ratio, utterly natural. It seemed as though the very word beauty had been created for her. Anyone who laid eyes on her would be captivated, utterly enchanted. Even women were no exception. At that moment, the girl's gem-like eyes shifted slightly, confirming no one was nearby. Then, the trace of sorrow in her eyes vanished without a trace. Ugh, pretending to be angry is exhausting. The girl stretched lazily, then sprawled out on the cold jade bed, murmuring to herself. But if I didn't pretend, Master 9 would never let me go out. I absolutely must make Master 9 understand that Yao Yao is furious right now. Extremely furious. If he doesn't take me out, I'll be furious. I'll act angrier when someone comes. Maybe smash the plate? Growl, growl. The girl's stomach growled uncontrollably. Yikes. Belly, you have to hold it in. Otherwise, your master's mission will be ruined. Just hold on a few more days. Then Master G will definitely take us out to find MOU. The lively, spirited voice echoed through the hall, as melodious as a nightingale's song. This young maiden was none other than the demonic princess, Tu Yao Yao. At the mention of MOU, Tu Yao Yao pursed her lips in a smile before quietly pulling out a portrait. She murmured silently to herself. MOU, he's actually quite handsome. System. If I bring MOU back to the demon clan, will you teach me the divine phoenix immortality technique? And give me lots and lots of delicious treats? Ding. Yes, host. This system is the ultimate Tao companion system. Bring MOU back to the demon clan and form a Tao companion bond with him under the demon emperor's witness to receive all rewards. Swish. Tu Yao Yao's face flushed crimson. Tao companionship? That's way too soon. Just a few days prior, a mechanical voice had suddenly echoed in Tu Yao Yao's mind, leaving her both surprised and delighted. The voice instructed her to find someone named MOU and even provided a portrait. If she could convince him to willingly join the demon clan, she would obtain the divine phoenix immortality technique. If they could become Tao companions, she would gain countless heavenly treasures and awaken the legendary divine phoenix true spirit. Tu Yao Yao found it rather amusing and agreed to the task, promising the system's secrecy and not telling a soul. Only then could she have a legitimate excuse to go out and have fun. She had been among the demon clan for nearly 20 years, yet neither the demon emperor nor her master would ever let her leave. Tu Yao Yao yearned to see the outside world. And the youth in this portrait had just given her that chance. As she gazed at the portrait, Tu Yao Yao couldn't help but smile. MOU, you must wait for me, okay? This princess will definitely bring you back to the demon clan. Beside her, the elegantly dressed woman in green who had been watching for so long sighed softly. I wonder where she even got this portrait. In Qingqiu Palace, no movement could escape her notice, yet she hadn't detected a single trace. This portrait seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Puzzled by the mystery, the elegantly dressed woman swiftly moved to the door and pushed it open. On the cold jade bed, Tu Yao Yao panicked. She hastily tucked the portrait away, then curled up into a ball, burying her head beneath the covers once more. I told you I'm not eating. Everyone get out. As she spoke, she peeked out through a tiny slit in the covers. As if to confirm if anyone was there. Since your highness insists, I shall take my leave. The elegantly dressed woman sighed deeply and turned to depart. Ah! Master Juku. Tu Yao Yao's face lit up with delight. She snapped her head up and quickly trotted over to the woman in green. Don't go, please don't go. He. Master, did you come with good news for me? Tu Yao Yao's face was full of anticipation. Jiotsu couldn't help but smile, gently tapping her forehead. You. Pretending to be angry and refusing to eat day after day, did you think you'd scare them all to death? Tu Yao Yao turned her head shyly. Master, you know everything. Then I want to go find MOU. Tell me, how did you meet MOU? Juku asked thoughtfully. I just dreamed about it. Juku waved her hand dismissively. Ah, never mind. I was planning to take you out, but since you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Tu Yao Yao's ears perked up at this. Out? Did I hear that right? Tu Yao Yao hurriedly grabbed Juku. Master, I was wrong. It was actually an old immortal who told me that if I can find MOU, my constitution will fully awaken, and I might even attain the path to becoming an emperor in the future. Juku's brow softened into a faint smile. That's more like it. Get ready. We'll depart shortly. Where are we going? Tu Yaoyao blinked her eyes, asking expectantly. The human realm, East Continent. Yay! Tu Yaoyao practically grew wings on her heels as she dashed toward her treasure vault. Juku turned to gaze into the distance, his eyes growing increasingly profound. She naturally didn't believe the old immortal's claims. In Juku's view, you must have used some trick. I hope you truly possess something extraordinary. Otherwise, humph. Chapter 20, A Slight Fear. Miss Ishue, could you please return my sword first? Mou's face betrayed a hint of resignation. After shaking off Huan Sheng's pursuit, the two had been traveling together for several days. Though they traveled together, it felt more like Ishue had been trailing him. Moreover, she clung to his 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword constantly, even while sleeping. Beyond that, since yesterday, her attitude toward him had been decidedly off. Are you going to take it away? Please don't take it away. Without it, I'm afraid. Lang Xiao trembled, her voice quivering. She was afraid of herself. That was Mou's first thought. But strangely, whenever he suggested leaving, she would rush forward and cling to him. Without a word. She just held on tightly. Her whole body trembled, looking utterly insecure. Only when Mou swore to the heavens that he wouldn't leave did she reluctantly let go. She seemed to fear his departure even more than he did. Mou was utterly baffled. Just days ago, she'd been perfectly fine, able to communicate normally. Then suddenly she changed. Miss Ishue, I won't take it from you. If you like it, you may keep it. In the end, Mou's heart softened. Dao Ishue's appearance could only be described as delicate. At the very least, she was far less striking than Lang Xiao, whom he had seen. Yet her pitiable demeanor still stirred Mou's protective instincts. Especially those clear, autumn water eyes, sometimes cold, sometimes seductive, sometimes timid. Deeply captivated Mou. Alright, we should continue north. Can we not fly? I'm scared. Lang Xiao stammered weakly. Alright. Mou pursed his lips and agreed. You, hold my hand. Lang Xiao reached out and tugged at Mou's sleeve. Her eyes, brimming with tears, fixed on Mou's face. It was a different kind of warning. If he dared refuse, tears would surely spill instantly. Alright. Mou took hold of Lang Xiao's hand. Soft and slightly cool. Perhaps it had something to do with the cultivation technique she practiced. Mou thought silently. Just then, a chilling wind swept through. Lang Xiao suddenly stepped forward, clutching Mou's arm tightly. Then, she closed her eyes tightly and buried her head against his chest. She was terrified. As if something was about to come and grab her. Coincidentally, Mou's arm was caught right in the middle. Soft and supple. Honestly, quite substantial. Ugh. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? Unconsciously, Mou's heartbeat quickened. Host. Your bliss value is steadily rising. A playful lowly voice suddenly chimed in. Xiaomei, stop talking nonsense. Ha? Host, why do you seem a bit shy? You're imagining things. Oomph. Xiaomei can monitor the happiness value in real time. Host, your heart is overflowing with joy right now. I'm not bothering with you. Mou took a deep breath and looked at the woman beside him. Though their time together had been brief, they had shared life and death. To say he wasn't moved at all would be a lie. Still, Mou sensed something mysterious about Dao Ishui. Her sudden shift in personality. And those profound supernatural abilities and array formations, they didn't seem like something a lone cultivator could possess. Ah, never mind. Everyone has their secrets. We'll talk about it later, Mou sighed. Miss Ishui, let's go. Could you carry me? I'm scared. Mou paused slightly before turning to pick her up and set off toward the north. At that very moment, within Lang Xiao's consciousness, a black cluster of light occupied most of the space. Black symbolized one of the 7 emotions, fear. Not long ago, she had used the pure energy of the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword to suppress the desires within her body. Her cultivation had recovered to the Tongyu realm, and most of the python venom within her body had been purged. But the 7 emotions tribulation of mortal world. Each tribulation remained elusive, its arrival utterly unpredictable. Shortly after suppressing her desires, the fear among the 7 emotions began to grow relentlessly. Lang Xiao's personality underwent a drastic change, gradually becoming fearful of everything around her. Only when she was by Mou's side could she find a shred of security. Thus, Mou carried Lang Xiao on his back as they journeyed northward. To pass the time and find something to talk about. Mou recounted ancient myths from his past life to Lang Xiao. Stories like the Monkey King's rebellion in heaven, the Monkey King splitting the mountain to save his mother, Hui shooting down the suns, and the spirit bird Jingwei filling the sea. Of course, there were also love stories like the cowherd and the weaver girl, the legend of the white snake, and the matchmaker in heaven. Lang Xiao listened with rapt attention, often empathizing with the characters in the tales. The unease and fear in her heart gradually diminished. 2 days passed in this manner, and finally, the dark cluster of light within Lang Xiao's sea of consciousness fell silent. The fear among the 7 emotions had been temporarily weathered.
Missy Shui, there's an inn up ahead. Let's stop for a rest. Lang Xiao murmured softly, put me down first. That tone. Mou's eyes lit up. Missy Shui, are you feeling better? I'm fine now. Thank you for your care. Lang Xiao returned to her usual aloofness.
Her tone carried a hint of distance, nowhere near the closeness of the past 2 days.
Mou set Lang Xiao down, their eyes meeting. Lang Xiao. Mou. Neither spoke.
The air suddenly grew eerily still. The tribulation of the mortal world did not affect her memories. Everything that had transpired these past days was deeply etched into Lang Xiao's mind. Though only a few short days, they were profoundly etched. Yet she was naturally detached, it was simply her nature. It was difficult for her to change overnight.
Moreover, she didn't know how to face Mou.
There was not only the physical intimacy, but also the profound sense of fulfillment and security within her heart.
Each was a wondrous sensation Lang Xiao had never known before. For a fleeting moment, Lang Xiao even found herself wondering whether she truly viewed Mou as a future disciple or something else entirely.
Beneath her seemingly composed exterior lay an incredibly complex and chaotic emotional turmoil.
Lang Xiao's heart had long since been thrown into disarray. Missy Shui, we've shared hardships and faced life and death situations together. Why not raise a cup? Mou broke the silence first. All right.
Lang Xiao smoothed her hair and nodded lightly.
Bring us 2 jars of wine.
The two found a picturesque spot and sat down. This is the 1,000-mile peach blossom drunk, a specialty of the northern frontier of Diqian.
Please enjoy. The waiter presented the fine wine.
The tavern boasted splendid views and fine liquor.
The person across the table was even better. Yet Mou and Lang Xiao drank in silence, lost in their own thoughts.
They exchanged no words. It seemed as though everything between them had already been said.
Mou took a sip of wine, silently pleading, Xiaomei, help me find something to talk about. We can't let this get awkward, okay? Host, how about discussing cultivators across the world? I think she might enjoy that topic. At the same time, Lang Xiao was also asking, System, he's gone quiet? What should I do? Ding. Discuss the path of cultivation with Mou and seize the opportunity to impart cultivation insights. Both pairs of eyes lit up simultaneously. Missy Shui. Mou. Mou and Lang Xiao raised their cups together. You go first. You go first. They spoke in unison. Perhaps Missy Shui should go first. Lang Xiao smiled faintly, slowly setting down her cup, and asked, Mou, could you tell me why you chose the path of cultivation? She had always been curious. Throughout their journey, she had never witnessed Mou practicing cultivation. His cultivation level had remained stagnant at mid-stage body tempering, showing no signs of breakthrough.
Yet he seemed utterly unconcerned.
Mou smiled faintly. It's actually quite simple. I just want to live happily and peacefully, enjoying the beauty of life. Chapter 21, Drinking and Discussing the Emperor. A beautiful life?
Lang Xiao was taken aback by this response. In her view, cultivating the Tao was nothing more than achieving invincibility and eternal life.
She had assumed Mou would choose one of those two answers too. Don't you desire to be peerless in this world, to live forever? Lang Xiao asked curiously. Of course I do.
But Missy Shui, Mou explained, if it means enduring endless seclusion and arduous cultivation, I would rather forego that invincibility and immortality. Lang Xiao was puzzled.
Why?
Billions of cultivators across the Tsanyu continent dream of ascending to immortality and toil relentlessly for it.
Why are you unwilling?
Mou poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp.
Because I once had a very, very long dream.
Everything in that dream felt utterly real. In that dream, I suffered from a terminal illness.
From childhood, my body was utterly weak and I lay bound to a sickbed, unable to live a normal life.
A flicker of pain crossed his eyes.
Lang Xiao's heart involuntarily trembled.
Using dreams to influence the world wasn't uncommon. She herself could disrupt others' minds through her visions. In her eyes, Mou was most likely under such influence.
Alas, Lang Xiao would never know that the dream Mou spoke of was, in fact, real. Then what happened? Mou drank another cup. Agony, loneliness, darkness, they filled my dreams.
Only those who've experienced it can understand that despair where no future is visible. That dream lasted for many years, until I died alone within it. Only then did I awaken.
Lang Xiao fell silent.
She seemed to grasp why Mou had refused to become her disciple. He yearned to distance himself from strife, to pursue his own path. Not cultivate for the sect or for others. But after waking, I discovered I could run, jump, even fly.
Mou's lips gradually curved upward. Such a wonderful life shouldn't be wasted on secluded cultivation. So his aspirations were this simple after all. Lang Xiao's expression softened. She seemed to understand this youth before her a little more. So what do you wish to do? Mou chuckled at the question.
To taste every delicacy under heaven, drink every fine wine the world has to offer, experience all the joys of mortal life, all while staying far from strife. To live as a carefree immortal caste among mortals. Then find a like-minded immortal maiden to become my Dao companion and have a bunch of chubby little babies. Of course, cultivation remains essential. After all, the higher one's cultivation, the longer one can live. Lang Xiao's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her hair swayed gently in the breeze, partially obscuring her eyes, making it hard to discern the emotions within.
Miss Ishui, what about you? Why do you cultivate immortality? Mou asked.
After a long silence, Lang Xiao finally uttered 8 words.
To attain the Tao and become an emperor, to achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality. Mou showed no hint of surprise.
99% of cultivators strove toward this very goal. Yet the path to divinity is strewn with countless bones, a journey fraught with endless seas of blood and mountains of corpses. This also meant that he and she would walk separate paths.
Then I wish Miss Ishui success.
Mou raised his wine cup, burying the faint stirrings of affection deep within his heart.
Different paths lead to different destinations.
They would inevitably part ways. His gaze grew as still as water.
Lang Xiao suddenly felt a pang of disappointment.
Facing Mou's raised cup, she hesitated to respond. She sensed that if she drank this cup, she might be about to lose something.
I'm a little drunk. Lang Xiao didn't drink. Suddenly, she didn't want to drink at all. Silence. A silence that lingered for an eternity. Lang Xiao stared blankly at the fine wine on the table. Miss Ishui, an emperor emerges only once every tens of thousands of years. Who do you think has the greatest chance of becoming emperor in this age? Seemingly unwilling to let the conversation trail off, Mou smiled and asked. Lang Xiao snapped back to attention.
In this age, if we speak of the strongest, it might be the demon emperor.
Rumor has it he's already halfway into the emperor realm, becoming a quasi-emperor. The demon emperor. Mou's mind raced through memories.
In the texts, the demon emperor had only ever unleashed his full power during the demon clan's war against the demons. His cultivation was still far from the peak of quasi-emperor.
Moreover, the demon race's fortune had already been lost by then, nearly all of it bestowed upon Mo Dao by Tu Yaya. Surrounded by several demon lords, the demon emperor ultimately met a tragic end. Mou shook his head involuntarily. Lang Xiao looked surprised. You think the demon emperor was weak?
I've observed the celestial signs.
The demon clan's fate is exhausted, they won't last many more years.
Lang Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled softly. If you truly possessed such power to discern the destiny of an entire race, then you'd be the emperor yourself. She naturally didn't believe him, thinking he was merely joking.
Miss Ishui, don't dismiss it so easily.
I see the world's destiny flowing entirely toward the human race.
The next great emperor will surely be one of us humans. Oh? Lang Xiao's eyes flickered.
The heartland of the human race lies in the central domain, where the burial grounds and immortal Echo Valley reign supreme.
The great sects there possess immense power. Even Lingxi Sword Pavilion, the mightiest in the eastern continent, might not rank among the top 5 in the central realm. If the human race were to claim the throne, it could only be one of the ancient patriarchs from the burial ground or the immortal Echo Valley. Unexpectedly, Mou shook his head again.
Those old codgers are probably skin and bones by now, nearing the end of their lifespans. They'll never become emperors, they're not even as good as the demon emperor.
You're not afraid that disciples from those 2 major sects will hear you speak like this and team up to hunt you down? Lang Xiao couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. No worries. East Continent and Central Domain are so far apart they won't come here. Lang Xiao smiled. Then, if even the strongest sects can't produce an emperor, who among the human race could possibly become one? Mou smiled mysteriously. Miss Ishui, let me share a secret with you. I've divined it, this great emperor of the human race will emerge from Lingxi Sword Pavilion in our eastern continent. Oh? Is that so?
A peculiar gleam flashed in Lang Xiao's eyes.
Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Wasn't that referring to herself? Who would have thought? On the surface, he refuses to be my disciple, yet deep down, he holds me in such high regard.
A flicker of delight touched Lang Xiao's heart, and a captivating curve lifted the corners of her lips.
Lingxi Sword Pavilion, could you be referring to that one? The foremost prodigy of Lingxi Sword Pavilion.
In less than 3,000 years, he grasped the principles of the sword's way, stepped onto the path of enlightenment, and attained the status of a Sword Immortal.
Cold Frost Sword Immortal, Lang Xiao? A flicker of pride danced in Lang Xiao's eyes. Her? Mou shook his head again. The smile in Lang Xiao's eyes vanished abruptly. Not me?
Mou glanced around before moving closer to Lang Xiao and whispering softly into her ear. Miss Ishui, this Sword Immortal's cultivation talent is truly unparalleled in the world.
But I hear he's stubborn as a mule once he sets his mind on something. Not even the patriarch of Lingxi Sword Pavilion could sway him. She's just too stubborn. She's definitely out of the question.
Mou recalled the events described in the book. Before the Lingxi Sword Pavilion was wiped out, Fang Zhang and the elders had unanimously decided to let Lang Xiao leave, preserving hope for the sect. Yet Lang Xiao vowed to stand or fall with the Lingxi Sword Pavilion, refusing all persuasion.
She met a tragic end before the gates of the Sword Pavilion, her body utterly destroyed.
Her soul was then erased by the demonic sex holy maiden, Yu Lian, who forged it into a spirit artifact.
Sigh, definitely no chance. MOU repeated. Long Xiao. This little brat, what nonsense is he spouting? Am I stubborn? Where did I show stubbornness? Oomph. Long Xiao forced a smile. Do you really know Long Xiao? MOU waved his hand dismissively. Not really. Just a quick calculation. If Lang Xiao doesn't change her temper, she'll surely meet her demise someday. Perish in body and soul. Could this little brat say something auspicious for once? Lang Xiao was boiling with rage, yet she couldn't vent it. So this is why she doesn't want to be my disciple. Oomph. If you don't want to be my disciple, I'll make you be one.
Lang Xiao made up her mind MOU was hers, and no one could stop her. Taking several deep breaths to steady her emotions, Lang Xiao spoke again.
If not Lang Xiao, then who else in Lingxi Sword Pavilion has a chance to become an emperor? MOU poured a cup of wine and pushed it toward Lang Xiao. Missy Shui, have you ever heard of the Heavenly Sovereign? Chapter 22, The 500-Year Bet. A natural-born supreme being? Was he referring to that child from the Mo family? Lang Xiao was taken aback.
He was merely a newborn infant.
Whether he'll even survive to grow up is still unknown. Indeed. A natural-born supreme being, destined by fate to become an emperor. Lang Xiao shrugged indifferently. Are you referring to that new disciple Lingxi Sword Pavilion just accepted? Ha? Missy Shui, how did you know? MOU asked curiously. Oh no.
The news about taking disciples hadn't spread yet.
Dao Shui shouldn't know about it.
Lang Xiao kept twirling a strand of hair. My brother keeps well informed and hears about major events across the land.
I see. MOU nodded upon hearing this.
If it were Dao Wuan, it would make sense after all, those in the underworld inevitably have reliable sources.
Seeing MOU's acceptance, Lang Xiao breathed a silent sigh of relief. I hear the Mo family's heaven-born sovereign was only just born. How could he possibly be compared to the great Dao seekers? MOU shook his head. You don't understand the value of the word protagonist. Missy Shui, how about we make a wager? What's the wager?
Lang Xiao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued. Let's wager whether this heavenly sovereign can break through to the Dao-seeking realm within 500 years.
MOU smiled confidently. I bet he can. 500 years? Break through to the Dao-seeking realm? Are you kidding me?
Lang Xiao was utterly astonished. She herself had broken through to the Dao-seeking realm in 3,000 years, already the fastest human genius in recorded history. She knew all too well the hardships and dangers involved. She had nearly perished and lost her Dao on multiple occasions.
500 years? Impossible. Then you're bound to lose. Lang Xiao chose no without hesitation. What's the wager? The stakes? Haven't decided yet, MOU shrugged indifferently. We've got 500 years to figure it out. We'll see. A sudden idea struck Lang Xiao. How about this: the loser agrees to do 3 things for the winner?
Of course, but nothing that violates the alliance's principles, and certainly nothing that puts the other in danger.
MOU froze. That familiar feeling. Fine. It's settled then. The texts clearly state that Mo Dao, at the age of 462, grasped the principles of the Dao, embarked on the path of seeking the Dao, and became the first person in history to do so. This time, there was no room for defeat. Lang Xiao lifted her wine cup and took a light sip. 500 years? Absolutely impossible.
As for these 3 matters, having him take me as his master neither violates the righteous alliance's covenant nor endangers his safety.
This time, let's see how you escape. Still, 500 years was far too long. Lang Xiao wanted to take MOU under her wing sooner. Oh, I haven't asked you, where are you heading all the way north? MOU smiled. The Arctic. The Arctic? Lang Xiao was taken aback.
The Arctic and East Continent are separated by the thousand-fold realm. The space there is chaotic and impassable, only cross-domain teleportation arrays can traverse it. But cross-domain teleportation arrays are controlled by the major sections. Ordinary wandering cultivators have no chance to use them.
Is it that complicated? MOU was taken aback.
But he was determined to go. For the next few centuries, the Arctic would be the most stable place, unlikely to intersect with the protagonist's paths.
It's not entirely impossible, Lang Xiao interjected at the right moment. MOU's eyes lit up. Missy Shui, if you can get me to the Arctic, consider it a debt I owe you. Lang Xiao frowned. I don't like hearing you say that. We've shared life and death, weathered hardships together. Do you really expect me to owe you a favor? She was genuinely annoyed. MOU spoke as if treating her like an outsider, when clearly the two of them had already. MOU hadn't expected Lang Xiao's reaction to be so strong. He hurriedly explained, Miss Ishui, you're my first true confidant. I meant no offense. Really? I swear it. Lang Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then produced a token. This is the token my elder brother stole from a core disciple of Lingxi Sword Pavilion.
Present it to any sect in Dongzhou, and they'll grant you access to the teleportation array. The token was pure white, carved from cold jade, with the character sword engraved upon it.
A faint sword intent could be sensed emanating from it. Thanks. Mou took the token, its bone-chilling coldness spreading from his palm throughout his entire body.
This token was no ordinary object. My elder brother said that the sword intent contained within this token can be shattered at a critical moment to ward off enemies.
In case Mou hadn't noticed, Long Xiao deliberately added the reminder. Core disciples really do get special treatment. Mou grinned as he tucked the token away. He never turned down anything that could save his life.
Long Xiao smiled faintly. She had just carved this token, infusing it with the purest essence of frost sword intent. Any sect with eyes in their head wouldn't dare block Mou's path. At the same time, it served as Mou's ultimate life-saving trump card. What are you doing in the Arctic? Long Xiao asked curiously. To find a sect and apprentice myself, Mou replied truthfully.
Lang Xiao was surprised again. Why not in the Eastern continent? Could it be he sought to join the Hanli Sacred Palace?
The Cold Grace Holy Palace was the foremost sect in the Arctic, rivaling the Lingxi Sword Pavilion in prestige. But Lang Xiao quickly dismissed her own thought.
Since Mou didn't wish to join the Lingxi Sword Pavilion, he naturally wouldn't seek admission to the Hanli Holy Palace either.
The North Pole is peaceful and stable, it suits me better, Mou explained, studying the map. Miss Ishui, further north lies the Great Qian Empire, marking the true entrance to the northern frontier of East Continent. The three great sects of the northern frontier, the Falling Moon sect, the Flaming sect, and the Cloudwater sect, should all have teleportation arrays.
The question is which one would be more accommodating. Lang Xiao pointed to a location on the map. The Falling Moon sect is closest to us. I hear they're renowned for alchemy and aren't particularly warlike. Why not go there? That makes sense. Mou nodded slightly. Miss Ishui, what about you? Where do you plan to go next?
With nothing else to do, I'd like to see the North Pole too, Lang Xiao replied.
Then let's go together.
The two rose to their feet, preparing to depart.
However, at that very moment, several auras locked onto them from all directions.
They say bandits have been rampant in the northern borderlands of Dakian lately. Seems the rumors hold true.
Mou's expression darkened. Ha 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 ha. Now that you've eaten and drunk your fill, it's time for you to hit the road. With that, figures descended from the sky around the tavern, sending leaves swirling and tables and chairs crashing to the ground. 1 at the intent transformation stage, 3 at the spirit gathering stage, 6 at the meridian opening stage, and 1 at the body tempering stage. A flicker of disgust crossed Long Xiao's eyes. Within her mind's eye, a white cluster of light began to swell relentlessly. The evil of the 7 emotions. She tolerated nothing impure. Miss Ishui, remember to take 1 prisoner alive, Mou reminded her. Lang Xiao nodded, her divine sense spreading out to envelop the bandits completely.
The Tongyu realm. The men froze in shock.
How could a Tongyu cultivator be drinking with a mere qi refining cultivator? Do you have a problem with that? Lang Xiao asked coldly.
No, we wouldn't dare.
The bandits trembled violently, immediately kneeling on the ground. Elder, we were blind. Please be magnanimous and spare us.
Oomph. Cold Xiao waved her jade-like hand lightly, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Except for the leader, a cultivator at the Huatan stage, the rest of the bandits instantly froze into ice sculptures before shattering into dust.
Spare us, senior. Spare us. We fled here from the north.
We had no other choice but to resort to this.
Mou and Lang Xiao exchanged glances. What happened in the north? Mou asked.
The north, there are demon cultivators there.
Man-eating demon cultivators. Chapter 23, Northern Frontier of Dongzhou, Chaos wrought by demon cultivators. Demon cultivators? Lang Xiao frowned. Did the 3 sects of the northern frontier of Dongzhou not intervene?
The bandit leader's face darkened. Recently, the Yen sect and the Yunshui sect suddenly clashed.
Both sects sent their elite forces, and they fought a bloody battle in the Hengduan Mountains.
The Luoyue sect intended to mediate, but for some reason, they got dragged into it too.
The 3 sects clashed, leaving countless dead and wounded.
Taking advantage of the clan's conflict, numerous demonic cultivators emerged one after another, rampantly capturing people across the northern border. The 3 major sects and their subordinate branches were utterly preoccupied, they couldn't spare a thought for ordinary cultivators like us. Lang Xiao's eyebrows twitched as the white light cluster in her mind's eye grew increasingly bright. The northern frontier's 3 sects belonged to the Righteous Path and were bound by the Alliance's covenant. The most crucial clause of the Righteous Pact was, encounter demon cultivators, kill without mercy.
All righteous sects must unite against external threats, setting aside any internal conflicts temporarily. Demon cultivation techniques originated from the demonic race.
In years past, the demonic race ravaged the Tsanyu continent, slaughtering the human race nearly to extinction. Fortunately, through the relentless efforts of a powerful human, the demon race was successfully persuaded. The 2 clans joined forces to defeat the demon lord and banish the demonic race to the barren, devouring land known as the Abyss.
This is how the present peace came to be.
To this end, the ancestors of the human clan established the Pact of Righteousness atop the Central Realm as a warning to future generations.
Exorcise evil and slay demons. This shall forever be the foremost duty.
Yet now, the three sects of the northern frontier have clearly forgotten their roots.
When demonic cultivators appeared in the world, not only did they fail to report it to Lingxi Sword Pavilion, they turned a blind eye. Influenced by the evil of the seven passions, Lang Xiao felt nothing but loathing toward them. Mou furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you know what the demon cultivator's purpose is in capturing people?" The bandit leader shook his head. "I don't know. Do you sense something amiss?" Lang Xiao's eyes betrayed her doubt. Mou nodded slightly.
Miss Ishui, demon cultivators have always been like rats scurrying through the streets in human territories. Everyone shouts for their blood, and none dare show their faces.
But this group is different. Not only are they capturing people, they're devouring them utterly unlike their usual cautious tactics. Moreover, the conflict between the three sects erupted too suddenly. To claim no one is behind this, few would believe it. Lang Xiao despised evil with a passion.
Now that she had encountered demon cultivators, whatever conspiracy lay behind it, she was determined to eradicate it completely.
Demon cultivators are wreaking havoc. As human cultivators, we cannot stand idly by. Lang Xiao looked intently at Mou. Deep down, she hoped Mou would join her. Mou smiled faintly. "Miss Ishui, please be patient. I'll make further inquiries." Turning to the bandit leader, he asked, "Do you know the name of the demon cultivator's leader?" I believe it's the 100 Refined Taoist."
The bandit leader couldn't fathom what made this lowly youth before him so special. However, the female cultivator beside him, Tong Yu, clearly paid close attention to the youth's words. Therefore, he dared not withhold a single detail, revealing everything he knew.
Taoist Baolian. Taoist Baolian. Mou carefully recalled the details, then let the corners of his mouth turn up. This guy wasn't in the books. Seems he wasn't even important enough to be cannon fodder. Moreover, though Luoyue sect, Yenzong, and Yunshui sect were the three sects of the north, their roles weren't particularly significant. Being cautious wouldn't hurt. After pondering, Mou reached a conclusion. Miss Ishui, heretical demons and evil paths all deserve to be eradicated. We shall depart at once. Lang Xiao smiled, knowing Mou would agree. Senior. I've said all I needed to. May I be released now? Lang Xiao gave him a faint glance as sword energy probed into his soul. You refuse to slay demon cultivators, yet here you've slaughtered over 60 low-tier cultivators. Do you truly think you can walk free? The bandit leader's face drained of color. Before he could react, his body shattered into ice crystals. Without further delay, the two set off together toward the northern frontier. At the same time, in the northern frontier of East Continent, in a hidden cave within a mountain hollow, a gaunt old Taoist slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were milky white, devoid of any sign of life. Yet the demonic energy coiling around his body proclaimed his terrifying power. Master, we captured another 600 cultivators today, yet still found no trace of the man in the portrait. The emaciated old Taoist spoke in a hoarse voice, muttering to himself as if conversing with another. Continue searching. We must find him before the Moon Demon Palace does. The elders have divined it that man will definitely appear in the northern border of Dongzhou. Yes, Master. The gaunt old Taoist's voice was respectful. Master, what should I do if we find him? The voice within fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Bring him back alive. If anyone from the Moon Demon Palace obstructs you, kill him. Bring back a strand of his soul instead. Bai Lian understands. The gaunt old Taoist strained his throat, beginning to chant incantations. Instantly, endless black mist enveloped his entire body, and the emaciated old Taoist vanished without a trace. Where is Bai Lian? On the barren wasteland, Lang Xiao's sword chi pressed against a female cultivator's throat. Though outwardly indistinguishable from humans, but her eyes constantly swirled with purplish black energy, the most distinctive trait of demonic cultivators. If you want to know, go ask the dead. Without hesitation, the female cultivator ignited her soul, burning it to ashes. Are all these creatures this mad? Mou murmured in astonishment. The two had been quite fortunate. Not long after entering the northern frontier, several demon cultivators had practically walked right into their hands. But these demon cultivators were unexpectedly tight-lipped. They couldn't extract a single word from them. They either self-immolated or self-detonated. They were barely human. Demons excel at tampering with cultivators' memories and manipulating others' minds. These individuals have been controlled and have long forgotten their true selves, Lang Xiao explained. Brainwashed, Mou sighed. This is going to be a real challenge. Searching aimlessly like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack, utterly inefficient. Lang Xiao understood, but her cultivation hadn't yet recovered to the Tao-seeking realm, limiting the range of her divine sense. Miss Ishui, what if we go straight into the lion's den? Mou suddenly had an idea. Lang Xiao quickly grasped the idea. You mean pretend to be captured by them? Exactly. MOU's lips curved upward as the 10,000 phenomena return to truth technique surged within him. Before long, two ordinary cultivators appeared before them. Lang Xiao probed with her divine sense but couldn't see through them.
Once again, she marveled at the profound mysteries of the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword.
Miss Ishui, the bait is cast. Now we wait for the fish to take the hook. MOU and Lang Xiao exchanged a glance before activating their ice-sealing shadow technique, vanishing without a trace. Two unremarkable cultivators walked through the barren wasteland. Before long, a sinister laugh echoed. Ha ha ha, found two more here. What a breeze!
A demonic cultivator at the transformation realm suddenly materialized, his demonic energy roaring forth to form a colossal hand that seized the two before him. The two put up a token struggle before falling silent.
Utterly pathetic.
The demonic cultivator smiled wickedly and vanished in a flash.
In the shadows, MOU and Lang Xiao raised their eyebrows. The fish has taken the bait.
The two followed silently behind the Huatong demon cultivator.
Throughout the journey, the demon cultivator detected not a hint of anything amiss. After roughly half an hour, he finally halted at a mountain hollow.
Lang Xiao probed with her divine sense and her expression changed. Here, thousands upon thousands of cultivators were imprisoned.
Chapter 24, The little demon possesses her. Lang Xiao goes on a killing spree. What the hell do these bastards think they're doing?
Lang Xiao and MOU were both filled with confusion.
Two more captured. Lock them up for now. The two cultivators, transformed from the Wanxiang Qingxi, were brought into the cave. Through their connection to the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword, MOU clearly saw the scene within the cave. Thousands of cultivators were imprisoned within cages, surrounded by restrictive arrays. Breaking through head-on was utterly impossible. We need to figure something out. MOU frowned in thought. However,
Lang Xiao, her eyes filled with disgust at the sight of the demonic cultivators, leapt to her feet.
Demon cultivators, meet my sword.
Her ethereal voice carried a hint of murderous intent as it swept through the air. Within the mountain hollow, the demon cultivators instantly snapped to attention.
On guard.
In an instant, magical artifacts materialized in their hands, all aimed at Lang Xiao.
MOU opened his mouth. So Miss Ishui is this reckless? A bunch of filthy vermin, damn them.
Sword chi swirled from her fingertips, causing the temperature in the entire mountain hollow to plummet.
The air crystallized into frost, transforming into sword energy that surged forward. Tongyu Realm. Activate the Grand Formation.
The demonic cultivator at the head snarled, his expression savage. Since you came here seeking death, I'll grant your wish.
It is you who deserve to die.
Lang Xiao's spiritual energy surged, no longer suppressing the white light cluster within her sea of consciousness.
The evil of the seven emotions.
Now, it spread with blinding speed.
You vermin!
Sword intent raged, sweeping forth like a violent storm.
MOU snapped back to his senses. Miss Ishui is far more formidable than I ever imagined.
Among the demon cultivators opposite, at least 3 had reached the Tongyu realm. Yet they were utterly suppressed, unable to mount any resistance. They could only cling to life within the formation, relying on their magical artifacts for long-range attacks.
Miss Ishui, I'm going to rescue them, MOU transmitted. Alright. Lang Xiao agreed immediately.
With MOU present, she couldn't unleash her full power. Not for any other reason, but to avoid MOU recognizing her true identity. A flash of light erupted beneath MOU's feet as he vanished into the cave with a burst of teleportation.
Seeing this, Lang Xiao's lips slowly curved upward. It's time to end this.
In the next instant, terrifying sword intent erupted, its might exponentially stronger than before.
Within the formation, the demon cultivators were stunned. This power is far beyond what a Tongyu realm cultivator should possess. Quick, run. Go find the master. Lang Xiao snorted coldly. Think you can escape? Dream on.
With a flick of her jade-like hand, the formation shattered instantly, offering no resistance whatsoever. Within the formation, all the demonic cultivators were instantly shredded by the icy sword chi, their souls obliterated and bodies utterly destroyed.
Cold Xiao's eyes held utter indifference.
She felt not a shred of pity for demon cultivators.
Her divine sense spread out.
It swept across the entire mountain hollow and every conceivable hiding place nearby.
She would spare none. Kill. Cold Xiao vanished in a flash.
In the next instant, those hiding, fleeing, or calling for help.
Men, women, and those neither male nor female.
All were slaughtered without mercy. Sword energy pierced the skull of the last demon cultivator. Within mere moments, not a single demon cultivator remained in sight.
One remains.
Lang Xiao fixed her gaze on the distance. She probed the divine senses of several demon cultivators. The so-called 100 Refinements Taoist was right there.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lang Xiao vanished. Inside the cave, MOU encountered no resistance whatsoever. The highest cultivation level among the captured cultivators was the Intent Transformation Realm. They were categorized according to their cultivation stages: tempering body, opening meridians, gathering spirit, and transformation of intent.
Those of the same cultivation level were confined together.
As a new face, Mou drew countless stares the moment he entered the cave.
Their gazes brimmed with wariness, some even seething with hatred.
If looks could kill, Mou would have been slain countless times over. They're all quite fierce, aren't they? Mou paid them no mind.
He understood these people had mistaken him for a demon cultivator too.
I'm not a demon cultivator. I'm here to save you.
The words sparked an immediate stir.
Some eyes softened, others began to show gratitude. Others wore expressions of doubt. Don't believe him.
He's just a lowly cultivator at the tempering realm. How could he possibly stand against those demonic cultivators? He might be a demon cultivator's spy, sent to gather intelligence on our sect.
We should wait here.
The northern three sects will send help soon.
The speaker was a man in his 30s, radiating an aura of the intent realm. Who are you? Mou asked impatiently. Zhao Feng, from Luoyue's sect.
Oh, from Luoyue's sect, Mou said indifferently.
Since you don't want to leave, stay here. Anyone else who doesn't want to leave, I won't force you. Mou's lips curved upward. Listen up. You only get one chance.
The crowd exchanged glances. Many had already sided with Zhao Feng.
Young man, can you truly save us? An elder asked.
Of course. With his abilities, he probably can't even decipher the array protecting this prison.
Breaking it to save us? What a joke. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. However, while outwardly skeptical, he secretly transmitted his voice to the surrounding crowd. Listen up.
No matter what this kid does next, the moment the formation breaks, we charge out together.
Alas, he was destined for disappointment. Mou clapped his hands and stepped forward. Who said rescuing people requires breaking the formation? Ignorant fool. With that, Mou's figure flickered.
Using the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, he appeared beside the elder who had just spoken.
Another flash later, both of them materialized outside the prison cell.
The scene fell deathly silent. The old man stared at his hands and feet, his eyes filled with utter disbelief.
Zhao Feng froze, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. Spatial magic. It must be spatial magic. He knows spatial magic.
Someone shouted, and the prison cell erupted in chaos.
Young man, save me. Quick, save me. Cries for help rang out incessantly.
Those who had been gathered around Zhao Feng quickly dispersed. A cultivator possessing spatial abilities at the tempering body stage must have a background terrifying enough to send shivers down anyone's spine.
Perhaps the demonic cultivators outside had already been slaughtered. Mou moved swiftly between the cells, and within moments, thousands of cultivators were rescued unharmed.
Young man, no need for thanks for such a great favor. Please leave your name, and I shall repay you in the future.
Mou shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want compensation, but leaving his name would only create more karmic entanglements. This was in the eastern continent. Who knew which karmic thread might eventually entangle the protagonist? That was not an outcome he desired. Seeing Mou's refusal to reveal his name, the cultivators could only commit his features to memory before departing one by one. Before long, only Zhao Feng remained in the cell. Zhao Feng's eyes darted nervously as he huddled in the corner. He looked utterly miserable. Mou wasn't one to indulge such behavior.
If he didn't want to come out, he had no one to blame but himself.
He simply clapped his hands and walked away.
Zhao Feng stared at Mou's retreating figure, a flash of malice crossing his eyes.
Kid, don't let me find you.
Meanwhile, in another hidden mountain hollow,
Lang Xiao hovered in midair, bellowing into the cave, "Get out here!"
From within the cave, the overwhelming aura of a peak Nirvana cultivator surged forth. Purple-black demonic energy swirled around countless skulls, surging skyward from the cave entrance, threatening to engulf Lang Xiao. But the moment it touched the icy sword intent, the purple-black demonic energy halted abruptly.
"Ha! You seem more than you appear." A gaunt monk emerged from the purple-black demonic energy, his voice raspy.
Still, the Tongyu realm is the Tongyu realm.
No matter how powerful, it cannot rival Nirvana.
This humble monk happens to be in need of a corpse puppet.
Your body shall serve that purpose. Chapter 25, How about becoming my disciple? You vermin! Lang Xiao couldn't care less about the 100 refinements Taoist.
The 100 refined Taoist's expression hardened.
Fine.
I have a lifelong hobby collecting the faces of beautiful women.
Your appearance, well, it qualifies. Sufficient to enter my treasured collection of portraits. Cold Xiao's revulsion deepened.
The white light cluster nearly consumed her entire consciousness.
Only by killing this filthy vermin before her could she find peace. How utterly tiresome. In the next instant, the frost sword intent crystallized into countless pure white blades standing behind Lang Xiao. Slash. The voice rang out, ethereal and crisp. The myriad blades struck toward the 100 refinements Taoist at an unimaginable speed. Trivial.
Before he could utter the word trick, the 100 refined Taoist's expression changed instantly.
The way of the sword.
Within that sky-filling sword intent lay the very Tao principle of swordsmanship.
A cultivator who seeks the way. The monk's gaunt face turned deathly pale. Without hesitation, he summoned a mysterious alchemical furnace. The furnace glowed purple all over, its lid churning violently as its contents boiled incessantly. Finally, a jet of pitch-black liquid erupted from the furnace. All unfolded in the blink of an eye. The frosty sword intent, tainted by that pitch-black liquid, seemed to lose its momentum and vanished into thin air. That was close, so close. Taoist Balian breathed a heavy sigh of relief. I never imagined you were actually a Tao-seeking cultivator in disguise. No, if you were a genuine Tao-seeking cultivator, I doubt I'd have even had the chance to summon this furnace. Taoist Balian looked utterly perplexed. Could it be your cultivation has faltered? Long Xiao frowned. The aura emanating from that alchemy furnace felt deeply unsettling. This is a demonic artifact. Taoist Balian looked astonished. Ha ha ha, I never expected anyone could recognize this sacred artifact. You're quite right. This is the demonic artifact my master paid a tremendous price to deliver into my hands, the Purple Extreme Furnace. It contains purple extreme liquid, specifically designed to absorb the spiritual energy of the human race. It can be called the bane of humanity. Cold Xiao's eyes flashed with fury. You willingly betrayed the human race to serve the demonic clan. You deserve to be torn to pieces. Oomph. A mere cultivator who stumbled on the path to enlightenment dares defy a sacred artifact? How utterly deluded. A savage grin twisted the gaunt features of the 100 Refinements Taoist. I have thousands of cultivators as living sacrifices. Even if a peak Tao-seeking cultivator arrived, they would still perish beneath the purple extreme furnace. Thousands of cultivators? Long Xiao sneered coldly. You'd better take a good look. Are there any left? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Taoist Balian immediately extended his divine sense toward the prison holding the cultivators. Yet the next moment, he froze in shock. Of the thousands imprisoned within the dungeons, only one remained. All the others had vanished without a trace. Impossible. That's the demon clan's grand formation. No one could possibly break through it. But as he carefully sensed the surroundings, he froze once more. The formation, it hasn't been broken. This was even more astonishing than the formation being broken. Who could it be? The 100 Refinements Taoist frantically spread his divine sense until he finally detected a figure. A kid at the tempering body stage? It couldn't possibly be him. Wait, that face. The 100 Refining Taoist's eyes shifted from fury to astonishment, then abruptly transformed into delight. It's him! It's him! Ha 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 ha! Holding the purple extreme cauldron, the 100 Refining Taoist poured its pitch-black liquid toward Lang Xiao, surrounding her completely and blocking her path. Then, without a backward glance, he strode straight toward the prison. Lang Xiao's expression abruptly changed. This is bad. MOU. Her heart raced, a flicker of panic rising within her. In an instant, her spiritual energy erupted throughout her body. Ignoring the pitch-black purple extreme liquid, she charged straight through it, letting it drench her. At that moment, her eyes held only MOU. Targeted by the 100 Refinements Taoist, he was in grave danger. Demon cultivators were infinitely more dangerous than ordinary Nirvana cultivators. At the same time, MOU seemed to sense something, gazing into the distance. A mass of purplish-black mist surged toward him. What the hell is that? Sensing imminent danger, MOU swiftly activated his teleportation technique, shrink the earth to an inch, combined with freeze the breath and hide the shadow, vanishing from his original position. Taoist Balian was taken aback. There's something to this. No wonder the master went to such lengths to find him. MOU looked utterly bewildered. Who on earth is looking for me? The purple extreme furnace rose into the air, radiating a dazzling purple glow. Incredibly, the freezing ice shadow suppression technique proved ineffective under this violet radiance. Found you. The 100 Refining Taoist gave a wicked grin, his massive hand reaching out to grab MOU. How dare you? A frosty sword intent shot from afar, instantly shattering the giant hand. Cold Xiao arrived. She shielded MOU with her body. Are you okay? MOU shook his head. What about you? Lang Xiao was in poor condition. The wounds inflicted by worldly desires had yet to heal. Now, the thick, pitch-black purple extreme liquid was relentlessly corroding her body, devouring the spiritual energy within. Yet she still refused to burden MOU with worry. I'm fine. This guy is tough to handle. I'll hold him off. You leave first. We'll meet up at Luoyu's sect. Lang Xiao's tone was urgent, urging MOU to leave immediately. MOU shook his head. I don't have the habit of abandoning friends to run away. Stepping forward, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Lang Xiao. The 10,000 Phenomena Divine Sword gripped in his hand. If we fight together. If we leave together. Primordial chi swirled around the blade, enveloping both their bodies. To Lang Xiao's astonishment, the purple extreme liquid clinging to her body miraculously vanished. Completely dispelled by the primordial pure energy, it vanished without a trace. Lang Xiao's eyes narrowed. Lend me your sword.
MOU hesitated not a moment, placing the 10,000 Phenomena Sword into Long Xiao's grasp.
A faint smile touched Long Xiao's lips. MOU, these past days have brought me enlightenment. But I can only use it once. You watch closely. With that, Long Xiao channeled all her spiritual energy into the 10,000 Phenomena Divine Sword.
Playing tricks.
Taoist Balian roared, channeling all his strength into the purple pole furnace.
The 10,000 Phenomena Sword descended, colliding violently with the purple pole furnace.
The void froze in an instant. Blossoms of annihilation bloomed, each seemingly filled with countless miniature worlds.
The 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword hummed incessantly. Purple energy surged along its blade, sinking into each blossom of the flowers of extinction.
In an instant, the flowers bloomed and withered.
Terrifying annihilation energy spread out, completely enveloping the purple extreme furnace, the surrounding purple-black energy, and the 100 refinements Taoist.
The next moment, the flowers of annihilation withered. And with them, everything was obliterated.
In the blink of an eye, tranquility returned to the surroundings. The purple extreme furnace and the 100 refining Taoist were utterly vaporized. Not a single trace remained.
Xiaomei, what kind of sword technique was that? You couldn't help but marvel.
That sword strike had been profoundly mysterious, deeply etched into his mind.
Host, Xiaomei doesn't know either. It must be self-created. Self-created?
MOU was momentarily at a loss for words.
What astonishing sword talent would be required to create such a technique? Long Xiao turned and smiled.
Did you see clearly?
MOU nodded. Missy Shui, you. Shu.
Long Xiao raised a finger to MOU's lips.
No questions.
I've studied the 10,000 Phenomena Divine Sword for ages to master this technique.
It doesn't have a name yet, why don't you name it? MOU pondered for a moment.
When this technique is unleashed, it feels like all things wither away, filled with the power of annihilation.
How about naming it Eternal Silence?
Eternal Silence.
Long Xiao smiled faintly. A fitting name.
Then, she turned gracefully to face MOU, her eyes flickering slightly as she spoke in a half-joking tone.
Well then, since I've created Eternal Silence for you, shouldn't you show your gratitude somehow? MOU's lips curved upward. What would Missy Shui like to do?
Long Xiao raised an eyebrow, seizing the moment to ask, I've always wanted to experience being a master.
How about you become my disciple for a day? Just one day. Chapter 26, has the demon clan set their sights on MOU too? Ha? Be your disciple?
This request truly caught MOU off guard.
Moreover, it seemed strangely familiar. In MOU's mind, the figures of Dao Shui and Long Xiao gradually overlapped.
The same ice attribute cultivation technique, the same sword-wielding style, and the same peerless talent.
Could it be?
MOU stared into Dao Shui's eyes, suddenly filled with doubt.
Ding! Warning, warning!
According to system projections, the probability of the host's true identity being discovered by MOU is 50%.
Ding! Warning, warning, probability increased to 60%. Ding! 70%. Long Xiao. What's going on? The incessant alerts echoed in her mind. How is he about to discover it? What should I do? What should I do? Wait, master, your disciple. There's no other way. This is it.
Long Xiao seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing instantly. She smoothed her hair and clasped her hands behind her back.
In the story you told me about the dragon maiden, there was a scene like this.
Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, stammering and hesitant. Long Xiao's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her expression brimming with bashfulness. This was undoubtedly the boldest decision she had ever made in her life. To dispel MOU's suspicions, she came up with an excuse. Speaking such words in such a coy tone was also a first in her life. And to do so in front of the man she had shared physical intimacy with.
Even Lang Xiao felt utterly embarrassed.
If anyone from Lingxi Sword Pavilion were present now, their eyes would surely pop out in astonishment. It was hard to imagine the cold-hearted Sword Immortal Lang Xiao ever displaying such an expression.
MOU paused in surprise before realizing, so that's it.
She must have been influenced by the story I told her.
Come to think of it, how could missing Shui possibly be Lang Xiao?
Cold Xiao is a sword immortal of icy detachment and lofty aloofness, showing little interest in matters beyond cultivation.
Recalling the moments spent with Dao Shui over the past period, her personality was truly nothing like cold and aloof.
While she could be distant at times, it was perfectly natural. And most importantly, the blush on Dao Shui's face right now was absolutely not something Lang Xiao could ever manage.
It couldn't be her. It couldn't be that a Taoist master would just sit around doing nothing, deliberately changing identities to accompany me on a stroll, could it? MOU dismissed the absurd notion. Wait a minute. What did Missy Shui just say? Something about a dragon maiden? Wasn't that the mythical version of Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu that I'd adapted? And it was a teacher-student romance. She mentioned taking me as her disciple. Could she be confessing her feelings?
MOU's heartbeat quickened as the thought crossed her mind.
That slightly adorable, coy demeanor.
was rather heart-fluttering. Host. Your happiness points have increased again. Thump thump. Lang Xiao's heart pounded wildly, as if it might burst. Why hasn't he reacted yet? I'm already like this. Ding. Warning lifted. Host, refrain from similar actions in the future. Otherwise, even this system won't be able to help you. As the mechanical voice faded, Lang Xiao exhaled heavily. Saved. You, don't misunderstand. I just said it on a whim, off the cuff. Lang Xiao lowered her head, biting her lip as she spoke. In matters of emotion, she behaved like a child. Mo shook his head gently. Their goals were different. Even if they harbored feelings for each other, it wasn't right. Unless. Never mind. I understand. Suppressing the thought in her heart, Mo smiled and changed the subject. Missy Shui, why don't I try it? See if I can pull off this move. Lang Xiao snapped back to reality, taking several shallow breaths before calming her racing heart. Alright, here you go. Remember, sword and self must become one. Mo took the 10,000 Phenomena Divine Sword and aimed it at a nearby mountain peak. 10,000 phenomena. Eternal silence. In the next instant, spiritual energy surged from Mo's body into the sword's blade. Clear chi and purple chi converged. Mo's aura suddenly became utterly staggering. Lang Xiao's lips parted slightly. Though mentally prepared, Mo's display still surpassed her expectations. Opening his eyes, Mo ignited the flames of nothingness around his body. Slash. As the words fell, in the silent void, endless blades of annihilation surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain peak vanished without a trace. Indeed, you are the most suited to wield this sword. Lang Xiao murmured to herself. When you reach the pinnacle, this sword might be enough to silence everything forever. Limited by his cultivation, Mo's strike lacked the power of Lang Xiao's. Missy Shui, did I wield it correctly? Lang Xiao smiled faintly. Not a single flaw. Mo sheathed the 10,000 Phenomena Sword with satisfaction. He finally possessed a proper offensive technique. This called for a proper celebration. Missy Shui, shall we go for a drink? Lang Xiao nodded gently. Yes, let's. After Mo and Lang Xiao departed, the mountain hollow fell silent once more. But at the spot where the mountain peak had been obliterated by eternal silence, a figure clad in black robes appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Her eyes flickered with profound shock. This is truly unbelievable. The woman stood before the ruins, lost in silence for a very, very long time. Palace Master, I found Mo. After an unknown span of time, she finally spoke slowly. Demon energy swirled around her, as if she were communicating with some unseen presence. And a voice filled with enchantment echoed within her mind. I cannot see through him. Ha! The enchanting voice betrayed no surprise. If even you could see through him, then he wouldn't be worth this palace's effort to seek him out. Palace Mistress, as you predicted, the Star Demon Palace learned of the information you deliberately released and immediately dispatched agents to search for Mo. Their forces stationed in the human realm have been nearly wiped out. The black-clad woman's tone brimmed with reverence. This is truly excellent news. A seductive laugh echoed, yet it held no trace of surprise. With this, that Star Demon Palace fellow will be blind in human territory. Palace Master, there is a woman by his side, though her identity remains concealed. Judging by the sword intent she wields, it is highly likely she is Lang Xiao, the peerless Sword Immortal from Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Oh? The enchanting voice paused briefly, revealing a hint of puzzlement for the first time. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Lang Xiao. She entered the Dao after 2,932 years of cultivation, forging her own Frostblade intent. She's hailed as Lingxi Sword Pavilion's most promising candidate to break through to the Emperor Realm. What purpose could she possibly serve by accompanying Mo? The enchanting voice continued, seemingly to itself. Palace Master, what should I do next? You need do nothing. Follow Mo, but do not let him detect you. Ensure his safety. When the Abyss Gate opens and the demonic race reigns supreme, this sovereign shall come for you. Yes, Palace Master. Your servant obeys. The black-clad woman bowed slightly, paying homage to the void, then vanished in a flash toward the direction where Mo and the others had disappeared. Meanwhile, within a shattered microcosm of the abyss, a crescent-shaped palace stood. Moon Demon Palace. Within the palace, a seductively alluring woman reclined on an exquisitely crafted bed. Her face and figure were enough to make any man's blood boil, utterly captivated. She pressed her thin lips together lightly, murmuring to herself. Mo, what secrets do you hold? How intriguing this is to this palace. With a flicker of thought, a portrait materialized in her hand. It depicted a handsome youth Mo himself. Since Lang Xiao is with you too, does she also hear strange voices in her mind like I do? The woman pondered thoughtfully. Ding. Host, please refrain from wild speculation. The sudden mechanical voice didn't startle her, instead, it made her lips curve upward. No denial? Looks like I'll need to find an opportunity to have a proper chat with this Lang Xiao. Ding.
Host, do not reveal the system's existence. Failure to comply will result in termination.
The woman waved her hand dismissively, showing no trace of fear.
Erase me? Oof. Truthfully, I've longed for death for quite some time now. Why not erase me right now? The voice in her mind unexpectedly fell silent.
The woman paid it no mind, continuing to admire the portrait in her hands. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of her lips.
Chapter 27, Ling Xiaoxi grins, Luoyue sect weeps. MOU. This is delicious, you have to try it.
Lang Xiao and Mou arrived at a small town at the foot of Luoyue Mountain, just a stone's throw away from Luoyue sect.
Strange as it was. Well, it wasn't exactly strange. Having experienced it once before, Mou was already prepared.
That is, Lang Xiao's personality had changed again. Now, a smile never left her face. Even the most ordinary, mundane food tasted like a delicacy to her. Right now, she was holding up a plain piece of tofu, insisting on feeding it to Mou.
Not only that, Lang Xiao often giggled, as if recalling something joyful. After laughing, she'd pinch Mou's cheeks without the slightest hesitation. Occasionally, she'd make funny faces, trying to scare Mou. But how could such an adorable little ghost possibly scare anyone? Mou didn't know why she acted this way. Still, he didn't mind. In fact, it lifted his spirits.
The two of them wandered through the mundane marketplace, looking nothing like cultivators.
Instead, they resembled a newlywed couple, basking in the simple joys of life.
Within Lang Xiao's mind, the orange light cluster kept expanding, filling her entire sea of consciousness.
It was the emotion of joy. Yet, unlike the other tribulations, this time, Lang Xiao offered no resistance or suppression.
Instead, she let the joy spread freely. In fact, she found herself thoroughly enjoying it. As she wandered, her gaze was drawn to a snow-white jade hairpin. Ordinary, not a magical artifact, devoid of any spiritual energy. The jade hairpin was smooth and milky white, with an exquisitely carved snowflake at its top.
Mou stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Auntie, how much is this hairpin?"
The jewelry vendor smiled warmly at the pair. "Young lady, you have such a lovely face and such a cheerful smile.
Seeing you makes me happy. This hairpin. I'll give it to you as a gift. May your young couple enjoy lasting happiness and harmony." "Thank you so much, Auntie." Mou couldn't help but smile. Including this jade hairpin, Lang Xiao had already received countless gifts. And all of them were free. It seemed that genuine joy truly could be contagious. "Mou, help me put this on." Lang Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. People along the way kept calling her and Mou a young couple. She had long since grown accustomed to it and didn't mind. However, both of them understood each other implicitly and never brought up the nickname themselves. Mou stepped forward, took the snow-white jade hairpin, and gently tucked it into Lang Xiao's hair. Lang Xiao's heart pounded wildly. Her lips pressed together slightly as she lost herself in thought. "Mou, let's go. It's time to head to Luoyu sect." Xianying turned, hands tucked behind her back, and skipped toward the mountain gates of Luoyu sect. Mou smiled, deftly retrieving a bottle of pills and placing it on the jewelry stall before following Lang Xiao's pace. The jewelry vendor stared blankly at the pill radiating spiritual energy, then snapped her head up as if suddenly realizing something. But Mou and Lang Xiao had already vanished from sight. Luoyu sect, one of the three great sects of the northern border of Dongzhou, excelled in alchemy and disdained conflict. Yet, surprisingly, at this moment, the entire Luoyu sect was on high alert, as if something of immense importance had occurred. "Halt! Who are you? What business brings you here?" Mou and Lang Xiao were halted and questioned the moment they reached the mountain gate. "We are disciples of Lingxi Sword Pavilion, sent by our master to the North Pole. We wish to use the cross-domain teleportation array," Mou stated while presenting their token. "Lingxi Sword Pavilion?" The gatekeeper disciple visibly startled, taking the token for a closer look. Then, he was utterly stunned. "Please wait a moment, I'll report to the elders immediately." Before long, an elderly man arrived riding a gourd, clearly an elder of the Falling Moon sect. Mou was somewhat surprised. Is this token really that effective? It even prompted a Falling Moon sect elder to come out personally. Lang Xiao smiled and remarked, "Probably belongs to some big shot." The Falling Moon sect elder's divine sense fell upon the two, tinged with confusion. But soon, a cold, demanding voice echoed in his mind. Has the Falling Moon sect forgotten the Righteous Alliance's covenant? The joy of the seven emotions had restored most of Lang Xiao's cultivation, bringing her back to the Tao-seeking realm. The elder's face drained of color as he nervously replied, "Sword Immortal, we of Luoyu sect have heard of the demon cultivator's affairs. It's not that we refuse to help, but our sect master and senior elder are both gravely injured. The rest of us are no match for the demon cultivators." "Oomph. How convenient your excuses are." No way." The Luoyu sect elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Though the Luoyu sect was counted among the three great sects of the north, its expertise lay in alchemy. Only the sect master and the reclusive supreme elder had attained the Tao-seeking realm. The entire sect combined wouldn't be a match for Long Xiao. Sword Immortal, you are absolutely right. This is a failure on the part of Luoyue's sect.
I will immediately dispatch disciples to purge the demon cultivators from the northern frontier.
Unnecessary, Long Xiao replied coldly through telepathic transmission. The demonic cultivators are all dead.
Hearing this, the elder breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank you for your intervention, senior.
However, these two young disciples of my sword pavilion have sustained some injuries.
The Luoyu sect elder's heart sank instantly. He instantly grasped Lang Xiao's meaning and hurriedly spoke.
Sword Immortal, our sect has just refined several life-creating transformation pills. They should be able to heal these two disciples' injuries.
Upon hearing this, Lang Xiao said no more.
Soon, two disciples arrived carrying two exquisite jade boxes.
Mo felt a slight pang of confusion. The Luoyu sect elder approached them with a cheerful smile.
Young friends, we've heard of your battle against the demonic cultivators. You've rid the northern frontier of a menace and demonstrated the might of our righteous path. As fellow righteous cultivators, please accept this modest token of our gratitude. Mou's expression remained guarded. Elder, you flatter us.
But we cannot accept gifts for no reason. Please take these pills back.
This.
The Luoyu sect elder froze, astonishment evident in his eyes.
Young friend, this is the life-creating elixir.
Are you truly refusing it? Just as Mou was about to refuse, Lang Xiao stepped forward and took the jade box. Miss Ishui, this item carries too much karmic weight. We cannot accept it.
Lang Xiao pursed her lips.
Didn't he say it was a token of gratitude for eliminating the demon cultivators?
The karmic debt is settled. Besides, while Luoyu sect may not excel in combat, their alchemy is truly unparalleled. The life-creating transformation pill can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. It's an invaluable life-saving elixir.
Mou's eyes lit up. A life-saving elixir. Then, let's accept it. Thank you, elder. Seeing Mou and his companion accept the gift, the Luoyu sect elder breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Though reluctant to part with it, it was far better than angering the Sword Immortal.
I shall send disciples to escort you both to the teleportation array. I do hope you'll speak highly of us when you return.
Certainly, certainly. Mou replied politely, his manner impeccable. Immediately afterward, guided by disciples of the Falling Moon sect, the two arrived unimpeded at the cross-domain teleportation array. Mou felt a surge of excitement. The Arctic lands finally within reach. At last, they could leave those protagonists far behind. A flash of light erupted as Mou and Lang Xiao stepped onto the array simultaneously, vanishing from sight.
At that very moment, a playful, childlike voice echoed in Mou's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing 7 days of a wonderful life.
Your happiness score is currently being evaluated.
Chapter 28, The 5 Primordial Methods of Innate Power. The Great East Chapter.
Ding!
Reviewing host's experiences.
Major happiness value events.
1. Enduring hardships and facing life and death situations alongside a beloved confidant, happiness value ++++.
2. Learning the demonic princess seeks you, happiness value. 3. Mutual affection blossoms amidst hazy intimacy, happiness value +++++. Each entry flashed by.
Xiaomei, Ishui, and I are just friends.
Don't spread rumors. Host, the happiness value never lies.
Xiaomei is merely making an objective assessment.
Ahem, never mind. Whatever. Just give me my reward. Ding! Happiness value assessment complete. Congratulations, host. 7-day average happiness value, 93. Assessment level, level 6. Assessment, a beautiful life should be just like this. Ding!
Congratulations, host. You've achieved a level 6 beautiful life rating.
Hee, this is the highest level assessment, host. Aren't you thrilled? The highest level? Mou felt a surge of anticipation.
If level 5 already granted the 10,000 Phenomena Divine Sword, then the level 6 reward should be even better.
Ding! Wonderful life rewards distributed. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on acquiring the innate 5 Greats technique.
In an instant, Mou felt something new enter his mind.
Yet it felt like an intangible substance, like a void elusive and unfathomable.
Xiaomei, what kind of cultivation technique is this? This is the cultivation technique Xiaomei personally selected for you. No need for grueling cultivation, simply comprehend the heavens and earth to enhance your cultivation. Can you explain it in simpler terms? Put simply, it means you can grow stronger no matter what you do.
The more open-minded and aligned with the Tao your thoughts are, the faster your cultivation progresses.
Can I take that to mean I'll get stronger just by breathing? You bet. Mou's heart stirred.
This cultivation method required no seclusion or grueling practice. It was perfect for her. She scanned her body internally. She carefully sensed the new energy within her body. Unconsciously, Mou fell into a state of enlightenment. Beside the teleportation array, Lang Xiao was utterly astonished. The energy emanating from him is truly remarkable. The teleportation array of Luoyue's sect led to White Knight City in the Arctic. White Knight City was one of the few major cities in the Arctic region. Within its walls, the major factions were intricately intertwined. Now, the profound aura emanating from MOU's sudden enlightenment drew countless divine senses to probe. Get out of here! A chill emanated from Lang Xiao as her sword intent surged skyward. This was a warning. If anyone dared to pry further, she wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson in how to behave. Throughout the hidden corners of White Knight City, eyes opened in unison. The Frostblade Immortal. Soon, MOU's divine senses withdrew from all around him. No one wished to antagonize Lang Xiao. Still, Lang Xiao remained uneasy. MOU possessed astonishing innate talent to begin with. Now that he had achieved sudden enlightenment, he must have encountered something truly extraordinary. Spiritual energy surged within her, coalescing into 8 frost-clad swords that landed directly at 8 cardinal points. Instantly, icy coldness spread, forming a barrier array that sealed off all divine sense. Those nearby could no longer sense what transpired within. Within the array, MOU was enveloped by an intangible, formless aura. Within him, earth-shattering transformations were occurring. His Dantian Chi dissolved into boundless emptiness. Then, from this boundless void, the primordial Chi was born. An existence seemingly more primordial than the primordial chaos itself. Cold Xiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It seems to encompass all paths. She had never witnessed anything like it. The primordial Chi circulated within MOU's body, traversing every part of him. Finally, the primordial Chi dissipated, evolving into the chaotic universe. Lang Xiao grew even more unsettled. Her lips parted slightly, remaining open for a long time. To manifest a universe within one's body, this is utterly unimaginable. MOU was far more mysterious than she had ever imagined. At that moment, MOU was deeply attuned to every subtle shift within his body. Within his sea of consciousness, the heavenly mysteries script emerged. Though MOU did not recognize them, he understood their meaning instinctively. The 5 primordial laws of the pre-heavenly era, the Great East Chapter. Within boundless emptiness, forged the primordial cosmos. The profound mysteries of the scripture were too deep for even MOU to grasp fully at once. And this is merely the opening chapter. MOU experienced a profound realization, and his previously stagnant cultivation began to shift. The chaotic universe within his Dantian Chi had yet to take shape. It ceaselessly devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. Outside, spiritual energy surged toward MOU from all directions. It swirled into a vortex of spiritual energy, surging into his body at an astonishing, almost unbelievable speed. What's happening? Why has the spiritual energy suddenly become so thin? Within White Knight City, cultivators wore expressions of shock as they began investigating the cause. Several influential figures arrived at the perimeter of the formation, exchanging glances, yet none dared to approach. Sword Immortal, this junior disciple of the Hanli Sacred Palace. The spiritual energy within White Knight City has grown exceedingly thin. If this continues, it may damage the very foundations of this place. An elder from the Hanli Holy Palace offered a tactful warning. Lang Xiao offered no reply. All her attention was fixed on MOU, guarding against any mishap. The city's influential figures were momentarily at a loss. If this continues, White Knight City will be drained dry. This can't be allowed. Activate the Spirit Gathering Array immediately. Before long, the Spirit Gathering Array flickered with light around the city walls of White Knight City. Spiritual energy surged toward White Knight City from all directions. Then, it was all absorbed by the vortex within MOU's body. After a long while, within MOU's Dantian Sea of Qi, the primordial chaotic universe finally took shape. It ceased absorbing spiritual energy. MOU slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. This cultivation technique is truly quite challenging. Ha? Miss Ishui, why are you staring at me like that? Lang Xiao stepped forward, scrutinizing MOU from head to toe. Ha? Miss Ishui, you shouldn't touch there. Ah. After finishing her inspection, Lang Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. I was just checking if you'd been possessed. Alright. Thank you, Miss Ishui. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. MOU was thoroughly examined from head to toe. Though aided by her divine perception, even through clothing, if Lang Xiao wanted to see, she certainly could. He wondered if she had. MOU shook her head slightly, pushing aside the tangled thoughts. Miss Ishui, what happened? Lang Xiao shook her head. You should be the one answering that. You nearly drained all the spiritual energy from White Knight City just now. MOU was utterly bewildered. Her cultivation seemed to have advanced, now reaching the peak of the tempering body stage. But that shouldn't require an entire city's worth of spiritual energy? Could it be? MOU's divine sense plunged into the Qi Sea within his Dantian, where a nascent chaotic universe was taking shape. Xiaomei, is it absorbing the spiritual energy? Ding. Replied a host, yep. This is the embryonic universe of the primordial 5 great laws. As the host's cultivation and insights advance, this embryonic universe will gradually evolve.
Ultimately, it will evolve into a true world. I see.
Mou nodded slowly, then turned to Lang Xiao.
Missy Shui, there's a crowd surrounding us outside. Can we just run away? I'd rather not get entangled in such immense karma.
Lang Xiao paused for a moment before slowly nodding.
If you don't want to get involved, then I'll take that karma upon myself.
After all, it was merely the spiritual energy of a city. She was confident she could handle it.
With that thought, Lang Xiao stepped forward, vanishing in a flash alongside Mou.
The formation dissipated. The people of White Knight City rushed forward, but the array was empty.
This. The crowd froze in stunned silence. Just then, the surrounding cold air condensed, forming a line of text. Today's events shall be accounted for.
The words carried the icy intent of a frost-edged sword.
Everyone knew this must be a message left by Lang Xiao.
The elder of the Cold Grace Holy Palace exhaled heavily and ordered, "Dismissed.
I will report to the palace master."
With that, the crowd dispersed. Meanwhile, Mou and Lang Xiao had already traveled 10,000 miles away.
Chapter 29, The Cloud Wave Gathering. Approximately 60,000 li east of White Knight City lay another small city. Yunlan City.
Unlike White Knight City, Yunlan was a remote frontier town, lacking in resources and with barren spiritual veins. It was considered a poor region within the cultivation world. Secret realms were scarce, and celestial treasures were virtually non-existent. In truth, the entire Arctic region is comparatively barren compared to the other domains. However, precisely because resources were scarce, conflicts were correspondingly few. The prodigies from the great sects generally have no desire to come here. Only occasionally do a few adventurers venture here, hoping to discover hidden realms overlooked by their predecessors. Yet, nearly 99% return empty-handed. The remaining 1% meet their end here for various reasons. But this place had captured Mou's heart. At this moment, Mou and Lang Xiao were strolling through the streets of Yunlan City.
Mou felt joyful. The air was thick with the scent of safety. He could finally distance himself from those protagonists and cultivate in peace. Beside him, Lang Xiao felt a bit puzzled. The joy of the 7 emotions had subsided, and she had returned to her usual detached demeanor. But this indifference only applied to everyone except Mou. When conversing with Mou, emotion still stirred within Lang Xiao. Recalling the little moments they shared together, she even felt a hint of shyness. Still, she didn't dislike this feeling. Moreover, she concealed it well. Mou never caught on.
Lang Xiao smoothed the strand of hair and asked. This place lacks spiritual energy and resources.
Why come here? Mou chuckled. Precisely because there's nothing here. That's what makes it a peerless treasure trove.
Otherwise, today a group of prodigies would come, tomorrow a band of geniuses, endless bickering over opportunities in fighting.
No peace at all. I've made up my mind I'll find a sect near Yunlan City and apprentice myself to a master. Lang Xiao couldn't help but shake her head.
Mou staying in this region was truly a waste of his talents. Still, she felt no urgency.
She already had a plan in mind. System, I have an idea. No matter which sect Mou joins, I'll directly incorporate the entire sect into Lingxi Sword Pavilion. That way, he'll technically be a disciple of my Lingxi Pavilion too. Ding! Please refrain from taking shortcuts. Doing so would only make the host and Mou fellow disciples, without qualifying for rewards. Moreover, according to system projections, the probability of Mou discovering this is 90%, and the probability of him escaping is 100%. Lang Xiao. Does this guy hate me that much? She suddenly felt a surge of irritation and glared fiercely at Mou. Missy Shui. Mou turned just then. Their eyes met. Oomph.
Lang Xiao made no attempt to hide her feelings and strode forward.
Ha? Angry? Mou was baffled. But you seemed fine just a moment ago. As expected, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, impossible to fathom. Sigh. Mou stood rooted to the spot, letting out a soft sigh. Just as he was about to chase after her, he overheard people nearby chatting about the Yunlan gathering. His interest was instantly piqued. Fellow cultivators, what exactly is this Yunlan gathering you speak of?
Ahead, Lang Xiao walked for a while before doubt began to creep into her mind.
Ha? Why isn't he chasing after me yet?
She slowed her pace slightly and quietly extended her divine sense backward. What she discovered was this.
Mou was deep in conversation with a group of body-tempering cultivators. Lang Xiao.
In her mind, the crimson clusters symbolizing anger stirred restlessly once more. Gritting her teeth, she stormed toward Mou.
Thank you all for your guidance, fellow cultivators, Mou said with a satisfied bow. What are you discussing? Lang Xiao appeared abruptly behind Mou. Mou felt a chill run down his spine and spun around. Missy Shui, you're back? I just inquired with some fellow cultivators. They mentioned that Yunlan City will be hosting the Yunlan Small Assembly tomorrow.
All nearby sects will gather there both to exchange resources and to scout for new disciples. This is a great opportunity to understand the strengths and weaknesses of the major sects, making it easier for me to choose.
Mou continued speaking to herself.
Lang Xiao grew angrier with every word, the crimson light in her mind intensifying. They were utterly unwilling to take me as their master. Yet she gushed excitedly about joining these minor sects. Let you speak. You talk. Mou suddenly felt a chill as the temperature around them plummeted.
Missy Shui, what's wrong? Lang Xiao offered no reply. Or rather, the rage of the 7 emotions had once again overtaken her consciousness.
Consumed by fury, she could no longer hear the words spoken around her. A frigid aura spread outward, gradually coating the surroundings in frost.
If left unchecked, the cultivators within Yunlan City would surely suffer. Missy Shui, forgive me. Mou stepped forward, scooping up Lang Xiao and holding her close.
Then, using the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, he vanished without a trace.
Unexpectedly. After Mou embraced Lang Xiao, the chill ceased its movement.
The crimson light cluster within Lang Xiao's spiritual sea gradually shrank and subsided.
This should be close enough.
Mou landed on a desolate mountaintop and called softly.
Missy Shui, wake up?
In his arms, her delicate face rested against his chest, her captivating eyes closed at some unknown moment. Lang Xiao seemed to have fallen asleep.
Is she asleep?
Mou gazed at the figure in his arms and couldn't help but smile. The events of recent days kept flooding back into his mind.
Host, your happiness value is skyrocketing. Xiaomei, keep it down. You'll wake up Missy Shui. MPH, Xiaomei's talking, but she can't hear me anyway.
The lowly voice whined with a hint of grievance.
Atop the mountain peak, willow branches swayed gently in the breeze. Mou carried Lang Xiao to the shade beneath the willow branches.
He leaned gently against the trunk and slowly closed his eyes.
He too felt weary.
Lang Xiao's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her eyes opened a tiny slit as she stole a glance at Mou, as if confirming something. Then, the corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. The dormant purple cluster of light within her consciousness gradually stirred to life.
That symbolized, yes, the love among the 7 emotions.
A gentle breeze rustled through the willows as 2 figures nestled quietly beneath them, remaining there until sunset faded into dawn.
Meanwhile, 1,000 miles outside Yunlan City. A handsome man in plain clothes, backpack slung over his shoulder, wiped sweat from his brow. Another day, and I should reach Yunlan City.
By my calculations, I should arrive just in time for the Yunlan small gathering. I hope these 2 earthfire grasses fetch a good price.
Master, wait for me.
This time, I will definitely buy the fire cleansing pills to rid you of the fire poison within your body.
The plain-clothed man grimaced and took a deep breath.
His peak body tempering cultivation surged forth, propelling him toward Yunlan City at breakneck speed.
Similar scenes unfolded across all directions of Yunlan City.
Disciples from nearby sects converged on the city, carrying spiritual herbs, spirit stones, and other treasures. The most bustling time of the year in Yunlan City was about to begin. The Yunlan small gathering was about to begin. Chapter 30, the senior brother of Qingfeng's sect.
Awake?
Beneath the weeping willow, Mou slowly opened his eyes, a soft murmur reaching his ears. Not far away, Lang Xiao gazed at him with a warm smile. Her jade-like hand gently lifted, tucking a strand of hair that danced in the breeze behind her ear. As if she wished to reveal her most perfect features to him. A faint blush graced her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes fluttered, revealing a hint of longing.
3 parts coy, 3 parts adorable, the rest pure affection. Thump, thump. Mou's breathing and heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Oh no! It was the feeling of falling for someone. Mou wondered if she hadn't fully woken up yet, quickly closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. It must be a mistake, definitely a mistake. I'm still dreaming.
Lang Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile, a hint of mischief flashing across her face. In her mind's eye, a purple cluster of light shone brightly.
Unlike the other clusters, they did not aggressively dominate Lang Xiao's consciousness.
It remained manageable. Yet, the purple light cluster seemed unusually resilient.
No matter what Lang Xiao did, she couldn't shake it in the slightest. The love among the 7 emotions. This ordeal. Perhaps it would last a very long time. But deep down, Lang Xiao didn't care. A little longer might not be so bad.
The Yunlan gathering is about to begin, Lang Xiao murmured softly. Mou opened his eyes once more, carefully studying Lang Xiao's expression before letting out a silent sigh of relief.
You must have been half asleep just now. How could Missy Shui possibly wear that expression? It was as if she were a young girl lost in the sweetness of love. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With that thought, Mou took a deep breath and stood up. Let's go. We'll go take a look. Yunlan City.
The city bustled far more than it had in recent days.
Cultivators from various sects arrived in succession, most of them running with bundles strapped to their backs.
Lang Xiao, who had rarely encountered lower-tier cultivators, was equally astonished.
Why aren't these disciples equipped with storage pouches?
Disciples of Lingxi Sword Pavilion received a storage pouch upon initiation. Inside were pills, the pavilion token, and some basic magical artifacts. Additionally, every so often, they could visit the Hall of Stewards to collect corresponding cultivation resources. Miss Ishue, it's not that they don't want to wear storage pouches, it's that they can't afford them, MOU explained. Though storage pouches are commonplace, even the lowest grade ones cost over a dozen low-grade spirit stones. And, typically, minor sects only have assets amounting to a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. As for the disciples, they're even poorer. Furthermore, most disciples from these minor sects possess extremely poor aptitude and lack the ability to seek out treasures themselves. So they pinch pennies wherever they can. Long Xiao fell silent. She suddenly felt that this cultivation world seemed vastly different from the one she knew. You seem quite knowledgeable about the lives of lower-tier cultivators? I've experienced it before, though I fared better than them. At least I had a storage pouch. MOU smiled faintly. Back in the MO family, his treatment had been the lowest among the clan. He received only a few spirit stones each month. Barely enough to get by. Lang Xiao frowned in confusion. But when you deployed an array outside the dragon prison cave using thousands of high-grade spirit stones, you didn't seem the least bit concerned. Miss Ishue, wealth is but an external thing. No amount of spirit stones can buy a beautiful life. MOU earnestly changed the subject. That makes sense. Long Xiao nodded slightly. MOU sighed softly within. Not feeling the pinch? Impossible. But that azure serpent named Huan Qing, a subordinate of the nine-tailed celestial fiend and a pivotal plot character. As long as she could keep her distance, spending a few spirit stones was no big deal. Soon, more and more cultivators arrived in Yunlan City. Occasionally, one or two would fly by on swords, their cultivation already reaching the opening veins realm. Robes draped over their shoulders, storage pouches fastened at their waists. Even in the most remote places, there's always a gap between the rich and the poor. Miss Ishue, let's go. The two approached. The Yunlan gathering was held in a private room within an ordinary tavern. Though called a private room, it couldn't compare to the Grand Yuhua Pavilion in Great Qian. MOU and Lang Xiao found a seat near the outer wall. Lang Xiao's fingertips swirled with spiritual energy, seeping into the private room. The two easily sensed the activity within. MOU scanned the room. Over 60 people were present, with the highest cultivation being two pulse-opening cultivators, aged around 40 to 50. One of them spoke slowly. The Yunlan gathering begins. If any of you have treasures to offer, bring them forth now. Should any catch our interest, we shall purchase them at a premium. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to rise. Everyone, I have a 30-year-old spirit flower here. Just 10 spirit stones. Step aside. A 30-year-old flower isn't worth the fuss. I've got a 50-year-old spirit fox hair here, something I spent 10 days and nights crouched beside a spirit fox den to find. Not a single spirit stone less than 30. Lang Xiao listened to the exchanges within the private room and frowned. These mundane items hardly deserve to be called treasures. MOU chuckled. To low-tier cultivators, anything with a shred of spiritual essence qualifies as a treasure. Lang Xiao found this hard to grasp but continued, though there is one item that catches my eye. MOU perked up. He has 200-year-old earthfire grasses in his hands. Lang Xiao pointed at one of the men. MOU followed her gaze to a young man clad in coarse cloth, a bundle clutched to his chest. He appeared only a few years older than herself. Too bad he can't keep it, Lang Xiao remarked indifferently. MOU's gaze fell upon the two meridian opening cultivators. A flicker of greed passed through their eyes. Though faint, it did not escape MOU's keen eyes. Just then, the man in plain clothes stood up. Everyone, I have a century-old earthfire herb here. I'd like to trade it for a fire-dispelling pill, or 100 low-grade spirit stones. The moment these words left his mouth, the room fell silent as all eyes turned to the man. I recall you're from the Clearwind sect. You came last year too, seeking pills for your master, correct? Remarked the man seated at the head of the table, who had opened his meridians. This junior is Lin Tian, the senior disciple of Qingfeng sect. My revered master is now suffering from fire poison, his life hanging by a thread. He urgently needs a fire-dispelling pill to counteract the toxin, the plain-clothed man replied, clasping his hands in a bow. Bring forth the earthfire grass for inspection. If it truly possesses a century's worth of cultivation, I shall grant you the fire-dispelling pill. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Elder, please examine this. He produced a crimson spirit herb radiating vibrant energy and placed it in the pulse-opening man's hands. Lin Tian, Lin Tian, Lin Tian. MOU murmured repeatedly. What's wrong? Do you know him? Lang Xiao asked curiously. No, MOU shook his head. I'm just confirming something. Moments later, MOU's eyes lit up. He wasn't in the book. Nor was Qingfeng's sect. This was solid. I think the Qingfeng sect is quite suitable. Exchanging earthfire grass for inexpensive fire-dispelling pills to save his master, the disciple has good character, and I imagine the sect's atmosphere is commendable as well. MOU smiled. What do you think, Miss Ishue? Me? I think only I am qualified to be your master. Though she thought this inwardly, Lang Xiao dared not speak, merely nodding slightly. It is indeed suitable.
Truthfully, it didn't matter to her which sect Mo joined.
In the end, no matter which path he took, he would inevitably become her disciple. Whether it was the Clear Wind sect or the Yellow Wind sect, it made no difference.
Mo lifted the corners of his mouth, silently sizing up this future senior disciple.
Meanwhile, inside the private room, the man holding the earthfire grass turned grim. He suddenly snapped at Lin Tian.
You bastard, Lin Tian. Have you grown a heart of stone? How dare you try to deceive this old man with counterfeit earthfire grass? Chapter 31, tell me loud and clear, how many years old is this earthfire grass? Fake? Impossible. Lin Tian was utterly shocked, leaping to his feet and lunging forward to retrieve the earthfire grass. But, unexpectedly, the man who had opened the meridians waved his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Lin Tian couldn't possibly block it and was instantly sent flying backward. I understand now. You want to just take it by force. Put. Blood spurted from his mouth as Lin Tian pointed at the man, his eyes blazing with fury. Oomph. Utter nonsense. You brought counterfeit goods to the Yunlan gathering, attempting to deceive fellow cultivators. This is plain for all to see. What do you say, everyone? The crowd immediately felt a chill run down their spines. That sinister tone practically had the word threat written across his face. Yes. No one dared to speak up in protest, nor did anyone dare to defend Lin Tian. Even though everyone knew the earthfire grass was undoubtedly genuine. Damn it! Lin Tian gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only push himself up from the ground and prepare to leave. Stop right there! A cold killing intent surged from the man who had opened his meridians. You broke the rules and think you can walk away unscathed? That's not how it works. Leave your baggage behind, then kneel and kowtow until everyone present is satisfied. Lin Tian's face drained of color as he stared in disbelief at the man seated in the main position. Outside the private room, Mo watched the scene unfold, his expression darkening. The cultivation world is a jungle where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, Long Shio sighed softly. The same thing is happening everywhere at this very moment. Mo nodded slowly. He understood all of this. But understanding one thing didn't change the fact that it still felt unbearable. Since he had resolved to join the Qingfeng sect, Lin Tian would become his future senior brother. If his senior brother was being bullied, he had to intervene. Inside the private room, Lin Tian's eyes blazed with fury. His teeth clenched so tightly they felt numb. His fists clenched so tightly that his fingernails dug into his palms, drawing droplets of crimson blood. But, even as rage boiled within him, he dared not erupt. The man who had opened the meridians let out a cold, sinister smile. This feeling brought him immense satisfaction. The absolute dominance of the strong over the weak. No matter how much resentment the weaker bore, it could only be bottled up inside, daring not to show the slightest defiance. Lin Tian struggled for a long time, but in the end, he could only kneel. He had no other choice. But just as he was about to kneel, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Mo used his shrink the earth to an inch technique to appear beside Lin Tian, supporting his body. A man's knees are meant only for heaven, earth, and his parents. Lin Tian froze, turning his head in disbelief. At the main seat, the man performing the meridian opening ritual's pupils abruptly contracted. Mo's appearance had completely caught him off guard. Moreover, he hadn't sensed her approach at all. The crowd present was equally stunned. Where did this brat come from, daring to disrupt the Yunlan small gathering? The meridian opening man swept a cold gaze over him. Seeing that Mo was only at the tempering body stage, he instantly relaxed. Lin Tian's expression changed. Fellow Daoist, I am profoundly grateful for your timely assistance. But he's a pulse-opening cultivator far beyond our capabilities. Mo smiled faintly, signaling him to calm down, then turned to the pulse-opening man. So what if you've opened your meridians? Trash remains trash. But I never beat nameless fools. State your name. The pulse-opening man froze, then burst into a wide grin. You dare challenge me, a mere body-tempering cultivator? Cut the nonsense. Name. Mo pursed his lips, growing impatient. He's an elder of the flowerless sect, named Li Shang, Lin Tian whispered urgently. Friend, the flowerless sect is one of the strongest sects near Yunlan City, with a gathering spirit patriarch at its helm. We should leave immediately. Wahua sect. Li Shang. Mo pondered silently. However, others mistook Mo's hesitation for fear. Oomph. Kid, you're too late to be scared now. Li Shang snorted coldly, his body radiating murderous intent. Anyone who dared speak to me, Li Shang, like that is long dead, with weeds 3 feet tall growing over their grave. Smack. Mo clapped his hands. Nothing. The crowd froze. What do you mean, no? Mo's lips curved upward. Nothing. It means you're fair game. Li Shang, right? Congratulations on becoming the first Qi opening realm cultivator I've beaten up. Lin Tian froze, staring at Mo in disbelief. A Katai warrior against a pulse opening cultivator? That's a guaranteed loss. The crowd gasped in unison. Has this kid lost his mind? Who gave him the guts?
Li Shang sneered coldly.
Kid, remember what you just said.
I'll make you recite it backwards on your stomach later. With that, Li Shang's figure flickered.
His meridian opening aura erupted violently as he launched a punch straight at Mou. The crowd paled.
That single punch seemed to contain the force of 100 June.
Li Shang was getting serious. This kid probably couldn't even withstand a single punch. In the blink of an eye. Boom!
The sound of flesh colliding echoed throughout the private room. Everyone turned their heads, unable to bear the sight.
Ah! A piercing scream erupted. But why did it sound so familiar?
At that moment, beside Mou, Lin Tian's eyes were wide with shock, his mouth agape as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Before him, Li Shang's face contorted into a hideous grimace of agony. That solid fist, once grasped by Mou, crumbled like tofu at the slightest touch.
Heavens! Good heavens! He subdued Li Shang.
A gasp erupted as everyone abruptly turned to stare at Mou, their faces instantly etched with profound disbelief.
Refining the body to transcend realms and shatter meridians, wasn't that something only the prodigies of great sects could achieve? Could he possibly be from one of the great sects? As the protagonist, Mou merely frowned.
Li Shang proved far weaker than he had anticipated.
How can you be this weak? Everyone. Ah, never mind. Next time I'll find someone stronger to test. Mou sighed softly. Hey, Li, tell me, how old is this earthfire grass?
Li Shang's face was pale with pain, his entire body trembling. His arm felt completely useless.
100 years. His trembling voice betrayed sheer terror. Ha? 100 years? Mou's voice darkened.
It looks more like 1,000 years to me.
1,000 years?
Li Shang's face grew even paler.
1,000 years. It's 1,000 years. I misread it. Mou nodded.
Well, I'm a kind-hearted person who dislikes killing. Since I've already sold you the earthfire grass, take the spirit stones instead.
Ha?
Li Shang froze in shock.
Ah!
Mou tightened his grip slightly, and the piercing screams erupted once more.
Take it. Take it.
Li Shang trembled uncontrollably, finally managing to produce a storage pouch.
Mou scanned its contents with his divine sense. Only 200 low-grade spirit stones? That's all I have on me.
Li Shang stammered, his lips trembling. 1,000-year-old elixir is worth far more than this price.
Mou said indifferently.
Within 5 days, gather 500 mid-grade spirit stones and deliver them to the Qingfeng sect.
Otherwise, I'll personally come to collect it. That's so much. The crowd gasped in unison. 500 mid-grade spirit stones?
That's equivalent to 50,000 low-grade spirit stones.
Even selling the Wohua sect wouldn't cover it. All right.
Li Shang had no choice but to agree.
Get out. Mou flicked his wrist lightly, sending Li Shang tumbling aside. A pulse-opening cultivator present had trembled in fear throughout, not daring to speak.
Mou stepped forward, collected the earthfire grass and fire-dispelling pills, and handed them along with the spirit stones to Lin Tian, smiling as she said.
Fellow Taoist Lin, I've sold this earthfire grass for you. Shouldn't you treat me to a drink? Ha, ha.
Lin Tian felt a bit dazed.
He followed Mou out of the private room in a daze. Lang Xiao gave a faint smile and whispered telepathically, a gathering spirit realm cultivator is no easy opponent at your current cultivation level. Mou chuckled and replied, don't worry, Miss Ishui. I'll be able to open my meridians within days. Upon hearing this, Lang Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 32, Mou's melancholy, happiness value decreased.
Thank you for your help, fellow cultivator. Lin Tian stared at the storage pouch in his hand, taking a moment to process the situation.
Mou smiled and gave a brief explanation.
Lang Xiao gave Lin Tian a faint nod, her attention elsewhere. Her mind was now occupied with Mou's meridian opening. This matter concerned the very foundation of cultivation. It could not be taken lightly. It seems a trip to the Cold Grace Holy Palace is necessary. Lang Xiao thought to herself. Mou, I suddenly have urgent matters to attend to and must leave for a few days.
Before I return, you absolutely must not attempt to open your meridians. Where are you going, Miss Ishui? Mou asked curiously.
To borrow something. Remember my words, under no circumstances attempt to open your meridians on your own.
Lang Xiao reiterated her warning.
In her heart, even without formal initiation rites, Mou had long been the disciple she had chosen.
Nothing could change that. All right, I'll wait for your return. Mou nodded slightly.
He sensed the gravity of opening the meridians in Lang Xiao's tone.
Lang Xiao smiled with satisfaction before vanishing in a flash. Ha! The thief girl is gone. Lin Tian had never witnessed such supernatural prowess and stood frozen in shock.
Brother Lin, no need to be so startled.
Miss Ishui's abilities far surpass ours.
Mou poured a cup of wine and pushed it toward Lin Tian.
Lin Tian thanked him again. Brother Mo, it's all thanks to you that I got the fire quelling pill this time. Once we cure Master's fire poison, we'll leave Yunlan City's territory. That way, the Wohwa sect won't be able to track us down. Lin Tian had already made up his mind.
Anyway, our sect only has my master in me.
It doesn't matter where we go. You couldn't help but chuckle. But if we leave like this, won't we lose the 500 mid-grade spirit stones from the Wohwa sect? Lin Tian shook his head at this. Brother those spirit stones are yours by right.
Besides, for just my master and me to carry such vast resources, it would be a curse, not a blessing.
He saw things clearly.
Regardless of whether the flowerless sect would actually give them the stones, even if they did, 500 mid-grade spirit stones would only bring endless trouble.
Mou's lips curved upward. Brother Lin, there's actually another way.
The Clearwind sect wouldn't have to relocate, and the flowerless sect wouldn't dare cause trouble.
Lin Tian was taken aback. What method? You nodded with a smile.
Truthfully, I came to the Arctic lands seeking a stable sect to settle down in, to live a carefree and fulfilling life.
So, may I join the Qingfeng sect?
That would be the best of both worlds.
Mou's eyes sparkled brightly. Ha? Lin Tian froze, wondering if he'd heard wrong. Brother you join the Qingfeng sect?
Yes, that's right. At the Tempering Realm, you could defeat cultivators at the Opening Veins Realm. Even at the Cold Grace Holy Palace, you'd have a place.
Why? It's too dangerous there, Mou explained. I prefer the quiet, ordinary life of a sect. Lin Tian was at a loss for words, finally letting out a sigh.
Brother I can't decide on taking disciples, that's up to our master.
No problem. Let's go see your master now.
Mou, visibly excited, immediately took Lin Tian by the hand and headed toward the Qingfeng sect. Before the gates of Qingfeng sect, Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment.
We're already here?
It had taken him a full 3 days to travel from the sect to Yunlan City. Brother you're moving faster than flying on a sword by an unimaginable margin.
You smiled faintly. That depends on what kind of sword you're riding.
If it were the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword, Lin Tian would likely be speechless. Brother Lin, it's time to pay our respects to our master.
Mou urged, his impatience palpable.
A disciple of the Qingfeng sect. With this identity alone, he could ensure no entanglement with the plot.
Oh, all right. Lin Tian led Mou to a wooden hut. He slowly opened the door. A musty, decaying stench wafted out from within. Mou frowned slightly. Something feels off. Thud.
The object in Lin Tian's hand fell to the floor.
Master.
His voice trembled as he sprinted to the bedside. On the bed lay a withered, charred body, motionless and utterly still.
Master.
Lin Tian clutched the nearly charred body, his voice breaking as he wept uncontrollably.
I brought you the fire-dispelling pill. Why didn't you wait for me?
Why?
His master had ultimately succumbed. Mou's heart sank. Nothing in life is more cruel than separation through death.
Suddenly, he recalled the agony of past illnesses.
Waves of sorrow welled up from the depths of his heart. Host, your happiness value is steadily declining.
Xiaomei's voice carried a hint of heaviness, as if she could sense Mou's gloom.
Xiaomei, is he dead? Mou asked in a low voice.
Host, his life force has been severed. Only a fragment of his true spirit remains, not yet fully dissipated.
Is there anything we can do?
Host, there is a way, but life and death are predestined. This may not necessarily be a good thing for him.
Mou's heart jolted. Then it might not be a bad thing. Xiaomei, tell me.
Soon after, a series of voices echoed within Mou's mind. Upon hearing this, Mou approached Lin Tian's side.
Brother Lin, do you wish to save your master?
Lin Tian jolted, wiped the tears from his face, and stared at Mou in disbelief.
You can save my master?
Brother if you save my master, my life, Lin Tian's life, is yours.
It's not that serious. Mou smiled. You stay outside and guard the door. Don't let anyone in. Got it. Not even a mosquito will get past me. Lin Tian left and stood guard at the door.
Mou flipped his palm, and 2 Sheng creation pills materialized out of thin air.
These were the very ones given by the Luo US sect elder. Miss Ishui, I'll borrow yours for now. I'll definitely refine a better one for you later.
As he spoke, primordial chi surged from his palm, enveloping both pills. Simultaneously, within his Qi Dantian, boundless spiritual energy surged forth from the embryonic chaos universe, pouring into the life-creating pills. The 2 life-creating Dan pills liquefied, continuously merging, before gradually solidifying once more. This cycle repeated itself countless times. Finally, the 2 pills, originally the size of pigeon eggs, vanished. In their place was a minute particle, thinner than a fingernail. Without spiritual perception, it would be utterly imperceptible to the naked eye. Host, you're amazing. You really succeeded. Using primordial chi and vast spiritual energy as catalysts, I finally forged this minuscule fragment of the primordial creation pill. Beads of sweat formed on Mou's forehead. The effort had clearly taken its toll. Alchemy really is a technical craft.
Xiaomei, should this be enough? Oomph. More than enough. There's even some left over. What a pity.
The primordial creation pill is difficult to preserve in this realm and will dissipate soon.
We can only give it all to him.
Xiaomei's voice carried a hint of reluctance.
Mo smiled faintly. Now that we've mastered the alchemy method, we can refine more in the future. With that, he fed the tiny fragment into the elderly man's body.
Instantly, spiritual energy swirled like a tornado, surging madly toward the charred body. The areas scorched by the fire poison began to repair themselves, flesh and skin regenerating as if he were a newborn infant. Before long, the entire body was restored. Simultaneously, within the body, the true spirit coalesced and evolved under the guidance of the primordial creation pill. Finally, the true spirit reappeared. He had miraculously returned to life. His gaunt face regained its rosy hue, and his once aged body grew youthful.
I'm not dead. A faint whisper echoed.
The reborn body slowly opened its eyes.
Chapter 33, Seeking a Master. Tu Yaoyao sets off for the Arctic, aiming for Mou. Could this be reincarnation?
The disbelieving voice echoed in her ears.
No. Mou smiled faintly. You saved me? The figure on the bed sat up, staring at Mou in astonishment.
I merely happened to have a pill that could counteract your poison, senior. Hearing this, the man on the bed rose solemnly. For saving my life, Lin Yuan will never forget this kindness. Outside the room, Lin Tian heard the commotion and burst in.
Master. Tian-er.
Lin Tian immediately knelt before Lin Yuan, sobbing uncontrollably.
Mou gave a brief explanation. Shortly after, Lin Yuan looked at Mou in surprise. Young friend, you wish to join the Clear Wind sect? Precisely.
Lin Yuan fell into an unusual silence, speaking only after a long pause.
The Qingfeng sect's lineage has been severed.
I'm merely a cultivator who has opened his meridians.
Joining the sect offers you no advantage whatsoever. There is benefit.
Mou thought to himself, the status of a Qingfeng sect disciple was the greatest benefit of all. Senior, I seek nothing more than a place to call home. Finally, Lin Yuan nodded slowly. Mou had saved his life, he had no reason to refuse.
Very well. I shall accept you as my disciple. Mou's eyes lit up. However, I am unworthy to be your master. Lin Yuan paused thoughtfully.
Only one person possesses that qualification.
Mou and Lin Tian both froze in surprise. Master, aren't there only two of us in the Clear Wind sect? Lin Tian asked curiously. Lin Yuan shook his head. Not exactly. Follow me. Mou followed Lin Yuan to an underground chamber.
Before them stood a bronze door.
Master, how could our sect have a place like this? Lin Yuan didn't answer, but gently pushed open the door.
Instantly, a wave of scorching heat washed over them. A vivid crimson hue filled their vision. This was a quiet chamber constructed of bronze bricks, with a transparent red jade coffin placed right in the center.
Within the coffin lay a woman.
There was not a trace of life within her, yet an endless heat radiated from her body.
Mou was taken aback. Who is she? Lin Yuan shook his head.
I do not know her identity, only that she is connected to our Qingfeng sect. When my master's lifespan was nearing its end, he brought me here and instructed me to bring fire-attributed spiritual herbs to place here every year. I don't know the reason, but I do know this woman in the coffin is no ordinary person.
As he spoke, Lin Yuan looked at Mou.
If anyone is to be your master, she is the most suitable.
Mou froze. But, senior, isn't the one inside already deceased?
Indeed she is, Lin Yuan nodded.
But my master once said,
if one day you encounter a disciple worthy enough, bring him here to seek the woman in the coffin as his master.
When the time is right, the inheritance will naturally manifest. How extraordinary! Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel.
Mou carefully recalled the details, pondering inwardly. It seems quite mysterious, but it wasn't mentioned in the original storyline.
It must be an opportunity beyond the plot.
In that case, it shouldn't matter much.
Are you willing? Lin Yuan asked. Mou considered for a moment before slowly nodding. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up.
In that case, perform the initiation rite.
You are now a disciple of our Qingfeng sect.
The initiation rite was simple.
It only required offering 3 sticks of incense to the woman in the coffin. Mou complied, bowing slightly before the coffin. In his heart, he thought, Master, I humbly seek your guidance henceforth.
The thought barely formed when Mou suddenly felt the red jade coffin tremble ever so slightly.
But upon closer inspection, nothing seemed amiss. Was that just my imagination? Mou shook his head and turned back with a smile. Mou greets my master's younger brother and senior disciples. Finally. At last, he had shed the identity of a Mo family disciple. A new place to call home. Here is the key to this place. Lin Yuan produced a stone seal. You may cultivate here in the future. My master once said that when the time is right, the legacy will reveal itself. Thank you, Master Uncle. I understand.
Beside them, Lin Tian frowned slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that his master had changed somehow. Yet he couldn't quite put his finger on exactly what it was. Tianer, take MOU to find a place to settle down and set up your cave dwelling. Got it. Lin Tian grinned. Junior brother, let's go. MOU followed Lin Tian out. He held a genuine fondness for this senior brother. After the two departed, Ling Yuan gazed deeply at the woman within the crimson jade coffin and murmured softly. Reincarnation, huh? At the moment of death and rebirth, were the visions I saw real or illusory? And would you truly burn everything in heaven and earth as depicted in those visions? Meanwhile, in the dragon's prison cave, deep within the northern frontier of Dongzhou, Huan Cheng relentlessly pounded the magical formation. Damn it, why is this formation so damn sturdy? He was losing his temper. No matter how hard he pounded, it wouldn't budge. Just then, Huan Cheng suddenly sensed a familiar aura, causing his body to jerk violently. My lord! On the other side, a beautiful woman in green robes and an innocent young girl walked through the air. These two were none other than Juku and Tu Yaoyao. Master Gio. Look, there's a black mountain over there. Tu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. That's the prison of the dragon. Legend says a true dragon was imprisoned here in ancient times, Jiotsu explained with a smile. Wow! A true dragon. Tu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. Is it still in there now? What's inside now is a worthless insect. Ha! What kind of insect is a worthless insect? As he spoke, Juku's figure flickered, carrying Tu Yaoyao to the entrance of the dragon prison cave. With a slight wave of his hand, the formation guarding the cave shattered instantly. Huan Cheng was overjoyed and immediately stepped out. Huan Cheng pays his respects to Her Highness the Princess and to Lord Celestial Demon. Ah! Tu Yaoyao gasped. So you're the worthless insect? Huan Cheng's expression froze. Where is he? Jukuo demanded coldly, his voice thick with icy menace. I don't know, Huan Cheng stammered, his voice trembling. I only know he headed north. Upon hearing this, Jukuo fixed a piercing gaze upon Huan Cheng. Huan Cheng instantly turned ashen. Master, it's my incompetence. Hee, Master Juku, you shouldn't scare him like that. Tu Yaoyao clapped her hands. You may rise now. Thank you, Your Highness. Huan Cheng rose unsteadily. The princess interceded for you, so your life is spared. However, while the death penalty is forgiven, you cannot escape punishment. Go to the soul-severing cliff to receive your punishment. Jukuo spoke indifferently. The soul-severing cliff? All color drained from Huan Cheng's face. Yes, I obey. Tu Yaoyao glanced at Huan Cheng and suddenly found the whole thing rather dull. She turned her thoughts inward and asked. Good system, do you know where MOU is right now? Ding. Reply to host, based on simulations, MOU should currently be in the Arctic region. Oh. Tu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. Master Gio, I know where MOU is. Master Juku was taken aback. Where? Tu Yaoyao placed her hands on her hips. Oomph. Based on this princess's precise calculations, Mayu must be in the Arctic. Juku smiled softly, then let us go to the Arctic. Yay! Let's go now. Tu Yaoyao nodded excitedly. Juku carried Tu Yaoyao away in a flash, appearing before the cross-domain teleportation array in the blink of an eye. No one noticed. Even if they had, no one could have stopped them. A flash of light erupted as Tu Yaoyao and Juku vanished into a streak of light. Chapter 34, Cold Grace Holy Palace, Celestial Spirit Cold Marrow. The Holy Palace of Cold Grace. Perched atop the highest peak of the frigid Hanli Mountains, the northernmost reaches of the Arctic. The biting cold here is relentless, and human presence is scarce. Cultivators unversed in ice attribute techniques could scarcely endure an hour atop Hanli Mountain. The Cold Grace Holy Palace remained almost entirely cut off from the outside world. Some core disciples never descended the mountain in their entire lives. Yet today, Hanli Mountain buzzed with unusual activity. A piercing sword cry echoed across the heavens. Lang Xiao, arriving on her sword. Lingxi Sword Pavilion's Lang Xiao requests an audience with the Palace Master of Hanli. Instantly, terrifying divine senses extended from within the Cold Grace Holy Palace, settling upon Lang Xiao. Unfazed, Lang Xiao stood before the palace gates. Before long, two figures, their faces nearly identical, drifted toward her. The Frostblade Immortal truly lives up to her reputation. Han Xiyin. Han Xiyu. We have been specially dispatched by the Palace Master to greet you. Not only did the two share identical appearances, but their mannerisms mirrored each other perfectly, one on the left, one on the right, like reflections in a mirror. Moreover, Lang Xiao noticed their auras and spiritual energy flow were identical. I've long heard from senior brother that the Han sisters are inseparable, as one person. It seems to be true. Han Xiyin and Han Sheila smiled simultaneously. We never imagined that after thousands of years without descending the mountain, fellow Taoist Fang Zhang would still remember us. If Taoist Bai Ping ever finds out, he'll surely get another beating. Lang Xiao's lips tightened slightly as she thought to herself, it seems there is indeed some history between senior brother and the Han sisters. Han Li and Han Shi looked at Lang Xiao with curiosity, speaking in unison. Taoist Lang, you're quite different from the rumors. How so? Lang Xiao paused, slightly taken aback. They say Lingxi Sword Pavilion's Lang Xiao is cold and aloof, devoted solely to cultivation, deaf to worldly affairs. Meeting you today, we see that even in peerless Sword Immortal carries traces of worldly concerns. Traces of the mortal world, huh? Lang Xiao smiled involuntarily. Probably passed on from that fellow. Ha! The twin beauties Han Li suddenly covered their mouths and giggled softly, casting a meaningful glance at Lang Xiao. Fellow Taoist Lang, the palace master awaits. Please follow us. The main hall, carved from ice jade, blended seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. At its center, a towering throne of cold marrow jade rose to the vaulted ceiling, enveloped in an aura of icy spirit that was truly awe-inspiring. Seated upon it was a woman with snow-white hair and eyebrows, her beauty cold yet commanding. We pay our respects to the palace mistress. The twin maidens of Han Li bowed in reverence. Greetings, senior. Lang Xiao gave a slight bow. The palace mistress Han Li was a figure of profound mystery, a peerless genius of the generation that included Lang Xiao's late master. She once single-handedly suppressed all the prodigies of the human race, rightfully holding the title of the human race's foremost talent in her time. However, for reasons unknown, she later vanished from the world, returning to the Han Li sacred palace and never emerging again. How is your master? The palace mistress of Han Li inquired calmly. 100 years ago, my master failed in her attempt to break through to the Emperor Realm. She entered Nirvana. Lang Xiao sighed softly. The palace master of Han Li fell briefly silent, her eyes flickering slightly. What a pity. What brings you here? Lang Xiao's eyes lit up. I've come seeking the celestial spirit's icy marrow. Oh? Though the celestial spirit cold marrow is rare, it only benefits cultivators on the verge of breaking through to the opening veins realm. Are you seeking it for your disciple? The palace master Han Li's brows relaxed. Seems Lingxi Sword Pavilion has taken in another fine disciple. I share some acquaintance with your master. I shall bestow a few drops upon you. Lang Xiao shook her head. Senior, what I seek is not the cold marrow essence, but the original marrow of the celestial Ling cold marrow. What did you say? The palace mistress of Han Li's expression changed instantly. The twin beauties of Han Li Palace wore expressions of utter astonishment. Oomph. You truly have the nerve to ask. I haven't even settled accounts with you for the White Knight City incident, and now you dare come asking for the original marrow. Were it not for your master's sake, I would show you no mercy. With that, the palace mistress of Han Li dissolved into a swirling blizzard and vanished. Seeing this, the twin maidens of Han Li stepped forward together. Fellow Taoist Lang, the celestial spirit primordial essence concerns the very foundation of the Han Li Holy Palace. The palace mistress will not give it to anyone. Please return. Lang Xiao shook her head. Please convey to the palace mistress that Lang Xiao is willing to accept any conditions. Han Xiyin sighed upon hearing this. What in this world has the palace mistress not seen? The palace master's nature is unwavering. Once she says no, it is final. Lang Xiao remained unshaken. I can wait. Han Shila interjected at the right moment. Fellow Taoist Lang, what sort of extraordinary talent does this disciple possess to inspire such resolve in you? He is merely a disciple who hasn't formally joined my sect yet. Lang Xiao murmured softly. Han Xiyin and Han Shila both froze in surprise. A disciple not yet initiated? What kind of statement is that? Fellow Taoist Lang truly is different from the rumors. Han Li and Shuangshu exchanged glances, both eyes reflecting curiosity and astonishment. At the same time, deep within the underground chambers of the Han Li sacred palace, the figure of the palace master quietly materialized. Before her stood a crystal-clear cold jade tree, shimmering with iridescent light. Its thick, gnarled branches intertwined, supporting the entire Han Li mountain. The Han Li sacred palace itself was built upon this very tree. This place was the very foundation of the cold jade holy palace. Only successive palace masters possess the privilege to enter this sacred space. You have come. An ancient voice echoed from within the cold jade tree. This tree speaks. Or rather, it possessed spiritual awareness, capable of conveying divine thoughts. Ancestral tree spirit, why did you summon me? The palace mistress Han Li's eyes held surprise. The spirit of the cold jade tree had sustained cold jade mountain for untold ages. Rarely did anything disturb it. In nearly 10,000 years, it had awakened only twice. Her hasty departure earlier stemmed partly from anger at Lang Xiao's words, but more crucially, from the call of the cold jade tree spirit. I have witnessed every successive palace mistress of Han Li. You are the most outstanding among them. Whether in innate talent or comprehension, you are virtually unmatched. But alas, this realm no longer suits you. You will never reach the Emperor Realm in this lifetime. The palace mistress of Han Li remained silent. Years ago, she had chosen to withdraw from the world upon learning this devastating truth. Ice soul spirit body. A physique that was virtually invincible in the ancient era. Yet, it was not recognized by the heavens and earth of this present age. Throughout her entire life, she could only reach the pinnacle of the Taoist realm. No further progress was possible. Elder Tree Spirit, this palace has come to terms with it. Hanli, the palace mistress, spoke thus. It took her thousands of years to accept this reality. Ha! The Hanyu Tree Spirit suddenly smiled. Just now, I sensed something and glimpsed a corner of the heavenly secrets. Your fate seems to have turned a corner today. The mistress of Hanli Palace's body trembled. Elder, what did you say? For the Ice Soul Spirit body, there may be another breakthrough method aligned with the current world's Tao. The spirit of the cold jade tree's words made the palace mistress of Hanli's eyes flicker. Elder, could what you say be true? Please enlighten me, senior. The cold jade tree spirit sighed. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. This old man can only say so much. The rest you must comprehend for yourself. With that, the cold jade tree fell silent. A flicker of excitement danced across the palace mistress of Hanli's face. There is a method for breakthrough. But what exactly is it? She pondered it over and over, yet could not fathom the spirit's meaning. After thousands of years, why today of all days? If today is any different? Suddenly, the eyes of the cold jade palace mistress flashed with insight. Could it be because... Lang Xiao? Chapter 35, The Stubborn Lang Xiao. Main hall of the Cold Grace Holy Palace. Lang Xiao stood there stubbornly. 3 days. She had given herself 3 days. After 3 days, if the Hanli Sacred Palace still refused to give her the celestial Ling Cold Marrow, then she would have no choice but to resort to other means. No matter what, you must have the celestial Ling Cold Marrow when he breaks through his meridians. Only then would there be hope of reaching that legendary state of heaven and earth unification. Meanwhile, in another chamber of the palace, a breathtakingly beautiful figure with snow-white hair and eyebrows sat with eyes closed in deep contemplation. Han Xiyin and Han Siye stood by her side. Sister, why do you think the palace mistress summoned us? Han Shila wondered aloud. Han Xiyin shook her head. I don't know. It's just been a long time since we've seen the palace mistress deliberate so earnestly over something. 1 hour passed, then 2. Time ticked by second. It took the palace mistress Hanli 2 full days of contemplation before she finally opened her eyes. In the next instant, she dissolved into a flurry of snow and vanished, reappearing in the grand hall. Han Xiyin and Han Siye exchanged startled glances before swiftly following her into the main hall. Lang Xiao's eyes lit up. Lang Xiao, you desire the original marrow of the celestial spirit Cold Marrow. This palace can grant you a fragment. At these words, Lang Xiao's eyes lit up with delight. Han Xiyin and Han Siye, however, gaped in disbelief, their faces etched with utter astonishment. The original marrow of the celestial spirit Cold Marrow was incredibly precious. The entire Hanli Sacred Palace possessed only 3 pieces. Now, they're actually giving away a piece outright. However, I have one request. Lady Hanli abruptly changed the subject. Lang Xiao's gaze hardened. Please speak, senior. I wish to enter your sword's heart and observe. Han Xiyin and Han Siye were startled once more. The sword heart is the very foundation of a sword cultivator's cultivation. Once the sword heart is tarnished, lifelong progress becomes impossible. Allowing another to enter one's sword heart meant placing one's very life and future in another's hands. Should the palace mistress of Hanli harbor any malicious intent, Lang Xiao would have absolutely no chance to resist. Will she agree? The twin sisters of Hanli Palace silently gazed at Lang Xiao. Agreed. Lang Xiao uttered only a single, simple word. The palace mistress of Hanli's expression flickered with surprise. Are you not afraid I might take action against you? Not afraid. As the words fell, the icy sword intent swirling around Lang Xiao ceased. She released her divine sense, lowering her guard completely. The palace mistress Hanli gave Lang Xiao a long, lingering look before her figure flickered and vanished into Lang Xiao's body. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, a flash of light erupted as the palace mistress of Hanli burst forth from within Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao felt nothing unusual. As promised, the palace mistress of Hanli had merely observed. This palace keeps its word. The original marrow is yours. A jade box, encased in intricate array patterns, flew into Lang Xiao's hand. Cold Xiao's face lit up with joy. Thank you, senior. The original marrow is the essence of heaven and earth. Few can withstand it, the palace mistress of Hanli said indifferently. If your disciple dies because of this, don't blame me for not warning you. Lang Xiao felt no sense of impending danger. He will succeed. The palace mistress Hanli paused, slightly taken aback. This junior takes her leave. Lang Xiao bowed slightly before vanishing into a streak of swordlight. Han Xiyin couldn't help but ask, Palace Master, why did you give her the primordial marrow? The palace mistress of Hanli shook her head, offering no explanation. Truthfully, she didn't know why either, it was merely an instinct. The words of the Han Yushu spirit echoed in her mind. After deep contemplation and repeated deliberation, she had ultimately reached this decision. You may withdraw for now. Yes. The twin figures of Han Li vanished. The palace mistress of Hanli gazed at the receding figure of Lang Xiao, murmuring thoughtfully, the Linglong sword heart truly profound and mysterious.
But it still isn't what I need. What exactly did the tree spirit elder say? Could it possibly be related to Long Xiao's disciple?
At this thought, the palace mistress's eyes suddenly flashed with insight. Her form dissolved into the wind and snow, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Han Xiyin and Han Xie stood face to face, whispering to each other.
Sister, are you curious? Curious indeed. Little sister, shall we go see?
After all, just now, Lang Xiao's life was in the palace master's hands.
What kind of extraordinary talent could make someone like the Frostblade Immortal disregard even his own life? Let's go see.
Soon, two similar figures vanished simultaneously. Meanwhile, within the Clearwind sect, Mou had just finished arranging his cave dwelling.
Junior brother, you're actually this wealthy?
Lin Tian stared wide-eyed as Mou pulled out one precious artifact after another. I took a few things from someone else's treasure vault when I came here, Mou chuckled.
Junior brother, aren't all these treasures a waste for just setting up an array? What nonsense! Mou said sternly.
Senior brother, you must remember, a cultivator's most vital possession is their cave dwelling.
The cave dwelling is a cultivator's home. Only when your home is secure can your heart find peace. Lin Tian paused, slightly taken aback. That does make sense.
Seeing this, Mou took out some spirit stones and magical treasures. Senior brother, these are for you. Bring them to our master later and have him reinforce the sect's grand formation.
Junior brother, what about you? I need to find a safe place. Mou's eyes lit up. It was time to prepare for the breakthrough. Mou activated his spacetime contraction technique and departed the cave dwelling.
The 5 primordial mysteries of the pre-heavenly realm were profound beyond measure. Merely the opening chapter, the Great East chapter, had caused his cultivation to surge rapidly.
Breakthrough was within reach. Ding! Host. An open area suitable for constructing an array lies just ahead.
Mou arrived at the location indicated by Xiao Mei and nodded in satisfaction.
Open on all sides with no obstructions, perfectly secure. Even if enemies attack, we'll spot them immediately. Plus, the open view means Old Six won't be able to hide. This spot is perfect. The only drawback was the somewhat lacking spiritual energy. But that wasn't a drawback for Mou.
After all, his embryonic universe within had already stored countless spiritual energy. It would certainly be sufficient for breaking through to open his meridians. Mou retrieved spirit stones and magical artifacts, setting up one formation after another. In the shadows, the black-clad woman shrouded in demonic energy frowned slightly.
Why isn't that brat setting up defensive arrays? Instead, he's deploying these useless warning arrays? She was puzzled. Could it be these arrays conceal some hidden mystery? These past days, due to Lang Xiao's presence, she had dared not approach too closely. Only these past 2 days, with Lang Xiao absent, had she been able to observe Mou up close. The person the palace master has taken a liking to truly acts in ways beyond comprehension. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She's back. In an instant, the black-clad woman vanished. Mou sensed something and gazed toward the horizon. That familiar, graceful silhouette came into view. It brought a warm smile to her lips. Lang Xiao had returned. What are you doing? Lang Xiao appeared before Mou in an instant, curiosity in her voice. Missy Shui, I'm setting up an array. Forming an array? Lang Xiao glanced around. These formations are linked together, neither offensive nor defensive. What purpose do they serve? Mou smiled. Missy Shui, I fear I'll be too focused during the breakthrough to notice my surroundings. These warning formations are the result of my meticulous research, each layer interlocking with the next. No matter which direction someone approaches from, it will trigger an immediate response and feed back to the array hub in my hand. Then, if I can handle them, I'll just beat them up. Lang Xiao. And what about those I can't defeat? Well, if we can't handle them, hey. The wind's picking up, let's get out of here. Lang Xiao casually waved her hand, retracting all the formations. With me here, you needn't worry about safety. Just focus on your breakthrough. Missy Shui, it's better to be safe than sorry. Mou tried to insist. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. The very act of breathing could amplify her power. Mou could no longer suppress it. Lang Xiao's expression hardened. So soon? It's about to begin. Chapter 36, Breaking Through to Open Meridians, Uniting Heaven and Earth, Unprecedented in History. The Opening Veins Realm. Also known as the Foundation-Laying Realm. Laying the foundation for future cultivation. Within the human body lie 108 meridians, 36 heavenly meridians and 72 earthly meridians. They are distributed throughout the entire body. The Opening Veins Realm is about opening these meridians, connecting heaven and earth. It also signifies a cultivator's formal entry onto the path of immortal longevity. 108 meridians. Opening a single earth meridian counts as breaking through the meridian opening realm. At the Opening Veins Realm, the practitioner must continuously open the Tao veins throughout their body.
At least half of the 72 Earth meridians must be open to advance to the gathering spirit realm. Of course, some possess extraordinary innate talent, achieving full connection of all Earth veins immediately upon breaking through. Such individuals are typically hailed as cultivation prodigies, 1 in 10,000. Among these geniuses, an extremely rare few can connect to the heavenly veins. These are peerless geniuses. A sight rarely seen in 1,000 years. Among these peerless geniuses, there exist those who are innately attuned to the Tao. At the moment of breakthrough, all 108 meridians open simultaneously. These individuals are all regarded as legends. Mou recalled the information about the opening veins realm in his mind. Meridians are the foundation of cultivation and the bridge connecting heaven and earth. Naturally, the more that open, the better. The ultimate is to open both the heavenly and earthly veins. Mou felt a surge of anticipation. But he felt no pressure. Even if only one vein opens, it's fine. As long as I avoid fighting and killing, opening a single vein will still extend my lifespan. Lang Xiao was unaware of Mou's thoughts. Her eyes were intensely solemn, her expression grave. Mou, this might be painful. You must endure it. Ha? Pain? Mou froze. No way. But it was too late for regrets. At that moment, spiritual energy surged through Mou's body, wildly unstable, threatening to break through the earth's veins at any instant. He had no choice but to sit cross-legged, holding his breath and focusing his mind, adjusting his state to its peak. Meanwhile, Han Xiyin and Han Siye had arrived nearby without anyone noticing. Their divine senses fell upon Mou, and they let out voices filled with disbelief. Han Shilei spoke in astonishment. Sister, is this the person cold Taoist took a liking to? Judging by his age, he should be 18 or 19. He's only just broken through to the opening veins realm. He's far too ordinary. Among the palace disciples, those with exceptional talent open their meridians by 7 or 8 years old. Even those less gifted should have done so by 12 or 13. She felt a pang of disappointment. She had assumed that the person for whom Lang Xiao risked her life to seek the celestial spirit called Marrow would be nothing less than a peerless genius. Han Xiyin was utterly perplexed. No matter how she looked at him, Mou seemed utterly ordinary. Ordinary cultivation, ordinary aura, ordinary innate talent. A single drop of celestial spirit cold marrow elixir can help a cultivator open an additional meridian, but it has its limitations. If one's foundation is unstable or their aptitude too poor, not only will the essence prove utterly ineffective, it could even prove fatal. And since Cold Taoist used the original essence of the celestial spirit cold marrow, he would likely have died instantly upon contact with it. Han Xiyin pondered, unable to fathom the reason behind Lang Xiao's actions. They had long since reached the Tao-seeking realm, having witnessed countless prodigies over the years. Their judgment had never faltered. Perhaps a useless person could become a genius. But those with mediocre aptitude, stuck in the middle, would never possess such potential. From another direction, a black-clad woman shrouded in demonic energy spoke with reverence. Palace Master, Mou is about to break through. Within the Moon Demon Palace, at the abyss of devouring. The demonic woman's eyes flashed with a demonic brilliance. The next moment, a faint golden aura ignited around the black-clad woman. Her gaze abruptly grew vacant, only to snap back into focus moments later. In the blink of an eye, she was a different person. Let this palace see for herself what makes you so special. The Moon Demon Palace Master had wielded her great divine power, descending upon the black-clad woman. And at that very moment, Mou's aura surged to its peak. He was about to break through. Lang Xiao remained utterly vigilant, her divine sense completely focused on Mou, not the slightest bit distracted. Suddenly, a pure energy rose from Mou's body. Mysterious and profound. It enveloped him completely. Within his Dantian Sea of Qi, primordial Qi spread out from the embryonic cosmos. It permeated Mou's entire body. In less than a breath, all 72 earth veins lit up simultaneously. What? Hanli and the twin maidens both widened their eyes in shock. The Moon Demon Palace Master's eyes flickered, shooting forth 2 dazzling beams. One breath to connect with the earth veins. Without a single obstruction. As if it had been opened long ago. But the astonishment did not end there. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed drawn to it, converging from all directions. Above Mou, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy formed, reaching straight up to the heavens. The sheer grandeur and magnificence of this spectacle was utterly unheard of for a breakthrough at this realm. Tens of thousands of miles away, the green-robed beauty sensed something and gazed toward the horizon. Who is it? Master Jiao, what's wrong? Te Yao Yao asked curiously. Someone is breaking through. Let's go see. Doubt flashed in Juku's eyes as she took Tu Yao Yao by the hand and traversed 10,000 miles in a single stride, arriving at the location of Mou's breakthrough. In an instant, she sensed several divine senses. Quite the commotion. Juku made no effort to conceal her aura, a testament to her unshakable confidence in her own strength. However, she did not approach, choosing instead to observe from a distance. She had no intention of disturbing them. Tu Yao Yao gaped in disbelief. Master Jiao, that looks like Mou. Upon hearing this, Jiu instantly focused her attention.
It really is him.
Hanli and Shuangshu frowned simultaneously.
What is a demon clan member doing here? If she intends to act, we must stop her.
The Moon Demon Palace Master narrowed her eyes slightly. The nine-tailed celestial fiend had truly an exceedingly arrogant creature. She remained largely unmoved, her attention swiftly returning to MOU.
Cold Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. MOU's breakthrough speed had surpassed even her expectations. With all 72 earth veins fully activated, he was already a genius among 10,000. But she knew MOU's limits were far beyond that. Sure enough, after a brief stabilization of his spiritual energy, an even more astonishing phenomenon unfolded. With each of MOU's breaths, a whirlpool of spiritual energy surged in wildly. All 36 celestial veins opened in a single breath. This is impossible. Hanli, the twin beauties, Juku, and the Moon Demon Palace Master all cried out in shock. This outcome utterly defied everyone's expectations. He connected all 36 celestial veins in a single breath. This was an absolutely once-in-a-lifetime, peerless natural talent. How could it manifest in a cultivator of ordinary bone structure? How could this not be utterly astonishing? MOU remained utterly oblivious to the outside world. At this moment, he existed in a profoundly mystical state. His body seemed to commune with heaven and earth, harmonizing with the Tao. Long Xiao smiled faintly. I know you won't let me down. MOU, your limits extend far beyond this. Her palm flipped, revealing the layered sealed celestial spirit cold marrow essence in her palm. What is she doing? Hanli Shuangshu recognized the essence but couldn't comprehend Long Xiao's actions. All 108 meridians were fully opened. MOU had long since achieved a perfect breakthrough beyond the meridian opening realm. Now, what use was the celestial spirit cold marrow? Juku and the Moon Demon Palace Master both pressed their lips together, doubt flickering in their eyes. To connect heaven and earth in a single breath, this is the most extraordinary talent in recorded history. What else could she possibly want? Lang Xiao's expression grew grave as she peeled away layer after layer of the heavenly spirit cold marrow seals. MOU, one breath connects heaven and earth is not the true ultimate realm. There exists another realm, a legend confined to theoretical speculation. No one has ever succeeded. But I believe you can do it. With that thought, Long Xiao channeled the celestial spirit's icy marrow into MOU's body. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. Within MOU's body, spiritual energy surged, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power. The embryonic universe trembled incessantly, as if subjected to immense shock. Pain contorted MOU's face. Lang Xiao murmured softly, hold on. I'll always be by your side. The union of heaven and earth exists only in theoretical calculations, a realm no one has ever attained. I believe you can do it. Chapter 37 Heaven and Earth merge, humans, demons, and monsters tremble in shock. The celestial pulse embodies pure yang, the earthly pulse embodies turbid yin. Heaven and earth cannot merge. However, the ancient sages of the human race never ceased their pursuit of the Tao. In pursuit of the ultimate path, they finally deduced a sliver of possibility for heaven and earth to merge. Using the essence of heaven and earth as a catalyst, they could harmonize yin and yang, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. But the process is exceedingly perilous. Countless sages of old have attempted it. Alas, every single one of them met their end. MOU could not perceive the outside world at this moment. The heavenly spirit cold marrow emitted endless frigid energy, merging into the 108 meridians. All he could feel, only cold. It was a bone-piercing chill, as if countless blades were hacking at his body. He seems to be struggling to endure it. Han Shila's expression shifted slightly. Han Xiyin shook her head. Lang Xiao's spiritual energy surrounds him. If this kid shows any signs of trouble, she'll intervene immediately. At this moment, Lang Xiao's entire focus was on MOU. Should even the slightest danger arise, she would redirect the frigid energy generated by the celestial spirit's icy marrow onto herself. With her cultivation, enduring this chill posed no significant threat. The Moon Demon Palace Master's lips curled into a smirk. MOU, what an interesting fellow. Even Long Xiao is so preoccupied with you. I truly look forward to the day we finally meet. Ha! Tu Yaoyao's porcelain doll face wore intense curiosity. MOU. You're actually quite handsome. He. Juku interjected, the demonic bloodline is formidable, inherently stronger than the human race. But the human race, relying on these 108 meridians, harmonizes with the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the end, they caught up to the demon race and even surpassed them. Right now, you shouldn't be admiring MOU's looks. You should be focusing on comprehending the profound mysteries of the human lineage. Oh, alright. Tu Yaoyao pouted reluctantly. She really didn't like cultivation at all. No. Jiu Chua's expression suddenly darkened. He can't hold on much longer. Tu Yaoyao's face instantly turned panicked. At that moment, MOU's face turned purple-blue.
His 108 meridians had frozen solid, completely drained of spiritual energy. Within mere breaths, all the meridians had closed again.
Ah! Master Jiao, what's happening to him?
You must save him, save him.
Yao Yao tugged at Jiotsu in desperation. Joku shook his head. She will intervene. She? Yao Yao's gaze fell upon Lang Xiao. Who, exactly was she? Lang Xiao's expression was incredibly grave at that moment.
Spiritual energy swirled between her palms, attempting to draw the frigid aura from Mou onto herself.
However, unexpectedly, the embryonic universe within Mou's body gently pulsed, completely sealing off Lang Xiao's spiritual energy. To Lang Xiao, it felt as though Mou had automatically rejected her assistance. At that moment, though Mou could not perceive the outside world, his consciousness was fully awake. Whoa, why is it so cold? What just happened? Ding! Host. You've just broken through to the meridian opening realm, activating both the heavenly and earthly meridians in a single breath. Truly remarkable. All 108 meridians are open? I just took a nap, that's all? Whoa! Never mind that for now. Why am I so cold? And why is it so dark? During your breakthrough, the celestial spirit's icy marrow connected to all 108 meridians. However, the intense cold is overwhelming and difficult to dispel immediately. Celestial spirit cold marrow? What is that? The supreme treasure of the Cold Grace Holy Palace. Mou frowned in confusion. How did the sacred palace of Cold Grace's treasure end up inside me? Wait, could it be Miss Ishui? Did she go searching for the celestial spirit cold marrow during the time she was away? Mou's heart stirred. Xiaomei, how am I doing now? Ding! The original essence of the celestial ling cold marrow carries excessive cold energy, requiring gradual dissipation. However, once the host successfully dissipates the cold energy, they will achieve the perfect fusion of heavenly veins and earthly veins, becoming the first person in history to reach the vein opening realm. Mou. Host, you don't seem particularly excited. Heavenly vein and earthly vein united, unmatched throughout history. The more I hear this, the more off it sounds. Mou recalled, I remember Mo Dao later seemed to fuse the heavenly vein and earthly vein too, but he only achieved it after recultivating later. Wait, hold on. Does that mean I've stolen the protagonist's destiny? Mou's heart skipped a beat. Is there no escaping it after all? This damn plot. But something doesn't feel right. Mo Dao's fusion of celestial and terrestrial veins, it seems he didn't rely on the heavenly spirit cold marrow, but on the mystic bright spirit fire. Ice and fire, they're worlds apart. At this realization, Mou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xiaomei, how long will it take to dispel this cold energy? Host, you've only just begun mastering the 5 primordial methods. It'll take about a month. A month? Miss Ishui wouldn't have thought I was dead and buried me outright, would she? No. Is there any other way? Yes, host. The celestial spirit's cold marrow is of the cold qi. With the ultimate yang fire, it can be dissolved in mere breaths. Supreme yang fire? Where on earth would I find that? It's not like it'll just fall from the sky, is it? Mou sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Qingfeng sect, within a bronze-cast stone chamber, the crimson jade coffin trembled incessantly. A crimson gold flame erupted from the woman within the coffin, soaring toward the heavens. Beside Mou, Lang Xiao was frantic with worry. Her spiritual energy was completely blocked by Mou, leaving her utterly unable to channel the cold energy. If this continued, Mou might very well die. System, help me. Ding. Host, rest assured. Mou will be fine. Really? This system's words have never been wrong. Lang Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Suddenly, she felt a searing fire descending from the sky. Who's there? Lang Xiao's expression changed. Those around her reacted similarly. They tried to intervene, but the flame was utterly mysterious, piercing straight through the spiritual energy barrier. In an instant, it engulfed Mou's body. Why is it suddenly so hot? The searing sensation spread throughout her entire body. Wow! The host truly is the chosen one. A ball of fire really did fall from the heavens. You're already on fire. Mou? I'm on fire, and you're still so happy? This means the host will be unsealed soon. Of course, Xiaomei is thrilled. Mou chuckled. Xiaomei, don't use the term chosen one anymore. It gives me the creeps. Got it, host. The next moment, mysterious flames rapidly spread throughout Mou's body. The 108 meridians, once sealed by frigid energy, began to unseal. Miraculously, the heavenly veins and earthly veins fused together. Cold Xiao, the Moon Demon Palace Master, Juku, and the twin beauties Hanli all gazed at Mou with eyes burning with fervor. They could sense the profoundly mystical aura permeating the air. It worked. Lang Xiao's face lit up with joy. Heaven and earth unite, the great Tao returns to its true form. Juku's eyes were deep and unfathomable, revealing no emotion, only her words echoing continuously. So incredible. Yao Yao's eyes shone like twinkling stars, fixed intently on Mou.
The Moon Demon Palace Mistress raised her eyebrows, her gaze flowing like silk threads.
MOU, this palace mistress truly can't wait to meet you. This is utterly unbelievable. A Hanli twin beauties stared at MOU in disbelief. Just who is this kid? The flames gradually died out. The icy chill surrounding MOU vanished completely as the celestial spirit cold marrow fully integrated into his body. 108 meridians fused into one, directly connecting heaven and earth.
Slowly opening his eyes, he was met with Dao Ishue's radiant smile.
Congratulations, you've succeeded. Miss Ishue, thank you. MOU's lips curved upward. This sensation felt as though he could sense the very breath of heaven and earth resonating with it. However, at that very moment, a thunderclap erupted in the sky. A chill crept into MOU's heart. In the depths of his being, he felt as though he had been targeted by an utterly terrifying presence. Host. Host. Trouble. It's found us. Run. Run. Chapter 38, The Great Path Cleaver. Host, run. Run. Xiaomei, who is this he you're talking about? Xiaomei can't say. If I do, the host will be completely locked down. MOU fell silent, his expression darkening. The sensation now felt like a venomous snake flickering its tongue, lurking sinisterly behind him. She could clearly hear the hissing friction. Ready to strike at any moment. Who is it? Why had he been discovered? MOU frowned, her heart sinking to the depths. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. It felt like an explosion in her ears. A bolt of heavenly lightning fell silently from the sky, aiming to strike MOU dead. Fortunately, Lung Xiao reacted with lightning speed, narrowly guiding MOU to safety in the nick of time. The spot where they had stood moments before was now a scorched, blackened crater several meters deep. Lava still pooled around the edges. This is the heavenly tribulation. The fusion of celestial and terrestrial veins, such defiance of the heavens that even the Tao itself cannot tolerate it? The twin beauties of Han Li couldn't help but exclaim. Juku's eyes were like abysses, revealing no emotion, yet her heart trembled uncontrollably. To face a heavenly tribulation upon opening the veins utterly unheard of. Yet it grieves me that this is not one of our demonic kin. Should they become our foes in the future, it may be. Joku pondered for a moment, then shook her head. MOU's gaze grew grave. Only he knew this wasn't a heavenly tribulation at all. It was some entity using the heavenly tribulation as a cover to eliminate him. The flutter in his heart and Xiaomei's reaction spoke volumes. But what good did knowing do? He was simply too weak right now. An entity capable of such deeds undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of this world. MOU felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Who the hell is it? With me here, no one can harm you. Lang Xiao's words rang out, brimming with unwavering confidence. I will protect you until the day you fully mature. This is the responsibility of a master, and also the bond of friendship. Lang Xiao whispered silently within her heart. The frosty sword intent coalesced into a barrier of spiritual energy, enveloping both of them. At that very moment, above the heavens, thunderclouds gathered. Thunderbolts filled with deathly silence continuously crashed down, crashing heavily against the sword intent barrier. The severity of the thunder tribulation depends on one's cultivation level. Though Lang Xiao was undergoing the red dust tribulation and her cultivation was unstable, the thunderbolts striking down still carried the power equivalent to that of a peak Dao seeking cultivator. Each strike surpassed the full force of a peak Dao seeker's attack, piercing through spiritual energy, striking directly at the soul. MOU could see Lang Xiao's body convulse violently with each thunderbolt's impact. She bore the full might of the thunderbolts alone. Ishue, go ahead without me. I can handle this alone. MOU's voice was grave. He refused to let Lang Xiao die needlessly for his sake. Lang Xiao pressed her lips together in a faint smile and slowly shook her head. You promised. If we fight together. If we flee together. Boom! Another barrage of thunderbolts struck simultaneously. The thunder tribulation seemed to have lost patience. Ding! Critical emergency detected. Host, please assist MOU. Ding! MOU is in dire straits. Host, intervene immediately. Two mechanical voices echoed simultaneously in the minds of Tu Yaoyao and the Moon Demon Palace Master, repeating incessantly, without pause. I would have intervened regardless, the Moon Demon Palace Master declared, gazing up at the heavens. The way of heaven? I've long disdained you. In the next instant, a surge of golden energy erupted, merging into Lang Xiao's sword intent. Lang Xiao instantly felt the pressure ease. Someone was helping her. On the other side, Tu Yaoyao tugged anxiously at Juku's robe, stamping her feet on the ground. Master Jiao, please help Mayu. He can't die, I beg you. Jiotsu sighed softly. All right. She raised her hand and pointed. The azure, mystical demonic energy merged into the frosty sword intent. Sister, what should we do? Han Shila was momentarily at a loss. The thunder tribulation was definitely not this simple. Strike! Two voices, utterly familiar, echoed in her mind.
Hanli and Xuangshu both froze in surprise.
The palace mistress is here too? Strike!
3 streams of frigid energy coalesced, merging into the frost sword intent. The palace master of Hanli had arrived long ago, and now a peculiar gleam flickered in her eyes.
You wretch who defies heaven's will!
Perhaps the tree spirit spoke of you.
Defying heaven's will that suits this palace's intentions perfectly. Peak-tier powerhouses from opposing factions now joined forces in an unprecedented alliance. And all of this was for MOU. Lang Xiao exhaled heavily.
She had already identified those lurking in the shadows. Though she didn't know why they had intervened, with their aid, she was finally safe. Once the thunder tribulation dissipates, we can rest easy, Lang Xiao murmured softly.
But MOU showed no sign of relaxation, his expression still grave. This matter is likely far more complicated than it seems. The chilling aura grew ever more intense.
Yet he was powerless to stop it.
For the first time, MOU felt a sense of crisis. Still too weak. Xiaomei, have you thought of a solution?
Host, I've got it.
I've got it. Just wait a little longer, Xiaomei.
The lowly voice was now filled with urgency. MOU took a deep breath, carefully processing everything that had just happened.
What kind of existence is this that even Xiaomei can't describe it? And what drew its attention? He pondered and pondered.
The only change was the convergence of the celestial and terrestrial veins.
Wait a minute. Could it be?
According to the storyline, Mo Dao was the first person on the Sanyu continent to merge the heavenly and earthly veins.
Yet my emergence has usurped that primacy. That means the plot has changed. So that entity noticed me and wants to eliminate me? This damn plot. MOU seethed inwardly.
He'd guarded against everything, yet stumbled over a mere ranking.
I was too conspicuous. I thought leaving the plot characters would bring me peace. Never thought it could still slip through. Until I possess absolute power, I absolutely must not stick my neck out like this again. MOU pondered silently.
Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the storm clouds. 10,000 bolts of heavenly lightning struck simultaneously.
The sword intent shield forged by their combined efforts shattered in an instant.
Lang Xiao, Juku, the Moon Demon Palace Master, the Hanli Palace Master, and the Hanli Twin Beauties all suffered backlash simultaneously. Their spiritual energies were disrupted by the thunder, leaving them all gravely wounded. Lang Xiao bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining the most severe injuries.
Issue A.
Moyu stepped forward, catching Lang Xiao's swaying form, his eyes filled with concern. Lang Xiao pressed her blood-stained lips together.
The thunder tribulation seems to have ended. However, before her words had fully faded, an overwhelming pressure suddenly radiated from the heavens above. Lang Xiao's expression changed instantly. That was the true pressure of the Tao. An otherworldly terror transcending the realm of inquiry. The thunder tribulation had not dissipated at all. The thunderbolts just now were merely the prelude. Within the thunderclouds, the essence of the Tao permeated the air. A thunder-slaying platform, forged from thunder itself, soared into existence. And standing atop that platform was none other than the great Tao Cleaver. Heaven itself seeks to destroy MOU. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Jiotsu sighed. Master Jiao, you must have a way out, right? Why don't we take MOU and escape?
Tu Yaoyao was filled with anxiety.
Jiotsu shook her head repeatedly. She was powerless. The Moon Demon Palace Master felt equally powerless.
Her eyes lost their former allure, replaced by a bitter chill.
You treacherous heavens! You remain as treacherous as ever.
The palace mistress Han Li could only watch silently. The great path cleaver one stroke severs all life.
No chance of survival. Heaven and earth united, must it fall so swiftly already? Ishue, I must leave this place. MOU's expression was equally grave. The Great Way Cleaver. A weapon mentioned only in passing in the plot, and now it's being wielded against me. Me? Trying to cleave me? You're dreaming. MOU set Cold Xiao down and prepared to use his teleportation technique to leave this place. But Lang Xiao's hands gripped MOU's arms tightly.
She showed no sign of letting go.
Take me with you. MOU froze. Determination flashed in Lang Xiao's eyes as she repeated, take me with you. All right. MOU pondered for a moment before finally agreeing. Xiaomei, show us the way. Understood, host. MOU's figure flickered, and he vanished while holding Lang Xiao.
The others, seeing this, followed suit. They had no idea what MOU intended to do. The Great Path Cleaver had already locked onto him. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, it would be futile. But MOU's eyes burned with an extraordinary resolve. He still had one last sliver of chance. If only he could reach that place. The dreaded realm described in the original text. Where space itself was chaotic, a place beyond even the reach of Heaven's way. Chapter 39, 10,000 Swords, Frost, I'll block them for you. The Arctic. MOU, cradling Lang Xiao's form, flickered in and out of existence. After breaking through to the meridian opening realm, the distance he could traverse with his shrink the earth to an inch technique had greatly increased. The fusion of heavenly and earthly veins enabled MOU to absorb surrounding spiritual energy without the slightest obstruction. Every ounce of spiritual energy was utilized to its utmost potential. Thus, MOU's speed became astonishingly fast. What kind of divine ability is this? How can he be so fast? Hanli and the twin maidens stared in bewilderment. MOU's speed rivaled that of cultivators at the initial stage of the Tao-seeking realm. Now gravely wounded, they could only barely keep pace. Meanwhile, behind the group, terrifying thunderclouds swept through the sky. The terrifying pressure emanating from the Tao Cleaver hung heavy over every heart. Neither the palace mistress of Hanli, the palace mistress of Uema, nor the nine-tailed celestial fiend wished to be touched by it. Fortunately, the great Tao Cleaver seemed fixated solely on MOU, showing no intent to attack the others. At this moment, MOU had been racing non-stop for several hours. Where are we going? Ling Xiao murmured weakly. Having faced the 10,000 thunder tribulations head-on, her injuries were far more severe than anyone else's. Ishue, you're awake? MOU gazed tenderly at the woman in his arms. She had retrieved the celestial spirit's cold marrow for him, shielded him from the 10,000 bolts of thunder. This debt of gratitude, MOU feared he could never repay in a lifetime. Let's go to the thousand-fold realm. At the mention, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed, her face flushing as her emotions surged. Cough. No. Don't go. That place, the space is chaotic. Once you enter, you can never leave. MOU's lips curved upward, his face radiating confidence. Ishue, don't worry. I'll definitely make it out. Ling Xiao paused slightly. Despite MOU's skillful concealment, she still sensed an unusual fluctuation. MOU wasn't nearly as confident as he claimed. But Ling Xiao didn't call him out. Instead, she spoke softly. I'll accompany you, together. All right. MOU agreed. Truthfully, he felt uncertain inside. In the original text, a line had once been mentioned. At the bottom of 1,000 twists, at the dawn of the dark moon, the way of heaven cannot be overturned. This phrase had appeared only once. Fortunately, after his cultivation, MOU's divine sense had long surpassed the ordinary, and he eventually recalled it. The way of heaven is hard to overturn. I hope I've understood it correctly. Shrinking the earth to an inch, soaring through the skies. Thunder tribulations filled the sky, nearly startling every cultivator across the entire Arctic. Fortunately, they were all driven back by the twin beauties of the frigid realm. Another full day and night passed before MOU finally sensed the location of the thousand-fold land. The chaotic spatial distortion had already affected the surrounding lands. What is he doing here? The twin sisters Hanli wondered. Could it be he intends to enter the thousand-fold valley? The thousand-fold valley, the most chaotic spatial region within the thousand-fold land. Even peak Tao-seeking cultivators dared not tread there lightly. Has that kid lost his mind? Juku and the palace mistress Hanli were equally astonished. No cultivator who entered the thousand-fold valley had ever emerged alive. Only the Moon Demon Palace Master's eyes held profound depth. Throughout the ages, the demonic race had continuously gathered intelligence on the vast Sunyu continent through demonic cultivation. This information was cross-referenced with ancient texts passed down through generations of the demonic race. Many secrets long lost to the human race were now in the hands of the demonic race. And the thousand-fold valley is one such secret. At the valley's depths lie unimaginably terrifying creatures, yet also an unparalleled opportunity. The Moon Demon Palace Master's gaze fell upon MOU as he pondered inwardly. Does he know? Or is it merely a coincidence? The Moon Demon Palace Mistress even entertained the thought of entering the thousand-fold valley alongside MOU. But she quickly dismissed the notion. For now, her true form remained absent. She inhabited the body of the black-clad woman, which could never withstand the chaos of distorted space. MOU. I find myself growing more and more interested in you. Boom. At that moment, the thunder tribulation suddenly intensified without warning. The great Tao Cleaver rang out. A blade shadow shot out from the thunderclouds at breakneck speed. It slashed straight toward MOU. It seemed to possess a will of its own, as if sensing MOU's intentions. MOU leapt and dodged relentlessly. The blade shadow pursued relentlessly, leaving him no moment to catch his breath. Looks like it's getting desperate. MOU murmured, this only confirms my suspicions. Could the depths of the thousand-fold valley truly block the heavenly Tao's perception? With this realization, MOU channeled his divine power to the limit, accelerating even further. The great Way Cleaver suddenly trembled, unleashing countless blade shadows that burst forth from the calamity clouds. No! Without hesitation, the palace mistress Hanli struck out, surging cold energy forth to shield MOU from some of the onslaught. The twin beauties of Hanli did likewise. The Moon Demon Palace Master's hair whipped wildly as she shed all restraint, golden demonic energy swirling around her. A pitch-black full moon materialized behind her. It devoured part of the great Tao Cleaver. Demons! Everyone froze in shock. The demon clan was actually aiding MOU. Master Jiao, please help him. In Juku's embrace, Tu Yaoyao's expression was filled with urgency. Juko snapped back to his senses, and the 9 snow-white tails behind him shot skyward. They too deflected some of the blade's shadows. However, the endless blades were simply too numerous. What they could block was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the next instant, countless blade shadows closed in around Mou. Xianjia Valley was within arm's reach. But Mou could advance not a single step further. Today's grudge, Mou, remember it well. Mou's eyes darkened. One day, I will find you and slaughter you. The endless blade shadows abruptly halted. A divine thought suddenly emanated from within. No words were spoken, only mockery. Mocking Mou's overreach. Overconfidence? You schemed relentlessly to slay me, is that not fear? The blade's shadow halted once more. This time, there was no fluctuation, only murderous intent. In an instant, endless blade shadows surged forward, intent on piercing through Mou's body. Within Mou's body, the embryonic universe swelled relentlessly. The primordial chi surfaced, and the 5 primordial laws reached their ultimate expression. Since evasion was impossible, he resolved to fight to the death. Blade shadows, swift as lightning, charged toward Mou. Simultaneously, an icy sword chi surged upward. Mou felt no oppressive force whatsoever. The frosty sword intent transformed into countless sword energies, blocking the Dao Scythe. This move is called 10,000 Swords. Frost. I just created it. Put. Crimson blood spurted from Long Xiao's mouth. She had exhausted everything to shield Mou entirely. Mou's body trembled. Behind Long Xiao, a terrifying gash split open, thunder raging within, filled with deathly stillness. The 10,000 Swords of Frost ultimately failed to block the swirling blades, leaving behind the most deadly one. Without hesitation, Long Xiao shielded Mou with her own body. She knew she would die. Yet she threw herself forward without a moment's hesitation. Ishue. Mou's hair flew wildly as he roared with earth-shattering fury. He was enraged. He swore to the heavens. Whoever you are, wherever you are, I will kill you. Thunder rolled across the sky, a sign that his oath was about to be fulfilled. Long Xiao's life force was rapidly draining away. Hurry, run. With her final whisper, Lang Xiao fell utterly silent. Ishue, hold on. Mou's figure flickered as he leapt into the depths of the thousand-fold valley. The thunder tribulation, having lost its target, could only rumble on, as if venting its fury. Soon, the thunderclouds dispersed on their own. The Dao Cleaver had long vanished without a trace. The major Dao-seeking powerhouses exchanged glances. Is he dead? Tu Yaoyao gazed at the thousand-fold valley, a sudden wave of sorrow washing over her heart. Though she had only met Mou a short while ago, he was her future Dao companion. Tu Yaoyao didn't want Mou to die. System, is Mou still alive? Replied a host, he is still alive. Chapter 40, Ling Xiao launches a direct assault. A pitch-black void. Mou slowly opened her eyes, seeing nothing but darkness, not even her own hand before her face. Where am I? Memories flooded her mind, and Mou finally remembered. She had plunged into the thousand-fold valley. Then everything went black, and he knew nothing more. When she awoke again, she found herself here. Besides that, there was someone else who had come down with him. Ishue. Mou jolted awake. He spread his divine sense, but it seemed as though solid, invisible walls surrounded him, blocking its expansion. He could only sense within a meter of his body. Fortunately, not far beside him, Mou sensed Long Xiao's presence. Ishue. Mou hurriedly groped his way forward, but all he touched was endless coldness. As if it were a corpse. No! Mou's heart raced in panic, his breath quickening as he rushed forward to embrace Ling Xiao's body. In the darkness, he couldn't make out her features. But that familiar scent was enough to confirm it. The person in his arms was the woman who had sacrificed herself to block that fatal blow for him. Mou would never let her die. He still had so much he wanted to tell her. Xiaomei, what happened to Ishue? Xiaomei? No response. Mou's heart sank. This was truly terrible news. Impossible. Mou carefully sensed Long Xiao's body. Her spiritual energy probed deep into her body. Finally, deep within Lang Xiao's consciousness, Mou discovered a flickering flame of life on the verge of extinguishing. There's still hope. Mou's eyes flashed with determination. Ishue, hold on. Primordial chi emanated from Mou's body, and spiritual energy surged within the embryonic universe, continuously flowing into Long Xiao's body. Yet, that faint flame of life showed not a single ripple. It continued to fade steadily. Even if it were to extinguish completely in the next moment, it would come as no surprise. How could this happen? Chaos filled Mou's mind. Lang Xiao in his arms showed no movement whatsoever, her breath having ceased entirely. If this continued, she would surely die. What should he do? What should he do? Just then, a familiar lowly voice rang out. Host, Xiaomei is back. Mou's eyes lit up instantly. Xiaomei, hurry. Save her. He didn't ask where Xiao Mei had been. All he cared about now was saving Leng Xiao. Host, she shielded you from the Great Path Cleaver. Her primordial essence is damaged and requires an object of extreme cold to heal.
An object of extreme cold?
Host, the celestial spirit's icy marrow within your body is that extreme cold substance.
Transferring it into her body could restore a sliver of her vitality. How do I transfer it?
The celestial spirit's icy marrow has now fused with the essence blood within your body.
Xiao Mei's voice echoed continuously. Mou's lips curved upward. Just a drop of blood? No big deal.
With that, he prepared to offer his vital essence.
Host, hold on.
This place is thick with Yin energy, and countless Yin beasts dwell nearby. If they detect the scent of your vital essence, it will be extremely dangerous.
Mou paused. What should he do? After a moment of deep thought, Mou gently stroked Leng Xiao's cheek.
Ishui, necessity calls for expedient measures.
This is the only way.
With that, Mou slowly closed his eyes. He leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Essence blood surged from his tongue, continuously flowing into Leng Xiao's body. Pitch blackness enveloped them, time itself lost to the void.
After an unknown span of time, cold Xiao's flame of life finally began to flourish.
Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she tried to open her eyes. She sensed a warm breath pressed against her own.
Mum. She let out a soft murmur. Mou was overjoyed and immediately stopped moving. Ishui, you're awake?
So cold. Leng Xiao's voice was barely a whisper, her body still utterly weak.
Where am I? Mou replied softly, I don't know either, but there's no immediate danger now. You're badly injured, we need to tend to your wounds first. What did you just do? Mou paused.
She spoke apologetically, I'm sorry, Miss Ishui.
This place is unique. I had no choice. I had to. In the darkness, Mou couldn't see Leng Xiao's expression. Leng Xiao offered no reply.
But Mou could sense that Leng Xiao's breathing had grown slightly hurried.
The two remained silent for a long while. You continue.
Finally, Leng Xiao's voice, as thin as a mosquito's, broke the silence, tinged with a hint of shyness.
Ha? Mou whispered softly, Ishui, then I'll continue. Before he could finish, Mou felt a warm, moist sensation on his lips. So fragrant. Soft.
Leng Xiao had launched a direct assault. At that moment, within Leng Xiao's consciousness, a purple cluster of light symbolizing the love among the 7 emotions filled her entire mind. All that remained in her mind was searing heat.
Mou struggled to keep up for a moment before finally matching the rhythm. Host. Your bliss value is skyrocketing. Xiao Mei gasped aloud.
Unfortunately, Mou had no time to respond. After an unknown amount of time had passed.
Severely wounded yet relentless, Leng Xiao finally grew weary. She leaned into Mou's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. Mou instinctively touched his lips,
lost in the lingering sensation of what had just happened.
Host, it's so sweet.
Xiao Mei's playful voice chimed in again.
Looks like you enjoyed the show, Mou said irritably. Now tell me, where did you disappear to just now?
Host, Xiao Mei went to eliminate a potential threat for you.
For the next 10,000 years, he won't be able to detect you.
Mou felt the weight of Leng Xiao in his arms and murmured, I'll definitely slaughter him.
Host, Xiao Mei believes you can do it. By the way, where is this place?
Host, this is the bottom of the Thousandfold Valley, the legendary land of Taiyin.
The land of Taiyin. How do I get out?
To leave, you must locate the source of Taiyin and obtain the Taiyin Radiance Stone.
The Taiyin realm is plagued by spatial turbulence and roams with Yin beasts. Xiao Mei advises recuperating your injuries before venturing forth. Guess that's the only option.
Mou pondered, suddenly feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Healing Leng Xiao had drained a significant amount of his vital essence. He needed a proper rest.
Time ticked by second.
Mou felt a gentle, delicate touch caressing his cheek. His consciousness probed out.
Leng Xiao was continuously caressing his face. Ishui. You're awake.
Leng
Xiao murmured softly. Feeling better? Mou inquired. Once your injuries heal, we'll find a way out. Then, shall we begin healing now? No matter what Mou said, Leng Xiao's response was always just one word. Ishui, it's starting. Before Mou could finish speaking, a wave of sweet fragrance swept over her face. He was kissed, forcefully, again. After an unknown amount of time. In the darkness, the two clung to each other. Mou kept healing Leng Xiao's wounds, countless times over. Finally, Leng Xiao regained the ability to move. Yet, she had merely clung to life. The celestial spirit's icy marrow could not restore Leng Xiao's cultivation.
Her cultivation had been severed by the Tao's cleaver. Without a stroke of incredible luck, recovery seemed unlikely. Now, it was no exaggeration to say Leng Xiao was a powerless ordinary person. Imoyu took Lang Xiao's delicate hand and spoke softly, Ishue, let's go. Rest assured, I will protect you.
I know. In the darkness, Mou couldn't discern Lang Xiao's expression, only feeling the intense warmth radiating from her hand. Chapter 41, Southern Brightness Departing Fire. Ishue, is your cultivation truly beyond recovery?
Mou channeled his spiritual energy, continuously feeding it through his palm to Lang Xiao to ward off the surrounding yin energy. My foundations are shattered. The Great Path's cleaver severed my sword cultivation roots.
To return to my peak state, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lang Xiao's tone remained calm, as if discussing something of no consequence.
Rest assured.
I will definitely help you restore your cultivation.
Mou vowed solemnly, his words carrying unwavering resolve.
Lang Xiao pursed her lips. Then I suppose I'll just have to keep following you forever. After all, I can't even defeat ordinary people now. As she spoke, she gently squeezed Mou's palm, emphasizing her vulnerability. Mou curved his lips upward. This time, it's my turn to protect you.
Before he finished speaking, he slowly reached out and gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist. A moonless night, high winds howling. Perfect for whispering sweet nothings. Life's greatest joys are found in moments like this.
Ishue, once we're out, will you accompany me back to the Qingfeng sect?
Lang Xiao's body trembled slightly, sensing Mou's touch, yet she made no move to stop him.
Instead, a flicker of secret delight surfaced in her heart. However,
just then, a wave of yin energy swept toward them.
Host, trouble ahead. A pack of yin beasts is charging toward us. Mou's expression instantly darkened. Ishue, hold on tight. He tightened his grip on Lang Xiao's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Instantly shrinking the distance, they vanished in the blink of an eye. The shadow beasts lunged into thin air, seemingly enraged. They let out a deafening howl to the heavens.
In the silent darkness, their eerie, bone-chilling cries echoed across the wilderness, rising and falling in waves.
Wave after wave of shadow beasts began to echo the call. Mou's expression grew grave.
Surrounded by swirling yin energy, the chaotic space left him unable to discern direction. Even more deadly, the beast's cries stirred the spiritual energy within him. In the endless darkness, these spiritual energy fluctuations became the most obvious beacons for locating him.
The shadow beasts harassed them relentlessly. Mou had no choice but to keep leaping with Lang Xiao. These creatures are truly annoying. Lang Xiao frowned. This place is supremely yin. When yin energy becomes sentient, it forms yin beasts. Cultivator's divine sense is restricted here, and the yin energy erodes spiritual power. Dragging this out won't be good for us. Mou nodded slowly. If only there were something to counter them.
There is, host. Xiaomei's voice chimed in at the perfect moment.
When you broke through, didn't a ball of fire descend from the heavens? That was the supremely yang southern brightness fire. It can consume everything, especially countering yin energy. Southern brightness fire? Mou was taken aback. Why didn't I feel a thing? Host, try sensing it more carefully?
Mou felt a wave of astonishment wash over him as he examined himself internally.
Several times.
Finally, in a tiny corner of her Dantianqihai, she found a tiny spark.
Xiaomei, you're telling me this is the southern brightness fire that consumes all?
Host, this is the legendary divine fire.
A single spark could set the entire world ablaze. That powerful? Mou tried to activate it, but the spark showed no response. After a moment's thought, he directly activated the Primordial Five Greats technique, continuously channeling the spiritual energy of the embryonic universe into the spark. With a pop, the spark suddenly flared, transforming into a tiny flame. Is this tiny flame really going to work?
Mou, skeptical, channeled his spiritual energy, summoning the southern brightness fire to his fingertip. The soul light flickering in the darkness.
Even a tiny spark was enough to illuminate the surroundings. Only then did Mou clearly see his surroundings. Desolate. Lonely.
Rotten, broken weapons lay scattered haphazardly, tangled together in chaos.
Countless blood-stained suits of armor littered the nearby ground. Was this place once a battlefield? Mou wondered.
Meanwhile, behind him, Lang Xiao was starting to panic. The firelight illuminated her face. Her peerlessly beautiful features were etched with anxiety. Having lost her cultivation, she could no longer maintain the appearance of Dao Ishue. Fortunately, Mou's attention was entirely focused on the surrounding soldiers in armor. This gave her a moment to catch her breath. What should she do? What should she do?
If Mou discovered her true identity, would he blame her? Would she run away again, just like she did at the beginning? Lang Xiao's heart pounded wildly.
In the silent darkness, the sound was eerily clear.
Ishue, what's wrong?
Mou slowly turned around, about to see Lang Xiao's face clearly in the next moment.
System, help me.
Lang Xiao closed her eyes, unable to face Mou, her heart screaming in desperation.
Mou turned around.
He saw Lang Xiao's anxious expression with her eyes tightly shut. She seemed so afraid.
He stepped forward and gently embraced Lang Xiao. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Did he not notice me? Lang Xiao opened her eyes, curiosity mingled with unease. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Host, the system has successfully transformed you into Dao Ishui. Rest assured. Phew. Lang Xiao exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, I dodged that bullet. But, you would eventually learn the truth. What would he think then? Lang Xiao drifted into a daze, lost in thought. Just then, the sound of commotion reached their ears. Mo's expression sharpened. They're here. The flame at his fingertip shone like a beacon, guiding the surrounding shadow beasts toward them. Shadow beasts within thousands of miles sensed the light and were rushing toward this location at breakneck speed. Lang Xiao's expression changed. Quick, put out the fire. The Yin beasts are gathering. Mou raised the corners of his mouth, shaking his head slightly. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Ishui, I'm treating you to a fireworks display. Cold Xiao's eyes narrowed in confusion as she watched the flame in Mou's hand, unable to fathom his intentions. Mou's fingertips flickered lightly. The southern brightness fire swayed and grew in intensity with his spiritual energy. Under Lang Xiao's utterly astonished gaze, the southern brightness fire shot skyward. The scorching heat of world-consuming flames filled the entire wilderness. It was a power capable of obliterating everything. Before that flame, all life seemed utterly fragile. Lang Xiao's mouth fell open, her face frozen in utter disbelief. This flame, it sent shivers down one's spine. Mou took Lang Xiao's hand and smiled gently. Ishui, come. The fireworks display is about to begin. With that, he lifted Lang Xiao into the air, standing atop the flames. Extinguish. Mou clenched his palm. The southern brightness fire poured forth. The tiny flames transformed into countless crimson mystic birds, soaring in every direction. The next instant, endless flames ignited across the sky. Roaring and blazing, like fireworks bursting in the sky. Is it beautiful? Mou gently embraced Lang Xiao, his voice soft. It is. Relieved, Lang Xiao's eyes crinkled into a smile as she nestled quietly against Mou's shoulder, savoring the beauty of the moment. Only in this boundless, silent darkness did she dare to face her own heart. For a fleeting moment, Lang Xiao even wished she could stay here with Mou forever. Within her consciousness, the purple light cluster grew increasingly brilliant. Beneath the raging flames, the shadow beasts had no chance to resist, utterly consumed by the inferno. For thousands of miles around, the land became a sea of fire, burning relentlessly for ages. The southern brightness inferno, a flame that consumes worlds. Truly, its reputation was well deserved. Mou marveled inwardly. Not only the Yin beasts, but the surrounding Yin energy itself seemed to possess a will of its own, constantly evading the flames. The barrier obstructing his perception finally vanished. Mou extended his divine sense outward, following the direction the Yin energy fled. Finally, at the point where the spaces nearly overlapped, he detected a trace of abnormality. Chapter 42, Ancient Spirits. Yin energy surged from all directions toward the most chaotic point within that space. It was as if a colossal vortex had formed, sucking all the Yin energy into its depths. Xiaomei, what is that place? Host, the land of the dark moon holds many ancient heroes in slumber. This feels like one of them is about to awaken. Mou's expression grew increasingly grave as he unconsciously tightened his grip on Lang Xiao's hand. What's wrong? Lang Xiao, now stripped of her cultivation, couldn't sense the changes around them and asked with concern. Something is about to awaken. At these words, Lang Xiao's brows furrowed deeply, her expression turning grave. Legend has it that in ancient times, a mighty being fell, yet its unyielding will lingered, coalescing into a spirit. Only objects entangled in the spirit's karmic ties during its lifetime can awaken it. However, the spirit must reside within a celestial treasure. Which means, that place holds a supreme treasure. A supreme treasure, huh? Mou pondered, perhaps it holds clues to escape. But, where there are treasures, there is always danger. This is the unchanging law of the world. Mou understood this well. This ancient spirit was most likely awakened by the southern brightness fire, and in life, they must have been entangled by fate. Go, or not go? To go meant facing the peril of death. But if they didn't go, the spiritual energy within them would eventually be depleted. Then, both he and Lang Xiao would be utterly lost in this land of the dark moon. After much deliberation, Ishui, let's go take a look. Mou made his final decision. Lang Xiao smiled faintly, her thoughts perfectly aligned with Mou's. A treasure capable of bearing the spirit of a hero. If they did not go and investigate, they would surely regret it for the rest of their lives. Mou withdrew the southern brightness departing fire. With the freezing ice shadow suppression technique, both his and Lang Xiao's auras gradually faded. The second ring road drew closer to the center of that vortex of Yin energy. Though the distance seemed brief, Mou walked for what felt like an eternity. Each time, the Yin vortex felt within arm's reach, almost tangible. But, when he finally reached out, it felt impossibly distant, utterly beyond his grasp.
This is likely a supreme treasure imbued with spatial laws. Lang Xiao speculated. Unless we have a corresponding spatial artifact, it'll be extremely difficult to get close. Before she could finish, a soft sigh escaped Lang Xiao's heart. If only her cultivation were still intact, perhaps things wouldn't be so troublesome.
A spatial artifact? You raised an eyebrow. I wonder if this counts.
With that, he flipped his palm.
A deep blue, perfectly round jade bead floated in his palm. The illusion heaven bead. The prized treasure of the Mu family of Fan Yi City. Since it had little use, Mou had tossed it into a corner. Only now did he recall it. The illusion heaven bead could contain the realm of the illusion heaven god, perhaps it held the spatial laws within it. Lang Xiao watched as Mou retrieved the phantom heaven pearl, momentarily unsure of his intentions. She had once scanned it with her divine sense but found nothing unusual. Mou recalled carefully. Xiaomei, I recall you mentioning that the current changes in the world's environment are why the illusory heaven pearl cannot be activated?
Yes, host.
Then, perhaps this particular environment could activate it. Host, the environment here differs greatly from the outside world. Perhaps it truly is worth a try.
Mou nodded slightly, lifting the phantom heaven pearl while shielding Lang Xiao behind her. As spiritual energy flowed into it, the illusion heaven pearl burst forth with dazzling blue light.
In the darkness, it shone like a sapphire sun.
Lang Xiao was utterly astonished. The blue light grew brighter and brighter, eventually engulfing both him and Lang Xiao completely.
A moment of dizziness. Mou and the others found themselves in another tranquil realm.
Here, mountains were clear and waters serene, brimming with spiritual energy, a world unto itself.
Mou's lips curved upward.
If his guess was correct, this must be the illusory heaven realm. I never imagined the illusory heaven pearl concealed additional realms within.
Lang Xiao gazed around in astonishment. Just then, the sky suddenly turned transparent. A single glance revealed the Yin Qi vortex.
Here, one could actually see the outside world clearly.
Mou's mind stirred.
Beside the Yin Qi vortex, the blue glow of the illusion heaven pearl shot toward the boundless Yin Qi. The collision between the two continuously stirred spatial ripples.
Suddenly,
the illusion heaven pearl trembled violently, triggering a jarring earthquake.
Mou grabbed Lang Xiao, shielding her from harm. The tremors lasted for dozens of breaths before finally subsiding. Looking out through the sky, the outside world had undergone a complete transformation. Let's go out and see.
Mou and Lang Xiao exchanged glances and made their decision together.
A flash of light erupted. Both figures simultaneously materialized within the Taiyin realm. However,
the scene before them left them utterly stunned. The darkness had vanished and the lingering Yin energy was gone. On the ground, molten lava flowed ceaselessly, gathering into rivers.
In the sky, 9 blazing suns circled. Amidst the blazing suns, the silhouettes of divine birds seemed to dance. Mou and Lang Xiao were both startled. Who could have imagined that such a place existed within the land of Taiyin? Mou, look! There's a figure over there. Following the direction Lang Xiao pointed,
Mou's gaze sharpened. Above the river of molten lava, a female infant sat cross-legged in stillness. She appeared to be 2 or 3 years old. Her eyes were closed, surrounded by swirling lava that rose and fell around her.
Who is she?
Just as he pondered this, the infant seemed to sense something and suddenly opened her eyes. Her crimson eyes blazed like torches, shooting forth 2 searing beams of golden light.
Wherever they passed, the lava churned violently, as if capable of destroying everything. Watch out! Mou's expression darkened as he immediately scooped up Lang Xiao and pulled her away.
Spiritual energy surged beneath their feet, enabling them to cover great distances in an instant.
Yet,
in that fleeting moment, Mou suddenly saw the infant girl gently curl the corners of her mouth.
The next moment, shrink the earth to an inch. It's no longer valid. No. To be precise, it was the infant who had caught up to her.
Not only that, but she had brought the entire surrounding scene with her, unchanged.
Mou frowned. He repeatedly cast the shrink the earth technique. Yet, he still couldn't shake her. In the blink of an eye, blazing golden beams transformed into a sky-filling radiance, sweeping toward the two, leaving no blind spots. There was nowhere to hide.
In an instant, it completely enveloped them both.
Yet,
there was no sensation of being attacked, not even a hint of pain.
Mou was somewhat surprised.
Beside him, Lang Xiao remained unharmed as well. Turning to look, the infant girl on the molten river had vanished without a trace.
What exactly was she trying to do? Mou murmured in confusion. Ishui, let's leave first.
Before he could finish, Mou suddenly realized his body was frozen stiff.
Oh no!
Suddenly, Lang Xiao stepped forward, her jade-like hand gently cupping Mou's chin. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played upon her lips.
And within those eyes, an endless golden flame burned fiercely. Mou's heart skipped a beat. Lang Xiao's aura had undergone a complete and utter transformation. She had been possessed. In an instant, this terrifying realization surged through Mo's mind.
That golden light had just invaded Long Xiao's consciousness.
Who the hell are you? What do you want? Release Ishui immediately.
The Long Xiao before her raised an eyebrow slightly.
Heh, your reactions aren't slow at all. But your strength is a bit too weak.
Long Xiao sighed softly. Mou gradually calmed down, staring intently at the figure before him, lost in thought.
Soon, a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. You can still smile in such a desperate situation? Long Xiao leaned in closer, as if trying to see right through Mou. Why shouldn't I smile? With your power, you could have wiped us out completely. Yet you chose not to.
This proves you harbor an unresolved question in your heart, one that requires my explanation. Long Xiao flicked her eyes.
Congratulations, you guessed right. But you're only half right. I have no need for your explanation.
Any matter I need only search your soul to uncover the truth. Before the words had fully faded, a giant hand formed from golden light reached out, grabbing directly for Mou's soul.
Chapter 43, Shizhua.
The giant hand formed from golden light was about to invade his sea of consciousness. Yet Mou's expression remained unchanged.
Don't you want to see the world outside? Leave her body, and I can take you out.
Lang Xiao froze abruptly, the golden hand halting mid-motion.
With your mere opening veins cultivation, you think you can leave this place? Mou smiled faintly. I imagine you've heard of the Taiyinyao stone? A look of disbelief flashed across Lang Xiao's face. You brat, you actually know about the Taiyin glowstone.
Not only do I know it exists, but I also know where to find it.
Mou lifted the corners of his mouth.
So, what do you say, spirit ancestor? I'll lead you away, and you release my friend.
This deal is a surefire win for you.
Once we're out, I can just find any random person to possess.
That's better than possessing some powerless mortal, right?
Long Xiao smiled faintly. This body is a natural sword vessel, perfectly suited to me.
I have no intention of changing it.
Mou frowned at this, then we'll both die here together.
I've heard that once ancient spirits are awakened, they dissipate on their own within a few years. You'll only outlive us by a few years.
You're young, yet remarkably knowledgeable, even aware of this.
Mou's expression turns serious. Ancient spirit, what if I told you I have a way to ensure your spirit remains intact? Would you be willing to make this deal?
Long Xiao's eyes widened in shock.
Is this true?
Of course.
Senior, perhaps you could first release my immobilization? The next moment, Mou's body regained movement.
If you dare deceive me, you will pay a terrible price.
No, no. Mou waved his hands.
This was the method Xiao Mei had told him about.
System made, guaranteed quality.
Elder, please reveal yourself. A golden light flashed from the center of Lang Xiao's brow. The golden light enveloped the body of a female infant, suspended in midair, rising and falling continuously. Lang Xiao's body went limp, as if she'd lost her support, and she began to collapse toward the ground.
Mou immediately rushed forward to catch her, asking anxiously. What's wrong with her? It's nothing. Just excessive spiritual exhaustion.
She'll wake up soon, the infant's tender voice sounded, still carrying a hint of babyishness. Boy, tell me quickly, how can I stabilize my scattered spirit?
Please wait a moment, senior.
Mou raised his eyebrows, helping Long Xiao adjust into a comfortable lying position. Then he turned his palm upward. A ball of crimson gold flame ignited in his left hand, the southern departure flame. The infant girl's vital energy immediately began to fluctuate wildly.
Senior, do you recognize this flame?
The southern brightness fire. It feels familiar, but I can't quite recall the details. The childish voice carried a hint of world weariness, her eyes straining as if recalling distant memories.
Mou's heart stirred.
He confirmed this spirit had a profound connection to the southern bright fire. Then, the primordial chi manifested in his right hand. It flickered, elusive and unpredictable. The infant girl's body jolted violently. Staring in astonishment at Mou's palm, she asked incredulously.
What is this aura? Why can I glimpse 10,000 paths within it? Don't ask. Mou didn't wish to elaborate, uttering only 2 words in a detached tone.
The infant girl paid no heed to Mou's attitude. She stared at the primordial chi, lost in thought. Refining it might truly stabilize her own spirit.
Within Mou's body, the Primordial Five Greats technique circulated ceaselessly.
The southern bright flame and the primordial chi rose together, continuously intermingling in the air.
Ultimately, they coalesced into a faint, ethereal flame.
Absorb it, and your spirit body will remain intact for 100 years, Mou spoke slowly.
The infant girl's divine sense swept over it, and she was instantly overjoyed.
She integrated the mysterious flame into her body. Before long, the golden radiance surrounding her grew even more brilliant, and her form solidified considerably.
Elder, how is it?
The infant girl's eyes sparkled with disbelief.
You youngster, you truly are beyond comprehension. Flattery, flattery.
By the way, Elder, heroic spirits usually dwell within rare treasures of heaven and earth.
I wonder what you dwell within. Mou asked curiously.
You brat, you're actually eyeing the treasure. The infant girl gave a light snort. But soon, with a flick of her tiny hand, a slender, sleek sword materialized in midair. Neither gold nor iron, its blade shimmered with a translucent crimson gold hue. Beneath its gentle, restrained exterior lay power beyond compare. A treasure sword. A peerless treasure sword. This treasure was originally a strand of energy from the sun-wheel's scorching world. Merging with my own obsession, it gradually evolved into this blade.
You may call it Shijua. Shijua sword. Mo murmured softly, Elder, does that mean you are now the sword spirit of this blade? The infant girl nodded slowly. You could say that.
This one exists in symbiosis with the sword. As long as the sword endures, so does the spirit. Should the sword perish, the spirit shall perish.
Mou. Just then, Lung Xiao's voice rang out. Mou's eyes lit up. Ishue, you're awake. I just got a sword. Come take a look. If you like it, it's yours. Baby girl? Mou's thoughts raced. The infant possessed astonishing power, while Lung Xiao had lost her cultivation. As Lung Xiao's bodyguard, she would be perfectly suited. A sword? Lung Xiao rose to her feet, but her first sight wasn't the Shijua sword, it was the infant floating in midair. She instinctively stepped forward, shielding Mou behind her. Watch out. Mou smiled. It's fine. The elder is now our ally. An ally? After Mou briefly explained the situation, Lung Xiao finally relaxed.
The infant girl studied Lung Xiao intently. Little girl, your talent is truly remarkable. Even this sovereign finds it rather tempting. Shall you take me as your master? I guarantee you will not only regain your cultivation, but surpass your former self. Restore my cultivation. At those 4 words, Mou's eyes lit up instantly. Elder, I already have a master. I cannot become your disciple. Lung Xiao unexpectedly refused outright. What a pity. You'll be doomed to live as a mere mortal, alone and forgotten until your final days. The infant girl sighed softly. Lung Xiao's eyes flickered slightly at these words. Senior, let's make another deal. Mou smiled. Add another 100 years. How about you help Ishue restore her cultivation? The infant girl snorted lightly. What do you take me for? 100 years? Impossible. At least 500 years. 200. Mou held up 2 fingers. 400. 300, and not a penny more. Any higher and it's off the table. Deal. The infant girl gritted her teeth and finally agreed. Lung Xiao listened, utterly baffled. In Mou's palm, the southern brightness fire in the primordial chi manifested once more, coalescing into the same mysterious flame. Senior, this is the advance payment for 100 years. The remaining 200 years will be given once Ishue's cultivation recovers. Oomph. Penny-pinching brat. The infant girl swallowed the mysterious flame without ceremony. Then, a look of pure contentment spread across her face. By the way, I still don't know how to address you, senior. The infant girl fell silent for a moment. I don't remember. Just call me Jinling. With that, she beckoned to Lung Xiao. Little girl, come closer. Lung Xiao glanced at Mou. Mou gave a slight nod. The next moment, Lung Xiao stepped forward. Jinling's plump little hand gently tapped the center of Lung Xiao's forehead. A powerful golden radiance shot skyward, enveloping Lung Xiao's body. After a long while, Jinling's childish voice sounded again. The damage to the Great Tao is rather tricky. There are 2 ways to restore your cultivation. Choose one yourself. Chapter 44, Open and Honest Host. If you keep looking at me like that, you'll lose control. 2 methods? Mou and Lung Xiao looked at Jinling in confusion. That's right. Jinling waved her hand lightly. Golden radiance gathered around her, coalescing into a cloud of mist that spread outward. The surrounding scenery abruptly transformed. The scorching river of molten lava vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of azure, crystal-clear ocean. Mou and Lung Xiao now stood directly upon the ocean's surface. The 9 blazing suns in the sky faded one by one, coalescing into a single moon rising from the horizon where sky met sea. A moon rises over the sea, shared across the vast expanse. This scene embodied the true essence of the Tao. Lung Xiao gazed toward the horizon, seemingly struck by insight, as the principles of the Tao gradually enveloped her. Very good. Jinling nodded with satisfaction, her eyes brimming with admiration. Observing this extraordinary phenomenon allows one to comprehend the laws of the Tao. With years of cultivation, her cultivation base will naturally recover. This is the first method. Senior, how long must one observe? Mou asked doubtfully. 100 years at the shortest, 1,000 years at the longest. Mou. With no cultivation base, how could Ishue possibly endure 100 years? Senior, this path conflicts with my sword cultivation. Lung Xiao sighed softly after observing for a long time. Even if she regains her cultivation, advancing further in the future will be even more difficult. Jinling smiled. Naturally. There's an inherent limit to imitating another's path. This is merely a relatively safer approach.
Lang Xiao shook her head.
I humbly request the senior to impart another method. Jean Ling clenched her small hand. The phenomenon of the moon rising over the sea vanished.
Lava and scorching sun reappeared.
A searing heat washed over them. Jean Ling pursed her lips.
The second method, a gamble of life and death, is only for those blessed with immense fortune and profound insight. All things in heaven and earth are interdependent and mutually restraining. You possess ice elemental techniques, yet the Tao has severed them, leaving you nearly lifeless.
To revive your sword intent, you must immerse yourself in blazing flames to ignite the cold energy within your body.
3 years of forging your body in the scorching flames of Shizhua. The agony involved no need for me to elaborate. You should understand. Mou's expression shifted slightly. Senior, this method sounds rather unreliable? Ishui has no cultivation now, wouldn't she just turn to ash if burned?
Jean Ling chuckled, her plump cheeks dimpling.
But what about you, kid?
Me? Use the mysterious energy within you to shield her body. It should keep her safe.
Should? Mou eyed Jean Ling skeptically. Elder, tell me honestly, what are the actual odds of success?
Jean Ling snorted lightly.
I haven't tried it myself.
This is merely an inference based on the fragmented memories lingering in my mind.
In the past, someone did this. Did they succeed? No.
They were burned to ashes. Jean Ling waved her hand dismissively.
Enough, little girl. You choose. Ishui, no matter what, your life comes first. Mou reminded her, unwilling to see cold Xiao come to any harm. I choose the second option.
Lang Xiao hesitated not a moment, her eyes gleaming with resolve.
Mou made no attempt to stop her. He respected Lang Xiao's choice. Even with the second option, he would not let anything happen to Lang Xiao.
Jean Ling nodded slowly, as if she had anticipated Lang Xiao's choice all along. I possess a technique called the Golden Flame Sword Art. It's not a top-tier cultivation method, but its fire attribute can help you adapt sooner and increase your chances of success.
Listen carefully. The chanting of scriptures flowed from Jean Ling's mouth. Incredibly profound. Lang Xiao's heart skipped a beat.
This Golden Flame Sword technique was in no way inferior to the Lingxi sword technique.
It might even surpass it.
Yet to the Golden Spirit, it clearly held little significance.
Truly worthy of an ancient hero. The cultivation world of the ancient era was likely far more prosperous than today's. After roughly 100 breaths, the sutra fully manifested. Study them well. Jean Ling's form drifted up and down. Your talent for the sword path surpasses this youngster's by countless folds. You should grasp them within 3,000 breaths. Senior, could you please refrain from being so blatantly disparaging? Mou retorted irritably. What did he mean by countless times better than this kid? Was that really something to say in front of Ishui?
Jean Ling snorted lightly.
I speak only the truth. You, lad, besides that peculiar aura and that marginally passable southern brightness fire. Everything else is utterly insignificant. Mou gritted his teeth. Fine. The Golden Flame Sword technique, huh? With a flicker of thought, Mou summoned the sword, a celestial blade in hand. Jean Ling's eyes flickered, instantly captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Even though she had seen countless magical treasures, she couldn't help but marvel at this moment. The appearance of this sword is truly magnificent. The next moment, something even more astonishing occurred. Mou held the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword, and golden flames suddenly erupted from its blade. As if golden crows were circling around it. As the 10,000 Phenomena Divine Sword swept through the air, the golden flames transformed into a golden sunbird soaring skyward, resembling a blazing sun. The scorching, annihilating aura sent shivers down the spine. Golden crow. Sun's radiance. Jean Ling's expression betrayed utter shock. This was the most difficult technique within the Golden Flame Sword Art. Ordinary cultivators could spend their entire lives without grasping it. Even peerless geniuses require years of dedicated study. Yet Mou. It had been less than 10 breaths since she imparted the teachings. Moreover, she wasn't even teaching Mou directly. Mou merely overheard the basics while standing nearby. She grasped it just by casually listening? What kind of prodigy is this? The Golden Flame Sword technique? It's nothing special. Mou sheathed his sword and clapped his hands. Ishui, practice diligently. I'll go prepare some food for you. With that, Mou walked over to the side, pulled out some ingredients from his storage pouch, and began preparing them. Jean Ling. Her eyes stared blankly at him. Lang Xiao covered her mouth and giggled softly. Seeing Jean Ling's astonished expression, a sudden surge of pride welled up in her heart. Senior, he's always like this. I was shocked the first time too. Jean Ling finally snapped back to reality, murmuring to herself, this kid, his talent is nothing special, so how can his comprehension be so incredibly gifted? Does he have a master? A flicker of caution crossed Lang Xiao's eyes as she quickly interjected. Senior, he already has a master. He won't take on another teacher. He's mine, and you're not allowed to even think about him. Lang Xiao silently added in her mind.
Senior, I too have gained some insights. I humbly request your guidance.
Lang Xiao's aptitude and insight in the sword arts were also absolutely top tier.
Within mere moments, she had grasped the essence of the golden flame sword technique.
Yet, lacking cultivation, she couldn't wield it like Mou. That's sufficient. Begin. Jinling was equally astonished by Lang Xiao's innate talent. But with Mou having paved the way,
her capacity for emotional burden had grown considerably.
Remember, the golden flame sword technique can only aid you temporarily. Ultimately, you must rely on yourself. Lang Xiao nodded firmly, her expression solemn. Before long, all preparations were complete.
Jinling formed hand seals, and the Shizhu sword slowly rose before merging into Lang Xiao's body. Instantly, a terrifying golden divine flame shot skyward, its overwhelming might sending shivers down the spine.
Young man, it's your turn.
Mou Yuning focused intently, sitting cross-legged before Lang Xiao, palms facing hers.
Within the sea of qi in her dantian, a nascent universe trembled.
The primordial qi flowed ceaselessly into Lang Xiao's body. Similarly, that terrifying golden divine flame consumed him.
However, unexpectedly, he felt not a shred of pain.
Instead, Lang Xiao, her brows tightly furrowed and face pale, was enduring the endless agony of her body being consumed by flames.
Ishui, hold on. Mou was about to focus his mind. Alas,
the golden divine flames seemed determined to thwart his efforts.
Before Mou, as the divine flames grew increasingly fierce, cold Xiao's garments were being scorched away piece by piece.
Even the fire-repelling array he had inscribed beforehand proved useless.
Within mere breaths,
that flawless, snow-white body appeared directly before his eyes.
Gulp!
Mou's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed as a sudden wave of heat washed over him.
Everything was laid bare. Incredibly alluring. Not a single flaw.
So beautiful, so white.
Ding! Host, stop looking. Keep staring and you'll lose control.
Chapter 45, 3 years fly by, a dance of ice and fire.
Xiaomei, don't say such things. Mou Jun flushed crimson and hastily closed his eyes. A true gentleman. A man of integrity. A man of integrity.
He silently repeated the phrase 3 times, drawing a deep breath. The Great Way has no form, yet it gives birth to heaven and earth. The Great Way has no emotion, yet it moves the sun and moon. The Great Way has no name, yet it nurtures all things.
Mou recited the Sutra of Purity, finally calming his heart.
He opened his eyes once more.
So beautiful. So white. Damn it. It's completely useless. No way. This is impossible to concentrate like this.
Beside them, Jinling watched Mou with amusement, her face wearing a playful, spectator-like expression. Earlier, she had secretly tampered with Lang Xiao's fire-repelling formation just a little.
You little brat. The agony of wanting but not being able to have it, huh? If I didn't make you suffer a little, would you really think I'm at your mercy? At that moment, Mou was indeed suffering terribly.
Every time he opened his eyes, that snow-white, slender body would send shivers down his spine.
What's more, they were now face to face. From every angle, curves and peaks. How could one not be distracted? Mou simply couldn't focus on helping Lang Xiao maintain her body. Lang Xiao's expression grew increasingly pained.
Though she possessed the body of a Tao-seeking cultivator, her cultivation had been lost. Now, the golden divine flames had long since invaded her internal organs. The searing flames consuming her body inflicted agony that no ordinary person could endure. This can't go on. Ishui won't hold out much longer.
Xiaomei, can you control my body?
A sudden thought flashed through Mou's mind.
Yes, host, you may rest assured. Leave everything to Xiaomei.
Whenever you wish to take control again, simply think it and you'll regain command.
Phew.
Mou felt a wave of relief wash over her.
You take over. Got it. Xiaomei took control of Mou's body. The innate primordial energy flowed, transferring into Lang Xiao's body. Wow, host, her figure is absolutely stunning.
Toned where it should be, curvaceous where it counts. It's the figure every woman dreams of.
Can you focus? Mou was currently residing within his divine consciousness, contemplating the golden divine flame. After all, idleness was idleness. If he could gain some insight, it would be a huge win. Your satisfaction level is skyrocketing, host. Almost at 100. Isn't this just giving the host a little push? Mou.
He had no desire to engage with this mischievous system right now. With Xiaomei around, Ishui should be safe. As for whether she can recover her cultivation, that depends entirely on her own efforts.
I can't help with that. Why not try fusing this golden divine flame with the southern brightness fire? No time to waste.
Since the golden spirit could be awakened by the southern brightness fire, it proved there must be a connection between the two.
Before long, Mou's divine consciousness took human form, with a small flame appearing in each of his palms.
The left flame was crimson, tinged with gold, the southern brightness fire.
The right held a golden divine flame, shimmering like liquid gold as it danced.
Under MOU's guidance, the two flames began to merge. Suddenly, the crimson flame flared intensely, and a fiery red divine bird soared forth from within.
MOU seemed to hear a sacred cry ringing in his ears. At the same moment,
a scorching sun rose from within the golden divine flames.
Golden wings unfolded from its core.
The blazing sun transformed into another golden divine bird.
Another cry echoed through his mind. See. Unlike before, this cry was filled with scorching destruction.
A crimson and a golden divine bird, incompatible with one another. Before MOU, they began their struggle, seemingly vying for dominance after merging.
Time ticked by second.
The two divine birds fought over 1,000 rounds, each winning some and losing some, yet neither could gain the upper hand.
MOU watched with keen interest.
Within the sea of consciousness, the perception of time's passage was faint.
After an unknown duration, the playful lowly voice sounded again. Ding! Host, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? HM? Has Ishui regained her cultivation? Ding! No! Then what's the good news? Host, it's been 7 days' time for the happiness rating assessment. Oh! MOU's eyes lit up. Wait, hold up, didn't you just mention bad news? Yes, host. The bad news is that Xiaomei is currently helping Miss Ishui maintain her physical form, so she can't distribute your rewards for now. Host, shall we switch tasks for now? Can the distribution be delayed? Sure thing, host. They can even accumulate. Then delay it. Got it, host. The reward would merely be delayed, not lost. But the relationship between myself and Ishui now can only be described as more than friends, yet not quite lovers. Though there have been intimate gestures, each had its reason. Before the truth is fully revealed. He didn't want to do anything that might be misinterpreted as inappropriate behavior. If anything were to happen, it would only be after their relationship was formally confirmed. Of course, that first glance was purely accidental. The golden divine flames burned relentlessly, consuming everything for 3 long years. Throughout that time, Lang Xiao's eyes never opened. MOU remained within her divine consciousness, watching two birds fight. Through this experience, his mastery of fire control reached perfection. Now, he had fully mastered both the southern brightness fire and the golden divine flame. Though he could not yet fuse them, the power unleashed when wielding them had already multiplied several times over. At the same time, Jin Ling, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Success! From Lang Xiao's body, 2 sword intents, 1 ice, 1 fire shot skyward. The wounds inflicted by the great Dao cleaver were healed. The frost sword intent fully revived. Beyond that, she had grasped another sword intent from within the golden divine flames. Karmic fire lotus. Beauty that harbors destruction. Sacredness accompanied by calamity. Capable of purifying the world, yet equally capable of destroying it. The sword intent of frost and the sword intent of the crimson lotus coalesced into an endless swirl of sword shadows, twisting and turning through the air. Like a dance of ice and fire. Jin Ling's eyes fixed upon the sky, revealing a hint of nostalgia, and she murmured to herself. Why does this feel so familiar? Lang Xiao had now fully recovered to her peak state. Stronger than ever before. With 2 great sword intents upon her, it was no exaggeration to call her the foremost under the Emperor Realm. Post success. MOU's divine consciousness stirred, reclaiming control of his body. The moment he opened his eyes, a flash of snow white rushed toward him. MOU, I succeeded. Ah, good. MOU shifted her gaze uncomfortably. Lang Xiao frowned in confusion, glancing downward. Only to realize she was completely naked. Then, ah! The piercing scream, tinged with embarrassment, echoed relentlessly through the space. Lang Xiao instinctively waved her hand. Smack! A bright red handprint instantly appeared on MOU's face. After a few breaths, Lang Xiao changed into a white outfit and finally calmed down. Seeing the vivid red mark on MOU's cheek, a flicker of pain and apology crossed her eyes. Are you okay? I got too worked up just now. I accidentally hit a little too hard. I'm fine. MOU shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Host, you're so pitiful. Hee. Xiaomei, tell me, did you do that on purpose? Host, if we didn't switch places, wouldn't Xiaomei be the one getting hit? Xiaomei really hates pain. MOU. Host, don't be angry. Xiaomei came specially to give you rewards. It's been 3 whole years. Host, you've earned a total of 157 rewards. And during these 3 years, your happiness value has been nearly 100% the entire time. Upon hearing this, MOU suddenly felt no pain at all. Her heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 46, Generous Rewards, the richest man on the Tsangyu continent. Ding. Delayed reward distribution in progress. Ding. First bliss value assessment, 91. Reward, ethereal heavenly feather x1. Second blissfulness rating, 98. Reward, netherworld earth treasure x1. Third bliss value assessment, 100. Reward, banished immortals abode x1. Xiao Mei, hold on a moment. Mo massaged his temples.
Once or twice was fine, but announcing it over 100 times felt unnecessary to Mou.
Just give me a list of the rewards.
Ha! Host, Xiao Mei really wants to talk, just let me finish reading.
A pitiful voice chimed in. You're not some kind of chatterbox, are you? Not at all. It's just that no one ever chose Xiao Mei before.
Now that the host has selected me, I just want to talk more with the host.
Being alone is so lonely. Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean no one chose you before? Yikes. Host, you heard wrong. ZZZZT.
Xiao Mei suddenly fell silent, as if her mouth had been covered.
After a long pause, she finally spoke again. Host, the list is ready. Mou gave a slight nod. Let me see. Ha? What were we just talking about? The host asked Xiao Mei to organize the list. I think so. Mou looked puzzled. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something?
Host, hurry up and check out the reward Xiao Mei prepared for you.
She picked it out with great care. Mou pushed aside distracting thoughts and looked at the list in her mind. Xiao Mei had thoughtfully categorized them. Cultivation techniques, divine abilities, great wilderness, heavenly art, reincarnation, inheritance, Tao cultivation, Ziyan heavenly mechanics art. Treasured artifacts, void mirror, Huan Yu furnace, Yin Yang creation cauldron. Celestial treasures, immortality grass, heavenly marrow essence, Hengi threads, white turtle bearing immortal. And countless spirit stones. Mou's storage pouch was already stuffed to the brim.
The most eye-catching category was the one marked in gilded letters.
Special category, ethereal heaven earth feather, netherworld earth treasure, banished immortal's abode. The first three. And only these three.
But when she scanned the bag with her divine sense, she found nothing resembling these items inside.
Xiao Mei, what exactly does special category refer to? Host, these are three exceptionally unique treasures. Bringing them out here would draw too much attention. Ordinary storage bags cannot conceal their aura.
Xiao Mei worked hard to secure these.
You'll understand once you return. Mou smiled faintly, showing no sign of urgency.
He sensed the various treasures within the storage pouch.
Even those sects in the Central Realm couldn't be this wealthy, could they?
No, even the Demon Emperor's palace likely doesn't possess this many treasures.
Suddenly, it felt like she had become the wealthiest person on that Sanyu continent. The feeling of wealth was truly delightful. Mou smiled faintly. Kid, what are you grinning about?
Jinling spoke up at the perfect moment.
Don't tell me you want that little girl to give you another taste?
Lang Xiao clenched her fist lightly, gave it a squeeze,
then tucked her hands behind her back. Her face bore an expression that said, I didn't mean to. Senior, I'm just happy that Ishui's cultivation has recovered. That was indeed the honest truth. Oh? I thought you just couldn't get enough after 3 years and were reminiscing. Lang Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly.
In the past, even if someone dared to verbally offend her, she would never let it slide.
But now, knowing full well that Mou had seen every inch of her body, she simply couldn't muster any anger. Instead, a disconcerting thought surfaced, it was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. She even found herself worrying whether her figure could be considered perfect. Lang Xiao couldn't help but feel a blush of shyness. She realized that, without even noticing. Changed.
Senior, you still have 200 years left in my hands.
Mou snapped impatiently. This girl always had to bring up the most sensitive topics. Unbelievable. Jinling floated before Mou and whispered, not only do you refuse to thank me, but you dare threaten me? Do you believe I won't spend every waking moment by her side bad-mouthing you?
Senior, you're such a grown man, yet you're acting like a child, nitpicking over every little thing.
Mou chuckled. Those 200 years? I'll give them to you right away. Hey, wait a minute. Mou suddenly snapped out of it. What did you just say, Senior? Stay by her side. If I understood correctly, that should mean. You're quite right. This young girl suits me perfectly. I've already sealed a contract with her. She will help me recover my memories, and I shall become the sword in her hands.
Jinling's youthful voice was utterly matter-of-fact, as if recounting the most ordinary of events.
Mou's heart leapt with joy.
Cold Xiao's sword had long been shattered by the great Dao cleaver.
Now, with the acquisition of the Sunblaze sword, it was like adding wings to a tiger.
Young man, we should depart, Jinling reminded him.
This land of Taiyin is treacherous.
3 years of such commotion has likely roused many creatures.
Mou had been planning to leave anyway.
3 years had passed. Speaking of which, Mo Dao should be leaving the Mo family soon, formally taken to the Lingxi Sword Pavilion. That meant the plot was truly beginning to unfold.
Mo Dao would rise from Lingxi Sword Pavilion with astonishing talent.
Since Mo Dao was no longer at the Mo family estate, it was about time he returned home to bring his father and mother to the Qingfeng sect.
The future of Dongzhou won't be peaceful. As this thought crossed his mind, Mou stole another glance at Lang Xiao. As luck would have it, Lang Xiao was looking at him too. Their eyes met, and Lang Xiao flinched away as if electrocuted.
Her mind was clearly still dwelling on the events of the past 3 years.
Why does Ishuei seem so shy all of a sudden? Mou's lips curved upward.
Just as he pondered this, the entire space suddenly began to tremble. It felt like a massive earthquake.
All three of them froze, their eyes narrowing. The golden spirit transformed into the sunblazed sword, soaring into Long Xiao's grasp.
The river of molten lava and the 9 radiant suns slowly faded away, retreating into the sword.
The surroundings once again fell silent in darkness. Mou and Lang Xiao exited the special space, returning to the Taiyin realm. Something big is coming. Watch out. 2 terrifying, sinister auras swept toward them.
By their aura alone, it was clear these 2 far surpassed the previous Yin beasts in power.
Lang Xiao flashed forward, standing before Mou. Now, she stood at the pinnacle of the Tao. Her entire being radiated an aura of invincibility. Frost danced in the air. Red lotuses bloomed.
2 sword intense, 1 ice, 1 fire swept forth.
Their might is enough to shatter everything. Yet, Lang Xiao's expression remained solemn.
Thus, she could only resort to passive defense. Shrouded in Yin energy, her divine sense remained restricted. The moment those 2 scoundrels sensed Lang Xiao's presence, they darted into the shadows. Turtles hiding their heads.
Lang Xiao snorted coldly.
From the darkness came a bone-chilling, shrill howl.
Hiss! 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 Who'd have thought you'd be this powerful? But in this realm of pure darkness, this is our domain. Your perception is limited. No matter how powerful you are, it's useless. Oh? Is that so? Lang Xiao's eyes crinkled in amusement as she glanced at Mou beside her. Mou understood immediately and smiled. Your turf?
Watch me tear your domain apart.
As the words fell, a crimson gold flame of Nanli blazed forth from the darkness.
Wherever the flames reached, they illuminated all darkness. Within the shadows, 2 figures trembled violently. Not only that, but within the southern brightness fire, another golden divine flame burned.
As revealed by the golden spirit. This flame is called the Sun Essence Fire. Ultimate heat, ultimate yang. It specifically subdues dark evils. Mou's lips curved upward as he murmured softly. Rise.
In the next instant, flames shot skyward, blazing like a fiery sun, illuminating this realm of the dark moon.
Chapter 47, The Emperor ranked Yin Beasts fleeting glimpse, chaotic space. Roar. The Yin Beast's roar echoed. As if a piece of gauze were stuffed in its throat, yet it screamed with every ounce of its strength. Yet it was far more sinister and terrifying, and far more piercing. This fire can burn away the Yin energy. Run. A hint of fear tinged the voice. Half came from the rapidly spreading southern flames and the sun's essence fire. The other half stemmed from Lang Xiao's peerless sword intent. The instant the Yin energy dissipated, Lang Xiao had already locked onto the 2 Yin beasts. The Shizhua sword danced through the air, tracing perfect arcs. The frosty sword intent transformed into endless blizzards, ignoring the raging flames. In an instant, 1,000 miles were frozen. The shadowy beasts' elusive forms instantly solidified into ice. Only then did Mou clearly see their forms. Their bodies were as black as ink. They appeared somewhat viscous, lacking any fixed form. Their viscous bodies could freely expand or contract, like flowing water, only utterly murky. These 2 shadow beasts radiated an overwhelming aura, infinitely more powerful than any encountered before. Yet, before Lang Xiao, they were utterly powerless to resist. The barrier of frozen ice stood impenetrable. No matter how fiercely they struggled, they couldn't budge it an inch.
They possess consciousness and can communicate through divine thoughts. This indicates Yin's soul pearls have already formed within them.
Extracting them intact will greatly aid this young man's cultivation.
A youthful, golden spirit's voice echoed from within the Shizhua sword. Cold Xiao's eyes lit up, dispelling her earlier thought of obliterating them with a single strike. Within the frigid ice, a crimson lotus blossomed. Ice and fire miraculously merged.
This demonstrated Lang Xiao's masterful command over both sword intents.
The crimson lotus's hellfire slowly consumed the shadow beast's body. The 2 Yin beasts let out agonized cries,
echoing throughout the entire Taiyin realm. Mou's heart surged with a sudden pang of unease. This is bad. They seem to be calling for help.
Lang Xiao also sensed something amiss, her spiritual energy surging forth.
Endless crimson lotuses bloomed simultaneously.
In less than 10 breaths, she had refined both Yin beasts. Where the Yin beasts had stood, 2 pitch-black orbs shrouded in Yin energy remained. These were the Yin soul pearls mentioned by Jin Ling. Frost swirled. In the blink of an eye, the Yin soul pearls appeared in Lang Xiao's hands.
Let's go. Mou was pulled to his feet by Lang Xiao. However, just as they were about to leave, Lang Xiao's body suddenly trembled violently. An utterly terrifying aura locked onto her. Beyond the Tao. It was the aura of an emperor-level being. Within this land of the dark moon, there existed a living emperor-level being. Lang Xiao's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. Suddenly, the pitch-black sky, a colossal, blood-red eye abruptly opened. Though seemingly infinitely distant from Mou, yet every detail remained crystal clear.
The blood vessels within that eye were thicker than mountain ranges. The crimson pupil trembled incessantly, appearing both unfocused and rigid. Shrouded in energy, countless beasts clashed within that eye. What kind of creatures' eyes are these? Though Lang Xiao had cultivated for thousands of years, she had never encountered such terrifying pressure before.
The next moment, an even more spine-chilling event unfolded.
The scattered crimson pupils within the colossal eyeballs suddenly contracted.
Its gaze fell squarely upon Mou and Lang Xiao. Instantly,
Mou felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, as if countless mountain ranges were crushing down upon him.
It was utterly suffocating.
Lang Xiao channeled her sword intent, pushing her spiritual energy to its absolute limit. She positioned herself in front of Mou, shielding him from the overwhelming majority of the oppressive force. Only then did Mou feel slightly relieved.
Xiaomei, what kind of monster is that? Replied a host, that is an ancient being sealed within the land of Taiyin. Its power is unfathomable. An ancient being? This is getting tricky. Mou's heart sank.
If that eyeball made its move, he'd have no choice but to unleash every single artifact granted by the system.
Dozens exploding simultaneously. Even if it couldn't be killed outright, it should at least peel a layer off that eyeball. However, to Mou and Lang Xiao's surprise, the eyeball made no further move. Its gaze lingered briefly on the Shizhua sword before settling on Mou, scrutinizing him for a long moment. Galuria. Then, a series of incomprehensible divine thoughts flooded in. What is Xiaomei saying? Host, it says to activate the embryonic universe within your body and show it to it. Mou was puzzled, but he didn't hesitate for long. This eyeball creature had a request, which meant it still possessed some rationality. Better fulfill its request first. The Primordial Five Greats Law activated. Within his Dantian Sea of Qi, the embryonic universe emitted an arcane aura. After a few breaths, Mou sensed the gaze fixed upon him had vanished. Host, it says to take good care of her. Take care of who?
Mou was about to ask, but the enormous eyeball creature had already vanished without a trace.
As if it had never been there at all.
Lang Xiao stared blankly before speaking. Mou, I think I just heard a string of ancient words. Mou's thoughts stirred, his gaze falling upon the Shizhua sword.
Could the her mentioned by that eyeball refer to Senior Jiling? After much deliberation, this seemed the only possibility. Ishui, that might be someone connected to Senior Jiling. Lang Xiao nodded slowly upon hearing this.
Ever since the eyeball appeared, the Shizhua sword seemed to have fallen into a state of stillness.
Perhaps there truly was a connection between them. Regardless, we've had a close call.
We should leave now, Mou said after careful consideration. This place was far too eerie, he didn't want to linger a moment longer.
Ha! How did I just fall asleep?
The drowsy voice carried a hint of babyishness.
Elder, you're awake?
Seems I've been pushing myself too hard these past 3 years.
Kid, you'd better make it up to me. No problem, senior. How about I add 200 more years for you? Ha? So readily? Why the sudden change of heart? Jiling asked suspiciously. Mou chuckled. With such terrifying backing, how could I not take good care of you? Mou made no mention of the eyeball creature. He could tell the creature didn't want Jiling to know about it. Otherwise, Jiling wouldn't have fallen asleep when it appeared.
Oh, and little girl, Jiling suddenly spoke up, produce the Yin soul bead.
Lang Xiao flipped her palm, revealing 2 jet-black jade orbs shrouded in Yin energy. Listen up, kid.
After opening the meridians comes the gathering spirit realm. Most cultivators at this stage focus solely on tempering their divine souls. But in ancient times, a peerless prodigy, while in the spirit-gathering realm, condensed the yin and yang divine energies and forged a completely different path.
These yin soul pearls are the crucial items for condensing the yin spirit.
If you can find the yang soul bead in the future, you too may attempt that path.
Lang Xiao's eyes flashed with determination. She thought to herself, the yang soul pearl? I must find it for him. Mou, however, seemed rather disinterested. Senior, that path sounds incredibly dangerous. It doesn't suit me. Even if I found it, I wouldn't practice it. I merely mentioned it. Did you truly believe you could find the young soul pearl?
Jiling retorted impatiently. To gather both the yin and yang soul pearls, one must possess immense cosmic fortune. With your abilities, lad, it's utterly impossible unless the heavens themselves collapse. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the Taiyin realm trembled violently. Endless yin energy swept in, carrying boundless spatial laws. Anyone caught within would be torn to shreds.
Elder, did your mouth get blessed or something? It's so accurate. Mou's expression darkened. I was just speaking off the cuff. How could this cursed place collapse just like that? Jinling's voice betrayed equal urgency. This resembles a spatial storm, all life is annihilated in its path. Host, use the illusion heaven pearl now. Xiaomei's timely reminder made Mou's eyes narrow. The sapphire blue jade orb shot into the air, its flickering light drawing MOU and Lung Xiao into its depths. The next moment,
the overwhelming dark energy surged like a tsunami, completely engulfing the illusion Heaven Pearl.
Chapter 48, Returning to the Sect. Why is there a new junior sister?
The illusory Heaven Realm. The world spun violently, an unbearable turbulence.
But MOU had no mind to care.
Lin Xiao forcibly bound him to her side, using spiritual threads woven from sword intent.
Between them, there was now almost zero distance, separated only by their clothing.
Even though MOU had explained several times that he could manage on his own. But it was useless. The woman's unique scent filled his nostrils, and MOU simply gave up.
No one was watching anyway.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
MOU reached out and wrapped his arms around Lung Xiao's slender waist. So slender. Then, as if possessed, MOU instinctively gave it a squeeze. Lung Xiao's body stiffened slightly. MOU immediately stopped. Wait, let me explain.
The words were already on the tip of his tongue.
But unexpectedly, nothing happened next. So MOU swallowed the words back down.
Hold me tight, Lung Xiao murmured softly in her delicate voice.
Got you. It must be said, Lung Xiao's figure was astonishingly perfect, without a single ounce of excess. Her multifaceted personality, shifting between cold and warm, was utterly irresistible.
And her power was formidable. The celestial maiden MOU imagined seemed to be exactly like this. Lin Xiao, unaware of MOU's thoughts, focused solely on maintaining her balance.
Truthfully, for her, protecting MOU from injury during the turbulence was effortless.
There was no need to bind him to her side.
But Lin Xiao's inner voice told her this was a golden opportunity. Yes, a perfect chance for MOU to get handsy.
She was certain that with her charm, MOU wouldn't be able to resist. And indeed, it wasn't long before those restless hands were already around her waist.
Oof. But wouldn't this bring them closer together? One step closer to taking him as a disciple.
Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy, but it quickly turned to a hint of melancholy.
But am I truly only interested in taking him as a disciple? Lost in thought, Lung Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. Thump!
Her heart thumped loudly. Then, she swiftly suppressed the tumultuous emotions churning within her. After several hundred breaths, the divine illusion realm finally stabilized.
Has the spatial storm subsided? MOU murmured to herself. Young man, how long do you plan to hold on?
Jean Ling's voice sounded at just the right moment.
MOU heard this and gave an awkward yet polite chuckle.
She swiftly withdrew her hand, taking a step back to maintain a distance from Lung Xiao. Lin Xiao pursed her lips, glancing at the Shizhua sword with a barely perceptible trace of resentment.
Ahem, Ishui, let's go outside and take a look. A brilliant blue light flickered, and the two appeared outside the illusion Heaven Pearl.
Blinding light pierced their eyes, the endless darkness vanished. All around them lay a vast expanse of snow-covered landscape.
Are we really out? MOU asked doubtfully.
Lin Xiao sent her divine sense out in all directions.
This is indeed the Arctic region. We're out. Phew, that's a relief.
MOU felt a wave of relief wash over him.
The Taiyin realm had been far too perilous. Thankfully, they'd made it out safely. Ishui, shall we return to the Qingfeng sect?
Lin Xiao paused, a hint of hesitation flickering across her face. Just moments ago, her spirit communication jade slip had been bombarded.
In the Taiyin realm, spiritual energy couldn't be transmitted.
Over 100 spirit messages had piled up on the jade slip, all from senior brother Fong Zhang.
Each message was identical. Urgent. Return to the sect immediately.
Those 8 words alone sent a chill through Lin Xiao's heart. Unless it were truly critical, her senior brother would never resort to such urgency.
But this meant she had to leave MOU. MOU sensed something was amiss and asked with a smile, Ishui, do you have other urgent matters? Lung Xiao nodded slightly. The sect has summoned me back for an urgent matter. MOU understood, pondering silently. Ishui is different from me.
She's been cultivating for much longer and must have many friends, senior disciples, and fellow sect members.
She can't stay by my side every moment. Alright, go then. MOU felt a twinge of disappointment, though he didn't show it. Lin Xiao actually didn't want to leave at all.
Once the sect matters are resolved, I'll come to Qingfeng sect to find you.
MOU's eyes brightened slightly. Alright. A brief separation might only deepen their bond. Here is a spirit communication jade slip. If you miss me, or wish to converse, simply transmit a thread of divine consciousness. A spirit communication jade slip? MOU was slightly surprised. Wasn't this something only core figures of major sects possessed?
Engraved with a high-grade communication array, it could transmit messages across vast distances. The cost of refining such a jade tablet was exorbitant, making it inaccessible to anyone but core elders and disciples of major sects. It seems Ishui hails from a major sect.
MOU felt a slight pang of emotion. Let's exchange spirit message imprints, Lin Xiao proposed. MOU was naturally willing.
With a simple touch, the Spirit Communication Jade Tablet glowed. Beep beep. The Spirit Communication Jade Tablet in MOU's hand suddenly vibrated. Daily contact, 3 rules. The spirit message transformed into text. MOU's lips curved upward as he tapped the Jade Tablet lightly. Alright, I'll be waiting for you at Qingfeng Sect. Beep beep. MOU watched as the spirit message Jade Tablet in Lung Xiao's hand trembled gently. I'm leaving. I'll be back soon. Just wait for me at Qingfeng Sect. Alright. Take care on your journey. I'll wait for you. A hint of reluctance flickered in Lung Xiao's eyes. She gave MOU one last lingering look before her figure vanished. MOU stood rooted to the spot, watching Lung Xiao depart, a pang of sadness filling his heart. Beep beep. The Spirit Communication Jade Tablet vibrated once more. MOU's sense of loss instantly eased considerably. Remember to train diligently. If you ever encounter someone you can't defeat, be sure to tell me. Also, let me know when you arrive at the sect. MOU's lips curved upward. Don't worry. If I encounter someone I can't defeat, I'll wait for you to return before fighting. And once you arrive at the sect, remember to let me know. The Spirit Communication Jade Tablet fell silent. MOU stretched his limbs and chuckled, we'll have plenty of time in the future. With that, he set off toward the Qingfeng Sect. 3 years had passed, wondered how his master and senior brother were faring? Oh, and he should pay his respects to his master, who was still lying there. Upon arriving at the gates of the Qingfeng Sect, MOU paused in surprise. The gate before him, carved from spirit jade and radiating a dazzling brilliance, emanated an awe-inspiring presence. The 3 characters Qingfeng Sect inscribed upon them were imposing and majestic, radiating an aura of profound mystery. Was this really that dilapidated minor sect? For a moment, MOU thought he had come to the wrong place. Fortunately, he sensed a familiar presence. Senior brother. MOU raised his hand to greet Lin Tian. Junior brother. Lin Tian's face lit up with excitement as he sprinted over. He seemed to have just returned from the mountain. Junior brother, where have you been these past 3 years? Master and I were worried sick. It's a long story. MOU didn't elaborate, instead pointing at the spirit jade door and asking. Senior brother, did our sect strike it rich? Hearing this, Lin Tian placed his hands on his hips and chuckled with a hint of pride. Haha, little brother, you're not in the loop. After you left, the Wowa sect came knocking. Can you believe it? They actually brought several hundred mid-grade spirit stones. And that's not all. For the past 3 years, major sects nearby have been sending us spiritual stone resources every single year. I'm completely stunned. MOU furrowed his brow. This made no sense. The Wowa sect didn't retaliate while I was away? Something was definitely wrong. Oh, right. Lin Tian clapped his hands. Junior brother, after you left, Master took on another disciple. Counting you and me, our Qingfeng sect now has 4 members. Another disciple? MOU froze. Besides me, who else would join this shabby little sect? Ancestral master above, this disciple didn't mean to. Muttering silently to himself, MOU slowly asked, who is this new disciple? Lin Tian gave a mysterious smile. You'll be shocked when I tell you. Our new junior sister is none other than the undisputed cutest girl in Yunlan City. Junior sister? MOU frowned slightly. Speaking of which, she should be at the medicinal garden right now. Come, I'll introduce you. Lin Tian pulled MOU toward the medicinal garden. MOU. 3 years gone, and now there's even a medicinal garden? How many gifts did they receive? It seemed almost certain this had something to do with that mysterious junior sister. MOU pondered inwardly, growing increasingly curious. Let me see who you really are. Chapter 49, Tao Linger, Tu Yao Yao. In the small medicinal garden at the rear mountain of Qingfeng Sect, a copper alchemy furnace stood roughly as tall as a person. Beside the furnace, a petite young girl bustled about. At times, she added spiritual wood fuel. At other times, she dug up spiritual herbs from the ground and tossed them into the furnace. At other times, she climbed the ladder to stir the contents with a copper rod nearly as thick as her arm. MOU stood high above, a puzzled look on his face. Senior brother, is this our junior sister? What exactly is she doing? She's refining elixirs. Lin Tian grinned proudly. Junior brother, do you know why our Qingfeng sect has grown so rapidly? Could it be because of these pills? MOU muttered under his breath. Junior brother, you're truly gifted. You guessed it. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The pill junior sister is refining is called the illusion pill. Cultivators who consume it will be trapped within their deepest desires, unable to escape. Ha! Wait a minute. Doesn't that sound a bit unscrupulous? MOU froze slightly. Let me finish, junior brother. Though the name illusionary pill sounds dubious, its actual effects are astonishingly potent. After experiencing the illusion, a cultivator's thoughts become clearer and more focused. Especially for those on the verge of a breakthrough, it has a remarkable effect in suppressing inner demons. MOU was somewhat surprised. Is it really that miraculous? Humph, both I and our master have tried it, and we couldn't praise it enough. Disciples and elders from other sects have come seeking it too so far, not a single bad review. So the spirit stones came from selling these pills.
Mo murmured to himself. Not so. Not so.
Lin Tian held up a finger and waved it before him. Little junior sister, these pills are given away for free.
Free?
That's right. She just said, these are all failed attempts.
Anyone who wants them can take them.
Even when those outer sect cultivators devoured them and carried off bottle after bottle, little junior sister didn't mind one bit. Later, many sects felt bad seeing Qingfeng sects decline and sent numerous gifts. As Lin Tian explained, Mou gradually understood, growing curious about this junior sister.
Senior brother, what's her name?
Tao Linger, peach as in peach blossom, Ling as in spirited.
Tao Linger. Tao Linger. Mou murmured, recalling the name. She's not in the book.
Since she isn't, then let's meet her. Meanwhile, by the alchemy furnace in the medicinal garden, Tao Linger stood on the steps, clutching a pink jade bottle in her hand. Her peach-pink gown bore traces of furnace ash, while strands of hair danced in the breeze, their faint pink tips standing out vividly. Her cheeks were slightly rounded, still bearing traces of baby fat that hadn't quite faded. Numerous gray fingerprints were smeared haphazardly across her face. It was clear at a glance that she had been refining pills here for quite some time.
Yet even so,
the smudges of soot could not obscure her exquisitely delicate features, a face as charming as a porcelain doll. Her large eyes shone brightly and vividly, like stars in motion. Perhaps no one in the world could harbor any ill will toward her. But, at this moment, a flicker of hesitation flickered in those bright eyes.
The Spirit Fox elixir, there's only a little left, isn't there?
Since that's the case, I might as well use it all up. With that, she poured the entire contents of the pink jade bottle into the cauldron, then picked up the copper rod with both hands and began stirring vigorously.
Heaven spirits, earth spirits, this alchemy must succeed. Tao Linger murmured the incantation over and over. Sis Linger. Lin Tian's voice echoed through the medicinal garden.
Tao Linger lifted her head slightly and saw two figures approaching slowly in the distance.
Ah!
Her sparkling eyes instantly filled with intense joy. But she seemed to remember something, quickly glancing at the reflection in the furnace. Instantly, panic washed over her face. Her face was covered in soot.
She looked like a little slob. Ah! No, no!
Senior brother, don't come in yet. Tao Linger shouted toward the entrance, her voice carrying 7 parts of liveliness and 3 parts of urgency.
Mou and Lin Tian both paused. Junior brother, this medicinal garden is under junior sister's management.
She's likely in the critical phase of alchemy now, it's best not to disturb her. We should wait outside, Lin Tian suggested.
All right. Mou didn't mind either and began admiring the herb garden.
Though the variety of spiritual herbs was limited, they all thrived remarkably well, hard to believe they'd been transplanted from elsewhere. Meanwhile, Tao Linger anxiously stepped down from the alchemy furnace.
He's here. He's here. System, he really is back. Ding. Host, please remain calm. Follow the system's plan and respond normally. Not nervous at all. Water? Water? Where's the water? I need to wash my face. No, take a bath.
Tao Linger hurried toward the room within the medicinal garden.
3 years ago. After Mou vanished from the depths of Qianjia Valley, Tu Yaoyao asked the system countless times, is Mou still alive?
So many times she lost count. After receiving the confirmation that he was indeed alive, she resolved to wait near the 1,000-fold valley.
However, Juku was gravely injured and urgently needed a quiet place to recuperate.
Later, following the system's suggestion, Tu Yaoyao took the pseudonym Tao Linger and joined the Qingfeng sect. Though termed joining, it was more accurate to say she simply settled into the Qingfeng sect. Later, Lin Yuan, seeing such an adorable little girl, was reminded of his own deceased daughter. His heart filled with pity, and he took her as his disciple. Tu Yaoyao found life at Qingfeng sect quite pleasant. Thinking she might as well make use of her free time, she decided to refine a Tianyao Huanling pill one she had tasted before.
She planned to present it to Mou as a reunion gift upon his return.
However, her alchemy skills were truly lacking. After 3 years of effort, she hadn't managed to refine a single pill.
Every single attempt ended in failure.
Yet even these failures contained traces of the essence from the 9-turn Spirit Fox elixir. They proved highly beneficial for low-tier cultivators.
Thus, certain events unfolded later.
Outside the medicinal garden, Mou and Lin Tian had been waiting for nearly half an hour.
Why is junior sister taking so long? Lin Tian asked curiously. Should we go inside, junior brother? Mou smiled. No rush. Let's wait a bit longer. After a while longer, a timid young girl finally emerged from the herb garden. Junior sister Linger is here. Lin Tian waved his hand. Mou looked forward. The girl's face was charmingly lovely, radiating vitality.
Petite in stature, her pink long dress complemented her perfectly. Strands of hair, seemingly damp, danced in the breeze, pausing briefly in the air, adding an extra touch of charm.
Tu Yaoyao spotted MOU and her heart leapt with joy. She trotted over to him, pursing her lips in a smile. Hello, senior brother MOU. My name is Tao Linger, you can call me Linger. MOU was a bit surprised. Little Linger, you recognize me? Tu Yaoyao froze in shock. Oh no, I forgot. It's Master. Yes, Master. He showed me senior brother's portrait. I see. Phew, that was close. Nearby, Lin Tian looked puzzled. Portraits? They still do that? Then Master must have a portrait of me too, right? Tu Yaoyao had just exhaled in relief, about to say something else. But suddenly, a pungent smell of burning wafted out from the medicinal garden. Her expression instantly fell. Ah! Oh no! My medicine's burning. Chapter 50, There's still hope, senior brother will help you. It's ruined. Ruined. Tu Yaoyao climbed the steps beside the copper alchemy furnace, staring at the charred residue floating within. A wave of frustration washed over her. Failed again. Her arms hung limply at her sides as she muttered dejectedly, her expression utterly defeated. 3 years had passed. She had used up the entire large bottle of Spirit Fox Essence juice Juku had given her, yet she still hadn't managed to refine a single heavenly demon illusion spirit pill. And now, MOU had already returned. The element of surprise was gone. She might even leave a bad impression on him. As these thoughts swirled, Tu Yaoyao felt her eyelids grow hot. Her once clear eyes had grown sticky and blurry. I'm truly useless. I can't cultivate properly. I can't refine pills properly. I always disappoint people. Tu Yaoyao hung her head low, staring intently at her hands as her fingertips nervously rubbed against her clothes. Recalling all that had transpired over the years, she suddenly felt as though she couldn't do anything right. She was born a princess of the demon clan, blessed with supreme bloodline. But for some reason, over 20 years had passed since her birth, yet she remained stuck at the opening veins realm. Even her body remained childlike. Both Juku and her father, the emperor, insisted the time was not yet ripe. They said that once her bloodline awoke, she would soar to new heights. Yet whenever she asked when this awakening would occur, they fell silent, their eyes flickering with a hint of regret. Tu Yaoyao has witnessed all of this. She always felt unworthy of her status as a demonic princess. Yet, unexpectedly, the entire demon clan treated her with utmost respect. Deep down, she found it unsettling. Later, that voice called the system appeared. It instructed her to find a man named MOU. If she brought him back to the demon clan, she would truly learn peerless divine abilities and awaken her bloodline. In that moment, Tu Yaoyao's hope reignited. But now, she had failed again. She had intended to refine the celestial demon illusion spirit pill, but ended up with a cauldron of worthless waste. And to make matters worse, MOU had witnessed it all. Could such a failure as herself truly convince MOU to willingly return to the demon clan with her? Tu Yaoyao's spirits sank to their lowest point. MOU and Lin Tian exchanged glances, both seeing concern in each other's eyes. Junior sister, this batch failed. Just try again. Don't be too hard on yourself, Lin Tian quickly interjected. At his words, Tu Yaoyao lowered her head even further. The materials are gone. MOU. Her senior brother was utterly hopeless at offering comfort. Junior sister Linger, let me take a look. Perhaps there's still a way, MOU said with a smile. Tu Yaoyao snapped her head up at his words, her crimson eyes flickering with hope. Really? MOU nodded, examined it, and said, Linger, this pill has actually been successfully refined. It's just that our sudden arrival disturbed you, delaying the optimal moment for its emergence. That's why some of its spiritual essence has dissipated. But it's not a major issue. There's still hope. Senior brother has a solution. Tu Yaoyao wiped her eyes as she listened. Senior brother MOU, is there truly still hope? MOU stepped forward and spoke softly, of course, Linger. Step down first, and I'll retrieve the pill for you. Okay. Tu Yaoyao leapt down the steps, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at MOU. MOU's lips curved upward as he approached the pill furnace. Hee, the host is so clever, coaxing the little junior sister back in just a few moments. Xiaomei, have you finished your research? Host, I always handle your requests immediately. If she were to refine this batch of elixirs, no matter how she tried, they simply wouldn't form into pills. But with the host's help, it'll be a breeze. MOU followed Xiaomei's instructions, channeling his spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace. The previously settled elixir began to boil once more. It continuously condensed. A thick, acrid vapor rose continuously. Soon, a rich, medicinal fragrance filled the air. Tu Yaoyao stood on tiptoe, holding her breath, her eyes gradually brightening with excitement. After 100 breaths, the medicinal liquid fully condensed, and 2 crimson mystic pills, enveloped in spiritual energy, rose into the air. Mysterious golden patterns were even imprinted upon them. Success! Senior brother MOU, you're so amazing. The disappointment and distress vanished from Tu Yaoyao's face. Her eyes shone brightly as she stole glances at MOU, her expression filled with admiration.
Mo clenched his palm, and the pills drifted toward Tu Yaoyao, landing in her open hand.
Sis Linger, is this the pill you refined? Tu Yaoyao carefully examined it. The aura was rich and familiar. There was no mistake, this was the heavenly demon illusion spirit pill. And it seemed to be of much higher quality than the ones she had consumed before. Is it really mine? She found it hard to believe. Of course it is, Mo said with a slight smile. Is there anyone else standing by this alchemy furnace? Tu Yaoyao's feet left the ground as she jumped up and down in place, overcome with excitement. It took her a while to come to her senses. Senior brother Mo, this one is for you. This illusion pill is incredibly beneficial for cultivation. Tu Yaoyao looked utterly serious as she handed one of the pills to Mo. For me? Mo seemed genuinely surprised. Yes, it's a token of gratitude for senior brother Mo. If senior brother Mo doesn't accept it, Linger will be very upset. Tu Yaoyao's face showed determination. It was as if Mo's refusal would make her burst into tears of sudden hurt. Mo smiled. This little junior sister, she's strangely adorable. Alright, thank you, Linger. Senior brother Mo, aren't you going to eat? Tu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her expression practically begging, go ahead and eat already. Mo couldn't help but smile as he popped the pill into his mouth. Sweet, like a candy bean. Before long, a gentle energy flowed from his dantian chi throughout his entire body. Mo felt an immediate wave of comfort, and even his spiritual awareness grew significantly clearer. This pill not only stabilized his chi and blood but also nourished his spirit. Watching Mo's contented expression, Tu Yaoyao nodded with satisfaction. Though the process had its hiccups, the goal had been achieved. There's one more. I'll take it to 9th Master later. Master 9 will praise me, right? Tu Yaoyao's anticipation grew even stronger. After discussing recent major events with Lin Tian, Mo headed straight back to her cave residence. Though called major events, they weren't much. It was merely that someone had triggered the Great Tao Cleaver to appear, slicing through most of the Arctic region. As the person involved, Mo naturally knew more than anyone else. Alone within his cave dwelling, Mo finally had time to retrieve his spirit communication jade slip. A faint smile touched his lips as he tapped it twice, sending a thread of divine consciousness. Ishui, I've returned to Qingfeng sect. Have you arrived at the sect yet? Beep beep. Within a breath, the spirit communication jade tablet began to vibrate. Cold Xiao, instant reply. What a coincidence, I just arrived too. Ishui just arrived too? Doesn't that mean her sect isn't too far away either? Mo chuckled. We can visit each other sometime. How are things at the sect? Nothing major happened, right? They said it was an urgent matter, but really, nothing happened. My senior brothers and sisters just wanted me to come back. Glad to hear it. Oh. Senior sister is coming over. Seems urgent. I'll talk to you later. The spirit communication jade tablet suddenly went silent. Mo set the jade tablet aside and silently thought. Xiaomei, it's time to take a look at those special rewards. Chapter 51, missing him a little. Not long ago. At the mountain gates of Lingxi Sword Pavilion, Leng Xiao transformed, reverting from her disguise as Dao Ishui to her true form. Jean Ling looked surprised and asked, You've never shown your true face, yet I never noticed? Has the art of transformation become so profound now? Leng Xiao shook her head. Just a few tricks. Does that boy know your true identity? No. I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Leng Xiao sighed softly. Jean Ling? Does he hold a grudge against you personally, or against your sect? After much pondering, Jean Ling could only come up with this one possibility. Neither. He just runs away whenever he sees me. I honestly don't know why either. Jean Ling. You young ones just don't get it. Jean Ling spoke with a childish voice yet uttered words full of worldly wisdom. Young lady, how much weight do your words carry in Lingxi Sword Pavilion? What does the senior wish to do? Leng Xiao asked doubtfully. This one senses sword energy swirling around the back mountain. I wish to investigate. The rear mountain, the sword tomb, you say? No problem. Leng Xiao agreed immediately. Before long, a beautiful woman arrived, stepping on a sword. In an instant, she appeared not far from Leng Xiao. Seeing her, Leng Xiao stepped forward. Greetings, senior sister. The woman's eyes crinkled with warmth. Junior sister, you're finally back. We've had no word from you in 3 years. Your senior brother and I were worried sick. The senior brother she referred to was none other than Fang Zhang, the head of Lingxi Sword Pavilion. She was Fang Zhang's Dao companion, Leng Xiao's senior sister, and the deputy head of Lingxi Sword Pavilion by Ping. Senior sister, what urgent matter has brought my senior brother to summon me back? Leng Xiao was puzzled. Had it not been an urgent matter, she hadn't planned to return. Your senior brother is still in seclusion. Allow me to keep you in suspense for now. I'll tell you once he emerges. Bai Ping smiled mysteriously. It's truly a tremendous surprise. Leng Xiao grew even more puzzled. A surprise? Could it be that MOU was here too?
But she quickly dismissed the thought.
MOU should be nearing Qingfeng sect by now.
Other than that, nothing else seemed particularly surprising. Then I shall wait for senior brother to emerge from seclusion, Lang Xiao said calmly. However, senior sister, I have urgent matters to attend to. If senior brother has not emerged within 3 days, I must depart. Bai Ping opened her mouth in surprise.
Leave? Hearing those words from Lang Xiao was truly baffling.
After cultivating for thousands of years, every time she descended the mountain, it was only because Fang Zhang and the others had practically dragged her down.
This seemed to be the first time she'd ever left of her own accord? No, the second time. The first time was at the MO family. Junior sister, have you encountered anything interesting these past years?
Bai Ping's eyes lit up with curiosity.
Quite a few.
Lang Xiao recalled the little moments shared with MOU and couldn't help but smile, her lips pressed together, a hint of unique charm lingering in her expression. Bai Ping was genuinely startled.
Did I just see that correctly?
Why does junior sister seem so lost in thought?
Something's wrong. Something terrible has happened. Junior sister, return to the cave residence to meditate. Senior sister will come find you later. Bai Ping's expression was grave. This absolutely must be discussed with Fang Zhang. Lang Xiao nodded and vanished in a flash. Upon reaching the cave dwelling, she walked straight to the mirror carved from ice jade.
The mirror reflected her exquisite features. Lang Xiao's gaze fell upon her hair, where a snow-white jade hairpin lay quietly tucked away.
Ordinary, devoid of any spiritual energy, yet strikingly conspicuous.
It had the honor of adorning the head of the world's greatest sword immortal.
For no other reason. Simply because he had given it to her. Lang Xiao removed the jade hairpin and held it carefully in her hand.
At times she stared at it blankly. At other times, she gently caressed it. And sometimes she smiled at the snow-white jade hairpin.
It felt like
she was missing him a little. After an unknown span of time, Lang Xiao finally selected an exquisitely crafted jade box radiating spiritual energy, gently placing the snow-white jade hairpin inside. She then engraved an array formation upon the box and infused it with sword intent. Thus, even a Tao-seeking powerhouse wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. After completing all this, she took out the spirit communication jade slip. Just as she was about to send MOU a message, the jade tablet buzzed twice. Ishui, I've returned to Qingfeng sect.
Have you arrived at the sect yet? Lang Xiao's eyes crinkled with a smile as she immediately sent a telepathic message. What a coincidence, I just arrived too.
Unfortunately, after only a few brief words, Bai Ping's voice echoed outside the cave dwelling. Lang Xiao hurriedly sent a mental message to explain, then stowed away the spirit communication jade slip and headed outside.
Senior brother, you've emerged from seclusion?
Outside the cave dwelling, Bai Ping and Fang Zhang stood together.
Pinger, isn't this perfectly normal? What strange behavior are you talking about? Her aura seems stable too.
Wait, this aura. Endless delight instantly filled Fang Zhang's eyes.
In an instant, he was before Lang Xiao. Junior sister, you've broken through? Lang Xiao nodded slowly. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Wonderful. It seems these past 3 years have brought you profound enlightenment. To have overcome the tribulation of worldly desires and steadily ascended to the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. Truly astonishing.
Bai Ping was utterly astonished. She hadn't examined her closely earlier, only sensing something different about Lang Xiao. Now, upon closer inspection, she was indeed unfathomably profound. Senior brother, I haven't fully overcome my worldly tribulation yet, Lang Xiao said calmly.
It's only a matter of time, only a matter of time. Ha ha ha. Fang Zhang was overjoyed. Junior sister, your ascent to the pinnacle brings double joy to our Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Double blessing?
Beside them, Bai Ping smiled.
Junior sister, your senior brother has prepared a tremendous surprise for you. Lang Xiao looked puzzled. What surprise? Fang Zhang spoke slowly. Junior sister, do you recall that Mo family's heavenly sovereign from 3 years ago? Yes, I remember. His name was Mo Dao, right? She even made a bet with MOU over him. How could she forget? Exactly.
I spent 3 years at the Mo family estate, and just recently brought him back to Lingxi Sword Pavilion.
Guess what? That kid actually succeeded in opening his meridians just the other day. A 3-year-old at the opening veins realm, a talent that shakes the ages. Lang Xiao nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. Impressive indeed. Fang Zhang waved his hand and continued, so, junior sister, would you be willing to take this kid under your wing? Lang Xiao? No.
She refused without a moment's hesitation. Fang Zhang paused. Junior sister's standards for disciples are truly exceptional. But Mo Dao's innate talent is far beyond what meets the eye.
Do you know how many of the 108 meridians opened when he broke through? 108 meridians. He opened both heavenly and earthly veins within mere breaths. Such innate talent is utterly unparalleled. Fang Zhang's face brimmed with pride.
With such a disciple, Lingxi Sword Pavilion will surely become the foremost sect of the human race in the future. Therefore, junior sister, for the sake of Lingxi Sword Pavilion's future, let us accept Mo Dao as your disciple.
What do you say? No.
Lang Xiao shook her head flatly.
So this was the urgent matter you spoke of, senior brother? Fang Zhang froze in surprise. She refused.
Lang Xiao refused without a moment's hesitation. Junior sister, you're a natural-born supreme talent, a peerless prodigy with both celestial and terrestrial veins fully open.
You don't want it? Bai Ping asked in astonishment. Lang Xiao replied calmly, Senior brothers and sisters, I have chosen only one disciple. As for the others, I leave their instruction to you. Fang Zhang and Bai Ping opened their mouths, but no words came out.
Once Lang Xiao made up her mind, no one in Lingxi Sword Pavilion could sway her. Even forceful persuasion would be futile. Alas, since you refuse, senior brother won't force you, Fang Zhang sighed. However, you must preside over the upcoming Sword Pavilion trials. Shi Yao was about to refuse. But Fang Zhang had already turned and walked away without looking back. Bai Ping stepped forward, sighing.
Little sister, where would we find such a talented disciple? I truly don't understand your reasoning. You absolutely must not shirk the Sword Pavilion trial.
Otherwise, your senior brother will be truly displeased. Lang Xiao pondered for a moment before slowly nodding her consent.
After Bai Ping departed, she gazed northward, silently murmuring to herself. It seems I won't be able to visit you for a while. I wonder what you're doing now.
Meanwhile, within the illusory heavenly realm, Mou waved his sleeve and a dwelling fit for a fallen immortal rose from the ground, radiating boundless Tao essence.
Chapter 52, The Invincible Special Reward.
The illusory heaven realm. The mystical azure clouds drifted gracefully, cradling a magnificent celestial palace. These were no ordinary clouds, but divine artifacts of the immortal way, imbued with primordial spiritual energy and the laws of the Tao. Above the palace, celestial energy swirled without a defined shape. Divine mountains and immortal isles floated in a halo around it, emanating a vast yet restrained aura of life. Though called a palace, it resembled more a delicate, miniature realm where fallen immortals dwelled.
Mo, you couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
With a flicker of his thoughts, his body materialized effortlessly at the center of this miniature realm, atop the most magnificent and colossal structure.
The exiled immortals' abode. Celestial-derived glass walls, multicolored mica tiles, and divine pillars forged from star-infused black iron stood within the hall. Above, ethereal forms of celestial treasures and exotic beasts swirled dragons, phoenixes, qilin, and others whose names he could not recall. The floor resembled a jade ribbon of the Milky Way, reflecting the stars of the 9 heavens. Wherever his feet touched, a dazzling expanse of starry rainbows blossomed, breathtakingly brilliant. Mou was utterly mesmerized. Host, do you like it? Xiaomei, where did you get all this? This doesn't feel like something from the Tsanyu continent. Host, don't worry about that. Just tell me if you like it.
Xiaomei's voice carried a hint of playfulness and anticipation.
I definitely like it. Hee, Xiaomei knew it. The host would love this. Mou's lips curved upward. Even the legendary Lingxiao Palace probably couldn't compare to this. Just living here feels like it could extend one's lifespan. Hee, the host is absolutely right.
Within the domain of the Immortals' retreat, all living beings receive nourishment from the primordial essence.
Not only does their lifespan greatly increase, but their spiritual essence becomes more profound and mysterious. Any living being? Absolutely any being.
Moreover, the Immortal Retreat holds countless special functions awaiting your discovery. As the host's power grows, the connection between the Immortal Retreat and the host will become ever stronger.
Hee, are you excited yet, host? Mou raised an eyebrow, feeling an unmistakable sense of familiarity. This Immortal Retreat is truly remarkable. Xiaomei, thank you. Hee.
Host and Xiaomei thanked me, and Xiaomei is thrilled.
Mou pondered inwardly.
The Immortal Retreat is secluded from worldly strife, surrounded by mystical seas of clouds.
Truly an ideal place to retire. Judging by the time, Mo Dao should be arriving at Lingxi Sword Pavilion soon.
That troublemaker isn't with the Mo family, but he should return to Dakian and bring his father and mother over.
Right.
That's settled. Mou smiled, then remembered the other 2 treasures.
Xiaomei, what about the other 2? Host, Xiaomei has been keeping them safe for you.
In the next instant, a feathered robe shimmering with radiant light and enveloped in Taoist aura materialized in the air.
The ethereal feather robe. Mou was instantly captivated. This is actually a garment?
Host, the ethereal feather of the cosmos is formed from the true feathers of the great Tao, possessing the power to sever karmic bonds.
Wear it, and no one can detect you, not even he.
Xiaomei specially issued this to the host to prevent similar situations from happening again. Xiaomei's proud, lowly-like laughter echoed in Mou's mind.
He?
The puppet master behind the great Tao cleaver. Mou recalled the utter disarray of that moment he'd nearly died.
This debt must be repaid. But he needed to be strategic about it. Mou pondered inwardly.
Back then, its appearance was triggered by my breakthrough to the opening veins realm. The convergence of heavenly and earthly veins drew its attention. But I recall the text stating that when Mo Dao rebuilt his meridian opening realm, achieving the same heaven-earth union, no mishap occurred. This proves he doesn't target those who achieve heaven-earth unity, he targets those who unite the heavenly and earthly veins before Mo Dao, or rather, those who did it outside of Mo Dao. If that's the case, then was Mo Dao's life path also predetermined by him? Doubt flickered in Mo's eyes. Could it be that Mo Dao's eventual demise, the mutual destruction of the human and demon clans, the collapse of cosmic fortune, and the near extinction of the beast clan, all these were also his design? Thud. A sudden pang of dread washed over Mo, sending a chill down his spine. However, soon after, the ethereal heavenly feather emitted a profound light. As if something intangible had been severed. After deep contemplation, Mo sighed softly, further testing is still needed. If everything truly is predetermined, and even the protagonist Mo Dao is merely a pawn, then a far greater conspiracy must lurk behind the scenes. A sense of impending danger stirred within Mo's heart. The union of the heavenly and earthly veins had strengthened his connection to the Dao. This was most likely a warning from the Dao itself. Mo sat cross-legged in the exiled immortal's retreat, his eyes gently closed. Xiao Mei remained silent, not disturbing him. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "If it is heaven's scheme, then I shall play against heaven itself and defeat it by half a point." The ethereal feather of heaven and earth trembled faintly upon Mo's body before dissolving into transparent threads and vanishing. The host is finally going to make his move. Xiao Mei is getting pumped up too. You little rascal, is this what you had in mind when you gave me these? Yikes. Host caught Xiao Mei's little scheme again. Xiao Mei's voice carried a hint of mischief. Oomph. That guy tried to kill the host. This system swears vengeance. Host, don the ethereal feather of the heavens. Beyond the bonds of cause and effect, no divination in this realm shall find you. Host, go ahead with confidence. Mo nodded slowly. He had sworn an oath, he would kill the one behind the great Dao Cleaver. Only by exacting vengeance could his thoughts find clarity. Now, it was time to take that first step. However, taking direct action himself was still unwise. Certain matters require verification. First, we must understand what his purpose is. Since Mo Dao is connected to him, we shall begin our investigation through him. But how should we begin? Mo frowned. There was still one thing missing. If it's a game of chess, how could there be no pieces? Yet, when facing heaven itself, how could ordinary pieces possibly withstand the challenge? No need to worry, host. Xiao Mei has already prepared everything for you. Mo's eyes flickered. Are you referring to that final item? Yay! Host guessed again. The final piece is a treasure powerful enough to overturn the entire world. As Xiao Mei's voice faded, a jet-black orb of light expanded steadily, hovering a foot before Mo. Host, this is the Underworld Earth Treasure, Xiao Mei's third special reward for you. Underworld Earth Treasure. Mo probed with his divine sense, but the black orb seemed like a void, no response whatsoever. He drew a deep breath, extended a finger, and gently touched it. Instantly, the world spun wildly. A wave of dizziness surged through him. The scenery around him underwent a cataclysmic shift. Mo felt as though he were plunged into endless darkness. It was a darkness purer than the realm of the dark moon. Not a single glimmer of light, nor any sense of substance, as if she were in a void. Mo calmed his mind and felt deeply. Suddenly, he discovered a cluster of void energy had emerged within him, merging into the embryonic universe. The next moment, the 5 primordial laws began to circulate on their own, and a profound energy surged from Mo's body. The surrounding darkness seemed stirred, scattering away. Not far away, a beam of light finally shone forth, as if welcoming Mo's arrival. Chapter 53, The 12 Lords of the Netherworld. A faint purple glow flickered. The darkness surrounding Mo was swept away in an instant. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself standing before the entrance of a grand hall. Purple, eerie aura swirled around the doors, giving off a chilling vibe. At the very top of the doorway, a plaque hung silently, inscribed with characters of unknown origin and difficult to decipher. Yet, Mo instinctively grasped its meaning. Hall of the Underworld's Core. Without hesitation, Mo pushed open the hall doors. The moment he stepped inside, purple ghostly flames flickered to life one after another. Endless and unbroken. A rough estimate suggested there were tens of thousands of them. Mo was slightly surprised. This place is quite large. Surveying the vast, empty hall, he saw 12 statues standing silently. Each towered dozens of zhan high. When she scanned them with her divine sense, the statues were all shrouded in a mysterious purple mist, showing no reaction. Mo approached the nearest statue. Below it, a line of clear text was engraved. Yin Yang Patrol Deity, one of the 12 underworld deities, head of the Yang Patrol Bureau. God of the Netherworld? What is this, Xiao Mei? Replied a host, the Netherworld was established countless millennia ago by the Netherlord as the realm governing the cycle of life and death.
The underworld comprises 5 major institutions: the Hall of the Underworld's core mechanisms, the Department of Reincarnation, the Department of Prison Supervision, the Department of Yang Inspection, and the Department of the Abyssal Void. These are overseen by the 12 Divine Lords under the command of the Lord of the Underworld. This Yin Yang Patrol Divine Lord is one of the 12 Divine Lords. Mo, you nodded slowly. I see. Host, you may attempt to awaken them. Mo, you was somewhat surprised. So they're what you prepared for me? Yep. The netherworld has long been destroyed. What remains within its earth store are merely the imprints of the Divine Lords from years past, yet they still possess immense power. Most importantly, they are utterly loyal to the host. Then what should I do? The host need do nothing. Simply place your hand upon the statue. Mo, you nodded and reached out to touch the statue. A piercing chill radiated through his palm. Suddenly, the towering statue began to tremble. The purple aura surrounding it dissipated, cracks appeared on its surface, and it began to emit a dual glow of black and white light. Mo felt the light was blinding and instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the statue had vanished. In its place stood a young woman clad in a long black and white robe. Her entire body was semi-transparent, as if she were a spirit. A latte clutched in her hand, her features exquisite yet her complexion deathly pale, devoid of any hint of color. Her pupils were unfocused, taking a moment to regain their sharpness. Her gaze slowly settled upon Mo. Then, she knelt on one knee, bowed her head, and spoke respectfully. Yin Yang Patrol Goddess of the Yang Patrol Bureau, Yaoquan, pays her respects to your excellency. Her voice was neutral, impossible to discern as male or female. Your Highness? Mo pondered for a moment. Seems he mistakes me for the Lord of the Underworld. Rise. Thank you, your excellency. Yaoquan slowly rose to his feet, standing still without further movement. What abilities do you possess? Yaoquan immediately knelt on one knee, bowing his head as he replied. Your Excellency, I am proficient in Yin-Yang escape arts, exorcism and soul retrieval, surveillance and inspection. Yaoquan launched into a detailed account, reporting every skill and specialty from grand supernatural arts to minor techniques, leaving no detail unmentioned. Enough. I understand. Yaoquan fell silent at once. Suddenly, Mo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, making him unsteady on his feet. Host, your cultivation level is still too low. Awakening a single underworld deity has pushed you to your limit. You must rest properly. Understood. Let's return first. With a flick of his thoughts, Mo returned to the illusory heaven realm. Unexpectedly, Yaoquan followed him out. After a moment's thought, Mo suddenly spoke up. Do you know how to clear land? Yaoquan froze, his expression blank as if question marks had sprouted above his head. I mean, clearing and cultivating uncultivated land, do you know how? Yaoquan knelt on one knee again, but before he could speak, Mo interrupted him. No need for all this formalities from now on. It's too much trouble. Understood. Yaoquan rose. Your Excellency, where shall we cultivate the wasteland? There. Mo pointed toward the peaks near the fallen immortal residence. Go find suitable locations for cultivating spiritual herbs. Transform them into spiritual fields, then plant these spiritual plants and herbs. Yaoquan took the storage pouch and immediately flew toward the fallen immortal residence. Then, unsurprisingly, he was instantly flung away by the Xianqing Cloud Sea. Oh dear, I forgot. Mo thought to himself, and the Xianqing Cloud Sea dispersed automatically. Yaoquan showed no reaction whatsoever and flew back into it. Judging by her persistence, if Mo hadn't dispersed the sea, she would likely have kept crashing into it until she broke through. Why does it feel like this divine lord isn't the brightest? Host, these imprints have been dormant for an unknown length of time. They need time to adjust. It will gradually improve. Mo nodded, her mind made up. Once Yaoquan can function like any ordinary person, I'll send her out to gather intelligence. Next, I suppose I should take a look at these cultivation techniques. Mo left the divine illusion realm and found a picturesque spot nestled among mountains and clear waters, where he stretched out comfortably. Then, he picked up the great wasteland heavenly art, a reward from the system, and began to study it carefully. Meanwhile, 100 miles north of the Qingfeng sect, in a secluded mountain valley, Tu Yaoyao scanned her surroundings, confirming no one was present before ascending the mountain and entering the cave dwelling. Master Geo, look at this. She excitedly held up the heavenly demon illusion spirit pill as she approached Juku. Juku's expression shifted slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. She appeared unharmed, but the faintly visible chaotic aura revealed that her injuries had not yet healed. After all, wounds inflicted by the Dao side were not easily healed. What is it? Juku asked curiously, her divine sense simultaneously sweeping over the pill in Tu Yaoyao's hand. Then, her expression froze. Her gaze locked firmly on the patterns etched into the heavenly demon illusion spirit pill. Those are pill patterns. Yao, where did you get this pill? Juku asked in disbelief. Of course I made it myself. Tu Yaoyao placed her hands on her hips, looking extremely pleased with herself. Juku remained silent.
She had indeed given Tu Yaoyao the spirit fox essence to refine the pill. But it was merely to keep her occupied, a bit of play. She knew Tu Yaoyao could never possibly refine the heavenly demon illusion spirit pill with its intricate patterns. Who would have thought our little princess has such talent for alchemy? Juku smiled gently. She was always kind to Tu Yaoyao. A pill like this would put even a master pill refiner to shame. Wow, is it really that amazing? Tu Yaoyao blinked at the pill in her hand, finding it hard to believe. Of course. How about entrusting all the heavenly demon illusion spirit pills for our clan to you from now on? Well, you don't have to give me all of them. Tu Yaoyao fidgeted awkwardly, her feet shuffling against the ground. Actually, it was only with Mou's help that I managed to refine it in the end. Though he said I made it, I know he was probably just trying to comfort me. Juku's eyes narrowed. Mou's back? Master Jio, you wouldn't believe how amazing he is. Tu Yaoyao chattered excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After hearing the entire story, Juku's gaze grew deep and pensive, lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly. Yaoyao, perhaps you could try asking him to guide your cultivation. Tu Yaoyao froze. But soon, her star-like eyes began to sparkle. Chapter 54, Senior Brother, will you teach me cultivation? Outside Chinja Valley. The black-clad woman, shrouded in demonic energy, had been waiting here for 3 long years. Her injuries were severe, but thanks to the Moon Demon Palace Master imparting the Demon Clan's secret healing techniques, she had recovered most of her strength. She was here awaiting Mou's arrival, as commanded. She also dispatched subordinates to monitor the movements of the human race. Before long, a dark shadow flickered and appeared before her. My lady, scouts from Lingxi Sword Pavilion report that a natural-born supreme talent has emerged among this generation of disciples. At the age of 3, he broke through to the opening veins realm, and astonishingly, all 108 heavenly veins within him are fully open, a feat that has shocked the entire Lingxi Sword Pavilion. The black-clad woman heard this, her eyes showing no ripple of emotion. Understood. In the past, this would have been earth-shattering news, and she would have reported it to the Moon Demon Palace Master immediately. But now? She had witnessed geniuses so peerless they sought to annihilate even the Tao itself by unifying heaven and earth's Tao veins. What did it matter that all 108 Tao veins had opened? Any unusual activity from the Qingfeng sect? The dark figure paused slightly, puzzled. Compared to the Lingxi Sword Pavilion, the black-clad woman seemed far more concerned about that obscure little sect. No, it wasn't even a proper sect, just a small mountain stronghold occupied by a handful of low-tier cultivators. But he dared not voice this thought aloud. Reporting to you, Lord, Lin Tian of the Qingfeng sect has been frequently going out to make purchases lately, claiming it's to welcome his junior disciple. Yet, no sign of this so-called junior disciple has been seen. The black-clad woman's eyes lit up instantly. Is that true? Lin Tian said so himself. Ha ha ha. Excellent. I shall count this as a major achievement. You may withdraw for now. The shadowy figure grew even more perplexed. Is this even considered a merit? After the shadow departed, the black-clad woman closed her eyes as demonic energy surged upward. At the same moment, within the abyss of devouring, the Moon Demon Palace Master quietly opened her eyes. Palace Mistress, Mou has returned. A smile of self-assured satisfaction spread across the enchanting woman's face. He has returned from the depths of the thousand-fold valley. This is the man I sought. Huaxin, stay by his side and protect him for me. Huaxin obeys. By the way, Palace Mistress, Lingxi Sword Pavilion has produced a natural supreme being who opened his meridians at 3 years old. He seems to possess divine fortune. The Moon Demon Palace Mistress narrowed her eyes. Interesting. First Lung Xiao, now a natural supreme talent. Lingxi Sword Pavilion will surely become a major threat to us in the future. It seems we must find a way to eliminate them. The Abyssal Gate will open in several years. Until then, you shall remain in hiding. Furthermore, you must ensure Mou's safety at all costs. Hua Xin understands. The voice faded. Huaxin's eyes narrowed slightly as she set off toward the Qingfeng sect. Within the Qingfeng sect, Mou lay comfortably, halfway through reading the Great Wasteland heavenly art in his hands. This is a body forging technique. The 5 primordial methods already automatically temper the body, so learning it holds little value. However, the Great Wasteland Mystic Gale described within is quite useful. It can shield the body from harm for a short time. And this spirit engraving technique is rather intriguing too. With that thought, Mou's lips curved upward as he began circulating his spiritual energy according to the cultivation method described in the Great Wasteland heavenly art. Before long, a strand of brown Great Wilderness Mystic Gale energy coiled around his fingertips. It resembled a falling star revolving around its center. It does appear remarkably resilient. Mou nodded with satisfaction. Just then, a lively voice drifted from afar. Senior brother Mou, are you there? Linger has come to see you. Junior sister Linger? What brings her here? Mou felt a hint of puzzlement as he leapt down from the rock and walked toward the cave entrance. At the cave entrance, Tu Yaoyao stood on tiptoes, hands tucked behind her back, peering inside. Her star-like eyes darted about, as if she were hatching some plan.
Little Linger, I'm right here. Tu Yao Yao spun around.
The moment she spotted Mou, her eyes lit up and she skipped toward him.
Her innocence was utterly charming. Senior brother, what were you doing just now? Can you tell, Linger? Nothing much, just reading a book. Oh. What was it? A storybook? Tu Yao Yao asked eagerly. If it's a storybook, can Linger borrow it? Not exactly a storybook, but do you really like reading them, little sister? Tu Yao Yao nodded vigorously. Yes.
The stories in those books are so fascinating. Especially the devoted fairy and her heaven-ordained lover. The fairy sacrifices everything for her beloved. It's so beautiful and moving. Tu Yao Yao pressed her palms together at her chest, a sweet smile playing on her lips, her eyes sparkling with longing. One day, I'll be just like that fairy, find a beloved Dao companion and give everything for him.
Thud. Mou promptly smacked Tu Yao Yao on the head with a knuckle rap. Ow. Why did you hit me, senior brother? That really hurt. Mou sighed.
Sis Linger, as your senior brother, I must warn you that line of thinking is utterly unwise. Love-struck brain is a serious condition. Once you catch it, there's no cure, no remedy, your whole life is ruined.
Tu Yao Yao rubbed her head. Senior brother, what exactly is love brain?
It means your mind is consumed solely by love and romance, neglecting everything else. It can even bring immense danger to yourself, your family, your sect, or other important people.
Mou explained earnestly, this behavior harms both yourself and others. You must avoid it, understand? Wow. Senior brother, you know so much. Did you ever have love brain too? Tu Yao Yao blinked her eyes, curiosity peeking through. Mou. Junior sister, let's talk about something else. Why did you come find me? Oh, right. Tu Yao Yao pulled out a storage pouch and retrieved numerous snacks.
Linger came to thank senior brother for helping me refine pills. These are all my favorite treats. I brought them especially for you to try.
Mou stared at the food, momentarily stunned.
Each item was exquisitely crafted, radiating spiritual energy, clearly made from incredibly valuable ingredients. If cultivators from other nearby sects knew such precious spiritual delicacies were being treated as mere snacks, they'd likely be devastated.
Junior sister, is your family wealthy? Tu Yao Yao tapped her lips thoughtfully. I'm not sure. I've never used spirit stones since I was little. But I suppose we are wealthy. Let's not talk about that, senior brother. Linger came here because I actually have a favor to ask of you. Tu Yao Yao suddenly looked at Mou with great earnestness. Senior brother, would you teach me cultivation? Mou grew even more surprised. Little Linger, didn't anyone in your family teach you? Or you could ask our master uncle.
Tu Yao Yao shook her head, a hint of sadness in her eyes. My family arranged for a very, very powerful master for me.
It's just that Linger herself isn't ambitious enough.
Every time I cultivate, my mind is restless and I can't gather spiritual energy. I've been cultivating for over 20 years, yet I've only just reached the opening veins realm.
And so Linger grew to hate cultivation more and more.
But if it's senior brother Mou, since you can help Linger refine pills, you must be able to teach her cultivation too.
I believe in you. There was one crucial detail Tu Yao Yao hadn't mentioned.
According to the storybooks, two people cultivating together can rapidly deepen their bond. Then bringing Mou back to the 10,000 mountains would be a breeze.
Tu Yao Yao, go for it. Mou suddenly sensed something was off. Hey, wait, 20 plus years? How old are you, junior sister? 21. Tu Yao Yao replied, batting her eyelashes. Mou froze. You're 21? Ha? That would make him just a year younger than me? But she clearly looks only 12 or 13?
What Mou didn't know was that Tu Yao Yao, due to her incomplete true spirit, had spent most of her life in a state of slumber. Her experiences were scarce, and only in recent years had she begun to catch up.
Moreover, with the demon clan's long lifespans, 21 was still merely the juvenile stage.
Senior brother, that's not the point.
Please teach me cultivation, okay?
Tu Yao Yao stepped forward, grabbing Mou's sleeve and shaking it insistently. Her sparkling, crystal-clear eyes flashed incessantly as she gazed at him expectantly.
So adorable, it's practically cheating. Mou's heart stirred. Alright, since you're my junior sister, I'll agree. But this is my first time teaching anyone, so you'll have to make do. Tu Yao Yao's sparkling eyes grew brighter.
Yes, senior brother. The first step toward success has already been taken.
Chapter 55, Innate Deficiency? There's still a way. Senior brother, I'm ready.
Tu Yao Yao sat cross-legged on a boulder, her back straight as an arrow, expression solemn though her gaze kept drifting. It had the air of someone pretending to pay close attention in front of their teacher.
Go ahead. I'm not afraid. You couldn't help but smile. This scene, why did it feel like he was about to do something terrifying to her? Junior sister Linger, I'm only checking your fundamentals.
No need to be so tense, just perform the technique normally.
Oh, is that so? Tu Yao Yao complied, circulating the profound technique Juku had taught her. Mou closed her eyes, sensing the flow of spiritual energy.
The surrounding spiritual energy gradually swirled into a vortex, just as it would during a cultivator's normal practice, surging toward Tu Yaoyao's body. However, the moment the spiritual energy touched Tu Yaoyao's body, its speed slowed dramatically. It was as if an invisible barrier separated the vortex from her. Tu Yaoyao could absorb only a minuscule fraction, roughly 1%, while the remaining 99% dissipated outside her body. Her cultivation efficiency was vastly inferior to that of ordinary cultivators. This meant she needed dozens, even hundreds of times more time than others to achieve the same results. This was truly peculiar. Tu Yaoyao's star-like eyes fixed on Mou's face. A hint of distress flickered within them. Gradually, her eyes dimmed. "Senior brother, it's okay. Many others have seen it and couldn't do anything either. They all say it will be fine when the time comes." She made no effort to hide her emotions. Mou heard the resignation and disappointment in her words. "It's not that there's no solution." He lifted the corners of his mouth, recalling the spirit engraving technique documented in the Great Wasteland Heavenly Art. The creator of the Great Wasteland Heavenly Art was born in a barren land. There, spiritual energy was extremely scarce, making cultivation nearly impossible. But, through his extraordinary innate talent, he forged the spirit engraving method from sheer will. He inscribed 36 Great Wasteland spirit arrays across his body, nurturing a true spirit within them. Through the power of this true spirit, he could form an array domain saturated with spiritual energy around his body, overcoming the challenge of sparse spiritual energy. Though Tu Yaoyao's situation differed, the principle applied. According to Mou's observations, she could absorb roughly 1% of the surrounding spiritual energy concentration, fluctuating with changes in that concentration. Therefore, by increasing the spiritual energy concentration 100-fold, she should be able to cultivate like a normal cultivator. Moreover, once her inherent issues are resolved, her cultivation efficiency will increase 100-fold, allowing her cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. However, certain difficulties remained. Tu Yaoyao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Mou in disbelief. "Senior brother, do you have a solution?" Her voice brimmed with anticipation. Mou patiently explained everything once more. Unexpectedly, as soon as she heard it, Tu Yaoyao bounced up, grabbing Mou's sleeve and jumping up and down nonstop, chattering away like a little magpie. "Senior brother, it's possible. It absolutely is. Senior brother, you're so amazing. Senior brother, when do we start? Senior brother, is there anything Linger needs to prepare?" The repeated calls of "Senior brother," brimming with joy and anticipation. "Linger, don't rush. Let me finish," Mou said solemnly. "The spirit engraving technique has one prerequisite: engraving the Great Wilderness Spirit Array onto the body. And only I can engrave this array. Therefore, it may compromise your virtue, junior sister. Beyond that, finding 36 powerful true spirits is no easy task." Mou stopped there, confident that Tu Yaoyao understood the implication. He found this junior sister rather endearing. It was a simple favor, a helping hand. He harbored no ulterior motives. During the engraving, he would seal his eyes, relying solely on his divine sense to locate the position. But no matter what, direct physical contact was unavoidable. "Junior sister, think it over carefully." With that, Mou departed. Tu Yaoyao stood rooted to the spot, her face flushed crimson, her heart pounding wildly. She understood Mou's meaning perfectly well. To cultivate, I have to be touched. Eek! How embarrassing. Tu Yaoyao quickly covered her cheeks with both hands. But she quickly lowered her hands. But, it's so rare to be able to cultivate normally. And if it's Mou, maybe it's not so bad. Yikes. Tu Yaoyao covered her face again. System, do you think I should agree? Ding. This system recommends the host accept. It's a golden opportunity to deepen your bond with Mou just like the storybooks say. Who said anything about deepening our bond? SSSSH. Steam seemed to rise from Tu Yaoyao's head. Ding. This system is the divine couple system. You and Mou are destined to become Tao companions. Once you become Tao companions, this sort of thing will be commonplace. No need to be shy, host. Yikes. What cultivation partners, you always talk nonsense. Tu Yaoyao stammered, her tongue tangled. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to find Master G. Finally, Tu Yaoyao stormed off, her face flushed crimson. Beep beep. The spirit communication jade tablet vibrated. Mou, what are you doing? Mou smiled knowingly, channeling his divine sense into it. I was reading a book and happened to give my junior sister some guidance on her cultivation. Junior sister? Within Lingxi Sword Pavilion, Lung Xiao's breath caught slightly as her fingertips paused. When did you acquire a junior sister? My master took her in 3 years ago. She seems like a young disciple from some prominent family out for training, so she'll likely be leaving soon. Phew. Lung Xiao exhaled slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Yet she ultimately gritted her teeth. Her looks, are they attractive? What about her personality? If she didn't ask clearly, she might not be able to sleep.
Mou stared at the message, suddenly sensing a hint of danger. Is he handsome? Ishue, could she be jealous?
Ishue, don't get the wrong idea, my junior sister looks like she's only 12 or 13.
Mou hurriedly explained. Oh. Mou froze. What does that mean? You're not upset, are you? Mou, why on earth did you have to mention another woman in front of Ishue? Ishue, have you resolved the sect matters? When will you return? I discovered a delicious restaurant in Yunlan City. Shall we go together when you come back? Mou deliberately omitted the word junior sister from his sentence. Ling Xiao's lips tightened into a thin line.
Truthfully, upon seeing the girl's 12 or 13-year-old appearance, the faint pang of jealousy in her heart had already vanished.
As a legendary sword immortal, why would she quarrel with a child? It'll be a while before I return.
The Lingxi Sword Pavilion will hold its trials, sending invitations to all major sects to witness the event.
Our sect intends to attend.
Ling Xiao paused, her aura rippling slightly as she revealed the purpose of seeking Mou.
That heavenly sovereign we bet on is also a trial disciple. Won't you come see? But Mou remained silent for a long time.
Ling Xiao gripped the spirit communication jade tablet tightly, a sudden wave of nervousness washing over her.
Would he come?
Meanwhile, Mou frowned slightly.
The Sword Pavilion trial? Yes, it's about time.
But it's the perfect opportunity to bring father and mother over during the Sword Pavilion trials.
Everyone's attention will be focused on the Lingxi Sword Pavilion then, leaving no room for concern about other matters.
A thought flashed through Mou's mind, and he made up his mind.
As for going there in person? Absolutely impossible.
Ishue, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot go to Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Ling Xiao read the message and bit her lip.
Oomph. I knew it. Am I really that terrifying?
In her eyes, the main reason Mou didn't want to come to Lingxi Sword Pavilion was because Ling Xiao was there. Gazing at the jade mirror before her, her flawless features bore a faint flush of vexation and confusion.
Ling Xiao murmured to herself. Why on earth is he avoiding me? Chapter 56, Offering Incense to the Master. The Sword Pavilion Trial. Mou murmured softly. Could I find any trace of him there?
He wouldn't go to Lingxi Sword Pavilion, but that didn't mean he couldn't observe in other ways.
Those involved are often blinded, while outsiders see clearly.
Perhaps, from a different perspective, he might uncover something unexpected.
With this thought, Mou spoke softly. Yu Quan.
In the next instant, a woman clad in a black and white robe appeared before him.
Your Excellency. How well can you conceal your aura? Mou asked curiously.
Silently, Yao Quan vanished.
Then, just as silently, she materialized behind Mou.
My lord, as long as I choose not to be seen, no one can detect me.
Impressive. Mou paused. But please don't suddenly appear behind me like that again. It's rather startling. As you wish. Yu Quan drifted back to stand before Mou. In a while, you'll accompany me on an outing. I'll assign you a task then.
Mou pondered briefly before speaking slowly. A glint of excitement flashed in Yochuan's eyes.
This seemed to mean she wouldn't have to cultivate the medicinal garden anymore. Until then, continue cultivating the spiritual herbs. Instantly, the light in Yochuan's eyes faded once more. Yes, sir. In less than a breath, Yao Quan vanished. Xiaomei, why do I get the feeling she's not very happy?
Host, she was once the divine lord of the netherworld.
Farming likely isn't something she's accustomed to. Perhaps she's struggling to adjust?
As her sovereign, host, you should take the time to show her some concern.
That makes sense. Mou nodded slowly. Employee morale is important after all. Go check on her.
In the divine realm of illusion, atop the peaks beside the exiled immortal's residence, Yu Quan meticulously tended to the cultivation of spiritual herbs.
Meticulously. Each plot of spiritual soil was divided with perfect symmetry. Even the spacing between every single herb, the number of leaves, and their orientation were identical. Should the slightest imperfection appear, Yu Quan would correct it. Mou arrived and watched in utter astonishment. Does she have a bit of OCD? Host, it seems so.
Just then, Yu Quan spotted Mou and immediately approached him, holding two spiritual herbs in her hands.
One on the left, one on the right, almost identical. Your Excellency. Mou asked in surprise, didn't you possess the technique to summon ghostly spirits? Why bother doing this alone?
The honorable one's task, Yao Quan must complete personally.
Seeing Yochuan's earnest expression, Mou couldn't help but smile. Well done. Though I suppose I failed to plan ahead. From now on, you'll stay by my side and protect my safety. As for cultivating spiritual herbs, you may summon the Yin souls to handle that. At these words, Yochuan's eyes brightened once more. Yu Quan obeys. Being able to stay by Mou's side felt like a tremendous blessing to her. Mou glanced at the medicinal fields.
In such a short time, the spiritual herbs had already absorbed the profound essence of the exiled immortal abode, and a faint aura of immortality began to emanate from the surroundings.
The immortal's retreat proved far more wondrous than he had imagined. Since returning, I haven't yet offered incense to my master.
Muttering to herself, Mu gathered some fire-attributed immortal essence herbs before turning to leave.
Yuquan immediately followed.
In the herb garden, shadowy spirits rose from the ground, busily tending to the plants. Beneath the Qingfeng sect, bronze doors slowly creaked open.
A transparent red jade coffin stood silently.
The woman within remained still and silent. Mu arranged the spirit herbs, shrouded in celestial aura, around her, then began sweeping away the dust nearby. He swept meticulously, leaving no corner untouched. Yaoquan concealed her form and followed Mu's side. She seemed somewhat perplexed by Mu's actions. After all, it was merely a corpse in the coffin. Why such meticulous care? After finishing the cleaning, Mu straightened his robes and lit 3 sticks of incense.
Master, your disciple has come to see you.
Though you never knew me, once a master, always a master. Even though you have passed away, as your disciple, Mu will still come to see you often and offer you a few sticks of incense. The woman in the coffin, of course, offered no response. However, the southern brightness fire within Mu's body stirred faintly.
The movement was so slight that even Mu himself did not notice it. After bowing in reverence, Mu closed the bronze doors and departed. At that very moment, the Xianyun Lingqiao, which had just been placed near the coffin, began to sway gently. The profound aura clinging to them seemed to be drawn in, drifting into the crimson jade coffin. 100 li away from the Qingfeng sect, Juko stared at Tu Yaoyao in astonishment. Did he truly say that? Tu Yaoyao nodded, her cheeks flushed. Master Jiao, do you think I should agree? Jiao Tsu. Of course you mustn't agree. As a princess of the demon clan, how could you allow a human to touch your body? If you did, where would the demon clan's honor be?
Tu Yaoyao lowered her head, her hands clasped before her, fingertips fidgeting nervously.
But Master Jiao, Yao truly longs to cultivate normally.
As the demon clan princess, everyone in the demon emperor's palace treats me kindly.
Yet I know many demons outside secretly believe I am unworthy of the title. I don't want to be the weak, useless ornament they speak of, nor do I wish to depend on Father Emperor or on you, Master Nine, for everything. Master Juku's expression faltered slightly. Yao, you are still young. When the time comes, the hidden danger within you will resolve itself. In the future, you will become the next demon emperor of the demon clan. Tu Yaoyao slowly lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened as she looked at Juku. Master Juku, when exactly is this time you speak of? Neither you nor Father Emperor are certain, are you? Master Juku was momentarily speechless, his heart aching at the sight of Tu Yaoyao. But he did not refute her. She and the demon emperor had jointly divined the future and knew that the true spirit of the divine phoenix resided within Tu Yaoyao. Yet, the timing of its awakening remained unknown. They had tried numerous methods, all ending in failure. Master Yao trusts Mayu. He would never cross any boundaries. Yao wants to grow stronger. She doesn't want to be just a pretty ornament in others' eyes anymore. A rare glint of resolve flickered in Tu Yaoyao's eyes. Master Juku sighed softly. Very well. But I must meet this young man. Tu Yaoyao's face lit up instantly. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Yes. I'll take Master Ju to see him right away. Before long, Tu Yaoyao led Juku to the entrance of Mu's cave dwelling. Senior brother Mu, are you there? Inside the cave, Mu frowned, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Tu Yaoyao. Yuquan, what cultivation level is she? Peak of the Dao-seeking realm, Yuchuan's detached voice echoed. Peak Dao-seeking. Mu pondered deeply. This junior sister's background is truly no simple matter. Perhaps a disciple from some secluded clan in the Arctic? But why has she come to Qingfeng sect? Unconsciously, a thread of caution began to weave through Mu's mind. Honorable Master, shall I intervene? Mu looked slightly surprised. Yuquan, do you think you can defeat her? I can take her on. Hold off for now. You're my trump card, we can't play it lightly. Mu pondered for a moment. Let's go take a look. The cave entrance opened. Mu stepped out slowly, meeting Juku's profound gaze. Chapter 57, Spirit Engraving, Great Wilderness Spirit Array. Greetings, Senior. Mu bowed slightly. Juku scrutinized Mayu intently, though he had sensed her presence many times before. But her heart remained filled with wonder. There were simply too many inexplicable things about Mu. Young friend, might I have the privilege of seeing this great wilderness spirit array you speak of? Juku's tone was gentle, cutting straight to the point without formalities. Of course, no problem. Please come in. Mu gestured invitingly. The cave dwelling contained few ornate decorations, exuding a sense of tranquil elegance. Juku felt remarkably at ease. Senior, what brings you to Qingfeng sect? With your cultivation level, you could likely go anywhere in this world. Mu voiced his puzzlement. Juku smiled faintly. To temper the heart amidst worldly affairs. We wander wherever the spirit leads. Linger found this place, with its clear waters and lush mountains, and we settled here. We shall depart in due course. Tu Yaoyao froze. Leave? She hadn't planned on leaving?
Mou nodded slowly, his expression matching his earlier guesses. It wasn't uncommon for reclusive clans to bring their younger generations to the Tsanyu continent for training. He didn't intend to pry further. However, during the 3 years he'd been gone, the flowerless sect hadn't caused trouble and had even obediently delivered the spirit stones.
It must be because of her presence here.
Though unintentional, it had indirectly shielded the Qingfeng sect for 3 years. Imprinting an array pattern on this little girl wasn't much trouble.
Consider it a token of gratitude. With that thought, Mou smiled faintly. Please wait a moment, senior. With that, he drew forth a talismanic paper. The great wasteland's mystical energy swirled. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the profound great wilderness spirit array leapt onto the paper. Though it was only a rough outline. But as Juka gazed upon the formation, a chill ran down her spine. She had studied countless martial arts manuals and possessed considerable expertise in array formations. Yet an array so unconventionally crafted was a first for her. This appears to be an exceptionally advanced spirit-gathering formation? Her voice brimmed with curiosity. Beside them, Tu Yaoyao couldn't help but gape in astonishment. It was the first time she'd ever seen her ninth master display such a look of longing. So there are things even Master Lian doesn't know about. Mou really is amazing. Unconsciously, Tu Yaoyao's gaze toward Mou grew even more admiring. Only an unparalleled genius in array techniques could conceive such an array. Master Juku couldn't help but praise, this formation might truly resolve Linger's predicament. Tu Yaoyao's star-like eyes instantly shone with boundless brilliance. There are 2 more matters.
Mou murmured softly, Senior, this formation must be inscribed onto the body and requires special cultivation techniques to support it. Additionally, the true spirit within the formation is exceedingly rare in this world. The true spirit I can find it, Juku spoke slowly. As for the rest. She glanced at Tu Yaoyao, who had long since lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson. Since Linger trusts you, I shall trust you too. Should this truly succeed, both I and Linger's family behind her will owe you a debt of gratitude so immense it could never be repaid. Should you ever need anything in the future, within my power, I shall not hesitate. With that, the matter of the spirit inscription was settled.
It's not that serious, Mou smiled. Just a small favor. He then turned his gaze toward Tu Yaoyao. Sis Linger, if you're ready, shall we begin? Before long, the cave dwelling was sealed shut. Juku sat cross-legged outside, his divine sense enveloping the entire surroundings, preventing any unwelcome visitors from disturbing them. Inside the cave, Tu Yaoyao gazed at Mou with a blush, her voice trembling softly, Take it all off? Mou smiled. Not everything. The Great Wasteland Spirit Array is primarily inscribed on the legs, waist, abdomen, and back. Tu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's begin. She closed her eyes, as if making a momentous decision. Mou stepped forward, the unique fragrance of a young girl wafting toward him, stirring his senses. But he quickly regained his composure. He'd seen far greater scenes. How could this minor scene disturb me? He shut off his sight and sense of smell, relying solely on his divine perception. Tu Yaoyao stood with her back to him, her entire body flushed crimson. She began to shed her outer garments one by one. Sis Linger, it's time to begin. Come on. I'm ready. Tu Yaoyao shouted loudly, as if rallying herself. Mou's fingertips swirled with the great wasteland's gale energy, gently touching Tu Yaoyao's back. Yikes. It tickles a bit. Tu Yaoyao instinctively flinched, covering her flushed cheeks with both hands. Sis Linger, stay still. Relax. Okay. Outside the cave dwelling, Juku sensed the commotion within and unconsciously pursed his lips. That lad, he's actually quite upright. If Yaoyao truly likes him, it might not be so bad. Intermarriage between humans and demons isn't without precedent. Mou had truly left her utterly stunned. Even if she searched the entire demon clan, she couldn't find anyone comparable to him. Perhaps he truly could attain the path to emperorhood. The thought barely formed before she startled herself. At her level of cultivation, she understood all too well how arduous the path to emperorhood truly was. And yet, she actually believed Mou could become an emperor. Had her estimation of Mou grown so high without her even realizing it? Time ticked by second. Engraving the Great Wasteland Spirit Array demanded meticulousness and patience. Mou was utterly focused, his mind entirely absorbed in the formation. Now. This was the most crucial step. The central array at the waist and abdomen. Tu Yaoyao lay flat, her palm covering her cheek, 2 slits quietly parting between her fingers. Through that tiny gap, she could just make out Mou's earnest, focused face. He saw me. Oh my. So embarrassing. But he really is so handsome. He feels just like the heroes in those romance novels. As his fingertips glided across her abdomen, Tu Yaoyao's cheeks flushed even redder. This must be his first time too. System. When I tell him my true identity later, do you think he'll be willing to return to the demon clan with me? Ding. System simulating. Simulation complete. Host discloses true identity. Probability of MOU accompanying host back to the demon clan, 0. Probability of MOU distancing himself from the host, 100%. Host, please refrain from foolish actions. Oh, alright then. Tu Yaoyao didn't understand, but she didn't dwell on it. Whether she was Tu Yaoyao or Tao Linger, she remained herself merely a different name. Plots like this were common in those storybooks. In the end, the protagonists of those stories always ended up together. She believed that she and MOU would also have a beautiful future, just like in the storybooks. Lost in thought, a flicker of bashfulness crossed Tu Yaoyao's eyes. The gaze she cast upon MOU now held a hint of something more. As for MOU, he was completely absorbed. He completely missed the subtle shift in Tu Yaoyao's expression. The vast and desolate gale swirled around them. After an unknown span of time, the final array pattern was completed. The next instant, 36 great wasteland spirit arrays simultaneously flashed upon Tu Yaoyao's body, radiating a dazzling, brilliant light. Joku's eyes brightened as he flashed to Tu Yaoyao's side. Tu Yaoyao appeared to have fallen asleep, enveloped by the ceaseless swirl of great wasteland Shengang energy. Senior, the spirit array is complete. As for the true spirit within the array, we can embed it once we find it in the future. Thank you, Jukuo replied solemnly. It was nothing. I shan't trouble you further, Senior. With that, MOU departed. The recent engraving of the Great Wasteland Spirit Array had brought him new insights, deepening his understanding of the Great Wasteland heavenly art. This spirit array might not be limited to engraving upon the human body. A figure flickered, and MOU appeared within the divine illusion realm, commencing his experiments. Within the cave dwelling, a peculiar gleam flashed in Juku's eyes. True spirits, huh? We demons are, by nature, one of the true spirits of heaven and earth. The voice echoed as a divine radiance blossomed between Juku's brows. A petite nine-tailed celestial fox leapt forth, plunging directly into the great wasteland spirit array enveloping Tu Yaoyao. Not long after, Tu Yaoyao finally opened her eyes slowly. Chapter 58. The Great Wasteland Spirit Array has other uses. Abundant spiritual energy circulated within the cave dwelling. The Great Wasteland Spirit Array flickered around Tu Yaoyao, expanding outward to condense into countless illusory forms before abruptly retracting into her body. Within the array's core at her waist and abdomen, the silhouette of the nine-tailed celestial fox materialized. It was one of the most powerful true spirits on the entire Sanyu continent. Spiritual energy poured forth from it. The concentration of spiritual energy surrounding Tu Yaoyao's body increased tenfold. The effects of the Great Wasteland Spirit Array far exceeded expectations. It seemed as though it had been born specifically for the demonic race. Master 9, it worked. It worked. I can cultivate normally now. As she circulated her mystical arts, Tu Yaoyao finally felt spiritual energy entering her body. Though still scarce, it was several times more than before. And this was merely one type of true spirit. If she could gather all 36 types, how powerful would she become? Tu Yaoyao beamed with joy. She had never felt this happy in her entire life. Master Jio, where's Mayu? I must thank him properly. Master Juku couldn't help but smile. He's stepped out. Though spiritual energy can now enter your body, you still need time to adapt. I'll help you regulate your chi now. Ah, can't we wait just a little longer? Tu Yaoyao batted her eyelashes and pouted cutely. She hoped to melt Juku's heart and be allowed to go find MOU. Alas, Juku had long since developed immunity. With a flick of her sleeve, she cast a restriction spell. Calm your mind. Seeing it was hopeless, Tu Yaoyao obediently sat down to meditate. Within the illusory heavenly realm, MOU held an ancient, deep purple mystic mirror. Mysterious patterns were engraved upon its surface. Within its void lay an ethereal expanse, as if containing infinite worlds. This was the treasure rewarded by the system, the Void Mirror. MOU had retrieved it to conduct an experiment. He exposed his left arm. A surge of great wasteland Gang Chi swirled from his right fingertips, tracing patterns along his left forearm. Before long, an exquisitely detailed Great Wasteland Spirit Array materialized. But it differed slightly from the one on Tu Yaoyao's body. Drawing upon his insights into the Great Wasteland Heavenly Formula, MOU made subtle refinements to the Great Wasteland Spirit Array. Then, he made an extremely bold attempt. The Void Mirror floated in his palm. MOU gritted his teeth and embedded it directly into the Great Wilderness Spirit Array. Instantly, the surrounding void cracked and split, as if a terrifying void storm was about to sweep in. MOU was jolted violently, as if struck by a force of 10,000 June. However, at that very moment, the enhanced Great Wilderness Spirit Array radiated a mystical yellow-brown aura, firmly binding the void mirror. The rift in the void halted, then began to close naturally. Before long, it vanished completely. As for the void mirror, it vanished from MOU's left arm. It was now fully embedded within his body. It worked. MOU was overjoyed. The discomfort vanished completely. Host, you're truly amazing. Truly worthy of being Xiao Mei's host.
A playful lowly voice echoed in his mind as Xiaomei showered him with praise. Beside him, a look of astonishment flashed in Youchuan's eyes.
The Honorable One truly lives up to their name. Every move is extraordinary.
Mou's eyes narrowed as he swung his left arm toward the sky.
In an instant,
a terrifying rift in the void erupted. A storm of void energy raged within.
Youchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the Tao Law of Void. Empowered by the Great Wasteland Spirit Array, it could be unleashed with such ease. It was truly unbelievable. After all, Tao laws are something only those at the Tao-seeking realm can master. Wow! Host, you're so awesome. Xiaomei was thrilled. Mou rubbed his temples. Feeling a bit dizzy. Looks like it's still pretty taxing. Need to refine it further. And the power output seems kinda weak, huh? Yuanquan. Can power even be measured?
To wield the power of Tao laws at the opening veins realm.
Even with the aid of a magical artifact, it's utterly beyond comprehension.
Without this great wasteland spirit array, directly activating the void mirror would drain the essence of 1,000 pulse opening cultivators.
Your Excellency, your spiritual power is limited.
Achieving this much already defies common sense.
Mou nodded upon hearing this.
True. After all, I'm still only a low-tier cultivator.
But there are 36 sets of the Great Wilderness Spirit Array. If all were embedded into magical treasures, wouldn't their power be even greater? Upon hearing this, Yuquan couldn't help but freeze in surprise. His mind immediately conjured visions of Mou single-handedly obliterating suns, moons, and stars. Then his body trembled involuntarily. Come to think of it, Ishui has saved me countless times, yet I've never given her a proper gift. Why not return this time and engrave this Great Wilderness Spirit Array for her, then embed it into a magical artifact? However, before he could finish speaking, Mou's handsome face flushed crimson. Engraving the Great Wasteland Spirit Array required stripping completely naked. Well, he'd already seen it all anyway. Besides, this was serious business. Ishui definitely wouldn't mind. Mou successfully convinced himself. Yuquan felt a pang of curiosity, lost in her own thoughts. The Honorable One keeps mentioning Ishui. Could she be his beloved?
Beside him, Mou retrieved a spirit communication jade slip.
Ishui, what are you doing? Beep beep. Lang Xiao replied instantly again.
Currently contemplating the way of the sword with Senior Jinling. At Lingxi Sword Pavilion's rear mountain sword tomb, Lang Xiao's eyes crinkled as she replied with a slight smile.
I'll be returning to Dakian soon. If it's convenient, could we meet there?
Cold Xiao's eyes brightened, a spark of excitement flashing within them.
Could it be he's changed his mind and is coming to Lingxi Sword Pavilion? Sure. I'll come find you. Then it's settled. I'll give you a surprise when we meet. A surprise? Lang Xiao felt a sudden surge of excitement, gradually losing herself in imagination. What kind of surprise could it be? Could it be that he's going to?
Instantly, a faint blush spread across Lang Xiao's flawless cheeks.
I'm looking forward to it. Too bad.
Just then, beside Lang Xiao, the Shizhua sword began to tremble violently, its golden aura seeming chaotic.
Lang Xiao bit her lip. Why now of all times? Mou, it seems Senior Jinling is experiencing some disturbance. We'll continue our conversation later. With that, she tucked away the jade slip.
Then, a surge of sword intent instantly vanished into the Shizhua sword. On the other end, Mou smiled and likewise stowed away his spirit communication jade slip. He too felt a flicker of anticipation.
Meeting in Dakian. Then father and mother will finally get to meet Ishui too.
Lost in thought, Mou's lips curved upward unconsciously.
His eyes softened as he gazed into the distance. Yuquan observed everything. It's confirmed this woman named Ishui is the one who holds the Lord's heart.
I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of woman could possibly be worthy of His Excellency. A flame of anticipation ignited in Youchuan's eyes as well. Meanwhile, within the cave dwelling, Tu Yaoyao's vital energy gradually stabilized. Her cultivation had advanced from the early stage of opening meridians to the mid-stage. For the first time, Tu Yaoyao experienced the joy of cultivation. So this was what it felt like to grow stronger.
Master 9, can I go find Mou now? I want to thank him properly.
I'll give him lots and lots of delicious treats and fun things.
Master Juku smiled faintly. Go ahead. Wonderful. Tu Yaoyao leapt into the air and dashed outward. Juku's eyes flickered and he vanished in a flash.
In an instant, she arrived at her healing chamber. She then drew forth a golden jade slip and spoke calmly. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, Yaoyao can resume her cultivation as usual.
Chapter 59, Handsome Senior Brother Falls for Adorable Me.
The 10,000 Mountains. Beneath the dome of the Demon Emperor's palace, a refined young man with the grace of a wind god slowly raised his wine cup, savoring the exquisite brew in his hand. The liquid within the cup seemed inexhaustible. Upon closer inspection, the jade-like nectar seemed to contain the revolving sun, moon, and stars within, its depths unfathomable. Were it not for the setting of the Demon Emperor's palace? It would be hard to believe that this man, indistinguishable from a human, was the Demon Emperor of this age.
Mou. What an intriguing youngster. The Demon Emperor murmured to himself, having learned everything from Juku.
The problem he had been utterly helpless to solve had been resolved by an obscure youngster.
Though somewhat cunning, it was still utterly astonishing. The Demon Emperor felt a surge of insight.
With a flick of his finger, spiritual energy swirled as he inscribed MOU's name upon the tabletop, intending to divine all related matters.
However,
the next moment, his expression shifted slightly. Without warning, the characters on the table vanished of their own accord.
Impossible. I cannot divine it. Could it be he doesn't belong to this world?
The Demon Emperor remained silent for a long while before finally uttering a sigh.
How strange. How bizarre.
Few things in this world could astonish him, yet today he had been startled twice in succession.
How intriguing. If the opportunity arises, bring him back to see it. The final words transformed into a divine thought, resonating within Juku's mind. Juku's heart skipped a beat. His Majesty the Demon Emperor wishes to see MOU. This is truly unbelievable.
Normally, only 2 Yao Yao and the 10 great celestial demons could see the Demon Emperor. For others, securing an audience was as difficult as climbing to the heavens.
Yet now, the Demon Emperor wished to see MOU. The Great Wasteland Spirit Array alone could never warrant such an audience.
Her ninefold eyes slowly brightened.
Bringing him back to the Demon Clan? For her, it was a mere trifle.
The main hall of the Qingfeng sect. Though called a main hall, it was really just a simple wooden hut. Many times, Lin Tian had wanted to renovate it, but Lin Yuan had always stopped him.
Uncle Master, I must depart for a while,
MOU said, bowing slightly.
Lin Yuan paused in surprise. You've only just returned. Are you leaving already? Yes, I need to go home and bring my parents here to live.
I see, Lin Yuan smiled. I'll prepare a place for them to stay.
Thank you, Master Uncle.
Ever since Lin Yuan had been revived by MOU using fragments of the innate creation pill, his mindset had grown far more serene, and his cultivation had advanced significantly. He now carried the bearing of a sect master.
Oh, senior brother MOU, are you leaving?
Tu Yao Yao appeared out of nowhere, her eyes filled with confusion.
Sis Linger, you've broken through? MOU's divine sense swept over her, and the corners of his mouth lifted.
Oomph. Tu Yao Yao placed her hands on her hips, thrusting out her not-so-impressive chest.
I'm a mid-stage meridian opening cultivator now, you know. Impressive indeed. MOU chuckled.
Then once I'm gone, the task of protecting the sect falls to you.
Tu Yao Yao froze in surprise. No way.
The next moment, MOU felt her right arm being tugged by a pair of slender little hands.
Senior brother, can you take me with you? Blink blink. Her star-like eyes darted around, fixated on MOU. Senior brother, is that okay? Senior brother, you're the best. Senior brother, I haven't properly thanked you yet, you absolutely must take me alone. Senior brother, Linger is very well behaved. I promise I won't cause any trouble.
The sweet, repeated calls of senior brother made MOU smile involuntarily.
Little sister, I'm just going home for a bit. I'll be back soon. I want to go home with you too.
Tu Yao Yao blurted out, then suddenly realized the potential double meaning.
Her face flushed crimson. Anyway,
I'm sticking with you, senior brother.
You can't shake me off.
Beside them, Lin Yuan smiled faintly.
Bring Linger along too. It'll be more lively on the road. All right then. Thump. MOU gently tapped Tu Yao Yao's forehead. Satisfied now? Hee hee.
Tu Yao Yao stuck out her tongue, clutching MOU tightly with both hands to prevent him from bolting.
After all, she'd witnessed MOU's extraordinary abilities firsthand. Senior brother, let's go. Aren't you going to say goodbye to the elder? Tu Yao Yao smiled, pursing her lips.
Don't worry, senior brother.
Ninth Master will always be with us, protecting us. All we need to do is eat, drink, and have fun.
Her eyes sparkled with delight. Soon, she and MOU would finally have that private time together, just like in the romance novels, right?
Tu Yao Yao gazed tenderly at MOU, her eyes brimming with anticipation.
In the shadows, Juko couldn't help but shake her head.
This is just asking for trouble. MOU, however, didn't dwell on it. Then hold on tight, junior sister.
With that, the great wasteland spirit array shimmered, and the void mirror embedded within it burst forth with divine radiance.
With a wave of his hand, a rift in the void appeared. Juku? What kind of divine power is this? No, it's a magical artifact. Before he could process it, MOU had already stepped into the fissure with Tu Yao Yao. Juku swiftly followed suit. Before long, near White Knight City, a void fissure opened. MOU and Tu Yao Yao stepped out slowly. This is just too incredible.
Tu Yao Yao gasped in disbelief, her mouth agape.
It's a newly developed technique. It's still unstable and consumes a lot of energy.
We need to take spiritual elixirs periodically to replenish our power.
We can refine it further. Jiu-Tsu. Activating a top-tier artifact dozens of times in a row, and you call that unstable? Senior brother, where are we?
Tu Yao Yao gazed at the bustling city in the distance, her eyes sparkling. White Knight City, one of the largest cities in the Arctic region.
Then, there should be lots of storybooks for sale here, right? Tu Yaoyao's eyes lit up with anticipation. You hadn't expected this to be what captured Tu Yaoyao's interest. There should be. Senior brother, can we go buy some storybooks? Tu Yaoyao flashed her irresistibly adorable smile once more. Mou's heart softened. Alright, but don't take too long. Hee hee.
You're the best, senior brother.
Soon, the two arrived at the bustling street.
Tu Yaoyao found the shop just as she'd hoped.
Senior brother, wait here for me just a moment. No peeking, okay? With that, she dashed straight into the shop. You didn't mind. Girls, after all, have certain joys they don't want others to see. However, as Juku watched Tu Yaoyao dash into the shop and grab one book after another, his expression darkened involuntarily. My handsome senior brother falls for cute little me. How to capture your senior brother. 108 tactics revealed. Private affairs between me and my senior brother that must be told. Me, 1,000 years later, waking up in my senior brother's bed. What the heck is this all about? Juku took a deep breath. Never mind. As long as she likes it.
About 15 minutes later, Tu Yaoyao emerged from the shop with flushed cheeks, hesitating to meet Mou's gaze.
Did you get it? I'm done. Tu Yaoyao took a deep breath. Senior brother, let's go. Mou sensed something off about Tu Yaoyao, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Probably saw something embarrassing. Mou mused to himself. Soon, the two arrived at the teleportation array. The teleportation array in White Knight City could be used simply by paying spirit stones. However, the teleportation array guard still carefully verified Mou and Tu Yaoyao's identities. But with Juku present, he naturally couldn't discern anything. Finally, a flash of light erupted. Mou found himself back in the familiar lands of Dongzhou. Chapter 60, running into an old acquaintance, long time no see. Senior brother, is this the northern border of Dongzhou? It's Linger's first time here. Could you give me a tour, senior brother? Blink blink. The adorable charm offensive strikes again. Of course, this wasn't Tu Yaoyao's first time here. When she and Juku first emerged from the 100,000 mountains, their very first stop was Eastern Continent. But then again, following the method from handsome senior brother falls for cute little me. When alone together, they must find common ground and seize the moment to let senior brother shine in front of her. Only then could they ignite his desire to impress, fuel his emotions, and bridge the gap between them. Tu Yaoyao had studied this for ages. This will absolutely work. She was brimming with confidence. Linger, you've never been to Dongzhou before, how do you know this is the northern frontier? Mou asked curiously. Tu Yaoyao's face went completely white, instantly drained of color. Oh no, I've let it slip. Tu Yaoyao, why did you speak so quickly? Why yes. Tu Yaoyao stammered, someone just mentioned it. Is that so? Mou chuckled. If Tu Yaoyao could hear him, how could he not? But seeing how flustered he looked. Better not call him out on it. Junior sister Linger has such keen hearing. Tu Yaoyao exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Looks like we're in the clear. Mou thought for a moment before speaking. Sis Linger, let's take a car. Car? What car? Just as Tu Yaoyao was puzzled, she saw a near-perfect, peerless immortal sword appear in Mou's hand. What a beautiful sword. Senior brother, may I touch it? Jiutsu felt somewhat numb. Even if Mayu pulled out a divine artifact, she probably wouldn't be surprised. Tu Yaoyao finally got her wish and touched Mou's sword. Want to sit on it? Can you actually sit on this sword? Mou's lips curved upward. With a flicker of his thoughts, the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword instantly transformed into a dazzling chariot of flowing light. Its mystical radiance was exquisite, its aura truly divine. So beautiful, even more beautiful than father's chariot. Tu Yaoyao was utterly mesmerized. Mou snapped his fingers lightly, and in an instant, both of them materialized inside the chariot. Unexpectedly, Juku followed them in, settling onto a comfortable soft couch nearby. Mou glanced at him in surprise. Jiutsu spoke softly, I'm feeling a bit tired. Even Master Gio wants to sit down. Tu Yaoyao covered her mouth, giggling softly. Juku closed his eyes in concentration, pretending not to hear. Mou smiled, and with a flick of his divine sense, the chariot sped away. The chariot sped along at an incredible pace. Outside, a faint aura swirled, making it nearly impossible to detect without exceptionally powerful divine sense. However, they did encounter one or two individuals along the way who attempted to board and investigate. Yet upon sensing Juku's terrifying aura, they swiftly fled without daring to linger. Thus, the group soon reached the border adjacent to the Great Qian Empire. Senior brother, look. Cultivators are battling below. Tu Yaoyao pointed downward. Though called a battle, it looked more like a man and a woman fleeing for their lives. Behind them, 5 cultivators at the penetrating void realm wielded magical treasures, relentlessly pursuing and attacking. The man and woman fought their way back. But outnumbered, they appeared increasingly desperate. Mou's eyes narrowed. That man was none other than Dao Wuhan, Ishue's elder brother. What a coincidence!
The thought barely formed before Mou's figure flickered, appearing before Dao Wuhan. He smiled and spoke.
Brother Dao, it's been a long time. Dao Wuhan visibly startled. M.O. Brother M.O.
The woman beside him, dressed in a pale yellow gown, examined Mou with curiosity.
Brother M.O., this isn't the place to talk. Run.
Those bastards behind us are ruthless. Your cultivation is too low. If you get caught in the crossfire, the consequences will be unimaginable.
Dao Wuhan's face betrayed a hint of urgency. Mou smiled. Brother Dao, don't worry. We have backup. Help. Dao Wuhan's eyes lit up. Could it be that venerable elder? Oomph.
A cold snort echoed across the heavens. The 5 Tongyu realm cultivators in pursuit trembled violently. It felt as though thunder had exploded within their minds. In the next instant, their bodies and magical treasures exploded into nothingness, leaving not a trace behind.
Dao Wuhan and the woman beside him wore expressions of utter shock. Mou also froze in surprise. So that's how ruthless the senior cultivator is? I never would have guessed. Senior brother. Who were they? Tu Yaoyao leapt from the chariot and rushed to Mou's side. Friends, Mou replied slowly. Brother Mo, allow me to introduce you. This is my Dao companion, Yao Ning.
Ninger, this is Mou, the one I told you about who helped me obtain the Taiyu Snow Spirit Ginseng. Yao Ning's eyes lit up as she immediately stepped forward and bowed.
Yao Ning, I thank you, benefactor, for saving my life.
Though Yao Ning was also at the Tongyu realm, she carried none of the airs typical of high-level cultivators.
Miss Yao, you're too kind.
I merely offered a small favor.
You're too humble, benefactor,
Yao Ning said earnestly. Should you ever need our assistance, we shall not hesitate.
Mou smiled faintly. Brother Dao, Fairy Yao, why were you being hunted?
Upon hearing this, Dao Wuhan sighed softly.
The Lingxi Sword Pavilion trials are imminent. Ninger admires the Frostblade Immortal and wished to visit the Lingxi Sword Pavilion to witness its glory.
Unexpectedly, we encountered these cultivators along the way, some with whom I had past grievances, and thus began the chase.
Alas. You didn't happen to steal anything from them, did you?
Dao Wuhan replied sternly. I, Dao Wuhan, only steal from the treasures of villains.
So did you steal from them? Cough cough. I did. No wonder. Brother Mo, who could have predicted such rotten luck? They just happened to gather together. Dao Wuhan chuckled. But our luck isn't so bad either to run into Brother Mo. By the way, Brother Mo, are you also heading to watch the Sword Pavilion trials? No, I'm just heading home for a visit. Mou shook his head, then spoke softly. Brother Dao, if I may ask, which sect does your sister belong to?
Mou's voice was soft, but Yao Ning and Tu Yaoyao still heard it.
Question marks instantly appeared above both their heads,
though the nature of their confusion differed.
Sister? Is senior brother asking about another woman? Who could it be? Why is he so concerned? Could it be the one who was by his side 3 years ago? Tu Yaoyao's imagination ran wild. Yao Ning, however, was taken aback.
She slowly spoke up. Wuhan, when did you?
Before she could finish, Dao Wuhan hurried forward and exclaimed, Oh, you mean Ishue? I don't even know her sect. Mou? Ah, Brother Mo, you see, my sister prefers to go her own way. I can't beat her, and I can't control her. All right. Mou sighed softly. I was actually hoping to sneak into Ishue's sect and surprise her. Tu Yaoyao? Who? Ah. I'm dying to know. Yao Ning looked even more puzzled and whispered telepathically, When did you get a sister? Ninger, it's a long story. Just don't let anyone find out, or we're in big trouble.
Meanwhile, Tu Yaoyao stared at Mou with a haunting gaze and muttered.
Senior brother, who exactly is Ishue?
Beside them, Yao Ning's delicate nose twitched slightly, her eyes brightening a little.
Wuhan, I think I smell a hint of sourness. Chapter 61, Stealing Ishue? Oomph. Tu Yaoyao, won't lose. Thud. Mou flicked Tu Yaoyao's head. Kid, stop snooping around. I'm 21. I'm no kid. Tu Yaoyao's face bristled with indignation. Mou couldn't help but smile.
In his mind, whether it was her figure, appearance, or personality, Tu Yaoyao was no different from a child. He had even suspected she'd lied about her age, claiming 21, but really 12.
Oomph.
Tu Yaoyao crossed her arms over her chest, tilting her head. Even if you don't tell me, I can still figure it out.
Yao Ning's curiosity grew. He whispered telepathically, Wuhan, who exactly is Ishue? How did she become your sister? Dao Wuhan scratched his nose. It's a long story. After a brief explanation, Yao Ning suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Dao Wuhan sighed helplessly. I don't know why either. That elder suddenly insisted on being my sister. I don't even know her name. A smile touched Yao Ning's lips. It's simple. That senior wanted to get close to Mou without revealing their identity. But with that senior's abilities, they could probably control Brother Mo with one hand. Why go to all this trouble? Yao Ning shot Dao Wuhan a look. Are you stupid? Think about it, an unparalleled master willing to conceal their identity just to stay by a man's side. What does that tell you? Add in our benefactor's reaction just now, cutie. I've figured it out. Dao Wuhan froze. You mean they've already? Holy crap. Impressive, Mo. Even an ice queen can be melted. Dao Wuhan was instantly filled with admiration. He had seen Lang Xiao before, felt that icy chill that kept people at arm's length up close. He never imagined Mo you could win her over. Wait, according to Ninger's theory, it seems that Venerable Elder was the one pursuing MOU. Holy crap. Thief without trace instantly envisioned countless scenarios. Brother Mo. You truly are a role model for us all. Mo, you froze. Brother Dao, what did you say? Nothing. Ouch. Ninger, why are you pinching me? Yao Ning shot Dao Wuhan a glare, tightening her grip around his waist with a few extra twists. Mo, you smiled faintly. Though he didn't know what had happened, it was clear that Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning shared an exceptionally close bond. Meanwhile, Tu Yao felt even more frustrated. Who exactly is this Dao Shui? 9 times out of 10, it's that woman who was beside Mou when he broke through. Oomph. Tu Yao instinctively touched her chest. But she's only a few years older than me. I'll surpass you sooner or later. I'm not a child. I just grew slower before because my spiritual energy was insufficient. Dao Shui. Tu Yao, will never lose to you. Tu Yao's incessant muttering made Juku sigh deeply. Not a bit composed. She hadn't even met her opponent yet, and already she was half defeated. Very well. I shall intervene on her behalf when the time comes. After further discussion, Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning boarded the chariot materialized by the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword. They would also make a detour to the Great Qian Empire. Juku remained seated inside the carriage throughout. The two instantly sensed the terrifying, abyssal aura and realized it was she who had just intervened. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Yao Ning, more tactful than Dao Wuhan, immediately bowed in gratitude. Juku gave a slight nod, paying little further attention. Her focus remained solely on Mou and Tu Yao. With Juku by their side, the journey proceeded without incident. The 10,000 Phenomena chariot soared through the skies, and before long, they arrived at the Great Qian Kingdom, nearing the Mo family estate. In a secluded courtyard of the Mo family, Wang Huahua was sorting through spiritual herbs alongside other women. The herbs varied in quality. They had to select the finest specimens for the Mo family's direct descendants, while dividing the rest among themselves. As low-tier cultivators with no prospects, this was their daily routine, earning spirit stones while under the protection of the Mo family's main branch. Most of her companions were also Dao companions from the Mo family's collateral branches. However, though they were all collateral descendants, over a dozen generations had passed between them, and their blood ties had long since grown faint. Living together year after year, neighborly affection had long surpassed familial bonds. Hey, Huahua, I heard the family had sent someone to ask your Mo Ping if he wanted to go to Lingxi Sword Pavilion to watch the trials. Is that true? Someone asked curiously. Wang Huahua couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense. That never happened. With our talents, how could we possibly qualify for such a grand event? Don't listen to that nonsense. Hey, this isn't just gossip. Apparently, a disciple from Lingxi Sword Pavilion personally came to ask Master Mo, and specifically emphasized the 8 words, entirely voluntary, no coercion allowed. The man from the Ba family next door happened to be handling business at the main house and overheard it. Wang Huahua could only chuckle, pretending it was all rumor. A few days prior, a direct descendant of the Mo family had indeed inquired about her and Mo Ping attending the Sword Pavilion trials. The two of them were genuinely startled and quickly refused. They dared not go to such a scene of fighting and bloodshed. One wrong move and they could lose their lives. Moreover, what if Mou returned and couldn't find them? So Wang Huahua took it upon herself to refuse outright. The Mo family representatives didn't press the matter and simply left. As for what happened later, nothing much came of it. Women's topics shift with lightning speed. Seeing Wang Huahua reluctant to answer, they soon changed the subject. Oh, right, Huahua, hasn't it been several years since Xiaoyu left? The sudden mention of Mou caught Wang Huahua off guard. She paused, then sighed, her eyes clouding over with longing. It's been over 3 years now. That good for nothing. Not only does he never write home, he hasn't even sent a single word. It's enough to drive me crazy. Just wait till he gets back, I'll give him a good spanking. Oh come on, you wouldn't dare. You're always going on about Xiaoyu in front of us, do you think we're deaf? Someone else chuckled. Wang Huahua waved her hand dismissively. Oh, come off it. When did I ever complain? But kids grow up and leave home, don't they? Hey, Huahua, you know what? With Xiaoyu's looks, he's such a handsome boy, he might just bring you a daughter-in-law home before you know it. Yeah. Among all the kids in our neighborhood, Xiaoyu is definitely the most handsome. Remember that girl from third cousin's family?
She used to drool over Xiaoyu when they were little. Wang Huahua blushed at the praise. Oh, come on, he's just average. The group chatted and laughed. Before long, another cheerful shout rang out from afar. Hua Hua, hey Hua Hua. Stop working. Your little you is back. And she's brought back a few pretty girls too. Wang Huahua froze in surprise. Did you hear that? It sounded like they said Xiao. Xiao Yu is back. We heard it. They said Xiao Yu is back. Everyone cheered in unison. Go on, we'll handle things here. Wang Huahua's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She tossed aside the spiritual herbs and leapt toward her home. Soon after, she returned to her courtyard. Wang Huahua finally saw that familiar figure she'd longed for day and night. Xiao Yu. Mo's eyes softened, a smile touching her lips. She opened her arms slightly and stepped forward, pulling Wang Huahua into an embrace. Mother, I'm back. Chapter 62, Son, that girl in green seems fertile. You better step up. Xiao Yu, you've lost weight. You must have endured so much hardship these past years away from home. Did you get hurt or anything? Let your mother take a look. Wang Huahua poked and prodded, clearly intent on inspecting every inch of Mou from head to toe. Mother, I'm perfectly fine. Not only did I join the sect, but I even have my own cave dwelling. Mou gave a brief account. The North Pole? Where is that? Is it far away? Wang Huahua had never ventured farther than the next city over. To her, the vast expanse of Diqian felt limitless, a place she could never fully explore in a lifetime. Mou's lips curved upward. Not far. It won't take long to get there. Oh, so it's not far after all. Wang Huahua's eyelids fluttered slightly, and her tone suddenly turned stern. If it's not far, then why haven't you sent a single letter back in 3 years, you good-for-nothing brat? Keeping your father and me on pins and needles every single day, terrified something might happen to you. You brat, you think you're all grown up now? Never coming home anymore. Wang Huahua kept scolding Mou, but her eyes held no trace of blame. She just felt it necessary to be stern so Mou would remember to write next time, sparing them the worry. Mom, give me some face, everyone's watching. Mou smiled. Only then did Wang Huahua realize others were watching. She turned slightly. But the next moment, she froze. Such a beautiful woman. Her gaze fell upon the figure behind Tu Yao Yao. This was undoubtedly the most captivating woman she had ever seen in her life. Both her figure and her features far surpassed anyone she had ever known. Even Mo Jiajin, hailed as the most beautiful woman within 100 miles, couldn't hold a candle to this woman. Wang Huahua's eyes lit up instantly. Could this be the bride Xiao Yu brought home? Wang Huahua cleared her throat lightly. Hello, everyone. My son, Xiao Yu, thank you all for looking after him. Juku, Daowohan, and Yao Ning all suppressed their auras to avoid startling Wang Huahua. They all nodded in greeting. They were equally astonished inside. They never imagined that the birth mother of a prodigy like Mou would be so ordinary. Indeed, she had no hope of ever attaining the gathering spirit stage in this lifetime. Auntie, hello. I'm senior brother Mou's junior sister. Tu Yao Yao blinked her eyes, her cheeks flushed slightly as she approached cautiously, seemingly eager to make a good impression on Wang Huahua. Oh my! Whose little one is this? She's absolutely adorable. Wang Huahua was instantly captivated by the porcelain doll face, wanting to reach out and pinch it. Auntie, I'm 21, not a child. Tu Yao Yao chimed in. Ah? Ha? Wang Huahua paused. Well then, that's fine too. Mother, this is my junior sister, this is her family elder, and these two are my friends. Mou introduced them one by one. Wang Huahua could tell that Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning were a couple. Then the remaining two. Anyone who could come home with her child must have a special relationship. With that thought, Wang Huahua employed her still unpolished telepathic whispering technique. Xiao Yu, tell your mother honestly, is one of these two the one you've got your heart set on? Mou froze. Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning's eyes lit up. Their cultivation far surpassed Wang Huahua's, and combined with that crude, unskilled transmission, the two instantly heard Wang Huahua's whispered words. As for Juku, needless to say, she heard it even more clearly. Her eyes flickered slightly as she shot Mou an amused glance. Mother, don't speak nonsense. Linger is merely my junior sister. As for Immortal Yao, she is brother Dao's Dao companion. Mother, you're not referring to her. It's the one in the blue robe. ? Juku's eyes flickered. Wang Huahua tugged at Mou's sleeve. Your junior sister is indeed quite sweet and charming, but at 21, she's still as petite as a child. How is she supposed to carry on our family line? On the other hand, that girl in blue behind her mother thinks she's quite lovely. She's taken a real liking to her. And just looking at her, she seems like she'd be a good mother. You'd better hurry up, you youngster. If she becomes our daughter-in-law, mother would be satisfied for the rest of her life. Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning's expressions changed instantly. How could they bear to hear this? Truly the mother of Mou, what audacity. Juku's eyes darkened as she studied Mayu intently.
MOU felt a chill run through her entire body. That feels like killing intent. Could she have overheard us? Ha? Xiaoyu, why are you so pale? Feeling unwell. MOU quickly covered Wang Huahua's mouth. Mother, I suddenly feel a bit hungry. Why don't you go prepare dinner first? He feared that if Juku got angry, she might expose their location. Oh, alright. Rest well. Invite your friends to sit down. I'll prepare dinner. Before leaving, she couldn't resist giving Juku a satisfied glance, flashing a warm smile. Senior, please forgive mother's earlier rudeness. MOU respectfully apologized through telepathy. Oomph. The only response was a cold snort. No emotion could be discerned. However, the oppressive aura that had been weighing down on him vanished. MOU instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Tu Yao Yao was puzzled. Senior brother, why did you look so tense? Nothing at all. MOU took a deep breath. Please come inside, everyone. It's a bit modest, but I hope you won't mind. However, just as the group was about to enter the house, a golden flame shot skyward from the distance, exploding in the air. MOU's expression changed. He recognized that golden flame it was the MO family's exclusive signal. The spirit or mine is under attack. Rush to reinforce it. Several figures shouted as they dashed out from the direction of the MO family's main residence. These were the elite warriors who had remained behind at the MO family estate, not having gone to the Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Wang Huahua heard the commotion and hurried out, her face etched with deep concern. The spirit mine is under attack? What should we do? Your father is still in the mine. MOU's eyes instantly narrowed in focus. Mother, don't worry. With me here, father won't come to harm. With that, MOU activated his earth shrinking technique and vanished. Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning followed suit, tracking her direction through their divine senses. Wang Huahua froze in place. Where's Xiaoyu? Tu Yao Yao stepped forward with a smile. Auntie, don't worry. Senior brother is incredibly powerful. Powerful? As MOU's mother, she knew her child well. MOU had inherited their combined talents utterly ordinary, completely incompatible with the word talented. But then, how did he vanish in an instant just now? Wang Huahua couldn't make sense of it. Confusion, worry, and a hint of fear tangled together. Her breathing grew increasingly erratic. Seeing this, Juku approached Wang Huahua's side and gently touched her. Instantly, a warm current surged through Wang Huahua's body, spreading a wave of comfort throughout her being. Then, her eyelids grew heavy, her body went limp, and she collapsed into Juku's arms, drifting peacefully into sleep. Juku studied Wang Huahua closely, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he stroked his sleeve. The next moment, Wang Huahua found herself lying back on the comfortable bed within the room. Nearby, Tu Yaya watched Juku with curiosity, her mind filled with questions. Ha? Why did it feel like Master Zhou just smiled? Chapter 63, The Soul-Devouring Golden Spirit Beast. The MO family spirit mine wasn't particularly large. Yet within this domain spanning thousands of miles, it still counted as the largest. Thus, it frequently drew the attention of demonic beasts seeking to plunder. Deep within the spirit mine, a demon beast at the penetrating void realm was devouring the spirit ore. Its appearance was hideous, a rat-like snout and tiger-like face, with a faint golden tip on its nose. Its body was long and slender, equipped with 6 legs and a pair of wings on its back, giving it an air of remarkable agility. This demon beast devoured its prey with astonishing speed. Within mere breaths, dozens of cubic meters of spirit ore vanished into its belly. However, it showed interest only in the ore. As for humans, they did not seem to feature on its menu. At that moment, a group of people huddled trembling in a corner of the vein. Mo Ping, MOU's father, was among them. As a low-tier cultivator, the most formidable demonic beasts he had ever encountered were those at the gathering spirit realm. But this one, its aura was utterly unfathomable. Even the mere aura it emitted was suffocating. Hua Hua, Xiaoyu, I may never see you again. Mo Ping sighed deeply, overcome by grief. But just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Father, are you alright? Mo Ping froze, then snapped to attention. Xiaoyu. You're back? No, what are you doing here? Leave. Leave now. Mo Ping sounded anxious. Father, don't worry. It's nothing. As the words fell, Mo Ping's heart sank. Meanwhile, MOU had appeared inside the spirit mine at some point, scrutinizing the demon beast. This creature, it looks truly bizarre. I don't recall seeing anything like it in the bestiary. Just then, Yuquan materialized. Honored one, this is a spirit-devouring golden essence beast. It possesses a blessing source, excels at treasure hunting, feeds on spirit stones, and is not adept at combat. Its temperament is relatively docile, rarely attacking humans on its own initiative. Possesses a blessing source? MOU pondered thoughtfully. It would make a decent gatekeeper, though its appearance is rather unsightly. Your Excellency, its appearance can be altered using shape-shifting techniques. MOU smiled. Bring it over. Yes.
The next moment, the spirit-devouring golden spirit beast, mid-devouring of a spirit stone, suddenly trembled violently.
Its face contorted with terror and utter disbelief. It stared trembling into the darkness, even dropping the spirit stone from its mouth.
The Emo family disciples nearby froze in place.
What's wrong with that beast? Is it going to start eating us?
Yet the spirit-devouring golden spirit beast didn't even glance their way, instead staggering unsteadily toward the darkness.
Emo Ping watched the beast's retreating figure, lost in thought.
Before long, the spirit-devouring golden spirit beast approached Mou, head bowed low, trembling. "Submit, or die," Yuchuan spoke coldly, his voice dripping with murderous intent. The spirit-devouring golden spirit beast instantly closed its eyes, curling its body into a tight ball, seemingly overcome with fear.
"No need to frighten it," Mou smiled. "Can you speak?"
The spirit-devouring golden spirit beast sensed the divine consciousness, though it originated from a human of low cultivation.
This puzzled it. "Yes."
The voice in its mind was unexpectedly childish, as if belonging to a young child.
This surprised Mou. "Follow me from now on.
I promise you'll live in luxury, and you might even get a chance to evolve.
Are you willing?"
As he spoke, Mou produced a large chunk of high-grade spirit stone and placed it before the soul-devouring golden spirit beast. The unique fragrance of the high-grade spirit stone wafted through the air.
The spirit-devouring golden spirit beast's eyes lit up instantly.
It extended a claw, pointing at the spirit stone and then at itself.
"This is for me?" Mou smiled.
"Of course. As long as you follow me, you'll have high-grade spirit stones for every meal. If you fancy a change, you can even snack on some spirit herbs."
Gulp.
The spirit-devouring golden spirit beast swallowed hard.
What do I have to do? Guard my home and occasionally hunt for treasures. That's it? No fighting? She's here for the fighting. What do I need you for? Mou pointed at Yuquan. Master.
You're my most loyal master."
Ah, woo.
The soul-devouring golden spirit beast swallowed the high-grade spirit stone in front of it in one gulp, then looked utterly satisfied.
Mou stepped forward and gently tapped its forehead.
That was the contract to bind the spirit pet. The soul-devouring golden spirit beast offered no resistance.
Before long, Mou felt a soul imprint enter his body. "What is your name?" "Master, I was born only recently and have no name." Mou froze in surprise. "Born with cultivation at the Tongyu realm?" "Master, after I was born, I consumed everything within the cave until nothing remained. My cultivation simply increased on its own." "Honored one, perhaps its parents left it this opportunity," Yuquan speculated. Mou nodded slowly.
"A flying tiger.
"From now on, you shall be called Shao Ku." Shao Ku nodded earnestly. "Thank you, master."
"Congratulations, host, on taming the celestial auspicious beast." Xiao Mei's playful voice chimed in.
"Auspicious beast? Hee, Shao Ku possesses an auspicious body that can turn misfortune into good luck. Come to think of it, meeting you was guided by the auspicious energy within her too. Sounds pretty good." Mou raised the corners of his mouth and walked toward Mo Ping's location. The Mo family disciples were all dumbfounded. The demon beast had departed. Did that mean they were safe now? Yet even so, they dared not make a move. Until Mou appeared. "Father." Mo Ping jolted awake. "Xiao Yu, it really is you. What about that demon beast? It didn't hurt you, did it? It ran off." "Everything's fine now," Mou said with a smile. Everyone's eyes lit up. "When did Xiao Yu return?"
Among these Mo family members were some who lived near Mou's home and were fairly familiar with her.
"She just arrived. This place is too dangerous. Everyone should leave quickly." "Right, let's go."
Murmuring among themselves, they began to run toward the exit.
By the time Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning arrived, the aura of demonic beasts had already vanished from the surroundings. "Your divine power is truly astonishing, Mo. We couldn't even keep up." Yao Ning exclaimed in surprise. Dao Wuhan chuckled. "Ninger, brother Mo is truly enigmatic. Having a friend like him is likely the greatest fortune we'll ever have in this lifetime."
Soon, the group emerged from the mine shaft together, with Mou and Mo Ping bringing up the rear. At that very moment, several figures streaked across the sky, instantly locking onto everyone's positions. The guardians left behind by the main family had finally arrived. "What happened? Speak up quickly. And you two, who exactly are you? What business do you have in the Mo family's mine?" Several figures pointed at Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning, their faces flushed with murderous intent.
Dao Wuhan's eyes narrowed.
The overwhelming pressure of the Tongyu realm swept across the entire mining district. Instantly, the expressions of the main family members changed.
Elder.
We did not know of your arrival, senior.
Please forgive our earlier disrespect." Dao Wuhan did not press the matter. "Brother Mo, shall we return now?"
Mou nodded slowly, pulling the bewildered Mo Ping along as they hurried home with Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning.
The Mo family members all gaped in astonishment. Whose family was that? How could they know a Tongyu realm senior?
A member of the host family murmured uncertainly that seemed to be the youngster from the Mo Ping household, the one the Sword Immortal Senior wanted to take as a disciple 3 years ago. He actually came back. And he's befriended such a formidable cultivator. Chapter 64, The Twin Mirrors of Emptiness and Clarity, the Sword Pavilion trials begin. MOU's family courtyard. Smoke curled gently, and the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Wang Huahua was overjoyed at Mo Ping's safe return, cooking up a feast to treat everyone. Wang Huahua was exceptionally hospitable, busily serving Juka dish after dish until his bowl was nearly overflowing. Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning ate until cold sweat broke out on their brows. Everyone present, except for Tu Yao Yao, could see right through Wang Huahua's intentions. Xiaoyu, what are you spacing out for? Quickly serve him some food. The crew transmission sounded again. Unsurprisingly, it was overheard again. MOU, drenched in sweat, hurriedly stopped Wang Huahua from transmitting any more messages. Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning kept their heads down, eating silently, not daring to speak. Mo Ping, however, remained calm. Wang Huahua had confided in him, and he was quite pleased with this girl in green. Young lady, please eat more. May I ask your name? Where do you live? Are your parents well? Ahem. Father, you still have that bottle of wine hidden away, don't you? Why not bring it out for us to drink? MOU quickly interjected. Thud. Wang Huahua gave MOU a gentle kick, her eyes screaming, don't interrupt. Tu Yao Yao felt a pang of curiosity. Strange, why do they keep asking Master G? Senior, I apologize. MOU hurriedly explained telepathically. It's fine. Juku smiled faintly. For Tu Yao Yao and MOU's sake, she naturally wouldn't hold it against them. I'm the 9th child in my family. You may call me September. My parents have passed away. Mo Ping paused. My apologies, Miss September. I shouldn't have brought up such painful memories. Wang Huahua took the opportunity to take Juku's hand and comforted her. Miss Joyue, if you're willing, you can consider this place your home from now on. Ahem, mother, I'm craving some spirit herb egg drop soup. Could you make me a bowl? Oh, you little brat. How inconsiderate. Go cook it yourself. MOU. Miss September, you see our MOU? He's been spoiled rotten since childhood and can't lift a finger to help. Please don't hold it against him. This can't go on. Something bad is bound to happen. MOU hurriedly whispered telepathically, Mother, the person you're holding hands with right now is a peak Dao-seeking cultivator. Wang Huahua froze. Peak. Dao-seeking realm? Isn't that a legendary powerhouse? Holy crap. Wang Huahua's body jerked violently as she swiftly withdrew her hand. That speed was faster than lightning. Cold sweat instantly beaded on her forehead. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she fumbled across the table, finally grasping the spoon. She wanted to take a sip of soup to calm down. But how could her trembling hands possibly hold it steady? Clang! A sharp clatter echoed as soup spilled across the floor. Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning remained focused on their bowls. Hua, you. Mo Ping paused, startled, but was silently silenced by Wang Huahua. Tu Yao Yao asked curiously, Auntie, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? And no. Nothing, just remembered the nightmare I had last night. Upon hearing this, Tu Yao Yao stepped forward and took Wang Huahua's hand. Auntie, don't be afraid. With Yao Yao here, there's nothing to fear. A radiant smile spread across her porcelain doll-like face, bright enough to heal all wounds. Wang Huahua's fear eased considerably. Auntie, have a bite of this magical chicken leg. Tu Yao Yao grinned, picking out the largest piece and offering it to Wang Huahua. This child is such a sweetheart. She may be a bit small, but she can grow into it. But she dared not look Juku directly in the eye again. Juku smiled faintly, unconcerned, and continued drinking on her own. She usually drank only the finest elixirs and nectars, so occasionally tasting this ordinary wine had a unique charm. Her mood was quite pleasant. Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning finally relaxed a bit and seized the chance to change the subject. Brother Mo, are you truly not joining us at Lingxi Sword Pavilion? Mo shook his head. Too crowded. Not my thing. Dao Wuhan nodded slowly. True. I hear even the Central Domain sent representatives this time to gauge the weight of that natural-born supreme talent. By the way, that prodigy seems to be named Mo Dao. He shares your surname, could it be? Mo gave a slight nod. He's a direct descendant of the Mo family. Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning were instantly stunned. First there was MOU, an existence of unfathomable depth, and now a natural sovereign has emerged. Just how profoundly blessed is this Mo family? Jiotsu also felt a surge of curiosity. A natural supreme being? Perhaps we should go take a look. A natural-born supreme being? How powerful is that? Tu Yao Yao asked curiously. 1 in 10,000 years. Possesses the potential to become an emperor, Juku appraised. Well, they definitely can't be as formidable as senior brother. Tu Yao Yao felt quite confident inside. After a simple meal, Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning took their leave. No other reason. They dared not linger in this place, fearing they might overhear something they shouldn't. As for Tu Yao Yao, she naturally had no interest whatsoever in Lingxi Sword Pavilion or the Heavenly Sovereign. Her eyes were fixed solely on her senior brother, Mou. Juku split off a tail, transforming into a small fox that followed behind Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning. Silent and unseen, no one noticed. Within Mou's chamber, Yuquan silently materialized. Yuquan, go to Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Remember, no matter what happens, you are to observe only. Do not intervene, do not interfere, and do not take action. Understood. At that moment, Xiaomei's voice rang out. Ta-da! Host, Xiaomei is here. It's about time. Right, speaking of which, it's time to settle the rewards. Mou chuckled. He. Xiaomei has prepared the most essential treasure for the host. Ding ding. 7-day fulfillment value rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the twin mirrors of emptiness. As the voice faded, a black and a white jade mirror floated into her hands. Host, the twin mirrors of emptiness are interconnected. Simply have Yuquan carry one to Lingxi Sword Pavilion, and you shall see everything Yuquan sees through the mirror. Mou's face lit up at the news. This makes things much more convenient. Seeing things with his own eyes would surely reveal far more details than hearing second-hand accounts. Yuquan, take it and depart immediately. As you command. Yuquan took the black mirror and vanished. Mou's eyes grew deep as he closed them in contemplation. Mo Dao, Lingxi Sword Pavilion, the Great Pathcleaver, the Thunder Tribulation. What connection could possibly exist between these? Days later, at Lingxi Sword Pavilion in the Eastern Continent's sacred land, 10,000 swords roared. Figures of great power materialized, countless divine mounts and war chariots streaking across the azure heavens. On Lingxi Sword Pavilion's plaza, hundreds of figures stood in perfect formation, arrayed in a square formation. These were the most outstanding young disciples of Lingxi Sword Pavilion's current generation. Among them, the most striking figure was the 3-year-old toddler seated at the main position. Surrounded by swirling spiritual energy and radiating sword chi, he had already cultivated the Lingxi sword art to an extraordinary level. Hidden within the crowd, Youquan's eyes flickered with dark light. On the other side, Mou clearly observed everything through the white mirror. A faint smile touched his lips as his eyebrows twitched slightly. Now it's time for the protagonist to show off. Chapter 65, The Mystic Heavenly Burning Pool. Wuhan, Lingxi Sword Pavilion truly lives up to its reputation, grand and majestic, vast and magnificent. One can even faintly sense a soaring sword intent that leaves one in awe. Yao Ning's eyes sparkled as she surveyed the surroundings, unable to hold back her admiration. She and Dao Wuhan were merely wandering cultivators, their cultivation levels hardly profound. They could only watch from the outermost viewing area, yet the spectacle was still thrilling enough. I wonder if we'll get to see the Sword Immortal Senior. Yao Ning's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Beside them, a faint, ethereal fox spirit stood silently, its gem-like eyes fixed on Mo Dao at the very center. It scrutinized the scene intently, lost in its own thoughts. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner of the arena, Yuquan held a black mirror, perfectly transmitting the scene to Mou. The burial grounds of the Middle Realm, the Valley of Immortal Rumors, the 9-Palace Bug clan of the southern frontier, the Sumeru Mountain Temple of the Western Ling. All these major players are here except for the Cold Grace Holy Palace. Mou identified each figure by their attire. Before long, the surrounding temperature plummeted abruptly. A peerless celestial figure descended from the heavens, instantly capturing the gaze of everyone present. Cold Frost Sword Immortal, Long Xiao. Her graceful form, frost and snow transforming into ice, radiated an aura that kept others at arm's length. The crowd held their breath. Sword Immortal. Wuhan, look, it's the Sword Immortal. Yao Ning's eyes sparkled like stars as she instantly transformed into a starstruck fan. She. Dao Wuhan was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't she the very same immortal he'd encountered in Fanyi City? She was Long Xiao? Holy! Don't speak nonsense. A detached voice echoed in Dao Wuhan's mind, leaving him gaping. It really is her? Wuhan, what's wrong? Yao Ning asked curiously. Nothing. Just feeling a bit overwhelmed. Brother Mo is truly incredible. Yao Ning? What does this have to do with our benefactor? She didn't dwell on it, continuing to gaze at Long Xiao's ethereal beauty with a hint of longing in her eyes. The Sword Immortal is so beautiful. If only I could speak with her. Meanwhile, Mou gazed at the figure he'd met only once and couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of being the heaven-chosen maiden, she's in a league of her own. Your Excellency, this person is extremely powerful. Youquan's tone was grave, filled with apprehension. I sense danger emanating from her. Mou raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. If I recall correctly, shouldn't Long Xiao still be at the mid-stage of the Dao quest at this point? Why would the Dark Spring place such importance on her? Still, protagonists always have their special qualities, so Mou didn't dwell on it too much. Meanwhile, the screen showed Long Xiao with a solemn expression and an imposing presence.
Today's Sword Pavilion trial shall be presided over by this sovereign.
Her words were simple and unadorned, delivered in a tone utterly devoid of emotion. Our junior sister still doesn't know how to speak ceremonially, Fong Zheng chuckled.
Bai Ping pondered thoughtfully. I can't help but feel junior sister seems a bit impatient today. Oh? Isn't that how she usually is? You're overthinking it. Fong Zheng dismissed the notion.
Perhaps. In truth, Bai Ping hadn't misread the situation.
Lang Xiao truly felt a surge of impatience.
All she could think about was the Sword Pavilion trial ending quickly so she could set off for Dakian. After all, MOU had mentioned preparing a surprise for her. On the field, hundreds of Sword Pavilion disciples were already itching to fight. This was a battle to make a name for themselves. Whoever claimed victory today would become Lingxi Sword Pavilion's new sword master, receiving the sect's fullest cultivation support. Likewise, their names would be celebrated among all major factions. Today's trial challenge: enter the Mystic Heaven Burning Pool. The contest lasts 3 days. The one who obtains the most swords wins. Though no restrictions are placed on methods, taking human life is forbidden. Cold Xiao's voice echoed throughout Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Though the disciples were well versed in the trial's rules, they listened intently, hoping to make a favorable impression before this Sword Immortal rarely seen in person. The major factions were no strangers to this either. The Xiantian Burning Pool was not a geographical location, but a spatial treasure. It contained boundless opportunities. The most terrifying aspect was the supreme yang energy. Even after generations of Lingxi Sword Pavilion masters dedicated their efforts, its full mysteries remained unexplored. However, the surroundings of the trial grounds have long been thoroughly investigated, with protective barriers erected to prevent disciples from accidentally straying into perilous zones. The next moment, Lang Xiao's palm flickered, causing a miniature Xiantian burning pool to rise and fall. The trial begins. With a crisp declaration, Lang Xiao gently cupped her hands, and the Xiantian burning pool in her grasp soared into the air, steadily expanding. Within mere breaths, scorching flames engulfed the entire plaza. Simultaneously, crimson beams of light descended, enveloping every disciple participating in the trial. Pretty cool. The empty brightness twin mirrors shimmered as MOU's lips curved upward, an involuntary sigh escaping him. Host, Xiaomei senses something inside that you need. MOU inquired curiously, what is it? Not sure. Why don't you go take a look, host? No way. Without a second thought, MOU flatly refused. Then Xiaomei will accompany the host to look. All trial disciples entered the Lingxi Sword Pavilion. The Xiantian burning pool descended layer upon layer, igniting dense pillars of blazing flames. The pillars shot skyward, coalescing in the air to form a vast fiery cloud. Suddenly, a crimson glow erupted from within the fiery cloud. The scene within the Xiantian burning pool leapt onto the clouds. The trial officially began. Lang Xiao slowly took her seat. All eyes were fixed entirely upon the secret realm. However, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The Xiantian burning pool seemed to be summoned by some force, trembling violently. The faces of the Lingxi Sword Pavilion disciples all paled. What's going on? Fong Zhang wondered. The Mystic Heaven burning pool has never malfunctioned before. What's happening today? No one knew why. At that very moment, tens of thousands of miles away, yin energy swirled around MOU, enveloping him completely. What's happening? Xiaomei, what is this black substance? Host, this is Tai-yin energy, brought forth from the Tai-yin realm. They seem to be responding to some kind of call. Tai-yin energy? Could it be the yin soul pearl? No, there's fire within the yin energy. Before he could finish his thought, the yin energy surged through his body and into the empty bright twin mirrors. Juko's eyes snapped open. MOU's aura had vanished. At Lingxi Sword Pavilion, the black mirroring Yochuan's hand vibrated violently. A ball of flame, shrouded in yin energy, erupted from it and swiftly surged into the Xiantian burning pool. The speed was so swift that no one could react in time. Who is it? Countless powerful divine senses surged toward Yuquan. Yet, in the next instant, Yuquan vanished without a trace. Everyone lunged into thin air. Only Lang Xiao stood frozen, her gaze fixed in a daze. She had just sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. Southern brightness fire. The Yin Qi. It was him. There was no mistake. It's him. Lang Xiao's divine sense stirred, meticulously scanning the fiery clouds. Finally, just as she had anticipated. Upon a patch of molten rock, she saw the face she had longed for day and night. Only now, that face bore endless confusion and astonishment. Xuantian Fenqi. MOU looked around, momentarily bewildered. What's going on? I just wanted to sit quietly by and watch. Who the hell dragged me into this? Chapter 66, an unexpected twist. Is the plan off the table? Can someone please explain this to me? MOU was at a loss for words. Surveying his surroundings, flames and molten lava swirled all around him. There was no doubt he was inside the Xiantian burning pool. The southern brightness inferno blazed relentlessly across his body. The Yin Soul Pearl was equally vibrant. He was now practically a walking treasure. Suddenly, Mou could sense waves of divine senses sweeping over him.
It's a treasure of opportunity.
Someone shouted, and the trial disciples surged toward Mou all at once.
Holy crap! What are you guys doing?
The swiftest of them all was the 3-year-old toddler. Mo Dao's eyes brimmed with longing, as if he'd starved for days and suddenly beheld a feast. He surged far ahead of the others.
Wait, what are you doing here, you protagonist?
Mou couldn't dispel the flames at that moment, so he could only shrink the ground and vanish.
The pursuing disciples froze in shock. He was clearly here just now. How did he vanish so suddenly?
But that thing must have been some kind of innate treasure, a spirit-infused treasure that took human form.
Could it be some kind of sentient immortal herb?
Mo Dao's eyes burned with even greater fervor at the words.
Immortal herb, huh? I will obtain you.
Outside the Xiantian burning pool, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their whispers swirling with speculation.
Could the disturbance just now have been caused by that flaming figure?
Junior sister,
Did you sense anything unusual? Fong Zhang inquired.
Lang Xiao, who controlled the Xiantian burning pool with her spiritual power, had the clearest perception. If anyone had truly intruded, it would have been impossible to hide from her.
No disturbance. Lang Xiao replied calmly. Fong Zhang relaxed and explained to the representatives of the various sects. That was merely a minor incident.
The Xiantian burning pool is profoundly mysterious, perhaps a supreme treasure has emerged within. The commotion at the scene gradually subsided. Juku's eyes flickered as he speculated inwardly, could Mou's disappearance be connected to that disturbance? He might have entered. That kid always manages to stir up trouble. Lang Xiao appeared calm, yet her heart raced with urgency.
She tried to spot Mou in the reflections of the fiery clouds, but the flames refused to cooperate.
His figure remained nowhere to be seen. She stirred her divine sense slightly, gently tapping the spirit communication jade slip in her embrace.
Mou, it seems there was an unexpected incident during the Lingxi Sword Pavilion trial just now.
Alas, the message vanished without a trace, leaving no response. Yet this only strengthened Lang Xiao's conviction.
It was Mou.
Her heart felt complicated, filled with both hope and worry.
She hoped Mou would seize boundless opportunities within, yet feared he might face unforeseen dangers. Xiantian Burning Pool, Blazing Sun Sword Domain.
Mou's figure materialized, her body still ablaze with the southern brightness fire, while yin energy swirled around her. The two forces complemented and countered each other, forming an inexplicable equilibrium.
Xiaomei, what's going on?
Host, the southern brightness fire and yin qi within you have been summoned by some entity and activated of their own accord.
Combined with the interconnectedness of the empty bright twin mirrors, you were inadvertently drawn in. Mou.
I shouldn't have been curious about watching the Sword Pavilion trial.
What do we do now?
At this moment, the southern brightness fire and the Tai Yin Qi within his body were completely beyond his control. Host, only by locating the source of attraction can this be resolved. Xiaomei's voice had barely faded. Suddenly, the southern brightness fire surged from Mou's body, coalescing into an arrowhead pointing northeast. It twisted and turned incessantly, as if urging Mou to head in that direction. Mou sighed. Since I'm already here, I might as well take a look. This place is so vast it can't possibly be that unlucky to run straight into that brat Mo Dao. With that thought, Mou pressed forward, following the arrow's guidance. However, the moment he stepped out, his expression abruptly changed. Endless waves of scorching sword energy surged toward him.
Mou instantly darted out of the way.
The spot where he had stood moments before was already engulfed by the sword energy.
Had he been even half a beat slower, Mou might have become a corpse. This place is truly dangerous.
This place is called the Blazing Sun Sword Domain.
It contains extremely powerful flame-based sword intent and countless demonic beasts. Host, you must be extremely cautious. Xiaomei solemnly warned. The Blazing Sun Sword Domain? Mou froze. Isn't this where Mo Dao obtained his opportunity? Damn it, don't tell me I'm about to snatch the protagonist's opportunity?
The Blazing Sun Sword Intent Mo Dao's signature technique was mastered right here in the Blazing Sun Sword Domain. Wait, I recall he only grasped the sword intent here, he never ventured deeper. There must be other treasures here. At this thought, Mou's eyes flashed with excitement as he beckoned with a wave of his hand. In the next instant, the spirit-devouring golden essence beast materialized.
Master, it's so hot. Ha? Master, why are you on fire? Mou shook his head. I don't know either. Hurry up and search, see if there's any treasure here with a flame aura similar to mine. Xiao Kun nodded vigorously. Yes, master. No problem, master. Leave it to me, master. Saying this, it sniffed Mou's body, then sniffed around the surroundings. After about half an incense stick's time, its eyes finally lit up. Over here, master. I'm hungry, master.
Mou chuckled, pulling out 2 high-grade spirit stones and tossing them into Xiaoku's mouth. Xiaoku began to savor them contentedly. However, even knowing the direction, Mou had to proceed with extreme caution. The sword intent surrounding them was no joke.
Mou advanced cautiously, taking each step deliberately.
Though slow, his progress was steady and secure. Meanwhile, on the other side, the trial disciples had already commenced their respective trials, their progress simultaneously projected within the fire cloud.
Most of the outside world's attention was focused on Mo Dao. He truly was dazzling.
He swept through his peers with near invincibility. Though he had only recently broken through to the opening veins stage, he utterly crushed those at the peak of opening veins without them being able to fight back. He was only 3 years old. Even the influential figures from the Central Domain's Burial Saint Valley and Immortal Echo Valley wore expressions of shock and fervor.
"Sis, what do you think?"
Fang Zhang asked Long Xiao with a hint of smugness, hoping to catch a flicker of regret in her eyes.
But he was bound to be disappointed. Lang Xiao's attention wasn't on Mo Dao at all.
Her mind was entirely focused on finding that familiar figure.
Not bad.
Lang Xiao replied softly, her tone devoid of any trace of envy.
Bai Ping's brows furrowed slightly as she whispered telepathically, "I still feel something's off about our junior sister? She seems distracted." Fang Zhang paused. "Oh? Perhaps she's excited after seeing Mo Dao's performance." "No, not at all,"
Bai Ping mused.
"The feeling I get from our junior sister is like searching for someone in a crowd, looking for someone." Fang Zhan dismissed it. "Pinger, you're overthinking it." Recalling Lang Xiao's various actions since her return, Bai Ping shook her head. "No, something's definitely fishy." With that, she flashed over and sat beside Lang Xiao. "Junior sister, let's watch together." "Lang Xiao? Junior sister, among these disciples, who do you think has the best prospects?" "Lang Xiao. Junior sister." "Senior sister, do you have a moment?" Bai Ping paused slightly before nodding.
"Then please help me maintain the Xiantian burning pool."
"Huh? What?"
Before Bai Ping could react, she felt an immense suction the spiritual energy required to sustain the Xiantian burning pool. At that moment, Lang Xiao had actually shared half of hers with her. Then, Lang Xiao's lips curved upward.
"Finally some free time. I owe you my thanks, senior sister."
As the thought crossed her mind, she split off a strand of divine consciousness that materialized into a human form and vanished into the Xiantian burning pool.
Watching it all unfold, Bai Ping's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Junior sister, could it be you really are searching for someone?"
Lang Xiao remained silent for a moment before softly replying.
"Yes." Chapter 67, Deep Within the Sword Domain, Beneath the Lava. "Which one? Which one? Found it yet?" Bai Ping's divine sense swept through, seeming even more excited than Lang Xiao. "Senior sister, not yet." "Oh, all right. Keep searching, keep searching."
Bai Ping's heart leapt with joy. She immediately sent a telepathic message to Fang Zhang, "Junior sister has something urgent."
Fang Zhang looked puzzled. "What's going on?" "Never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway. Just guess." "Fang Zhang?"
As she spoke, Bai Ping focused her divine sense on Lang Xiao, scrutinizing her expression intently, hoping to catch the slightest hint. She even lost interest in the Sword Pavilion trial. After all, what could be more important than her junior sister's lifelong commitment? Her eyes sparkled with a smile, filled with earnest longing and deep yearning.
Combined with Lang Xiao's peculiar behavior today,
she would occasionally drift off into a daze, or laugh to herself at nothing.
Frequently gazing into the distance, always in the same direction.
Most crucially, Lang Xiao would always flash a sweet smile at her spirit communication jade tablet, only to quickly hide it whenever others appeared, as if to say, "I have a secret you mustn't discover." Add today's unusual behavior to the mix, and as someone who'd been through it all, Bai Ping had already pieced everything together. Over the past 3 years, Lang Xiao had ventured out into the mortal world to undergo her trials, where she encountered her true love and helped her overcome those trials. This explained both her sudden surge in cultivation and her peculiar behavior. At this realization, Bai Ping couldn't help but curve her lips upward. "I really am a genius at deduction and solving cases." "Junior sister, who is he to you?" Bai Ping couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked. "The man who could hold such a place in her heart must be a prodigy among prodigies, right?" After all, back in the day, suitors lining up to court Lang Xiao could have circled Lingxi's Sword Pavilion dozens of times, yet none of them ever got so much as a meeting. Even that peerless genius of astonishing talent from the burial ground of saints had been sent flying with a single sword strike. Lang Xiao's beautiful eyes fluttered slightly. What exactly was her relationship with Mou? She couldn't quite find the words to explain. "He is my uninitiated disciple." Bai Ping? Not yet married? Disciple? Can those two words even be combined? The Blazing Sun Sword Domain. With every step Mou took, the supremely young sword energy grew stronger. He had now ventured hundreds of miles deep into its heart. Nanming's divine fire and Xiaoke continuously guided his path. Strangely enough, though he struggled so hard to resist the sword energy, Xiaoke remained completely unscathed. As if the sword energy actively avoided her. No, perhaps it was that every seemingly casual step Xiaoke took landed precisely in the blind spots where the sword chi's turbulence failed to reach. A sacred beast that seeks fortune and avoids calamity, truly extraordinary. MOU intended to mount Xiaoko, but the moment it touched the southern brightness fire on his body, it was startled. If he mounted it, it would likely turn to ashes in the next instant. With no other choice, MOU could only proceed step by step. The deeper I go, the hotter it gets, and the sword energy grows stronger. It seems this place holds more than just the fiery intent of the Sun Sword. According to the plot, Mo Dao should arrive here in about a day. I must leave before then. Host, you really needn't worry. Wearing the ethereal heavenly feather robe, as long as you don't destroy his foundation or kill Mo Dao, he won't notice. Xiaomei chimed in at just the right moment, her lowly voice brimming with confidence. I see. Mou's eyes flickered slightly. Then there's no need to rush so much. Still, better safe than sorry. As long as he doesn't come looking for trouble, I won't bother with him either. Keeping my distance is best. Host, we have more important matters to attend to. We've no time to play games with that brat. Mou couldn't help but smile as he continued forward. Sword chi swept relentlessly toward her, yet all halted mere inches before Mou. The primordial chi and southern brightness fire intertwined, forming an invisible barrier around her body. The Sunblaze sword domain was engraved with profound array patterns that automatically adjusted the sword energy's potency based on the entrance cultivation level. Now, Mou endured the equivalent might of a peak meridian opening realm cultivator. Yet, for one who had achieved the unprecedented union of both heavenly and earthly veins, he had long surpassed the sages of old. This sword energy could naturally not harm him. Alas, the limitations of this place constrained his divine abilities. Otherwise, perhaps in just a moment, he could have stepped into the very heart of the sword domain. After an unknown span of time passed, Mou finally arrived at the banks of a molten lava river. Though calling it a river was inaccurate. The surface stretched vast and wide, molten magma churning endlessly, its edges lost to the horizon. There's no path forward. Mou murmured thoughtfully. Master, I sense a flame-like aura beneath this lava river that resembles the fire within you. Simultaneously, the southern brightness fire on Mou's body coalesced into an arrowhead, bending repeatedly as it pointed toward the riverbed. Down there, then. Mou pondered, showing no haste to descend. Spiritual energy swirled in his palm, forming a spoon-like shape as he gently scooped up some molten lava. His divine sense swept over it, carefully discerning its essence. Enveloped by the southern brightness fire, the molten rock could not harm Mou. From within the molten rock, Mou sensed a familiar aura. He racked his brain. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with realization. This lava seems to share a similar aura to that emanating from my master's corpse. Could it be, the southern brightness fire was given to me by my master? And now it guides me here. Is this also my master's arrangement? Mou recalled the flames that descended from the heavens on the day he broke through his meridians, sighing softly. Indeed, there are no mere coincidences in this world. Everything has its cause and effect. It seems my master's identity was no ordinary one. Even in death, he still influences the present world. Or perhaps, master isn't truly dead? Mou pondered this, shook his head, poured the molten lava back into the river, then slowly rose to his feet. Since it's the master's will, at least there shouldn't be too much danger. With that thought, Mou plunged down with a thud. Scorching heat washed over him, its oppressive force nearly suffocating. Beneath this lava lay a terror many times greater than anything outside. Fortunately, the southern brightness fire trembled faintly around him, and Mou instantly felt a surge of relief as the pressure eased considerably. This way, this way. The southern brightness fire coalesced into an arrowhead, guiding Mou's path. The constantly dancing sparks radiated waves of excitement. Gradually descending, at a depth of several thousand meters, the surrounding lava suddenly began to churn violently without warning. His previously stable body instantly lost its balance. Mou was tossed about for an unknown duration before the molten rock finally settled once more. By rough estimate, he had descended nearly 10,000 meters before finally catching sight of the ground. What on earth lies beneath? Mou landed and scanned his surroundings, finding no signs of human construction. This place was entirely natural. Looks like the Lingxi Sword Pavilion hasn't discovered this place either. The surroundings were a sea of crimson, dotted with sparkling crystals. Approaching closer, he saw one crimson, translucent crystal after another. Each contained flames within utterly extraordinary. Xiaomei, what kind of stones are these? Host, these are Li fire crystals. Within them lies the southern brightness Li fire that resides within you. If the host can refine all the Li fire crystals here, the power of the southern brightness Li fire will increase many, many times over. Mou paused in surprise, lifting her gaze to see a dense sea of Li fire crystals stretching before her. Countless in number. How long would it take to refine all of these? The southern brightness fire surrounding Mou, however, was abnormally excited, pulsing and dancing as if it couldn't wait. Go ahead. Mou smiled faintly and waved his hand lightly. In the next instant, the southern brightness fire roared forth, sweeping toward cluster after cluster of Li fire crystals, ceaselessly devouring them. Mou narrowed his eyes slightly. Guiding me here couldn't have been solely for these crystals. After a moment of contemplation, he began searching the depths of the molten lava. Finally, after several hours, MOU made a discovery. At the very center, surrounded by countless clusters of fire crystals, a massive crimson crystal stood silently. Within the crystal, a skeleton was sealed. No flesh, no life, only crimson bones. And within the eye sockets, a flame that had never been extinguished. Chapter 68, The Four Celestial Beasts of Tian-Ke, the Southern Pole. Is this a divine bird? MOU's divine sense swept over it, vaguely discerning the complete outline of the carcass. Long, broad wing bones covered a vast portion of its body, roughly estimated to be 100 zhang in length. In its prime, when it took flight, its wings must have been vast enough to obscure the sky and block out the sun. Whether it was due to MOU's arrival or not, the surrounding fire crystals suddenly began to vibrate in unison. In perfect unison. MOU's eyes flickered slightly as he swiftly withdrew his southern brightness departing fire. Cracks appeared on the fire crystals. The flames within seemed to be drawn by some force, bursting through the cracks. Simultaneously, the surrounding lava churned violently, forming a massive vortex. The vortex gradually expanded outward from the location of the corpse. Strangely, however, it caused no destruction in its path. Even as it swept past MOU, it felt merely like a gentle caress. This lava vortex seemed to exist solely for the purpose of clearing a space. As MOU had anticipated, it wasn't long before the flowing lava coalesced into a cylindrical area several thousand feet in diameter. It extended straight down to the ground, allowing light from outside to easily illuminate MOU's face. The flames ignited within the fire crystal continuously coalesced, solidifying into characters mid-air. They were not characters of the present age, yet MOU understood their meaning instinctively. The way of heaven shows no mercy, bringing calamity upon the world. I, the divine flame vermilion bird, one of the four spirits of the celestial palace, reign over the southern extremity. Unable to bear the suffering of all beings, I rise in defiance against heaven. Yet, the heavens are boundless and infinite, ultimately beyond our power to withstand. All four spirits of the celestial gate fell, calamity spread across the land, and the mortal world came to an end. In my final moments, I leave this legacy behind, awaiting one destined to inherit it. Rebellion against heaven. MOU murmured, his eyes deepening as contemplation filled his mind. At that moment, the flames in the sky shifted once more. They coalesced into scrolls of scripture. The vermilion bird's record of world incineration. The legacy of the divine flame vermilion bird. Those possessing the vermilion bird's bloodline or bearing the southern brightness separating fire may study it. Any who are neither shall perish if they attempt to learn it. The vermilion bird's record of world incineration, southern brightness separation fire. MOU smiled faintly. Master gave me this flame, likely intending for me to master this vermilion bird legacy, right? Could it be that my master is a descendant of the divine flame vermilion bird? The thought crossed his mind, but MOU quickly shook his head. The woman in the ice coffin was human, that much MOU could confirm. As for her connection to the divine flame vermilion bird, only a miracle could reveal that if she ever awoke. But how could one who was already dead possibly awaken? MOU shook his head, putting the thought aside, and began to focus his mind on comprehending the scriptures. The vermilion bird's record of world incineration was not complex. At least, compared to the 5 primordial laws, it was far simpler. Yet compared to other cultivation methods existing in the world today, it stood head and shoulders above them. The myriad scarlet bird killing techniques recorded within possessed truly astonishing power. Merely contemplating them sent a chill down MOU's spine. The most formidable and captivating technique within was cataclysmic inferno. The southern brightness fire consumes all in the world. Unfortunately, this technique could only be wielded by those possessing the vermilion bird bloodline. MOU didn't mind, however the other treasure techniques were sufficient for his needs. 1 breath, 2 breaths. After dozens of breaths, the entire vermilion bird's world burning record was fully imprinted in MOU's mind. Except for the few techniques requiring bloodline, he had comprehended the rest thoroughly. Its power surpasses my expectations. MOU flicked his sleeves lightly, and the shadow of the divine flame vermilion bird instantly manifested behind him. The southern brightness fire swirled around his body, its cries resonating with power and vitality. At that very moment, within the colossal fire crystal, crimson flames ignited upon the divine flame vermilion bird's remains. Crack! The sound of shattering crystal echoed. MOU stared in astonishment as the crimson bones before him began to stir. What's going on? Host, it seems you've triggered something rather extraordinary. Suddenly, blazing flames erupted from the vermilion phoenix's remains, shooting skyward to pierce the heavens. Terrifying, scorching, majestic, waves of these sensations surged and swirled throughout the entire Xiantian burning pool. Everyone was drawn by the earth-shaking commotion, rushing toward the towering pillar of fire. Even Lang Xiao's divine consciousness avatar couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. That's the blazing sun sword domain, but why is there such terrifying flame? Moreover, the aura of these flames seems strikingly similar to MOU's southern brightness departing fire. At this thought, Lang Xiao's eyes narrowed sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged forward at full speed. Outside. Bai Ping's expression changed abruptly as she sensed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanating from the Xiantian burning pool.
Junior sister, what's happening?
The Blazing Sun Sword domain has shown signs of disturbance, Leng Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Ping immediately split off a thread of divine sense and sent it into the Xiantian burning pool, just as Leng Xiao had done. This was a privilege granted to the trial masters of the Sword Pavilion, a precautionary measure to prevent accidents during the trials. They could project their divine sense into the pool, enabling them to rescue any disciples encountering danger at any moment. At this very moment, the fiery clouds in the sky shifted ceaselessly, all coincidentally revealing the same vision. Many of the present great cultivators, with keen spiritual senses, stared intently, vigilant against any oversight. For the Xiantian burning pool was a supreme treasure, and the opportunities it held within remained largely unexplored by Lingxi Sword Pavilion.
To grasp this opportunity for enlightenment would make the journey truly worthwhile.
The aerial spectacle gradually sharpened. At the heart of the molten river, a vortex thousands of feet wide drew gasps of wonder from the crowd.
The flames shooting skyward were even more captivating. Look! There's someone up there!
At the cry, all eyes turned to see a human figure suspended mid-air, enveloped in flames that obscured their features. But the illusory form of the vermilion bird behind them was strikingly vivid.
That. Could it be the legendary divine beast, the vermilion bird? Who is he? Why does he bear the legacy of the vermilion bird?
All eyes turned to Feng Zhang, but he too looked utterly bewildered.
When did Lingxi Sword Pavilion ever have such a disciple? Never heard of him? Only Bai Ping looked pensive, whispering telepathically, "Junior sister, is he the one you were looking for?" Leng Xiao nodded softly, her gaze unwavering. It's him.
At that moment, deep within the molten lava of the Blazing Sun Sword domain, Mou's eyes fixed intently on the flames before him.
From within the flames, a divine consciousness ripple emanated. It was a woman's voice, tinged with the weight of time. Your insight astonishes heaven and earth, awakening my last shred of obsession.
Yet I never imagined you were not of the Vermilion Bird clan, but of the human race.
A hint of disappointment tinged the voice. Mou bowed slightly. Elder, do you have any final wishes? Having received your legacy, I can fulfill them for you.
Years ago, as I neared my end, I left behind a true feather. It could activate the purest divine flame of the Vermilion Bird within the blood of future descendants. I had intended to pass this legacy down to them. But alas, without the Vermilion Bird's bloodline, the true feather cannot sustain itself. The Scarlet Phoenixes remained sighed wistfully that a human could comprehend the Scarlet Phoenix's world-burning record to such a degree within mere breaths.
It seems our Vermilion Bird clan has truly fallen into decline.
Mou fell silent, choosing not to reveal the truth that the Vermilion Bird clan had vanished from the Tsunyu continent.
The flames surrounding the Vermilion Phoenixes remains vanished.
Miraculously, flesh and feathers began to grow over its once crimson bones. Radiant with brilliant light and divine aura, the crimson divine bird reappeared in the world. A sacred and majestic aura spread outward. Human youth, within the Vermilion Bird's record of world incineration lies one technique unrecorded, a method created solely by this sovereign. Should you overcome me, I shall impart this technique to you. Should you encounter the Vermilion Bird clan in the future, I pray you will do your utmost to aid them.
Mou's eyes narrowed with focus. Please enlighten me, honored predecessor.
With that, the divine flame Vermilion Bird dissolved into countless illusory forms, surging toward Mou in a relentless assault.
Chapter 69, Burning Immortals.
Scarlet clouds filled the sky, crimson flames staining the entire expanse. The divine flame Vermilion Bird's cry shook heaven and earth. Rolling lava surged and churned, whipping up towering waves that threatened to devour everything in sight. The disciples of Lingxi Sword Pavilion who had arrived paled in shock. Some swiftly summoned magical treasures to shield their bodies. Others retreated at breakneck speed. Others soared skyward, striving for heights beyond the reach of the colossal waves. Merely the aftereffects of the battle forced them to expend every ounce of strength to withstand it. Could this truly be a battle between mere opening vein realm cultivators? Equally stunned were the assembled Tao-seeking masters from outside, among whom were masters of mastered flame-based mystical arts. Now, gazing upon the surging southern brightness fire filling the sky, they too were momentarily transfixed. Leng Xiao gazed at the shadowy figure enveloped in the fiery glow, a brilliant starlight flickering in her eyes.
As if everything were meant to be.
Above the Blazing Sun Sword domain, the illusory Vermilion Phoenix behind Mou spread its wings and soared into the sky.
Yet it remained vastly weaker than the true divine flame Vermilion Bird. This is the Vermilion Bird's four strikes using its wings as blades, scattering feathers to slay foes. Divine thoughts transmitted as the divine flame Vermilion Bird's wings glided, tracing perfect arcs of fire across the sky. In the next instant, an endless torrent of feathers swept toward Mou. But the speed seemed surprisingly slow. Mou soared into the air, standing still, gazing intently at the spiritual energy trails between each feather. What is he doing? Why isn't he dodging such a slow attack?
The crowd was utterly absorbed in the battle between MOU and the vermilion bird, as if they were right there in the thick of it. Yet they were equally perplexed by MOU's actions. Any cultivator who had opened their meridians could dodge an attack this slow. Just then, someone caught a glimpse of something and let out an incredulous cry. Could it be that Suzaku's shadow was imparting teachings? At these words, everyone's pupils contracted slightly. Transmitting teachings in the midst of combat? Are you kidding me? What kind of God-defying insight would the recipient need to possess? And the slightest misstep would lead to spiritual backlash, chaotic energy, or even life-threatening danger. They were stunned. Their gazes fixed on MOU, filled with doubt. Could he truly comprehend it? Moments later, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The illusory vermilion bird behind MOU let out a piercing cry to the heavens. Its wings swept upward like flowing flames. The next instant, the southern brightness fire transformed into feathers, surging forward like a torrential shower of blossoms. Feather upon feather collided, igniting violent explosions in the air. The shockwaves scattered, sending the Lingxi Sword Pavilion disciples tumbling, unable to look directly at the scene. He had truly attained enlightenment. Bai Ping stared blankly at the scene, her lips parting involuntarily. Junior sister, who exactly is he? Throughout her cultivation journey, she had witnessed countless prodigies, yet never had she seen anyone comprehend a divine technique to such a profound level within mere breaths. And this was the legendary divine power of the true spirit. Its profound intricacies were beyond compare, far surpassing any ordinary divine power. This astonished her even more than learning of the divine flame vermilion phoenix within the mystic heaven burning pool. Senior sister, he is far more than that. Lang Xiao's lips curved slightly, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Soon, MOU moved. It was the sacred technique recorded in the Vermilion Bird's world-burning chronicles. The shadow of the Vermilion Bird, enveloped in boundless spiritual energy, surged toward the divine flame Vermilion Bird. What is he doing? Using the Scarlet Phoenix clan's divine technique before the divine flame Scarlet Phoenix? That's like showing off in front of the master. Flames flickered in the divine flame Vermilion Bird's eyes. With a light flap of its wings, the Vermilion Bird's shadow vanished instantly. Not enough. A stern voice echoed in MOU's mind. Again. Behind MOU, the shadow of the divine bird reappeared. Could he be verifying what he's learned? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The divine technique manifested once more. This time, MOU's spiritual energy flowed with fewer flaws, and its power had clearly increased several-fold. Why is he progressing so rapidly? The disciples of Lingxi Sword Pavilion stared blankly, their faces etched with astonishment and bewilderment. The once proud group of Tianxia disciples now felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. What are you all standing there for? Bai Ping finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted in exasperation. Such a golden opportunity, are you all going to waste it? That's the voice of our grandmaster. The disciples snapped out of their stupor and immediately sat cross-legged. Yes. Though our comprehension may not reach even 1/10,000th of his, we too can gain insight. Thus, the disciples all crossed their legs and sat down, seeking to comprehend the way of the Vermilion Bird. Not long after, MOU had verified every precious technique within the Vermilion Bird's world-burning record. Now everything had been fully integrated and mastered, without the slightest flaw. Thank you, senior. He bowed slightly, paying his respects to the divine flame Vermilion Bird. The divine flame Vermilion Bird remained silent for a long while. I have never witnessed an existence so defying of the heavens as yours. Your body seems capable of bearing 10,000 paths? Even among the pure-blooded descendants of the Vermilion Bird clan, those who have mastered the Vermilion Bird's world-burning record to your level are few and far between. As the words fell, flames flickered incessantly within the divine flame Vermilion Bird's eyes. Perhaps, you truly can. Young man, I bestow this true feather of the divine flame Vermilion Bird upon you. Should you ever encounter a descendant of the Vermilion Bird clan, I entrust you to pass down the legacy. Elder? You? MOU's heart filled with astonishment. Now, your comprehension of the Vermilion Bird's divine abilities has reached its peak, sufficient to sustain this true feather. The only flaw is that you lack the Vermilion Bird bloodline, preventing you from unleashing the full might of its divine power. Yet, the Vermilion Bird bloodline might only be a burden to you. The divine flame Vermilion Bird sighed softly. Young man, I know you have not yet exerted your full strength. This final technique, may I witness your most formidable form? MOU heard these words and finally nodded slowly. The 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword materialized in his hand. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. What kind of sword is that? It's surrounded by a pure aura of Tao essence, and it's so beautiful? The sword is indeed remarkable. The divine flame Vermilion Bird spread its wings and cried out. At the southernmost edge of heaven, the divine bird descends upon the world, known as the Vermilion Bird. The southern divine flame, consuming its own being, boils the world and incinerates immortals. This is the forbidden divine power of my Vermilion Bird clan, immortal incineration. Boy, can you even handle this?
Mo Yuning focused his spirit, channeling all his spiritual energy into the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword. Clear and purple chi intertwined, igniting a void fire around his body as endless blades of annihilation materialized. His aura instantly became terrifying beyond measure. Spectators rose to their feet, stunned by the sheer might of this strike. Even the mighty Tao-seeking sages were no exception. Elder, please enlighten me. This sword is called 10,000 Phenomena. This technique is called Eternal Silence. The divine flame Vermilion Bird's eyes held boundless astonishment, but swiftly, that shock transformed into an endless smile. Eternal Silence. Excellent. With that, the divine flame Vermilion Bird transformed into the burning immortal flames, completely engulfing MOU. Everyone's hearts hung in suspense. Who had won? On one side stood the legendary remnant of a true spirit, on the other, an unparalleled prodigy whose depths remained unfathomable. In the next instant, within the embrace of the immortal burning flames, the void fire broke through the blockade and surged upward. Countless blades of annihilation pierced through the blaze, streaking toward the heavens. MOU swung his sword, and in an instant, the burning immortal flames vanished without a trace. The most forbidden divine power of the Vermilion Bird clan. Yet it still fell. Defeated by MOU's sword. This is utterly unbelievable. The news sent shockwaves through the external sects. Who is he? What's his name? Whose disciple is he? A barrage of questions poured forth, leaving the Lingxi Sword Pavilion disciples overwhelmed. Yet not a single one could provide an answer. Cold Xiao's palm, clenched tightly around the armrest, relaxed slightly as a smile spread across her face. Above the blazing sun's sword domain. Scattered sparks gathered around, coalescing once more into a shadowy figure. No longer the divine flame Vermilion Bird, but a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in crimson. With a gentle wave of her jade-like hand, flames ignited, sealing off all perception. Then, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she gazed at MOU, she spoke softly. Young man, you have won. Chapter 70, I beat him up should be fine, right? This junior understands. It was the senior who showed mercy. MOU sheathed the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword and spoke with a smile. Not at all. The woman transformed from the divine flame Vermilion Bird shook her head. Her palm tapped lightly, ripples spreading through the air as if setting up an array. Defeat is defeat. Fighting at the same level, I couldn't have blocked that last strike. Throughout history, no more than 5 beings have ever managed to block it. With that, the woman smiled again. Moreover, I can see you still have reserves left. MOU remained silent, offering no denial. He had indeed held back. Within the embryonic universe in his Dantian Sea of Qi lay a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. Far, far more than what flowed through his physical body. If unleashed in full, the power of eternal silence would be unimaginable. Of course. MOU's current cultivation realm could never withstand such colossal spiritual energy. To force its use would only be an option in the most desperate of situations, a desperate act to destroy both himself and his enemy. But you know what? Impossible situations like that could never happen to me. The woman raised her hand slightly. As she spoke, crimson array patterns glowed around her. From within the patterns, a feather slowly rose. MOU knew this was the true feather of the divine flame Vermilion Bird. Entirely crimson in hue, it resembled a blazing flame, perpetually enveloped by the southern brightness fire. Within it lay the divine power and profound truths of the Vermilion Bird clan. Channel your divine power and absorb it into your body, the woman said calmly. MOU obeyed. The southern brightness fire that had just risen around him instantly formed an inseparable bond with the true feather. The true feather swiftly plunged into MOU's body, heading straight for his Dantianshi high. The woman smiled faintly. Now, all matters are settled. I can depart with peace of mind. Her voice held no sorrow, no reluctance, only peace. She had always been an obsession. Now that she had found her anchor, she was content. Do you have the Yin Soul Pearl on you? The sudden question caught MOU off guard. Senior, I do indeed have 2. MOU retrieved the pitch-black treasure pearls shrouded in Yin energy and suspended them midair. 2, that should suffice, the woman murmured. After I disperse, I shall leave behind a fragment of my bones. That is a supreme yang object, existing in mutual opposition and complementarity with these Yin Soul Pearls. My elder brother and I once calculated that beyond the gathering spirit realm lies a legendary ultimate realm. Should you aspire to break through, you may use my remains? Senior. MOU was visibly moved. He was not a descendant of the Vermilion Bird, and their encounter had been but a fleeting one. Yet she had gone to such lengths, even offering up everything she possessed. The woman raised her hand, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. This is not without cost. I require you to promise me one thing. Please speak, Senior. Should calamity befall the world once more in the future, I implore you to do everything in your power to halt its spread and protect all living beings. This is my final request. The woman spoke with profound sincerity. MOU heard her words and curved his lips upward. You worry too much, Senior. My only wish is for a beautiful and contented life.
A world ravaged by calamity can hardly be called beautiful, much less pleasant.
Should that day truly come, this junior will spare no effort to eliminate the calamity. Very well.
The woman seemed satisfied with the answer.
Smiling, her form gradually grew ethereal. Finally, before Mou's eyes, she vanished completely. Farewell. The faint voice echoed in his ears as the surrounding flames faded away.
A sudden heaviness and bitterness settled in Mou's heart. A true spirit of her generation who died to save all beings. Now, it had also sacrificed its sole remaining bone for the living creatures of the world. The crimson bones in his palm felt slightly warm.
Mou murmured, Elder, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Host, are you ready to find a place to break through? Xiaomei's voice lacked its usual playfulness, tinged with a hint of mourning. Yes, find a place. Break through to Gathering Spirit. Host, to the north lies the heart of the Xiantian burning pool, the sole convergence point of yin and yang. That location is most suitable for your breakthrough. Mou nodded and was about to leave. However, figures materialized from thin air, encircling him completely. Esteemed senior disciple, under which elder do you study? All the arrivals were disciples of the Lingxi Sword Pavilion, attempting to peer through the flames to discern Mou's true identity. But it was destined to be futile. Meanwhile, onlookers outside were equally curious about Mou's identity. With the vermilion bird spirit dissipated, he was the sole living inheritor of its legacy. Even Lingxi Sword Pavilion disciples weren't beyond snatching him back to their sect. Mou's unparalleled insight combined with the vermilion bird's legacy had already stirred the ambitions of numerous factions, each formulating their own plans. Above the blazing sun sword domain, Mou's expression darkened. What do you intend to do? Senior brother, please don't misunderstand. We've just had a slight epiphany and still have some doubts. We only wish to seek your guidance. Mou waved his hand dismissively. First, I have neither the time nor the obligation to help you resolve your doubts. Second, don't call me senior brother. I'm not a disciple of Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Third, I'm in a terrible mood right now. Don't provoke me, or I'll make sure you're carried out on stretchers. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. He's not a disciple of Lingxi Sword Pavilion? Then how did he get in? Outside, Fong Zhang's expression darkened. So he really isn't. He had anticipated this outcome, and now it was confirmed. Meanwhile, all factions including the Burial Grounds, Immortal Echo Valley, the Nine Palaces Bug Clan, and even Mount Sumeru Temple fixed their eager gazes upon Mou. Not a disciple of Lingxi Sword Pavilion? That made things much simpler. Bai Ping's brows furrowed slightly as she inquired, Junior sister, what exactly is your relationship with him? Is he your disciple? After a moment's silence, Lang Xiao replied indifferently, sooner or later, he will be. Bai Ping. Within the Xiantian burning pool, the disciples of Lingxi Sword Pavilion wore expressions of hesitation, momentarily unsure how to proceed. According to the rules, non-Lingxi Sword Pavilion disciples were not permitted to participate in the trials. The opportunities within the Xiantian burning pool must not be taken by outsiders. Yet the terrifying aftereffects of that battle still lingered in everyone's minds, refusing to fade. For a moment, no one dared speak. Just then, a figure finally arrived from the horizon. Mo Dao had arrived. His complexion was rosy, his spiritual energy brimming. It was clear he had gained immense fortune somewhere. Little fire guy. I finally found you. A babyish voice rang out as Mo Dao raised his chubby little finger toward Mou. Surrender now and come into my storage pouch. Or else, once I strike, it'll be too late for regrets. Mou. That kid's expression is just asking to be punched. Under normal circumstances, Mou would never have anything to do with Mo Dao. But right now, Mou was in a foul mood and needed somewhere to vent. Leaving like this would leave his thoughts unresolved. And Mo Dao was the perfect target for that. Xiaomei, if I beat him up, will he come after me? Host, rest assured. Just don't cripple him. Missing an arm or a leg? He won't be able to detect the host. Mou heard this and slowly curled the corners of his mouth. Little brat, I hear you're a natural-born supreme being? Oomph. Little fireball, surrender if you're scared. Mo Dao stood with hands on hips, a smug look on his face. Ha, you're quite confident. Mou chuckled. In that case, today I'll show you what the world's treacherous nature truly means. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately stepped back, yet their eyes brimmed with boundless anticipation. A clash between a natural prodigy and a mysterious genius. This battle would surely be evenly matched, perhaps even etched into the annals of cultivation history. Chapter 71, The Thief Saint Tai by Mo Dao's Terrifying Power. The Blazing Sun Sword Domain, under the watchful eyes of all. From the great sages seeking the Tao to the ordinary disciples, all eyes were fixed on this confrontation. A natural-born supreme being with all 108 meridians fully open faced off against the Zhuke heir with otherworldly comprehension. Who would prevail? Who would fall? That youth enveloped in flames appears no different in stature from ordinary men, yet his age seems far greater than that of the heavenly sovereign. The words came from an elder of the Firecloud sect of East Continent.
The Fire Cloud sect ranked among the foremost major sects of the eastern continent, rivaling the three northern sects, and was particularly renowned for its mastery of flame-based divine abilities.
That makes sense.
Though he's only 3 years old, his Dao veins are fully open.
In terms of potential, he undoubtedly holds the greater advantage. The question is, how many Dao veins has this youth within the flames mastered?
If he has fully opened his earth veins, perhaps he could leverage the dual advantages of the vermilion bird divine power and his slightly longer cultivation years to fight the heavenly sovereign to a standstill. Within the opening veins realm, each vein represents a tier of heaven. Those with all Dao veins open hold absolute advantage in battles against peers. A young prodigy with such profound insight must have opened the heavenly vein. Otherwise, how could the vermilion bird spirit have bestowed its legacy upon him? Someone declared with conviction.
Not necessarily.
The vermilion bird clan differs from the human race, placing greater emphasis on bloodline divine abilities much like the demon clans today.
The Dao veins are not the sole criterion for measuring an inheritor, another countered. Who do you think you are? Have you ever been a vermilion bird? Spouting nonsense like this?
In my view, a white-bearded elder spoke leisurely, stroking his beard, that youth in the flames will undoubtedly surpass the heavenly sovereign.
That sword strike just now was witnessed by all who here could have parried it at the opening meridian stage? Instantly, all voices fell silent. Dao Wuhan followed the voice, his eyes flashing with excitement. Ninger, that seems to be the elder who bestowed my thieving arts. Old man Tai Bai, it's you.
The elder from Huoyun's sect recognized the thief Saint Tai Bai, gathering spiritual energy to strike. Numerous powerful figures from various sects mirrored his actions, their murderous intent unmasked. Indeed, many bore grudges against the thief Saint Tai Bai.
Hey! What do you think you're doing? This is Lingxi Sword Pavilion, how dare you act so brazenly?
Tai Bai flicked his sleeves and flashed to stand beside thief Wuhan.
Well, little Wuhan. Long time no see. Dao Wuhan startled, Senior, it's been a long time.
He felt terrifying divine senses sweeping over him. His heart screamed.
This is it.
This definitely meant he'd be added to every sect's most wanted list. Old man Tai Bai, you stole our sect's most precious treasure, yet you dare show your face here.
Today, we will kill you.
Before long, several figures soared into the air, their terrifying Dao laws surging forth as they charged toward Tai Bai, Dao Wuhan, and Yao Ning. Their stance seemed poised to annihilate the trio.
Oomph!
A cold voice rang out. Before Tai Bai and his companions, frost blossomed, nullifying every attack without a trace.
Who is it?
The crowd gasped in shock.
Lingxi Sword Pavilion will not tolerate your insolence. Lang Xiao's calm words carried a chill of lethal intent. Those suspended in midair instantly felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cave. It was Lang Xiao. That aura, terrifying.
From the directions of the burial ground of saints, Immortal Echo Valley, the Nine Palaces Bug Clan, and Sumeru Mountain Temple, peak-level powerhouses all lifted their gazes, fixing their eyes on Lang Xiao. Their gazes held a hint of astonishment.
Fong Zhang curled his lips upward. Oomph, a bunch of old fools.
They're truly shocked by my junior sister's progress.
Everyone, this is a trial of my Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Anyone who causes trouble is declaring war against my Lingxi Sword Pavilion.
His calm voice sent a shiver through the bodies of those great masters from the various sects.
Oomph. Old man Tai Bai, just you wait.
With a final shout, they obediently returned to their seats.
Tai Bai curled his lips. Pfft, little cutie. Just you wait. Senior, why have you come? Dao Wuhan couldn't help but ask. I was asked to help find something. They said handing it over to you would suffice. Ha? Me? Dao Wuhan looked utterly bewildered.
Tai Bai waved his hand, tossing his storage pouch to Dao Wuhan.
Dao Wuhan focused his divine sense. Only one item lay within.
It was a fiery gemstone, radiating intense yang energy.
Senior, what is this? The Yang Soul Orb.
I nearly lost my life over this thing, Tai Bai grumbled irritably. Simultaneously, a divine thought echoed within Dao Wuhan's mind.
The trial ends. I shall come for it myself. Dao Wuhan froze. The one who hired the thief Saint Tai Bai was Lang Xiao?
The brief commotion subsided. Lang Xiao gazed at Mou, murmuring to herself, the Yang Soul Pearl.
I have found it for you.
Beside her, Bai Ping asked curiously, Junior sister, who do you think will win him or Dower?
Lang Xiao replied calmly, Mo Dao has no chance of winning. Bai Ping. Has he also unlocked all his Dao veins?
Lang Xiao pursed her lips.
He has only one. Bai Ping? Only one? Are you kidding me? Within the Xiantian burning pool, Mo Dao's aura surged to its peak.
The 108 meridians on his body resonated with the surroundings, drawing boundless spiritual energy into the Dao veins.
Within the blazing sun sword domain, sword energies roared in unison. A surge of sword intent shot skyward, sinking into Mo Dao's body. Little fire guy, I've gained new insight. You're doomed to lose. Mo chuckled. Bring it on. Show me what you've got. Yeah.
Watch this sword.
Supreme runes manifested upon Mo Dao's chest. The Lingxi sword technique, the blazing sun sword intent, and an unknown mystical aura of yellow and black.
The fiery aura was too terrifying, forcing Mo Dao to unleash his full power from the very start. All his techniques coalesced into a crimson giant sword, slashing down toward Mou. The surrounding Lingxi sword pavilion disciples gasped in shock.
Is this truly Mo Dao's full power? Such overwhelming power.
When he fought us, he likely didn't even use 10% of his strength.
A natural-born supreme being truly extraordinary.
The eyes of the assembled masters likewise betrayed astonishment. His supreme rune seamlessly integrates multiple divine techniques, sword intent, and cultivation methods perfectly harmonized, without a single flaw. This is equivalent to several natural-born supreme beings attacking simultaneously at full strength.
No, it goes even further.
Under the embrace of that supreme rune, the power of the divine techniques, sword intent, and cultivation methods has surged several-fold. With this single strike, no prodigy at the opening veins realm across all sects in this world can withstand it.
Can he possibly block it? The same question surfaced in everyone's minds simultaneously.
Mou gazed at the crimson greatsword descending toward him, a faint smile curling his lips. Truly the protagonist, his power is in a league of its own.
With that, the 5 primordial laws circulated. The unique Dao vein of heaven and earth fusion manifested within her body.
Primordial chi swirled around her form. The southern brightness fire seemed to possess boundless energy, surging skyward and transforming into a colossal hand of flame.
With a thunderous crash, the colossal sword collided with the fiery hand.
Instantly, terrifying shockwaves radiated outward. The entire Xiantian burning pool trembled violently. The disciples of Lingxi Sword Pavilion were flung about once more, utterly unable to steady themselves.
Yet, after a few breaths, everything fell silent once more. Has the outcome been decided? Who won?
Eagerness gripped the crowd as they clenched their teeth, lifted their chins, and fixed their eyes upon the sky.
The next moment, a jaw-dropping scene etched itself into every mind.
The colossal hand forged from the southern brightness fire held Mo Dao's vermilion greatsword firmly in place with just 2 fingers.
Even straining every ounce of strength, Mo Dao could not move an inch. Chapter 72, Heaven and Earth unite in astonishment. The great powers have begun their scramble? This is impossible.
Such a terrifying strike, yet he parried it with such ease. The Lingxi Sword Pavilion disciples closest to the scene were utterly stunned. They keenly felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the vermilion greatsword, fully aware of its terrifying might. Yet Mou, who had restrained the colossal blade with merely 2 fingers, was utterly beyond comprehension. It wasn't blocking, nor was it shattering. He had effortlessly pinched it between his fingers. This signified that Mou's strength utterly surpassed Mo Dao's. This was no ordinary gap, it was a true chasm. Yaha! Mo Dao strained with all his might yet couldn't budge the massive sword an inch. His divine abilities, sword intent, and cultivation techniques seemed to freeze instantly, utterly unable to escape the grasp of those flame-formed fingers.
Mou smiled faintly. Little fire guy, don't get cocky. I still have a secret move.
Mo Dao bared his tiny milk teeth, his chubby face flushed with anger. Spirit energy surged rapidly through his plump little hands, radiating a dazzling divine glow.
The next moment,
108 streams continuously surged with mystical energy, coalescing into form.
A colossal phantom of Mo Dao materialized in an instant. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could this be the legendary merging of Dao and veins?
A chorus of gasps filled the air. No, he's merely using supreme runes to forcibly gather the Dao veins' energy together,
achieving the effect of Dao veins' unification. Though it's a stretch, it's still unbeatable. Truly worthy of a natural supreme being to achieve such a feat. At this vein-opening realm, he has no equal, murmured the assembled powerhouses. Dao vein unity, that realm only exists in theoretical legends. Even if Mo Dao forcibly gathered it with the supreme rune, its power remains unstoppable. The youth in the flames is about to fall. He is about to lose, is he?
Bai Ping had harbored the same thought.
But seeing Lang Xiao's unflappable expression, a question mark formed in her mind.
Truly destined by heaven at 3 years old, he has already touched the threshold of unifying heaven and earth.
Mou smiled, murmuring to himself. But alas, I walk ahead of you.
As the thought passed, the southern brightness fire surrounding him abruptly froze.
In the blink of an eye, Mou was enveloped in the aura of the Dao, the sole Dao vein of heaven and earth's union, radiating a faint glow, piercing through the flames, crossing the mystic heaven burning pool. It then enveloped the entire Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Impossible. Fangjiang, Bai Ping. The burial grounds, Immortal Echo Valley, the 9 palaces Bug Clan, Mount Sumeru. Every Dao-seeking powerhouse present abruptly rose to their feet, casting aside their usual dignified composure. Their bodies trembled with excitement, faces frozen in disbelief. Eyes fixed intently on Mou, their hearts remained unsettled for a long time. Even the ancient ancestor of Lingxi Sword Pavilion's ancestral domain slowly opened his eyes. Heaven and earth united, unprecedented in history. He succeeded. The faint murmur reverberated like thunder in the ocean, instantly unleashing a colossal tidal wave. What?
Many cultivators hadn't grasped the significance, assuming Mou had merely forced the condensation of his Dao veins like Mo Dao.
But upon hearing the words he succeeded, they fell instantly silent.
This means he has surpassed all the ancient sages of the human race, standing at the very forefront.
It's truly terrifying. Who exactly is he? Everyone was consumed by curiosity about Mou's identity.
Lang Xiao pursed her lips, having anticipated this outcome.
The spirit fox formed from Juku licked its lips, murmuring to itself, looks like a fight's about to break out.
Meanwhile, the hidden Yaoquan gazed with awe. The sovereign's might has only revealed 1/10,000th of its true power. At the same moment, within the Xiantian burning pool, Mou gave a light pinch.
Mo Dao's phantom form shattered instantly. Mo Dao froze.
He stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered and at a loss, until Mou grabbed him by the collar and yanked him upright.
"Ya! Let me go!" Mo Dao flailed his chubby limbs, struggling desperately. Mou's lips curved upward. "You're quite the feisty little one, aren't you? Oomph. Little fire guy, just you wait. Next time, I'll definitely beat you." Mo Dao was thoroughly. "Looks like you're not satisfied. I'm only 3. When I grow up, I'll beat you to a pulp." With that, Mo Dao opened his mouth, lunging to bite Mou's arm.
But before he could make contact, the southern brightness fire crackling around him zapped him.
Mo Dao's body jerked back and his lips instantly swelled up. "Wah! You're bullying me."
The pain must have been too much, for Mo Dao's eyes welled up with tears and he burst into tears.
Mo, you drifted off in thought. Still just a kid, huh? Hey, little brat, I'm showing mercy by sparing your life and leaving you a little souvenir.
As he spoke, Mo Dao felt a sudden chill on his buttocks.
Ah! What are you doing? Smack!
The imprint of a palm, infused with the southern Ming's departing fire, was firmly etched onto Mo Dao's childish buttocks.
It won't fade for 10 or 8 years. Oomph, quite resilient, isn't it? Everyone. Take that. Mou tossed Mo Dao high into the air, then delivered another kick to the boy's bouncy butt.
Mo Dao shot out like a ball, turning into a streak of light that flew 10,000 miles away.
"You damn little fireball, just you wait." Mou clapped his hands. "Good riddance. Go find your own destiny."
Phew, gotta say, beating up the protagonist feels pretty damn good.
Host, why did you just blast him away? Xiaomei wants to spank his butt too. Mou. Ahem, anyone else care to try?
Upon hearing this, the disciples of Lingxi Sword Pavilion trembled, retreating step by step. Instinctively, they clasped their hands behind their backs, shielding their vital areas. Seeing this, Mou saw no point in wasting further time. He activated his teleportation technique, shrinking the distance to an inch, and vanished without a trace.
Outside, the eyes of the gathered great masters brimmed with excitement and anticipation.
This youth possesses divine fire, perfectly aligned with the inheritance techniques of our burial holy land. Heaven has destined him to be my disciple. At the location of the burial holy ground, a gaunt old man spoke slowly, his once cloudy eyes now piercingly clear.
Amitba.
This child bears the innate features of a Buddha statue.
He must be the reincarnation of the Buddha himself. He should enter our Buddhist order and become a living Buddha disciple.
The old monk of Mount Sumera clasped his hands together, his expression solemn.
"Oh my, you old monk. You spout nonsense without a second thought. You haven't even seen his face yet, and you're already claiming he has the Buddha's likeness? How shameless."
From the Nine Palaces Bug Clan's direction, a bewitching woman toyed with a silver-ringed snake in her hand, her face twisted in disdain.
"I think he has a natural affinity for fire. He'd be perfect for learning our clan's secret arts." Ahem, ahem. A cough echoed from the direction of Xianwen Valley as a white-haired crone, staff in hand, stepped forward. "Ladies, cease your bickering. This youth is most suited to join our immortal Hearing Valley." "Oi, old hag. Did I ask you? Why are you butting in?"
The Bug Clan woman's eyebrows shot upward, her aura at the peak of her power radiating unchecked.
Ahem, ahem. Thinking of fighting? This old woman will see it through to the end. If that is your wish, then let us fight. The gaunt old man's eyes flashed as he rose into the air. Amitba. Since none of you are willing to yield, this monk can only stop the fighting with force. Almost simultaneously, four overwhelming auras surged skyward, crushing the crowd beneath them. Oomph. A cold voice echoed through Lingxi Sword Pavilion. The next instant,
a long sword, radiant with flowing light, neither gold nor iron, plummeted to the center of the arena, instantly unleashing boundless might. The crowd gasped in horror, hastily summoning their treasures to defend themselves. A breathtakingly beautiful figure, clad in snow-white robes, descended slowly from the sky. Her graceful form resembled a celestial maiden detached from the mortal world, captivating all who beheld her. Frost swirled around her, adding a touch of icy solitude, as if keeping others at arm's length.
Who else could it be but Lang Xiao?
Lang Xiao's jade-like hand flickered, and the Shizhua sword responded with a ringing sound, flying into her grasp. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the sword swept through the air, unleashing a blizzard of frost. Her beautiful eyes swept indifferently over the crowd as that clear, icy voice rang out once more. "He is mine. If anyone dares to take him, then come and fight. Chapter 73, One Against for the Human Race's First Quest for Truth. Oh my. The little girl who used to be so delicate and fragile now thinks she can challenge us? The Peak Dao Seeker woman of the Nine Palaces Bug Clan curved her lips slightly, sizing up Ling Xiao from head to toe. Lingxi's sword pavilion truly struck gold. Reaching the pinnacle in just over 3,000 years is astonishing. The old crone of Xianwen Valley coughed incessantly, glancing at the gaunt elder from the burial grounds. Add to that a natural-born supreme talent, and in 1,000 years, the title of the human race's foremost sect may well change hands. The gaunt elder showed no reaction, his gaze fixed on Lung Xiao before him. Just now, an inexplicable pang of dread had flashed through his heart. A sensation he hadn't felt in millennia. And now, it emanated from a junior. Amitba, layperson Lang. The youth in the flames has already stated he is not a disciple of Lingxi's sword pavilion. The old monk of Sumeru Mountain pressed his palms together in prayer. Naturally, he is not one of yours either. Beside them, Fang Zhang's figure flickered and appeared at Lung Xiao's side. Fellow cultivators, today is our Lingxi sword pavilion's trial. It is unwise to provoke a major conflict. As for that youth, let us discuss it once he emerges. Arguing now will accomplish nothing. As the host, Fang Zhang had provided a way out. The others exchanged glances and slowly nodded. Then we shall discuss it after the trial concludes. The gaunt old man nodded slightly. No need. Cold Xiao, enveloped in sword energy, declared, a battle is inevitable. Why not now? He is indeed not a disciple of Lingxi's sword pavilion. But he is my personal disciple. Lang Xiao omitted the word future without hesitation. Elders, let the battle begin. Fang Zhang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Ah, that stubborn temper of hers. Very well, then let us settle this in the Sky Dome. It's been ages since I last stretched my legs. I wonder if I've lost my touch. The Sunblaze sword sliced through the air as Lung Xiao floated forward. Senior brother, this battle is mine alone. At these words, the gaunt old man, the sickly old woman, and the Bug Clan maiden all darkened in expression. The monk from Sumeru Mountain pondered, Amitba. Layperson Lang, having just broken through, your foundation remains unstable. You must guard against falling back in cultivation. I have a suggestion. Why don't we join forces to take down this old hag first? As for that youth, shall we split him evenly? The Bug Clan woman smiled sweetly at Ling Xiao. Cough cough. You seductive harlot, do you truly wish to meet your end? The old crone from Xianwen Valley spat furiously. Since you're so eager, this old woman shall subdue you first. With that, her peak Taoist aura erupted violently. The dragon-headed staff transformed into a wooden dragon, charging toward the Bug Clan woman. Come on then, you stinking hag. Today I'll finish you off. The Gu tribe woman glared, her silver ring snake coiled at her waist shooting skyward. It transformed into a colossal serpent that swallowed the heavens, charging toward the wooden dragon. Amitba Buddha. This humble monk shall join the fray. In this battle beneath the heavens, do not disrupt fellow Taoist Fang's sacred ground. The old monk of Sumeru Mountain and the gaunt elder each unleash their divine powers. The four-peaked Tao-seeking masters soared directly toward the heavens. As frost surged, Lang Xiao vanished from everyone's sight. Fang Zhang curled the corners of his mouth upward and returned to his seat. What are you doing? Hurry up and help your junior sister. Bai Ping's voice came through telepathically, sounding somewhat urgent. If she gets hurt, just wait till I get my hands on you. Pinger, why the rush? Just watch those four old fools are in for a world of pain. Bai Ping? Junior sister has only just reached the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. Her cultivation isn't even stable yet. Those old fools are all seasoned veterans, how could she possibly stand a chance against them? Fang Zhang smiled. Pinger, I've already sparred with junior sister. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Ha? Sparring? When did that happen? Who won? Ahem, naturally, it was a draw. Bai Ping froze slightly. She knew Fang Zhang's strength well, he could never take on four opponents alone. As for his temperament, she understood it even better. Then, Bai Ping said in a solemn tone. You'd better tell me the truth, or I'll go ask my junior sister myself. Hey, Pinger, don't go. Give me some face. So? Alright, I'm completely defeated, utterly powerless to resist. Fang Zhang sighed. My junior sister's innate talent is beyond comparison. Now, she might just be called the foremost seeker of truth among the human race. Bai Ping's heart skipped a beat. Fang Zhang's remarkably high praise felt almost unbelievable. Had the little girl she and Fang Zhang once cherished like their own daughter grown to such heights without her noticing? Lost in thought, Bai Ping couldn't help but smile. So, you did that on purpose just now? Fang Zhang chuckled. These old foxes have long sensed my junior sister's presence. If I hadn't stepped in to stop him, they wouldn't have felt at ease. Now, they're in for a lesson. But still, they are top-tier sects of the human race. Going too far is never good. Pinger, don't worry. I've instructed my junior sister no humiliating blows.
Above the heavens, the skies darkened as crimson lotus and frostbite erupted simultaneously. The onlookers watched in dread.
The overwhelming pressure unleashed by a peak Taoist master at full strength could still be felt across worlds, its terror palpable even from afar. No one dared to approach the battlefield. Zhuge gazed at the sky, his eyes blazing with fervor.
Long Xiao. I wonder when I'll get the chance to face her in battle. Hundreds of breaths later.
The heavens grew still once more. 5 figures materialized simultaneously.
Who won? Curiosity burned fiercely within the crowd, yet none dared to ask aloud. Esteemed seniors, thank you for your forbearance. Xiao's skills are still rudimentary, and I am deeply grateful for your guidance. Long Xiao rose gracefully.
Her ethereal beauty stood alone in peerless grace. The gaunt old man, the sickly old woman, the Bug Clan woman, and the Sumero holy monk all stared at Lang Xiao, their expressions unreadable.
But only they themselves knew.
At this very moment, their hearts were filled with boundless shock and utter disbelief.
Just now, even with all 4 of them combined, they were no match for Lang Xiao.
The terrifying power unleashed when those 2 sword intents merged might have surpassed the very limits of the Tao-seeking realm. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would undoubtedly ascend to the Emperor realm.
The 4 shared an astonishingly unanimous assessment. Fellow cultivators, the spar is over. Let us resume the ceremony, Fong Zhang declared cheerfully, his voice ringing out.
The 4 stared at Fong Zhang, their expressions turning sour. Damn it, this guy definitely knows how powerful our junior sister is.
Just waiting to see us get humiliated, huh? Just you wait. Still, none of them erupted immediately. After all, it wouldn't do any good.
They couldn't beat her even if they teamed up. Soon after, they could only return to their seats and fall silent.
Lang Xiao approached by Ping's side and continued overseeing the Shentian burning pool ritual. Junior sister, did you really beat them up?
Yes.
Very good, very good. But if they try to snatch that youth again later, what do you plan to do? Lang Xiao paused briefly before replying, then I shall cut them down.
Meanwhile, at the center of the Shentian burning pool,
Mo remained unaware of the events unfolding outside, silently gazing at the extraordinary spectacle before him.
2 rivers, one black, one white, floated in midair, their banks invisible, supported by nothing above or below.
Within the rivers, yin-yang fish leapt intermittently, yet they did not resemble true living beings.
The origins of the black and white rivers remained unknown. They continuously converged and diverged, delineating a realm of creation enveloped in Taoist essence.
The mystic heavenly creation ground. I've finally arrived.
Mou murmured softly, the vermilion phoenix skeleton and 2 soul pearls appearing in his hand. Resolve flashed in his eyes as spiritual energy surged, honing his state to peak perfection.
Focus your spirit. Today is the day. Chapter 74, Gathering the Spirit of Yin and Yang, Transforming the Sea of Consciousness into 10,000 Spirits. The Gathering Spirit Realm.
As the name implies, it involves gathering the soul and tempering the sea of consciousness. The more meridians channel through the body, the greater the chance of successful spirit gathering. Mou's success rate was naturally a sure thing.
However,
Jean Ling once mentioned that gathering both Yin and Yang soul pearls would allow one to attempt condensing a Yin spirit and a Yang spirit. And the effect of the vermilion birds remains far surpasses that of the Yang soul bead.
Xiaomei, how's the simulation progressing? Host, simulation complete. Xiaomei always delivers perfection.
Simulation indicates a 99% probability of the host successfully condensing both Yin and Yang spirits.
Why not 100%?
Xiaomei is meticulous, must leave some margin for error.
You couldn't help but smile. 99% is practically 100%.
He dispersed the flames surrounding him, revealing his true form. The mystic heavenly creation ground where Yin and Yang energies converge.
I wonder if there are any dangers within. Host, for others, this place is a death trap. The convergence of extreme Yin and Yang will disrupt cultivators' spiritual energy, ultimately causing their collapse. But for you, host, this poses no threat.
Yin and Yang energies are but gradual evolutions of the primordial one chi, utterly powerless against you.
You nodded slightly.
Then he stepped into the mystic heavenly creation ground where the rivers of Yin and Yang converged.
At that moment,
outside, anxiety gripped the onlookers as they stared intently at the fiery clouds in the sky, desperate to catch sight of Mou's whereabouts.
However,
all they could see were disciples of the Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Mou's figure remained nowhere to be found.
Master Fong, why can't the Shentian burning pool trace the youth within the flames? Fong Zheng shook his head.
He must be wearing a magical artifact that blocks detection. To find out where he is, we can only see if the disciples within the Shentian burning pool can locate him.
Everyone. Once you've seen the ocean, you can no longer be confined by a pond. Now, the trials of Lingxi Sword Pavilion's prodigious disciples held little interest for anyone. Even the naturally gifted supreme talent, Mo Dao, was no exception. Cold Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered. A sword chi, unnoticed by anyone, silently approached Dao Wuhan's side. Hand it over. Dao Wuhan paused, then produced the Yang Soul Orb.
Moments later, the storage pouch appeared in Lang Xiao's hand.
Others might not find MOU, but she could. Thank you for your trouble, senior sister. I must enter now. Lang Xiao's figure flickered as her entire divine sense, carrying the young soul pearl, plunged into the Xiantian burning pool.
Bai Ping's eyes brightened slightly.
Little sister, your senior sister is only concerned about you.
I'll just take a quick peek, I swear I won't tell a soul. She made a simple promise to herself. Immediately after, Bai Ping split off a strand of her divine sense to follow closely behind Lang Xiao.
At the Xiantian burning pool, Lang Xiao's divine sense transformed into the form of Daoishui. System, where is MOU? Ding.
Host, MOU is currently at the Xiantian creation pool, attempting to break through to the gathering spirit realm.
Lang Xiao's expression darkened.
Why is he there?
The Xiantian creation grounds?
That was a place even she dared not venture into.
Without hesitation, Lang Xiao surged her spiritual energy and sped toward the creation ground. Ha! Strange? Why is junior sister changing her appearance?
Bai Ping was somewhat surprised.
And I can't see through her illusion technique.
Wait, that direction seems to be the center of the Xiantian burning pool.
Suddenly, Bai Ping's eyes snapped open. Could that youth be in the Xiantian creation grounds? Has he lost his mind?
A chill ran through Bai Ping's heart as she hurried after him. The Xiantian creation ground. MOU sat cross-legged with eyes tightly shut at the convergence of the black and white rivers. Yin and yang energies coalesced into myriad living beings, swirling around him. Before him, the vermilion phoenix's remains and the Yin soul orb simultaneously emitted divine radiance. The vermilion bird's remains contained the essence of supreme yang. Now, they continuously gathered the surrounding yang energy and infused it into MOU's sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, the Yin soul pearl circled around him, representing the ultimate Yin. Yin and yang, interdependent yet opposing. Within his sea of consciousness, two small figures, one black, one white, gradually materialized. This was the most critical moment. MOU had no time to spare for distractions. At that instant, Lang Xiao finally arrived. Seeing MOU unharmed, she breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Bai Ping followed closely behind, her face etched with profound astonishment. What is this boy's background? How could he withstand the assault of yin-yang energies? But then again, one who has achieved the unity of Tao and Vein cannot be judged by ordinary standards. And he's quite handsome, too. He does seem worthy of my junior sister's beauty. Lang Xiao's eyebrows twitched slightly as she glanced toward Bai Ping's hiding spot. Senior sister, you're here now. Why hide? Oh, little sister, you've spotted me already. Bai Ping gave an embarrassed smile. I never intended to hide this from you, senior sister. It's just that he doesn't wish to see Lang Xiao. I ask you to keep the secret for me, Lang Xiao said softly. Bai Ping froze, not quite grasping the meaning. Just as she opened her mouth to ask, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. Yin-yang energies surged skyward from MOU's body, piercing the heavens. Above the heavens, black and white energies continuously transformed. True spirits continuously emerged and gathered, coalescing in the air into a vast panorama of myriad spirits. Lang Xiao raised her hand, and the yang soul orb soared into the air, flying to MOU's side. MOU's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the yang soul orb's presence, confusion rising in his heart. Who was it? But there was no time to ponder further. Now that both Yin and Yang soul pearls were present, the vermilion bird's remains could finally fulfill their true purpose. The Yang soul pearl replaced the original position of the vermilion bird's remains, gathering yang energy. Meanwhile, the vermilion bird's remains began to disintegrate on their own, completely merging into MOU's sea of consciousness. Unusual phenomena filled the air as MOU hovered mid-air, rising and falling. Lang Xiao sat cross-legged, guarding him. Bai Ping gazed at the scene before her, unable to suppress her astonishment. Is he about to surpass all the sages of past generations even at this gathering spirit realm? Such prodigious talent, perhaps even the Emperor realm isn't his ultimate destination. Legend says that when one breaks through to the ultimate realm in each stage, they can truly embark on the path to immortality, achieving eternal life and laughing in triumph at heaven and earth. But when he becomes an immortal exile to the mortal world, junior sister, what will you do then? Bai Ping sighed unconsciously. Becoming an immortal is just too difficult. It was a realm beyond even the Emperor realm, existing only in legend. Lang Xiao might become an emperor, but her hopes of ascending to immortality remained faint. This wasn't due to insufficient talent, but because even after all her cultivation, Lang Xiao had never broken through the ultimate barrier like MOU had. A hair's breadth of difference leads to a 1,000-mile error. Their fates would likely not. Bai Ping shook her head vigorously. What nonsense are you thinking? Attaining immortality, it's not that easy. She cast aside distracting thoughts, settled into meditation, and likewise began guarding MOU's cultivation. Time passed, its duration unknown. A cacophony of spirits filled the air. Within MOU's sea of consciousness, two miniature figures, one black, one white, sat cross-legged. Their forms solidified, radiating an arcane aura of the Tao. The Yin-Yang twin gods, flawless and perfect. He had truly entered the gathering spirit realm. What astonished MOU even more was this. Deep within his sea of consciousness, his divine consciousness had transformed into a vast, ethereal painting of myriad spirits mysterious and profound beyond measure. Within it, the vermilion bird's true spirit circled, radiating boundless might. MOU could sense that the divine abilities from the Vermilion Bird's Book of World Incineration, those requiring Vermilion Bird bloodline to wield, were now effortlessly within his grasp.
Does this mean that as long as I obtain the true spirit's remains and refine them into my sea of consciousness, I can study all its divine abilities without any hindrance? MOU was stunned by his own realization. That's exactly right. Host, you're truly amazing. An excited lowly voice confirmed MOU's thoughts. Is this cheat a bit too powerful? MOU murmured to himself. Within the Xintian creation ground, Lang Xiao's eyes crinkled slightly as the corners of her mouth curved upward. Senior sister, we should be going. Ha? Aren't we waiting for him to come out? Bai Ping asked curiously. Lang Xiao shook her head. It's not time yet. There will be opportunities later. Fathers, could you give a 5-star rating? Help boost the score. If possible, please also consider sending a free gift. Your humble author bows 9 times and kowtows 27 times in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. Chapter 75. His name is MOU. In the realm of Xintian creation, MOU quietly opened his eyes. At this moment, his body brimmed with power. At least 10 times stronger than the Meridian opening realm. More crucially, his divine consciousness now shone with unparalleled clarity, defying comprehension. The 10,000 spirits diagram drifted within his sea of consciousness, capable of repelling any attempt at probing. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to gathering spirit, drawing one step closer to a splendid life. Xiaomei, why did this young soul pearl appear? MOU voiced his confusion. He. That's none other than the Ishuei girl you've been longing for, host. Ishuei? MOU was taken aback. How did she enter this sword pavilion trial? Just as she pondered this, Xiaomei's voice sounded again. Host, would you like to present Miss Ishuei with a grand gift? A gift? Could it be, there are treasures here? Exactly. Within the Xintian creation pool, at the source of the yin and yang energies, lies a supreme treasure. What is it? The yin-yang creation wood. Is it dangerous? Rest assured, host. While it may pose a threat to other cultivators, it poses no danger whatsoever to you, who possesses the primordial qi. In fact, the treasure might even be delighted. It can communicate? The yin-yang creation wood has been nurtured for countless ages, and indeed, a faint self-will has emerged. MOU pondered for a moment, an idea forming in his mind. Let's go see. His innate qi flowed, shielding his body as he walked toward the source of the river of yin and yang. The surrounding scenery remained largely unchanged, making it difficult to gauge distance. MOU wandered for an unknown duration when, in a haze, he was suddenly enveloped by a thick mist. Who are you? A childish voice echoed in his mind. MOU extended his divine sense, yet detected no anomalies. Are you here to help me? The infant's voice sounded again. After a moment of silence, MOU spoke slowly. Yes. I'm here to help you. Can you reveal yourself? As the words fell, a mystical tree encircled by enigmatic patterns suddenly materialized before MOU's eyes. You carry the scent of home. Can you help me return home? The scent of home. MOU paused, carefully sensing it. Suddenly, he noticed a faint trace of divine essence flowing through the yin-yang creation wood, strikingly similar to that of the banished immortal's abode. Could it be? His palm flickered, and the illusory heaven bead appeared. MOU carried the yin-yang creation wood as he vanished into the illusory heaven realm. I'm home. The yin-yang creation wood trembled incessantly, its infant-like voice tinged with sobs. With a whoosh, it shot straight toward the immortal exile's abode. Unexpectedly, the immortal exile's residence offered no resistance, allowing it to pass through. Xiaomei, what's going on? Host, this yin-yang creation wood was originally a giant tree within the fallen immortal residence. When the residence was destroyed long ago, it too was lost. Why was it destroyed? Host, your cultivation level is still too low. It's best you don't know these things, it would be dangerous. MOU nodded and refrained from pressing further. If even Xiaomei said it was dangerous, it must be no ordinary peril. Without sufficient strength, it was best not to probe further. With that, MOU's figure flickered and he arrived at the exiled immortal's residence. In the open space before the main hall, the yin-yang creation wood had sought out a spot with exceptionally auspicious feng shui. Then, it automatically sprouted roots, anchoring itself to the ground. The surrounding celestial essence flowed into it, and the yin-yang creation tree grew at a visible pace, stopping only when it reached over a person's height. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from the fallen immortal's residence gained a distinct yin-yang Dao essence. Thank you for bringing me home. MOU smiled faintly. I'd like a branch from you. Is that all right? Is one branch enough? The yin-yang creation would seem slightly puzzled. It is enough. Before long, a branch wrapped in yin-yang energies drifted into MOU's palm. He. What does the host plan to do with this? Naturally, it's a gift. Oh. Though Miss Ishui isn't the superficial type, gifts for girls should still be a bit more refined. And today happens to be the mortal world's Chishi festival. It should be celebrated with even greater pomp. You couldn't help but smile. You're quite knowledgeable for a system. Of course. Xiao Mei is all-knowing. Gazing at the branch in her hand, Mou had already conceived an idea. He would use it as the foundation to forge 36 magical swords. To present to Dao Ishui, then inscribe them onto her body using the Great Wasteland Spirit Array. This should bring about a qualitative leap in her power. Mou pondered thus as he began the forging process. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Lingxi Sword Pavilion trials were drawing to a close, yet no one had seen Mou's figure. That youth is truly shrouded in mystery. However, once the time is up, everyone within the Xiantian burning pool will be teleported back to the Dao field. Then, everyone will finally see his true face. All eyes were fixed intently, filled with anticipation. Finally, after several hours, Fong Zhang rose to announce. The Sword Pavilion trial is over. Instantly, the Xiantian burning pool soared into the sky, bursting forth with endless flames. Streams of light poured forth, descending upon the square. No one cared about the trial's outcome. All the great beings scanned the area with their divine senses, examining every figure. Fong Zhang was no exception. He knew the aura of every disciple intimately. Finding an unfamiliar face was no difficult task. Just then, an ordinary beam of light descended, revealing an ordinary male disciple. Taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, he silently murmured, "Yu Quan, let's go." He was, of course, Mou. The appearance is a disguise. The clothes were stripped from a disciple of Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Your Excellency, dozens of magical arrays have been deployed around us. Breaking them will take some time. Mou? That's bad news? Then, a completely naked disciple plummeted from the sky, landing precisely beside Mou. Grandmaster, someone stripped me naked. Ah. It's you. You're the one who stripped me naked. Instantly, countless divine senses locked onto Mou. Young friend, do not panic. We mean you no harm. Lan Xiao pursed her lips, her gaze fixed on Mou from the start. Fong Zhang moved fastest, darting to Mou's side. Youth of the flames, might we see your true form? Mo Dao gasped in shock upon hearing this. Ah. You're the little fire guy. Damn it. How dare you hit my butt. Take this. Without another word, Mo Dao lunged. Then, with a loud bang, he was sent flying again. Focused Spirit Realm. Everyone gasped in shock. This kid, he's broken through. As he struck out, Fong Zhang's expression abruptly changed, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. That aura. Could you be that Mo family brat from years ago? 3 years ago, Fong Zhang had secretly memorized Mou's aura. At the time, it had been mere curiosity. Little did he expect it would prove useful today. The Mo family? Which Mo family? Mo Shan froze. Surely he can't be referring to our Mo family. You never imagined Fong Zhang would still remember him. This completely exposed him. But upon reflection, it didn't really matter much. Exposed? So be it. I'll just slip away later. These guys wouldn't be so bored as to chase after me, would they? With that thought, Mou shed his disguise, revealing his true form, and offered a faint smile. This junior is Mou. Greetings to all the seniors present. It really is her. Mo Shan and the entire Mo family leapt to their feet, their eyes brimming with excitement. Ha ha ha. Not only does our Mo family possess a natural-born supreme talent, we also have a peerless prodigy without equal throughout history. Ha 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 ha. Mo Dao, who had just been blown away, had barely regained his footing when he was stunned speechless. Mou, isn't that the cousin everyone's been talking about? I got beaten by my own cousin? Suddenly, Mo Dao felt a bit less humiliated. An older brother beating his younger brother, that's normal, right? Chapter 76, The Jade Emperor of the 33 Heavens, Realm of Jade Palaces and Golden Skies. Esteemed elders, why are you all crowding around me? Mou's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively took a step back. The gaunt elder from the burial grounds, the Bug Clan woman, the sickly old crone, and the Sumero holy monk each took a position, encircling him. Numerous great beings also stepped forward, their eyes kind and filled with admiration. Ha, young friend, do not panic. We merely wish to establish a virtuous connection with you. No, I don't want to form a... Young friend, with such innate talent, you must already have a master? Might we inquire about your teacher's name? Someone tentatively asked. Eyes lit up instantly, all awaiting Mou's reply. Mou paused thoughtfully. My master's name is one none of you elders would likely recognize. Heh, young friend, you jest. You may not know our identities, but we are well acquainted with the foremost figures across the entire Sanyu continent. I see you elders possess such profound influence. My deepest apologies for my ignorance. Mou bowed slightly. My master resides in the 33 heavens, within the Jade Palace Golden Heaven Realm. He presides over the Lingxiao Hall, and his Taoist title is the Jade Emperor. Have you elders heard of him? The Great Emperor. An emperor still alive in this world? The crowd gasped in shock. But who is this Jade Emperor? Beyond the 33 heavens? The Lingsha Palace? Where on earth is that? Never heard of it. Upon hearing this, Lung Xiao nearly burst out laughing. The Jade Emperor? He sure knows how to spin a tale. This was clearly a fictional character from the stories he told himself. And these Taoist masters actually believed him? Junior sister, is he truly the Emperor's disciple? Bai Ping asked, equally astonished. Remember, when it comes to the Emperor, speaking nonsense could invite divine retribution. Pretty much, Lung Xiao replied after a moment's thought. After all, she intended to become an emperor herself someday. If need be, she'd simply crown herself the Jade Emperor. A disciple of the Great Emperor, no wonder. The crowd detected no fluctuations in Mou's aura, proving he hadn't lied. What a pity. Little did they know that with Xiaomei present, even if the true Great Emperor himself arrived, trying to see through Mou would be nothing short of a pipe dream. The idea of taking Mou as a disciple vanished instantly. Who dared provoke a disciple of the Great Emperor? Esteemed elders, if there is nothing further, this junior shall take his leave. Ha ha. Young Mo, wait a moment. Our Xianwen Valley has a holy maiden just 18 years old, breathtakingly beautiful, with peerless talent. She especially admires heroic youths like you. The old crone of Xianwen Valley smiled. She's on her way here now, young friend. Don't be impatient. Oh my, old crone, are you planning to use the beauty tactic? The Gu tribe woman flashed a seductive smile. Young Mo, that holy maiden is just a wet behind the ears girl. She couldn't hold a candle to the tender care our Gu tribe women offer. She even flashed a flirtatious glance at Mou. Oomph. Frost fluttered down as Lang Xiao descended gracefully, casting a cold, appraising glance at the Gu tribe woman. Then she turned to Mou, her expression utterly devoid of emotion. Mou, we meet again. Bai Ping. They were clearly very familiar with each other, yet she was pretending not to know him? For a moment, she couldn't quite figure out her junior sister. Lang Xiao. Mou sighed inwardly. Now that she possessed the ethereal feather of the heavens, she could sever irrelevant karmic ties at will. She no longer feared interacting with these protagonists. Still, better safe than sorry. It was wiser to keep her distance and observe quietly from the shadows. With that thought, Mou instinctively took a step back. Greetings, Sword Immortal. Lang Xiao. You're backing away again. Am I that intimidating? You dominated the Jenga trial despite not being a disciple of Lingxi Sword Pavilion. You shall still receive the rewards you deserve. With that, Lang Xiao waved her jade-like hand lightly, and a jade slit flew into Mou's palm. Senior, this isn't appropriate, is it? Take it. Lang Xiao's calm tone carried an air of absolute finality. Mou sensed that if he refused, she might force it into his storage pouch. Then, thank you, Sword Immortal. A barely perceptible curve touched Lang Xiao's lips. Your Excellency, the formation has been broken. Yo Chuan's voice echoed in her mind. Mou's eyes lit up. Let's go. He had no desire to linger any longer. Esteemed elders, I have urgent matters to attend to and must depart first. The assembled Tao-seeking masters were not about to let him leave. But their refusal was futile. A shroud of ghostly mist rose around Mou as the ghost spring materialized silently, whisking him away in a flash. Who was that? The great sages were utterly astonished. How could someone have silently carried Mou away right under the noses of so many Tao-seeking masters? And without leaving the slightest trace, making them utterly impossible to track down. It was utterly inconceivable. They exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. Lang Xiao's beautiful eyes darkened slightly as she murmured to herself. That figure was a woman. When did he acquire such a powerful woman by his side? He never mentioned her to me. Suddenly, a peculiar emotion welled up within Lang Xiao. No, once we reached Dakian, I must ask him. Meanwhile, Yu Quan and Moyu had already fled far away. I wonder how things are back home. I suppose those with ulterior motives have already come knocking? Mou frowned. Your Excellency, rest assured. She has taken your parents away and is now sightseeing in Muyu city of the Great Qian dynasty. Mou exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Thank goodness my junior sister and the senior are at home. Otherwise, father and mother would have been swindled in a heartbeat. Host. Everything is safe now. Now that the host has reached the gathering spirit realm, you can awaken the Lord of the Netherworld again. Xiaomei chimed in at just the right moment. Mou's eyes lit up. Yuquan, come with me. With that, Mou vanished, reopening the Underworld's Earth Store and materializing before the gates of the Underworld's Central Hall. He pushed open the door and entered. Of the original 12 statues, only 11 remained. Yuquan followed silently behind, her expression unreadable. Host, at your current level of spirit concentration, you can awaken 2 more Divine Lords. Each of the 12 Divine Lords of the Netherworld possesses unique abilities. Xiaomei advises the host to consider this carefully. Surveying the surroundings, Mou spoke slowly. Yuquan, among the remaining 11 divine lords, which two do you think I should awaken? Yuquan paused briefly. Your Excellency, may I ask what you intend to do next? Yu pondered for a moment. The most urgent task now was to enhance his strength. And to replenish the 10,000 spirits diagram within my sea of consciousness as much as possible. Seek out some remnants of true spirits. Additionally, if we could rebuild this netherworld, that would be even better. Yuquan understands. With that, the woman clad in yin-yang robes stepped forward and pointed to two of the statues. Honorable One, Yaoquan suggests awakening these two divine lords. The first is the Yin-Sha Gathering Form Divine Lord, who commands countless shadow soldiers and ghostly fiends. He can journey to those ancient ruins to aid your excellency in seeking the remains of true spirits. The second is the Nine Netherworld's Mystic Sovereign, who controls part of the Netherworld's primordial essence. He is the ruler of the Netherworld's hub hall and the embodiment of its laws. His power is also the closest to that of the previous sovereign. Yu gave a slight nod. Then, let it be these two. Speaking, he stepped forward and gently placed his palm upon the statue. Chapter 77, Summoning the Lord of the Underworld once more. Palace Master, that is how the events unfolded. Not far from Huaxin was enveloped in the aura of a demonic artifact, perfectly concealing her presence. She had long since grown accustomed to Yu's sudden vanishings. Just before he reappeared, she reported the events at Lingxi Sword Pavilion to the Moon Demon Palace Master. The Jade Emperor. This lad sure is a skilled storyteller. The Moon Demon Palace Master's jade-like lips curved slightly, emitting a tinkling, enchanting laugh. Palace Master, do you mean he's making it up? Huaxin asked curiously. The world has long been without an emperor. How many tens of thousands of years have passed? How could there be any Jade Emperor? The Moon Demon Palace Master murmured softly. Then, her tone shifted. However, the fact that he has a Dao-seeking powerhouse skilled in concealment techniques backing him is indeed intriguing. Palace Mistress, there were too many great beings present at the time. I dared not approach, but I glimpsed faintly that the man seemed to carry the aura of the Netherworld. Huaxin recalled every detail earnestly. Underworld. The Moon Demon Palace Master murmured, her beautiful eyes flickering with doubt. Enough. You need not delve deeper into this matter. As you command, Huaxin. Additionally, find a way to deliver this pill to him. The Moon Demon Palace Master's jade-like hand flickered, conjuring an amber-hued, mysteriously intricate pill furnace. The lid lifted, releasing a pure, ethereal aura. It stood in stark contrast to the abyss of devouring, saturated with destruction and chaos. A mysterious necklace around the Moon Demon Palace Master's neck emitted a divine glow, slicing open a fissure in the space before her. Within the furnace, the pill enveloped in swirling clouds and covered in golden patterns plunged into the void. Simultaneously, the void before Huaxin also tore apart, and a pill flew out. Palace Master, you can already cleave space so effortlessly? Huaxin stared in astonishment. However, the moment she sensed the essence of that pill, her expression abruptly changed. This is the Qingling Gathering Spirit Pill. An ancient spirit pill that nourishes the soul. One must understand that in a desolate place like the Abyss of Devouring, the cost of refining such a spirit pill, shrouded in pure qi, was unimaginable. This single pill would likely consume the Moon Demon Princess's millennia of cultivation. Why on earth would she go to such lengths? Huaxin felt a pang of sorrow. Years ago, it was the Moon Demon Palace Mistress who saved her life. Though she considered herself a mere servant, the Moon Demon Palace Master never once treated her harshly, instead regarding her as a sister. In her heart, their bond had long transcended mere master-servant ties. Now, seeing this spirit pill forged by sacrificing 1,000 years of cultivation, Huaxin could no longer hold back. Palace Master, there is something this servant does not know if she should speak. Speak. You may be a prodigy of unparalleled genius, unmatched throughout the ages, but he remains human after all. Even if the Palace Master treats him with the utmost kindness, it cannot alter the eternal enmity and divide between the human and demon clans. But no sooner had she spoken than Huaxin sensed her words were ill-advised. She hastily apologized. This servant has overstepped. Please forgive me, Palace Master. The Moon Demon Palace Master chuckled lightly. Huaxin, there are things you will come to understand in time. With him by our side, when the great calamity descends in the days to come, our demonic race may yet find a glimmer of hope. Go now. As the voice faded, the Moon Demon Palace Master's presence vanished from Huaxin's body. Huaxin stared at the spirit pill in her hand, her heart filled with complex emotions and a sense of unease. The Underworld's Cardinal Chamber. The surface of the statue you touched began to crack, resembling the scene at the Nether Spring. Before long, a humanoid creature with fleshy wings on its back and horns protruding from its head knelt before him. Its entire body glowed crimson, its face adorned with 4 eyes. In its long, slender, withered hands, it clutched a long spear. Qiansha greets your excellency. As a Yinsha spirit lord who had taken form, it originally belonged to the Red Nether Yiksha clan, hence its somewhat terrifying appearance. However, you paid it no mind. Absolute loyalty was all that mattered.
After a brief exchange, MOU learned Xianxia possessed these primary abilities. As commander of the Yin army, he could grant and enhance their power. He could also gather Sha energy to forge troops, transforming malevolent energies into weapons or puppets. In short, he was a human-shaped master of mass troop deployment. Sending him to scour the ruins and gather intelligence couldn't be more fitting. Next, it's that one. MOU lifted his gaze. After breaking through to the gathering spirit realm, his divine sense had grown immensely stronger. He could now keenly sense the extraordinary nature of the innermost statue. The 9 netherworlds' divine sovereign. Unlike the other statues. As MOU gazed at it, he felt the statue was staring back at him. According to the underworld, he was the being closest to the lord of the netherworld. Even if only as a lingering remnant. Yet both Yaoquan and Xianxia could rival peak cultivators who had attained the Tao. Then could this 9 netherworlds' divine sovereign. With a surge of excitement, MOU stepped forward and touched the statue with his palm. Yaoquan and Xianxia stood silently behind him, one on each side. Suddenly, MOU felt the world spinning violently. Endless divine consciousness poured into the statue, nearly depleting him. His face was etched with exhaustion. A mystical glow flickered over the statue, which did not shatter like the others. Instead, it steadily shrank, gradually transforming into a suit of armor. After a few breaths, a man clad in purple gold mystical armor, wearing a half-face mask and bearing a jet black seal suspended above his head slowly knelt. Xuanxiong pays respects to the Honorable One. His voice was deep and resonant, like muffled thunder. MOU could feel the entire netherworld trembling. Xuanxiong's aura was unfathomably profound, awe-inspiring. Even more profound than Yomi or Qianxia. Rise. Thank you, Your Highness. The 9 netherworlds Xuanxiong Divine Lord, the embodiment of the netherworld's primordial will, the very foundation and symbol of its existence and order. If I were to command you to rebuild the netherworld, could it be done? Your Excellency, it is certainly possible. However, the primordial essence of the netherworld is nearly depleted. To rebuild it, we must cultivate it anew. Nurture? Your Excellency may not be aware, but the mystic firmament itself is born from the primordial essence. Its power is now too weak to replenish the source on its own. MOU pondered for a moment, then a sudden thought struck him. See if this might help you? The ethereal aura of the exiled immortal's abode swirled around MOU's fingertips. Xuanxiong's eyes flickered with surprise. Honorable One, yes. MOU's lips curved upward at the words. Before long, MOU departed the divine illusion realm. His divine sense was now nearly depleted, requiring him to rest and recuperate. Xianxia had been dispatched to search for the remnants of the true spirit, while Xuanxiong remained within the exiled immortal's abode, using the aura of immortality to nourish the underworld's primordial essence within him. As for Yaoquan, he remained by MOU's side. MOU closed his eyes slightly and slowly lay down. The 5 primordial laws circulated autonomously within him. This so-called recuperation was little different from sleep. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber. Seeing this, Yaoquan's fingertips stirred. He gently cradled MOU's head upon his own knees. This felt much more comfortable. Meanwhile, Huaxin had already arranged everything to perfection. The Qingling gathering spirit pill now drifted steadily within the hidden world cave dwelling not far from MOU. Palace Master, Huaxin will ensure this pill reaches MOU's hands naturally. Chapter 78, My name is Yu, my given name is Li Yin. Your Highness, you've awakened? Before MOU opened his eyes, he heard Yaoquan's gentle voice whispering at his ear. Her eyes slowly opened, revealing Yaoquan's exquisite smile. And majestic peaks. MOU froze for a moment. Turning her head, she could just catch a glimpse of Yaoquan's lower abdomen. Holy crap! Could this be a lap pillow? MOU sat up abruptly. Did I do this while I was asleep? Yaoquan looked slightly surprised. Your Excellency, did you have a nightmare? Not exactly, MOU took a deep breath. How did I end up sleeping on your lap? This place is all rock, with no soft bed. Since I'm by your side, Your Excellency, it's only natural I'd make you comfortable. Yaoquan's gaze was clear and sincere, speaking only what was in his heart. Ahem, I see. Thank you. MOU cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness. Let's go. To Muyu City. Upon hearing this, Yaoquan reminded, Your Excellency, not far from here, there is a mountain peak shrouded in pure qi. It seems a rare treasure has emerged. Would Your Excellency care to investigate? Yaoquan suspects it might be some sort of treasure capable of nurturing the spirit. Your Excellency has just broken through to the gathering spirit realm, and your divine sense is still unstable. MOU pondered for a moment. Having just broken through, coupled with the excessive drain on his divine sense, the 2 miniature figures one yin, one yang in his sea of consciousness had grown faint. Though they would recover on their own in time, a treasure that nurtured divine consciousness would naturally be preferable. Let's go. We'll investigate. Before long, MOU and Yaoquan arrived at the mountain peak shrouded in pure mist. However, it seemed someone had arrived before them. It was a woman clad in black, her beauty captivating and alluring, possessing cultivation at the Nirvana Realm.
She was currently studying the array formation on the ground. Upon seeing MOU and Yuquan approach, the woman visibly grew wary.
Her focus, of course, was on Yuquan, who stood behind MOU.
Who are you? What brings you here?
Honored one, this man carries a very mysterious aura.
Be cautious, Yuquan warned. MOU smiled. Just looking around. Might I ask what this senior is doing? No comment. No need for secrecy, senior. With pure chi swirling and intricate formations here, it's clear a treasure has emerged. The black-clad woman's eyes darkened. So you intend to kill me and claim it all for yourselves? You couldn't help but chuckle.
Heh, your mind truly races ahead, senior. We had no such intention.
But have you made any breakthroughs in your research here, senior? The woman in black looked surprised. You won't kill me? Why would we kill you? Don't you want the treasures within the array? Of course we do. That's why we joined forces to break the array. How about we split the treasures evenly? Black-clad woman. By the way, my surname is Mo. May I ask your honorable name, senior? Beima. Painter. Master Hua, shall we begin? The black-clad woman was undoubtedly Hua Xin.
All the treasures in the cave were placed by her. She was merely pretending to be a passing cultivator.
Then let's begin. This formation is intricate, and deciphering it will be extremely time-consuming.
Hua Xin began her explanation.
For authenticity's sake, Hua Xin deliberately employed an extremely advanced array pattern learned from the Moon Demon Palace Master. She intended to make Mo Yu work hard for it.
After all, only things obtained through hardship are truly cherished.
She wanted MOU to remember this Qingling Jushinden clearly. To remember the Palace Master's kindness toward him. But her efforts were ultimately wasted. MOU gave it a cursory glance and study, then clapped his hands. No need for such trouble. As he spoke, the great wasteland spirit array on his arm emitted a mystic yellow-brown aura, and a ripple of void energy rippled forth. The void mirror blossomed with infinite radiance. With a flick of her palm, a void fissure as wide as a person was sliced open. After the breakthrough, I'm definitely much stronger. MOU was thoroughly satisfied. The void mirror was a supreme spatial treasure. Unless it was a spatial array of the same tier designed to confine space, nothing could hold him back. Senior Hua? Shall we go together? MOU extended his hand. Hua Xin. All that effort to set up the formation, wasted. The plan to make a lasting impression on MOU had also gone down the drain. Perhaps he'd only think this was just an ordinary cultivator's treasure vault. He wouldn't give it a second thought. No. No way. I must make him realize the preciousness of the Qingling Jushinden. She stepped forward, took MOU's hand, and together they stepped into the void fissure. At the array's center, a dazzling array of treasures appeared before MOU. However, MOU showed no haste. Instead, he turned to Hua Xin with a faint, ambiguous smile. Senior Hua, preparing all this must have taken quite some effort, right? Hua Xin froze. What are you talking about? MOU chuckled. Senior, stop pretending. At first, you hit it quite well, Senior Hua. I almost believed it myself. But after studying this formation, I found several inconsistencies. First, the markings on these array patterns are far too fresh. They couldn't have been set up more than 3 days ago. Second, residual energy lingers at several critical points within the array patterns. Though faint, I can still sense it, and it bears an uncanny resemblance to Senior Hua's aura. Thirdly, if Senior Hua was truly just passing through, it would be utterly unwise not to flee upon encountering someone clearly far stronger than himself. That's why I brought the senior here, to get to the bottom of this. With that, Yuquan locked onto Hua Xin, leaving her no chance to escape. Hua Xin. I'm screwed. Alright, you're right. This place was indeed set up by me. Hua Xin admitted openly. MOU asked in confusion, but I don't believe I've ever met you before, Senior Hua? What's the purpose of this? Hua Xin's lips tightened. I'm fulfilling an order to deliver something to you. Immediately, the spirit-gathering pill rose from a pile of treasures and floated toward MOU. Yo Chuan's eyes lit up. Your Excellency, this is the spirit-nurturing pill. It nourishes divine consciousness and offers immense benefits to cultivators at the spirit-gathering stage. It's renowned as the foremost pill for this realm. MOU looked surprised. Xiaomei, is there a problem with this pill? Host, Xiaomei has inspected it. There are no issues, and its quality is exceptionally high. It is surrounded by pill clouds and will be immensely beneficial to the host. The spirit-gathering pill is an ancient elixir. Its formula has long been lost, and most of the herbs required for its refinement have become extinct. This may be the only one remaining in the world. MOU grew even more astonished. Why would a complete stranger send such a precious gift? Senior Hua, might you tell me who sent this gift? Hua Xin spoke slowly. Someone willing to enter the death forbidden zone to gather spiritual herbs for you, and sacrifice 1,000 years of cultivation to refine this pill. MOU. Who could it be? May I meet them?
Huaxin closed her eyes, her entire body emanating an eerily mysterious aura. After a few breaths, her eyes opened once more. Her gaze was filled with softness and allure, as if she were a different person.
I instructed her to bestow this upon you. Mo gasped in shock. You're not Senior Hua? Who are you? Want to know who I am?
The woman smiled seductively.
Had ha. Eat it, and I'll tell you.
Don't worry, I wouldn't dream of harming you.
Mo scanned the pill with his divine sense and found nothing amiss. Yu Quan and Xiao Mei had also said it would be immensely beneficial to him. Taking it certainly wouldn't be a loss. With that thought, Mo swallowed the Qingling Jushinden.
Suddenly, a surge of pure, crystalline energy flowed into his sea of consciousness, flooding into the two miniature figures, one representing Yang, the other Yin. Mo felt instantly refreshed and invigorated, his spiritual awareness growing more stable.
This pill offers many benefits. You'll come to appreciate them over time. Now, can you tell me who you are? Mo asked curiously. Certainly.
The woman clasped her hands behind her back, parting her jade-like lips to speak in a soft, enchanting voice.
My name is Yu Liyan. Chapter 79, the second biggest villain? A terrifyingly wicked woman? Run. Who? Mo couldn't believe his ears.
She instinctively took a large step back.
You call yourself Yu Liyan? The Moon Demon Palace Master? The Demon Clan's holy maiden? The first in line to inherit the Demon Emperor's throne? Yu Liyan gaped in utter astonishment at the words. How do you know so much about me? Holy crap. It really is. Mo was struggling to hold back.
If the other protagonists distanced themselves to avoid karmic entanglement,
then this one. He absolutely, positively didn't want to encounter her at all.
Because anyone she set her sights on was doomed to meet their end.
Yu Liyan, the second biggest antagonist in the original storyline.
She single-handedly orchestrated nearly every calamity that befell Mo Dao.
Behind every brush with death Mo Dao faced, Yu Liyan was stirring the pot.
If not for his protagonist aura, he would have died countless times over.
But that's not all.
After the self-devouring abyss connected with the mortal realm, the demonic race descended upon the world. Yu Liyan possessed not only vast supernatural powers and the ability to transform at will, but also the heavenly seduction in condensing physique.
More crucially, she possesses intimate knowledge of every major faction within the human realm. She navigated between the various sects, sowing discord and escalating conflicts, driving them into years of relentless warfare.
Among these conflicts, the most devastating was the bloody war between the southern frontier Bug Clan and the immortal Echo Valley.
Already harboring deep-seated animosity, the two sects finally erupted into full-scale conflict under Yu Liyan's instigation.
That conflict raged for centuries, drawing countless Dao-seeking masters into its vortex and claiming innumerable human cultivators as casualties.
Beyond that,
Yu Liyan personally orchestrated the annihilation of the Lingxi Sword Pavilion, assimilated the Sword Immortal Lang Xiao, and shone brilliantly during the Great War between the demon and monster clans.
Both the human and demonic races were thrown into utter chaos, suffering immense losses in strength. It could be said that, if not for Mo Dao, that kid shielded by the protagonist's aura, the entire continent would have been unified by the demonic race long ago. But now, why on earth is this wicked woman suddenly targeting me? Could it be because she exposed her identity at Lingxi Sword Pavilion and got targeted? But that would be way too fast, wouldn't it? Is Yu Liyan's intelligence gathering that terrifyingly fast?
Suddenly, Mo recalled the pill he had just swallowed, and cold sweat broke out on his back.
Why would she give me such a precious pill? Since Xiao Mei said the pill was safe, Yu Liyan's purpose couldn't be to control her with drugs. Then what was her motive? Moreover, if she hadn't noticed something amiss with this painting master, Yu Liyan wouldn't have revealed herself at all. Silently aiding her. What did she stand to gain? In a mere instant, countless thoughts flooded Mo's mind. Could it be she's taken a liking to me? Pfft, pfft, pfft. One of life's three great delusions is she likes me absolutely impossible. If Yu Liyan has her sights set on me, she must have some hidden agenda. Either way, keeping my distance is definitely the right move.
With that thought, Mo smiled faintly, his eyes fixed intently on Yu Liyan. I've only seen the name of the Moon Demon Palace Master in a text related to the demon race.
Oh?
Yu Liyan remained surprised inwardly.
So there are still those who know of this palace's existence? This is rather interesting. Mo, since we've met, why not travel together for a while? I shall answer your questions. Yu Liyan smiled, extending her invitation. Sounds good.
Just as Mo was about to step forward, his expression suddenly turned startled. He pointed toward the sky.
Ha? What's that? A flying saucer? A flying saucer? What on earth is that? A flying saucer?
Yu Liyan turned her head in curiosity, but saw only a stretch of blue sky dotted with white clouds.
She turned back.
The handsome youth standing before her had vanished without a trace.
Palace Master, he's escaped.
Huaxin's voice sounded faintly.
Poof.
Yu Liyan stared straight ahead, lost in thought. Moments later, a faint smile curved her lips.
Merely hearing the name Yu Lian has him on high alert. It seems he knows my methods well, doesn't he?
Yet since my birth in the self-devouring abyss, my true form has never descended.
How could he possibly know?
As for ancient texts, she naturally didn't believe in such things.
How intriguing. MOU, I find myself growing ever more curious about you.
Huaxin closed her eyes. When she opened them again, that captivating, enchanting gaze had vanished.
My lady, should Huaxin continue to follow? Yes. I must know every detail of his movements, even his daily meals. Huaxin obeys.
Additionally, send someone to the southern frontier to investigate why the Gu clan and Xianwen Valley are at odds.
And,
after assigning a series of tasks, Yu Lian's divine consciousness finally withdrew. Then, a swirl of demonic energy coiled around Huaxin's fingertips, guiding her toward a specific direction. She couldn't locate Mou, but she could find those close to him. She had long ago left her mark upon Mo Ping in Wanhuahua.
Muyu City in the Great Qian Dynasty, huh?
She murmured softly, then vanished without a trace. Beneath Muyu City, Mou's heart finally settled after confirming Yu Lian hadn't pursued her.
First Leng Xiao, then Tu Yaoya, and finally Yu Lian.
No, perhaps it wasn't the end after all. The most pivotal characters in the original storyline had all inexplicably become entangled with her.
Mo Yusin was filled with doubts. Xiaomei, why are they targeting me? Host, you are now an unparalleled prodigy without precedent. Isn't it only natural that you attract their attention? And host, it's not just them. The results of Lingxi Sword Pavilion's trials will spread soon, and then everyone will be watching you. But don't worry, host. With Xiaomei here, everything will turn out beautifully. Mou pursed her lips upon hearing this. I suppose you're right.
With the ethereal feather of the vast universe and Xiaomei by her side,
Mou no longer felt the same resistance as before.
She could manage simple interactions with the original protagonist.
But as for someone like Yu Lian, better to keep as far away as possible. Moreover, he would steer clear of those predetermined major events.
The Lingxi Sword Pavilion trial was a pure accident. He intends to prevent such incidents from happening again.
But still, accidents aside, the gains were truly immense.
Not only did he successfully break through, obtaining the Vermilion Bird's world-burning chronicles, but he also awakened the 10,000 spirits diagram and acquired the yin-yang creation wood.
Additionally, there was this volume. Mou retrieved the reward given by Long Xiao.
Insights into the Frostblade sword intent. The calligraphy was elegant and spirited, seemingly written stroke by Long Xiao herself. This Sword Immortal seems to genuinely treat her as a disciple, even imparting her most treasured techniques. This insight would likely have every sword cultivator in the world fighting tooth and nail for it, wouldn't it? Host, don't you wish to study it? Mastering diverse sword intents will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Mou pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Learning this would entangle me too deeply in karmic ties. If I can't sever the bonds, it would only lead to more chaos. But since Xin Shui is also a sword cultivator, it would suit her well. It's a reward anyway. No one said it couldn't be given away, right? I'll give the Frostblade intent insight to Ishui. Come to think of it, I rushed off too quickly during the Sword Pavilion trial and didn't see Ishui. She should have descended the mountain by now. With that thought, Mou picked up the Spirit Communication Jade Slip. Ishui, I'm in Muyu City now. Can you come by if you're free? Within moments, a reply arrived. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. I saw you at Lingxi Sword Pavilion. You're famous all over the world now. And you're even the master of the Jade Emperor himself. Mou couldn't help but smile. Those elders were far too enthusiastic. I had to make up a story to placate them. Oh, and that Sword Immortal at Lingxi Sword Pavilion gave me a book on sword intent insights. I'll give it to you to study when you arrive. Lang Xiao's lips curled into a tight line. Sword Immortal's insights. That's a treasure coveted by every sword cultivator under heaven. Are you truly willing to study it with me? Mou tapped the jade slip lightly. If that sword intent doesn't suit me, I won't pursue it. It's more fitting for you, Ishui. Lang Xiao's fingertips froze, her smile vanishing abruptly. You refused to learn what I gave you, and now you're handing it over to another woman? I wrote it out word by word, pouring my entire divine consciousness into every character. But upon closer thought, something felt off. That other woman, it seemed to be her as well. Despite this, Lang Xiao couldn't help but clench her teeth, her emotions slowly rising. Do you hate me that much? You won't even keep the things I gave you? Just you wait. Chapter 80, Reunion at Muyu City. Lingxi Sword Pavilion. Dao Wuhan's heart pounded with trepidation, his body trembling. The Sword Pavilion trials had concluded. Originally, he and Yao Ning were about to depart, but unexpectedly, Lang Xiao led them into the inner hall. Lang Xiao remained silent, shrouded in a mist that obscured her movements. However, Dao Wuhan distinctly felt the surrounding temperature drop several degrees. As for Yao Ning, stars twinkled in her eyes now. A smile played at the corners of her mouth, her brows and eyes curved upward, gazing at Lung Xiao with utter admiration. She was utterly the picture of a devoted little fan.
A moment later,
Lang Xiao set down the jade slip in her hand. The mist around her dissipated.
With a light flick of her jade-like finger, an ancient text floated toward Dao Wuhan. This was originally meant as payment for the thief Saint Tai Bai. He said you should hold on to it for him. Dao Wuhan paused in surprise. Taking the ancient text, he gasped in shock. The heavenly mechanics thief's scripture.
Lang Xiao spoke calmly. Years ago, Tai Bai stole the seat sword. I gave him a beating and seized this heavenly mechanics thief's scripture. This time, I'm using it as payment in exchange for that item.
I see. Dao Wuhan understood. As for the rest, follow me. Lang Xiao gestured toward Yao Ning and headed toward the inner chambers. Me? Yao Ning gaped, pointing at himself in astonishment. Not long after,
Yao Ning emerged from the inner chamber, her cheeks flushed crimson, her face radiant with excitement and utter disbelief.
Wuhan, the Sword Immortal actually taught me a sword technique. Dao Wuhan paused for a moment before realizing. This is hush money. Moments later, another figure emerged from the inner chamber. It wasn't Lang Xiao, but rather the figure of Dao Ishui. Yao Ning? Brother, let's go.
Yao Ning froze in place.
Brother? The senior disguised as his sister that Wuhan mentioned was actually the Frostblade Immortal he'd always admired Lang Xiao? This is too much of a coincidence. Muyu City. Mo Ping and Wang Huahua were having a blast playing with Tu Yao Yao.
It felt like rediscovering the joy of caring for Mou all those years ago.
Wang Huahua couldn't help but sigh, what a wonderful child. It's just a pity she's so petite. Any baby she has would probably always seem hungry. Father, mother, having fun? Mou appeared silently. Ah. Xiaoyu, you're back.
Wang Huahua and Mo Ping beamed instantly.
Senior brother.
Tu Yaoyao spread her arms wide, her legs crossing as she dashed toward Mou, leaping onto his body in one bound.
Scratch. Ha? Senior brother, did you break through? Wang Huahua's eyes lit up at the words. Xiaoyu, did you gather your spirit? Mou nodded. Oh my goodness, that's wonderful. Our family finally has a decent cultivator.
In the shadows, Juku pursed her lips slightly.
This guy is more than just a little formidable. After spending a day in Muyu City, Lang Xiao arrived together with Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning.
Wan Huahua took one glance and was instantly captivated by Lang Xiao. Her figure was graceful, her features delicate, and her demeanor refined and gentle. Within moments of meeting her, he began grilling her with questions, as if determined to uncover every detail of her family history back 3 generations.
But Lang Xiao knew nothing of the Dao family's lineage and was left somewhat bewildered by the barrage of questions. To avoid giving away the secret, Dao Wuhan had to step in and smooth things over.
Yao Ning, meanwhile, took out a jade slip and secretly carved an image of Lang Xiao's flustered expression.
As for Tu Yao Yao, she dashed out alone.
Ever since that Ishui girl appeared, Mou had subconsciously kept his distance from her. He couldn't even hold her hand anymore.
You idiot senior brother. You jerk of a senior brother. These methods from those storybooks are useless. So annoying. Wah? Tu Yao Yao silently found a corner by the wall and sat there alone. Juku followed behind, shaking his head and sighing helplessly. As night fell, Mou quietly approached Lang Xiao's room. Then, awkwardness froze the air. Their eyes met. Mother, what are you doing here?
Wang Huahua glanced at Lang Xiao, her eyes suddenly lighting up.
Ah, I was just bringing Ishui some food. I'll leave immediately. I shouldn't be here. Yeah, I shouldn't be here. I'm off then. With that, she dashed straight out the door. As she passed by Mou, she couldn't resist adding one last reminder. Xiaoyu, keep pushing. Mou. Misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. He had only come here to deliver a gift to Ishui. Ishui, my mother tends to be a bit forward. Please don't take offense. It's fine.
Lang Xiao gazed at Mou with a hint of meaning, her brows and eyes slightly curved.
Her jade-like hand gently smoothed a strand of hair. You, coming to see me so late at night? What brings you here?
Her words seemed to carry a hint of barely perceptible anticipation.
Ishui, I have a gift for you. What kind of gift?
Lang Xiao spoke slowly, her thoughts racing. If what you pull out is the Frostblade sword in 10 insights, just wait until I. But before the thought fully formed,
Lang Xiao saw a string of flying swords soar into the air, circling endlessly before landing before her.
36 in total, each meticulously carved and radiating an overwhelming aura of yin and yang energy. Even with her vast experience examining swords, Lang Xiao was utterly astonished. Even Jin Ling appeared, his face filled with astonishment.
Kid, what kind of swords are these? Mou's lips curved upward. These 36 flying swords are forged from yin-yang creation wood.
Enveloped in yin-yang energies, they can sever divine consciousness and sever the bonds of life and death.
I call them the yin-yang god-slaying swords. Lang Xiao's eyes suddenly grew intensely solemn.
I cannot accept this yin-yang god-slaying sword. Your cultivation is still low. Should you ever face danger in the future, this sword could help you turn peril into safety. Mou shook his head. I can refine this sword myself. Lang Xiao? Jin Ling? At these words, both were stunned. You still have that yin-yang creation wood? An inexhaustible supply, Mou declared confidently. Jin Ling's mouth fell slightly open in disbelief. Where did you get so much fortune, you little rascal? Could you be the heavenly Tao's illegitimate child? Not exactly, Mou chuckled. So, Ishue, you can take it without worry. When forging this flying sword, I infused it with several rare, frigid treasures. It suits you perfectly. Lang Xiao paused, then spoke softly. Mou, thank you. Ishue, you've saved me countless times. This is nothing. Actually, I have another method that can significantly enhance the power of the yin-yang/divine sword. Lang Xiao and Jin Ling were astonished once more. Mou's hands glowed with the Great Wasteland Spirit Array, and the Void Mirror materialized. Lang Xiao and Jin Ling rushed to Mou's side, scrutinizing the array on his arm. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Jin Ling couldn't stop marveling. That such an extraordinary array exists in this world, one capable of engraving magical treasures into flesh and blood? Unbelievable. This formation is called the Great Wilderness Spirit Array, comprising 36 array patterns. Once inscribed upon the body, the magical treasures embedded within not only consume less energy but also greatly amplify their power. Exactly. The location where it's drawn is a bit intimate. Upon hearing this, Jin Ling instantly wore an expression that said, I get it. Ha! No wonder they only dared come at night. Enough, enough. This one shall step outside to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Call me when you're done. With that, Jin Ling vanished. Lang Xiao's cheeks flushed rosy, a hint of bashfulness flickering in her eyes. It wasn't like she hadn't seen it before. But it was always out of necessity. If it were by choice. Mou spoke softly, Ishue, if you're unwilling, I can find another way. Lang Xiao unconsciously averted her gaze, shifting her eyes between the floor and the bed. Finally, she murmured shyly. You, go ahead and carve. Chapter 81, The Upright Gentleman. The Great Way has no form. There's someone outside. Lang Xiao shifted her posture and sat down lightly on the bed, pointing toward the doorway with her finger. Someone? Mou scanned the area with his divine sense and couldn't help but give an awkward smile. Wang Huahua stood with her head tilted, her ear pressed firmly against the doorframe, seemingly straining to hear the sounds within. With a creak, the door swung open. Unexpectedly, Wang Huahua lost her footing and stumbled forward. Fortunately, Mou caught her. Mom, what were you doing out there? Ah. Ahem, the moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. Wang Huahua immediately stood up, uttering a casual remark, yet her gaze drifted steadily toward the bed. You can't see the moon from here, Mou couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, I just came to ask if you guys wanted to go out and admire the moon. Yeah, that's it. Wang Huahua clapped her hands. Seems you're both busy. Never mind then. You two get some rest. I'm off to see the moon. Besides that, Wang Huahua whispered in Mou's ear in an extremely low voice. As a man, you need to be more proactive and know how to be gentle. A girl's first time shouldn't be rough, you understand? Do your best. Mom's waiting to hold her grandchild. With that, she didn't wait for Mou's reply before running off without looking back. Mou. Lang Xiao. Even if the voices were hushed, how could they possibly escape Lang Xiao's notice? Her cheeks were now flushed crimson, and her delicate earlobes glowed bright red, like two sparkling gems. Her eyes held a restrained, gentle warmth, yet she dared not meet Mou's gaze. Her jade-like legs pressed together, her hands uncertain where to rest, she could only keep rubbing the hem of her skirt. In her mind's eye, the purple light that had long since faded into silence suddenly brightened once more. Her appearance, a blend of awkwardness and bashfulness, was enough to spark endless imagination. Her silhouette, illuminated by the lamplight, was utterly enchanting and captivating. Mou found himself staring, utterly transfixed. Quiet. Silence. Still quiet. After several breaths, Lang Xiao murmured softly, What, are you spacing out about? Mou snapped back to reality at her voice. He took 3 deep breaths, silently reciting. The Great Way has no form, yet it gives birth to heaven and earth. The Great Way has no emotion, yet it moves the sun and moon. The Great Way has no name, yet it nurtures all things. Mou, we have important matters to attend to. Stop daydreaming, for heaven's sake. Once his mind was calm, Mou stepped forward. Ishue, take it off. After speaking, silence fell once more. Turn around. Lang Xiao whispered softly. Mou, the upright gentleman. He turned immediately. Alright, you can turn back now. Lang Xiao's graceful, slender figure lay on the bed, her vital areas concealed by sheer fabric. But it was precisely this tantalizing glimpse that sent Mou's blood racing. With just one glance, Mou went rigid. Ishue, wait a moment. Mou spoke awkwardly. Lang Xiao swept her divine sense over him and instantly understood the source of his awkwardness. Her cheeks flushed even redder, the heat quickly spreading throughout her body. She buried her head in the bedding. "Ugh, you scoundrel!" A pout escaped her lips, all traces of the aloof Sword Immortal's demeanor gone. "A man of integrity. The Great Way has no form. A righteous gentleman. The Great Way has no form. Upright gentleman. The Great Way has no form." Mou repeated these words countless times in his mind. Fortunately, cultivating immortality had one advantage, the ability to freely control one's essence and blood. Standing upright, it took some time, but he could control it. After dozens of breaths, he finally calmed himself. "Ishue, it's time to begin." I'm ready." Mou's fingertips swirled with the De Huanggang Qi, his eyes revealing an unprecedented intensity. Imprinting the Great Wasteland Spirit Array onto Lang Xiao allowed for not a shred of carelessness. Lang Xiao felt the mystical energy and began channeling her own spiritual power to assist. Soon, both entered a state of complete absorption. Several hours passed, and Mou was already drenched in sweat. Compared to Tu Yao Yao, the spiritual energy and divine consciousness consumed to engrave the mark on Lang Xiao were countless times greater. Finally, the last stroke fell upon her lower abdomen. 36 enhanced Great Wasteland Spirit Arrays were perfectly inscribed upon Lang Xiao's body. The Great Wasteland's gale force energy swirled around her, while the mystical yellow breath circulated ceaselessly. Lang Xiao distinctly felt her perception of spiritual energy had greatly enhanced. "Wonderful, it's done." Mou murmured softly, a wave of dizziness washing over his mind. As the gale energy at his fingertips dissipated, his body slowly collapsed. However, just as he reached midair, a slender figure rose, catching Mou and cradling him in her arms. Lang Xiao gently stroked Mou's face, a perfect curve forming at the corners of her lips. "Mou, thank you." Gently laying Mou down, Lang Xiao then draped herself in a white robe. Her figure flickered as she vanished into the secluded mountains. 36 yin-yang divine swords crisscrossed around her, radiating an ethereal aura. "Mou, I won't let you down." Lang Xiao's eyes sharpened as she began merging each yin-yang divine sword into the Great Wilderness Spirit Array. The process was agonizing, yet Lang Xiao never once flinched or furrowed her brow. At that very moment, Juku's eyes quietly opened. Dawn was breaking. Lang Xiao finally achieved the perfect fusion of all 36 yin-yang god-slaying swords, her aura surging to an unimaginably powerful level. Watched all night. Had enough? Her gaze turned cold as she looked toward a certain spot, speaking indifferently. "Frostblade Immortal, what purpose do you serve by concealing your identity and remaining by his side?" Jiuzu emerged from the shadows, her stunning face brimming with intense curiosity. Lang Xiao rose slowly. "And you? What purpose do the demonic tribes serve by staying by his side?" The two exchanged a glance, neither answering. Instead, spiritual energy surged violently from their bodies. "I hear you're the human clan's foremost Sword Immortal. This is a rare opportunity today. I'll test your true depth." Juku's lips curved upward as 9 snow-white tails shot skyward from her back, radiating an overwhelming aura of terror. Lang Xiao's expression hardened. "Juku, the foremost celestial demon under the Demon Emperor, I hear you've never tasted defeat. Today, I'll let you know the bitter taste of failure." Presumptuous. Juku's face remained coldly beautiful as Dao laws swirled around her. Her 9 tails transformed into 9 figures, all charging toward Lang Xiao simultaneously. "Perfect. You'll be the test for this flying sword." Lang Xiao murmured as the Great Wasteland Spirit Array flared with light, unleashing 36 yin-yang/divine swords in a deafening roar. Yin and yang energies swirled with extraordinary might, seeking to sever the divine mind connection between Juku and her 9 avatars. "Oomph. The Great Wasteland Spirit Array isn't exclusive to you." As the words fell, mystical array patterns unexpectedly emerged upon Juku's tails. However, it seemed slightly different from Lang Xiao's. Lang Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered. "How did you get it?" Juku curved his lips. "Naturally, he carved it for me." "Could it be he never told you?" "Heh, you're not his only one." Lang Xiao's expression darkened as icy sword intent surged unceasingly. "Oomph. Nonsense. Watch this sword." Chapter 82, The Emergence of 10,000 Paths Mountain, a never-before-seen new map? Ah, what a blissful sleep. Mou stretched lazily, opening his eyes groggily. A night had passed, and a faint, refreshing fragrance still lingered. "Where's Ishue? I remember after finishing the carving last night, I think I passed out." Recalling carefully, before falling asleep he seemed to have experienced true bliss. This had led him to dream a most delightful dream. Squeak! The door opened. "You're awake?" Cold Xiao's soft voice echoed. Mou lifted his gaze to see her graceful, slender figure before him, her face still bearing a bashful smile. He curved his lips upward and asked, "Ishue, did it work?" Lang Xiao nodded. With a slight flick of her fingertips, the yin-yang/divine sword shot forth from her body, circling around her and radiating an awe-inspiring aura of yin and yang energies. "Wonderful!" Mou's heart leapt with joy.
Last night's efforts hadn't been in vain. Are you rested?
Lang Xiao stepped forward, her divine sense sweeping over Mou as she carefully examined his body.
Yes, just a bit of spiritual energy depletion. Nothing serious. Glad to hear it.
Lang Xiao nodded upon hearing this, her expression suddenly turning serious as she spoke quietly.
However, something major happened last night. Last night, Lang Xiao and Juku had sparred in the mountains.
They did not exert their full strength. After over 100 exchanges, neither had gained the upper hand. Just as they prepared to advance further, boundless Tao essence suddenly swept across the sky. It swept over their bodies, engulfing the Great Qian dynasty, and indeed the entire eastern continent.
Lang Xiao and Juku's expressions instantly grew grave. Such terrifying Tao essence could only signify either a colossal opportunity or a tremendous crisis. Tao essence powerful enough to envelop the entire eastern continent? Mou's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't in the original storyline? Honored one, the anomaly has just manifested.
Xianxia has already gone to investigate and discovered the source of that Tao aura originates from a mountain.
Youchuan's voice echoed in his mind. A mountain? Mou frowned. Why didn't you wake me?
Your divine presence had exhausted your divine consciousness and required replenishment. Youchuan deemed dispatching Xianxia to investigate sufficient. Therefore, we did not rouse your excellency.
Yuan Quan acted on his own initiative. I beg your excellency's forgiveness. Mou couldn't help but smile. What offense is that? You handled it well.
Even had I awakened, I would have arranged it thus. At that moment, Lang Xiao stepped forward and spoke. The source of the Tao's essence lies within the borders of Deqian, and it is precisely near the Qilong cave we once visited. A strange mountain has appeared there out of nowhere, surrounded by myriad paths. Before it stands a golden stele engraved with the mountain's name.
10,000 Tao Mountain. Mou fell silent upon hearing this. 10,000 Tao Mountain, a location never mentioned in the original storyline. This shouldn't be possible? Could it be that his own transmigration had altered this world, causing the plot to deviate from its original course? A mysterious mountain appearing out of nowhere, what could possibly lie within? Mou pondered for a long time, yet could not fathom the answer. Host, since you can't figure it out, why not go see for yourself? With your current strength, you should be able to come and go freely. That made sense.
Now, not only did he have the mystic spring by his side, but also Qianxia and his entire army of shadow soldiers. More importantly, Xuanqiang was seated in seclusion at the exiled immortal's abode, restoring his primordial essence. Should any crisis arise, he could summon them at any moment. Even if a quasi-emperor arrived, he would still face them without fear. With that thought, Mou spoke up. Yishui, let's go take a look. Lang Xiao smiled faintly. All right. In her heart, it didn't matter whether they went or not as long as she was with Mou. They reached the doorway. The others were already waiting outside. For some reason, Tu Yaoyao no longer seemed as lively and cheerful as before. Instead, she had grown quiet and reserved. Her face had lost some of its usual sparkle. Junior sister, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Mou asked instinctively. Tu Yaoyao forced a smile. Nothing. I just didn't sleep well. Unlike you, senior brother. You must have slept like a baby in Sister Ishui's room, right? A faint tinge of jealousy hung in the air. She'd only learned that morning that Mou had spent the night in Lang Xiao's room. At the time, she'd felt so wronged, her eyes brimming with tears. Fortunately, Juku intervened, clarifying that nothing had happened between Mou and Lang Xiao, which eased her distress somewhat. Still, Tu Yaoyao remained deeply unhappy. It was as if her most treasured possession had been snatched away. Ahem, it's getting late. We should hurry over and check on them. Mou cleared his throat twice, changing the subject. Brother Mo, we're heading to the Central Realm to visit Ninger's home. We won't be joining you, Dao Wuhan said. Mou smiled faintly. Very well. If you have time, come find me at the North Pole Clear Wind Sect. Dao Wuhan nodded slowly. Brother Mo, if you go to the Central Domain, you must notify us immediately. After a brief farewell, Dao Wuhan and Yao Ning departed. Mou then proceeded to the 10,000 Dao Mountain with the others. North of the Great Qian Empire lay the 10,000 Dao Mountain. Layers upon layers of cultivators had already gathered in countless numbers. Access to the mountain's core was strictly regulated by cultivation level. Only the most powerful cultivators could enter. With 1,000 li radius as the boundary, layers extended outward. Without a great cultivator to guide them, lower-tier cultivators could only gain insights from thousands of li away. Mou and his group had barely reached 10,000 li out when figures attempted to block their path, only to be driven off by a single cold snort from Juku. Before long, the group reached the most central region, the location of the golden stele atop 10,000 Paths Mountain. Familiar faces dominated the surrounding crowd. The Lingxi Sword Pavilion trials had just concluded, and before the great masters of all sects could fully depart, they were drawn to this Wandao Mountain. Yet now, all sat cross-legged, seemingly absorbed in comprehending the Tao essence of this place. Each was enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, immersed in profound states of enlightenment.
The arrival of MOU and the others went entirely unnoticed.
Lun Xiao gazed at the golden steel, murmuring softly, "This golden steel seems to contain boundless sword intent." Unconsciously, she stepped forward, touched the golden steel, and then instinctively sat cross-legged, entering a state of meditation and contemplation. Similarly, Juku and Tu Yaoyao were drawn to the golden steel, each seeing different visions, and unconsciously sat down.
Only Mo Ping and Wang Huahua remained unaffected. "Xiaoyu, what's happening to them?"
Wang Huahua asked with concern.
Mou frowned and spoke slowly.
"Father, mother, please go inside and take shelter first."
With that, Mou drew the two of them into the illusory heavenly realm.
After completing this, Mou began to examine the golden steel. Moments ago, he had glimpsed a vision within it. It depicted a chaotic cosmos, strikingly similar to the embryonic universe within his own body.
For a moment, Mou nearly became engrossed in it.
Fortunately, the circulation of the primordial chi freed him from its influence.
Glancing around,
all the great sages seeking the Tao were deeply immersed in their contemplation, and the young disciples they had brought along were no different.
No external disturbance could sway their focus.
"Xiao Mei, analyze this golden steel."
"Understood, host."
Soon after, the lowly voice sounded again. "Host, this is a small fragment of the 10,000 Tao golden steel, containing profoundly deep Tao principles. The greater one's innate talent, the easier it is to become immersed within it."
"When might they awaken?" "That depends entirely on them. Some may awaken after a moment of enlightenment, while others might never fully emerge, even in a lifetime." Mou's brow furrowed deeper. This monument appeared far too suddenly. Just then, atop the peak of Wandao Mountain, the great Tao bell tolled. Tao laws gathered around, coalescing into a golden staircase that materialized before Mou. Intricate patterns shimmered ceaselessly upon the golden staircase, as if inviting Mou to ascend the mountain. Chapter 83, by Di and Chengchen. A golden staircase? What an elaborate display! Mou lifted his gaze, staring upward along the golden staircase. However, mist swirled thickly around the golden staircase, obscuring the view entirely. "Yuquan, protect them." After a moment of contemplation, Mou spoke slowly. Yuquan materialized, shrouded in an aura of the underworld. A peculiar power seemed to shield her from the influence of the golden steel. "Your Excellency, be careful."
Mou nodded slowly, calling out in her heart, "Xuanxiong, follow me up."
"I." A deep, resonant voice echoed within Mou's mind. It brought an immense sense of reassurance.
As he stepped onto the golden staircase, a profound and mystical aura surged forth, one he had never experienced before.
The laws within seemed even more complete than before.
Mou felt a twinge of surprise, his curiosity about the entity atop the golden staircase growing.
As he ascended the steps, time seemed to slip away.
Looking down, the ground was long since obscured from view. Above, only mist remained.
"This is peculiar," Mou murmured thoughtfully. "Could this golden staircase be a magical artifact?"
As the thought formed in his mind, Mou slowly closed his eyes. The primordial chi flowed continuously through his body, dispelling all confusion.
When he opened his eyes again, the path beneath his feet had already transformed. The golden ladder vanished, replaced by an ordinary mountain trail.
At the path's end, a green-robed woman's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sister, he has seen through the thousand illusions golden ladder so swiftly. This has never happened before, truly astonishing." Beside her, another woman in white held a jade teapot, pouring 3 cups of tea. One cup went to the green-robed woman, one to herself, and the last cup was placed across from them. This world has finally produced someone extraordinary," the white-clad woman remarked with a calm smile.
Before long, Mou reached the end of the path.
The delicate fragrance of tea wafted toward him, refreshing and uplifting. "Since you've come, young master, it must be fate."
"The tea is still warm, why not step forward and have a cup?"
A crisp voice rang out, as melodious as celestial music. As the mist cleared, 2 women, one clad in green, the other in white, appeared before Mou, both wearing faint smiles. Both possessed otherworldly beauty, as if untouched by earthly concerns, and bore a striking resemblance to one another, appearing almost like sisters.
"Xuanxiong, can we win?" Mou silently inquired within his mind.
"Honorable one, they are merely illusory projections created by magical artifacts.
They possess no cultivation power." "Illusions?" Mou felt surprise, though he did not show it. "Who are you, and why are you here?"
The white-robed woman smiled. "Young master, there's no need to be nervous.
We mean you no harm.
The 10,000 Paths mountain you see, young master, is in fact a powerful magical artifact. As for us two, we are, so to speak, the artifact spirits of this treasure."
"A magical artifact?" Mou surveyed his surroundings.
The mountain was enveloped in mystical energy. The one who forged this treasure must possess extraordinary abilities.
"If it's a magical artifact, why is it here?" The white-robed woman shook her head. "Though we are its spirit, we merely survive by drawing upon its power. We cannot influence the 10,000 Paths mountain itself. However, we suspect this mountain may have manifested because of you, young master." "Because of me?" Mou felt a surge of caution. "A gift from heaven?" Absolutely impossible. First, let's get to the bottom of this. Ladies, what are your names?
We drift like rootless duckweed, carried by the currents, having long since lost our names, sighed the woman in white. Beside her, the woman in green bowed slightly.
Young master, might you bestow names upon us? Mou paused, taken aback.
Honorable master, their souls are incomplete.
Their words are true.
A hint of hope flickered in the eyes of both the white-clad and blue-clad maidens.
Mou pondered for a moment. Life has no roots or foundation, drifting like dust on the road.
Then let them be called by Di and Cheng Chen. The two women smiled sweetly at his words.
By Di. Xing Chen.
Thank you, young master. Please enjoy your tea, young master. Bai Di gestured toward the teacup, from which wafted the rich aroma of tea.
A single sip could awaken boundless insights. Your Excellency, this is enlightenment tea. Drink a cup, and you may grasp the way.
Mou's eyes flashed brightly as he stepped forward and drained the tea in one gulp. Instantly, boundless Tao essence swirled around her body, plunging Mou into a profoundly mysterious state, one that felt utterly irresistible.
A faint smile touched Bai Di's lips. That you named us is fate itself.
Today, we too bestow upon you a profound blessing.
Please claim it for yourself.
With that, Bai Di and Cheng Chen transformed into streaks of light, one white, one blue, and vanished into the 10,000 Dao Mountains.
Immediately afterward, the 10,000 Dao Mountains began to tremble violently.
Where Mou stood, a golden beam shot up from the heavens, enveloping him completely. The Dao essence surrounding him seemed to guide him, merging seamlessly with the golden light.
Before long, Mou's figure vanished from the mountain peak.
After an unknown span of time, Mou slowly opened his eyes.
The clear spring water tinkled, and dewdrops fell onto his forehead.
Surveying his surroundings, he saw nothing but an endless expanse of water. And he was lying upon a giant lotus leaf.
What's going on? Wasn't I on Mount 10,000 Paths?
Host, you drank the enlightenment tea and, with the aid of Bai Di and Cheng Chen, initiated the trials of Mount 10,000 Paths.
You are currently within the inner realm of the 10,000 Paths mountain.
Xiaomei's voice chimed in at the perfect moment.
I see. But why did they choose me?
Perhaps it is because you share a karmic connection with them.
It was destined to be. Destiny, huh? You couldn't help but smile. Well, since it's already happened, I suppose I'll just go with the flow. Yet.
As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but water. The only other thing visible was the lotus leaf beneath her.
Mou. What kind of trial is this? Survival in water?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the lotus leaf beneath him began to tremble, sinking at a visible pace. Mou paid it no mind, rising to his feet and brushing off his hands.
Let's fly up and take a look first. Mou leapt upward. Mou soared into the air. Mou plunged into the water.
A series of movements, accompanied by a splash, sent water spraying high into the air.
It was all done in one fluid motion, seamless and continuous. Wait, where's my cultivation gone?
Mou flailed a few times in the water before managing to steady himself.
Good thing I learned to swim as a kid. Otherwise I'd have drowned. Xiaomei, why can't I access my cultivation now?
Host, this inner realm is a trial ground.
All participants' cultivation is sealed.
But rest assured, host. Xiaomei has calculated that swimming another 2,000 li from here will bring you to shore.
Host, keep going. How much? 2,000 li?
Xiaomei, do you realize that if you exhaust me to death, you'll lose your host?
Ding.
For the host's sake, please rely on your own strength to pass the trial.
Xuanqiong, are you there? Ding. This inner realm is formed by the host's divine consciousness. The host's physical body remains outside. Xuanqiong cannot enter. Mou.
Host, please persevere. Completing the trial brings immense benefits.
Xiaomei will cheer you on. Fine, I'll swim then. Mou sighed, adjusted his breathing, and began swimming in one direction. Little did he know.
At that very moment, beneath the still water,
a massive dark shadow was rapidly closing in. Chapter 84, Accidentally Eaten? Host, hang in there. The finish line is just ahead, don't give up.
Mou stared at the endless expanse of water, feeling numb. Fortunately, his divine sense was sufficiently powerful. He had been swimming for an unknown duration, yet showed no signs of fatigue.
But what exactly is this trial testing? Am I supposed to keep swimming until I reach the shore? Something doesn't feel right.
With that thought, Mou came to a halt and carefully sensed his surroundings.
Finally, he detected an anomaly.
Within this inner landscape, his body continuously emitted divine sense outward, dispersing into the water.
Though extremely faint, it was undeniably present. Or rather, the surrounding water was actively drawing spiritual energy from his body.
Furthermore, while swimming, his divine sense was being steadily depleted far more rapidly than the natural dissipation.
So this trial tests whether one's divine sense is sufficiently powerful? If one reaches the shore before their divine consciousness is depleted, does that count as passing the trial?
The thought crossed his mind, and Mou's lips curved upward.
Then, I don't necessarily have to swim.
Though my cultivation is gone, since this is a divine consciousness avatar, it means I don't necessarily have to take my original form. Mou then closed his eyes, carefully sensing the flow of divine consciousness around him. One breath, two breaths, hundreds of breaths later, Mou suddenly snapped his eyes open. Within his eyes, the southern brightness fire blazed. Two miniature figures, one yin and one yang, simultaneously materialized.
Oomph. A mere trial? Do you truly think you can defeat me? As the words fell, a sacred cry echoed across the heavens. Mou's body was suddenly engulfed in flames. It was the southern brightness fire, the flame of the vermilion bird. The two little figures, one yin and one yang, spiraled upward and merged into the flames. Within moments, Mou's form underwent a profound transformation. Amidst the blaze, crimson, sacred wings unfurled. The southern brightness fire transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward. Mou had completely transformed into the form of the vermilion bird. His wings flapped as he soared through the air, circling endlessly.
Oomph, swimming? Why swim when you can fly?
Host, isn't this cheating?
Xiaomei voiced her doubts. Xiaomei, this is called leveraging your strengths, it's definitely not cheating.
The flames on Mou's body blazed even brighter. The boundless expanse of water below seemed to sense Mou's thoughts. Waves surged relentlessly.
Suddenly, the speed at which it devoured divine consciousness increased dozens of times over.
The fiery glow on Mou's body rapidly dimmed. Host, fly now.
If you don't fly, your divine consciousness will be depleted.
Got it.
It's clearly their own poor design, yet they won't let us skip it.
The designer of this trial is so petty.
Mou muttered irritably before transforming into a ball of flowing fire and heading toward the shore.
2,000 li. Swimming alone would take days and nights. But the vermilion bird's divine speed was extraordinary. Before long, the embankment came into view.
Host, we're almost there.
Go! 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 Xiaomei seemed even more excited than Mou. At this moment, the flames on Mou's body were nearly extinguished.
As they drew nearer to the shore, the water's absorption of divine consciousness accelerated rapidly.
Mou's divine sense was nearly depleted. Yet, fueled by sheer willpower, he finally reached the embankment the very instant his divine sense ran dry.
Host, we're here.
This is great. Mou smiled wryly. Oomph, no big deal.
But before he could finish, a wave of utter exhaustion washed over him. He could no longer maintain the vermilion bird form and reverted to his original appearance.
Then,
he plummeted straight down from the sky.
Mou didn't care about anything now, all he wanted was a good night's sleep. Thankfully, there's ground below. Otherwise I'd have drowned. He murmured softly. Mou was about to hit the ground. But then, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. A towering wave surged up from the water's edge. Mou. No way? Host, beware. Something big is coming. In the next instant, a massive dark shadow leapt out of the deep water. Before Mou could make out its form, a tremendous pulling force seized him. Raging waves crashed in, forming a massive whirlpool.
Endless waves, along with his fragile body, were swallowed whole by the giant creature.
He seemed to have been eaten. Mou felt darkness engulf his vision.
The world spun violently, making him dizzy. Compounded by the exhaustion from depleting his divine consciousness.
Mou finally couldn't hold on any longer and passed out completely. Host, wake up.
Through the haze, a familiar lowly voice echoed in Mou's mind.
Xiaomei? Where am I?
Mou slowly opened his eyes to behold a breathtakingly beautiful scene, like a paradise beyond the mundane world.
Birds chirping, flowers blooming, everywhere filled with warmth and harmony.
The first thought that flashed through Mou's mind was this very phrase.
I remember. I think I was eaten. He.
The host was indeed eaten.
Ha!
That massive creature is the giant koan of the inner world, containing infinite spaces within its body. The place where the host now resides is one of those spaces.
Giant koan? I see. So how do I get out? That's something the host must experience for themselves.
If Xiaomei assists, the host will forfeit part of the reward.
Mou paused slightly.
Wait, speaking of rewards, what about the reward for flying to the shore just now?
Host, you can feel it within yourself.
Mou looked inward at her own body and was astonished to find two tiny figures, one yin, one yang, magically appearing within her.
A faint golden glow emanated from them. Moreover, there were faint signs of them beginning to merge.
Host, your ability to resist the devouring of the mind-devouring waters has already strengthened your divine consciousness immensely without you even realizing it.
Moreover, you've even touched upon the method of merging yin and yang. It's safe to say you've gained a great deal. Only then did Mou understand.
This trial process itself was also a gain. This was the primary reason Xiaomei had insisted he undergo it himself.
This is quite interesting. I wonder what other secrets lie hidden within this splendid scenery. Mou curved his lips upward and continued walking along the path.
Before long, he came upon a stone stele. Engraved upon it were characters entirely unlike those of the present world. just as MOU was about to study it closely. Suddenly, a divine consciousness enveloped him, accompanied by a sharp, accusatory voice. Who are you, daring to trespass into my clan's territory? MOU was taken aback. There are actually people in this space? The next moment, a young man with horns sprouting from his head landed 3 zhang before MOU. In his hand was a peculiar, standard-issue long-handled weapon. 2 ends were inlaid with peculiar sapphire blue gems, faintly radiating an enigmatic aura. MOU smiled faintly. Young friend, I was swallowed by the giant koan and somehow ended up here. Might you know where this place is? At these words, the young man's expression abruptly changed. You're from the world beyond? Outside the world? MOU felt a twinge of surprise. That's an interesting term. The young man snorted coldly. Whoever you are, trespassing into our territory will be punished. I'll take you to face the elders. The rest shall be decided by the elders. As he spoke, the long handle in the young man's hand erupted with dazzling light, surging with boundless divine consciousness. In midair, it coalesced into a colossal net that engulfed the sky, descending toward MOU. Chapter 85, The Heavenly Remnant Clan. The net of heaven is vast. Go! The young man with horns sprouting from his forehead held his left hand directly toward MOU, his fingers clenching into a fist as if everything lay within his grasp. This was his clan's formidable heavenly net divine power. Until today, it had never failed to capture its prey. MOU gazed at the vast blue net unfurling in the sky, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This net seems rather peculiar. Your cultivation method seems rather peculiar too. The young man's gaze turned cold. A mere outsider dares to pry into my clan's secret arts. Close. As the words fell, the gigantic net in the sky closed in on MOU at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, invisible threads of spiritual energy wrapped around MOU's body, attempting to bind him. MOU's lips curved slightly upward. The great wasteland spirit array manifested, and the void mirror sliced open a fissure in the void. Then, he leapt directly into the fissure and vanished without a trace. What? The young man's expression changed. The heavenly net divine technique actually failed. Impossible. Young man, you still need more practice. MOU's voice sounded quietly. Behind the young man, a fissure appeared. MOU extended his palm, transforming into a mountain that crushed down upon the young man. You, how dare you? The young man felt a crushing weight bearing down on him, struggling to breathe. His entire body was crushed flat. His body was utterly immobilized. This was the immense power contained within MOU's divine consciousness. Let me go. MOU chuckled. No rush. I'll ask a few questions once your elders arrive. Oomph. When the elders arrive, you'll get what's coming to you. Boom. MOU tightened his grip even more. Ah. The young man's body slammed into the ground, his mouth filling with dirt. Whoa. He could barely speak, only able to make muffled sounds. This weapon is quite good. MOU raised his hand, drawing the 2 long-handled weapons inlaid with sapphires into his grasp. Xiao Mei, analyze them. Got it, host. Leave it to me. Moments later. Host, these are weapon embryos forged by divine consciousness. The sapphires are immortal soul stones, which strengthen the bond between the embryo and its wielder, greatly enhancing attack power. Weapon embryos? MOU was somewhat surprised. I've only heard of divine consciousness taking form who knew it could be used to forge weapons? Host, this is their secret technique. It greatly amplifies the power of divine consciousness attacks. If you desire it, next time as a reward, Xiao Mei will help you find one. No rush. MOU smiled. Let's meet the true master of this place first. Not long after. Several figures approached from the distance. Men and women, young and old elders. Their spiritual power varied greatly. At the head of the group was an elder with hair and beard as white as snow. He looked at MOU and smiled faintly. Young friend, we implore you to release Tugu. He has only just awakened today, and in his youthful fervor, he may have offended you. We offer our apologies on his behalf. MOU remained motionless upon hearing this, instead asking, Who are you people? Why are you here? The elder stepped forward, leaning on his cane, his gait appearing somewhat unsteady. We come from a powerful realm, but for certain reasons, we cannot leave this place. Many prodigies like you have come here before. Some seized opportunities and departed, while others chose to stay willingly. They call us the Celestial Remnant Clan. The Remnant Clan from beyond the heavens? MOU asked in surprise. How long have you been here? I cannot recall. The old man sighed. Time flies. This place is almost completely cut off from the outside world. How could one possibly remember the years? Young friend, rest assured. We mean you no harm. Please release Togu. MOU pondered inwardly. He knew this was a trial, though its nature remained unclear. Perhaps it was connected to these people who called themselves the remnants from beyond the heavens? With that thought, MOU loosened his grip. Instantly, Tugu, embedded in the ground, shot upward and landed before the old man. 2 other young disciples hurried over to check on Tugu, attempting to rouse him. However, Tugu had already fallen unconscious, a terrifying flame still burning fiercely within his body. The expressions of those present changed abruptly. "Boy, what do you think you're doing?" a woman clad in blue robes snapped, her eyes blazing with fury. "You must pay the price for treating my clan this way." As she spoke, she gathered her divine sense, ready to strike. "Helan, show some respect." The elderly leader sternly intervened. The woman named Helan snorted coldly but reluctantly held back. Mou spoke slowly. "This is the price to pay for attacking me. Rest assured, he won't die. Not yet, anyway. The celestial remnant clan in existence never mentioned in the texts. Mou wasn't one to indulge them. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that these fellows were somehow peculiar. A thread of caution lingered in his mind. The old man cast a faint glance at Tugu and sighed. "Take him back." Then, turning his gaze back to Mou, he resumed his smile. "I am Yu Hong. May I ask your name, young friend?" Mou smiled. "Li Fei Yu. Young Li, would you care to come into the village for a chat?" Yu Hong gestured invitingly. "Certainly. Please lead the way, Elder Yu." Mou's face remained cheerful, showing no sign of reluctance. Soon, the group arrived at a village. Mou looked around with curiosity, his eyes drawn to the unfamiliar spiritual patterns radiating an utterly mysterious aura. A single glance was enough to captivate, drawing one in irresistibly. Within the spirit patterns, mysterious currents seemed to pull at one's senses. It felt as though they were beckoning Mou. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire surged within Mou, a burning urge to absorb every last trace of those spirit patterns into his divine consciousness. "No! Calm your mind." The primordial chi surged through him, sending a jolt through Mou's heart. The depths of his eyes regained clarity. The burning desire vanished. A wave of dread washed over Mou. Just now, his divine consciousness had felt as if it were about to sink into oblivion. "Something's fishy. Let's see what you're up to." Mou's mind was clear, but his expression remained unchanged. He deliberately feigned an expression of intense longing. A sharp gleam flashed in Yu Hong's eyes, as if he had anticipated this. Stroking his beard, he murmured, "Young friend, are you interested in those spirit patterns?" Mou nodded dully upon hearing this. "Ah, young friend, no need to rush. Once we reach the village, we'll let you study them to your heart's content." "Really? An old man's word is his bond." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Elder Yu." Mou's performance was flawless, showing no signs of hesitation. His mind raced. This spirit pattern must be part of the test. The old man seemed pleased to see me so engrossed in it. What else is he scheming? Doubts began to surface. After several dozen breaths, the group landed in the village. Mou curiously scanned his surroundings, his divine sense sweeping over the area. The entire village housed roughly several hundred people. None seemed particularly powerful. Everything else appeared quite ordinary, save for one detail. Almost every household contained one or more white silk cocoons, varying in size. The largest stood several people tall, while the smallest were no bigger than a handful of fists. The same spiritual patterns seen at the village entrance adorned these cocoons, making their contents difficult to discern. Mou smiled faintly and inquired, "Old Yu, what lies within these silk cocoons?" Yu Hong smiled mysteriously. "Young Li, don't be impatient. After we've eaten our fill, I shall explain everything to you. The contents of this cocoon will surely satisfy you, young friend." Mou nodded slowly, no longer pressing the matter. Before long, the banquet was prepared. It appeared no different from an ordinary gathering of cultivators. Mou scanned the scene with his divine sense but detected nothing unusual. "Young friend, this is our region's unique spirit pattern, peach blossom wine, sweet and mellow. This old man offers you a toast." With that, Yu Hong drained the wine in his hand. Mou slowly raised his cup. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. "Don't drink it. It's poisoned." Chapter 86, Divine Mind Soldier Embryo. "Who's there?" The sudden voice made Mou pause mid-motion. A glance swept over the crowd, revealing nothing amiss. Within the wine cup, the spirit pattern peach blossom wine glowed faintly. Those glimmers coalesced into mystical patterns, identical to those on the cocoon outside. They too were beckoning him. Poof! Mou's fingertips channeled both the southern brightness fire and the sun's essence fire, which flowed simultaneously along the cup's surface and into the wine. The mysterious spirit patterns were instantly incinerated. Nothing unusual remained. Then, Mou lifted the corner of his mouth slightly and drank it all in one gulp. Yu Hong's eyes lit up with delight. "Ah, Li Xiaoyu, you can really hold your liquor. Come on, another round." Mou chuckled. "I told you it's poisoned. Why did you drink it? Just wait for death." The familiar voice sounded once more. This time, Mou's eyes flashed with innate energy, finally pinpointing the speaker's location. Upon seeing the person's face, Mou was utterly astonished. It was a woman, ordinary-looking, appearing to be in her 30s, seated in the farthest corner. She was utterly inconspicuous. What shocked Mou was that she was the very same blue-clad woman who had just vowed to make him pay. "Helan!
This was truly interesting. It seemed the so-called Heavenly Relics clan wasn't entirely united either. Old you, now that we've had our drinks, might you enlighten us? What exactly is this spirit pattern? And what lies within that silk cocoon? After 3 rounds of wine, Mou was slightly tipsy, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Heilon remained impassive, his hand holding the wine cup, pausing slightly. His mind was filled with questions. What exactly is this kid up to? He drank poisoned wine knowing full well it was laced. Does he not fear death? Even after my warning, he shows no reaction. Could it be he's too weak? Unable to sense my divine perception? If that's the case, then he can only wait obediently for death. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Heilon drained the cup in one gulp. Ha ha ha. Since you honor this old man with such kindness, I shall speak plainly. Young friend, have you ever heard of the divine sense soldier's womb? What is that? Mou's face betrayed confusion and curiosity. The so-called soul-nurtured weapon core involves cultivating divine consciousness through special methods. The process is intricate, and those profound spiritual patterns in silk cocoons are but a part of it. Yu Hong paused briefly, flashing a mysterious smile before continuing slowly. Once the weapon embryo is fully cultivated, it can transform divine consciousness into a weapon, amplifying its power by dozens of times. Caught off guard, no one can withstand it. Mou was suddenly startled. Master Yu, are you telling the truth? Of course it is. Yu Hong stroked his beard, brimming with confidence. Please impart the method of cultivating a weapon embryo, Elder Yu. Fei Yu would be eternally grateful. Mou's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly rose to his feet. Oomph. Truly a fool who doesn't know his own limits. Heilon sneered inwardly. You've already drunk the spirit pattern wine, yet you still wish to condense a weapon embryo. Just wait for death. Young Li, do not be hasty. The day is already late. Stay in the village for one night. Tomorrow, this old man will take you there. Oh? Must the cultivation of a weapon embryo be done at a specific location? Mou inquired curiously. Oomph. It's merely waiting for the spirit pattern wine within you to take full effect. Stop dreaming about impossible things, Heilon retorted without a trace of emotion. Yu Hong chuckled. Naturally. Tomorrow we shall witness the marvelous. Excellent. 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 Mou beamed. Master Yu, Fei Yu has had a bit too much to drink. He'll retire for the night now. Yu Hong nodded slowly. Someone, assist young friend Li down. With 2 people supporting him, Mou was led into an ancient-looking room, its walls engraved with intricate spirit patterns. Afraid I might run away? Once everyone had left, the flush vanished instantly from Mou's face, and his previously clouded eyes regained their clarity. And that woman named Heilon, what was the purpose of her warning me? This village truly oozes strangeness at every turn. Heavenly relics. Let me see what these things truly are. With that, 2 tiny figures, one yin, one yang, flew out from Mou's body, transforming into yin and yang energies that slipped away silently. After the banquet dispersed, Heilon returned alone to her quarters. After confirming everything was secure, she discreetly retrieved a mysterious crimson gemstone. A luminous glow enveloped the gem, its natural patterns radiating an aura of unfathomable mystery. Senior, I wanted to drive him away, but Yu Hong stopped me. I warned him at the banquet too, yet he seemed completely deaf to my words. A faint glow emanated from the crimson gemstone, within which a line of text appeared, as if communicating with Heilon. Save him. A look of distress crossed Heilon's face. Senior, it's not that I don't want to save him, but he's like a drunkard. He drank so much spirit pattern wine. By now, those spirit patterns have likely spread throughout his entire body. It's too late to save him. The crimson glow flickered, and words appeared once more. That wine is useless to him. Ha? Heilon frowned in confusion. How is that possible? He couldn't even detect my telepathic transmission. With such a feeble divine sense, how could he possibly resist the effects of that spirit pattern wine? Mid-sentence, Heilon suddenly realized. Senior, do you think he might be deliberately ignoring me? A red flash flickered. He probably is. Heilon. And he's already discovered you. That's absolutely impossible. Heilon blurted out, shaking his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with disbelief. This isn't ordinary telepathy, not even Yu Hong could detect it. How could he possibly have noticed? He's here. 2 simple words answered Heilon. Then, the red gem fell silent. It's coming? What's coming? Just as Heilon was puzzled, the yin and yang energies appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere. Slowly gathering, they gradually coalesced into the form of Mou. Senior Heilon, hello. Ah. Staring at the familiar apparition before her, Heilon couldn't help but gasp in surprise. So, it was you who came? No. What are you doing here? Heilon shook her head, forcing down the shock in her heart. Mou's lips curved upward. To thank Senior Heilon for the timely reminder at the banquet. Heilon? She couldn't help but curl her lips. You bastard, you heard it and pretended not to. Oomph. Senior Heilon, please don't take offense. I just wanted to see what Yu Hong was up to. But you didn't have to drink so much. I told you it was poisoned and you still drank it? You chuckled. Oh, that stuff? It tasted pretty good. Couldn't resist having a few extra cups. Helan. So, that wine really didn't affect you? You paused, slightly taken aback. The word really carried a subtle nuance that sparked Mo's imagination. Seems someone tipped off Senior Helan beforehand. No. I was just speculating. Helan hastily denied. Mu smiled faintly and didn't press further. There were more pressing matters at hand now. With that thought, Mu's eyes sharpened. Senior Helan, tell me what exactly is going on in this village? Chapter 87, The Master of Nourishment. Within the rustic chamber, Helan carefully set up several protective barriers. Only after confirming everything was secure did he speak slowly. Where are you from? Eastern Continent. Eastern Continent? Helan asked curiously. Where is that? Is it also within the Eastern Heavenly Realm? Mu paused briefly before shaking his head. It's just a remote little place. Where exactly is the Eastern Heavenly Realm you mentioned, Senior? Helan gave a bitter smile. The world is divided by the abyss into 4 great celestial realms, East, West, South, and North. The Eastern Celestial Realm lies east of the abyss. It is also my homeland. Senior Helan, you're not from this village? No. Helan shook his head. I only regained my memories by sheer coincidence. Recovered memories? Mu's heart skipped a beat as a possibility dawned on him. He turned to Crane Blue for confirmation. Please enlighten me, Senior. Helan sighed and began to recount her story. I was once a renowned prodigy among the sea clans of the Eastern Heavenly Realm. By a stroke of luck, I came into possession of a treasure map. Following that mysterious map, I endured countless hardships to reach this place, where I encountered Yu Hong. Like you, Yu Hong warmly hosted me and led me before that jade wall. The jade wall? Mu inquired curiously. What was engraved upon it? It bore profoundly mystical scriptures. Only those with extraordinary insight could grasp its mysteries. I couldn't memorize its contents, but I remember the scripture's name. The Master of Nourishing Life. Mu's curiosity deepened. What kind of scripture could leave no impression whatsoever? What happened next? Helan sighed deeply upon hearing this. After that, for some reason, I suddenly lost my memory and forgot my origins. Yu Hong took me in, and I stayed here. At first, I was deeply grateful to him, until... She trailed off, her thoughts drifting to the crimson gem nestled in her embrace. It was precisely through unexpectedly obtaining this gem that Helan recalled everything. That was why, when the elder within the gem instructed her to save Mu, she acted without hesitation. It wasn't until I encountered certain circumstances that I uncovered the truth behind everything. Yu Hong must have been the first to discover the scriptures engraved on the jade disc and gain some insights from them, including that the spiritual patterns and divine consciousness weapon embryos might be connected to the Master of Nourishing Life. Mu frowned. But don't you also know the method of divine mind weapon embryos? Helan shook her head, pointing to the silk cocoon nearby. Within that cocoon you're curious about lies the very embryo of a divine weapon. And all these silk cocoons belong to Yu Hong. He used spirit patterns to control us, forcing us to cultivate these weapon embryos for him. He also used the power of the jade disc to erase the villagers' memories, thereby controlling them. We can only use these weapon embryos within the limits he permits. True control lies entirely in his hands. Should we defy his will, the spirit patterns within us would turn against us. That's why I warned you not to drink that wine. Mu fell silent for a moment. It seems the villagers here are all people like me, who stumbled into this place by mistake. Helan nodded. The last one to arrive here was Tuagu, the first person you encountered and also the weakest. Only those blessed with extraordinary destiny enter this place. Every soul who steps within is a peerless prodigy. Helan paused. They all possess their own unique abilities. She was warning Mu that these people were far more formidable than he realized. Thank you for the warning, Senior. Mu's lips curved upward. I wonder where the jade disc engraved with scriptures might be. Don't be reckless. Helan's heart tightened. You haven't been marked with a spiritual pattern. It's better to slip away quietly before they notice. Mu shook his head. I have my own plans. Please tell me where the jade disc is. Seeing Mu's persistence, Helan sighed. Though I've been there, I don't know its exact location. Only Yu Hong knows. Mu frowned in thought. In that case, the day is drawing to a close. This junior shall take his leave. With that, Mu's figure vanished. He needed to make preparations in advance. In the room, Helan sighed softly and retrieved the crimson gem. Senior, I cannot dissuade him. A faint red glow flickered, then help him. Helan agreed, yet couldn't help but ask, Senior, why would you help him? If Yu Hong discovers this, we might not survive. There's a familiar aura about him, one connected to me. Within the crimson gem, a pair of eyes seemed to emerge, gazing intently in the direction Mu had departed.
Meanwhile, outside, beneath Mount Wandao, where the golden steel stood, the crowd remained immersed in their cultivation. Much time had passed, yet not a single soul had awakened. Hidden in the shadows, Yuquan looked up at the mist-shrouded 10,000 Paths mountain, a hint of worry in her eyes.
Honorable One, are you alright?
Ever since Mou ascended the mountain, Yuquan had lost all contact with him, unable to sense any trace of his presence. She yearned to rush into the mountain.
But Mou's command was to remain here and protect them. Yuquan could not disobey. Ah!
That was such a blissful sleep. The sudden voice interrupted Youquan's thoughts.
Yaoquan looked in the direction of the sound, astonished. The first to wake up was actually her? Beside the golden steel, Tu Yao stretched lazily, her every movement seeming to be enveloped by a faint aura of true spirit. Ha! What's going on with everyone? Master Jio? Wake up? Tu Yao waved her hand in front of Juku, but there was no response. Is he in a state of enlightenment? Then, Tu Yao caught sight of Lang Xia.
A mischievous glint suddenly flashed in her star-like, adorable eyes.
Dao Shui, are you awake?
Tu Yao circled around Lang Xiao a few times.
Yuquan looked puzzled, unsure what she was up to. Oomph. You're clearly not as adorable as me? Why does senior brother make that face whenever he sees you? And ever since you showed up, I haven't even been able to touch senior brother's hand anymore. Ugh. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Oomph. As she spoke, a brush suddenly materialized in Tu Yao's palm. Oomph, this is the divine brush Father gave me.
Anything drawn with it can't be erased, not even by those who've reached the Tao-seeking realm. Just wait till I smear your face black. Senior brother won't have anything to do with you anymore.
Yuquan. Tu Yao pursed her lips, ready to strike.
But when the tip of the brush was just 0.01 centimeters from Lang Xiao's face, Tu Yao stopped. Her eyes darkened as she murmured.
Never mind. If I blacken your face, senior brother will definitely be upset. I don't want senior brother to be unhappy. Yuquan withdrew the surging netherworld energy, unable to suppress a smile as he watched Tu Yao. But I'll still compete fairly with you. Like I'd ever believe I could lose to you? Tu Yao looked at Lang Xiao with solemn conviction. Then, her little head darted around alertly, confirming no one had woken up. She then quietly approached, pressing both small hands against Lang Xiao's chest and gently pinching it as if measuring its size. Then, a look of astonishment spread across her delicate face. Her hands remained unchanged as Tu Yao withdrew them abruptly, covering her own chest. Then, her expression turned slightly haggard, tinged with defeat. Oomph. It's just a matter of having a few more years under my belt. I won't lose to you. Besides, senior brother definitely isn't that shallow. Yuquan. Tu Yao squeezed hard, forcing out a little, then sighed heavily. Wah! Why can't I ever grow up? This is so annoying. Wait, hold on, this doesn't add up. Everyone's asleep now, so does that mean senior brother is also? Hee. Tu Yao's eyes lit up, the gloom on her face instantly vanishing, replaced by a delighted expression. Senior brother, I'm here to find you. Chapter 88, Heaven-Defying Insight, the True Divine Power of the Tao. Senior brother, where are you? Tu Yao searched everywhere but couldn't find Mou anywhere. Could he have gone up the mountain? Tu Yao gazed curiously at the mountain path. That's quite possible. I'm heading up to Mou, wait for me. Unfortunately, before she could reach halfway up, she felt herself lifted into the air, her feet leaving the ground. Beneath her, a mist-formed purple palm had materialized, cradling her securely. Ah! Who's there? Help me! Tu Yao suddenly began struggling, her hands suddenly holding a large array of magical artifacts, ready to blast the purple palm. Calm down. Silence. Yuquan spoke abruptly. I won't harm you. Tu Yao paused. Who are you? The one protecting you. Yuquan replied indifferently. Ha? Could it be senior brother sent you to help us? Tu Yao speculated. Yes. He doesn't want anything to happen to you, so it's best you stay here quietly. So senior brother has gone up the mountain? Tu Yao asked curiously. Yuquan fell silent. He must have gone up the mountain. Tu Yao's starry eyes sparkled, and half a jade pendant had appeared in her hand. He. I'm going to find him. You won't be able to stop me. As she spoke, Tu Yao silently commanded. System, help me shake her off. I'm going to find Mou. Understood, host. The next moment, a flash of light enveloped Tu Yao. Then, right under Yaochuan's nose, she vanished entirely. Yaochuan's expression changed, his eyes widening in disbelief. She's gone? What happened? Meanwhile, as the yin and yang energies flowed back into her body, Mou quietly awoke. He, young friendly, did you sleep well last night? Yu Hong's voice drifted in from outside the room. Mou touched his face, a trace of bewilderment flickering in his eyes, before stepping outside. Master Yu, it seems I drank a bit too much yesterday. My spiritual senses feel somewhat weary, but it's nothing serious.
Behind Yu Hong stood Helan and another middle-aged man.
Ha ha ha. Young Li truly possesses formidable spiritual energy.
You must know that ordinary folk would sleep for 3 days after just 1 cup of that spirit pattern peach blossom brew. Yet you, Young Li, with such a vast capacity, show only slight weariness.
Even this old man feels ashamed by comparison.
Yu Hong sighed. However, your current state is actually most suitable for experiencing the method of the divine consciousness weapon embryo.
Oh? Mou inquired curiously, why is that? Follow me, young friendly, and you shall see. With that, Yu Hong produced a compass, its intricate design adorned with constellations, radiating profound mystique.
The compass emitted rays of starlight that enveloped the group. A blinding white light flashed before Mou's eyes, forcing him to shut them.
When he opened them again,
they were no longer in the village, but before a mysterious, silent, and profoundly deep cliff. Young friendly, the method for refining the divine consciousness weapon embryo is engraved upon the jade disc ahead. Even without Yu Hong's prompting, Mou had already been drawn to the jade disc. The jade disc measured roughly 100 zheng square, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding cliff face as if naturally formed.
Rows of profound, enigmatic gilded symbols emerged upon its surface. They were not the characters of today, yet their profound meaning was effortlessly comprehensible.
Mysterious and elusive Taoist rhythms flowed from it, stirring profound longing.
Focus your mind, or you too will lose your memory and forget everything. Helan hurriedly transmitted the warning. But Mou offered no reply.
Oomph. At that moment, the warmth on Yu Hong's face had vanished. In its place was a cold, sinister grin. His eerie gaze and crooked smile sent a chill down one's spine. Once he's trapped within the jade disc and has completely lost his memory, engrave all these spiritual patterns into his body.
Yu Hong commanded.
His voice brimmed with arrogance, as if pronouncing Mou's fate.
Yes.
Helan responded with the same outward respect as the other middle-aged man. But inside, he was already bursting with excitement.
At that moment, Mou had already entered a state of complete absorption.
The master of nourishing life, the way of divine power.
The way of the middle void, following the natural order of heaven and earth. Sutra after sutra flowed into his mind. He seemed to resonate with the jade disc. Suddenly,
the jade disc on the cliff trembled violently. The mysterious, mystical gilded patterns seemed to come alive, rushing headlong into Mou's body.
Taoist aura swirled around Mou's body. The sound of the great Tao resounded through the heavens. The celestial chanting of sutras intertwined with Mou's breath. Energy swirled and flowed. Within him, it coalesced into a true Tao divine ability. Divine power. Master of nourishing life.
At this moment, Mou was comprehending at an unimaginable speed.
Yu Hong's expression abruptly changed upon witnessing this. This can't be. The jade disc has never reacted like this before. What on earth did he do? Helan was equally stunned. Could he have truly succeeded in grasping it? This is simply unbelievable. Quick!
Subdue him with spirit patterns. Yu Hong shouted urgently, issuing the command. An unknown fear stirred within him.
Mou's comprehension was stronger than his infinitely stronger. He absolutely could not allow such a person to exist here. No, don't bother. Just kill him outright. Destroy his soul and body completely. He wanted him dead.
Behind Yu Hong, a middle-aged man materialized a broad purple gold blade in his hand, poised to charge at Mou.
However, at that very moment,
a terrifying aura swept in from behind, leaving almost no time to react. Helan, wielding a long spear, swept it forward with all his might toward the two men, without a shred of hesitation.
A piercing scream echoed.
The middle-aged man was cleaved in two, his eyes filled with utter disbelief.
Lan, why? Before he could finish, his entire body shattered and vanished in an instant.
On the other side, Yu Hong was also struck by Helan. However, the blow that should have been fatal was blocked by the spirit patterns that automatically manifested on Yu Hong's body.
Yu Hong emerged unscathed. Helan, how dare you betray me? Oomph. You old fossil. I've wanted to slaughter you with my own hands for ages.
Helan roared, pushing her divine sense to its absolute limit. An endless blue glow surged from the long spear.
Yet, it still couldn't harm a single hair on Yu Hong's body, not even grazing the hem of his robe.
A mere flicker of spiritual patterns rippled across Yu Hong's body. Helan instantly felt immense pressure, her body violently hurled back hundreds of feet. His divine sense shattered, his form weakened by more than half, barely managing to hold himself steady.
Those who betray this sovereign shall die.
Yu Hong's face darkened as divine sense surged in his palm, attempting to activate the spirit patterns he had planted within Helan's body. But his expression changed abruptly.
The spirit pattern within you has been erased? Who dares oppose me? You boast of unmatched cunning, don't you? Take a guess.
Helan struggled to his feet, utterly drained.
Could it be that brat?
Yu Hong snapped to realization, his eyes narrowing like poisonous hooks as he fixed them on Mou.
Die. Instantly, the divine consciousness transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, sweeping toward Mu. However, a flash of crimson light erupted from Yilan's chest, and miraculously, her form materialized directly between the blades and Mu. With a thunderous crash, pierced by the endless blades, Yilan's already weakened form grew even more dim and lifeless. Oomph. With me here, you can't touch him. When he wakes, it will be your death day. Yu Hong roared with fury. You couldn't have blocked that move just now. Who's helping you? Oomph. If you want to know, go ask the ghosts in hell. Yilan snapped, a shatterproof crimson barrier flaring before him, shielding Mu firmly. Yu Hong's gaze sank to the depths of the earth. Overestimating your abilities. Since that's the case, I'll show you what true divine consciousness and peerless divine power truly mean. With that, Yu Hong extended his palm, from which countless threads surged forth in all directions. Simultaneously, the silk cocoons scattered throughout the village began to tremble violently, bursting forth with blinding radiance. An overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the entire village, relentlessly converging toward Yu Hong's position. Yilan's expression darkened. Glancing sideways at Mu, she silently prayed. You must succeed. Chapter 89, So I'm already dead, am I? Before the jade wall of the cliff, an unprecedentedly terrifying divine consciousness gathered in Yu Hong's palm. It materialized into a 100-foot-long giant axe, seemingly capable of cleaving through the entire expanse of space. Yilan, betrayal demands an unimaginably painful price. You and this brat shall vanish forever. Fear flashed in Yilan's eyes. She had anticipated Yu Hong's strength, but never imagined he could make the entire space tremble. She closed her eyes and drew a deep breath. Senior, I might not be able to hold him back any longer. If he survives, I hope he'll bring my remains back to the Sea Clan to my kin and parents. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke in a low tone, delivering her final words. She knew she couldn't hold him back. She knew she would die. And she knew her heart was gripped by overwhelming terror. Yet she did not flinch, nor did she retreat even a single step. Because she understood that Mu's arrival was the only hope granted by heaven in countless years. So she would no longer be controlled by others. To escape this place of utter despair. To return home. Even if it meant returning as her own corpse, as her own ashes. She was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Even if she didn't even know Mu's real name. Yilan cast aside the long spear in her hand, and her form, born of divine consciousness, radiated dazzling starlight. She rose like a celestial star. As if to consume everything, erupting with the most dazzling radiance. Divine consciousness erupted. She would join Yu Hong. In a mutual destruction. Yilan, have you lost your mind? Yu Hong's expression darkened. He never imagined Yilan would be so utterly resolute. To burn everything to ashes like this. That would utterly destroy her chance at reincarnation. You'd go this far for a complete stranger? Yilan's lips curved upward. As long as he can kill you, it's worth it. With that, Yilan's divine sense surged toward Yu Hong like a tidal wave. This was a suicidal divine sense assault. The moment it neared Yu Hong, a violent explosion would erupt. He cared not a jot for his own life. You madman. Yu Hong could only dodge and defend helplessly. As a divine consciousness entity himself, if struck by accident, it would take at least hundreds, if not thousands, of years to recover. Worse still, it could leave permanent, irreparable scars. He refused to gamble. Oomph. Your divine consciousness can only last 100 breaths at most. Within 100 breaths, this brat absolutely cannot comprehend the essence of this life-sustaining master. Once your divine consciousness shatters, I'll engrave a true death spirit array upon him, forcing him to endure the agony of divine consciousness collapse tens of thousands of times daily. Yilan remained silent. She didn't want to waste a single ounce of power, hoping only to buy Mu one more breath. At that very moment, Mu was immersed in the profoundly mystical essence of the Tao. Vast starry skies. The boundless heavens and earth. The infinite cosmos. One vision after another unfolded ceaselessly within his sea of consciousness. Boundless and endless, elusive and unfathomable. Yet, in Mu's eyes at this moment, behind that boundless expanse lay hidden threads. Those threads were profoundly mysterious, containing the true essence of the Tao. Boom! It felt like thunder exploding within Mu's mind. Endless threads swirled and gathered, coalescing into a dazzling panorama at the deepest recesses of Mu's consciousness. It enveloped the 10,000 spirits diagram, bearing mountains and rivers, plants and trees, sun, moon, and stars, indeed, everything in the world. The master of nourishing life, the divine power of the Tao. This was the method of transforming divine consciousness into all things in unparalleled, peerless divine power throughout the ages. Mu had attained enlightenment. He. Congratulations, host, on comprehending a Tao divine ability. You're truly amazing. Ha ha ha. 100 breaths have passed. Yilan, your oil lamp is spent. Prepare to die. Yilan's divine consciousness had weakened to the extreme, long since losing its human form, leaving only a faint flickering flame. That was the final flame of his divine consciousness burning. Flashbacks of past experiences flickered within the flames.
Helan had stood alone at the pinnacle of the entire Sea clan, renowned throughout the Eastern Heavenly Realm, destined to become an unparalleled prodigy poised to attain enlightenment. Her life should have been one of unstoppable dominance, invincible and unchallenged. Yet, that tattered treasure map changed everything. She came to this place. And then, the world lost all trace of her. Is she dead? It really is a pity. A faint murmur drifted from the flames, tinged with sorrow and reluctance. A giant axe hundreds of feet long swung down before him. Helan closed her eyes completely, the flame of her divine consciousness extinguished forever. You've done well. A faint voice echoed. The divine consciousness flame, long extinguished, flared brilliantly once more without warning. I'm not dead. Helan was astonished. Feeling the remnants of her divine consciousness. It was steadily growing stronger. White threads like raindroplets scattered around its body nourished the divine consciousness. Like an inexhaustible spring brimming with boundless power. And the 100-foot axe poised to strike was gently caught by a hand. Helan's form slowly solidified, her divine consciousness now even more potent than before. She turned around and saw the youth's faintly confident smile, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. You succeeded. Even as it unfolded before her eyes, Helan still found it hard to believe. You smiled indifferently. Senior Crane Blue, once I've dealt with this minor inconvenience, we'll discuss further. With that, he clenched his palm. The 100-foot-tall giant axe vanished into thin air in an instant. You have attained enlightenment? Yu Hong stood frozen in place, utterly unwilling to believe it. This can't be possible. I've studied it for countless years. And I still haven't fully grasped this divine technique. You've only observed for 100 breaths. How dare you? You stepped forward and spoke slowly. You're mistaken. You have never truly grasped the essence of the master of nourishing life, not even the slightest bit. You've merely been drowning in your own obsession. No. You're lying. This divine mind soldier embryo technique is a divine power I cultivated myself. Yu Hong's eyes held a hint of obsession. You sighed. If you refuse to see reason, then I shall help you remember. He raised a finger, and threads of divine consciousness enveloped Yu Hong. Memories surged through his mind, and Yu Hong saw his former self. Back then, he had arrived before this jade disc full of youthful vigor, ecstatic over the scriptures inscribed upon it. For tens of thousands of days and nights, he sat here in meditation, ceaselessly contemplating. Until finally, he died completely. So, I'm already dead. Yu Hong stared at his own hands in disbelief. After a few breaths, his hands suddenly clenched, relentlessly tearing at his own skull. No! I'm not dead. You lied to me. This is an illusion. I'll kill you. Yu Hong's entire body ignited with terrifying divine flame. Simultaneously, spirit patterns emerged on every villager's body, igniting the same flames. Die. I'll make you die with me. I'll make you all perish here with me. Ha 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 ha. Yet the next moment, the laughter abruptly ceased. The spiritual patterns on the villagers' bodies had suddenly lost their effect. No. What have you done? You merely snapped his fingers. He had prepared everything last night. Across every spirit pattern on all villagers, the entire village and the entire region, a crimson gold flame ignited simultaneously. They burned the spirit patterns to ashes. Yu Hong's aura visibly withered away at a rapid pace. No, this shouldn't be happening. I am a true genius. I pioneered the divine mind weapon embryo technique. I was so close to mastering all the arts. It's all your fault. You stole my destiny. Aha! Yu Hong struggled, his face contorted, eyes filled with madness. The divine mind soldier wound was always your clan's inherited technique, not bound to this jade plaque. Your obsession ran too deep. You'll never comprehend it. You sighed. Then I shall send you on your way. Chapter 90, Master. Flames engulfed the air. Yu Hong's spiritual form completely dissipated under the joint gaze of Mou and Helan. Until the very last moment, he still hadn't grasped the truth. Helan stared blankly at the spot where Yu Hong had vanished, her voice faded as she asked. Was he already dead? Mou paused. He knew what Helan was asking. Yes, he died long ago, before reaching the jade wall of this cliff. What remains is merely his lingering obsession. Helan's body trembled, her lips quivering. Then, what about me? Am I also long dead? Mou remained silent, offering no reply. Helan's eyes dimmed completely. No answer was answer enough. Helan stood rooted to the spot, murmuring after a long silence. Take me to see. I want to see where I died. Mou sighed at last. All right. He waved his hand gently toward the jade disc, and threads of divine consciousness surged forth, converging. A phantom door materialized upon the jade disc. Mou led Helan through it. Inside lay a crystalline jade-like space, forming a seamless whole with the jade disc. Helan stared blankly. Not far ahead, hundreds of jade coffins stood in silent stillness. Within the jade coffins lay one after another. Skeletons. Her eyes gradually filled with tears. Among those skeletons, one belonged to herself. Not a trace of life remained. She had long since passed away, her death shrouded in the mists of time. Like Yu Hong, she was now nothing more than an obsession. Helan's memories finally awoke completely. In years past, she had come here to comprehend the divine powers inscribed upon the jade disc. Then, she died. She died consumed by obsession, and her lingering fixation led her to encounter Yu Hong. This was the true reason behind her memory loss. Tears streamed down Helan's face. Does the Eastern Heavenly Realm still exist? Mou shook his head slowly upon hearing this. I do not know. There are no records either. Then the Sea Clan, they must be gone too, right? Helan's body went limp and she sat down on the ground, appearing lonely and helpless. Not necessarily, Mou replied. East of the Eastern continent, there are still seas. Perhaps the Sea Clan still exists. If you wish, I can take you to see for yourself. Helan's body trembled. Really? Mou nodded, but sighed. Your obsession is rooted here. If you leave, it might fade away in as little as 3 years. I want to go. Helan declared without hesitation, even if it's not my own clan, I still want to go. Very well. Mou agreed. Then he raised his hand, drawing the jade coffin into his divine consciousness. After completing all this, Mou looked at Helan's embrace and said softly, Elder, would you care to emerge for a moment? Helan paused slightly, a crimson glow flickering across his chest. A crimson gem rose into view. You are quite impressive. Mou smiled as he read the words appearing on the gem. Why did you help me, senior? There's a familiar aura about you, one connected to me. Mou grew curious. Do you know me, senior? I don't know you. Or perhaps I did in the past. Since awakening, I've lost all my former memories. Mou's eyes narrowed in contemplation. He could sense that the being within this crimson gem was different from Crane Blue and the others. It wasn't the lingering obsession of one who had perished here. Nor likely part of the trial. Elder, might you reveal yourself? A crimson glow flickered. My power is insufficient to maintain my form. Mou, seeing this, channeled his divine consciousness into the gem. Elder, you may borrow my divine consciousness to manifest. However, before he could finish, Mou's expression shifted slightly. A terrifying gravitational pull emanated from the crimson gem. As if it sought to drain Mou dry. Had he not mastered the way of nurturing life, his divine consciousness would have been exhausted long ago. What kind of existence was this? Merely manifesting its form once required such immense expenditure of power? The crimson gem radiated an endless crimson glow, gradually illuminating a figure of breathtaking beauty. It was a woman clad in crimson, her hair flowing freely, flawless from head to toe. Helan found himself mesmerized. When Mou recognized that face, he froze in place. She bore an uncanny resemblance to her own master, who lay within the jade coffin of the Qingfeng sect. After an eternity, Mou finally uttered the two unbelievable words. Master? The red-robed woman slowly opened her eyes, severing the connection to Mou's divine sense. If she continued absorbing, Mou would truly be drained dry. You are my disciple? Curiosity flickered in the red-robed woman's eyes as she seemed to struggle to recall. I suppose so. Though it had only been a few sticks of incense. Mou couldn't help but chuckle, briefly recounting the entire sequence of events. A body identical to mine. The red-robed woman murmured softly. Master, Senior, shall I take you to see it? Mou suggested. There's no need for formalities. Though I cannot confirm if that body is my physical form, since it shares my appearance, it must be connected to me. Since you've already performed the initiation rites, you may be considered my disciple. Mou's face lit up with joy. Greetings, Master. By the way, Master, do you recall the Southern Brightness fire? The red-robed woman shook her head. I don't recall. Then, Master, what is your name? I don't remember. Then, what do you remember? Tell your disciple. I'll help you find clues to your identity. The red-robed woman pondered for a long moment, then shook her head. I don't remember. It's okay. Maybe once we reach Qingfeng sect, you'll remember. Beside them, Helan watched Mou with curiosity, sensing something different about him compared to when he had just slain Yu Hong. Now, genuine joy shone on Mou's face. Shapeshifting drained me too much. I need to rest for a while. With that, the red-robed woman's figure vanished into the crimson gemstone. Helan handed the crimson gem to Mayu. Please take good care of the senior. A sudden pang of sadness washed over her heart. Mou smiled. Senior Helan, you can still remain by Master's side for a long time. 3 years may not be your destiny. Helan, you have a solution? Mou nodded. My current strength is insufficient. Within 3 years, once I break through, I will surely find a way to keep my divine consciousness intact. Even if it can't be completely resolved, it will buy Senior Helan several more decades. Then, over the next few decades, I'll break through several more times.
Finding a new body for Senior Helan will be a piece of cake. Helan couldn't help but smile at this. Why do I feel like you're just painting a rosy picture for me?
The weight of disappointment lifted from her heart.
Mou lifted the corners of his mouth, brimming with confidence.
Rest assured. You've cared for my master, I will protect you from harm.
My word is my bond.
Gazing at the crimson gem in his hand, Mou's heart brimmed with joy. Back when he made his breakthrough, his master had bestowed upon him the southern brightness fire. Now it was time for him to repay that debt. He would revive his master.
And then, restore his master's memories.
As these thoughts swirled, the surrounding space suddenly began to tremble.
Mou's expression shifted slightly. Senior Helan, hurry inside.
He immediately enveloped Helan within his divine consciousness.
However, the surrounding space kept shrinking, leaving Mou nowhere to go.
Finally, darkness engulfed his vision, and he lost consciousness. At the summit of Wandao Mountain, before Baidi, the stone tablet flickered and emitted a second beam of light, signifying that Mou had passed the second trial.
A look of astonishment spread across Qingqin's face. Sister, he passed the second trial so quickly and even grasped the divine technique left behind by that figure? This is truly unbelievable.
Baidi smiled faintly. With such an extraordinary talent, it's no wonder Mount 10,000 Dao has awakened of its own accord at this moment.
However, the final trial is the trial of the heart.
When confronted with the truest thoughts within his heart, will he be able to discern everything clearly?
Chapter 91, A Dream of Yellow Millet. Mou, are you awake? It's time for your medicine. Mou slowly opened her eyes on the hospital bed.
The familiar white ceiling made her feel dazed.
Is this a hospital? A wave of weakness washed over her entire body.
Though her mind was clear, she couldn't control her limbs.
Even the slightest movement felt like an impossible luxury. How did I end up? Mou was utterly baffled.
Moments ago, he had been participating in the trials within the 10,000 Paths mountain.
How had he suddenly ended up in a hospital? Moreover, this sensation felt eerily familiar, just like before his transmigration, trapped in endless darkness, forever and ever.
He tried silently reciting the incantation in his mind, but there was no response.
Ah!
So it was all just a dream. The memories in his mind gradually blurred, fading like the details of a dream after waking.
Awake? Time for your medicine. Open wide.
A gentle voice caught Mou's attention. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a familiar face.
Yet something about it felt different. Junior sister.
The face bore a striking resemblance to his junior sister, Taulinger, 9 parts identical, only more mature, with a fuller figure and curves that bordered on perfection. At that moment, she wore a nurse's uniform, holding a spoon to bring the dark brown liquid to Mou's lips.
Ah!
Her lips parted slightly, coaxing him with a soft, gentle voice, as if persuading a child to take medicine.
Mou's memory slowly began to surface. Right, she's my nurse, Taulinger. As for the dream, she seemed to be my junior sister. What a beautiful dream.
I truly wish I never had to wake up.
Mou struggled to open his mouth, letting the bitter liquid slide down his throat. Thank you.
He forced out the words with every ounce of strength.
Clang. Mou seemed to hear the sound of something hitting the ground. Taulinger's face was filled with utter disbelief. He can speak now. He can speak now. Quick, someone come.
Before long, a crowd of white coats swarmed around Mou's bedside, eager to speak with him. Mou responded to each one, though with great difficulty, he did not reject them.
A miracle. This is nothing short of a medical miracle.
The white-coated crowd was overcome with excitement, for Mou's vital signs were steadily returning to normal.
Ha ha ha.
In the hospital room, Taulinger's laughter rang out continuously.
So you became an unparalleled genius on that Sanyu continent? Yeah, that's how it was in the dream. Mou smiled faintly.
Months had passed, and he had recovered significantly.
Aside from some lingering weakness, he was now virtually indistinguishable from a healthy person. Taulinger served as his personal nurse, staying by his side constantly.
Her gentle, thoughtful nature, tinged with a hint of mischief, deeply captivated Mou.
Likewise, Mou's unique aura drew Taulinger in. Alright, story's over. Time for your medicine. Open wide. Ah. Mou's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment washing over her. I'm not a child. You really don't need to coax me like this. Put. Taulinger's eyes crinkled into a gentle smile.
Dreaming about cultivating every single day, and you say you're not a kid.
Mo genius, open your mouth.
Or else watch out, this senior sister might just subdue you.
Ah. Several months later, Mou made a full recovery.
A large group of white-coated medical staff came to discharge him. He had long since become the hospital's miracle.
And on that very day, he confessed his feelings to Taulinger. Taulinger blushed and nodded shyly. They finally came together.
Time flows like water, years pass like a shuttle.
20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Mou and Taulinger lived in harmony, raising a son and a daughter. Simultaneously, they achieved success in their careers and never worried about food or clothing.
Everything was nearly perfect. This was truly the wonderful life he had always dreamed of.
But everything had been going too smoothly.
That day, Mou sat alone on a bench when Tao Linger approached from behind, gently wrapping her arms around his shoulders.
Darling, what's wrong? Something on your mind?
Mou's eyes held a hint of confusion as he nodded slowly.
Can you tell me about it?
Tao Linger sat down beside him, her gaze filled with tenderness. 20 years of life together felt utterly real, utterly natural. Mou had long grown accustomed to it all, etching every detail deep into his memory. The woman beside him, whom he saw every day, he knew everything about her, and she had left an indelible mark in his heart.
Yet, at some unknown moment, a sudden realization dawned upon Mou. Everything in his dreams seemed equally real. He understood. The moment of choice had arrived. Dream or reality? Gradually, he began to feel lost.
On one side lay a life of blissful indulgence, on the other, a journey of boundless exploration through the heavens and earth.
Mou knew. Once a choice was made, the other would vanish forever. Choose the dream, and the wife and children who have been by his side for 20 years will vanish in an instant, leaving no trace, never to be found again. Choose reality, and everything from the dream would vanish from his mind. He would gradually forget it all, then live here forever. Mou felt bewildered, unsure how to decide. Seeing Mou silent, Tao Linger could only quietly nestle against his shoulder. His son and daughter had also come to stand behind them at some point. From afar, it looked like a nearly perfect family portrait. The sunset and the vast starry sky unfolded like a grand painting before Mou. Gazing up at the stars, the confusion in his heart gradually faded away. The night passed. The morning sun rose above the horizon, bathing the faces of Mou's family in its light. Tao Linger spoke softly. Have you made up your mind? Mou nodded gently, murmuring softly. Linger, I'm sorry. I have to go back.
Instantly, Tao Linger's tears fell like rain, while her children behind her pleaded incessantly.
Don't go, please. Mou rose to his feet, bowing slightly to his wife and children, his eyes brimming with tears. Thank you all. You've made up for the regrets of my past life. I must return now. With that, he stepped toward the horizon. Congratulations, host. You have made amends for your regrets, broken through your heart's barriers, and achieved perfection in your Tao heart. The familiar lowly voice sounded once more. A faint smile spread across Mou's face. Xiao Mei, it's been a long time.
At the summit of Wandao Mountain,
Mou quietly opened his eyes.
A colossal divine sense instantly spread out, startling the cultivators below Mount 10,000 Dao who were in the midst of enlightenment.
Instantly, shock and astonishment flashed across every face.
Mou's cultivation had steadily reached the peak of the gathering spirit realm, standing but a half step away from the transformation realm. Within his sea of consciousness, the 10,000 spirits diagram was enveloped by an endless panorama woven from mountains, rivers, plants, and celestial bodies. The scriptures of the divine master of nourishing life flickered in and out of view, while two tiny figures, one yin, one yang, sat cross-legged within, an extraordinary and profound sight. Even Mou himself had no idea just how powerful his divine sense had become. Senior brother, give me a kiss. Senior brother, it's time for your medicine. The clear, ethereal voice interrupted Mou's thoughts. Mou slowly lowered his gaze to find a young girl nestled in his embrace. Her eyes were closed, her lashes fluttering slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. She looked utterly blissful.
That girl was none other than his junior sister, Tao Linger. Linger.
Mou called softly, the vivid scenes from the illusion still fresh in his mind.
20 years of experience were not illusory to him, they felt utterly real.
The Tao Linger in his dream was identical to his junior sister in both appearance and demeanor. The only possible difference might have been her figure.
Mou's lips curved upward as he gently stroked Tu Yaoyao's head, speaking softly. Junior sister, it's time to wake up. Tu Yaoyao seemed to hear the call, slowly opening her drowsy eyes. However, upon recognizing Mou's face, her expression lit up with joy. Her cheeks flushed, and she spoke shyly. Senior brother, I still want to. With that, Tu Yaoyao leaned in without hesitation, kissing Mou with practiced ease. Chapter 92, The Provisional Emperor's Edict. Why does this feel off? A question mark appeared above Tu Yaoyao's head. She had just experienced a most extraordinary dream. In the dream, she had grown into a woman of near-perfect figure. More accurately, she inhabited that woman's body, experiencing everything the woman went through as if it were her own. However, she couldn't speak, nor could she influence the woman's actions in any way. Then, she found herself in a world entirely different from the Tsanyu continent. There were no sects, no cultivation techniques, and no demonic tribes. The only similarity was that there was also a Mou. But Mou seemed to be in agony, lying in bed the entire time. Tu Yaoyao was desperate. Extremely anxious. She wanted to help him, but there was nothing she could do. All she could do was watch helplessly. Fortunately, the woman she possessed cared for Mou attentively. Eventually, Mou recovered.
And on the day he was discharged, he confessed his feelings to her. At that moment, Tu Yaoyao was a bit dazed. She didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Mou had confessed to her, but herself wasn't really herself. She was deeply conflicted. But before long, that turmoil vanished into thin air. Because being with Mou was truly sweet. So sweet that Tu Yaoyao forgot she was in another world. Kisses. Hug. Stuck together all day. Experiencing every kind of joy. In that world's terms, it was called falling in love. And later, the two of them did what needed to be done. Had the children they were meant to have. Truly became husband and wife. Until one day, Tu Yaoyao fell asleep. And awoke to find herself in the present. As usual, she gave Mou a good morning kiss, but something felt off. Her height seemed off. The sensations felt sharper than before. Even though she'd experienced this countless times in her dreams, her heart now pounded wildly. Like it was the very first time. Tu Yaoyao slowly opened her eyes and instinctively touched her chest. Then she gasped, "Ah! Senior! Senior brother! Let me explain." Sizzle! Tu Yaoyao's face flushed crimson, steam practically rising from her head. Mou smiled faintly and gently ruffled Tu Yaoyao's hair. Now, his feelings for Tu Yaoyao had grown into something entirely different from before. Before, they were merely senior and junior siblings. Now, 20 years have passed, yet this face remains etched in my heart. "Good morning." "Ha? Good morning?" Tu Yaoyao froze. Something seemed off about senior brother. The way he looked at her, it was exactly like in her dream. Yikes. Senior brother, he. Could he have been dreaming too? Tu Yaoyao jumped in surprise, her cheeks flushing bright red as she seemed utterly flustered. "Congratulations, young friend. You've broken through the heart barrier and stabilized your Dao heart." The ethereal forms of Bai Di and Qing Chen quietly withdrew. Mou rose slowly. "Thank you, both seniors. The revival of 10,000 Dao Mountain is not something we two can decide. It is entirely your own destiny," Bai Di said with a smile. "When you attain enlightenment in the future and return to this place, we shall have important matters to entrust to you." Mou nodded. "Rest assured, honored elders. Should that day ever come, this junior will return." "Very well. Go down the mountain now." Mou bid farewell to the two women, took Tu Yaoyao's hand, and prepared to descend the mountain. However, at that very moment, an utterly terrifying aura surged skyward. Mou and Tu Yaoyao both paled. It was none other than the might of a quasi-emperor. Not long ago, beneath the 10,000 Paths mountain, near the Golden Steel, a group of cultivators were jolted awake by Mou's divine sense. Yet before they could recover from their shock, two figures descended together from the heavens. Clothed in ancient white robes, they stood atop the clouds, their eyes filled with arrogance as they looked down upon everyone below. "This mountain is now ours. All uninvited guests must abandon their pursuits and depart within 10 breaths. Those who refuse to leave will bear the consequences. Furthermore, whose divine consciousness was that just now? Reveal yourself immediately and open your sea of consciousness for us to inspect." Their words dripped with contempt and arrogance. It seemed as though everyone present was utterly insignificant in their eyes. Who the hell are these arrogant little punks, daring to speak to us great masters like this? They're asking for death. From the crowd, a hot-tempered middle-aged man unleashed a palm strike into the air without a word. Above the clouds, the man in white robes on the left gave a cold snort. "Those who attack us shall die." The voice seemed to carry a mysterious power. Before the words had even faded, the head of the powerful being who had spoken from the crowd exploded in an instant. Blood spattered everywhere, the scene utterly gruesome. His entire sea of consciousness was obliterated, leaving not a trace of life. A great sage of the Dao gone in an instant? The crowd was instantly gripped by horror. Fear flickered in their eyes as they gazed upon the two figures in the clouds. What terrifying realm of cultivation could instantly annihilate a Dao-seeking master without a trace? 5 breaths remain. The casual words sounded like a guillotine blade poised over their necks, ready to fall. The next moment, countless streaks of light shot skyward, vanishing from this place. The two figures in the clouds watched with disdain, making no move to stop them. After 5 breaths, few remained, mostly prominent figures from major sects. Fleeing in disarray was beneath them. Ling Xiao and the others naturally remained. Shi and Juku exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. The next moment, their figures vanished abruptly. In the air, the frost lotus bloomed crimson. The 9-tailed phantom soared skyward. Two of the world's most formidable peak Dao-seeking masters struck simultaneously. Their combined might was enough to shake the heavens and earth. The sudden shift caused the expressions of the two figures in the clouds to flicker slightly. "This is interesting." Boom! Smoke and clouds filled the sky. The shockwaves radiated outward, shaking the heavens and earth. However, Ling Xiao and Juku wore solemn expressions. The smoke cleared. Despite such a terrifying blow, the two remained utterly unscathed. Heavenly sand swirled around them, radiating an utterly terrifying aura of the Dao.
It gathered and dispersed, containing the essence of the universe within. What is that? The crowd was utterly astonished, having never witnessed such a sight.
Celestial sand forged from the bone powder of ancient emperors. It not only repels any physical attack but also kills silently.
Yuan Quan's voice suddenly echoed, shrouded in shadowy aura that concealed his features. The bone powder of an ancient emperor. Who are they? How could they possess such a treasure? Who would have thought anyone in this world still recognizes this treasure? The two figures in the clouds wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes flashing with sharpness. Moreover, the aura emanating from you is deeply unsettling.
Lang Xiao and Juku recognized Yuquan as the one who had taken MOU from Lingxi's sword pavilion back then. Their figures flickered, and they appeared beside Yuquan.
Where is he? Lang Xiao asked softly.
The Honorable One has ascended the mountain.
The Honorable One? Lang Xiao and Juku were both taken aback. A peerless peak cultivator on par with them actually revered MOU as their master? Once His Excellency returns, the matter will resolve itself. Yo Chuan's words brimmed with confidence. Very well. The three joined forces, radiating overwhelmingly powerful auras that locked down the two white-robed figures. Above the clouds. The white-robed man on the left sneered with disdain. What a bunch of overconfident ants. If death is what you crave, then I shall grant your wish. With that, the overwhelming might of the Emperor Realm surged forth. The expressions of all present changed drastically.
An ancient, yellowed scroll slowly rose into the sky. Everyone, including Lang Xiao, Juku, and Yuquan, felt an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure.
It crushed their breath, making it impossible to stand upright. Above the clouds, two figures curved their lips into arrogant smiles. The decree of the quasi-emperor is revealed. Kneel in reverence at once. Chapter 93, Prospective Emperor? I have one too. The great emperor does not appear. The might of a quasi-emperor is sufficient to crush all beings.
The profound mysteries of the Emperor Realm. Compared to the Tao-seeking realm, it is like the light of a firefly, unable to rival the brilliance of the full moon.
Even at the pinnacle of the Tao-seeking realm. Before a quasi-emperor, one remains but an ant. As the quasi-emperor's edict shone forth, numerous great sages seeking the way could not withstand it.
Their knees slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble and the surface to crack and split. One after another, they kneel. Within mere breaths, only Lang Xiao, Juku, and Yuquan remained standing. Surrounded by surging spiritual energy, each unleashed their ultimate divine abilities. Around Lang Xiao, 36 yin-yang creation swords formed a frost-covered crimson lotus. Two great sword intents fused perfectly with the yin-yang energies, resisting the boundless pressure. Behind Juku, 9 snow-white tails, each radiating demonic energy, held back nothing, barely sustaining her.
Shrouded in the veiled aura of the netherworld, Yo Chuan's face twisted in agony.
The radiance emanating from the imperial edict seemed to be suppressing her very being. She faced the greatest struggle of all. Above the clouds, the silent man standing on the right pointed at Lang Xiao and Juku, speaking down from his lofty position.
You two are quite impressive. The palace mistress still needs 2 attendants. You may follow me into the palace to serve by her side. The crowd froze in shock. What kind of power did this man wield behind the scenes? What level of cultivation did this palace master he spoke of possess? At the pinnacle of the Taoist path, powerful enough to dominate the continent, yet in his words, she's fit only to be a maid?
Nothing but 2 worthless wild dogs relying on magical artifacts, and they dare bark so boldly here.
Juku's fury surged, unleashing an endless tide of bloodthirsty killing intent that shot skyward.
It threatened to shatter the very radiance of the imperial edict. She had never been one to show mercy. Only to teach Tu Yaoyao a lesson did she forcibly suppress the bloodthirst within her. In years past, the living beings who perished by her hand numbered in the tens of millions. Cold Xiao's eyes were as cold as ice. Today, I shall slay you both. And in time, I shall slay the so-called palace master you speak of. The yin-yang creation divine sword rang out incessantly, echoing the boundless fury within Lang Xiao's heart.
The man in the clouds sneered with disdain. How utterly delusional.
Since you refuse to recognize your place, then die. As the words fell, the imperial might emanating from the edict surged another threefold. A mysterious pallid energy surged forth from the edict, pressing downward as if carrying boundless heavenly might. The instant that pallid energy touched him, Yo Chuan's body convulsed violently. The shadowy aura enveloping his entire body surged upward like raging flames.
It's you! It's you! Heavenly Tao Palace! You filthy, despicable scum! You deserve to die! Rage boiling over, Yuquan charged recklessly into the air. Yo Chuan's reaction caught everyone off guard. Even the 2 figures above the clouds exchanged puzzled glances. Who would have thought someone in this world still knew that name? Truly unexpected. The Heavenly Tao Palace. What kind of power is that? Why have I never heard of it before?
The crowd buzzed with discussion.
Lang Xiao and Juku were equally puzzled. But Yuquan was MOU's man. Yo Chuan's enemies were MOU's enemies. And thus, their enemy too. With this realization, the two joined Yuquan in unleashing an unprecedented, terrifying aura. 3 of the world's greatest peak cultivators joined forces, attacking the radiance emanating from the Quasi-Emperor's edict. You're asking for death.
The two in the clouds sneered with disdain, jointly channeling the edict's might to crush the threat.
The Quasi-Emperor's might surged to its absolute peak. The two forces collided. The heavens and earth shifted, the skies darkening. Terrifying shockwaves rippled across the wilderness, sending many Tao-seeking masters reeling in horror as they were blasted backward.
Those who have not reached the Emperor realm are but ants. The white-robed man's imperial edict glowed brilliantly in his hand. He showed not a trace of fatigue, nor had he been pushed back even an inch. You may now die. His words, brimming with confidence, seemed to pronounce the death sentence upon Lung Xiao and the others. A pallid aura roared forth, carrying boundless imperial might, powerful enough to crush everything in its path. However, the next instant, that terrifying force unexpectedly halted mid-air. Above the clouds, both figures stared wide-eyed. What just happened? At that very moment, a faint voice echoed. A Quasi-Emperor's decree? Is that all it can do? All show and no substance. As the dust settled, everyone realized. Standing before the imperial might now was not Leng Xiao and her companions, but the figure of a youth. Handsome and graceful, his face radiated complete composure.
"MOU! Your Highness!"
Leng Xiao and Yuquan cried out in unison.
Beside Juku, Tu Yaoyao patted her chest. "Phew, glad we made it in time.
Never imagined that even though we were all on Wandao Mountain, it would be this far from here."
"Linger, where did you and MOU go?" Juku asked curiously. "And how could he?" Tu Yaoyao smiled. "Master Jiao, that's a long story."
Above the clouds, confusion and shock intertwined, finally coalescing into a single, deep murmur.
"Who exactly are you?"
Below, the gathered Taoist masters were utterly astonished.
Isn't he MOU? He only broke through to the gathering spirit realm not long ago. How can he now directly withstand the edict of a Quasi-Emperor? Is this even possible?
In the air, MOU's gaze remained impassive as ghostly energy coalesced in his hand.
He hurled it forward. Instantly, the Quasi-Emperor's edict trembled violently as if struck by a tremendous shock.
Within mere breaths, the vast expanse of Quasi-Emperor's radiance shattered violently.
This can't be. The two figures in the clouds finally lost their composure. You have a Quasi-Emperor weapon too?
The moment these words were spoken, everyone felt it made perfect sense.
Indeed, MOU is the disciple of the Jade Emperor. How could he not possess 1 or 2 Quasi-Emperor divine weapons? The Emperor's disciple? The expressions of the two in the clouds froze. That's impossible. As far as I know, there are no living great emperors in this world anymore. Where would a disciple of a great emperor come from? Who exactly are you? MOU remained impassive. Just 2 servants, and they dare to make a fuss. Let your backers come forward. As the words fell, another terrifying aura of the underworld surged forth, reaching out to seize the imperial edict. The two figures in the clouds paled in shock. But they were utterly powerless to resist. Crushed by that terrifying imperial might, they were utterly immobilized. Just as it was about to touch the imperial edict, another terrifying imperial aura spread across the sky. In an instant, a projection materialized upon the imperial edict. Radiating dazzling brilliance, it was too blinding to look upon directly. The majesty of the emperor must not be defied. A thunderous voice reverberated across the cosmos. A Quasi-Emperor. A true Quasi-Emperor. The crowd's expressions changed drastically once more. We pay our respects, Your Excellency. The two figures in the clouds bowed deeply. The Lord has arrived in person, why do you not kneel? MOU shot them a cold glance. Merely a Quasi-Emperor with a broken body. And you dare to speak so boldly? The Quasi-Emperor's projection flashed with fury, his voice thunderous. You ants relying on an imperial weapon, how dare you defy heaven's might? Die. Above the imperial decree, the projection extended a finger seemingly ordinary, yet containing boundless profundity. That single finger alone was sufficient to annihilate everyone present. MOU. Cold Xiao's expression darkened as she lunged forward, only to be restrained by Yuquan. Don't worry, it's fine. Lung Xiao froze, her gaze fixed on MOU. Behind MOU, a colossal palm materialized out of thin air, meeting the finger head-on. In an instant, the heavens darkened and the stars shifted. The palm instantly obliterated the finger. A thunderous roar, filled with imperial might, pierced the heavens. The Quasi-Emperor's decree, along with the illusory figure upon it, shattered into nothingness in an instant. MOU stood alone, floating in the air. Quasi-Emperor. I happen to have one as well. Xuanxiong, kill him and bring back his soul. As you command. As the words fell, amidst the stunned, disbelieving stares of the crowd, a colossal figure clad in purple gold mystic armor, a jet-black seal suspended above its head, materialized and transformed into a streak of light, charging forward in pursuit. Chapter 94, My senior brother and I got married on the mountain. Quasi-Emperor. Another genuine Quasi-Emperor.
Across the entire Tsanyu continent, excluding those mysterious realms, only a handful of factions possessed the combat strength of a quasi-emperor. But today, two appeared at once. Moreover, the colossal aura emanating from the emperor behind MOU, along with that terrifyingly dark seal, seemed to represent an inheritance never witnessed before. This was truly astonishing. Originally, everyone assumed MOU possessed a quasi-emperor grade weapon. Since he was an emperor's disciple, that seemed reasonable enough. But now, he actually had a quasi-emperor as his guardian of the way, utterly inconceivable. Even if MOU had walked the path of the one and only prodigy throughout the ages, he still hadn't truly matured. Merely at the gathering spirit realm, yet employing a quasi-emperor as his protector. It's such a waste. However, what the others did not know was, Xian Xiong was merely a subordinate of MOU. When this truth is revealed to the world someday in the future, the entire Tsanyu continent would likely tremble 3 times over. In the sky, Xian Xiong had already pursued the phantom figure. Only MOU remained, along with 2 white-robed men whose eyes were filled with shock. The arrogance and contempt they had radiated moments before had vanished. Without the decree of an emperor-to-be, they were nothing. Yuquan approached MOU's side, his respectful voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Your Excellency, I wish to. MOU pressed her lips together in a faint smile, cutting her off. I know. Those 2 are nothing but useless battle servants. Dispose of them as you see fit. In future, there's no need to report such insignificant minor matters to me. Yo Chuan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Your Excellency. Below, the assembled Dao-seeking experts were stunned. Those 2 white-robed men might not be quasi-emperors, but they were still at the Dao-seeking realm. Insignificant nobodies? Then aren't we also? And could someone explain this? Why was that terrifying Pete Dao-seeking expert so deferential before MOU? The crowd felt waves of dizziness, as if they could barely stand. At that moment, Yo Chuan's eyes narrowed like hooks, locking onto the 2 of them. You, what do you think you're doing? Dare to kill us, and you make enemies of the heavenly Dao Palace. The Palace Master will tear you to pieces. Ah! Before the words could finish, 9-fold spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal azure hand, smashing down with a thunderous blow that slammed both figures into the cliff face. The entire mountain trembled. Oomph! 2 mere vermin dare bark defiance before this palace? Simultaneously, 36 yin-yang creation divine swords erupted in unison, piercing cleanly through both figures and straight through the entire mountain. Ah! Ah! Piercing screams filled the air. Lan Xiao said nothing, her eyes filled with cold indifference. She pierced through their divine souls, making them experience the true agony of soul-tearing pain. The onlookers shuddered in horror. However, Lang Xiao did not deliver the final blow. Because Yuquan had yet to make his move. She had to leave her something. Yuan Quan hovered in midair, appearing before the 2 with a cold, icy gaze filled with silent fury. She slowly raised her hand. At her side, dozens of bizarre, shadowy creatures materialized from thin air. Leave not a trace. A cold voice rang out as the shadowy creatures swarmed forward, relentlessly gnawing at the bodies of the 2 men in white robes. Not only that, they simultaneously devoured their divine souls. Piece by piece, it was as if their souls were being subjected to Ling Qi torture. The agony was beyond imagination. Within moments, the 2 men could endure no longer, screaming in agony. No! Stop! Ah! Spare me! Ah! Don't you want to know about the Heavenly Dao Palace? I can tell you everything. The only response was Yao Quan's gaze, filled with disgust and hatred. The assembled Dao-seeking masters couldn't help but swallow hard. This was utterly terrifying. The soul shattered into countless fragments, yet forced to cling to life, denied death. This is nothing short of the most excruciating torture imaginable. This humble monk has urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. My sect urgently summons me. I must depart. One Daoist master after another departed. There was no other reason, only fear. MOU was also momentarily taken aback. Yo Chuan's intense resentment had caught him off guard. He had learned from Xuanqiong that the destruction of the Netherworld was connected to the Heavenly Dao Palace. But judging by Yo Chuan's expression, it was almost certain that Yao Quan had perished at the hands of the Heavenly Dao Palace in years past. At this realization, MOU drew a deep breath and murmured softly. Since I have become your revered leader, I shall take this vengeance upon myself. One day, I will lead you all to storm the Heavenly Dao Palace and slay every last one of those responsible. The echoing screams finally ceased. The 2 from the Heavenly Dao Palace were now nothing but bones, not a trace of divine consciousness remaining. They were utterly annihilated. Phew, it's finally over. That scared the hell out of me. Tu Yao Yao patted her chest, her face still pale with fear. The others all breathed sighs of relief. The onlookers had long since dispersed, leaving only MOU and his group behind. Linger, tell us what exactly happened up on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Tu Yao Yao instinctively glanced at Ling Xiao. Then, hands on hips, her little head tilted back slightly, she stood before Leng Xiao, her face radiating confidence.
My senior brother and I got married on the mountain. And we even had a pair of chubby babies. Juku froze in shock. Leng Xiao was dumbfounded too.
In midair, Mou nearly lost his footing and almost fell. Tu Yaoyao's little face beamed with unending joy, her star-like eyes sparkling with confidence.
As if saying, now, I'm no less than you. You two really got married? Even though Leng Xiao found it utterly hard to believe, she couldn't help but ask Mou for confirmation. Ishue, the situation is actually a bit complicated.
Mou patiently explained, naturally omitting certain details to ensure the narrative remained balanced.
Leng Xiao suddenly understood it was an illusion. Her sharp gaze swept over Tu Yaoyao.
So it was this little brat who tried to poach her followers while she was deep in meditation.
Oomph. What a little devil. Feeling Leng Xiao's gaze, Tu Yaoyao instinctively tried to look away.
But after a moment's thought, she turned her head back, her eyes widening like copper bells. Now, Mou looked at her and Leng Xiao with nearly identical expressions.
She might not lose after all. A pang of regret suddenly struck Leng Xiao's heart. If she hadn't pursued enlightenment and had followed Mou up the mountain instead, wouldn't she be the one bearing his children in that illusory realm? At this thought, a faint blush spread across Leng Xiao's cheeks. Oomph. It's all this golden steel's fault. Seeing this, Juku spoke softly, it's getting late. We should leave.
Then, he pulled Tu Yaoyao to his side. Mou shot Juku a grateful glance before agreeing, indeed.
Let's hurry.
At that moment, the golden steel trembled incessantly, vanishing without a trace right before everyone's eyes. Wandao Mountain likewise dissolved into a fading silhouette, gradually dissipating. Mou gazed at the fading image, murmuring silently.
Fellow seniors, this junior takes his leave. Now, he had urgent matters to attend to. He must return to Qingfeng sect to settle matters for his parents and visit his master. If the Crimson Gem truly contained his master's divine soul, it meant there was hope for his master's revival. He also had to fulfill his promise to Elan and find an opportunity to visit the Sea Clan. More importantly, having reached the peak of the gathering spirit realm, it was time to break through to the transcending intent stage. Quite a lot to do, Mou calculated the time, murmuring to himself. And, haven't I advanced a bit too quickly? From leaving home until now, it had been little over 3 years at most. As he pondered this, Xuanxiong's voice echoed in his mind. Your Excellency, I have returned. Not only had Xuanxiong returned, but he had also brought back a complete quasi-emperor's fragmented soul. Mou's eyes lit up. A quasi-emperor's remnant soul, this was a colossal opportunity beyond even the wildest dreams. Chapter 95, The Divine Pill Record. The illusory heaven realm, the exiled immortal's abode. Mou sat upright in the grand hall, flanked by Xianxiong and Yuquan. Below, an ethereal figure of an old man knelt. Shrouded in chains of the netherworld, his cultivation sealed, the surrounding aura of immortality coalesced into a prison, holding him firmly captive. This was the quasi-emperor from the heavenly Dao Palace. Have you made your decision? Mou asked calmly. An emperor never yields. Even if my body perishes, I shall reveal nothing and will never submit to you. The old man's expression appeared unexpectedly calm. Yet only he knew the raging tempest concealed beneath that serene exterior. His astonishment stemmed neither from Xuanxiong nor from his own capture, but rather the grand hall he stood in. At a glance, he recognized the extraordinary nature of this place. Surrounded by an ethereal aura, this was clearly no ordinary mortal realm. Even more astonishing was Mou. A mere gathering spirit cultivator, yet even a quasi-emperor obeyed his every command, and he seemed to be the master of this magnificent hall. He had lived countless ages, yet this was the first time he felt utterly baffled. But he concealed it well. As a quasi-emperor, if he chose not to reveal his emotions, even another quasi-emperor would be unable to detect them. At this moment, Mou's brow furrowed slightly. He sought to extract information about the heavenly Dao Palace from this man. If possible, he hoped to impose a restriction upon him and make him useful. But the old man before him seemed utterly fearless of death. Judging by his demeanor, he likely wouldn't utter a single word even if it cost him his life. Xiaomei, if we perform a soul search, what are the chances of success? Host, the quasi-emperor's sea of consciousness is vast and his soul is powerful. Even with his cultivation sealed, he could still self-destruct at any moment. Extracting information from the soul of one who fears no death is exceedingly difficult. But hey, the all-powerful Xiaomei has a way. By analyzing fragments of his soul essence, we can extract valuable information. I see. Mou murmured thoughtfully. In that case, let's eliminate it. With that thought, Mou's lips curved upward as he raised his hand and gave a light wave. Instantly, the cage shrouded in divine aura transformed into countless peerless blades, all pointing sharply at the old man. The old man's eyes widened in shock, unsure of Mou's intentions. Though he was a prisoner, did this mere gathering spirit realm cultivator truly think he could harm me? He was delusional. What a pity. You could have at least preserved your soul essence. Now, though, what a pity. Mou sighed softly. The next instant, the blade pierced through the old man's divine sense. Ah! Aha! The heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the exiled immortal residence.
Xuanxiang and Yuquan remained expressionless.
Impossible. How could you possibly harm me? What the hell is this thing?
The old man felt his divine soul being devoured and sliced apart piece by piece. Even more terrifying was that each fragment seemed identical in size and shape.
As if not created by human hands.
Precision so precise it was horrifying.
Such skill, how many souls had been sliced apart before? In that moment, Mou's image in the old man's eyes gradually transformed into that of a demon. Host, that's enough.
Xiaomei stepped in, slicing the old man's soul into 999 pieces.
Mou nodded, replying indifferently. Kill him.
Xian Xiong responded instantly, piercing the old man's divine consciousness with the chains of the netherworld. Endless netherworld flames ignited, completely consuming him. The old man could not resist at all. After completing this, Xian Xiong bowed slightly.
Your Excellency, the death of the quasi-emperor may have alerted them. Mou shook his head.
Within this exiled immortal abode, even an emperor cannot divine events.
Rest assured. By the way, did you sustain any injuries this time?
Xian Xiong paused slightly. Only minor scrapes.
Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. Mou smiled.
There are some spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden beside the exiled immortal residence. You may all take what you need. This will remain the case in the future, no need to report to me. Once I've thoroughly researched matters concerning the Heavenly Dao Palace, I will naturally lead you there in the future to settle our past grievances. Those who destroyed the netherworld in years past, each and every one will be held accountable.
Not a single one will escape.
At these words, Xuanxiang and Youquan's eyes flashed with sudden brilliance.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mou smiled and nodded. Occasionally showing concern for his subordinates and establishing a shared goal was indeed necessary. He left the grand hall. Mou arrived at the medicinal garden. Row upon row of soldiers tended to it. Unexpectedly,
the medicinal garden had expanded dozens of times over its original size. Many of the spiritual herbs, nourished by the aura of immortality, had long since mutated, possessing unimaginably potent medicinal effects. Even a single plant plucked from this garden could likely unleash a bloodbath across the entire Sangyu continent.
Mou was thoroughly satisfied.
However, since his current strength was not yet unrivaled, he could not reveal this herb garden. But if he could find a way to refine these spiritual herbs into pills, the risk of exposure would be greatly reduced.
With this thought, Mou's lips curved upward. It's time to study the alchemy manuals.
If only the next reward were an alchemy manual for this unrivaled being.
Ding!
7-day period concluded.
Evaluating bliss value. Evaluation complete. 7-day average bliss value, 96.
Detecting host's intense desire.
Rewarding immortal pill compendium. Ask and you shall receive?
Xiaomei is the system that understands the host best. An ancient text materialized in Mou's hand, devoid of any flashy decorations. The record of immortal elixirs.
The title's as plain as the cover.
Flipping to the first page, 8 bold characters leapt into view, leaving Mou momentarily stunned. All immortal elixirs under heaven are recorded here.
How arrogant is this author? Turning to the second page, another set of 8 characters appeared. Not recorded here, unworthy of immortal elixirs. So basically, anything not written here gets kicked off the divine elixir registry. Mou sighed helplessly and kept turning the pages. One by one, alchemical formulas appeared. 9 transformation resurrection pill. Yin yang life death water. Ice soul cold shadow dew.
One after another, they were all legendary immortal elixirs and mystical waters said to be invincible.
Most of them, Mou had never even heard of. This author has some real talent. Once I return to the sect, I'll study them thoroughly.
With a flick of his divine sense. Within the chariot formed by the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword, Mou quietly opened his eyes.
Awake? Lang Xiao spoke softly, having kept vigil by Mou's side all along. Awake. Where are we?
We're almost at Qingfeng's sect.
Lang Xiao pursed her lips and replied. Mou smiled upon hearing this and extended his divine sense outward. The familiar flora and fauna brought a sense of comfort. Meanwhile,
inside the carriage, Tu Yaoyao was chatting idly with Mo Ping and Wang Huahua. Her playful, adorable manner had Wang Huahua laughing heartily.
Juku sat with eyes closed, resting his spirit. Ishui, are you still leaving? Mou asked quietly. Lang Xiao paused. As a thief named Ishui, she could stay here indefinitely. But as Lang Xiao, she would have to leave sooner or later. For now, I'm staying. For now. Mou sighed softly within. Then during this time, shall we go out and have fun together? Meichem, okay. Lang Xiao nodded slightly, gazing at Mou's face, words on the tip of her tongue. If one day you discover my true identity, would you leave?
But in the end, she didn't voice the question, sighing softly to herself.
Let's leave it at that for now.
Before long, the chariot halted atop a small hill not far from the Qingfeng sect. However, the moment they landed, Juku suddenly jolted awake, and Lang Xiao's expression also changed. Two divine senses, both at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, rapidly spread out from within the Qingfeng sect.
Mou frowned, murmuring.
When did Qingfeng's sect acquire such powerful cultivators?
Chapter 96, The Plea of the Twin Beauties. Who is it? Mou and the others looked puzzled.
The 10,000 phenomena divine sword retracted, and just as he prepared to extend his divine sense, two graceful figures approached together.
They landed not far before Mou.
Not only did the two share identical features, but their movements and postures were also perfectly mirrored.
Mou froze in surprise. Twins?
I believe there was a pair in the original story as well. The Hanli twin beauties of the Hanli Sacred Palace Tao-seeking great sages. They are as one, and when they join forces, their Tao-seeking realm finds few equals. Moreover, whether facing a group or a single opponent, they always attack together.
Could it be them? But what would the Hanli Holy Palace be doing in this remote place? Could news of the Lingxi Sword Pavilion incident have reached the Arctic? No, there are countless MOS in the world. They shouldn't have been able to deduce my presence here.
In mere moments, countless thoughts surged through Mou's mind.
Han Xiyin. Han Xie. Greetings, everyone.
The twin beauties Hanli bowed in unison, their movements almost identical.
It really is them. Mou's eyes narrowed. Juku was no stranger to them.
They had been present when Ma Yu opened his meridians, stepping in to block some of the Tao thunderbolts. Lang Xiao was naturally even more familiar with them, though she was puzzled as to why Hanli and Shuangshu had come here.
What brings you two elders to this secluded place? Mou inquired curiously.
Han Xiyin smiled faintly. The palace master has learned of young Master Mo's breakthrough to gathering spirit and wishes to invite him to the Hanli Sacred Palace for a discussion.
Young master? Mou felt a pang of surprise.
Hanli and her twin sister were elders who had been around for countless lifetimes longer than him. Why would they address him as young master?
Lang Xiao's eyes flickered slightly as she instinctively stepped forward, positioning herself before Mou.
Tu Yaoyao also sensed something amiss and quickly interjected, "Who exactly is your palace master?"
Not just anyone can see my senior brother. Jiutsu smiled faintly and stepped forward as well. Xiaoyu, are you alright?
Mo Ping and Wang Huahua asked with concern.
I'm fine.
Mou gazed at Han Xiyin and spoke slowly, "I've never met your palace master before."
Why would she want to see me?
If it's merely about valuing talent or such reasons, I'm afraid I might not have time to visit. Now that she had a quasi-emperor by her side, word of this would spread quickly. Therefore, Mou wasn't the least bit concerned that Palace Mistress Hanli would take offense. After all, no one in their right mind would provoke a quasi-emperor.
Han Xiyin's expression flickered with hesitation. Young master, might we speak privately? No. Before Mou could speak, Lang Xiao interjected first. Exactly. Absolutely not.
You're putting yourselves in too much danger. Tu Yaoyao, unusually, found herself on the same side as Lang Xiao. Han Xiyin and Han Xie spoke in unison, "We implore you, young master, for the sake of the celestial spirit Cold Marrow, to grant us sisters a moment alone."
The celestial spirit's icy marrow? Mou paused slightly, glancing at Lang Xiao. It was she who had brought it back for him. Lang Xiao's body stiffened momentarily before she sighed softly and whispered telepathically. Back then, it was indeed borrowed from the Holy Palace of Cold Grace. Hearing this, Mou felt even more perplexed. The celestial Ling Cold Marrow. It had actually come from the Cold Grace Holy Palace. But what kind of place was the Hanli Sacred Palace? Ordinary people couldn't even get there. Ishuei, is there something you haven't told me? Mou finally voiced his question. Truthfully, he'd long harbored a suspicion, but had been unwilling to confront it. Lang Xiao hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Mou sighed inwardly, then turned to the two Han sisters. Elders, please follow me. Senior brother, where are you going? Tu Yaoyao grabbed Mou's hand. Mou smiled gently and ruffled her hair. I'm just going to hear what the two seniors have to say. It's nothing. Jiutsu stepped forward and pulled Tu Yaoyao back. If you're unwilling, you may refuse. The calm words echoed in Mou's mind. I understand, senior. In the quiet chamber of the Qingfeng sect, only Mou, Hanli, and the twin maidens remained. Mou spoke calmly. A barrier has been cast over this place. No one can know what has transpired. Elders, please speak. However, he had made some preparations. After all, this was his first meeting with the twin beauties Hanli and Shuangshu, so Shen Xiong and Yu Quan remained by his side. Yet they regarded Mou as their leader and would not speak out of turn. Moreover, they would not reveal themselves unless Mou faced imminent danger. Hanli and Shuangshu exchanged a glance before turning away. Their eyes fixed quietly upon Mou. After a few breaths. Without any prior arrangement, both of them simultaneously bent their knees and knelt before Mou. Mou froze. What were they doing?
Elders, you. Xianxia, we implore you to accompany us, young master, and save our palace master.
Their voices carried genuine supplication, their tone sincere and utterly without pretense. It took Mo a long moment to process. What's happened to your palace master? Why seek me out?
I'm merely a gathering spirit cultivator. 3 years ago, the palace mistress returned gravely wounded. Due to her unique constitution, she soon fell into an irreversible slumber, Han Xiyin explained slowly.
The tree spirit ancestor said the palace master was wounded by the great Dao cleaver.
Though her life hung by a thread, her fate was not yet sealed.
All things in this world have causes and effects.
Find the cause, and the palace master can be healed.
And that cause is you, young master. Mo looked puzzled.
Wait, the great Wei cleaver.
Does that mean your palace master was present 3 years ago too?
Both the palace master and I were present. The palace master intervened to shield you from the great Wei cleaver. I implore you, for that sacrifice's sake, to save her.
You, rise first. Mo murmured softly, I shall grant your request. But why would you help me?
Han Li and Shuangshu carefully explained the entire sequence of events.
Mo fell into a long, deep silence.
A very long time passed.
So that's how it is. Mo took a deep breath, a faint smile struggling to form at the corners of his mouth.
Elders, there's no time to waste.
Let's set out.
Han Li and Shuangshu were overjoyed at her words.
Thank you, young master.
The three stepped out of the quiet chamber.
Lang Xiao and the others immediately surrounded them. Mo smiled. Nothing serious.
The 2 elders and I need to visit the Hanli sacred palace.
I'll accompany you, Lang Xiao offered immediately. No need, Mo shook his head. Lang Xiao's body stiffened. I'll go alone. Senior brother, I want to go too. Tu Yaoyao blinked her eyes.
Junior sister, you must stay here and take good care of senior brother and me.
I'll be back soon. Alright, then.
Elders, let us depart. Mo bid farewell to the others and set off for the Cold Grace Holy Palace alongside the twin maidens of Cold Grace.
Lang Xiao stared blankly at Mo's retreating figure.
For some reason, she felt Mo's gaze upon her seemed different.
Just then, the spirit communication jade tablet began to vibrate incessantly. Lang Xiao's heart leapt with joy as she hurriedly retrieved it to check. Yet, it contained only a single line. Ishui, wait for me to return. We need to have a proper talk. Simple and straightforward, nothing else. Lang Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He knows? After pondering for a long time, Lang Xiao lightly tapped the jade slip. Her reply contained only one word. All right. Chapter 97, The Ice Soul Spirit Body, The Slumbering Han Xianying. Hanli Mountain. Endless frigid air swept in, overwhelming and unbearable. BRR, it's freezing here. Han Xiyin and Han Siya moved in unison, casting a frost barrier around Mou. Young master, Hanli Mountain's environment is unique. Without training in ice elemental techniques, you'll struggle to withstand it. This is an ice element technique from our Hanli sacred palace. Though not profound, it should suffice against this chill. With a little practice, young master, you'll no longer be troubled by it. The twin sisters of Hanli produced a white jade slip and handed it to Mou. Honored elders, this seems rather inappropriate. How could an outsider like me learn the techniques of the Cold Grace Holy Palace? Mou shook his head slightly. Young master, you're too modest.
This is merely an introductory technique, not the core inheritance. There's no need to hesitate.
Very well. Mou ceased his refusals.
The surrounding cold was simply too intense.
He couldn't keep relying on the 2 women forever. Her divine sense probed into the jade slip. The twin cold essence technique.
Though not profoundly advanced, it held considerable subtlety, more than sufficient to ward off the biting cold.
After a few breaths, frosty vapors swirled upward, the once bone-piercing chill now transforming into an unending stream of spiritual energy flowing into his body. Mou couldn't help but marvel. This technique is truly remarkable. Han Xiyin and Han Siye exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Sister, how did he master it so quickly? This is the primary cultivation technique we both specialize in. It took us a whole year just to achieve a modest level of mastery back then. Han Xiyin didn't know how to respond, equally astonished. Sis, perhaps this is what true genius looks like. What they offered Mou was certainly no ordinary thing, they only said that to stop him from refusing. The twin cold essence technique was their primary cultivation method. They had expected Mou to at least study it for a while, but to their astonishment, he mastered it in mere moments. They had seen many prodigies, but someone as monstrously gifted as Mou was a first. Yet precisely because of this, their eyes gradually brightened.
Perhaps only someone like this could save the palace master. Beneath the Hanli sacred palace, the twin maidens of Hanli led Mou to a massive gate entwined with white snow vines.
Young master, this is as far as we can take you.
Beyond this point lies the forbidden territory of the Hanli sacred palace. Only the palace master may enter.
Then isn't it inappropriate for me to enter? Mou asked in confusion.
The twin maidens of Hanli shook their heads in unison.
Young master, you are an exception. You have obtained permission from the tree spirit. The tree spirit?
Before Mou could ask further, the massive gate slowly swung open, accompanied by an aged voice.
Young friend, please enter. Mou glanced at Han Li and Shuang Shu.
The two beauties nodded in acknowledgement.
After a moment's thought, Mou stepped through the doorway. The path, forged from ice, was smooth and translucent, like a mirror, reflecting his figure.
After an unknown duration, he finally reached the center.
It was a bottomless cavern stretching endlessly into the darkness.
Mou saw countless delicate, translucent branches crisscrossing in every direction, seemingly supporting everything around them. A colossal cold jade tree rooted itself deep within the cavern, its base lost to the darkness. All the branches originated from this single tree.
Mou felt a surge of curiosity. Within the cavern, a mysterious force seemed poised to erupt.
Beneath this abyss lies a chasm of destruction. A white-haired elder suddenly appeared beside him, stroking his beard as he spoke softly.
Are you the tree spirit, elder? Indeed.
Mou studied the figure before him, yet detected not a trace of cultivation energy.
Xiaomei, what cultivation level does he possess? Host, this is the spirit of Hanli Mountain, an embodiment of the elemental forces of this land. It possesses no conventional cultivation level.
He can command the elemental energies of this land, making him virtually invincible within this region.
That powerful? Host, do not worry. He has weaknesses.
He is confined here, and each time he acts, he depletes the power of the heavens and earth.
Moreover, once that power begins to dissipate, he becomes extremely vulnerable. As for methods to dissipate the cosmic energy, well, there are plenty. Mou understood immediately and cut straight to the point. Ancient tree spirit, how is Palace Master Han Li faring now? What should this junior do?
The cold jade tree spirit chuckled.
There's no rush about that. Young friend, don't you wish to know the origins of this place? Ha? Not urgent? Didn't you say it was urgent? Mou suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. Please enlighten me, senior.
The tree spirit smiled and spoke slowly. Countless years ago, this place was not Coldling Mountain, but one of the battlefields of that epic war. Humans, demons, and monsters clashed fiercely here, and in this place, an emperor also fell.
Mou. An emperor fell here? Indeed.
Her final resting place lies beneath this deep cavern. In that year, she sacrificed herself to seal this passage, trapping countless demons beyond this realm. Moreover, that great emperor possessed an ice soul spirit body identical in constitution to Qianying, the ruler of Hanli Palace you speak of. The tree spirit paused, casting a meaningful glance at Mou.
Are you suggesting, elder, that the palace mistress Hanli might be the reincarnation of this fallen great emperor?
Only heaven knows if it is so, but Qianying and this fallen emperor are bound by an inescapable karmic connection.
Mou remained silent for a long moment. Senior, why are you telling me all this? The tree spirit's eyes glowed faintly. She left a legacy here.
Through this legacy, I gained consciousness and now bear the responsibility of preserving it.
I have been searching for a suitable successor.
Thus, I raised this Hanli Mountain, guiding peerless prodigies to establish the Hanli Holy Palace, passing down the legacy through generations.
Finally, a new ice soul spirit has emerged, the current mistress of Hanli Palace, Han Qianying.
Yet, with the world undergoing cataclysmic change, the ice soul spirit is no longer recognized. Its path has been severed, making it nearly impossible to reach the Emperor Realm.
I thought all hope was lost until you appeared. Me? Mou grew even more perplexed.
Back when you broke through, I observed through Qianying's vision. Within you lies an exceptionally unique aura, one that might just reconnect the severed path of the ice soul spirit.
Mou. The tree spirit was undoubtedly referring to the innate primordial energy. So I really was tricked. So, the palace mistress Han Li wasn't injured?
The tree spirit shook its head inside. She is indeed on the brink of death. Already forbidden by the Tao, she suffered wounds inflicted by the Tao itself. She cannot recover on her own like ordinary cultivators. She struggled on for many years, but eventually, she won't be able to hold on.
The tree spirit gazed earnestly at Mou.
I humbly ask you, young friend, to lend your aid.
Mou fell silent.
He had long learned from the twin maidens of Hanli that the palace mistress had been wounded for his sake. After a long pause, he exhaled heavily.
Very well. Since you were injured because of me, I will do everything within my power to assist you. The tree spirit laughed heartily upon hearing this.
I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Rest assured, it will certainly be within your capabilities.
Moreover, it will be immensely beneficial to you. Mou nodded. What exactly do you need me to do?
The tree spirit stroked his beard and spoke softly.
Practice dual cultivation with Qianying. Chapter 98, I want you. Dual cultivation. Mou froze, utterly astonished. Ha?
The tree spirit looked puzzled.
Qianying's beauty is peerless across the entire Sanyu continent. How come you don't seem the least bit excited about dual cultivation with such a peerless beauty? Mou. Senior, I'm not that kind of person.
Without emotional foundation, it does seem a bit odd.
Ha ha. Young friend, you truly amuse me.
The tree spirit's lips curved upward.
Affection can be cultivated over time. Moreover, according to my calculations, it will take at least a month before we see initial results. A month of intimate companionship between man and woman, how could there not be feelings by then? MOU?
He suddenly felt this tree spirit was a bit unscrupulous.
Ahem, senior, we don't actually need to practice dual cultivation.
I can simply transfer my innate primordial energy into the palace master's body to aid her cultivation.
That will do. The tree spirit nodded. So be it. Ha? Such a quick agreement? Could there be another catch? MOU paused in surprise. Hee, young friend, don't worry. That was merely a suggestion.
If you're unwilling, I won't force you, the tree spirit explained.
MOU breathed a sigh of relief. Young friend, Shenying is in the cold jade meditation chamber. Go see if you can awaken her.
Understood, elder.
MOU gave a slight nod before heading toward the chamber. The tree spirit watched MOU's retreating figure, a faint smile playing on its face. This lad, he's quite promising. Perfect. Perfectly suited. You're the one. Cold jade chamber.
MOU had barely stepped inside when an overwhelming chill swept over him. Had he not mastered the twin cold essence technique, he would have been frozen solid like an ice sculpture. In the center of the quiet chamber stood an ice bed, upon which lay a figure of breathtaking beauty. White hair, white eyebrows, white robes. Snow White seemed to be her very epithet. Her features and posture were flawless. She was none other than Han Xianying, the mistress of Hanli Palace. As MOU swept his divine sense over her, a slight shock flashed through his heart. Han Xianying's vital energy was incredibly faint, and the profound wounds on her body were steadily eroding her life force.
Left unattended, her days were numbered. MOU stepped forward.
Senior, thank you for shielding me from the Dao's execution blade all those years ago.
MOU, I will do everything in my power. After expressing his gratitude, MOU silently inquired. Xiaomei, how can I awaken her?
Host, the Ice Soul Cold Shadow Dew recorded in the Divine Pill Compendium can save her.
You just need to refine it. Is that all it takes?
The method for refining the Ice Soul Shadow Dew was still etched in his mind.
Well, that doesn't sound too difficult.
With a flick of his divine sense, he arrived at the medicinal garden of the banished immortal's abode.
Xuanqiang and Yuquan both stepped forward, hesitating to speak. Is there something? Xuanqiang bowed deeply.
Your Excellency, that maiden's primordial yin remains intact.
Dual cultivation would bring you immense benefit. Please consider this carefully, Your Excellency. Is that not so? What are you two up to? You couldn't help but smile. Go about your business. Mind your own affairs. Xuanqiang and Yuquan paused, then reluctantly withdrew. Following the formula and Xiaomei's guidance, MOU gathered several spiritual herbs. Fortunately, most of the herbs could be substituted with spirit herbs infused with the aura of immortality. With preparations complete, MOU began the alchemical process. The tree spirit watched MOU's every move, utterly astonished. Spirit herbs imbued with celestial essence? This lad truly possesses profound blessings. The tree spirit murmured in awe. In that case, it's even more fitting. Within the quiet chamber, frigid air steadily gathered toward MOU's palm. The primordial chi transformed into a cauldron, gathering the cold energy. One spiritual herb after another flew into it. Under the influence of the primordial chi, they showed no signs of repulsion whatsoever, blending together perfectly. MOU couldn't help but marvel. The 5 primordial essences technique was arguably the most profound cultivation method he possessed. Even with MOU's profound insight, his current understanding remained but a drop in the ocean. Yet even so, it had unleashed unimaginable efficacy. Now, the primordial chi continuously catalyzed the process. The Ice Soul Cold Shadow Dew was being refined at an astonishingly rapid pace. The tree spirit marveled once more, unbelievable. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Even I have never seen anything like it. Beneath Hanli Mountain, countless array patterns ignited. The tree spirit sealed off the area completely, blocking all traces of energy. The twin maidens of Hanli exchanged glances. Though filled with curiosity, they could only guard the entrance. Hundreds of breaths later, the spiritual herbs and frigid energy fused perfectly, a single drop of icy blue frost suspended in the air. Surrounded by endless cold energy. Ice Soul Frost Shadow Dew. Success! MOU's face lit up with joy as he looked at Han Xianying. Senior, it's time to wake up. With a slight stir of divine consciousness, the frost dew entered Han Xianying's mouth. Instantly, wisps of white mist began to gather around her body's solidified cold energy that continuously nourished her form. The wounds left by the Dao scythe on her body were miraculously healing. This divine pill record seems to hold some real substance. MOU hadn't expected the effect to be this remarkable. Before long, on the jade bed, snow white eyelashes fluttered slightly. Han Xianying finally opened her eyes slowly. Elder, you're awake? It's you.
Han Xianying sat up, her eyes filled with astonishment.
You saved me? Why are you here?
The twin seniors brought me here.
Mo Jian explained briefly. I see. Thank you. Han Xianying's tone remained unruffled.
You saved my life. Should you ever need anything in the future, this palace will do everything in its power to assist you.
Your Excellency overstates the case.
I merely repaid the favor of you shielding me from the great Pathcleaver that day.
Han Xianying paused.
Those two, they really spill everything.
One thing at a time. I've always been a woman of my word.
My aid to you before was for my own purposes, but today you saved my life, and I shall repay that debt. Her words radiated an air of I call the shots, don't interrupt dominance.
Mo's heart stirred slightly.
This palace mistress Hanli seems quite formidable.
Ha? What's that scent? It's so fragrant?
As he pondered, Mo suddenly caught a whiff of a unique fragrance. Her gaze involuntarily drifted upward, drawn to Han Xianying's breathtakingly beautiful face and flawless figure. A whisper escaped his lips. So beautiful.
Then,
unbeknownst to him, his mouth grew dry and his heart began to burn.
Thump, thump.
His heart began to pound violently.
Mo's gaze grew hazy, his breathing increasingly ragged.
Han Xianying seemed a natural siren, teasing and tempting him relentlessly. On the other side, Han Xianying was equally affected. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes held a hint of spring, and her chest rose and fell with increasingly rapid breaths. She continuously channeled her spiritual energy to resist.
Tree spirit, what are you doing?
Han Xianying knew this scent, capable of stirring one's inner desires, must be the work of the tree spirit. Merely facilitating a union.
After living for so many years, this is my first time playing matchmaker. It feels rather nice. This lad is one in a million.
If you miss him now, he'll be gone forever. You two are perfect for each other.
Han Xianying could no longer make out the tree spirit's words.
Even she found the peculiar fragrance irresistible, her senses blurring as she sank into its embrace.
Mo was no exception.
Now, in each other's eyes, the other's body was the most coveted thing in the world.
I want you. Han Xianying murmured softly, seizing Mo with one hand and pulling him before her, touching him relentlessly. Mo, too, was utterly captivated by Han Xianying, his hands instinctively reaching downward. A jolting sensation swept through her entire body. Neither could resist any longer, and they kissed each other simultaneously. Chapter 99, is this about to turn into a sugar daddy arrangement?
Within the chamber forged from cold jade.
It had been an unknown amount of time.
The air was thick with bone-chilling cold, the scent of a woman's perfume, and the fragrance of stone orchids.
Mo lay naked and still upon the cold jade bed.
Beside her, a flawless, snow-white body nestled close. Snow-white hair lay slightly disheveled across his chest, tickling him and stirring his heart.
Mo drifted into his own memories. Han Xianying's hauntingly seductive voice still echoed in his ears. I must be on top.
It was the phrase she repeated most throughout the entire ordeal.
Mo was merely a minor gathering spirit realm cultivator. How could he possibly match a peak Dao-seeking realm powerhouse? The outcome was inevitable. She was brutally suppressed, unable to fight back. Not only that, but during the struggle, Han Xianying deliberately acted in an utterly appalling manner, making Mo feel utterly humiliated. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. I'm way too passive. Mo couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Seems like you're not convinced? A provocative, alluring voice rang out.
Han Xianying had awakened at some point, her finger curling around Mo's jaw, gently flicking it. Their eyes locked. Beneath the chill, warm breath condensed into faint mist, casting an ethereal haze.
That breathtaking beauty left Mo breathless. How did you wake up? Han Xianying's eyes held a faint smile. Oomph.
Considering your decent performance, this palace forgives your earlier rudeness. With that, Han Xianying's figure flickered as she moved to the jade table nearby, draping herself in a layer of sheer gauze.
Yet,
it was precisely this veiled, elusive layer of haze that made one even more unable to resist.
Mo stood bolt upright once more.
Han Xianying shot him a sidelong glance.
TSK. You really are insatiable, aren't you? Mo froze, clearing his throat twice. That only proves you can't satisfy me. What did you say?
Frost crystallized as Han Xianying flashed beside Mo, gripping his core and threatening.
Say it again. Mo. Han Xianying's reaction was far beyond his expectations.
On the frost-covered bed, that vivid crimson stood out starkly. It was her first time. But now she acted with him like they were an old married couple.
Wasn't she the least bit shy?
Truthfully, Han Xianying still harbored some shyness within her heart. But as the ruler of a palace, she wouldn't allow herself to act like a little woman.
Since it had already happened, she pinned Mo beneath her.
As the mistress of Hanli Palace, keeping a young man was nothing to be ashamed of. No one dared say a word.
Oomph. Why so quiet now? Han Xianying snorted lightly.
From now on, you will reside within the Hanli Sacred Palace. I will spare no resources in cultivating you. After all, the men of this palace mustn't be weak when they step outside.
Mo chuckled. So you plan to keep me as your kept man? Keep me? Han Xianying found the term rather amusing. It fits rather well.
I intend to keep you, and you have no right to refuse.
Otherwise, I'll cripple you.
As she spoke, the pressure from her hand intensified.
Mo sucked in a sharp breath. You're playing with fire.
Oomph. I'll see just how fiery your temper really is. Han Xianying's lips curved slightly, her eyes brimming with a peculiar challenge.
The faintly visible gauze provoked a low growl from Mou.
He yanked Han Xianying's body toward him, pinning her down forcefully.
The next moment, the battle erupted once more.
Fill in the blanks yourself, omitted.
After a long while. Damn it. Just you wait until I find out.
Even though Mou had given it his all, Han Xianying still flipped him over with ease.
He was overpowered again.
Han Xianying's eyes crinkled slightly as her jade-like hand gently cupped his chin, her fingers teasing his jawline. Her lips parted slightly.
Is that so? I'm quite looking forward to that day. But before that happens, don't even think about it.
Mou felt the weight of this stunning woman upon him, a sigh escaping his heart. All of this had happened without him even realizing it.
Yet he didn't resist.
After all, in the original story, the plot involving Han Xianying was extremely sparse. Her fate was never revealed. Now that Han Xianying was his woman, he would never let her come to harm when the demonic forces invaded. At this thought, Mou's face lit up with confidence.
No matter what the future holds, I will protect you. Han Xianying's expression paused slightly.
She didn't understand why Mou had suddenly spoken such words. But
it felt comforting to hear.
Even though she was now countless times stronger than Mou and had no need for his protection whatsoever, a surge of joy still filled her heart.
Oomph. With your pitiful cultivation, how dare you speak such grand words? Now that this palace's oomph
is within you, first fully refine it before speaking.
Mou heard this and turned his gaze inward.
A colossal, boundless surge of frigid primordial yin energy gathered within his chi-si dantian. This was the pinnacle of yin essence accumulated over nearly 10,000 years.
It bore the imprint of Han Xianying's entire lifetime of cultivation. Once fully refined, Mou might grasp a fragment of the Tao laws governing the realm of icy cold. This is unimaginable. The way can only be grasped through seeking it. Yet Mou harnessed this primordial yin energy to unleash it prematurely.
Though its potency would be greatly diminished, it would remain utterly unstoppable against any opponent whose cultivation level was comparable to his own.
This will be another devastating move in my arsenal.
As Xiaomei had explained, Han Xianying's primordial yin energy had seamlessly integrated into Mou's body.
This was the result of the ice soul spirit body interacting with the primordial qi.
Moreover, nourished by the primordial qi, Han Xianying's previously impenetrable bottleneck had begun to show signs of loosening. This was also one of the key reasons she accepted Mou without hesitation.
Haha, young man, you're making quite a commotion. Come out and thank your matchmaker. The tree spirit's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Mou's expression shifted slightly. That old rascal, he wasn't spying on us the whole time, was he?
Han Xianying covered Mou's mouth with her hand. Senior Tree Spirit is a venerable figure of high moral standing.
He wouldn't do such a thing.
He has his own reasons for bringing us together.
Han Xianying's respect for the tree spirit surprised Mou.
I doubt that old tree would dare to peek. Before long, the two had tidied their attire and stepped out of the cold jade chamber. Rosy complexions, radiant spirits, excellent, truly excellent. The tree spirit smiled as he watched them.
The more Mou looked at the ancient tree, the more he felt he'd been tricked into this.
He must have a way to revive Han Xianying. He just dragged me here.
It had to be. With that thought, Mou pursed his lips. Old tree, you've tricked me. Shouldn't you offer some compensation? The tree spirit waved his hand dismissively. I've already given you the palace mistress of Hanli. You can't be greedy and bite off more than you can chew. Fine. At worst, I'll just give you the holy palace of Hanli as a dowry. Han Xianying.
She suddenly felt that today's tree spirit felt different from before.
It's not that easy. Mou curled her lips. If I want the cold grace holy palace, I'll just ask my Xianying for it. Do I need your permission?
What nonsense are you spouting?
Who says I'm yours? A flush of crimson spread across Han Xianying's snow-white face. Ha ha ha.
Old man guessed right, after all you two are truly meant for each other.
The tree spirit laughed heartily. So tell me, what do you want? Mou's smile vanished.
She pointed toward the bottomless cavern and spoke earnestly.
I want to go down there. Chapter 100, The Ice Soul Emperor Sutra Cold Shio arrives. No. Han Xianying blurted out, stopping Mou. You cannot go down there.
It is perilous beyond measure. Even this palace lord might not emerge unscathed. The tree spirit remained silent, instead fixing Mou with a piercing gaze.
May I ask why you wish to descend? Mou shook his head. It's a secret. For self-defense? Sufficient for self-preservation.
The tree spirit fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, uttering a single word.
Good. Han Qianying. You cannot. I forbid it. You're not going anywhere. Qianying, there's no need to worry. I'm only going down to confirm something. Nothing will happen to me. Mou explained patiently, his gaze unwavering. Then, I shall accompany you down. This is the greatest concession I can make. Very well. Mou nodded.
The tree spirit stroked his beard.
Haha, no rush, no rush. We can go down anytime. We can wait until Qianying successfully breaks through before going. There are more pressing matters now.
The legacy I've guarded for so long, it can finally be revealed. With that, the ancient tree spirit vanished. Translucent branches of frost jade glowed with a faint white light, from which streams of profound scriptures flowed. They then coiled around Han Qianying's form before sinking into her body.
This is the Imperial Sutra. Han Qianying's pupils dilated in shock. She had never known the tree spirit possessed the Imperial Sutra. This was no quasi-emperor. It was the scripture created by the true emperor of yore. In an instant, Han Qianying's mind was swept by a tidal wave of shock. The Ice Soul Imperial Scripture. It was now channeling the surging spiritual energy within her body to assault that impenetrable barrier. However, the next moment, chains adorned with intricate runes materialized around Han Qianying's body. It was the binding of the Great Tao. The Ice Soul Spirit body was forbidden to break through in this world. The chains of the Tao remained utterly unshaken, no matter how fiercely they were struck. At that very moment, a mysterious aura began to emanate from within Han Qianying's body. Mou recognized it instantly. It was the primordial chi transferred to Han Qianying through dual cultivation. Now, that primordial energy had fused with her body, reflecting a subtle difference. The mysterious aura enveloped the Tao chains in unison. A shocking event unfolded. A minute crack appeared in the Tao chain. Though minuscule, it was undeniably real. Han Qianying's eyes lit up with joy. Nearly 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. Today, she finally saw hope. She turned to Mou. From now on, I'll make it up to you. Mou froze in surprise. Then, a fragrant breeze brushed his face, and before he knew it, Han Qianying had swept him onto the jade bed. The door to the quiet chamber slowly closed. Mou and Han Qianying embarked on their long journey of dual cultivation. The ethereal form of the tree spirit reappeared, gazing at the closed chamber. Yet, no smile graced his face. The time has come. It's up to us. But whether man could truly triumph over heaven remained an unknown. What followed would be the most perilous moment of Han Qianying's entire life. Time flew by. Before they knew it, a month had passed. Mou remained confined within the cold jade chamber. She devoted herself to only two things: practicing dual cultivation with Han Qianying, and being dual cultivated by Han Qianying, day and night without cease. Mou had lost count of how many times it had happened. With each session, the chains of the Tao binding Han Qianying would crack a little more. Just moments ago, the final session concluded. The chains of the Tao teetered on the brink of collapse. Han Qianying sat cross-legged, suspended mid-air, the Ice Soul Emperor Sutra swirling around her. She had fallen into complete stillness. No matter how loudly Mou shouted, Han Qianying showed no response. He touched his waist and murmured to himself, "You've suffered enough. I should go ask the elder first." Soon, he approached the tree spirit. The tree spirit teased, "Young man, you're in fine shape." Mou glanced at it. "What's wrong with Qianying?" The Ice Soul Spirit body, how incredibly difficult it is to reach the quasi-emperor realm. Even with your help, the chances of success still won't exceed 30%. She's gathering momentum, aiming to shatter that barrier with boundless power in one decisive surge. This step, no one can help her. She must rely on herself alone. Mou's gaze grew solemn. Others might be powerless, but he was not. She will succeed, Mou murmured softly. Meanwhile, outside the cold Grace Holy Palace, a figure approached, sword in hand. Mou hadn't returned for a month, and Lang Xiao could no longer sit idly by. During that time, she had sent him spirit messages repeatedly, but Mou seemed to have vanished. Not a single reply came through. In truth, it wasn't that Mou hadn't replied. It was simply that beneath Hanli Mountain, tree spirits guarded the area, preventing the spirit message jade slip from receiving any signals. Unaware of this, Lang Xiao's worries grew heavier by the day. At the same time, she was desperate to explain everything to Mou. Thus, she could no longer resist and came to the Hanli Sacred Palace. The twin maidens of Hanli sensed her presence and immediately materialized, standing before Lang Xiao. They had learned everything from the tree spirit. At this moment, Han Qianying was in the midst of a breakthrough. No one was permitted to approach the Hanli Sacred Palace. "I must see Mou," Lang Xiao declared in a solemn voice. "Daoist Cold, Mou as well. He is currently with the palace master." "We kindly ask Daoist Cold to return first," the twin maidens of Hanli said in unison. Lang Xiao stubbornly shook her head. I only need to see him once. If he truly is unharmed, I will leave. Han Xiyin and Han Xie exchanged glances. Fellow Daoist Lung, Mou is indeed unharmed. He is currently in seclusion with the palace master and cannot be disturbed. Lang Xiao paused. Then could you at least have him reply to my message? Han Xiyin fell silent for a moment before nodding.
Please wait here a little longer.
With that, the two vanished. Within the Hanli Sacred Palace, someone is attempting to break through to the Emperor Realm. Jin Ling's voice echoed in Lang Xiao's mind. The Emperor Realm? Lang Xiao's eyes narrowed sharply. Could it be the palace mistress Hanli? Wait, Mou is with her. A wave of suspicion surged through Lang Xiao's mind. She knew Mou was different, harboring secrets within him. Now, the palace master of Hanli was breaking through. Could it be that the secrets within Mou had been uncovered by the Holy Palace of Hanli? Are they planning to take action against him? Or could it be that Mou had already? Though Mou had a quasi-emperor by his side, the Hanli Sacred Palace possessed unimaginable depth and resources. A single quasi-emperor was utterly insufficient to oppose them. At this thought, Lang Xiao could no longer hold back. No, I must save him. Freezing her aura, she vanished completely. Before the forbidden grounds. The twin ice maidens spoke respectfully. Ancestral tree spirit, Lang Xiao has arrived. She wishes to see Mou. Heh, you youngster sure has your hands full with romantic entanglements, the tree spirit teased. Mou drifted into thought. Dao Shui. Lang Xiao. Different names, yet the same person. His thoughts were in turmoil. Mou understood deep down that he loved Dao Shui. She was also the first woman Mou had truly fallen for since arriving in this world. But what did she truly feel about him? He wasn't entirely sure, or rather, he lacked confidence. Lang Xiao was destined to be Mo Dao's master. Could this fate be altered because of him? Mou didn't know. He had intended to speak with Lang Xiao after returning from the Hanli Sacred Palace. But now that Lang Xiao had come, he might as well ask her directly. With that thought, Mou prepared to step forward. However, at that very moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Han Xianying's body, piercing the heavens. All the chains binding her shattered in an instant. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with an overwhelmingly brilliant light. The momentum was complete. Han Xianying was about to break through the tribulation. Above the Hanli Sacred Palace, endless thunderstorm clouds gathered thickly. Mou's stride halted. Han Xianying's tribulation was at its most critical juncture. On her own, she only had a 30% chance. But if he were by her side, perhaps it wouldn't be just 30%. He could help Han Xianying. With that thought, Mou withdrew her foot and whispered softly, "Twin elders, please tell her. Once Xianying's tribulation concludes, I will seek her out." Han Li Shuangshu nodded, preparing to depart. Yet, astonishingly, Lang Xiao had silently appeared behind them. She had heard Mou's voice, but not the words she had hoped for. Lang Xiao's eyes went blank, her heart felt as though it had been wrenched violently, leaving her frozen in place. For a moment, she felt utterly at a loss. Chapter 101, The Near Emperor Tribulation, a Protracted Battle. Xianying. Han Xianying. So he and the palace mistress Han Li were this close. A pang of jealousy suddenly stung Lang Xiao's heart. Mou, what is your relationship with your palace mistress? Her voice trembled as she looked at the twin sisters of Han Li Palace, her words tinged with unease. Han Xiyin and Han Xie exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. They could see the depth of Lang Xiao's feelings for Mou, and they could sense something was off with her now. Yet it was precisely their hesitation that confirmed Lang Xiao's suspicions. Han Xianying, the sovereign of the sacred palace, stood aloof and above all, regarding all men beneath her as insignificant. Such a proud woman would never tolerate any man addressing her by name. Yet, Mou's single utterance of Xianying spoke volumes. Han Xianying remained silent, and neither Han Li nor the other maidens objected. Between Mou and her, there existed an extraordinary bond. But what else could there be between a man and a woman besides that kind of relationship? Lang Xiao was no fool. Reaching the pinnacle of the Tao in just 3,000 years proved her intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary people. Yet at this moment, she wished she were a fool. 1 month. In just 1 month, they had come together. Yet the time she had spent traveling alongside him far exceeded that. She regretted it. She regretted not revealing her true identity to Mou. She regretted having so many chances to take things further with Mou, yet never seizing them. She even regretted never revealing her true feelings to him. Until now. Someone else had beaten her to it. Only now did regret consume her. Unconsciously, Lang Xiao's eyes welled up, tears falling like pear blossoms. "Sister Lang, are you alright?" asked Han Li and Shuangshu with concern. They too held a warm regard for Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao shook her head slightly. "When Mou emerges, please tell him. I shouldn't have deceived him as a thief of water. I deeply regret it. May he and your esteemed palace master be forever united." With that, Lang Xiao vanished. Han Xiyin and Han Xie sighed simultaneously.
She and the palace master are cut from the same cloth, aloof, proud, and exceptionally self-assured. Now that the palace master has taken the one she loved, it will likely be difficult for her to accept.
Sister, will she give up? Han Sheila asked curiously.
Han Xiyin pursed her lips.
Of course not. What if the palace mistress and she were to switch places? What would happen then? Gulp. Then the palace mistress would definitely just snatch the person away. You're right. Lang Xiao has a bit more tenderness than the palace mistress, but not by much. She'll be back sooner or later.
Just wait and see, our Hanli sacred palace is about to get quite lively.
The Hanli twin beauties remained unaware of the specific details. Nor did they know that Mou and Han Xianying had been influenced by the strange fragrance, leading to their relationship. As for Lang Xiao, she certainly couldn't have known. Had she known, she would have seized the opportunity long ago. Meanwhile, Han Xianying soared into the air, flying into the thunderclouds to shield the Hanli sacred palace from the lightning tribulation. Mou followed not far behind. He remained completely unaware of the events unfolding at the entrance. Xiaomei, is there any way to increase the success rate of surviving the tribulation?
Host, Xiaomei is all-powerful.
However, host, you absolutely must not personally participate in the quasi-emperor tribulation. Then what should I do? Alchemy. Mou understood.
The elixirs recorded in the Divine Elixir Compendium possessed life-restoring properties.
Possessing one was like gaining an extra life.
The only drawback was their extreme rarity. The herbs required for refinement were exceedingly difficult to find.
But, for Mou, this posed absolutely no problem. He possessed an entire garden of immortal-grade spiritual herbs.
More than enough to substitute any rare ingredient.
No time to waste. Begin the refinement.
With a flick of his divine sense, Mou materialized within the illusory heavenly realm.
Yaoquan, gather the herbs.
At his command, countless soldiers gathered the spiritual herbs according to Mou's instructions.
They were delivered to Mou for refinement. The process flowed with unparalleled fluidity. In Mou's hands, primordial qi transformed into a cauldron, its Tao essence swirling. Batch after batch of immortal pills emerged from the furnace. Xuanqiong, deliver them. As you command. Xuanqiong vanished with the elixirs. Within the thunder tribulation, bolts of lightning coalesced into countless celestial spirits, pounding upon Han Xianying's body.
Han Xianying's form appeared haggard, her vital energy waning. Before the tribulation was even halfway through, she had already faced death multiple times. Her prepared elixirs and magical treasures had long since been exhausted. Thick bolts of lightning relentlessly pounded down, tracking Han Xianying's location, leaving her nowhere to hide. Finally, a golden thunderbolt thicker than a bull's mouth gathered and struck down, landing squarely upon Han Xianying. A single strike. It shattered her consciousness and tore her physical body to pieces, leaving no trace of her form. And what was even more despairing? At a glance, there were dozens more of those identical golden thunderbolts. Still unable to do it. Han Xianying's soul murmured. Now utterly weakened, she possessed no strength left to resist. One more strike and her soul would be utterly extinguished. Palace Master. All of Hanli's sacred palace gathered together, gazing up at the sky, their eyes filled with deep concern. It's rare to encounter such an interesting little man. Who would have thought we'd part ways so soon? The way of heaven. Damn it all. The intensity of this heavenly tribulation far surpassed that of a typical quasi-emperor's ordeal. Han Xianying knew this was the way of heaven's punishment for her defiance against the heavens. The golden thunderbolts were etched with despair. But, not until the very end would Han Xianying give up. Her divine consciousness burst forth with boundless radiance. She would fight to the death. Even if it meant her death and the end of her path, she feared nothing. And at that very moment, a cauldron of elixir, radiating divine essence, materialized before Han Xianying. This is? Han Xianying was utterly astonished. At a single glance, she knew this was an unparalleled, supreme immortal pill. Thunderbolts shook the heavens, countless bolts of lightning striking toward the divine pill. Don't even think about it. Han Xianying's divine sense plunged into the divine pill at lightning speed. Instantly, divine essence filled the air. Han Xianying sensed boundless vitality. Her shattered sea of consciousness steadily coalesced, while her physical body recovered at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, she had fully recovered to her peak condition. And she had consumed only a single pill. Boom! Within the thunder tribulation, a roaring fury seemed to erupt. Endless bolts of lightning surged toward Han Xianying, several times more intense than before. Bring it on! Han Xianying clutched the immortal pill, her confidence soaring. With this pill in hand, her success rate in surviving the tribulation could at least rise to 50%. 50% that was already high enough. Han Xianying's body shimmered with light, surrounded by icy aura, as she poured every ounce of her cultivation into resisting the rolling heavenly thunder. Pill after pill was consumed. Meanwhile, Mou frowned. Something's wrong. Why is this tribulation so terrifying? Host, the heavenly Tao has detected the presence of the elixirs and increased the difficulty. So that's it. MOU's lips curved upward. Then let's see, are your thunderbolts more numerous, or my pills more abundant?
Watch me, I'll wear you down. A protracted battle commenced. Chapter 102, Resurrection? The way of heaven knows no mercy. Outside the cold Grace Holy Palace, another breathtaking figure watched cold Xianying. Lang Xiao hadn't strayed too far. She stopped halfway, seemingly exhausted, unable to move on. She walked and paused, reluctant to leave. Ah! I can't take it anymore.
Jean Ling couldn't help but transform into human form, sitting cross-legged before Lang Xiao with her arms crossed, looking thoroughly annoyed.
If you can't let go, then just go back. Who cares about the consequences? Just snatch her back first. What's so scary about that Hanli Holy Palace? Does your Lingxi Sword Pavilion think it's something to fear? This dithering is driving me mad.
Lang Xiao hesitated, sighed, and shook her head gently.
What on earth are you afraid of, you little girl? Even if he's moved on, you still need to get to the bottom of this. Besides, that boy isn't the type to abandon the old for the new. Who knows? Maybe he was forced into it?
Lang Xiao still shook her head.
You're driving me crazy.
Jean Ling panted heavily, her chubby little cheeks puffing up repeatedly.
I just don't know how to face him. Lang Xiao murmured softly. Now that he has someone else by his side, if I show up as Lang Xiao. What if he runs away again, what then? Besides, he loves Dao Yishui, not Lang Xiao. Thud. Lang Xiao's head was struck hard. Ah! Senior, why did you hit me?
They say love is blind, and it's true after all, Jean Ling sighed.
I ask you, who is Dao Yishui? It's me. Who is Lang Xiao? Also me. Who does MOU love? Dao Yishui. Does he like the person or the name? The person. I suppose. Lang Xiao murmured softly. If you know all this, why are you still hesitating? Besides this identity, have you ever deceived him? No. Never. Then what's the problem?
Jean Ling clapped her hands.
MOU likes Dao Yishui. Dao Yishui equals Lang Xiao. Therefore, MOU likes Lang Xiao. Got it? Lang Xiao froze for a moment, then nodded involuntarily. I get it. If you get it, why aren't you going to fight for her? You want to just stand by and watch MOU get completely taken advantage of by that woman? Let me tell you, these men are fickle creatures. If you really leave for 10 or 8 years, by the time you return, their kids will be calling them mom. Lang Xiao's eyes gradually brightened. Senior, you're right. Whether it's Dao Yishui or Lang Xiao, they're both me. I'm going to confront him and get to the bottom of this. Upon hearing this, Jean Ling vanished, transforming into the Shizhua sword as it sank into Lang Xiao's body. Ugh, this is exhausting. What are you standing around for? Go snatch your man back. Once that woman breaks through to become a quasi-emperor, do you think you'll still be able to snatch him away? The next moment,
a chill filled the air. Cold Xiao channeled her spiritual energy to its limit, hurtling toward the coldly sacred palace at breakneck speed. In the divine illusion realm, the alchemy workshop continued its relentless output. MOU had lost count of how many cauldrons he'd refined. The Yin soldiers harvested and replanted simultaneously, prioritizing sustainable development. Though subsequent pills were inferior to the earlier batches due to raw material limitations, their sheer volume made up for it. Amidst the thunder tribulation, Han Xianying had already begun treating the immortal pills like candy beans. She couldn't fathom how so many divine pills and elixirs could exist. But she knew it must be MOU's doing. After taking the pills, she remained at peak condition every single moment. It was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, the thunder tribulation steadily weakened and dissipated. The most powerful heavenly thunderbolts had long been weathered. Now, her chances of successfully weathering the tribulation stood at 100%. All of this was thanks to MOU. Han Xianying's divine sense enveloped that handsome figure, and she curved her lips into a smile. Today, I'm going to give him a nice reward. Since he wants it so badly. Letting him be on top once isn't out of the question. Finally, the thunder tribulation began to dissipate. Han Xianying's aura of near-emperor level might spread out, instantly enveloping the entire Arctic region. Palace Master, you succeeded. Han Li and Shuang Shu's faces lit up with joy. The tree spirit stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Excellent. Excellent. Powerful figures from the major sects across the Arctic region all turned their gaze toward the direction of the Hanli sacred palace, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. Han Xianying's breakthrough to the quasi-emperor realm. This would inevitably shake the very foundations of the human race. A quasi-emperor at the peak of their power was incomparable to those ancient elders nearing the end of their lifespans. In the sky, the thunderclouds had nearly dispersed. MOU exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. It's finally over. However, before the breath could fully escape, MOU forced it back down his throat. What is that? Out of nowhere, a bolt of thunder as black as ink appeared within the storm clouds. It seemed liquid, emanating an eerie aura. The thunder tribulation isn't over yet? Just as MOU was puzzled, the pitch-black thunderbolt shot toward him at breakneck speed.
MOU! Han Xianying cried out in alarm. Your Excellency, beware! Xian Xiong sprang forward, shielding MOU with his body. However, unexpectedly, the thunderbolt merely brushed past MOU. Its target was not him. The tree spirit's pupils suddenly contracted. Raising a hand to gather spiritual energy, it shouted, "Stop that thunderbolt!" Han Xianying, Xian Xiong, and the tree spirit, three quasi-emperor level powerhouses, acted in unison. Yet the liquid, pitch-black thunder remained unmoved, seeping through every crevice. In an instant, it pierced through layer upon layer of protective barriers, plunging straight into the depths beneath Hanli Mountain, into the abyss below. Oh no! The tree spirit's expression darkened. Everyone, get out of here immediately! But, before his voice faded, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the cavern. A vast, terrifying aura surged skyward from the cavern, engulfing everyone. Xian Xiong rushed to shield MOU. Han Xianying stepped forward to shield the members of the Hanli Sacred Palace. However, some of the disciples and elders closest to the source could not withstand the force, torn to shreds by the overwhelming aura. Blood mist drifted through the air. The expressions of all present grew incredibly grave. At that very moment, four pallid giant hands burst violently from the depths of the cavern. A nauseating stench of decay spread through the air. Xiaomei, what is that thing? MOU's heart lurched in alarm. The aura emanating from those giant hands seemed to rival that of a quasi-emperor? Host, these are the remains of an emperor's corpse. The pitch-black thunder essence has granted it sentience. This emperor's corpse has come to life. MOU. This is a huge problem. Host, Xiaomei suggests we get the hell out of here. It's probably already too late. From the depths of the cavern, beyond the four colossal hands that seemed to grasp the heavens, endless black mist surged forth, sealing off the surrounding space in an instant. Now, the entire Hanli Sacred Palace was cut off from the world. No one could leave. Unless the source of all destruction was eradicated. But it wasn't that simple. Those four colossal hands were formed from the remnants of the Emperor's corpse, each possessing power rivaling that of a quasi-emperor. Black mist billowed into the sky. The giant hands moved. One clenched fist smashed toward Han Xianying, one horizontal palm struck at the tree spirit, and another attacked Xian Xiong. Terrifying shockwaves radiated out. Non-emperor level powerhouses couldn't even look directly at them. Finally, the last colossal hand swelled continuously, opening its palm to reach forward. And its target? None other than MOU. Chapter 103, Plunging into the Abyss. MOU. Your Highness. Young Master. Watch out. The crowd cried out in unison. Xian Xiong, Han Xianying, and the tree spirit were entangled by three other giant hands, temporarily unable to come to the rescue. Host, run. These giant hands attack instinctively, targeting what they perceive as the greatest threat. MOU's heart sank. The most threatening target besides the three quasi-emperors was himself, wasn't it? That intuition is remarkably sharp. Shrouded in shadowy aura, MOU was swiftly scooped up by Yuquan as they sped away. The quasi-emperor's giant hand pursued relentlessly, its target remaining solely MOU throughout. Yuquan, merely at the peak of the Dao-Asker realm, could not match its speed. In mere moments, a colossal shadow loomed overhead, engulfing MOU. Tisk. I have no choice but to fight for my life. Within MOU's body, the embryonic universe began to expand, unleashing boundless spiritual energy. The 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword materialized, its azure and purple energies swirling in intricate patterns. Behind him, the illusory form of the vermilion bird spread its wings. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the 10,000 spirits diagram and the heaven and earth scroll shone brilliantly. The sutras of the Master of Nourishing Life spread outward. MOU's aura surged to unimaginable power. But, in an instant, expending such colossal spiritual energy, he could wield but a single sword strike. Life or death hinged on the might of this single strike. Not enough. As the words fell, dozens of top-tier magical treasures materialized behind MOU, hovering in midair as they rose and fell ceaselessly. He intended to unleash its full power. Without hesitation, the dark spring transformed into a shadowy aura, clinging to the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword. MOU's aura surged once more. All his trump cards were now laid bare. The crowd was utterly horrified. Where did he get so many supreme treasures? If they all detonate, the power would be unimaginable. But, against a quasi-emperor, is this truly enough? Below the Emperor realm, all are mere ants. No matter how many trump cards MOU possessed, ultimately. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful white figure appeared beside MOU. It's Lang Xiao. Han Li and Shuang Shu recognized the woman at a glance. Lang Xiao placed her hand on MOU's shoulder. I'll handle this. Two simple words, yet they encapsulated everything they had been through together. MOU gazed at the face that felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar, and memories of their time together flooded his mind. She was willing to come to her side in this hour of peril. To resist her now would be utterly inhuman. In MOU's mind, the figures of Lang Xiao and Dao Shui gradually merged. That's it. Screw the plot. Destiny.
If the ending is truly predestined, then I'll defy heaven and rewrite fate, overturning this damn destiny of yours. Mou reached out, grasping Lang Xiao's hands and clasping them upon the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Sword.
Xiao, let's do this together.
Those few simple words spoke volumes. Lang Xiao's eyes fluttered slightly, a satisfied smile curling her lips.
She understood Mou no longer resisted. He had accepted her. Yes, together.
On Lang Xiao's body, the frost lotus and crimson lotus bloomed simultaneously.
Her essence blood ignited. She poured her entire lifetime's cultivation into this single sword strike. Mou did the same.
The spiritual energy contained within the embryonic universe was fully unleashed. All the power of the treasures behind them converged at a single point.
Mou and Lang Xiao spoke in unison. Eternal silence.
That was the sword technique she had taught him.
A single strike, sufficient to obliterate all. It carried everything they were. In that instant,
the void shattered, the heavens and earth changed color. The force of annihilation collided with that terrifying giant hand. From the depths of the cavern, a heart-wrenching, piercing roar shook the very eardrums.
The colossal hand was utterly annihilated in an instant, vanishing without a trace.
The entire assembly of the Cold Grace Holy Palace stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time.
Such power was beyond imagination.
Meanwhile, Han Xianying, the tree spirit, and Xianxiong unleashed their ultimate divine abilities.
The remaining 3 giant hands retreated step by step. At that moment, Mou felt utterly drained, as if completely hollowed out.
Not a shred of strength remained.
Lang Xiao seemed to be in the same state.
They clung to each other, oblivious to everything around them. The golden spirit transformed into a massive sword, catching both of their bodies.
We won. Mou murmured repeatedly, Xiao, we won. Yet Lang Xiao offered no reply.
Her eyes remained closed, a contented smile on her face. Yet, only a faint glimmer of life remained within her.
That final strike had already drained every last ounce of her vitality. At the same time, deep within the cavern, a colossal eye abruptly snapped open. A vast net of pitch-black thunder spread upward, fixing its gaze directly upon Mou and Lang Xiao. No! Stop it! Yet!
No matter how fiercely the others attacked, the net remained utterly unaffected.
Mou's eyes narrowed slightly.
He sensed a shadowy mass enveloping him completely.
Plunging downward at breakneck speed, the pitch-black giant web, enveloping Mou and Lang Xiao, vanished into the depths of the cavern at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, the other 3 colossal hands retracted at an astonishing speed, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. Your Excellency! Without hesitation, Xianxiong plunged into the cavern. Han Xianying's expression darkened as she dove down after him. But, above the cavern, a pitch-black barrier suddenly materialized, unbreakable, blocking her path. Dare to obstruct this palace? You seek death.
Han Xianying channeled every ounce of her might and slammed downward.
Alas!
The barrier was profoundly mysterious, seemingly capable of nullifying all force. No matter how fiercely Han Xianying attacked, it proved utterly futile.
Stop! This is futile. The tree spirit spoke in a deep voice. Tree spirit, I must go down. Han Xianying declared, leaving no room for argument. The tree spirit shook its head.
This lad possesses profound blessings. He shall not perish here.
When he returns, he may have gained a tremendous opportunity. Your task is to care for those he holds dear during his absence. Han Xianying fell silent for a long moment before finally nodding. You must survive.
At the bottom of the deep cavern, darkness reigned.
Host, wake up.
The familiar lowly voice echoed in her mind.
Mou quietly opened his eyes.
He felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flooding into his body.
Xuanqiong. Your Highness, you're awake? Phew. You brat, you finally woke up. Mou nodded with great effort. Senior Jinling? Where is this? Where's Xiao?
Xuanqiong and Jinling both fell silent simultaneously.
A sense of foreboding rose within Mou. What happened to her?
Jinling's voice grew low.
She's exhausted her life force. She doesn't have much time left. Boom! Mou felt as if struck by lightning. Not far away. Lang Xiao lay still.
Her eyes remained closed.
Impossible. The divine pill.
I still have the divine pill.
Mou immediately rushed forward, cradling Lang Xiao in his arms. He retrieved the divine pill and forced it into her mouth. But Lang Xiao had already lost the ability to refine them. Seeing this, Mou placed the elixir in his own mouth and began to refine it. Then, he pressed his lips to hers, transferring the potency into her body. The icy touch held not a shred of warmth. Lang Xiao showed no reaction whatsoever. Why is this happening?
She took that blow for you, shattering her soul. Only a fragment remains within her body.
This life-restoring pill can only sustain her physical form. Jinling spoke slowly. Mou's heart tightened. There must be another way. Xiaomei, tell me. Chapter 104, The Soul Nurturing Pool of the Netherworld, The Whereabouts of the Abyssal Crystal. Host, don't panic. Xiao Mei has a plan. Mou urged, speak quickly. Cold Xiao's lingering soul hasn't dissipated. It only needs to be nurtured in the underworld soul nurturing pool to gradually recover. The soul nurturing pool? The soul nurturing pool is the netherworld's sacred site for cultivating divine spirits, a place of profound mystery. However, it has been destroyed and requires vast quantities of abyssal crystals to rebuild. Until then, place her body within the banished immortal's abode. Its divine aura will prevent her soul fragments from dispersing. Understood. Mou took a deep breath and, without hesitation, brought Lung Xiao into the illusory heavenly realm. At the center of the fallen immortal residence's grand hall. With a flick of Mou's divine will, the surroundings transformed into an elegantly refined chamber. Mou placed Lung Xiao upon the central bed, his palm gently caressing her hair as tenderness flickered in his eyes. Xiao, rest assured. I will find the abyssal crystal and bring you back to life. Wait for me. Young man, where did you take my little girl? Jean Ling inquired curiously. Mou smiled. Senior Jean Ling, rest assured. I've found a way to revive Xiao. Really? Jean Ling was visibly moved. That's wonderful. With that settled, I can finally rest easy. As the words fell, the Shijua's sword dimmed. The recent battle had severely drained Jean Ling. Equally depleted was the Yin Spring, now teetering on the brink of collapse. However, drawing sustenance from the netherworld and Mou, she would not be extinguished. Currently, the Dark Spring was recuperating within the netherworld. Mou took a deep breath and swallowed the elixir. He too had suffered severe injuries and needed to recover. Simultaneously, he replayed the events that had just unfolded in his mind. It took the combined spiritual energy of the embryonic universe, the full might of two peak Tao-seeking powerhouses Leng Xiao and Yuquan, plus the explosive force of dozens of magical treasures to barely repel a single arm of the quasi-emperor level being. It must be noted that this was essentially cheating. The primordial chi and boundless spiritual energy had vastly amplified the power of eternal silence. Yet, it had only been enough to counter a single arm. The Emperor Realm truly felt like an unbridgeable chasm a world apart. Mou sighed and scanned the surroundings once more. The place wasn't large. Yet it was pitch black, with nothing but desolation as far as his divine sense could reach, like a solitary island. Terrifying spatial storms raged at its edges. Xiao Mei, where are we? Where did that imperial corpse go? Host, this is within a spatial fissure beneath the deep cavern. Not long ago, the host was swept down by the imperial corpse. Xuanqiang sacrificed himself to protect you. The space beneath the deep cavern is inherently fragile, triggering the spatial storm immediately. Now, the thunder essence within the imperial corpse has nearly been depleted. It was swept away by the spatial storm long ago. I see. Mou breathed a sigh of relief. With the threat of the emperor corpse gone, he could finally go find the abyssal crystal. Xiao Mei, what exactly is the abyssal crystal? The abyssal crystal was once unique to the netherworld, formed from the very laws governing its realm. It exists nowhere else. But the netherworld, hasn't it vanished? The netherworld's inhabitants may have vanished, but the netherworld itself cannot truly disappear. Now, the netherworld has fragmented into many shards, and the one closest to the host is the Abyss of Devouring. The Abyss is a fragment of the netherworld? Mou was genuinely startled. Could it be that the demon clan still has ties to the netherworld? The demonic race is one of the most powerful among the myriad races of the netherworld, second only to the nether race. Among the 12 divine lords of the netherworld, there are also members of the demon clan. However, in years past, the demon clan absorbed the surviving beings of various netherworld races. Through intermarriage and procreation, the modern demon clan bears little resemblance to its ancient counterparts. That's interesting. Mou couldn't help but chuckle. Does that make me the leader of the demon race now? Of course you are the leader of the demon clan, host. But first, you'll have to defeat the current demon lord. Then I'll pass on that for now. The current demon lord is the big boss, right? I'm not strong enough for that yet. Better head to the abyss first. Guided by Xiao Mei, Mou commanded Xin Xiong to open a spatial passage, locating an extremely hidden spatial node. The spatial node was unstable and couldn't handle too much energy. Fortunately, Mou could withdraw Xin Xiong into the illusory heaven realm. His cultivation at the gathering spirit realm was just barely sufficient to pass through. Having made thorough preparations, Mou murmured softly. Xiao, wait for me. I will find enough abyss crystals to build the underworld soul nurturing pool and reunite your divine soul. With that, Mou leapt into the spatial node. Abyssal Depths, Moon Demon Palace. A ding sounded in Yu Lian's mind. What is it? Host, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? You're playing games with me again? Yu Lian asked coolly. Ding. Good news, Mou has arrived at the abyss. Yu Lian's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her face flashing with disbelief. The spatial passage isn't open. How did he get in? MOU found an unstable spatial node and snuck through. Yu Lian froze. Daring to force his way through a spatial node at merely the gathering spirit realm? That's playing with his life. What exactly does he want by coming to the abyss? Unable to discern MOU's intentions. This response is unsatisfactory, Yu Lian's voice darkened. In her mind, the system chose silence. However, I am pleased with that good news. As a reward, I may consider your suggestion this once. Ding. Recommendation: host should depart immediately to locate MOU. No rush. Host, you promise to heed my advice. Yu Lian smiled faintly. First, tell me the bad news. The bad news: the spatial passage MOU traversed is within the Star Demon Palace's territory, and it's not far from the palace itself. Yu Lian's expression changed instantly. The Star Demon Palace. Years ago, he had used MOU's portrait as bait to eliminate the Star Demon Palace's spies within human territory. Originally, she had planned to completely eradicate both the Star Demon Palace and the Sun Demon Palace within 10 years, seizing the true position of Demon Clan Holy Maiden. She also intended to eliminate all those within the Star Demon Palace who had seen MOU's portrait. That way, MOU would remain unaffected, and her cover would stay intact. But she never imagined MOU would come directly to the abyss of devouring and land within the Star Demon Palace's territory. If discovered by Star Demon Palace members, he would surely face certain death. At this thought, Yu Lian's brows gradually furrowed. After a few breaths, she spoke slowly. Huajin. A figure clad in palace attire materialized and curtsied before Yu Lian. This servant greets the palace mistress. Yu Lian said coolly, notify everyone. The plan is to be advanced. Send an invitation to that fellow from the Star Demon Palace. I shall host a banquet for him on Whale Abyss Island in 5 days. Remember, the scale must be grand enough to match this palace's majesty. This servant understands. Huajin bowed deeply and vanished. Then, a captivating smile curved Yu Lian's lips. MOU, I shall finally see you in person. With that, her figure vanished as well. Chapter 105, Xingyuan Mining District. Abyssal Depths. Star Abyss Island. In a desolate wasteland, storms whipped up sand and gravel with enough force to tear flesh apart. Without proper preparation, cultivators would be instantly crushed into dust by the sandstorms. Thus, no one would approach this place without cause. At that moment, at the storm's eye, a spatial fissure flickered open. MOU leapt out from within it. His body was covered in wounds, blood spattered everywhere, and his aura felt weak. Phew! Finally out. This spatial node is truly dangerous. It took so many elixirs just to barely keep my physical body intact. If that passage had been any longer, I might have ended up missing limbs. Hee, congratulations, host, on safely reaching the abyss. Xiaomei, where are we? The abyss is divided into 4 major regions, composed of islands suspended within the chasm. The largest central island is the Pure Land, serving as the residence of the current Demon Lord and his direct lineage. The outer perimeter encompasses the Sun, Moon, and Star Core regions centered around Sun Abyss Island, Moon Abyss Island, and Star Abyss Island respectively. Within these lie the Sun, Moon, and Star Demon Palace's 3 immensely powerful factions under the Demon Lord's command. The location where the host currently resides is the very heart of the Star region Star Abyss Island. Star Abyss Island is ruled by the Star Demon Palace. Its ruler has now reached the threshold of the Quasi-Emperor realm, possessing power that is unfathomably deep. Host, be cautious, and then cautious again. Understood, MOU nodded slowly. The Star Demon Palace Lord never appeared at all in the original storyline after the demonic race descended upon the Sunyu continent. It seems he must have perished before that time. The Sun Demon Palace Master met the same fate. The only one we need to watch is the Moon Demon Palace Master Yu Lian. That terrifying woman, best not to cross paths with her. Xiaomei, how many abyssal crystals are needed to rebuild the underworld soul nurturing pool? Host, at least 100,000 standard abyssal crystals are required. For mutated abyssal crystals, the quantity needed decreases depending on the degree of mutation. 100,000. MOU's brow furrowed. Abyssal crystals were crystallized laws of the netherworld's cosmos, certainly no ordinary substance. 100,000 was an astronomical figure. No matter what, even if it means facing 1,000 dangers and 1,000,000 hardships, I will obtain them. Xiao, wait for me. Taking a deep breath, MOU enveloped himself in a swirling aura of ethereal energy, transforming his appearance into that of a man with a hint of demonic allure. Adapting to his surroundings, he also simulated the aura of a demonic being. With preparations complete, MOU surveyed the nearby sandstorm. The great wasteland spirit array shone brightly, summoning the void mirror. It sliced through a rift in the void, effortlessly transporting him beyond the sandstorm's reach. Then, using the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, he headed toward the region where demonic tribes roamed. Above the Star Demon Palace, a sky filled with dancing crimson blossoms coalesced into a blood-red cherry blossom canopy, enveloping the entire Star Demon Palace. Countless powerful divine senses from within and without the Star Demon Palace descended upon the blood cherry blossoms. The news spread across the entire Star Abyss Island in an instant. Every demon knew. Those thorn-like crimson blossoms represented only one person. The Moon Demon Palace Mistress, Yu Lian. The Moon Palace Master? Why would she make such a grand entrance to the Star Demon Palace? What does she intend? Rumor has it the rulers of the Sun, Moon, and Star Palaces are vying for the Soul Heir's qualification. Whoever overpowers the other two will become the true demon clan's holy son, holy daughter, enter the pure land for an audience with His Majesty the Demon Lord, and receive the supreme inheritance of the ancient true demon. Given their bitter rivalry, shouldn't they be at each other's throats? How dare the Moon Demon Palace Master appear here personally? Does she not fear being ambushed? In a small tavern within Star City, under the jurisdiction of the Star Demon Palace, Missouri sat in a corner, listening to the buzz of conversation around him. Is that figure standing atop the blood cherry the Moon Lian? Recalling his soul encounter with Yu Lian, Mo still felt a chill run down his spine. She's a wicked woman, no doubt. Those blood-red cherry blossoms truly make quite an impression. But that scheming is full of tricks. Chances are, it's not even her. The tension is palpable. Looks like the demons have some serious internal strife brewing. Mo's lips curved upward. Go ahead and make a mess. Let it get even more chaotic. Only when everything descends into utter chaos can he take advantage of the turmoil. By the Palace Master's command, we bring this invitation. We hereby invite all members of the Star Demon Palace to gather at Whale Abyss Island in 5 days for a discussion of the way. Above the blood cherry blossoms, the woman's voice rang out with force, echoing across the wilderness. She is not the Moon Palace Master, but her most trusted confidant Hua Jin, one of the Peerless Twin paintings. To see the Peerless Twin paintings is to see the Moon Demon Palace Master herself. This is nearly as good as her personal presence. Hua Jin. You gazed at the woman in the sky and sighed. She met such a tragic end, not even a bone was left behind, pitiful. Muttering to himself, he rose and departed. He had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the demon clan. He had already gathered intelligence through contacts within Star City. Abyssal crystals were extremely precious treasures within the demon clan, containing laws that ordinary demons could scarcely obtain. Acquiring 100,000 without drawing the attention of the demon clan's great powers was practically impossible. The only hope lay in mutated abyssal crystals. Mo gazed at the map he had paid a hefty sum for, lost in thought for a moment. The ancient abyssal mine. An ancient abyssal crystal mine riddled with peril. Rumor had it that abyssal crystals were no longer produced there, yet demonic factions relentlessly sent miners into the ancient mine without cease. For there had been fortunate few who discovered unique mutated abyssal crystals within its depths. Though rare, they truly existed. Mo also planned to join the fray. Who knows? Maybe I'll unearth a peerless abyssal crystal that hasn't been seen in tens of thousands of years. Mo chuckled, trying to cheer himself up. Mo, from this moment on, you are an abyss crystal miner. Not a single mining area will be left untouched until every last mutated abyss crystal is mined dry. With that thought, Mo began walking leisurely toward the mining district. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous shadow, an unremarkable-looking demonic woman curved her lips into a captivating smile. Mo, I have finally found you. Let this one see what you truly intend to do? Xingyuan Mining District. Endless streams of demonic beings arrived here, each hoping for a stroke of luck. Not far ahead of the mining area, 2 demons at the Nirvana Realm floated in the air, seated in meditation as guardians. Their aura was so powerful it was hard to look at them directly. Below them, several demon soldiers stood guard. Halt! Just as Mo was about to step forward, he was intercepted by a demon soldier. Which clan do you belong to? Present your mining credentials. So you're from the ancient demon clan. The soldier scrutinized the pass Mo presented, his eyes darting over it. But why are you so handsome? You don't look the part at all. Mo smiled. That mining pass was stolen. He'd deliberately targeted a demon whose build resembled a human's. Sir, I've been handsome since childhood. The elders of my clan call me the most handsome ancient demon, a once-in-a-millennium beauty. The demon soldier scrutinized Mo's aura, verified its authenticity, and returned the pass. Your aura doesn't lie, you are indeed ancient demonic. But you still can't enter. Ha? Mo froze. First time here, huh? The demon soldier chuckled. The rules state you must enter the mines in groups of at least 3. Wait here. And half of any fortune you gain must be surrendered to the demon palace. Half? What a ripoff. Mo inwardly cursed. He definitely wasn't giving up half. He'd grab it and bolt immediately. Not long after, a plain-looking woman approached from ahead, seemingly quite familiar with the rules here. After a brief exchange with the demon soldier, she approached Mo, her face bright with a smile as she spoke. Fellow Daoist, this humble maiden wishes to accompany you into the mining area. What do you say? Chapter 106, Lu Yin. Your every move seems so practiced, fellow Daoist. You don't appear to be here for the first time. Are you traveling alone? Out of caution, Mo still asked.
After all, one could never be too careful on demon territory.
Heh, I did have companions.
Unfortunately, the other two were so terrified by those blood-red cherry blossoms in the sky that they thought the Moon Demon Palace had come to attack. They slunk away like scared rabbits.
Now, this humble maiden is all alone. If you're uneasy, I can find others to join us.
Ah, but with the blood cherry blossoms filling the sky, finding people is far more difficult than it used to be.
You pondered for a moment.
The cultivation displayed by the woman before him wasn't strong, merely the transformation intent realm.
Joining forces seemed fitting.
Most crucially, he remained constantly exposed to the divine senses of those two Nirvana demon clan members. Though it hadn't caused any trouble, a sudden refusal might arouse their suspicion. After all, every demon who came here was desperate to enter the mines and seek treasure.
With that thought, Mou flashed his signature fake smile. Please forgive me, fellow cultivator. I've grown accustomed to being cautious over time. My name is Li Feiyu. May I ask yours? This humble maiden is surnamed Lu, given name Yen Yen. Brother Li may simply call me Yen Yen.
Lu Yanyan possessed a graceful figure, her every movement exuding a natural charm.
Mou shifted his gaze slightly. Miss Yen Yen, we're still one person short.
Who knows how long we'll have to wait. Brother Li, there's no need to rush, Lu Yanyan smiled.
Haste makes waste. Mou nodded, crossed his legs, and sat down, appearing to be meditating.
In truth, his divine consciousness had already plunged into the illusory heaven realm.
Lu Yanyan's gaze casually swept over Mou.
She did not linger. A smile, undetectable to others, flickered in the deepest recesses of her eyes.
She was Lu Yanyan, and also Yu Liyan.
The reason for the identity switch was that Mou's reaction during their first encounter had been somewhat unexpected.
Mou seemed to know her well. But she knew little about Mou. So this time, she wanted to get up close and see what kind of man Mou truly was. As for Li Feiyu, the name slipped out with surprising ease. It couldn't be the first time. Still, he seemed rather cautious by nature. Yu Liyan curved her lips slightly, sketching a preliminary impression of Mou in her mind. At that moment, within the illusory heavenly realm, Xuanxiang and Yuquan appeared one after another. Thanks to the medicinal pills, Yuquan recovered quickly, and his aura was now largely stabilized. Sure Yuan, does this feel somewhat familiar to you? Mou inquired. Yuquan nodded slowly. Your Excellency, I always feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity here.
But why does this familiarity feel so elusive? My lord, I feel the same, Xuanxiang said, a rare look of confusion flickering in his eyes.
This is a fragment of the netherworld.
Xuanxiang and Yuquan froze in place upon hearing this. No wonder, there was a familiar aura.
But it's been far too long now. The changes are too great. I couldn't recognize it.
Youchuan's voice carried a hint of sorrow.
Mou smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Rest assured, the netherworld shall be rebuilt. You will never drift aimlessly again.
Xuanxiang and Yachuan's figures trembled simultaneously, their eyes brimming with emotion. Without a word, both knelt on one knee before Mou, speaking with reverence.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
This place feels somewhat familiar to me.
The sudden voice startled Mou.
Beside him, a woman in crimson robes appeared silently.
Master? You know this place too? Could it be that you were once part of the underworld too? The red-clad woman shook her head. I don't know. Mou shook his head as well. No. Her master was clearly a mysterious figure, far from ordinary.
If he were from the underworld, Xuanxiang and Yuquan would have recognized him.
With that thought, Mou continued. Master, where are you familiar with?
The red-robed woman's eyes flickered with confusion, as if recalling memories or sensing something. Finally, she pointed in a certain direction.
There. Across the endless storm, beyond where the eye can see. I see.
Mou murmured softly before quietly opening his eyes.
He looked at Yu Liyan and smiled. Miss Yen Yen, are you familiar with this area?
I've been here many times, so naturally I am, Yu Liyan replied softly.
I have a matter I'd like to consult with you, Miss Yen Yen. Oh? Go ahead.
Yu Liyan's eyes flickered slightly. Truthfully speaking, I have a friend who lives across the storm, but I have no idea how to get there.
Yu Liyan felt a sudden jolt of surprise. What business does he have there? She certainly wouldn't believe this friend's story. Beyond the storm lies the pure land. Only the summoned may enter.
Yu Liyan murmured thoughtfully before transmitting her voice, never mention this to anyone again.
Mou looked puzzled.
Within the abyss, every person you see could be a spy for the sanctuary, Yu Liyan explained. If they overheard what you just said, you'd be guilty of high treason and executed immediately.
Mou.
Only the direct bloodline of the demon lord is qualified to reside permanently in the pure land. They have no friends outside its borders.
Anyone who claims to be their friend ends up dead and their cultivation erased. Remember, they are not of our world.
Yu Liyan's tone remained flat.
Mou, however, felt a jolt of alarm.
It seemed this woman he just met held little reverence for the demon lord, nor did she appear particularly loyal. In fact, she didn't even seem to consider herself part of the demonic race dwelling within the Pure Land. But wasn't the entire abyss ruled by the demon lord? How dare she? Mou frowned. The depths of this demonic race are unfathomable. And her warning just now was she helping me. Why would she help me? Was it out of solidarity as fellow demons outside the Pure Land, or something else? Mou couldn't figure it out for the moment. The Pure Land. Since it's connected to my master, he must find a way to infiltrate it and investigate. Mou made up his mind, but the immediate priority remained the abyssal crystal. Not long after, another burly man approached them, his head adorned with two striking crimson horns that drew immediate attention. Greetings. I am Chu Lian of the Red Horn clan. May I accompany you into the mining area? Mou and Yu Lian exchanged glances, seeing agreement in each other's eyes before nodding in unison. A playful, childlike voice echoed in her mind. Red Horn clan, naturally endowed with immense strength and surging vitality, possessing thick, resilient skin. However, their divine sense is weak. If the host intends to fight, it is recommended to directly overwhelm them with divine sense attacks. Understood, Mou acknowledged silently. Xiaomei, what race is this Lu Yanyan? She is of the Moon Demon clan, a terrifyingly powerful race among the demon clans. Host, Xiaomei advises against engaging unless absolutely necessary. That formidable? Mou was somewhat surprised. But it didn't really matter. Her strength had little bearing on him. Mou planned to split from these two the moment they entered the mining area. He would go it alone. Then take every last treasure here. With three forming a group, the demon soldiers no longer obstructed them. They opened the barrier, allowing Mou and the others to enter. Mou secretly imprinted a trace of divine consciousness on the barrier, instructing Xiaomei to analyze it so they could make a quick escape if needed. Nearby, Yu Lian's eyes curved slightly, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Mou, let this palace see, what exactly do you intend to do? Chapter 107, a great demon here? Xingyuan Mining District, before an ancient, abandoned mine shaft. Mou tapped lightly on the long blackened rock wall. Miss Yan, fellow Taoist Xulian, this mining area is vast, more than enough for the three of us to explore. Let's split up here. Xulian grinned. In his eyes, Mou's cultivation was lowly. The reason he suggested splitting up? Was purely out of fear that he might kill him to silence him after discovering any treasures. Such incidents were all too common in mining districts. Fellow Taoist Li, rest assured I, Chu Lian, am not that kind of person. Mou? Did this guy have some kind of misunderstanding? Fellow Taoist Li, this place may seem ordinary, but it's actually extremely dangerous. You're only at the Gathering Spirit Realm, it's best you travel with us. Otherwise, it's quite possible that the next time we meet, it'll be a corpse. Mou smiled. My cultivation is indeed no match for either of you, so I plan to search only the outer perimeter. I won't venture deeper so as not to hold you back. Hey, don't say that. Chu Lian gritted her teeth. Meeting you is fate itself. Just stay by my side, fellow Taoist Li. I'll protect you. Fate my ass. Mou could see right through her. Chu Lian genuinely wanted to travel with him, but it wasn't out of some shared destiny born from their meeting. Rather, she was almost certainly trying to use him as cannon fodder. Just to test those traps. No need for you to trouble yourself. Mou's heart sank. In the Demon Realm's territory, the entrance to this mining area was crowded and full of prying eyes. He didn't want to draw too much attention, but that didn't mean he'd let himself be manipulated. Xulian's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he abandoned any pretense of restraint. Refusing my offer will come at a price. Beside him, Yu Lian's beautiful eyes flickered, fixing on Chu Lian. Xulian shuddered, feeling the blood within him freeze. His eyes trembled with fear as he stared at Yu Lian. It was pure suppression. The woman before him possessed strength far surpassing his own. Yu Lian's lips curved upward. I must say, Brother Li's suggestion seems rather sound. I happen to have some personal matters to attend to as well. Let us part ways here. All right. Xulian stiffened before managing to speak. The surging spiritual energy within Mou gradually subsided. She abandoned her intention to strike. His gaze shifted to Yu Lian, confusion filling his heart. Is she helping me again? However, Mou didn't dwell on it. I'll take my leave then. With that, he set off alone toward the depths of the mining area. After Mou departed, Chu Lian knelt abruptly before Yu Lian. He couldn't resist. The overwhelming pressure made his legs tremble, leaving him gasping for breath. Yu Lian gently stroked her own slender, beautiful fingers as she spoke in a calm tone. If you harbor thoughts you shouldn't, end it yourself. Save me the trouble of dirtying my hands. Otherwise, the Red Horn clan will have no reason to exist. Xulian instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. In that instant, he seemed to see a blood-red cherry blossom bloom before his eyes. Moon Demon Palace. He tried to beg for mercy, but Yu Lian had already vanished.
Sulian froze in place, utterly at a loss.
In the end, the voice of reason within him overpowered his instinct for survival. To spare his clan from ruin, he forcibly snapped off his own horn, then thrust it directly into his forehead, extinguishing his entire consciousness in an instant. He died silently before the mine entrance. Mou remained unaware of the events at the entrance. He had now ventured deep into the mining area, yet found little of note.
Seems it's been pretty much cleaned out already. Mou sighed softly, then his spirit beast pouch flickered. The soul-devouring golden spirit beast appeared. Master, I was having such a nice nap.
Xiaoko was still drowsy, rubbing its eyes with its fluffy paws.
Mou tossed it a high-grade spirit stone. Xiaoko's eyes lit up instantly. Master. Xiaoko is at your service anytime. Scratch, scratch.
Then, smack, smack, the sound of crunching echoed as the spirit stone shattered into fragments in Xiaoko's mouth.
Mou couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, now that you're full, it's time to get to work. Hurry up and look around. Is there anything else here that hasn't been discovered yet? Master, rest assured. Leave it to Xiaoko.
In the next instant, Xiaoko exhaled puffs of purple mist, probing deep into the mining area. Yu Lian silently followed behind him, a look of confusion in her eyes.
Is he here for the abyssal crystals? This place has been explored countless times by demonic tribes.
Even with spirit beasts searching for treasures, they wouldn't find much.
We should find an opportunity to discreetly give him some. Though I wonder how much he needs. Much later. Deep within the mining district, Mou frowned. After all this time, not a single discovery?
They really cleaned this place out.
We can't keep going like this. Xiaoko, keep searching.
I'll go see if the others have found anything.
Understood, Master. Mou slipped away silently.
Deep within the mining district, a male and female demon stood visibly agitated. 4 hands cradled a crimson crystal.
This is incredible. After 3 whole years of digging, we finally unearthed a mutated abyss crystal.
Just by handing this over to the Star Demon Palace, we'll receive unimaginable rewards.
Who knows? They might even make an exception and let us become Star Demon Palace guards.
The 2 demons grew more and more excited as they spoke. They reveled in visions of a glorious future.
But, at that very moment, a dark shadow struck. The 2 demons froze in place. Then, blood spattered everywhere as both demon heads instantly fell to the ground. They didn't even have time to react.
The crimson abyss crystal hit the ground with a crisp clink.
Mou appeared silently.
She retrieved the crimson abyss crystal. Congratulations, host. You've obtained 1 crimson blood abyss crystal. It's worth nearly 600 ordinary abyss crystals.
Only 600? Still a long way from 100,000.
Mou sighed, his gaze sweeping over the corpses of the 2 demons without a flicker of emotion.
Humans and demons were natural enemies. Killing demons weighed heavily on Mou's conscience.
On the contrary, the more he killed now, the fewer people would perish at demon hands in the future.
Continue. With that, Mou vanished once more. On this day,
within the Star Abyss mining district, over a dozen demons fell one after another.
Finally, one demon sensed something was amiss.
Examining the corpses of the fallen demons, they gradually discovered that these individuals had shown no signs of struggle or resistance before their deaths.
This could only mean one thing. The perpetrator possessed immense power, at the very least, a great demon of the penetrating void realm or higher. Panic spread throughout the mining district. It was easy to conclude that someone was murdering them to steal their treasures. Soon, the commotion within the mining area alerted the demon soldiers outside. Several demon soldiers entered the mining area, beginning a search for the Great Demon's Trail. Meanwhile, Mou was tallying the haul from their expedition.
With the 4 Xiaoko found, that makes 13 mutated abyssal crystals in total. Their quality varies, but together they're worth roughly 3,000 abyssal crystals.
Though it's still far from 100,000, it's not insignificant.
This abandoned mining area likely holds little more stock.
Continuing the search would be a waste of time. Too bad the Star Demon Palace treasury is surely heavily guarded. Otherwise, I'd love to take a look inside. There must be tens of thousands of abyss crystals in there, at the very least. Mou pondered for a moment before shaking his head.
Venturing into the Star Demon Palace was far too dangerous. In this abyss, Xian Xion couldn't act recklessly.
Otherwise, drawing the Demon Lord's attention would spell doom. With that thought, Mou murmured. Time to go. Time to move to another location and continue the fight. Chapter 108, Lu Yinyan's True Identity?
Across several large abandoned abyssal crystal mining zones on Star Abyss Island, the same news spread simultaneously. A great demon has emerged, lurking within the ancient mining zones, hunting down those demonic beings who have obtained the precious treasures. Panic spread instantly, and over the past month, the number of people entering the mining areas had plummeted.
Within Star City, Mou sipped on demonic wine.
Host, this wine tastes awful. Xiaomei spat in disgust. This flavor can't compare to the fine wines of the human race.
That's enough. We've cleaned this place out. Time to move on to the next island. Xiaomei, how many abyss crystals did we get in total? Reporting to host, converted value is roughly over 8,000. Only 8,000. That's a bit too little. Mou felt a pang of worry. At this rate, even if we scour every ancient mining site in the abyss, we won't scrape together 100,000. What should I do? For the moment, there really wasn't a good solution. If all else fails, maybe we should check out those active abyss crystal mines? But those places are heavily guarded, with layer upon layer of formations and Dao-seeking masters protecting them. Stealing abyss crystals without a trace is nearly impossible. Unless we get Xuanqiang to intervene. But if Xuanqiang intervenes, he'll inevitably draw the Demon Lord's attention. The Demon Lord is the final boss. My current strength is no match for him. No way, no way. Mou sighed heavily. Forget it. Let's just grab whatever we can get our hands on first. We'll figure out the rest later. With that thought, Mou rose and departed. At the uninhabited edge of Xingyuan Island, Mou raced forward at breakneck speed. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming divine sense envelop him. Yuquan immediately materialized, shielding Mou from the front. Who goes there? Show yourself. Hee, brotherly, have you forgotten this lady so quickly? Mou frowned as he watched the woman silently materialize nearby. Lu Yan? Now, she radiated the aura of a peaked Dao seeker. Your Excellency, be cautious. She is dangerous. Yu Liyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Rest assured, if I intended to harm you, I would have done so long ago. Besides, if I alert the Star Demon Palace, you won't get away with all those mutated abyssal crystals. Mou smiled at her words. You've been watching me? Yu Liyan raised her index finger and shook it. No, I'm protecting you. Protect me? Mou froze. Of course. I'm protecting you under the Palace Master's orders. Young Master Mou. Mou's expression shifted slightly. You're from the Moon Demon Palace. Oh dear, you guessed it. Yu Liyan covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Huaxiao, I greet you, young master. Huaxiao. One of the peerless twin painters, the most loyal to Yu Liyan. And also a terrifying peak-level cultivator. Within the Moon Demon Palace, her power was second only to Yu Liyan's. Mou recalled the original storyline, pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. Senior Huaxiao, please tell me what business does our palace master have with me? Yu Liyan stepped forward. Yuquan instantly grew wary, his netherworld aura surging violently. It's nothing. Mou raised a hand in a dismissive gesture, and only then did Yuquan withdraw his aura. Young Master Mou, the palace master sent me to discuss a deal with you. What sort of deal? The specifics cannot be disclosed yet, but rest assured, it is well within your capabilities and will not compromise your human identity. Ha! What if I refuse? Yu Liyan replied confidently, you will agree. The reward the palace master can offer is one you absolutely cannot refuse. Oh? What is it? Abyssal crystals. Vast quantities of abyssal crystals. And? Yu Liyan paused. One chance to enter the Pure Land. Mou's eyes lit up. Oomph. I see now. Your palace master sent you here to figure out what I need, so you could offer terms I couldn't refuse. Yu Liyan remained non-committal. But I have one more question. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll refuse this deal too. What is it? How did your palace master discover me? I'd only just arrived at the Abyss of Devouring when you appeared here, and this isn't even Moon Demon Palace territory. Yu Liyan smiled. Young Master Mou, you flatter me too much. The palace mistress has eyes and ears everywhere. Whether in the Abyss or the human realm, whatever she wishes to know, she can find out. Including the great battle at Hanli Mountain. Ancient demonic texts record several passages connecting the Abyss to the human realm, one of which lies beneath Hanli Mountain. When you vanished without a trace in the human realm, the palace mistress could deduce with little effort that you most likely came to the Abyss. For the Moon Demon Palace to find someone within the Abyss is no difficult task. As for your disguise, transformation magic is our Moon Demon Palace's specialty. Seeing through it is no difficult feat. Mou heard these words and fell deep in thought. Something felt off, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. More importantly, using the Moon Demon Palace as a conduit could indeed secure vast quantities of abyss crystals and even grant access to the Pure Land. As for Yu Liyan, though he didn't know her true intentions, but judging from their first meeting and the present situation, she currently posed no threat to him. So, collaborating with her wasn't such a bad idea. How much abyss crystal can you provide? Yu Liyan's thin lips curved slightly. Young master, how much do you desire? 100,000. Yu Liyan froze. She knew Mou wanted a lot, but she hadn't expected this much. Is there a problem? None. Yu Liyan held out her hand. 100,000 abyss crystals. Yours once the matter is settled. Mou felt a pang of curiosity. 100,000 abyss crystals, she agreed without hesitation? This embroidery must hold Yu Liyan's utmost trust. MOU extended his hand as well. Then it's settled. But you must pay a 30% deposit first. Put.
Yu Lian smiled faintly.
As you wish. Deal.
As she spoke, a storage pouch floated into MOU's hand.
As if it had been prepared in advance. MOU scanned it with his divine sense. Inside lay a deep purple crystal, radiating an astonishing aura.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 purple abyss crystals.
Each is worth 10,000 ordinary abyss crystals. 3 crystals meant 30,000. MOU's heart leapt with joy. His gaze toward Yu Lian softened considerably. This one was undoubtedly a wealthy patron. Hold on tight. Senior Hua Xiu, where should we go next? Yu Lian pursed her lips. First, we'll head to Ryuan Island to spread some news. Along the way, you'll make a little fortune. MOU's heart stirred.
According to intelligence gathered recently, the 3 great demon palaces Sun, Moon, and Star were locked in open and covert strife, far from harmonious.
So, using the Moon Demon Palace's name to take things from the other 2 palaces, that should be acceptable, right? MOU's lips curved upward as an idea began to form. Yu Lian watched him discreetly, wondering, what scheme is he hatching now? Never mind.
Since he's made the rare trip to the abyss, we should at least send him back with some gifts.
Let him do as he pleases. Chapter 109, Abyssal Dust. Sunken Abyss Island. True to its name.
A fiery cluster of light hung silently mid-air, illuminating the entire island.
Like a sun that never sets.
Sun Abyss Island lies north of the devouring abyss, where the dust of the abyss is thickest. The cluster of light you see is an ancient abyss crystal discovered by the demon lord long ago, containing immense power.
More importantly, it can dispel the abyssal dust. The demon lord placed it on Sun Abyss Island to shield the demonic tribes there from the abyss dust's corruption. MOU nodded slowly. Senior, what exactly is this abyss dust you speak of? Yu Lian smiled and gently rolled up her sleeve. MOU gasped in shock.
Crystalline purple-black patterns spread upward from her forearm, covering nearly her entire arm.
A terrifying aura emanated from the patterns. The abyssal dust corrodes demonic beings. No one is spared, not even the demon lords dwelling in the Pure Lands. However, the reason the Pure Land is called the Pure Land is that the influence of the abyssal dust is naturally much weaker there. Corroded by the abyssal dust, demons gradually lose their self-control and will, ultimately being completely assimilated into primordial demons driven solely by instinct. Thus, the demonic race has always sought a new homeland. Yu Lian stopped there, confident MOU understood the implication. MOU's eyes widened in realization. So that's how it was. The original storyline never elaborated on why the demon race attacked the human race. Now it made sense. The inhospitable nature of the abyss was likely a major factor. He also understood the implication behind Yu Lian's words. In the future, humans and demons would inevitably clash. As a human, he was an enemy of the demon race. But why did she feel the need to remind him? MOU's mind was filled with questions. The Moon Demon Palace, Yu Lian, she must have her own plans. Xuanqian, do you know anything about Yuanqian? My lord, I have not heard of him, but there is a familiar aura on that crystal. MOU pondered for a moment before speaking. Elder, I wish to obtain some of the crystals from your arm. Would that be permissible? Yu Lian paused slightly. Your cultivation is too low. Do not touch these. It's fine. Senior, I only need a tiny bit. Nothing will happen. Are you certain? MOU nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Lian rolled up her sleeve once more. She plucked a few fragments from the eerie crystals on her arm, wrapped them in magic, and offered them to MOU. Xiao Mei, analyze it. Understood, host. Yu Lian, still uneasy, cautioned, within this abyss of devouring, the abyssal dust permeates everything. Stay too long, and you'll be eroded too. Once you've completed your task, leave immediately. Senior, why does the Moon Demon Palace show such favor to a mere human like me? MOU couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yu Lian curved her lips and stepped forward. Because you are an exceptionally unique existence to the Palace Master. MOU grew even more puzzled. Moreover, the Palace Master is naturally cautious and observant. Your talent is unparalleled throughout history, reaching a level capable of influencing the future of an entire race. The Palace Master never stakes everything on a single place. Be it the human clan or the demon clan, as long as it ensures the survival of her people, the Palace Master is willing to cooperate with anyone. 100,000 abyss crystals, an opportunity to enter the Pure Land, and ensuring your safe departure. These are all tokens of the Palace Master's sincerity. I believe you can sense it. MOU nodded. Whatever Yu Lian wanted her to help with couldn't possibly warrant such a tremendous sacrifice. Unless, she wanted him to kill the Demon Lord. But that was impossible. Though he didn't know Yu Lian's exact purpose, collaborating with her was far better than opposing her. After all, in the original storyline, she had nearly exterminated both the human and demon clans. Moreover, she operated from the shadows, rarely getting her hands dirty herself. Having someone like that as an enemy is truly terrifying.
Seeing Mo deep in thought, Yu Lian offered a faint smile, knowing her goodwill had been conveyed.
She could not dictate Mo's choice. But she believed Mo would lean toward collaborating with her. It's about time. We should go. Where to?
Sun City, the place with the most spies for the Sun Demon Palace.
Upon arriving in Sun City, Yu Lian vanished without allowing Mo to follow. Before long, rumors began circulating throughout the city.
Some claimed the Moon Demon Palace Lord had recently invited the Star Demon Palace Lord to debate on Whale Abyss Island, signaling imminent war between the two palaces. Others claimed the Moon Demon Palace had lured the Star Demon Palace's attention to seize the Star Depths Island's treasure, the Celestial Star Map. Still others claimed the apparent discord between the Moon Demon Palace and Star Demon Palace was merely a charade, their true aim being to unite and first destroy the mightiest Sun Demon Palace. With such a jumble of rumors, it was hard to tell truth from fiction.
I wonder what she's planning. Mo smiled, unable to fathom Yu Lian's intentions. Just then, Xiaomei's voice rang out. Host, the analysis of Yuanshan is complete. Tell me. Yuanshan is not some terrifying entity.
It is a product of the fusion between the Annihilation rules and the Void rules after the Netherworld was torn apart.
Ordinary beings cannot resist these two forces. Their bodies will be gradually eroded until they are completely assimilated. Annihilation and Void? Then why am I unaffected? I don't feel a thing? Host, you wield the Earth Store of the Netherworld, which inherently transcends the Netherworld itself. When abyssal dust touches you, it gets directly assimilated into the Netherworld's primal power. Mo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You mean this abyssal dust can be harnessed by me? Indeed, host.
Moreover, Xiaomei advises the host to break through to the transformation of intent realm within this abyss of devouring. Once you comprehend the forces of void and obliteration, your power will ascend to an entirely new level.
Mo slowly curved his lips. Interesting. Looks like I'll need to visit an area dense with abyssal dust. And if we use this abyssal dust against enemies, it should be quite effective. Mo pondered this, his confidence growing considerably. What are you thinking about that makes you so happy? Yu Lian appeared beside him without warning. Senior, is the matter settled? Yu Lian nodded.
Then you should tell me what exactly the esteemed palace master wants me to do, Mo inquired.
Did you see that Zhao Yuan? Yu Lian pointed. I saw it. And then?
That thing is worth at least 50,000 yuan crystals.
Mo's expression shifted. 50,000. Senior, you wouldn't actually want me to go snatch that thing, would you? At least dozens of Dao-seeking cultivators guard it. Getting close is as hard as climbing to the heavens. Yu Lian smiled. Of course not. But it might as well be.
Beneath the abyss lies the sealed demon clan whose consciousness was devoured by the abyssal dust.
I want you to release them in 5 days.
And it's quite simple, just break the 5 seals beneath the abyss of light.
As for those cultivators seeking the Dao, I'll distract them for you. All the benefits you gain from this will be yours alone. The abyss crystals I promised you will be delivered in full. What do you say? Mo pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. It's a deal. Chapter 110, The Imprisoned Prisoner. After agreeing to cooperate with the Moon Demon Palace, Yu Lian departed. Mo had no idea what she was up to. However, the atmosphere within Sun City grew increasingly tense.
The demon soldiers under the Sun Demon Palace patrolled the streets daily, fully armed.
Every half hour, Mo witnessed demon soldiers passing before his eyes. Rumors swirled throughout the city. Have you heard?
A few days ago, the Moon Demon Palace and Star Demon Palace reached an agreement to join forces against the Sun Demon Palace.
Nonsense.
What I heard was that the Moon Demon Palace Lord and the Star Demon Palace Lord fought each other. The Star Demon Palace Lord was badly injured and even lost the Celestial Star Map. No, my brother-in-law's second uncle's partner's grandmother works at the Sun Demon Palace. Word from the palace says the Sun Demon Palace Lord was gravely injured days ago. At these words, many faces paled. No wonder the city's been under martial law everywhere lately. Mo's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. The rumors have been circulating for days, spreading panic throughout the city. Some of these rumors are true, some false, likely all spread by the Moon Demon Palace. Many factions dissatisfied with the Sun Demon Palace seized the opportunity to stir up unrest. They forced the Sun Demon Palace to send troops to suppress the disturbances, greatly depleting the elite demon soldiers stationed around the Zhaoyuan Pond. Now only the Dao-seeking great sages remain. As he pondered, a vast expanse of starlight suddenly appeared above Mo's head. It obscured the sky and sun, vast and boundless. The Celestial Star Chart. It's the Celestial Star Diagram of the Star Demon Palace. The peerless artifact reputed to summon myriad stars. From the direction of the Sun Demon Palace, dozens of figures shot upward into the sky. Each one was a mighty being at the Dao-seeking realm. Old Sun Fiend, I've come to claim your wretched life today. A thunderous voice echoed across the entire Sun Abyss Island. Fear spread across the faces of the demons. At the same moment, Battles erupted without warning throughout Sun City, with demonic soldiers under attack everywhere.
The entire Sun City instantly descended into chaos. Xing, you dare conspire against me with her. You seek death. Oomph. Old Sun Demon, what you owe me from back then, it's time to pay up. Bah! You foolish fool. Have you forgotten how badly that woman screwed you over back then? And now you're conspiring with her again.
A hearty laugh echoed from within the celestial star chart.
Conspiracy? Ha ha ha.
You flatter her too much. She was merely a pawn I used.
By now, she's likely already dead. You've fallen for the trap. You fool.
I personally severed her divine soul, no mistake.
Now I've come to claim yours. The position of Pure Land's successor belongs to none other than me.
Within the Sun Demon Palace, a blazing figure shot skyward.
Fool.
Today, I shall slay you. Above the heavens, a great battle erupted. The Star Demon Palace Master and the Sun Demon Palace Master, along with all the great powers of both palaces, clashed in a chaotic melee.
Mo paused, startled by the words. Near death? You Li Yan? Are you kidding me?
She won't die even when grass grows on your grave.
Looks like this Star Demon Palace Lord is being played like a fool. Mo chuckled. It's time to head to the abyss. Now is the best opportunity. With that thought, his figure vanished without a trace, silently disappearing. The Zhaoyuan Tower, the foundation bearing the Zhaoyuan, was forged from mystical gold.
The ancient abyssal crystal known as the Abyssal Light rested atop the tower. Mo gazed at the blazing sun, his eyes gleaming with envy.
50,000 abyssal crystals. It's truly hard to part with. But if I take it now, that old bastard from the Sun Demon Palace will definitely come after me with everything he's got. That'd be trouble. Better to check the tower's base first.
Your Excellency, 3 mid-stage Dao-seeking demons and 10 Nirvana stage demons remain lurking in the shadows, Yuchuan spoke quietly.
Not many left then. Mo nodded slowly. Kill them all. Keep it quiet. Understood. Yuquan vanished in an instant.
She had always been as elusive as a shadow, exceptionally skilled in concealment and assassination. Combined with her cultivation far surpassing these demonic beings, assassination came effortlessly to her. The yin-yang qi flowed silently.
Within a few dozen breaths, all signs of life vanished from the vicinity of the Tower of Illuminating Depths. Mo's figure shifted and vanished into the tower.
Inside the tower, a colossal, overwhelming surge of demonic energy crashed against her.
Its density was utterly staggering. What on earth lies beneath?
Mysterious patterns intertwined across the tower's walls.
It appeared to be an extremely complex seal. However, Mo had no reason to worry. Yu Lian had left behind numerous array-breaking tools. And Xiao Mei, analyze it. Understood, host. Before long, under Xiao Mei's guidance, Mo began dismantling the formation. After 100 breaths.
Of the 5 layers of the formation, only the final layer remained. Mo finally caught sight of the scene at the tower's base. He couldn't help but freeze in shock. Beneath the Zhaoyuan Tower, countless demonic beings, shrouded in malevolent energy, were bound by chains. Faint purple-black energy flowed continuously along the chains, all sinking into the demonic patterns etched into the tower's walls.
Then, they converged toward the tower's summit. Xiao Mei, what are these demonic patterns?
Host, these are mystic runes that gathered demonic power. They channel the strength of the underground demonic tribes to sustain the Zhaoyuan Tower.
I see.
Beneath the Tower of Light and Depth lay a vast prison.
And these demons were the prisoners.
Crystals formed from the dust of the abyss covered their bodies, severely corroding them. Most of them had vacant, unfocused eyes, their minds long gone. Yet a few still possessed a semblance of clarity, having long since detected Mo. Their piercing gazes fixed upon his face.
I've been entrusted to set you free. Mo spoke calmly.
At the base of the tower, the eyes of those few lucid demons instantly brightened.
May we ask, who sent you here, young friend? Mo smiled. Elder, before answering that question, please tell me your name.
The demonic being who had spoken shifted his gaze slightly and replied in a deep voice.
I am Yu Hong. The surname Yu. Just as I suspected. Senior Yu, hold on. A streak of light flashed through Mo's hand, shattering the 5th array pattern in an instant.
Then, he drew forth a crescent-shaped magical artifact.
I imagine Senior Moon knows how to wield this artifact, correct? Yu Hong's eyes widened in surprise. So it was Yenner who sent you. That girl has been through a lot.
With that, Yu Hong held the crescent artifact, demonic energy swirling around it, and channeled it into his body. Then, he shattered the chains.
Ha 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 ha. Old friends, now that we're free, it's time to seek revenge. Kid, get lost the farther, the better. Mo didn't linger, immediately retreating into the distance.
Shortly thereafter, beneath the Zhaoyuan Tower, several terrifying waves of demonic energy surged skyward.
The entire Tower of Illuminating Depths shattered in an instant. Old man Richu, your grandfather is out. Come and meet your end. The colossal commotion shook the entire Sun Abyss Island. The battle in the heavens abruptly ceased.
The Star Demon Palace Master's face darkened. It was clear he had realized he had once again been outmaneuvered by Yu Lian. At that moment, Yu Lian silently materialized beside Mou. "Thank you." "You're welcome, Palace Master Yu." "Heh, when did you figure it out?" Mou smiled faintly. "I didn't discover it, I guessed. But now you admit it." Yu Lian paused, then smiled faintly. "Heh, you got me good." Her enchanting laughter echoed in Mou's ears, sending a shiver through his heart. A figure flickered and transformed. A breathtakingly beautiful face, beyond compare, appeared before Mou. Enchantingly alluring, any man who laid eyes on her would be overcome with desire. Mou was no exception. He stared, mesmerized, his breathing growing ragged. Yu Lian touched her crimson lips with a delicate finger, offering a soft, seductive smile. "Little man. Do I look pretty?" Chapter 111, The Great Battle, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Enjoying the show. The echoes lingered. A strange flutter suddenly stirred within Mou's heart, making it pound wildly. Even in his mind, images of the two of them. It was the purest desire within his heart. Brutally aroused. Demoness. A true demoness. Do not disturb my spiritual focus. The Great Way has no form. He hastily closed his eyes, reciting the Sutra of Tranquility in his mind. Had ha. Yu Lian covered her mouth and giggled. "Little man, you've got some willpower there. Moon Palace Master, we're technically cooperating. Using enchantment on me like this isn't quite right, is it?" Mou spoke with his eyes still closed. Yu Lian's lips curved upward, her eyes and brows radiating a unique charm. "I haven't done anything at all. If you were an inexperienced virgin, the scent of this palace mistress would elicit quite a different reaction from you." As she spoke, Yu Lian stepped closer, tiptoeing slightly as her jade-like lips drew near Mou's ear. Her warm breath brushed against his skin as her soft, seductive voice murmured. "Tell your sister who that woman is. The very same Ishue you've been pining for. Or perhaps your silly little junior sister?" A peculiar fragrance filled the air. Mou felt an intense heat rising within him. Seduction. It was definitely enchantment. With just a few words, Yu Lian could make one's blood boil. If this continued, Mou truly wouldn't be able to hold back. "Little man, it must be tough to hold back. If you want, Big Sis could help you out." Huff. A single breath stirred the desire within Mou to its peak. Mou's eyes snapped open as he seized Yu Lian's wrist. "Yu Lian. This is serious business." He nearly tore his throat out as he growled the words. He. Yu Lian covered her mouth lightly, a fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickering in her eyes. With a gentle flick of her jade-like hand, a snow-white pill rolled into her palm. Open wide. Mou felt an electric shock on his lips, followed by a surge of pure energy rising within him. Instantly. Mou's consciousness cleared, no longer affected by that peculiar aura. "Moon Palace Master, this method of testing is downright cliché." Mou retorted irritably. "I'm not testing you. It's simply how things are. Any man who approaches this palace, especially one who's experienced the ways of the world, will find his desires surging uncontrollably except for those bound by bloodline to my clan. And if you had rushed forward recklessly just now, this palace might have yielded to you." Yu Lian flashed a seductive smile, her eyes brimming with desire. "Yeah, right." Mou thought to himself. "If I depounced, you'd have snapped me in two. Moon Palace Master, it's time to get down to business. I imagine your purpose extends beyond this, doesn't it?" You're quite perceptive, little man." Yu Lian chuckled. "Since you've made the rare trip, I'll give you a parting gift." Mou frowned in confusion. Demonic energy surged from Yu Lian, enveloping both of them. Deep within the Sun Demon Palace, the teleportation array patterns flickered. The two appeared effortlessly in the heart of the Sun Demon Palace. "Where is this?" "The location of the Sun Demon Palace's treasury," Yu Lian replied with a smile. "The treasury?" Mou gasped. "How did you carve a teleportation array right before their treasury doors without being detected? Want to learn? I can teach you." "Forget it. I can't afford the tuition you'd charge." "Hey, it's not that difficult. Just plant a few spies here, then help one of them ascend to the position of elder. That's all it takes." Mou. As the words fell, an old crone emerged from the treasury, shrouded in demonic energy. She transformed in an instant, becoming a woman. "Huaxiao greets the palace master. So you were Huaxiao all along." Mou sighed softly. Huaxiao looked at Mou, puzzled. When did a man appear by the palace mistress's side? And he seemed quite familiar with the palace mistress. His cultivation doesn't seem particularly impressive. Could he be the palace mistress's kept male lover? But wasn't the palace mistress supposed to be indifferent to men? Mou was unaware of Huaxiao's inner thoughts, otherwise he'd have to give a proper, serious explanation. "Did you get the item?" Yu Lian's tone turned stern, a stark contrast to her earlier conversation with Mou. "Yes, Palace Master, we have it." As she spoke, two special tokens, radiating golden light, appeared.
These are the keys to the treasury. All nearby personnel have been eliminated. Yu Lian gave a light chuckle. Very good. Then, she handed the keys to MOU. They're yours. MOU? Washio? Moon Palace Master, Yu. Shu. Yu Lian reached out, pressing her finger to MOU's lips. When I say I'll send you, I mean I'll send you. MOU took a deep breath. What does the palace mistress desire? Yu Lian pondered for a moment, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Tell me who that woman is. Beside them, Hua Xiu was utterly dumbfounded. Was this really the palace mistress she knew? After thousands of years of meticulous planning, just as the harvest was within reach, she was giving it away? To a complete stranger, someone utterly unrelated. Hua Xiu couldn't comprehend it. Yet, though her mind reeled in shock, she obeyed Yu Lian's command without question. For Yu Lian's vision extended far, far beyond hers. The Sun Demon Palace possessed astonishing reserves, its depths teeming with countless abyssal crystals. With that, they should be able to gather 100,000. After careful consideration, MOU finally nodded. Reviving Ling Xiao was now the paramount task and the very reason he had come to the abyss. The opportunity was right before him. MOU had no reason to let it slip away. But he wouldn't accept this without giving something in return. He'd find a way to repay her in kind. MOU thought to himself as he slipped the key into the vault and disappeared inside. Yu Lian watched MOU's retreating figure and murmured softly. Han Qianying, ha? Palace Master Han Li. This is truly unexpected. Palace Master, who is he? Hua Xiu asked softly. Yu Lian smiled. He is someone capable of changing this world. You've been away from the palace for so long. Return once today's matters are settled. With that, Yu Lian vanished. Hua Xiu stood frozen in place. A man capable of changing the world. It seems much has transpired in the palace during my absence. I must seek out Hua Jin to learn more. The Moon Demon Palace Treasury. A dazzling array of treasures stretched before her eyes. Host, treasures. All treasures. Xiao Mei's excited voice rang out. Host, what you're holding isn't as good as that one over there. Take that one. Forget it, host. We want it all. We want it all. We'll pack them up and sort through them later. With Youchuan's assistance, MOU's treasure-gathering speed was astonishingly fast. The Sun Demon Palace's treasures, accumulated over countless years, were emptied in an instant. Within the illusory heavenly realm, the treasures were piled up densely. The Sun Demon Palace Lord will likely go berserk upon returning, MOU chuckled. Xiao Mei, how many abyss crystals have we collected in total? Reporting to host, a total of 96,000. Combined with the existing stock, it now exceeds 100,000. Wonderful. MOU was overjoyed. Xiao, wait for me. Xiao Mei, it's time to build the underworld soul nurturing pool. Chapter 112, Yu Lian's Decision. Above the Sun City. The great demon roared, its aura engulfing the sky and blocking out the sun. Beneath the Tower of Illuminated Depths, the sealed demon clans the Sun Demon Palace and the Star Demon Palace engaged in a chaotic three-way battle. Demon blood stained the sky, falling as a rain of crimson. MOU and Yu Lian stood atop a mountain peak, watching silently. Within the illusory heaven realm, piles of abyssal crystals stacked before Xianxiong and Yuquan. Xiao Mei presented MOU with the blueprint and core array patterns of the underworld soul nurturing pool through a reward system based on her perfect value. Now, he possessed the underworld's earth treasure and boundless immortal essence. With all materials gathered, all that remained was to rebuild it step by step. According to Xiao Mei's estimation, it would take roughly a month to achieve its initial form. MOU finally felt at ease. In 1 month, Lang Xiao would awaken. So many words were swirling in her heart. But seeing herself trapped within the abyss of devouring, worry began to creep back into her mind. Lang Xiao despised the demon race with a passion. What would she think if she discovered he was collaborating with them? More importantly, her partner was Yu Lian. In the original storyline, the two were sworn enemies. In the end, Lang Xiao was even forged into a spirit artifact by Yu Lian. If these two met prematurely, they would absolutely clash immediately. MOU sighed inwardly. However, Lang Xiao's lingering soul was now like a candle flickering in the wind. Every moment she remained unconscious meant one less moment of danger. There was no time to waste. As for the rest, we'll deal with it when the time comes. MOU sorted through his tangled thoughts and looked up at the sky once more. Moon Palace Master, is the elder beneath the Tower of Illuminated Depths a member of your clan? Yu Lian nodded slowly. By seniority, he is my great uncle. However, he was deeply corrupted by the abyssal dust and departed long ago. It was only after I took control of the Moon Demon Palace that I discovered he had been sealed beneath the Zhaoyuan Tower by Ri Chu. I seized the opportunity to free him. I see. MOU nodded. Now that the Sun Demon Palace and Star Demon Palace are being played like puppets by the Moon Palace Master, aren't you afraid they'll join forces to seek revenge? Yu Lian smiled faintly at this. With this palace mistress here, they won't get the chance to unite. Moreover, both palaces have lost their foundations. All that awaits them is submission at my feet.
Mou understood the Star Demon Palace's treasury had undoubtedly been plundered clean by Yu Lian. In the original storyline, she had likely used similar tactics to gradually ascend to the position of Demon Clan Holy Maiden. Only now, it seemed her arrival had accelerated the process.
At this realization, Mou sighed softly within. You promised to be a bystander, yet you've meddled in everything. Truly a bystander with the aura of a protagonist. But Mou felt no regret. Everything he did because it felt right. Above the heavens, battle cries echoed ceaselessly as corpses of the Tao-seeking demon clan plummeted from the sky.
The sky had long since been stained crimson.
Mou stole a glance at Yu Lian.
She remained motionless, her expression calm and composed.
Aren't you going to help? This is the prime opportunity to eliminate the rulers of both palaces. Yu Lian shook her head. You don't understand the demon clan's power. Now is not the time to kill them. Mou asked no more. He knew Yu Lian had her own reasons for acting. Mou, do you still wish to go to the Pure Land? Yu Lian suddenly asked. Does the palace master have a way? Mou's heart stirred. The Pure Land was connected to his master, and he truly wished to see it if the opportunity arose. Moreover, he was deeply curious about what made the demonic beings within the Pure Land so unique. He could tell that Yu Lian didn't seem to hold much respect for the current demon lord. If you wish to go, I'll take you there, Yu Lian murmured softly. I do. All right. Judging by the time, it should be almost ready. Mou looked puzzled. Who is the palace master referring to? Before she could finish, a massive pillar of white light descended from the blood-stained sky. The sudden commotion drew everyone's attention. The aerial battle ceased of its own accord. Within the white pillar of light, a man clad in white held a golden imperial edict, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The edict of the demon lord. Cease hostilities. The Sun Palace Master Ri Xiao, the Moon Palace Master Yu Lian, and the Star Palace Master Xing Shui shall enter the Pure Land in 3 days, each accompanied by one young disciple from their respective sects. A thunderous rumble shook the heavens. The white-robed figure seemed unwilling to linger. After delivering the decree, he swiftly departed, shielded by the white light. The demons locked in fierce combat abruptly halted their fighting and scattered in all directions. In their hearts, the demon lord's command superseded all else. Oomph. Still so disgusted with this place. Yu Lian stared at the figure within the pillar of light and gave a cold snort. Mou asked curiously, that person seems rather afraid of this place? What they fear is the primordial dust here. Yu Lian explained, they won't come to the outside world unless absolutely necessary. Even when they do come out, it's like just now they finish their business and leave immediately. They dread being tainted by impure energies. The Pure Land is full of cowards. Yu Lian's tone carried a hint of coldness. Mou seemed to grasp why she held no respect for the demon lord. Within that white pillar of light just now, Yuan Chen's aura was nearly non-existent. By contrast, the entire Sun Abyss Island felt like a repulsive, polluted land, thick with Yuan Chen's aura. By surrounding the Pure Land with countless demonic tribes, he placed his own direct descendants at the center. It was almost certain that the other demon clans were being used as a barrier against the abyssal dust. No wonder Yu Lian felt resentment. Moon Palace Master, did you vie for the title of Demon Clan Holy Maiden to enter the Pure Land? Yu Lian shook her head. I seek a true Pure Land for all demon kind. Her eyes held both resolve and longing. Mou, will you help me? Yu Lian turned her head quietly, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Mou paused, slightly startled. The alluring, enchanting aura that had once enveloped Yu Lian now faded. Replaced instead by an aura of supreme authority, like a ruler commanding the world. Was this the ambition she harbored within? It felt somehow different from the original storyline's depiction. Perhaps she wasn't as ruthless as he had imagined. Mou met Yu Lian's gaze and spoke slowly. If you only wish to find a world untouched by the dust of the mortal realm for the demon clan, I will help you. On the condition that you do not become enemies with the human race. Yu Lian smiled faintly. Agreed. I promise you this, for the rest of my life, I will never lead my demonic forces to invade human territories or oppose the human race. Thunder rumbled overhead. Yu Lian had actually sworn a solemn oath. Mou was stunned. He hadn't expected Yu Lian to be so decisive. Could the plot still unfold as planned after this? Yu Lian turned, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was taking a gamble. Betting that Mou could grow into a being that would tower above all others in this world. Then, the seed sown today might bear the most perfect fruit. Mou gazed at Yu Lian's retreating figure, smiled, and stepped forward to stand beside her. Palace Mistress Yu, it's been a pleasure working with you. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the center of Moon Abyss Island, Yu Lian and Mou stood in the middle of the teleportation array. Are you ready? Within the Pure Land, you're bound to face challenges from those young disciples. Mou's lips curved upward.
All I can say is, if they cross paths with me, their luck won't be so good. Yu Lian smiled faintly. The array patterns flickered, and their figures gradually vanished within the light.
Chapter 113, Sunseed?
What a worthless piece of junk! Yu Lian, return my palace's treasures. Before the light of the teleportation array had fully dissipated, Mou and Yu Lian heard a thunderous roar. A surge of demonic energy, scorching like the sun, swept toward them with overwhelming might.
Oomph! Ri Xiao, what nonsense are you spouting? What business do the treasures of your palace have with this palace?
Yu Lian raised her hand.
Bloody cherry blossoms bloomed, thorns enveloping the air, deflecting Ri Xiao's attack.
Yu Lian! The treasuries of both our Star Demon Palace and Sun Demon Palace were ransacked days ago. How dare you claim this has nothing to do with you? Beside them, Xing Shui, the ruler of the Star Demon Palace, spoke through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Yu Lian chuckled lightly.
Oh, is that so?
This is truly the best news this palace has heard today. You two truly have grown old, unable to even guard your own homes.
Ha! The laughter carried a hint of schadenfreude. Mou watched silently.
The Sun Demon Palace Master and Star Demon Palace Master wore grim expressions.
That feeling of wanting to explode but being unable to. They knew in their hearts that Yu Lian was responsible.
After all, no one else dared provoke both the Sun and Star Demon Palaces simultaneously. Yet, they could find no trace of evidence. Even if they wanted to seek justice from the Demon Lord, they needed solid evidence. Yu Lian operated with flawless precision. How could she possibly leave even the slightest trace? Moreover, the Sun Demon Palace treasury had been secured by Mou himself. They couldn't even begin to deduce what had happened. As for the Star Demon Palace's treasury, Yu Lian likely had ways to evade detection there too. Both palaces were left with no choice but to swallow their bitterness in silence.
As for seeking revenge in secret, poof! Then he certainly wouldn't stand a chance against Yu Lian. Mou smiled faintly.
Suddenly, he felt two pairs of eyes filled with anger staring at him.
The gazes came from a man and a woman.
They stood on either side of Ri Xiao and Xing Shui. They mean trouble. At that moment, the young male disciple of the Sun Demon Palace, his eyes blazing like torches, shot two beams of divine consciousness directly toward Mou.
Silently, they penetrated his body.
The Sun Demon Palace Master sneered at the sight. Yu Lian, it seems the younger generation of your Moon Demon Palace isn't much to speak of. They can't even block the most basic Sun Radiance divine sense of this palace. He couldn't wait to see Yu Lian's anxious and flustered state. His earlier confrontation with Yu Lian wasn't truly meant to suppress her. Rather, it was to distract her, creating an opening for his disciple. Allowing him to plant the Sun Demon Palace's most potent sun seed within Mou. It was a secret art that manipulated divine consciousness unbreakable by any. The victim would become nothing more than a puppet, compelled to obey every command. The Sun Demon Palace Master's lips curled upward in smug satisfaction.
A disciple brought to the Pure Land by Yu Lian?
Needless to say, he would value her immensely.
Once Yu Lian came begging, she would be entirely at his mercy.
The lost treasures would naturally return to his grasp.
But his calculations were perfect, but reality proved cruel.
The Sun Demon Palace Master gazed at Yu Lian.
He wanted to sense even a flicker of urgency in her. But in truth, Yu Lian stood there quietly.
A faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Her eyes held a faint trace of disdain.
As if utterly indifferent.
The Sun Demon Palace Master froze, a deep sense of confusion rising within him.
At that moment, a golden insect suddenly surged into Mou's sea of consciousness. It was the sun seed concealed within the Sun Radiance Divine Mind, the Sun Demon Palace's most insidious method of divine mind manipulation. The golden insect sped toward the deepest recesses of Mou's consciousness. That was where the 10,000 spirits diagram and the heaven and earth scroll resided. But alas!
Before long, a small hand descended from the heavens, snapping shut around its wings. The golden insect struggled desperately, but it was futile. The two little figures, one yin and one yang, exchanged a glance before tearing the golden insect in half. Each took a half and swallowed it whole. The golden insect transformed into pure energy, merging into their bodies. At the same moment, Mou's eyes snapped open. His terrifying divine sense, swift as lightning, invaded the body of the young male disciple from the Sun Demon Palace.
Aya! Aya! Iya!
A hideous expression twisted the disciple's face as he screamed incessantly, clawing at his own skull as if trying to expel whatever lurked within. But he lacked the power to do so. He could only rage helplessly. His face was scratched raw. The Sun Demon Palace Master was horrified and immediately inspected his disciple's body. What he discovered sent a chill down his spine. Within his consciousness, a mysterious flame burned relentlessly, slowly consuming his divine awareness.
What have you done? Ri Xiao roared, lunging toward Mou. Do you think I don't exist?
Yu Lian's crescent-shaped silver hook materialized in her hand. Her body surged with demonic energy as she charged toward Ri Xiao. Beside them, Xing Shui, the ruler of the Star Demon Palace, and his young female disciple both stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Xing Shuwei, in particular, was utterly stunned. He knew all too well the power of the Sun Seed. Once, a young disciple of exceptional talent within his palace had suffered this very fate, rendered utterly useless. Within the same realm, once invaded by the Sun Seed, resistance was utterly impossible. Yet, that boy beside Yu Lian was clearly only at the Gathering Spirit realm. He was one realm below the disciples of the Sun Demon Palace. How on earth did he manage it? Not only did he emerge unscathed, but he counterattacked with lightning speed. Just how powerful was his divine sense? Mou stood silently, as if none of this concerned him. Both of you, stop fighting. From afar, a figure clad in white materialized into a towering shadow, appearing instantly before them. It was a direct subordinate of the Demon Lord. Yu Lian and Ri Xiao both withdrew their attacks simultaneously. The white-robed figure landed before the young disciple of the Sun Demon Palace, probing into his consciousness. Then, his brow furrowed. He then turned to Mou with a faint smile. Now that the chi has been resolved, it's time to ease his suffering. Mou looked utterly innocent. Senior, I don't understand what you mean. All the elders present can attest I haven't touched him once from start to finish, nor have I uttered a single word to him. The crowd froze. He denied it? You brat! We all saw you do it clearly, the Sun Demon Palace Master scolded. Mou, hearing this, replied solemnly. Senior, you can't possibly be accusing me falsely. Who would dare attack your disciple right under your nose? Especially a lowly Gathering Spirit Realm cultivator like me? Could it be, Senior, that even a Gathering Spirit Realm attack cannot be blocked? Surely the Sun Demon Palace isn't that weak? Or could it be, you framed us yourself, planting evidence to cause trouble for our Moon Demon Palace? I know you're heartbroken over losing your treasure, but you can't slander us with such despicable tactics. Or perhaps your disciple was already unwell, with a mind not quite right, causing him such intense pain? You. Sun Howl's face flushed crimson as he pointed angrily at Mou. But Yu Lian stood guard beside Mou, leaving him no way to attack. Mou smiled. Ah, but it's quite a coincidence. I happen to have studied a bit of medicine. Why don't I examine this disciple with the poor mind? You bastard! Ri Xiao could no longer contain himself and lunged forward. This is sacred ground. Hold your hand. The white-robed figure barked. Ri Xiao's hand froze mid-strike. With a heavy snort, he finally held back. Yu Lian's lips curved upward. Feiyu, if possible, ease his suffering. Understood, Palace Master. Mou stepped forward, taking his pulse like an old Chinese physician before letting out a heavy sigh. Ah, what a pity, what a pity. If only I'd been allowed to intervene earlier, he might still be alive. Now saving him is next to impossible. Upon hearing this, the Sun Demon Palace Master could no longer contain his rage. It threatened to erupt. Ah, Senior, please don't get so worked up. Though it's difficult, there is still a way. Exactly. It just requires a rather large quantity of spiritual herbs. Chapter 114, The Young Master of the Pure Land. Spiritual herbs? Only then did everyone catch on. Mou had spoken at such length solely to secure benefits. What do you want? The Sun Demon Palace Master drew a deep breath, struggling to steady himself. The piercing screams of the Sun Demon Palace disciples continued unabated. This was the most outstanding genius within his palace, peerless among his generation. He had always nurtured him as his successor. He never imagined he would stumble today. I hear the Sun Demon Palace has some fine Yanyan soul grass. I need 100 stems. 100 plants? Sun Howl's head felt like it was about to explode. Yanyan soul grass only yields a few stems every 1,000 years, and you want 100 at once? Impossible. Senior, as an esteemed elder, please be precise in your words. The soul flame grass isn't for me, it's for treating your disciple. Everyone. Ri Xiao was rendered speechless. Mou sighed. Alas, since the senior refuses to part with it, this junior can do nothing more. Poor lad, remember this, you had a chance to live, but your palace master couldn't spare a single spirit herb. If you harbor resentment after death, don't come looking for me, go straight to your palace master. Ri Xiao's mouth twitched violently, he could barely contain himself. But he was utterly powerless. That fire was too bizarre. Forcibly expelling it would inevitably damage his disciple's spiritual sea. At best, it would cripple him, at worst, it could cost him his life. Neither outcome was what Ri Xiao desired, yet he had no choice but to endure. Yu Lian covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her gaze toward Mou radiating an unusual brilliance. He is the sole disciple in thousands of years of the Sun Demon Palace capable of fully inheriting the Sun Roar mystic arts. He is indispensable to the Sun Demon Palace. Yu Lian's warning echoed in his mind. Mou grimaced. Irreplaceable, huh? Well then, I guess I'll just have to pay more. Senior, your disciple's condition seems to be worsening. 100 plants might not be enough. 1,000 mysterious creatures raced through Ri Xiao's mind. A flash of light. 100 stems of Yanyan soulgrass piled up before Mou. Mou's heart leapt with joy. This soulgrass was inherently a nourishment for souls. If further nourished by the celestial essence of the fallen immortal abode, Cold Xiao's fragmented soul would recover at an accelerated pace. He took them all without hesitation, not leaving a single one behind. Rixiao possesses a jade soul pearl, which greatly benefits the divine soul, Yu Lian reminded him telepathically once more. Yu cleared his throat. We'll also need a jade soul pearl as the catalyst. Everyone. Rixiao's icy gaze swept over Yu Lian. Few knew he possessed a jade soul pearl. In his eyes, everything Yu did was at Yu Lian's behest. Oomph. A cold snort. The emerald soul pearl, radiating an eerie green glow, appeared. Yu curled the corners of his mouth, stowed the bead, then approached the disciple of the Sun Demon Palace. You're a lucky brat, boy, destiny spared you just long enough to cross paths with this divine healer. With that, he extended a finger toward the disciple's forehead. A scream several times more agonizing than before erupted from the disciple's mouth. Ri Zhao's expression darkened. What are you doing? Yu clapped his hands. Saving him, what else? Your disciple is fine now. Upon hearing this, Ri Zhao probed with his divine sense. The disciple of the Sun Demon Palace had a stable consciousness and was no longer in any serious danger. However, he had overexerted himself and fallen into a deep sleep. Beside them, the white-robed figure from the Pure Land smiled. Gentlemen, it's about time. You should come with me to see the Lord. Did you really save him? Yu Lian asked curiously. She hadn't been able to tell whether Yu had tampered with anything. Save him? The moment he raised his hand against me, he was already a dead man. I planted an irrevocable suggestion within his divine consciousness. In 1 month's time, he will be consumed by shame, his Tao heart shattered, and he will self-destruct. The casual tone of his words sent a chill through Yu Lian's heart. There were many magical arts that manipulated divine consciousness. But that disciple of the Demon Palace was at the transformation realm. Techniques capable of crossing realms to manipulate divine consciousness were exceedingly rare. And one that could also precisely control the timing. Yu Lian had never witnessed such a feat. Even though Yu had already astonished her beyond measure, this development still caught her completely off guard. Truthfully, Yu Lian's astonishment was understandable. Yu had employed a divine technique recorded in the Master of Nourishing Life. Divine techniques were exceptionally rare to begin with, and those who could comprehend them were 1 in a million. That the demonic clans possessed no records of it was perfectly understandable. After a moment of shock, Yu Lian's composure returned. Her understanding of Yu deepened once more. He was decisive in battle, yet never reckless. He understood how to assess the situation and leverage his strengths to achieve his goals. This trait mirrored her own nature. At this thought, Yu Lian smiled inwardly. She felt more certain than ever that she had made the right bet. At the very heart of the Pure Land stood a vast, boundless palace. The Demon Palace. The dwelling place of the Demon Lord. The entire palace boasted a unique design, dominated by a pitch-black hue. Among its features, 3 towering spires piercing the heavens command the most attention. The central one is the Demon King's residence. The left side houses his demon consorts, while the right side is for his offspring. Yu Lian gave a brief introduction. Yu nodded slowly, but inwardly he wondered. Xuanqiang, what if we fight? Ready for battle. Xuanqiang was already a crippled body, his strength far inferior to what it once was. Yu had been somewhat concerned, but the words fit for battle acted like an anchor, easing his mind considerably. At least he had the strength to fight back, which meant he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Everyone, we've arrived. The group halted at the spire on the right. The Star Demon Palace Master inquired curiously, shall we not pay our respects to His Majesty the Demon Lord? His Majesty the Demon Lord is in seclusion. The one receiving you this time is the most favored junior among the younger generation. The Sun Demon Palace Master and Star Demon Palace Master both frowned. What kind of treatment was this? Sending a mere junior to receive them? Yu Lian, however, remained unconcerned. It didn't matter who it was. She had only intended to use this opportunity to bring Yu into the Pure Land. Your Excellency, everyone is present. The white-robed figure, a Tao-seeking great being, actually bowed deeply, his tone exceedingly respectful. Seems the hierarchy here is quite rigid, Yu mused inwardly. Honored elders, thank you for traveling such a long distance. Soon after, a young demon descended from the tower's peak, stepping lightly on clouds with an elegant grace reminiscent of a scholar. This junior, Gu Wen, pays respects to all present. Though he offered his respects, Gu Wen made no physical gesture, his face bearing a hint of arrogance. Yu Lian remained silent. The Star Demon Palace Master's expression grew slightly uneasy. The Sun Demon Palace Master, already seething with anger, now felt his fury intensify. Oomph. Since this is not a summons from His Majesty the Demon Lord, and I have urgent matters to attend to, I shall not delay further. With that, Ri Xiao prepared to depart. Gu Wen smiled and produced a jet-black token. Please wait, senior. Take a look at this first. The Sun Demon Palace Master glanced over at the sound, his expression instantly changing. The Demon Lord's token. Gu Wen waved his folding fan. By order of His Majesty the Demon Lord, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared at the Pure Land inheritance site over a month ago. We request all elders to bring their disciples and come witness it. The sacred land? An anomaly? Eyes lit up among the group, each seeming intrigued. Yu Lian's gaze flickered toward Mou. A month ago, that was precisely when he arrived at the abyss. Could this be connected to him? At that moment, Mou silently inquired within his mind. Master, do you sense anything? A faint voice echoed within. Yes. In that direction, there's a familiar aura. Chapter 115, The Pure Land's inheritance site, the star enveloped in abyssal dust. After breaking through hundreds of barrier restrictions, the ancient runes finally led everyone to the center of the Pure Land. Mou's eyes narrowed in confusion. Before them lay a colossal core, resembling a miniature star. The aura of nothingness and annihilation washed over them. Surrounding the star was abyssal dust. Endless abyssal dust. Unlike the outside world, this abyssal dust had solidified into tangible form, drifting like willow catkins or dust particles. Crystalline formations of the abyssal dust drifted outward uncontrollably, colliding with the barrier of enchantments. Then, bound by the demonic patterns on the barrier, they bounced back. Only then did Mou understand. The hundreds of prohibitive barriers surrounding this place weren't meant to prevent others from entering the inheritance site. Rather, they were designed to prevent the abyssal dust within from escaping. But why would a place touted as a pure land harbor such dense abyssal dust? Yu Lian and the others were utterly astonished. Like Mou, they too were visiting this inheritance site for the first time. The ancient rune spoke slowly. There is no need for astonishment, my friends. The abyssal dust here is bound by a barrier set by His Majesty the Demon Lord. It shall not escape. However, the abyssal dust here is exceptionally dense. We can only remain here for 1 hour. As he spoke, endless waves of primordial dust surged toward the group. Yu Lian's demonic energy surged, coalescing into a protective barrier that shielded Mou from the dust. She knew Mou was human, inherently frail, and thus more susceptible to the abyssal dust's effects. Therefore, she remained vigilant, constantly monitoring his vital signs. Should he show any signs of distress, she would decisively lead him away. However, Yu Lian was worrying too much. Mou felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from the Yuan dust. According to Xiaomei, Yuanchen was formed from the two laws of the netherworld, void and obliteration. As the master of the netherworld's earth store, he would remain unaffected. What exactly does the Demon Lord intend by having you bring us here? Ri Xiao asked, his expression somber. Gu Wen pointed toward the star encircled by Yuanchen. This star is called the Pure Land Star. Though seemingly insignificant, it actually contains a universe within. Its expanse is boundless. Even cultivators seeking the Tao could spend their entire lives exploring it without reaching its limits. So what? Ri Xiao mused. Can we even enter it? They both knew that only the Demon Lord's direct descendants and future inheritors of the demonic lineage could enter the inheritance realm. For you elders, the time has not yet come. Gu Wen smiled, then shifted his tone. However, your young disciples may accompany this junior inside once. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even Yu Lian was no exception. Is this true? This is His Majesty the Demon Lord's command, Gu Wen explained. Over a month ago, an ancient ruin appeared out of nowhere on the Pure Land Star. Above the ruins, a woman's phantom figure plucked stars from the sky inside. His Majesty the Demon King went to investigate, but did not enter. Why? Yu Lian finally spoke. I do not know, Gu Wen shook his head. Only that the ruins are sealed by supreme prohibitions. Those of the Tongyu realm or above cannot enter. Therefore, His Majesty the Demon Lord has instructed me to lead your most outstanding disciples inside. The legacy within is His Majesty the Demon Lord's generous gift to the demon race. Yu Lian pondered deeply, her peripheral vision settling on Mou. Mou's eyes appeared calm, yet his heart trembled violently. He was merely forcing himself to appear calm. Ancient ruins. The woman's phantom. Could it be, my master? He was almost certain this ruin had appeared because of his arrival. And the shadowy figure of the woman on the ruins was undoubtedly connected to his master. No matter what, he had to go see for himself. He's just using you as cannon fodder. Mou heard Yu Lian's telepathic message. He understood perfectly well. The so-called generous gift was nothing more than a ploy to send a few people in as sacrificial pawns when they couldn't fully investigate the situation. This ancient rune was likely one of those sacrificial pawns too. 9 times out of 10, it had already been tampered with by the Demon Lord or some other powerful demonic figure. If you don't wish to go, I can take you back. No one will dare say a word, Yu Lian whispered. I'll go. Mou smiled, his tone resolute. Yu Lian paused. Very well. Keep this silver moon shuttle well. I've refined it with my essence blood over the years. When necessary, detonate it to temporarily freeze time and space. Mou stared at the silver moon shuttle in his hand, momentarily stunned. He knew exactly what it was. In the original storyline, during the battle at Lingxi Sword Pavilion, Yu Lian had defeated Lung Xiao precisely with this artifact. It was one of her few trump cards. Extremely powerful. And she just handed it to him like this? Even though they were partners. It still struck Mou as utterly unbelievable. But he wasn't one to be coy. Pure Land Star must be incredibly dangerous. Having an extra ace up one sleeve was never a bad thing. Thank you. Come back alive. Yu Lian murmured softly, a rare look of concern flickering in her eyes. Don't worry. Mou offered a faint smile. Everyone, time is precious. Let's depart. Guwen surveyed the group, his gaze lingering on Mou and the disciples of the Sun Demon Palace and Star Demon Palace. A flying vessel, shrouded in protective barriers, materialized beneath their feet. The Sun Demon Palace disciple, having only recently regained consciousness, trembled in fear, nearly dying of fright at the sight of Mou. The disciple from the Star Demon Palace, a woman, remained remarkably calm, her emotions unreadable. Mou stepped forward, being the first to board the flying vessel. The woman from the Star Demon Palace followed suit. The Sun Demon Palace man glanced at Mou with trembling eyes before cautiously climbing aboard. The flying vessel sped forward, heading toward the Pure Land Star. At the same time, an elderly sage approached Yu Lian and the others. Gentlemen, why not join me for a drink at my residence? The group exchanged glances before departing. Pure Land Star. The abyssal dust storm relentlessly battered the flying vessel. Fortunately, the protective barrier was strong enough to keep most of the dust at bay. May I ask your names? Guwen stood at the bow of the flying vessel and spoke slowly. Xingyu. What a coincidence. My name is Li Feiyu, Mou smiled. Ri Long. Ri Long kept his distance from Mou. Evidently, the pain he had just endured left a deep impression. Apart from Mou, the others were all at the transformation intent cultivation level. Guwen's lips curved upward. Friends, ancient ruins are fraught with peril, yet danger always brings opportunity. Should any such opportunities arise, I trust you will all willingly share them. Should anyone hoard it for themselves, I won't hesitate to take action. Of course, any opportunities one discover will be shared with you all. Upon hearing this, Xingyu's brows furrowed slightly, but she remained silent. Rylong remained silent, head bowed. Mou chuckled. No problem, no problem. Guwen cast a faint glance at Mou. This cultivator at the Gathering Spirit Realm should be the weakest existence. Yet he couldn't see through him at all. As for Mou repelling the sun insects of the Sun Demon Palace, Baiwen didn't believe it. He was far more inclined to believe that Yu Lian had tampered with the situation, or that Mou possessed some sort of artifact capable of resisting divine sense intrusion. After all, he was the Demon Lord's direct descendant, possessing peerless talent. If he himself couldn't accomplish it, there was absolutely no way some lowly demon from beyond the Pure Land could. Mou remained unaware of Guwen's thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't bother responding. Now, his divine sense had entered the illusory heavenly god realm. And standing beside her was none other than his own master. Master, what do you think? Still can't quite recall, but this place feels familiar. It feels as though I once lived here for a long time. Chapter 116, Jia. My master once lived here. Mou pondered. It's connected to the netherworld after all. But why wouldn't Xuanqiong recognize the master? Wasn't he one of the 12 divine lords at the founding of the netherworld? Could it be that when the master resided here, the netherworld had not yet been established? Mou was startled by his own thoughts. This meant his master was in existence even older than the netherworld itself? Even the great emperor couldn't have lived that long. Could it be an immortal? Chaotic thoughts swirled within him, but Mou took a deep breath and pushed aside the distracting doubts. Regardless, entering to investigate might provide the answer. The flying vessel sped forward. Soon, it arrived before the ancient ruins. We're here. An ancient rune murmured softly, and a peculiar purple lamp rose from behind it. The mother and child purple lamp. The child lamp could perfectly replicate any scene it illuminated onto the mother lamp. At that moment, the mother lamp hovered before Yu Lian and the others. They could clearly see everything Mou and the others were experiencing. Yu Lian's heart sank. I hope he can recognize the special nature of that purple shadow lamp and conceal himself well. Otherwise, if his identity is exposed, it won't be good. Meanwhile, Mou also noticed the peculiar purple lamp, a sense of unease stirring within him. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Host, your senses are correct. Someone is watching us from behind that lamp. Xiao Mei's voice chimed in. Mou's heart sank. He understood that he absolutely must not reveal his human identity. Otherwise, it would bring great trouble upon both himself and Yu Lian. He couldn't even use rare divine techniques like the vermilion bird art. Fortunately, just in case, Yu Lian had also taught him some demonic arts from the Moon Demon Palace. With the 10,000 spirits diagram's blessing, even without demonic bloodline, their effectiveness wouldn't be significantly diminished. At the very least, against these few before her, it would be more than sufficient.
Gentlemen, the ancient ruins lie ahead. Please proceed.
Guwen raised his hand in a gesture that spoke volumes.
You go first, I'll bring up the rear.
Xingyu furrowed her brow, speaking for the first time.
I can see it.
What lies ahead is utterly terrifying. She channeled the secret arts of the Star Demon Palace, and starlight seemed to flicker within her pupils.
It was the art of seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune.
Now, her eyes reflected a sea of crimson.
Since we've come this far, retreat is not an option. His Majesty the Demon Lord has decreed, retreaters shall be executed without mercy. Guwen spoke coldly.
In his eyes, with his magical artifact at his side, even 3 of them combined couldn't defeat him. Therefore, he saw no need to hide his intentions, his tone dripping with murderous intent. Xingyu remained silent, merely casting a quiet glance at Moyu,
as if waiting for him to make a decision. A woman's intuition really is sharp. Moyu sighed inwardly. He didn't believe Xingyu could see through him. Since we're already here, let's go inside and take a look. He spoke indifferently, stepping forward. Xingyu followed behind him. Rylong glanced between Moyu and Guwen, his expression wavering with uncertainty.
Ultimately, he too fell into step behind the 2 men.
Guwen held the purple-hued lamp, moving at a leisurely pace while maintaining a distance of 3 zhang. The moment they entered the ancient ruins, an immense oppressive force washed over them.
Honored one, this place is bound by special restrictions.
We cannot reveal ourselves. Please be extremely cautious. Yochuan's voice echoed in their minds. Understood. Moyu felt no surprise. After all, not even the Demon Lord could enter here. After about 15 minutes, the mist ahead gradually cleared. A colossal wall, cast in black gold and towering toward the heavens, revealed itself before them. Etched upon its surface were vivid murals. Within the paintings lay a battlefield. Fanged, monstrous beasts, strange creatures never seen before were locked in fierce combat. What on earth are these? Xingyu murmured. Then she was sucked into the mural. The next moment, Moyu felt an immense pulling force, utterly impossible to resist. The heavens and earth spun. In less than a breath, Moyu found herself in a completely different world. A sky filled with yellow sand, mingled with blood and flesh, the heavens stained crimson. Terrifying ancient behemoths swung their claws, locked in fierce combat. His gaze swept across the scene. The other 3 had also arrived here, all stunned by the scene before them. A monstrous beast, vast as a mountain, swept overhead, radiating an aura of utter terror. Could this be the world depicted in the mural? Doubt flickered in Moyu's eyes. Is this a trial? The thought barely formed in his mind. From the sky, a crimson demonic bird dove downward, hurtling toward the group at breakneck speed. Its form resembled a hawk hunting its prey. And Moyu and his companions were the helpless little rabbits. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 scattered in different directions. Stellar radiance flared from Xingyu's body, propelling her forward at a speed dozens of times faster. Mysterious treasures appeared beneath Guwen and Rylong's feet, transforming them into streaks of light as they vanished into the distance. As for Moyu, he moved at a leisurely pace, constantly shifting his position at a speed where the crimson demon bird could just keep up but never quite catch him. True to form, the crimson demonic bird was drawn to Moyu, charging toward him at full speed. Moyu speculated inwardly. Since this was a trial, there must be no escape. Wherever he hid, danger would follow. The unknown peril was far more terrifying than the immediate danger. Compared to those towering mountain beasts whose full forms could not be glimpsed, this crimson divine bird was far, far easier to deal with. Moreover, at this moment, the purple shadow lamp had vanished from sight. Moyu, now alone, no longer needed to hold back. The crimson demon bird extended its massive claws, swooping down like a predator. Moyu curled the corners of his mouth upward. Let me show you what a true divine bird is. As the words fell, the southern brightness fire surged skyward. A majestic illusory form of the vermilion bird materialized behind him. In the air, the crimson demonic bird trembled violently. The fear buried deep within its bloodline surged forth. A piercing cry echoed across the heavens. The crimson demonic bird abruptly circled, changed direction, flapped its wings, and fled into the distance. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Vermilion bird's 4 strikes. Behind it, the illusory form of the vermilion bird transformed into a fiery streak, devouring everything in its path at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, it incinerated the crimson demonic bird completely. Immediately after, specks of white light flared from Moyu's body, and he vanished from his spot. The scene shifted, and his figure materialized once more, the surroundings already transformed. At that moment, Moyu stood upon the battlefield, clad in armor, facing an endless tide of enemies surging forward like a sea. Their forms were bizarre and grotesque, representing every conceivable race, the vast majority utterly unfamiliar. Is this the second stage? Moyu murmured to himself, his composure unshaken as he adjusted his state to peak readiness. Then, sword in hand, he leapt into the enemy tide. The prolonged battle raged on without cease. Moyu could no longer recall how many foes he had slain.
His body was drenched in blood, indistinguishable whether it belonged to foe or friend. At that moment, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, shrouding the sky, intent on obliterating everything. An overwhelming aura of terror spread beneath its shadow, freezing every figure in place, souls trembling in fear. At that very moment, a surge of shadowy energy shot skyward. Transforming into countless razor-sharp blades, it pierced the colossal hand that obscured the sky with unparalleled might, shattering it completely. Jie! I shall slay you! A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. In the distance, a cold voice echoed as a terrifying figure clad in black mystic armor rose into the air. Gripping a long spear, he pointed skyward with a finger, his face brimming with arrogance and contempt. You're not worthy. Chapter 117, The Mystic Maiden, Fragments of Memory. Kill. No mercy. The mighty warrior named Jie's long spear cleaved the heavens, leaving behind an indelible, terrifying fissure. As if splitting the heavens apart. A suffocating aura surged forth, spreading rapidly from the fissure. You marveled inwardly. What kind of being could possibly achieve such a feat? The next instant, heaven and earth shook in unison. 12 pillars of light, each a different color, descended from the heavens, standing behind the mighty figure known as Jie. Within each pillar of light, a figure was illuminated. Equally peerless in power, the mere aura emanating from them caused the ancient beasts to tremble in terror. Mou, however, was momentarily stunned. Among those 12 light projections, 3 were utterly familiar to him. Xuanqiong, Yu Quan, and Qiansha. They were the 12 divine lords of the netherworld, yet they were vastly more powerful. Mou's gaze fixed on the man at the very front. The one who commands the 12 divine lords of the netherworld. There is only the lord of the underworld. Jie. The lord of the underworld. The place he stood was the site of the ancient underworld war. Mou suddenly understood. These are the scars left by that great battle? What kind of enemy did they face? Shock and confusion intertwined. Mou's heart trembled as he sensed a gaze. Beneath that black mask, Jie, lord of the underworld, seemed to be watching him. That gaze held approval, satisfaction, and reassurance. Though fleeting, the moment etched itself deeply into Mou's memory. Did he sense it? He knew that the Earth-store Bodhisattva of the netherworld now resides within me. The gaze that spanned time and space lasted but an instant. The surrounding scene faded away. Mou never witnessed the full scope of that great battle, yet he knew its outcome. The underworld had lost. The lord of the underworld had fallen, and the 12 divine lords were left only as lingering remnants. A sudden heaviness settled in his heart. An opponent even you couldn't defeat. What exactly is it? Sparkles of white light once again flickered across Mou's body. Moments later, he materialized in another location. Unlike the battlefield of moments past, this place was picturesque and serene. Not far ahead stood an ordinary courtyard. Ordinary wooden houses and simple fences dotted the landscape. Mou moved forward with a thought. A boy of 7 or 8 emerged from the cottage, his features delicate and handsome, lips rosy and teeth gleaming white. He held a long sword in his hand, practicing sword techniques. What appeared to be an ordinary strike could, in a moment of blurred vision, tear through the surrounding space. The boy's face lit up with delight. Master! I've mastered it! Come see! As the excited cry faded, a woman in red robes slowly emerged from the room. Mou froze in place as he gazed upon her face. She was none other than her own master. So that's how it was. With a casual flick of her finger, the woman in red imbued the youth's sword with several mystical patterns before saying indifferently, "Try it again. Let me see." Hearing this, the youth felt confident. He swung his sword once more. Yet he could no longer replicate the effect from before. Still far off. Keep practicing. The red-robed woman turned and returned indoors, leaving only those words behind. The youth did not lose heart. He practiced from day into night, day after day, until he finally tore through space once more. Just as before, the patterns on the blade multiplied. He swung his sword once more. Countless cycles passed. Until the blade was covered in a dense, intricate web of mystical patterns, leaving no gaps, the red-clad woman finally gave a slight nod. Barely acknowledging him. Master, you've always been this way, uncompromisingly serious and extremely strict. A figure appeared silently beside Mou. Who's there? Mou grew wary, but upon recognizing the face beside him, he paused in surprise. The person beside him bore a striking resemblance to the youth 9 parts alike. Only, the figure was taller and more mature in appearance. No need to be nervous. Since you're also a disciple of our master, then you're my junior brother. The man beside him smiled. Junior brother. Mou's heart filled with astonishment. No way. You're the lord of the underworld. Feeling the aura reminiscent of the netherworld, Mou suddenly realized. I've had many names throughout my life. Lord of the underworld is one of them. But I prefer the name my master gave me. Jie. The meaning is like a bird soaring skyward, gazing up at the vast heavens, flying higher and higher until it reaches the pinnacle.
Mou was utterly astonished. Lord of the Underworld. The ruler of the Underworld.
A being long departed, whose passing had been shrouded in the mists of time, now stood before him, alive and well.
Greetings, Senior.
The Lord of the Underworld smiled.
We are fellow disciples. There's no need for formalities. Just call me Senior Brother. Mou gave a slight nod and voiced the question burning most fiercely in his heart. Senior Brother, who exactly is our master? I do not know. Whom? The Netherlord's answer surprised Mou.
To tell you the truth, it was only because I pestered her relentlessly that she agreed to teach me a few moves. As for her true origins, no one knows. Perhaps only the master herself is aware in this world.
Mou fell silent.
But she does have a name.
Mou's eyes lit up.
I learned it from our enemies. They call her the Mystic Maiden.
Xian knew. Mou murmured softly.
Though he hadn't learned what he sought, at least he had a lead. He attempted to contact the Divine Illusion Realm, but within this strange space, he could not establish a connection no matter how he tried. The Lord of the Netherworld smiled. What remains here now is merely your memory, and I am but a fragment myself.
Since they are gone, meeting them again would only deepen the sorrow. You need not summon them. Mou froze.
He knew exactly who the Lord of the Underworld referred to as them.
Xuanqian Yuquan. And also, Master. Finally, Mou nodded and shifted the question. Senior Brother, why did you summon me? You are indeed perceptive, the Lord of the Underworld acknowledged with approval. Ever since you entered the abyss of devouring, I have observed you and sensed the presence of the Netherworld and our Master. Now, with only a fragment of his soul remaining, the Master used shards of his memory to guide you here. It was both to see you and to show you something. Is it about that great battle? Who exactly were your opponents? Mou asked curiously.
Unexpectedly, the Lord of the Underworld shook his head.
I do not know.
Only this much is known: they were powerful, so powerful it felt utterly hopeless.
Mou's heart sank.
They seem obsessed with the Master, seeking something from her.
In the future, you two will face them. When that time comes, I hope you will prevail. The Lord of the Underworld gazed at Mou, his eyes brimming with hope. Mou lifted the corners of his mouth, speaking with confidence. No matter who it is, I will prevail. Very well.
The Lord of the Underworld laughed heartily and waved his hand lightly. Not far away, the wooden hut and everything around it gradually coalesced, forming a cluster of crimson light. Years ago, when the Master perished, her divine consciousness shattered, leaving behind several fragments of memory. These fragments buried themselves within the deepest recesses of her most vivid recollections. This is one such fragment, containing portions of her memories.
I entrust it to you. Once you gather all the fragments, my Master's memories will fully awaken. Then, perhaps you will come to know everything. Mou gathered the cluster of light, his gaze solemn. I will find them all.
The Lord of Darkness smiled.
Well, that settles it.
This is the first and last time I'll see you, my little junior disciple.
As your senior brother, I ought to give you a token of our meeting. Before Mou could react, the Lord of the Underworld extended a finger and touched Mou's forehead. Chapter 118, Breakthrough Mastering True Intent. A colossal divine consciousness plunged into Mou's sea of consciousness. The divine consciousness coalesced continuously, forming intricate and profound scriptures. The Nether Sutra. No flashy title, just two simple characters. This is the culmination of my life's work. How much you grasp depends entirely on your own insight. The Nether Sovereign murmured softly. However, Mou could no longer hear him, for he was already immersed in the profound scriptures. Unlike ordinary spells, the Nether Sutra contained no secret techniques or supernatural powers. It was more akin to an enlightenment, expounding upon the various great truths of the Netherworld. It was the Nether Lord's own comprehension of the Netherworld's myriad rules. Mou was overjoyed. This was precisely what he needed most at this moment. Having suppressed his cultivation for so long, this was the perfect moment to break through. Beyond the gathering spirit realm lay the transforming intent realm. The so-called intent is the embryonic form of the Tao's principles. For sword cultivators, it was the comprehension of sword intent, the manifestation of the sword's Tao principle. The intent grasped in the intent transformation realm will truly determine a cultivator's path. It also lays a solid foundation for future breakthroughs in pursuing the Tao. This is no trivial matter. Which intent to choose? Mou had already weighed his options. Whether it be the embryonic universe within his body, the Underworld's Earth Store, or the newly acquired Underworld Sutra. Each contained the same fundamental power. The boundless void. Mou sought to comprehend the essence of nothingness. It was the most difficult of all the myriad Tao principles. Yet he felt no fear. The scriptures of the Nether Sutra flashed through his mind one by one. He had lost all sense of time. He focused solely on comprehension until every aspect of the Nether Sutra became crystal clear within his mind. At that moment, The Lord of the Netherworld gazed at the aura emanating from MOU. For the first time, his usually serene face betrayed utter astonishment. In such a short time, MOU had completely mastered the Nether Sutra? How long had it even been? In all his years, nothing had ever shocked him to this extent. At the peak of his astonishment, a smile actually appeared on the Lord of the Underworld's face. Master, this young disciple might actually stand a chance of winning. The aura of nothingness permeated the air. Across the entire Pure Land Star, endless abyssal dust seemed summoned, surging madly toward MOU's location. Centered on MOU, a colossal vortex of abyssal dust formed. It resembled a colossal nebula swirling in the void. The commotion was immense. It shook the entire Pure Land to its core. Countless divine senses probed toward the inheritance site. At the highest level of the demon palace, a pair of deep crimson eyes suddenly snapped open. All the demonic beings within the Pure Land sensed this terrifying anomaly. What on earth is happening? Yu Lian murmured inwardly, her eyes filled with concern. Host, MOU was about to break through. Yu Lian's pupils contracted sharply. This was not good news. Breaking through under the demon lord's watchful eye without being detected? Was nearly impossible. Yu Lian lifted her gaze, already preparing for the worst in her heart. No matter what happens, she would not let MOU die here. MOU remained unaware of everything unfolding in the Pure Land. At the very heart of the abyssal dust nebula, the forces of nothingness and annihilation gathered ceaselessly. The terrifying Yuanshan dust that had left the demonic tribes helpless now acted like an endless stream of nourishment, ceaselessly sustaining MOU's body. The Sutra of the Nether Realm's derivative scriptures swirled around him, while the aura of the Nether Realm surged skyward. Even the Lord of the Netherworld felt astonished at this sight. Little junior disciple, you've actually grasped the most primordial rules? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The Lord of the Underworld roared with laughter. All the shock in his heart transformed into excitement and joy. Little junior brother. Let your senior brother lend you a hand. As the words fell, the void netherfire ignited upon the Nether Lord's body, continuously flowing toward MOU. This was the Lord of the Underworld's profound grasp of the void Tao laws. At this moment, he held nothing back. He passed it all on to MOU. The void flames enveloped MOU completely. Before long, the essence of nothingness began to take shape. The next instant, the entire abyss dust within the devouring abyss began to stir violently. The restrictions of the sun, moon, and star regions were violently assaulted by the swirling dust. Within moments, cracks appeared. It's an abyssal dust storm. Why such a violent abyssal dust storm? Is the abyss about to be destroyed? Run for your lives. The demonic hordes were thrown into utter panic, utterly bewildered by the sudden calamity. As for the Tao-seeking sages, they stared toward the direction of the Pure Land with expressions of shock and disbelief. Within the Pure Land, the demons trembled in terror. Yuan-Chen. The very thing that made them tremble at the mere mention of its name. Now, it was circling above the Pure Land in perfect order. They could scarcely fathom what kind of being could achieve such a feat. Not even the Demon Lord could achieve this, could he? At the same time, MOU's body gradually radiated a brilliant glow, emanating the unique aura of the transformation realm. The essence of nothingness solidified into tangible forms, swirling around him. The Lord of the Netherworld rejoiced. But, the next moment, something even more astonishing occurred. Beyond the essence of nothingness, another force emanated from MOU. It was the ultimate terror of utter annihilation. The intent of annihilation. MOU had fully grasped the two primordial forces that formed the abyssal dust. Just how unearthly was his comprehension? Even the Lord of the Netherworld was visibly unsettled. At that very moment, a terrifying divine consciousness swept over the area, seeking to uncover MOU's identity and everything else. The Lord of the Underworld's expression turned cold. Oomph. His figure vanished, materializing before a swirling mass of black mist. His voice was cold as ice. Get out. It's you? The voice within the black mist trembled slightly. You're not dead? But soon, the voice regained its composure. No. You're already dead. You're nothing but a fragment of lingering obsession. Now touch it and it'll vanish. How dare you obstruct me? The Lord of the Underworld snorted coldly. Once nothing more than an ant crawling at my feet, and now you dare to defy me? It seems I have been absent far too long. From the black mist, a pair of crimson eyes slowly materialized. Lord Nether, your era has passed. In the future, this world shall collectively honor this demon lord as emperor. The Lord of the Underworld sneered coldly. With you? A worthless being who has only survived by possessing the bodies of descendants? You dare call yourself emperor? The Nether Lord's voice echoed throughout the entire abyss of devouring, heard clearly by every demonic being present. A look of stupefaction spread across his face. Possession? What did that mean? Possession. Yu Lian's eyes narrowed sharply. So that's it. Within the black mist, bloodshot crimson eyes glowed fiercely. You seek death.
Your power is nearly spent, become nourishment for this demon lord. With a fierce roar, the black mist surged madly toward the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld sneered coldly. You seem to have forgotten. This netherworld was built by this sovereign. Here, I am the true sovereign. The Lord of the Underworld raised his hand, and the swirling dust around him abruptly reversed direction, surging toward the black mist. Within the black mist, crimson eyes suddenly narrowed. You still have strength left? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. What a pity! The Lord of the Underworld sighed. He truly was, as the Demon Lord had said, a candle flickering in the wind. Had the Demon Lord thrown caution to the wind just now, the outcome would have been unpredictable. However, clearly, the Demon Lord lacked the courage. The Lord of the Underworld flickered and arrived at the center of the abyssal dust nebula. At the same moment, Mou's eyes snapped open. Nothingness. Annihilation. Two great truths transformed into terrifying beams of light, shooting forth from within. Mou had truly intangibly stepped into the realm of true intent. He felt an unprecedented surge of power. And yet, it wasn't over yet. Within Mou's Dantian Sea of Qi, the dormant embryonic universe continued to expand. The surrounding cosmic dust was miraculously drawn into that universe. Chapter 119, This is your gift. The 5 primordial laws operated autonomously. The embryonic universe swallowed the cosmic dust like a whale, until it had devoured every last speck of primordial dust from the entire Pure Land star. The Lord of Darkness was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he spoke again. My junior disciple always holds hidden depths, time and again leaving one in awe. Well, that does bring peace of mind. As the obsession in his heart faded and his power dwindled, the Lord of the Underworld's ethereal form gradually dimmed. He gazed at Mou, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Farewell forever, little junior disciple. With those words, the phantom of the Lord of the Underworld dissolved into nothingness. After a long while, Mou finally stabilized the power within him and slowly opened his eyes. Senior brother, I succeeded. Yet, there was no response. Mou's heart sank. Senior brother? Still, silence reigned. Gone already. Mou murmured softly, his mood suddenly sinking. He saw a black crystal suspended in the air not far away. Host, this is a fragment of the Lord of the Underworld. The true entity perished long ago. There is no possibility of resurrection. Sensing Mou's mood, Xiaomei sighed repeatedly. I understand. Mou silently stowed the black crystal away, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. All of this will be settled. No one will escape. With that, he exhaled heavily. His divine sense swept over the area. The 3 ancient pattern practitioners who had come with him now lay unconscious on the ground. They still had a faint pulse, but it was extremely weak. The ancient ruins had long vanished along with the Lord of the Underworld, leaving only desolation behind. Mou landed, and a surge of purifying energy rose around him, disguising him as a severely weakened, injured figure. Then he laid down beside the 3. After an unknown span of time, Xingyu was the first to awaken. She rubbed her head and struggled to her feet, her breath still faint. Wake up. She gently tapped Mou's cheek, trying to rouse him. Mou opened his eyes with difficulty, a look of confusion in them. What happened? I don't know. Xingyu shook her head, her voice filled with confusion. The ancient ruins vanished, and even the surrounding dust has disappeared. Mou shook his head. All I remember is being grabbed by that red demonic bird. After that, I don't know anything. I was knocked unconscious by a demon ape. Before long, Gu Wen and Ri Long also regained consciousness. This place is changing. We shouldn't stay long. We should head back. Gu Wen summoned the flying vessel, the purple shadowed lamp in his hand already destroyed. Mou and the others exchanged glances before boarding the flying vessel to return. Beyond the Purity Star. The others had been waiting here all along. The moment Mou's figure came into view, Yu Lian's heart finally settled. All clear? All is well. Mou replied telepathically. We shouldn't linger here, Yu Lian said gravely. The commotion had been too loud. Interrogation was inevitable. Sure enough. As soon as Mou and the others arrived, an envoy from the Demon Palace approached. By decree of the Demon Lord, disciples from all palaces possess exceptional talent. Special permission is hereby granted for cultivation within the Pure Land. A string of lofty praise followed, the meaning crystal clear. The Demon Lord would not let Mou and the others leave. Yu Lian spoke calmly. My disciples have sustained severe injuries and must return to the palace immediately for treatment. Once healed, they will come to the Pure Land to cultivate. The messenger's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Moon Palace Master, are you defying His Majesty the Demon Lord's command? Yu Lian smiled, her tone firm. My disciple is destined to inherit the Moon Demon Palace. I cannot rest easy leaving his gravely wounded body in the Pure Land. Rishio and Xingshui caught on to the implication and smiled. We are deeply honored by the Demon Lord's kindness. Our disciples also require quiet recuperation. Once healed, they shall enter the Pure Land. They would never allow their most prized disciples to remain in the Pure Land. Otherwise, all their hard work would become someone else's gain. What they coveted was the legacy within the Pure Land, never its status. The envoy's face darkened, but he held his temper. He was momentarily at a loss until a voice echoed in his mind, restoring his composure. His Majesty the Demon King commands you may depart. Without another word, Yu Lian led Mo toward the teleportation array. The other two palaces followed suit. You defied the Demon Lord's decree in public. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Mo asked curiously. Yu Lian smiled faintly. The abyssal gate will open, but the demonic forces within the Pure Land are too few. He still needs the three palaces to wage war for him. He won't risk triggering internal strife among the demons over uncertain matters. He wouldn't dare risk his own loyal forces. Moreover, Yu Lian recalled the mysterious voice's mention of possession not long ago, and a terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. These so-called direct descendants were likely nothing more than vessels the Demon Lord had prepared for soul stealing. All desire for the Pure Land's legacy vanished from her heart, replaced by an overwhelming urge to flee as far as possible. Mo nodded. This place is far too dangerous for you. Let's return to the palace and discuss this further. Yu Lian remained uneasy. What if the Demon Lord changed his mind and forced Mo to stay? That would be disastrous. In her view, the Demon Lord couldn't possibly be unaware of the commotion Mo had caused. However, to her surprise, even as the teleportation array activated, the Demon Lord remained utterly silent. Moon Demon Palace. Huaxiao and Huajin had already been waiting outside the palace gates. Greetings, Palace Mistress. Yu Lian gave a slight nod, then looked at Mo and said, these two share my origins. They will never betray me. Aside from them, you must trust no one else within the palace. I understand. I will locate a relatively secure spatial node for you. You must depart the abyss of devouring immediately. Until I find it, you absolutely must not leave the palace. And Yu Lian kept giving instructions, considering every possible scenario. Mo listened with a faint smile. What are you smiling about? Nothing. I just find the real Moon Palace Master quite different from what I'd heard. Oh? Yu Lian's interest piqued. How so? We'll talk about that later. Mo chuckled, deflecting the question. He dared not mention that in the original storyline, Yu Lian would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, treating life as worthless, her hands stained with blood, a truly deranged, bloodthirsty villain. Yu Lian didn't seem to mind. She could tell Mo still held a favorable impression of her. That was enough. Moon Palace Master, you gifted me the Sun Demon Palace treasury and offered me much assistance. I have a gift to present to you in return. A gift? Yu Lian pursed her lips, curiosity stirring within her. Mo nodded. Is there a quiet place somewhere no one can detect us? What kind of gift could be so mysterious? Yu Lian's curiosity grew. A figure flickered, carrying Mo to an elegant, secluded cave sanctuary. This is my bedchamber and seclusion chamber. You are the first besides me to enter here. Mo seemed quite pleased. Moon Palace Master, please give me your hand. Yu Lian paused in surprise. What does this fellow intend? After a moment's thought, she extended her hand. Not that one. The other one. Mo pointed to the arm of Yu Lian that had been eroded by Yuanshan. Yu Lian's eyes flickered as she raised it. Mo stepped forward and gently grasped Yu Lian's palm. As if struck by electricity, the hand instinctively tried to pull away, but Mo held it firmly. Mo, what exactly are you trying to do? Giving you a gift. Within Mo's grasp, the true essences of void and oblivion intertwined. The next moment, something utterly shocking and unforgettable to Yu Lian occurred. The crystalline formations on her arm, solidified by the erosion of the abyssal dust. Those dreadful nightmares that had brought her endless suffering. Miraculously. Vanished. Chapter 120, Yu Lian's response. Yuan Chen, vanished. The curse that had tormented her through countless agonizing days and nights had truly vanished. Yu Lian's gaze grew vacant. Her mind went blank. Her thoughts were interrupted for the first time. You can control Yuanshan. After a long pause, Yu Lian finally managed to utter these words. Moon Palace Master, do you like this gift? Like? Those two words could never begin to describe Yu Lian's current state of mind. She stared blankly at Mo. Thank you. 1,000 words in her heart coalesced into a sincere expression of gratitude. Yu Lian scrutinized the man before her once more. Suddenly, he seemed incredibly handsome. Before, she had valued Mo for his potential and future. But now, Mo's place in her heart seemed to have grown significantly without her noticing. Do you understand what eliminating the abyssal dust means to the demon race? Yu Lian asked solemnly. I know. Mo nodded. Knowing that, you still do it?
Aren't you afraid I'll capture you, lock you up here, study you thoroughly, and force you to eliminate the abyssal dust for the demon race day after day? Yu Lian snapped impatiently, have you forgotten I am a demon? When absolute gain is at stake, I can abandon anything. I trust you. Yu offered no explanation, merely uttering those four simple words. Yu Lian paused. Thump. Thump. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened. Oomph. What an audacious brat. Yu's lips curved upward. Moon Palace Master, rest assured. With me here, our alliance will succeed. The demon race will never again be troubled by the dust of the abyss. His assistance in eliminating the yuan dust for Yu Lian was solely to solidify their alliance and demonstrate his capability to aid the demon race in finding a new homeland. Only then, when the great war between humans and demons erupted, could Yu Lian stab the damned demon lord in the back without hesitation? But Yu hadn't anticipated how profoundly significant the expulsion of the yuan dust truly was to Yu Lian. Nor did he know how agonizing the yuan dust was for the demon race. Watching her own body slowly consumed, powerless to stop it. That despair had shrouded Yu Lian for millennia. Yet now, a miracle had occurred. A miracle had occurred. And the one who brought this miracle was none other than Yu. Yu had truly become a unique and special presence in Yu Lian's heart. Seeing Yu Lian remain silent for a long while, Yu grew somewhat puzzled. Palace Master? Palace Master? Yu Lian snapped back to reality, clearing her throat softly. You should go back first. I'll call you once I locate the spatial node. Understood. Yu, unaware of Yu Lian's unusual state, departed alone. Watching Yu's retreating figure, a smile involuntarily curved Yu Lian's lips. 3 days passed. Yu never saw Yu Lian again. However, the palace where she resided was eerily quiet. Apart from the embroidery and brocade, no other person had been seen. Perhaps Yu Lian had deliberately kept it that way, not wanting too many to know of her uniqueness, lest it lead to exposure. Yu found herself with ample leisure these days. After the Xian Nu fused with the memory fragments, she fell into a deep slumber. It seemed unlikely she would awaken anytime soon. Xuanqiang and Yuquan were thrilled to learn that the Nether Lord had left behind a lingering remnant. Yu gave the black crystal to Xianqiang, leaving them with a memento. As for the soul-nurturing pool of the Netherworld, its construction continued unabated. After cultivating the Nether arts, their connection to the Nether Realm's Earth Store grew even stronger. The construction pace accelerated significantly. 3 more underworld lords could now be awakened. However, the Abyss of Devouring was itself a fragment of the Netherworld. Summoning Netherworld lords here easily triggers anomalies, risking detection by the demon lords. Therefore, he refrained from summoning them. Now, all that remained was for Yu Lian to locate the spatial node, and they could return. Young master, the palace mistress requests your presence. Hua Jin's voice came from outside the door. You couldn't help but smile. She's clearly a Taoist master, far older than me, yet she insists on calling me young master. I wonder why. Opening the door, a woman of rare beauty stood smiling before him. Senior Hua Jin, what does the palace mistress require of me? Hua Jin smiled. We never pry into the palace mistress's affairs. Whatever she asks us to do, we do. You nodded. Then I'll trouble Senior Hua Jin to lead the way. Young master, the palace mistress awaits you in her private chambers. She requests your presence alone. You, alone? Young master, please. Hua Jin's face held a smile. Alright, I understand. Without further thought, Yu set off alone toward the bedchamber. It seems the palace mistress is already prepared. Hua Xiu appeared silently beside Hua Jin. Hua Jin chuckled. Hee hee, 3 days ago the palace master asked me about Yu. Just by the look on her face, I knew everything. The palace master's thoughts are hard to fathom, but in matters of this sort, she remains as blank as an innocent maiden. Hua Xiu pursed her lips. As if you're any wiser. Not knowing now doesn't mean I won't know later. If the palace mistress marries, you and I won't escape either. In human terms, that's called a dowry maid. Should the palace mistress fall ill, we'd still have to attend to this young master. Hua Xiu. Why do I get the feeling you're excited? You've taken a liking to him too? Hee hee, guess. Hua Jin left with a mischievous grin. In the Moonblast Smoke Palace, a banquet had long been prepared. You paused in surprise. Today, Yu Lian seemed dressed with particular refinement. Phew, thank goodness that pill still works. Otherwise. Come, sit down. Yu Lian waved her hand lightly. I've located the spatial node. This wine today serves as my farewell gift to you. Yu's eyes lit up. Palace master, here's to our fruitful collaboration. The wine showed no signs of being tampered with. He took a cup rich, fragrant, a first-rate vintage. This wine is called Moonrise. It takes 2,000 years to brew a single jar, Yu Lian murmured softly. Indeed, an exceptional wine. This wine not only enhances cultivation but also dispels medicinal properties within the body. Dispel the effects of drugs? What do you mean? Mo looked up at Yu Lian with confusion.
But the moment his eyes met hers, a wave of intense heat surged through him. That familiar sensation was returning. Mo suddenly recalled the snow-white pill Yu Lian had once given him. Could it be that pill's potency is being dispelled? Damn it! What is that woman trying to do? Yu Lian's figure flickered as she appeared beside Mo, her fingers tracing gentle circles before his chest. Her enchantingly beautiful face was mere inches away. Mo's breathing quickened, primal desire surging within him. This woman was seducing him. Yu Lian was a natural-born beauty. No one could resist her allure. Even if Mo recited the Sutra of Tranquil Mind 100 times over, it would be of no use.
Am I beautiful? Would you be my little man?
Her soft, seductive voice murmured in his ear.
Mo could hold back no longer. He swept Yu Lian into his arms. You're playing with fire. Ha! Yu Lian wrapped her arms around him, hooking them around his neck. I'm willing to help you cool off. Hoo! Her warm, fragrant breath sent shivers down Mo's spine. A low growl escaped his throat. Mo flipped over and took control. Within the bedchamber, a titanic battle between man and demon commenced. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 121, Return to the Sea Without Return. The fragrance emanating from Yu Lian was potent enough to overwhelm everything. Even after growing accustomed to it over time, Mo remained utterly captivated by that enchanting scent. The demon-human war plotline kept getting stuck multiple times. Couldn't get past it, so I had to cut some parts. At this moment, Yu Lian's eyes closed, her long lashes trembling slightly. Her flawlessly toned body wrapped around Mo's body. Her fingers gently caressed him. From top to bottom, utterly restless. Recalling everything from last night. Just right. Flawless. I wonder if it's some special technique of the demon clan. Sigh, there was supposed to be another section here describing Yu Lian's unique fluffy tail, but it didn't pass the divine censor, so it was deleted. Why did you? Mo gently stroked her hair, finally unable to hold back. Yu Lian slowly opened her eyes, her chin resting on Mo's chest, her expression filled with indulgent affection. Only a little man like you is worthy of this palace. Now that we've met, I won't let you go. SSSSHHH. Yu Lian's small hands began to grow restless. Her fingertips seemed to possess a magic that could stir anything. Yet, at the crucial moment, they abruptly stopped. Yu Lian asked with a smile. Little man, compared to that cold and pitiful palace master, who tastes better, this one or her? Mo felt his scalp tingle. A death question. An absolute death sentence. Yu Lian gently teased. I won't put you on the spot. Yu Lian flashed a seductive smile. When the time comes, we'll settle it face to face. Together? Mo froze, his mind involuntarily conjuring that scene. Yu Lian let out a soft sigh. What? Already unable to contain your anticipation? Shall we? There's another section here where Yu Lian mentions painting brocades and embroidery, but it's also censored. You'll have to imagine the rest yourselves. Stop. 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 Mo snapped impatiently, stop talking nonsense. Put. Your nervous yet eager expression truly makes this palace unable to resist. As the words faded, the surrounding fragrance grew increasingly potent. A fierce battle erupted once more. Outside the bedchamber, Hua Jin and Hua Xiu stood on either side. It's been 10 days and 10 nights already. Hua Jin calculated the time, seeming somewhat disheartened. Why do I get the feeling you're disappointed the palace mistress didn't call for you? Hua Xiu smiled, teasing her deliberately. Don't you wish it were you? The one the palace mistress has chosen must be the most outstanding man in the world. Hua Jin spoke with longing. To be by such a man's side is one of my life's greatest desires. I think it's just your instincts kicking in, you're drooling over his beauty. Hua Xiu snorted lightly, lifting Hua Jin's veil. That's not mutually exclusive, Hua Jin shrugged unconcerned. Just then, the sleeping chamber doors swung open. Mo and Yu Li, dressed in formal attire, emerged from within. Hua Jin and Hua Xiu immediately composed their expressions and bowed in greeting. You should leave now. Yu Lian, regaining the bearing befitting the head of a palace, spoke coolly, when the abyss of devouring opens, we shall meet again. Mo nodded. Take care of yourself. Yes, you too, Yu Lian replied softly. Hua Jin, escort Mo to the spatial node. Yes, palace mistress. Mo followed Hua Jin out. Palace mistress, aren't you coming? Hua Xiu asked curiously. Yu Lian shook her head. There's no time. I must break through. Hua Xiu froze, then looked at Yu Lian. Her eyes gradually filled with wild excitement. Young master, this is the location of the spatial node. It's relatively stable. With your abilities, young master, you should be able to pass through. Hua Jin spoke respectfully. Thank you. After parting today, who knows when we'll meet again. Take care, young master. Mo smiled. You two take care of yourselves. Hurry back. Li Yan needs you now.
Hua Jin paused, still deep in thought. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged skyward from the Moon Demon Palace. Hua Jin gasped in shock, then her expression shifted to sheer delight. The palace master is about to break through. Young master, Hua Jin takes her leave. Go. With that, she sped away at lightning speed. Mou gazed at the overwhelming aura and smiled faintly. She imparted portions of the Netherworld Sutra and the true legacy of reincarnation to Yu Lian. Yu Lian possessed astonishing comprehension, grasping the fundamentals within 10 days. Moreover, she sensed the opportunity to step into the Emperor realm. However, the Demon Lord would certainly not allow Yu Lian to break through unopposed. After all, a quasi-emperor was no easy force to control. But Mou remained unconcerned. He had given Yu Lian ample amounts of yuan dust and imbued her with the essence of void and oblivion. Thus, Yu Lian would no longer be affected by the abyssal dust. She could wield it against her enemies. With Yu Lian's alertness and resourcefulness, she would surely succeed in breaking through. With this thought, Mou felt reassured and turned to enter the spatial node. The Sea of No Return. A vast expanse of water stretching to the southernmost reaches of the Azure universe. True to its name, cultivators who strayed into its depths found it impossible to discern direction, easily becoming lost within its vastness, unable to find their way back. At this moment, a spatial fissure abruptly materialized on the silent sea surface. Mou's charred body leapt out, splashing into the water with a thud. Cough cough. Where did all this lightning come from in this spatial passage? They've fried me to a crisp. Hee, congratulations, host, on returning to the Tsangyu continent. I'm back. Mou exhaled in relief upon hearing the greeting. Xiaomei, where are we? Host, this is the boundless sea at the southernmost tip of the continent, the Sea of No Return. It's still quite far from the continent, roughly a month's journey. Only a month? Not too long. Mou chuckled. There's more good news, host. The soul nurturing pool in the netherworld is complete. Mou's eyes flickered, and his divine sense immediately plunged into the illusory heaven realm. Ahead lay a colossal soul nurturing pool, formed by countless intertwined abyssal crystals and surging with divine essence. He was overjoyed. With a flick of his divine sense, he entered the banished immortal's abode and gently cradled the exquisite yet lifeless form. Xiao, hold on. Mou gently placed Long Xiao's body into the soul nurturing pool of the netherworld. Simultaneously, he infused the pool with the emerald soul pearl, the Yangyan soul grass, and a large quantity of soul nourishing elixirs. The medicinal properties slowly permeated Long Xiao's body through the divine liquid. Mou could sense Lang Xiao's shattered soul gradually growing stronger. Though the process was slow, it was undeniably effective. This isn't enough. Yu Quan. Your Excellency. Yo Chuan's figure materialized. Plant all these soul herbs in the fallen immortal residence. The more, the better. Day and night, without cease. Yes, Your Excellency. Afterward, Mou sat cross-legged before the soul nurturing pool in the netherworld. He kept a constant watch over Lang Xiao's condition. He waited silently for Long Xiao to awaken. Yet, a wave of sorrow unconsciously welled up in his heart. Xiao and Lian are destined enemies. I wonder if that fate might change now. I must find a way to make Xiao understand that even within the demon clan, there are factions. It is the Demon King's faction that deserves annihilation. For this, Mou began to ponder deeply. Chapter 122, Lang Xiao awakens, and even the Sword Immortal has hidden motives. Generally speaking, the recovery of a fragmented soul is extremely slow. It could take anywhere from several years to decades to see results. However, Mou spared no expense, nearly emptying the entire medicinal garden of the fallen immortal residence of all soul-nourishing elixirs. Combined with the profound essence of the immortal melody qi, Long Xiao's recovery accelerated dramatically. In just over a month, the fragmented soul had stabilized. Mou sat beside the soul-nurturing pool in the netherworld, his face filled with puzzlement. Strange. The soul's recovery is flawless, and nothing went wrong during the process. Why hasn't Xiao awakened yet? Yu Quan, did we make a mistake in any of the steps? Your Excellency, there was no error, Yu Quan replied. Then why hasn't she awakened? Perhaps, she doesn't wish to awaken, Yu Quan speculated. Unwilling to wake. Mou murmured thoughtfully. Could it be, she still doesn't know how to face me as Lang Xiao? Mou pondered inwardly. It seems we must resolve that lingering resentment after all. He walked slowly to Lang Xiao's side, gently stroking her hair as he softly recounted the past. Xiao, when I first met you, I was truly taken aback. I couldn't understand how you, a legendary sword immortal, would know of me, a mere nobody. But later, I figured it out. Perhaps something in the heavens guided you to find me. After that, when you stayed by my side disguised as Dao Shui, I did suspect that Dao Shui was actually Lang Xiao. But it seemed too incredible to be true, so I dismissed the thought. Truthfully, if I'd investigated more thoroughly back then, I might have uncovered your true identity. And then I probably would have run away. I'm truly grateful I never did. Otherwise, none of what came after would have happened. Xiao, you risked your life to save me time and again.
I remember it all. That won't change, whether you're Dao Ishui or Leng Xiao. Do you remember, before we went to the Cold Grace Holy Palace, I said I wanted to talk to you when we returned? Truthfully, I wanted to tell you then. When I heard from the Hanli twin maidens that Dao Ishui was Leng Xiao, I felt no resistance whatsoever, only profound calm. Whether it's Leng Xiao or Dao Ishui, the one who shared everything with me is you. Only the name is different. Xiao, you are also the first woman I truly fell in love with after coming here. So you needn't feel any resentment. Whether you prefer Dao Ishui or Leng Xiao, use whichever name you like, I won't mind either way. You spoke from the heart, having long since come to terms with it. Suddenly, he saw the corners of Leng Xiao's mouth twitch upward before she quickly suppressed the smile. He froze in surprise. Xiao, you wouldn't be already awake? Xiao? Leng Xiao didn't respond. You sighed. Well, if you don't want to see me, I guess I'll just leave. I'll just be drifting alone on the sea. Sigh. You sighed again as she turned to leave. Suddenly, he felt a delicate hand gently tug at his sleeve. A fragrant breeze swept over him from behind. Leng Xiao rose and embraced him tightly. I knew you'd wake up. You turned around with a sigh. Did you enjoy listening to that just now? Leng Xiao instinctively turned her head away, her eyes brimming with emotion, not a trace of indifference left. What did I hear? Did you say something? I didn't catch it just now. Could you repeat it for me? Face to face, mere inches apart. You could no longer hold back. Xiao, you're okay. That's truly wonderful. In response, Leng Xiao pressed her lips to his. Emotions ran wild. Ahem. Yuquan really didn't want to interrupt, but he still cleared his throat softly twice. Upon hearing the sound, Leng Xiao quickly pulled back. Your Excellency, your divine soul has only just solidified. You must exercise restraint. Yuquan whispered softly. Her face flushed slightly at the words, and she turned her head away. You felt a tinge of lingering emotion, but he suppressed his impulse. Xiao, rest well. I'll go check outside first. Alright. Ding. Host's happiness value is skyrocketing. Xiaomei, where are we now? The boundless sea of no return left You feeling rather troubled. Here, it was impossible to discern any direction. Mist swirled over the sea, making it easy to lose one's way. Host, this is the central region of the Sea of No Return, territory belonging to the Overlord Dragon Clan. The mist over the Sea of No Return is impenetrable to divine perception, and danger lurks everywhere. The Overlord Dragon Clan? What kind of race is that? The Overlord Dragon Clan possesses rare dragon blood within their veins. They are part of the ancient sea clans and are immensely powerful. They now reign supreme over these waters, having become the dominant rulers of this domain. I see. I hope they don't come looking for trouble. Otherwise, I'll roast them all to help Xiao regain her strength. Xiaomei, show us the way. Got it. You moved with astonishing speed. The southern brightness fire transformed into crimson wings, soaring low over the sea surface. However, as he passed over a certain stretch of sea, the 10,000 spirits diagram deep within his consciousness suddenly trembled. The pattern belonging to the true dragon shone brilliantly, as if resonating with something beneath the sea. A dragon? You halted, curiosity piqued. Host, shall we investigate? The map of all souls glowing indicates dragon-related remains may lie beneath the sea. A dragon. Xiao has recovered, and my second parents Jianying will care for her. Now that I have the time, I should indeed go search for the remnants of the true spirit. With that thought, You smiled. Let's go down and investigate. The water-repelling spell activated, and You plunged silently into the sea. At the ocean's deepest depths, lantern-shaped strange fish formed orderly, uniform rows. In the deep sea, dragons constantly roamed, their fins fluttering as if slicing through the currents. In an unnoticed corner, You quietly hid behind a concealed reef. These dragons all seem to be swimming in the same direction. I wonder why. Let's capture one and ask. Meanwhile, a pure white dragon of the gathering spirit realm swam joyfully through the sea. Its pace was slow, often pausing to linger and be captivated by nearby sights. At this moment, she halted before a large clam, repeatedly opening and closing her jaws, apparently preparing to extract the pearl within. Just as she focused intently on delivering the fatal blow to the giant clam, suddenly, darkness engulfed her vision. Instantly, she lost consciousness. Her entire dragon body went limp. How on earth am I supposed to move something this big? You appeared silently. Got it. After an unknown span of time, the dragon slowly regained consciousness. It hurts. In a daze, she tried to move her claws to scratch her head, but found she couldn't manage it no matter how she tried. Why is my tail growing in front of my head? And why are my claws here? By the time she fully came to, the dragon was utterly bewildered. How did they all get tangled up like this? Damn it! Who did this? Come out here, you! How dare you knot this princess's body? I'll kill you! Heh, a princess indeed. That makes things even more convenient. Mou stepped out slowly. Who are you? I've never seen you before. SSSSHH.
The dragon princess bared her teeth, revealing a ferocious expression.
Mou clapped his hands. Keep your voice down, or I'll pull out your teeth.
An intent to annihilate spread out. Feeling that ultimate destruction, the dragon princess shuddered violently, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with fear.
You, don't kill me. You can contact my father. He can give you lots and lots of pearls. She's surprisingly timid. Mou smiled. What's your name? I'm Jiaodie. Chapter 123, The One-Day Death Pill. Jiaodie's face was frozen in terror.
Her eyes narrowed to slits, terrified that Mou would harm her.
What are you doing here? I see many dragons heading that way, why aren't you going? Mou asked in a deep voice. I don't want to go. Today is father's 9,000th birthday banquet. All the sea clans must come to celebrate.
They'll surely arrange for some strange creature to be introduced to me again.
They're all so ugly, it's infuriating. This response caught Mou off guard. Your father intends to arrange your marriage during the banquet? Seems you're quite favored. Mou chuckled. Jiaodie snorted lightly. Exactly. I'm father's most cherished youngest daughter.
Anyone who dares harm me, father will tear them limb from limb.
Are you threatening me? An intent to annihilate once again enveloped Jiaodie. Jiaodie quickly shouted. No. Could you please stop touching me with that aura? It's terrifying.
If you let me go, I promise to give you tons of treasures, and I absolutely won't seek revenge.
Mou's lips curved upward. Agreed. Open your mouth, and I'll let you go. Ha? Okay? Jiaodie doubted her own ears and unconsciously opened her mouth. Mou acted swiftly, stuffing a mud pellet he'd just rolled into Jiaodie's mouth. What the hell did you feed me? Pa. Mou untied Jiaodie. If you want to leave, you can go now. The dragonfly hesitated. Really? Of course.
A look of disbelief spread across the white dragon's face.
Then I'll be going then. You're really leaving? Jiaodie backed away as she spoke. Once she'd put enough distance between them, she vanished with a whoosh. You just let her go like that? Lang Shiyao murmured softly. To ease Lang Shiyao's boredom, Mou deliberately projected his vision into the realm of the illusory heavenly god. Lang Shiyao could see everything Mou was experiencing. It's fine. She'll be back soon. Lang Shiyao was a bit puzzled. Before long, the dragonfly butterfly did indeed return.
She transformed into human form, her skin pale and smooth, with two short horns protruding from her forehead. Unfaded white scales still clung to her chin and arms. At that moment, Jiaodie clutched her stomach with both hands, her face deathly pale. What did you feed me? My stomach hurts so much. Did you poison me? Ugh. Give me the antidote now. Mou smiled. Still planning to leave? It hurts so much. No way. Give me the antidote now. Jiaodie's expression grew increasingly haggard. She had consumed every antidote pill on her person, yet none had taken effect. This must be an utterly unique, peerless poison. She felt death approaching. She wanted to return to her father, but the distance was too great. After swimming just a few strokes, she collapsed from exhaustion. She knew Mou must possess the antidote. So she emitted the unique sonic signature of her sea clan, transmitting a message to the Dragon Palace. Then, she returned on her own to prepare to delay Mou. This was the brilliant plan she had devised. Not only could it neutralize the poison, but it would also allow her to capture Mou in one fell swoop. Your Highness, a dragon is heading this way, Xian Xiong warned. Mou nodded slowly and tossed a white pill. Here. This is the antidote. Doubt flickered in Jiaodie's eyes. But the excruciating cramps in her abdomen were unbearable. She could hold back no longer and swallowed it in one gulp. Huff. It really does feel much better. Jiaodie felt a warm current dissolve within her body and the intense abdominal pain vanished. Is my poison gone? Mou nodded. The one from just now. Ha? What do you mean? Jiaodie froze in surprise. Actually, the first time, you only took a laxative with a few added ingredients. Jiaodie clenched her teeth. You lied to me? Not exactly. You really are poisoned now. Mou's lips curved upward. Jiaodie gasped, carefully scanning her body but finding nothing amiss. You're lying to me again? I don't feel sick at all, and there are no signs of poisoning. Ha! This is my uniquely formulated, world-renowned poison. The one-day death pill. Take this pill, and within a day, your body will rot away, leaving you unrecognizable. The death will be as gruesome as it can be. TSK. This pill is colorless and odorless, with no symptoms before it takes effect. Mixed into other pills, even those at the Tao-seeking realm couldn't detect it. Moreover, no one in this world can counteract it except me. The dragonfly butterfly froze in place. A gruesome death from rotting flesh? The revolting image played out in her mind. Unconsciously, tiny pearls fell from her eyes. I'm still so young. I don't want to die looking so ugly. Wah? Please give me the antidote. I'll do anything you say. Oh? Not planning to run this time? You asked with a smile. Not going to call for help either? Jiadia's expression darkened and she shook her head hastily. Then once today is over, I'll give you the antidote. But you must find a way to get me into your father's birthday banquet. What do you intend to do? Jiadia asked anxiously. If you dare cause trouble, my father will definitely kill you. I just need to retrieve something, Mou replied with a smile. Whether I find it or not, I'll give you the antidote. Really? I promise. Alright, fine then. Within the illusory heaven realm, Lung Xiao inquired curiously, the one-day death pill? Is such a poison even real? I've never heard of it. Xiao, I made that up. She only took an ordinary tonic pill. Lung Xiao. What are you planning to do at the Ba Jiao clan's birthday banquet? To find something. It might be related to the true dragon. True dragons? Lung Xiao's eyes flickered. You mean, there might be a treasure left behind by a true dragon here? If my senses are correct, it should be the remains of a true dragon. The aura isn't very strong, though, so I need to confirm it. Lung Xiao nodded slowly. If conflict arises, you can reveal your affiliation with Lingxi Sword Pavilion. They won't dare harm you. Mou curled his lips. Xiao, what kind of status does Lingxi Sword Pavilion hold? The future consort of a Sword Immortal. At this, Lung Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. I need to rest. I'll talk to you later. Mou smiled faintly. Jiao Dia stood nearby, meticulously inspecting her body several times over, yet she couldn't detect anything amiss. Just then, several divine senses swept over. Princess. Sister. Several dragon beasts transformed into human form, surrounding Mou. Sis, are you okay? Jiao Dia shook her head. Brother, I'm fine. Just now, some big, bad jerk tried to bully me. Jiao Dia deliberately emphasized each syllable of big bad guy. But luckily, he saved me. The leader waved his hand, and the group of dragonkin surrounding Mou stepped aside. Thank you for saving my sister. I'm Wang Jiaozhan. May I ask your name, brother? Which clan do you belong to? Mou smiled as he spoke. My name is He Ming, of the Zhenhai Lingyi clan. Zhenhai Lingyi. Jiaozhan's expression shifted slightly as he took a deep breath. Brother Hemming, you saved my sister. Our Ba Jiao clan must express our gratitude in person. Today happens to be our father's 9,000th birthday celebration. Why not join us for a drink? Mou smiled. I'd be rude to refuse. Please. Jiaozhan led Mou and Jiao Dai toward the Dragon Palace. Jiao Dia's mind was filled with confusion. The spirit crane of the sea? Never heard of it? Chapter 124, The Mysterious Skeleton. The Zhenhai Spirit Crane Clan. They are the kin of Crane Blue from the 10,000 Dao Mountains. Mou had no knowledge of whether this clan inhabited these waters. If they did, he would hand over the remains of Crane Blue brought from the 10,000 Dao Mountains. If not, he could spread word to draw them out. Thus, Mou introduced himself as the Spirit Crane of the Sea. Entering the banquet hall, the golden coral mountain instantly captured Mou's attention. Golden coral spiraled upward, each segment adorned with treasures shimmering with spiritual energy. However, none of these things meant anything to Mou. Any single item he possessed could crush these ordinary treasures. What truly commanded attention was the framework supporting this entire coral lustrous golden mountain. The 10,000 spirits diagram flashed relentlessly within Mou's mind. He could confirm beyond doubt this skeleton was the remains of a true dragon. Yet, it had long since lost its spirit and vitality. Moreover, it was covered in pitch-black corrosion, as if devoured by some unseen force. The true dragon's aura had long since dissipated. No wonder the Overlord Dragon clan failed to recognize it. Intimidated by the Ba Jiao clan's vast wealth, are you? Seeing Mou's expression, a smug gleam flashed in Jiao Dai's eyes as she whispered telepathically. You big bully. Give me the antidote now, and I'll tell father to give you all these prizes. Prizes? Mou inquired curiously. What kind of competition rewards are these? Oh, these. Mother said the birthday banquet happens once every 100 years. Each time, father brings out some prizes to reward the young disciples who perform well at the banquet. This year happens to be the 9,000th anniversary, so the prizes are especially lavish. Jia Dia explained. Hey, wait, something's not right. Why am I even telling you, you big jerk, any of this? Quick, undo the poison. Mou ignored her. The prize, huh? No idea where they got these bones from. We need to find a way to dig up some info. Xiaomei, can these bones be revived? Host, this is half a spine of a true dragon, engraved with the Dragon Clan's Dao runes. However, without sufficient power to manifest it now, if fresh true dragon blood could be found to nourish it, there's a chance the runes on the bones could be reactivated. True dragon blood, that'll be tough to get. Hee host, you have Xiaomei. Just exchange your next perfect value reward for true dragon blood.
Mou's eyes lit up. Xiaomei, you're amazing. Hee. Xiaomei is your best partner, host.
Now the true dragon blood issue was resolved.
All that's left is this bone. Truthfully, Mou could have simply taken it himself.
But he was more curious about where this bone came from.
If necessary, he might even pay a visit himself. Fellow Daoist Crane, His Majesty is currently in the inner chambers.
Once the banquet concludes, he will personally come to express his gratitude. Please do not depart prematurely, Zhao Zhan said with a smile. I have some free time and would like to explore the palace grounds, Mou replied, bowing his hands. Sister, come with me.
Father wishes to see you.
Before Zhao Dai could speak, Zhao Zhan took her by the hand and led her away.
Have you found the true dragon's bones you mentioned? Lung Xiao's voice rang out. Found it. Over there. Mou pointed toward the coral lustrous golden mountain.
We must find a way to uncover the origin of these bones. I suspect this sea might conceal the resting place of a fallen true dragon.
Lung Xiao nodded slightly. It must be extremely dangerous. Once I've recovered, I'll accompany you there. Agreed, Mou confirmed. But first, we must extract information from the Overlord Dragon King. That dragon slayer possesses formidable divine sense quite extraordinary.
To have trained such a being suggests the Overlord Dragon King is no pushover himself.
Lung Xiao smiled faintly.
When we first met, he tested you with his divine sense and suffered a heavy loss.
Yet he remained unflappable and even invited you here. He truly is a remarkable figure. Just wait. That Overlord Dragon King will likely come looking for me. Mou's lips curved upward as his tone shifted. Come to think of it, I've never tasted the seafood from the Dragon Palace. Xiao, have you tried it? Any recommendations? Lung Xiao shook her head.
I once slew an octopus sea demon, but it was rather disgusting, so I discarded it immediately.
Mou chuckled. Then you missed out on a delicacy. That slimy thing? What kind of delicacy could it be? Lung Xiao asked curiously. Octopus balls. My absolute favorite as a kid. Xiao, once your injuries heal, I'll make them for you. Takoyaki?
Lung Xiao hadn't heard of them before, but the word childhood made her lips curl involuntarily as her thoughts drifted elsewhere.
Mou must have been adorable as a child. Just as Mou and Lang Xiao were chatting idly, deepening their bond.
Meanwhile, Zhao Zhan hurriedly led Zhao Dai toward the inner chambers.
Hey, big brother, are you even listening to me?
I said that He Ming is a total jerk.
He poisoned me. It's a one-day death pill. After today, my body will rot away and I'll die.
Zhao Dia ran alongside him, her cries echoing.
Zhao Zhan stopped in his tracks and sighed.
Sis, if he truly wanted to control you, he wouldn't need poison. He could simply swallow your divine consciousness with a single thought, and you'd obey him without question.
How could that be possible? I'm at least at the gathering spirit realm. My spiritual sea is solid as a rock. How could I be manipulated so easily? Zhao Dia crossed her arms defiantly across her chest. Besides, father said my bloodline is pure, a genius born once in 1,000 years. I still have hope of transforming into a dragon someday. He's just a minor cultivator at the intent transformation realm, not even as strong as you, brother. How could he possibly control me? Zhao Zhan shook his head. I clashed with him using my divine sense. Zhao Dia froze. When? Right after we met. Ah. So who won?
I nearly used my full strength, Zhao Zhan mused. But whether he fought at full power,
I couldn't tell. You didn't lose, did you? Zhao Dai's little mouth gaped open, pointing at Zhao Zhan in disbelief. Not exactly.
I was only slightly outmatched in spiritual perception.
If it had been a true battle, I wouldn't have lost.
A long dormant fighting spirit flickered in Zhao Zhan's eyes.
You scared the life out of me. I thought that big villain was actually that powerful. Brother, you're at the penetrating void realm. If you can't beat someone at the transcending intent realm, the whole Sea clan would laugh their teeth out. Zhao Zhan. Wait, hold up, you said he controlled me without poison. Does that mean I wasn't poisoned at all? Zhao Dai finally caught on, her heart leaping with joy. Someone like him doesn't need poison. He probably just thought you were amusing and wanted to scare you. Put. You're the one who's fun. Your whole family is fun.
Zhao Dia slapped Zhao Zhan hard on the back, but apparently hit too hard. He yelped in pain.
Zhao Zhan gave a helpless smile. My family includes you too, you know. Oomph.
Zhao Dia, unable to argue further, turned her head away, refusing to speak to this stinky brother any longer. At the same time, Mou's image unconsciously surfaced in her mind. She clenched her teeth tightly. You despicable scoundrel. Not only did he tie me up, but he fed me laxatives. And tricked me with that so-called one-day death pill.
Damn it. Damn it all. Yeah. Once the birthday banquet starts, I'll find someone to teach you a lesson and let off some steam. Oomph. Chapter 125, Heaven-Sent Dragon Maiden, Half-Dragon Blood. 100 li north of the Dragon Palace.
A graceful palace carved from solid coral sat. No guards stood watch, nor were any protective barriers in place. The palace grounds featured an exquisitely designed layout, where various undersea flowers and plants were artfully arranged to complement each other.
Unique and exceptionally elegant.
At the palace entrance, Jiaodia tiptoed inside, carrying a delicate brocade box in her hand.
Sister, are you there?
Jiaodia spoke cautiously. A gentle voice echoed from within the palace, speaking slowly yet soothingly, its very sound calming the soul.
You should be at father's birthday banquet. Why have you come to see me? Jiaodia held up the brocade box and grinned. Sister, I brought your favorite sea spirit fruit. I'm coming in.
With that, Jiaodia dashed excitedly into the palace.
Inside the palace
stood a woman whose appearance was indistinguishable from that of a human. Her eyes were bright and her teeth pearly white, her beauty peerless, like a goddess of the waters. At that moment, she wore a light blue gown, holding a white jade brush in her hand as if painting. Spiritual energy swirled around her fingertips, causing the ink which should have dissolved in the sea to gather without dispersing, firmly adhering to the xian paper.
The paper itself was extraordinary.
Though neither a treasure nor inscribed with array patterns, the surrounding seawater could not dampen it in the slightest.
The woman was utterly absorbed, each stroke perfectly placed and executed with precise force.
The painting she created possessed a profound and distant artistic conception, truly astonishing.
As the dragonfly butterfly pushed open the door, the woman set down her brush.
A faint smile touched her lips, revealing a serene and elegant expression.
Did you get into trouble again? Jiaodia pouted. I didn't cause trouble. I was bullied. Heh, you're the one who always picks on others. Who in the entire Sea clan would dare lay a finger on you?
Yes, there is. That guy is a total jerk.
Sis, listen to me.
Jiaodia embellished the story, painting Mou as utterly despicable while portraying herself as utterly pitiful.
The woman didn't interrupt, listening quietly. She knew Jiaodia's temperament well.
If she'd truly been wronged, tears would have been streaming down her face long ago.
Why else would she be running over to her with food? Sister, that's exactly what happened. Don't you think he's despicable?
He is rather despicable, the woman replied with a smile.
Right? Sister, will you teach him a lesson at the birthday banquet for me? Jiaodia's eyes sparkled with anticipation.
Best to tie him up. Then I'll feed him laxatives so he knows what a stomachache feels like. The woman shook her head.
Violence isn't my way. Go find Zhaozhan instead. No way.
Jiaodia snorted. That jerk brother doesn't get me at all, and he's defending him too. Oh, Dragon Xian's sister, please help me.
Please. Please.
Jiaodia tugged at Longxuan's arm, batting her exquisite, adorable eyes with eager anticipation.
Longxian smiled.
You should spend more time cultivating instead of always thinking about fighting others.
Then, Sister Longxian, if you help me teach him a lesson, I'll go practice, okay? Please.
Longxian sighed helplessly.
You're too restless. Stay here and paint with me instead.
With that, the palace doors closed behind them.
Jiaodia's face fell. Nu. Calm down.
Longxian uttered 2 words softly before returning to the table and picking up her brush. Jiaodia sat nearby, a frown etched across her face as she propped her chin on one hand, racking her brain for other solutions.
We absolutely must get Sister Longxian to teach him a lesson. But, what else can we do? Gurgle gurgle. Jiaodia suddenly felt peckish. Sister, I'm hungry. Will you come with me to the banquet to get something to eat? You've got food in your hands. Just eat here. Jiaodia. This is for you, sister. I can't eat it.
Longxian pursed her lips.
But didn't you end up eating all the things you gave me before? Jiaodia was at a loss. Ugh. I should have never come. She opened the brocade box, pulled out the sea spirit fruit, and took an angry bite. You despicable scoundrel. Just you wait until I get out. I'll make you pay. Half an hour passed, and Jiaodia suddenly felt sleepy. Sister, what are you drawing? A birthday gift for father. You're not even going to the banquet, so why bother with a gift? The banquet will be too crowded and noisy, but a gift is still necessary. Sister, when will you finish painting it? Soon.
Jiaodia propped her chin on her hands, her face utterly devoid of joy.
She chattered aimlessly, hoping to annoy Longxian into letting her leave. Unfortunately, Longxian showed not a shred of impatience, answering each question with meticulous care. Sister, are you just naturally incapable of getting angry? Anger harms the body. Fine. Jiaodia's temper was completely gone. Oh, by the way, sister, have you heard of the spirit crane of the sea?
At the mention, Longxian paused, her hand momentarily still.
Why do you ask? That big villain seems to be from the sea-taming spirit crane clan.
Longxian's eyes flickered slightly as she gently set down her brush.
Let's go. Leave? Jiaodia froze. Where to? To the birthday banquet, of course. Ha? But you said you weren't going? I suddenly feel like going now. Pack up the painting. Longxian smiled faintly, handing the scroll to Jiaodia. Yay!
Zhao Dia beamed with delight, cradling the scroll in her hands. This proves that sincerity can move mountains. You big jerk, just you wait. My sister's coming to get you. Sis, wait for me. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of the Dragon Palace, Mou sat in a corner, savoring the seafood before her. So delicious. Host, that round won. Xiaomei wants to try a piece too. He activated his empathy, and Xiaomei seemed to be enjoying it even more than he was. Within the illusory heaven realm, Lang Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that in just 1,000 years, the Sea Clan would grow so powerful? At the banquet, there were no fewer than 5 peak Dao Seekers and dozens of Dao-seeking masters. If they united, their combined might would easily crush many major sects of the human clan. Still, Mou harbored lingering doubts. Xiao, are there no members of the Dragon Clan among the Sea Clan? Lang Xiao smiled. Of course there are, but it's extremely rare. Dragon blood runs through the veins of every Sea Clan member to some degree. Among all clans, only those gifted descendants who awaken half-dragon bloodlines are granted the surname Long. Those bearing the dragon surname, once they come of age, are destined to become the future rulers of the Sea Tribe. Yet such a descendant among the Sea Clans might not appear even once in 10,000 years. I see. Mou's eyes flickered. He recalled that in the original storyline, there truly was such a person. Long Xian. The most talented woman in the world. The future ruler of the Sea Clan. She had once clashed fiercely with Mo Dao due to certain misunderstandings. Holding the true dragon's horn, Long Xian possessed unmatched power equal to Mo Dao's. Later, the misunderstanding was resolved and she joined Mo Dao's faction. Yet she met a tragic end. Her dragon blood was extracted, her horn seized, and her dragon body devoured until nothing remained. You couldn't help but sigh. Just then, a loud proclamation echoed from outside the door. The eldest Princess Long Xian and the 9th Princess Zhao Dai have arrived to celebrate the birthday. Mou froze in surprise. How could Long Xian appear the moment he thought of her? Wasn't this a bit too coincidental? Chapter 126, Is Long Xiao jealous? In the banquet hall, all eyes turned toward the entrance, anticipation flickering in their gazes. Long Xian, dressed in an elegant blue and white gown, advanced at a leisurely pace. Zhao Dia, however, was a different story. She carried not a shred of solemnity, her eyes darting about as if searching for something. Finally, she spotted Mou's figure in the corner. Mou offered a faint smile. Zhao Dia's expression practically screamed, just you wait. I never imagined this generation of the Sea Clan would truly have a descendant bearing the dragon surname. Lang Xiao murmured in surprise. Her spiritual energy is restrained, unassuming and unassuming, like the still sea surface. But once unleashed, it could be like a raging storm. Mou smiled faintly. Xiao, you hold high hopes for her. Lang Xiao nodded slightly. Her path is unique. Unlike you, she doesn't push every realm to its absolute limit. Instead, she hones every aspect of flawless perfection before advancing. This requires a mind utterly free of desire and contention, one capable of enduring true solitude. Mou recalled Long Xian from the original storyline. In music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, each was peerless in her era. Every time she appeared, her eyes radiated serenity just as they did now. Even when she knew her tragic death was imminent, she remained unchanged. Nothing in this world seemed capable of disturbing her composure. Not even life or death could change that. But I never imagined Long Xian was from the Overlord Dragon Clan instead of the Dragon Clan. Mou murmured. You know her? Lang Xiao raised an eyebrow. No, I don't. Absolutely not. It's just that she has the surname Long, so I assumed she was a dragon. Oh. Lang Xiao let out a soft hum, her tone tinged with something else. It sounded just like someone jealous and angry. Mou paused, then quickly changed the subject. Xiao, this lobster looks great. Let me get you one to try. Hee, host, you're flustered. Mou. Ah. Host, don't turn off empathy. Xiaomei wants lobster too. Wah. Xiaomei promises to just eat and not talk. Host, please turn empathy back on. Meanwhile, Long Xian bowed slightly. Xianer wishes father good health. The Dragon King was somewhat surprised, laughing heartily. Xianer, you've never liked these formal occasions. That you've come today brings your father great joy. Nearby, numerous young male disciples of the Sea Clan gazed at Long Xian, their eyes brimming with admiration and greed. Long Xian, however, paid them no mind. Father, what about me? Zhao Dai leapt forward. Dai wishes father ever greater strength. May you conquer all challengers under heaven. Ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. King Bajia laughed heartily. Xianer Dyer, would you like to sit beside your father? Zhao Dia shot Mou a sly glance and grinned mischievously. Father, sister doesn't like crowds. We'll just sit over there. She pointed with her finger. It was the spare seats in the corner. And they happened to be right next to Mou. Mou, huh? Why skip the main seats and come all the way to this corner? Zhao Dia pulled Long Xian over to sit beside Mou, her delicate little face beaming with smug satisfaction. Oomph. Now that my sister's got my back, you just wait, you big jerk. Beside them, Long Xian flashed Mo a faint smile.
Mo sensed an extremely faint divine sense probe approaching.
Had his own divine sense not been so powerful, he would never have detected it.
Why is she sitting next to you? Long Xiao suddenly spoke up. Mo's heart skipped a beat. Xiao, I told you they came over on their own. I don't know why either. Do you believe me? Oh. Hee, so jealous. So jealous. Xiaomei, do you still want to eat? Xiaomei is already full. Host, hang in there. Jealous women are the hardest to appease. MOU.
Within the illusory heaven realm, Lang Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile.
She could tell MOU and Long Xian didn't know each other. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling.
MOU would become entangled with Long Xian in the future.
When facing a potential rival, the best approach is to nip it in the bud. But she couldn't bring herself to say anything to MOU. So she could only pretend to be jealous. Though, truth be told, there was indeed a hint of sourness in her heart. But this definitely wasn't jealousy. After all, how could a mighty sword immortal possibly feel jealous of a little girl? No way. Absolutely not.
Lang Xiao kept repeating this to herself.
Meanwhile,
after the Dragon King exchanged polite pleasantries, the main event of the birthday banquet finally commenced.
Upon the coral lustrous golden mountain, dazzling treasures shone in brilliant array. Young disciples of the sea clans were eager to compete, determined to bring glory to their respective tribes. Underwater combat required no arena, the entire ocean served as the battlefield. First to enter the fray were the young warriors of the whale treaders and the red sharks. MOU watched with keen interest. Lang Xiao, well-traveled and knowledgeable, quietly explained the key techniques of each tribe.
MOU nodded slowly, mentally simulating scenarios of combat against the sea clans. After several rounds, victories were shared among the clans. As the host, Zhaozhen finally rose to his feet. His entrance immediately shifted the momentum decisively in his favor. Only one opponent managed to last more than 100 rounds against him. His invincibility was on full display. Numerous Dao-seeking masters marveled. Truly congratulations to the Overlord Dragon King for having such an unparalleled prodigy as a son. Compared to him, our own offspring pale in comparison.
Not at all.
King Ba Jiao laughed heartily. I observe that among the young disciples present, none can match Zhao Zhan's prowess.
Not necessarily.
If we speak of the foremost among the younger generation, it must be Princess Long Xian.
Alas, none have witnessed her in action.
The assembled great beings all turned their gaze toward the overlord of the Dragon Kings. Why are you all staring at me as if I've seen her fight? The tyrant Dragon King snapped irritably. Xianer, she never fights.
Everyone. Beside MOU, the dragonfly butterfly beamed with pride. Hey, you big bully, did you see that?
That's my brother's true strength.
Do you dare step up and challenge my brother?
Of course, if you're scared, this princess won't force you.
MOU chuckled. Princess Jiudia, how about you eat this world-renowned deadly poison, and then I'll step up.
Jiudia froze, staring at the one-day death pill in MOU's hand before her face darkened.
How dare you mock me? I'll bite you.
Jiudia bared her teeth threateningly. Long Xian shook her head helplessly. Zhao Zhan remained undefeated in battle, and none of the Sea Clan disciples dared to step forward. But the Dragon Slayer had not yet landed.
He gazed toward MOU's position and bowed his hands. Fellow Taoist Ming, the atmosphere is at its peak today. Would you care to exchange a few moves with this dragon?
At these words, the crowd fell silent.
Hemming? Which clan is he from? Never heard of him. Beside MOU, Zhao Dai grew excited. My brother challenged you. Aren't you going to accept? You really want me to beat up your brother? MOU asked with a smile. Oomph. You big bully, all talk. My brother's at the penetrating void realm, while you're only at the transcending intent realm. If you can beat my brother, I'll be your little sidekick from now on. I'll do whatever you say. Likewise, if you lose, you'll have to obey my every command. MOU's lips curved upward. Then it's settled. In the next instant, a figure flickered. MOU appeared before Zhao Zhan, 3 zhang away, at an astonishing speed. The crowd fell deathly silent, their faces frozen in shock. Not a single person in the entire arena could discern MOU's movements. Not even the Tao-seeking great sage was an exception.